Perished World. It was an early access strategy simulation game that our protagonist, Choi Sun-woon, enjoyed very much. Not only did he enjoy it for his entertainment and free time, but he also became a master at it. In each match in Perished World, 32 players acted as gods, whose task was to develop the various races such as humans, elves, orcs, and the others into a modern civilization and fight each other. And now the match was coming to its culmination, and the armies of the two remaining players clashed in one last desperate battle for first place. On a battlefield engulfed in flames and smoke, the two armies prepared for battle, awaiting the command of their deities. Their banners unfurled in the wind, and their spears glistened in the glow of the flames. The decisive battle was about to begin. As soon as the command to advance sounded from above, the human armies came in motion and rushed to attack. The opposing army also rushed to attack, wanting to defeat Nebula's continued hegemony in the name of their deity. Choi Sun-woon had been undefeated for 11 months now, and if he could win today, he would become the champion for 12 consecutive months. This battle was nothing more than a small skirmish, and the victory in this entire war depended on the strategy chosen and realized by the player controlling the entire race. Each of the armies was controlled by a real player, and each of them chose a different development path for their civilizations. The orc race developed their physical strength, magic, and rapidly increased their population, while the human race under Nebula's control chose the path of technology and already had firearms, even cannons that seemingly should not have left a chance to their primitive opponents. But thanks to magic, things were not so hopeless for the orcs, and their battle mages managed to stop the cannonballs flying at them. However, this was just the beginning, and Nebula was already preparing to release their next secret weapon. It was an air force that would wipe out the enemy army from the face of this planet. This was certainly a problem for his opponent with a nickname Hegemony, but he had something to answer for, and with a few taps on his virtual keyboard, he summoned an equally devastating weapon. Thanks to his specialization in magic, he was able to summon a multitude of lightning bolts from the heavens, which simply vaporized the enemy army. As battle after battle went on, it was like a chess game, where only a well-thought-out strategy and knowledge of his opponent and his strategy could guarantee victory. Gradually, Nebula reached a level of technology comparable to the period of the end of World War II, which allowed him to use massive airstrikes, wiping out all enemy armies on the ground. And looking at it all from his monitor, he decided that everything he needed was ready, and he could finish the game. Not for nothing, after all, he had spent so much resources and time on research. For this, he was going to use one of his strongest weapons, the nuclear strike. All he had to do was confirm the nuclear strike in the name of the god Nebula. At his command, the nuclear missiles were immediately launched, and a multitude of intercontinental ballistic missiles with dozens of nuclear warheads rose into the air from his base at once. All of his nuclear missiles were launched simultaneously and flew toward the enemy base. The terrified and unaware orcs could only point their fingers at the sky and stare at the death flying at them. But the hegemony was ready even for such a move, and only chuckling asked Nebula in the voice chat if he hoped that he was not prepared for this. Right? Gathering his divine power into a fist and clutching his scepter tighter, he activated a defense spell. Immediately after, rockets from missile defense systems were launched from his civilization's territory, which should have successfully intercepted Sun-woon's nuclear missiles. But even that was within Nebula's calculations. The enemy's missile defenses could not keep up with him and his brilliant plan for victory. However, he had to admit that his opponent was well prepared and wasn't a loser at all. While the enemy's missile defense was shooting down nuclear missiles one after another and the perished world sky was illuminated by powerful explosions, Nebula moved on to the next point of his plan, and launched another missile, which was bigger than the others. It did not fly straight to the enemy base like the others, but flew straight into open space. There, all the stages of the rocket, which had already fulfilled the role of the gas booster, separated and only the warhead remained. Under the watchful eye of Sun-woon, it flew straight vertically down on the capital of the enemy empire, or rather on the main temple, where the emperor was hiding and praying to his deity. When the orc emperor heard the news of nuclear missiles being launched towards his country, he went to pray in the temple. In real life, in a non-hierarchical society, a ruler praying to a god in the face of danger to his country might seem ridiculous or even pathetic. But in the perished world, it was different. His opponent was hoarding as much faith as possible instead of putting resources into research while Nebula developed his nuclear weapons. In perished world, the players acted as gods. They could intervene to some degree in the affairs of the race or nation under their rule, and through this they sought to spread their influence among the rest of the perished world's creatures and gain followers. These followers then produced a resource called faith, which allowed the players to perform miracles to protect their followers and keep them safe. This was why his opponent originally chose orcs as his primary race, because they multiplied quickly and could produce a lot of faith. However, even such an unexpected and ingenious attack did not surprise Hegemony, who looked at his followers only marveled at their persistence in prayer. The energy and power gained from their faith he transformed into another spell, and clouds of blue smoke began to surround the approaching missile. In an instant, it all turned into a huge fist that grabbed and stopped the missile. It was the fist of a huge orc-like creature hundreds of meters tall. Watching all of this, Hegemony started laughing at Nebula, and reminded him that here in the perished world, faith always brings results. He was sure that victory was in his pocket, and with such an unlimited resource of loyal followers, he was in no danger. Sun Woon just chuckled at this. Even so, he was still bored even though his opponent was not bad, and used a good strategy known among players as Holy Orc Strategy. His opponent continued to laugh, confident in his victory, asking if he could see it. His avatar was now right next to his summoned orc. He proudly announced that it was his own freshly optimized Holy Orc strategy. Hegemony was the second-ranked player on their server, and he was now confident of his victory, so he suggested that Sun Woon just give up. Looking at his relaxed and laughing opponent on the monitor, Sun Woon realized why he was only the second-ranked player on their server and had never gone higher. The reason was because he was overconfident. However, his strategy wasn't perfect, and Sun Woon was very familiar with it. Orcs were chosen as the main race, to rapidly increase the population, and as the believers increased, the resources of the faith were also rapidly accumulated. The missing science, technology, and culture were conquered by invasion. It wasn't a bad strategy, constantly receiving good reviews, as the large amount of accumulated faith and the large number of orcs gave an advantage in warfare. However, he knew how to counter such a strategy. Although orcs are an easy race to recruit, it's quite a feat to have gathered so much faith already. And against his own strategy, orcs were difficult to counter, as he had chosen the skies as his battlefield so that he could freely prepare kinetic attacks. Sun Woon respected his opponent and thought that his attempt at preparing a spirit apostle was quite good. But still, his opponent was too obvious. And thanks to the fact that Sun Woon ruled the heavens and was constantly developing his technology, he was able to create and launch into space an artificial intelligence-controlled military satellite made from ancient relics. Utilizing the endless space above his enemies' heads, he was able to place a satellite there with a secret weapon, giant metal tungsten rods, which, although they contained no explosives, weighed 10 tons each. And as they began to fall, they moved very slowly at first. But soon, gravity accelerated them to the point where they began to glow red-hot through the atmosphere. His opponent, looking at all this, was not on a joke surprised. To such a thing he was certainly not ready. He could only swear and curse his ingenious opponent, who first threw nuclear missiles at him and now was going to finish him off with a kinetic bombardment from space. He gave a desperate command to his holy orc to block at least the rod that was flying straight at the temple with the emperor inside. But Sun Woon looked at his pathetic attempts and knew that none of this would work, even if it was just a few tungsten rods. Once they entered the atmosphere, the rods would accelerate so much that the force of their impact would be comparable to a nuclear weapon, and cumulative acceleration of gravity will add up. Despite the Saint Orc's best efforts, there was nothing he could do about it, and the rods simply passed through him like a knife through butter, feeling no resistance. And it was too late for his opponent to do anything about it, because once they reached the ground, the entire capital of his empire was destroyed and the entire population wiped out. One of tungsten rods directly hit the imperial palace. An impact from this strike seemed stronger than others, because most importantly, this rod hit the orc emperor, and nothing could protect him. Even the countless protective spells cast on him were not enough, and he was simply crushed and dropped his staff of power. Along with the imperial palace, the underground temple has collapsed too, and now, all the faith that his opponent had been building was shattered and gone. He was immediately surrounded by many notices that his spells were losing power and disappearing for lack of faith, and when faith fades, apostle perishes with it. Now his adversary was confused and unable to control and defend his civilization. The Holy Orc Apostle scattered, and the enemy capital, major cities and infrastructure began to explode like fireworks from nuclear missiles. Eventually, the enemy simply surrendered and Nebula was once again declared the winner. After the match was over, Sun Woon even thanked his opponent for a good game. But he didn't want to admit defeat and desperately asked for one more game together for a rematch. He was confident that he could win this time. Sun Woon tiredly looked at the monitor as the requests for another game appeared one after another. But he wasn't interested and just left the match for good. Now he wondered why his opponent did not surrender immediately, but wasted so much of his time. It even seemed to him at first that his opponent had an ace up his sleeve. But in the end, he didn't have much to show for it at the end. In the end, he didn't see anything new in this match. But it didn't matter. After all, by winning this match, he was able to complete an achievement that required a player to stay in the top 1 rankings for 12 months. And just when he was about to go rest, a notification suddenly came. which caught his attention. At first he thought it was someone texting him at such a late hour, and he was already wondering who it was. But when he clicked on the notification, an astonishing achievement greeting appeared in front of him. It turned out that he was the only player who had completed all the achievements so far. But then he wondered if this might mean that they would cut off his access to beta testing, because that would be unfair. The next message dispelled all his doubts. The beta testing period was really over and the game was about to be open to everyone. But thanks to his achievements, he had a chance to try out the game before it was released to everyone. He was a bit surprised by this offer, but still he liked the game a lot and wanted to see what the real game would be like. So when a notification popped up asking him to enter the game, Sunwoon decided to try it without a doubt and clicked the yes button. Suddenly, everything around him went dark, and he began to fall into the void surrounded by streams of binary code. Sunwoon thought he had lost consciousness, but that was not the case. When his vision cleared, the night sky, which he had thought was pitch black, was not quite empty, but filled with many stars. He looked around and realized he was in the middle of some kind of space temple. But then, after some thought, he realized that it looked more like a ruin. Looking around, he wondered if he was dreaming. After all, he looked exactly like his in-game avatar. Suddenly, as if reading his mind, a voice sounded from behind him, assuring him that it wasn't a dream. It turned out to be a woman wearing a hooded robe and her face was barely visible. She announced that our protagonist had also been chosen and called his nickname Nebula. To begin with, she decided to introduce herself. Her name was Alden. Sunwoon first asked her the logical question, how did she know his name? But more than that, he was interested in something else that caught his attention. A set of blurry shadows that stood nearby. He wondered who they were. The hooded woman replied that she was wondering if any of the players would know each other. So for there to be fair game, everyone received a mask. She went on to say that she knew everyone here was wondering what was ahead of them. So she suggested getting straight to the point. She raised her hands high in the air, pointing to a planet that looked suspiciously like Earth. Although it looked that way at first glance, Sunwoon realized it wasn't. He had simply seen this planet too many times, and now he couldn't confuse it with anything else. This was the perished world. The mysterious woman solemnly announced that here and now in the boundlessness of perished world, all the players present would become true gods. After all, the game they had all played before, Perished World, was based on the real world, and all these countless matches were practice games before the one that was about to begin. This was where they would become true gods. On the platform were dozens of humanoid creatures who stood in groups without dropping a word. They were all surrounded by an impenetrable darkness that created the right atmosphere. Sunwoon couldn't hear any sound, but he could feel the vibrations with his microfibers. There were even people that stood alone. Perhaps they were just embarrassed to socialize. Perished World isn't just a world that exists in games, reasoned our hero, analyzing the situation he got into. This planet was just like the regular Earth, the same blue ball flying through space. Except that unlike the original, it had been abandoned by the gods because of the sad events of the past. On this planet, a once brilliant civilization flourished. The various races of creatures lived in harmony. The race of armed foxes saddled the white weasels that acted as horses here. Orcs worked alongside elves and platypuses in laboratories for the benefit of their civilizations. All was at peace. However, not everything was so smooth. For reasons unknown, the gods had abandoned this place. Having the bodies of the dragons on this land, they felt threatened for their lives, and flew off in an unknown direction, erasing their traces behind them. The time for new gods had come. All the players gathered around the heavy granite table where Alden stood and narrated the rules of participation. The Perished World game was created to find suitable new candidates for god roles for this planet. Only once tried out this game of boredom, now any player could become a god. It is essentially similar to the original Perished World game. At first, only inferior beings that have lost everything in their lives will trust the player. But if you are lucky enough to increase the number of believers, there is a huge chance to become the one and only god of this planet. The world will be only yours, and no one will dare to argue with the Supreme Being. God dares to do whatever his heart desires. All desires that you have ever dreamed of can be realized. This is a possibility only for the god of that world. It was a wonderful offer that beckoned with its possibilities, enticing greedy people. Sunwoon nodded, but it was noticeable that Alden wasn't saying something. What happens if I surrender here? He asked, wanting to hear as many details as possible. However, if one surrenders now, one will simply go back to one's daily life. As a payment for the game, the person will lose all memories of this place. But what happens if one surrenders in the middle of a challenge? There is no such clause. It was simply impossible to give up. What happens if I'm defeated by another god? He kept on fixing the skull of the ungulate on his head. In that case, the loser would meet a divine end. The watchers will welcome such a spectacle. It will be great entertainment for them. This was the answer that Sunwoon had expected. If it was a game where the winner takes all, it made sense that the participants would have to risk their lives. And if it was a competition in the real world, like the Perished World game, then it might be necessary to risk more than just lives. Divine Ending, no matter how you look at it, only meant one thing: death. They aren't squeamish about killing people for risking their lives. Extinction threatens everyone, there's only one winner. There was simply no reason for protagonist here to give up. Sunwoon wanted to ask a few more questions, but Alden reached out her hand and stopped him. Well, now it was time to choose. Shifting the cardboard of cards in her hands, she asked everyone who wanted to surrender to inform the organizers right now. But for those who wished to accept the challenge, she laid the cards face up. The remaining contestants begin their journey by choosing a small area of land. This is really an event that is so similar to the game of the same name, meaning that the beginning consists of choosing a small area of favorable land to rule. Looking around, it seemed that some players started whispering. It was abundantly clear that they wanted to give up. 3. No 5 persons immediately decided to leave the competition. They cared about their own skin. Apparently, the starting number of players was equal to the maximum number of participants in the game, which was 30 all individuals. This meant that the final number of people was already 27, an elementary calculation, but it would be much better if half of them were eliminated as soon as possible. Okay, you can choose first. Alden turned to the protagonist. It was an unexpected decision for him. He hadn't expected such honors. Sunwoon only shrugged his shoulders. The order of selection didn't matter, because the cards were good and they had randomness in their existence, just like in the game. However, since Sunwoon had been offered the first chance to test his fate, it seemed like they had taken the ranking order into consideration. Choosing the first card he came across, he flipped its blue surface to the bottom. Though he knew the details of each territory presented by the game, however, he expected to have better luck. As soon as the map was turned over, a circle of runes lit up under the guy's feet, which instantly teleported him to the designated location. Once the territory and land were determined, the players had to decide on the first species and tribe that they want to rule. The planet was truly beautiful. So was each of its continents, together or apart. Although the third continent was the largest, it didn't have as many resources as the first, nor did it have as good a climate as the second. Instead, it was home to various races and monsters, as well as many ruins that housed special in-game abilities. Depending on how one used them, they could become an advantage or a disadvantage. The protagonist promptly scanned the territory given to him and identified all the species and tribes. The land was a peninsula located in the eastern part of the third continent. A beautiful river flowed calmly past the trees that grew in the mountainous area. Green frogs sat undisturbed in the water, and one of them watched the beautiful blue butterflies that resembled Morpho. It did not take its eyes off the seemingly potential food, but as turned out the frog was not interested in it. The fish that swam beneath its feet were much more appealing. Diving for a perch, Frog turns out to be a frogman that successfully caught the prey with its hands, splashing water around the neighborhood. The prey was very large, another frogman shouted. It was clear from their voices that they were pleased, for tonight's dinner was fish. Turning to the blue butterflies flying by, they concluded that such a species had not been seen in their neighborhood before. But are they important now? They weren't going to eat the nasty bugs. This butterflies wasn't simple at all. Sitting on a huge chair, Sunwoon looked around at his blue-winged friends and kept pondering about the frogmen's. They lived on a small area of insects with the lowest win rate, but that only depended on how to use them. Now Sunwoon received insects under his control. Although it was backwards compatible with birds, it was very even useful in the beginning, despite it was looking. The starting point was on the eastern continent. This meant that battles were not frequent in the beginning. The small advantages gained through early engagement in fights only meant that it would be extremely difficult to implement an aggressive strategy. In this sense, a peaceful race that eats insects was more than suitable for the beginning of the game, like those frogmen for example. But what made our protagonist laugh was the number of tribes. About 500 individuals of different species was a large group that was hard to define as a first tribe. The perished world can have an effect on creatures equal to the level of faith they possess. Faith depends on the degree of individual beliefs, on how much they believe in God and entrust their hearts to Him, on whether they truly rely on Him. They don't have to walk down a difficult path from the beginning. However, a measly 10 points of faith and 10 believers will do nothing to help. That number is too small to leave any impact on this group of frogmen. And anyway, what can be done where are no water? Until a high level of technological development is achieved, no action can be taken. And what about the other groups of creatures? Sunwoon asked himself, looking at another screen. A group of lizard-like creatures of different ages were walking across the hot desert. They were lizardmans. They eat insects too. Their skin was blue and covered with spots of different diameters. There were about 30 of them in total. Too few to be called a small tribe, and a lot of them were probably all blood relatives. They were characterized by a high survival rate. These creatures could survive here without water. Even though the number of individuals had decreased, it was even for the best. In this tribe were many sick and ill, a few weak elderly lizards, and one badly injured object that was almost crawling in the end of the pack while dying. It's understandable he once was an important part of this group, but perhaps he had been pushed lower in rank in the power struggle, and received a punishment for this, or this was just an accident. However, there was only advantage for Sun Woon. The more this lizard feels abandoned by whole world, the harder and more tired he feels. If he wants revenge, life, and other benefits, he will believe not only in God, but also in devil. Just a small miracle, small silver lining now could help him find a new god. True new god of this piece of land. Nebula. Even though this lizard seemed too fragile creature, and such newborn faith would possibly not last long, it was much better than frogs. So the Sun Woon's choice settled on Lizardmen's, especially on this last wounded one. The sun is merciless in the desert. With every kilometer they traveled, it drained the last of the Lizardmen's strength. All the weaker individuals weaved to the back of their small pack, especially the injured Lizardmen lagged behind. The wound healed poorly due to bad nutrition and became inflamed with every step, which was slow due to weakness. The pack was barely surviving on their wanderings. They were weakened. The already thin for their build, the creature's cheeks sunken in and ribs began to show. Not everyone could hunt, and there were only small birds and stray animals in such deserts. "Hey look, there's a gazelle," shouted one of the pack in surprise. They did not believe in the reality of what was happening. In front of them lay a wounded gazelle that was waiting for its death. Its leg was broken, so it could not run away. The crowd all rushed at the poor animal trying to grab a tidbit. One prey, and about 30 hungry lizards. How long it had been since they'd eaten meat. Without tools, they tore the poor gazelle apart, spilling fresh blood onto the heated sand. This event was clearly not for the old and wounded, where they could not compete with the strength of healthy tribesmen. They just sat aside, trying at least rest a bit. The Lizardmen ate the fresh meat with great gusto, slurping loudly all around. Gazelle corpse was gone in an instant, but there were still bones to nibble. The marrow in the tubular bones was also usable. One of the Lizardmen wanted to try the delicacy, but it was not to be. One of the female Lizardmen took away the leftovers. They had had enough, and they should leave something for those who unable to hunt. She gathered all the bones into a pile, and so kindly took them to the other hungry lizards. It isn't a good thing to be weak and hungry in desert. Especially considering they'd been starving for days, it was a gift from heaven. Saliva was dripping in every direction. They gnawed on the bones and drank the liquid from them. They grabbed at them as if this bones were the last chance to live. Only the deeply wounded lizard sat by itself behind a rock, grudgingly gnawing on a bone. The gnats flying around the wound made him a little uneasy, but it was bearable compared to the pain he endured. His name was Rakarak, and he took it for granted. Clearly those who hunted had to eat more meat. Those who could not hunt should have been grateful for even being given leftovers. After all, the group could have simply left the weak and wounded to reduce the number of hungry mouths. But they didn't do that. At least not yet. While the weak and old tended to the marrow, the healthy pack members spoke of the wounded, asking Yahello what she just did. But whether pretending or not, she really didn't know what they were talking about. She questioned what they meant. The most unceremonious Lizardman gave his opinion. He didn't care if they were old or young, but that wounded lizard Rakrak was going to die soon. Everyone knew that very well, for his wound was festering. In fact, he should have been dead by now. No one knew what contributed to it, but he held up and kept up with everyone. Most of the Lizardmen survived only because Rakrak blocked the saber-toothed tiger and defeated it. He was the only one to face the predator when everyone else turned and ran. Thanks to him, other than his wounds, the remaining group was unharmed. If it hadn't been for him, many would have been killed or injured, and at worst, the entire group could have collapsed. They were already a pack that had been kicked out of the larger tribe for their weakness and illnesses, so without Rakrak, it would have been hard for them to keep themselves alive. He even managed to live longer than everyone expected. Everyone knows this and appreciates it. However, still most of lizards would die from thirst and hunger. There really wasn't enough food. That's why other lizards wanted to get rid of the dead weight as soon as possible. They had to be honest with themselves. With this kind of life, natural selection played an important role. There was no point in giving all the most nutritious food to the sick. It would just prolong their lives for another day. Night came and the full moon illuminated all the surroundings like a lamp in a child's room. Taking a break near a small rocks, the Lizardmen settled down to sleep in groups. Rakrak alone slept by himself, holding on to a throbbing wound. His already restless sleep was disturbed by the quiet flapping of wings above his ear. A familiar morpho butterfly began circling near him, shining even brighter in the moonlight. It came closer and closer to his face, forcing him to pay attention to it. Rising a little, Rockrak was annoyed by its strange behavior. But despite his attempts swatted away, Butterfly did not fly away, but only fluttered over his head. It seemed to be beckoning to him, calling him to follow it to the mountain near where they had stopped. And he agreed, standing up as quietly as possible. The other lizardmen heard the shuffling of Rockrak's feet and woke the others. Their comrade was going somewhere. They watched him. Some even thought he had finally decided to leave the group, taking such a heavy burden off their shoulders. The whole tribe agreed to watch him for now. What was he going to do climbing higher and higher up the cliff? Pondered Jael. Meanwhile, he climbed further and further up, as if mesmerized by a butterfly. It was hard for him, but he didn't give up. Was this his crazy fantasy and death agony? He was the only one who responded to the call of this strange butterfly. So maybe it was true. But what if what he was seeing right in front of him was true? What if it was real? Following the butterfly farther and farther up, his surprise was unparalleled. His eyes rounded to the size of a huge plate and his jaw hung open. Insects. A huge swarm of blue bugs that crawled all over each other created an extension of the mountain. This swarm resembled a tentacle and didn't fly away. They didn't dodge. As if mesmerized, they climbed around, determined to become easy food themselves. This amount of food made his thoughts clouded and his breathing hitched. He was hungry. This amount would be enough for the entire Lizardmen pack. A notification appeared on front of Sunwoon. The pack of Lizardmen 11021 experienced a revelation and miracle. Seeing the system messages in front of him, Sunwoon felt relieved. Just as Aldine had said, the interface was the same as in the Perished World game. In the insect's small area, he could create or control insects using the faith points. Naturally, creating and controlling them was different from the game. The Lizardmen finally recognized it as a miracle. Now Sunwoon could breathe out a sigh of relief. It was success. Thank God whispered through his mask. The first step had been taken. The amount of bugs sent by the protagonist was enough to feed the entire pack for days to come. Then Nebula's next step was to ensure that different swarms of beetles would steadily appear day by day near this pack. Now Rockrak themselves announced the miracle by addressing the butterfly, as if they knew it was the one behind everything. Indeed, individuals with high willpower could take care of everything on their own. However, why would they do so at this point? Intelligent beings knew that miracles were amazing, and after they were repeated, the Lizardmen would attribute these miracles to some creature. They realized that such occurrences were not random, but inevitable. A beetle on the arm of one of the tribes sat quietly crossing its legs. Finally, Rockrak's tribe recognized the god, Nameless Beetle God. But why a beetle and not a butterfly? Beetle God? A ridiculous name for a god, thought Sunwoon. Well, he have never started with a good name. No one god seemed to have a great name at first. Just as an intelligent creature develops civilization and technology, a god's name changes too. They might have noticed his divinity after the miracle, but it wasn't enough. Still, this tribe will become very important to the Nebula. If everything went according to his plan, he would be able to achieve what he wanted with the next miracle. Of course, this applied especially to the wounded tribe protector named Rockrak. A strange blue butterfly accompanied them day after day, wherever they went. Looking into the distance where it flew, Rockrak began to see illusions again. Still, this time he should have followed it. Unlike the rest of the group, he was suspicious of the strange swarm of bugs that appeared out of nowhere. The whole tribe rejoiced at finding food. It was like a celebration for them every time. Rockrak, are you going to go after your illusion right away? Asked the Lizardman to his leader. However, winter was coming soon. But the bugs kept appearing from colder directions. Not a good thing. If they traveled in that direction, it wouldn't be long before they would freeze to death. Lizardmen had learned how to survive the winter, but the blood of their cold-blooded ancestors still remained with them. In winter, their bodies became sluggish. Food was in short supply, and they could only travel during the day when the sun rose. As a result, many of them starved to death. And so, at the very least, they needed to make their way through the wilderness to find a forest with plenty of firewood to keep warm. Under such circumstances, it would be wise to ignore the fantasy now. Since that was unsafe not only for the sick, but also for the healthy, the best option would be to reach in another direction. However, Rockrak didn't think they should do that. There was nothing in this empty, wild, sandy field. Was there some purpose to the fantasies he saw? No one knew about that. But right now, he had no choice but to follow the butterfly. Sunwoon calmly watched the actions of his favorite. There were few believers. Since this was just the beginning, there was nothing he could do. Specifically, he had heard too much about faith. Aside from Rockrak, he was skeptical of all miracles. Nothing could be done about him yet. He had to be above level 2 to bless him. Meanwhile, Rakrak walked bravely with the child on the sign, leading the entire tribe behind him. If only they had more faith in their god. Following the butterfly, they climbed higher and higher up the mountain. They could have a future they could never imagine just because of their faith. As they climbed to the maximum height, they saw an indescribable landscape. The child in Rakrak's arms was bursting out, wanting to run forward and see everything. "Listen up, everyone," shouted the lizard man to his group. "The nameless bug god had led us to a sacred place. This was truly the promised land." Here and there, green bushes could be seen, for few plants grew in the dry desert. But as they climbed the hill, a wide spring of water came into view. Dense bushes and trees surrounded the spring, from which small waterfalls and streams flowed. A crowd of gawkers opened their mouths to gaze at such beauty. This was the respite they had been dreaming of all these days. Now they wouldn't have to think about food and lodging, they had everything. The pack rejoiced inexorably at this miracle. Now they would survive. Sunwoon had been right after all. There were more believers. Sunwoon grinned as he watched the subjects. The notifications flashed before his eyes, informing him that the divinity level had been raised to 2nd. The level of the small beetle realm had increased to 2nd. At first, the level of divinity only played a role in increasing the accumulation limit of faith, and thus there was no need to pay attention to it right away. What was important was that the small beetle realm had increased. Even though it had only reached the 2nd level, it could now bestow blessings. Blessing beetles was now a possibility. But did anyone know what he wanted? The protagonist spoke to himself, but as if addressing Rakrak, offering to be his priest. Let him deliver his will to his people and blessings to help him do so. A bright light shone upon the Lizardman leader, bestowing powers upon him. However, no one saw it, but someone felt it. Evening quickly covered the continent, so they split into groups. Some hunted well and brought plenty of food, some set up camp, and the rest did the cooking. Cooked food was much tastier than cold and raw food, so after they had eaten enough, they went to bed, for the first time in a long time, not worrying about anything. Only the fireflies did not sleep. One brave beetle was not afraid to fly up to the lizard and sat on his shoulder. A quiet voice called out to Rakrak, waking him from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he didn't realize where he was. He was sitting on his knees in a snow-white void. It seemed more like a dream than reality. Butterflies of different sizes were circling around him, attracting his attention every time they tried to land on his nose. A certain voice kept calling him over and over again. In front of him stood a lizardman in a robe whose appearance was hard to see. He was pulling his clawed paw towards Rakrak. Would he be able to withstand his hand? The unknown man asked, looking up from beneath his hood. But could he be trusted? What did he want from a mere outcast from the settlement? The hand changed its position in space. Now it was pointing at him. The weight in his hands brought the boy to his senses, leaving him bewildered. Before he knew it, he was holding the skull of a water buffalo. It had giant horns sticking out of its head. Its eye sockets and nasal openings were empty, and its upper jaw teeth were still firmly in place. Rakrak handed the water buffalo skull to the lizard man, and the latter placed the skull on his head. Before him stood the very real nameless bug god. At this, the dream became dim, and then disappeared altogether. The new assigned from the god chief woke up all the people from the morning and said that he had a dream. After the story, everyone realized what the deity wanted from them, namely, to sacrifice a buffalo. To hunt the buffalo, they would have to go deep into the forest, which was too much of a risk, Yahello said. Her objections made sense, but whoever had brought them to this sanctuary wanted an offering. No one wanted to put their tribesmen in danger. Hunting water buffalo is so dangerous that you have to risk your life. Perhaps all the hunters of the pack would have to come forward. However, who would then protect the remaining weak members of the group? Yahello kept hitting the mark with her remarks. It wasn't for nothing that she used to be the chief. They couldn't put the whole pack in danger, Rakrak said, gripping the stone spear in his hands. He had originally intended to go alone. To most of the pack, that would only mean suicide. Many began to discourage him. You couldn't catch a water buffalo by yourself, it was impossible. However, he wasn't head over heels either. God blessed him. If he wanted, he would get him even a bull or a lion. No one understood what he was saying. Some even thought he was mad. It was really incredible. When Rakrak woke up, his wound was completely healed, and all of his shoulders were covered in black scales like bug shells. Even Yahello recognized that these were strange events, but that was no reason to go buffalo hunting on his own. Of course, that wasn't all. The real reason was different. After the blessing, not only had he healed and gained mass, he had also become many times stronger. In front of the oasis was an old palm tree that leaned sideways. Standing on one leg, he threw a spear with a perfectly straight trajectory. The weapon thundered into the dry old tree, which cracked into pieces. At the sight of such phenomenal power, the entire group erupted in cheers, while Yahello remained silent. All that remained of the tree was a trunk with many thorns sticking out of the top, which could cause a lot of burrs if touched. Picking up his spear, Rakrak walked back to the tribe with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. They ran to meet him, shouting joyfully and asking how he managed to hide such abilities. Even if that tree was dead, it was amazing how it was destroyed in one blow. Until recently, everyone had been dying. It was Rakrak who had saved them from such a life. Not far from the pandemonium, a herd ran by, causing the ground to shake. Everyone felt this vibration. Coming to the edge of the oasis, he beckoned everyone to look at the miracle. This herd of buffalo was running, raising a pile of dust behind them. It was not large, so hunting would not be a problem. It was an incredible coincidence in time. The herd seemed to be slowly approaching, having smelled the scent of water on the hill. However, considering that they had never seen a herd of buffalo approach this hill, there was no doubt that the buffalo had gotten lost as well. It was strange that a buffalo herd that always traveled around the same place was lost. There was no point in waiting any further and traveling all that way later. This could not have happened without God's providence. Grabbing his spear, Rakrak jumped forward without thinking, ignoring any attempts to stop him. Today they would not be dependent on hunger. Throwing the weapon that some time ago destroyed the tree, he hit directly into the forehead of the animal, killing it instantly, lying breathless on the ground. The terrified herd roared, jumping over the body, saving their lives. The joyous tribe of lizardmen caught up with the leader and raced to the buffalo's body. The Almighty had sent them not only bugs, but meat as well. Rakrak's mind raced. Taking the body back to the village, they lit a fire and sat down together to prepare for dinner. A pillar of smoke rose above the mountain, making it clear that something was going on there. In the center of the settlement, on a mountain of bones, hung the skulls of water buffalo with red blood dripping from the bull's head. It was an altar of sacrifice. Rakrak, as a priest sent by the god, sat on his knees, addressing the god with respect. To them, it was the only act of showing respect to a being higher than themselves, and it was enough. He asked to accept their offering no matter how small it was. The entire group around him voluntarily bowed their heads, repeating the chief's request. Although it was an unusual and sloppy ritual in execution, it didn't matter to Sunwoon. What mattered was sincerity. Thanks to it, he was able to gain so much faith that it exceeded all expectations. It was a worthy ritual for Rakrak as an aspiring priest. When the protagonist thought about the time he had put into it, it no longer seemed wasted. It was worth it. Sunwoon believed in principles of wilderness, not in the god of some wild grass that was water buffalo's food. To provide enough meat, he had to get them to leave their stable. He couldn't create a grass that didn't exist, but he could destroy one that already was. This was where the help of other insects, locusts, came in handy. They narrowed the circle of direction, leading buffaloes to their desired goal. For the smaller half of the evening, they managed to eat. At this stage, it was hard to expect knowledge and skills equivalent to herding, though that would be too much to expect. They knew how to dig up the roots of plants, but didn't know that it was better to leave some and bury good seeds in a pile to crossbreed them. The population of this oasis was not numerous. The maximum limit would only be reached in a few years. In their present state, they know nothing of farming and animal husbandry. This time will be hard to survive. Knowledge and skills play an important role. It is necessary to realize certain knowledge on your own. You can't say it outright because it violates the law of causality. Not that there is no way, but it takes some time. In the first place, it would be wise to start with a blessing. Each time the group hunted buffalo more and more. Each evening, new animal parts were added to the altar, and for the present hour, it took on a majestic appearance under several meters in height. This morning was no different from the others, except that Yahello, who was walking in the center of the settlement, noticed Rakrak anxiously examining the altar. It had been a long time since the first altar had been created. Not only had it changed, but so had the Lizardmen. There was nothing left of their blue scales, all of them replaced by the black scales blessed by the bug god. Last night he had a disturbing dream that kept him awake. Was it a dream or even an oracle? Not even the chieftain knew. It was ambivalent. Looking at the altar, the tapping of bones could be heard. It was shaking unbelievably. In the pond of blessings that had protected the tribe for many years, not even a small fish came anymore. The ground was so dry that not a single plant root could be found. Both knew that they had not gotten to that point yet. This dream was about the future. In the Howl's opinion, there was nothing to worry about because the god was taking care of them. Rakrak had always listened to the former chief, but this time he still went to the top of the bones. However, everything is God's will. Believers always seemed to find it difficult. If one did not understand its meaning, the priests would convey the will of God. The chief was only afraid of one thing. Sitting on the altar, it was hard for him to even remember the first shabby altar they had made years ago. Only the landscape had not changed over the years, but today, gazing into the horizon, the chief saw something he did not wish for anyone. The situation was not favorable, and he asked Yahello to come to him and express her opinion. That explained why the altar was shaking so much. The group of lizards that had driven them away some time before was approaching. On a huge yellow creature, what looked like an overgrown gecko, sat the large head of the group. It was an appearance that was familiar for Raikrak. Boar wasn't easy to forget, for he hadn't changed much since Raikrak's group had been banished from this tribe. He was over 2 meters tall and large enough that the other lizardmen looked like children in comparison. But his great stature was not his only strength. The blue scales that the entire Raikrak village used to have before now had this big guy. And above all, what wasn't normal? He had managed to ride such a monster. Looking at the number of people arriving, it seemed like the entire tribe had arrived, which meant only one thing. Their hometown swamp was completely devastated and destroyed. The Manon must have devoured all the swampy areas. However, no one knew this. But did the desert guests know about the sanctuary? This oasis was surrounded by high mountains and was located so that you couldn't see anything until you went up to the top. There was a chance they might pass by without knowing the area, Yahello suggested to the chief, but their whispers were interrupted by a yell from a neighboring mountain. Someone was addressing the visitors. The brave lizardmen from the settlement announced that this was the sanctuary of a nameless beetle god, and the blue-skinned tribe could not make a move here. Poor Yahello was ready to burn with shame. Today's patrol had been led by Ur, who was under her command. But the stupid lizards, instead of protecting the settlement, had only attracted unnecessary attention. Patting the girl on the shoulder, Raikrak asked her not to worry. Perhaps it was the god's will, Raikrak said as he headed down the cliff. Picking up his spear, which lay nearby, he examined its integrity. Yahello followed him down, assuming that the god had deliberately created this situation. Perhaps he intended to give them a test. However, the chief had other thoughts. It might not be a test, but a mission. He believed it was a mission to accept and save those who were originally with them. But even so, that big guy was a powerful individual that possessed a giant beast. If he was a reasonable person who understood something like this, he didn't continue to banish the weak tribe members into the wilderness. By such dialogue, the Morpho butterfly flew in. It seemed like it was always there for him during difficult times. Is this really God's will too? It's hard to dare to think about it further. For now, the chieftain would do what he could. Raikrak understood exactly what Sunwoon meant. Raikrak's tribe and the Blue-Skin tribe had to unite for population growth and technological development. Looking at how the tribe was moving, it seemed that the same fate had befallen them. The land had abandoned them for a reason. They were in need of rescue. Thus, there was a need for more people to learn about the glory of the nameless bug god. However, it was a bit strange for the protagonist that Raikrak made this decision on his own, without listening to the wishes of the population. Perhaps it was due to the high willpower that the chief had a value of 14. It meant that individuals could take their own actions, and unexpected actions could lead to trouble for Sunwoon. Did this lizardmen coming out of the swamps really think it was my will? God asked himself. In a way, he wasn't wrong. A leader with a high will performed his duties perfectly. If channeled, this power would be a more powerful and successful tool than simply controlling everything. If Sunwoon could only instill a strong faith in the test group, progress would come sooner. Instead of letting the player control all the individuals individually, our hero would be able to express his intentions more effectively. Getting as close as possible to the mountain on which the armed guard stood, the brash leader asked the noisy little guys if they lived here. Apparently, he did not know that these lizardmen with black scales had once belonged to one of the groups he had banished. The patrol clearly didn't like this. It seemed that due to annoyance, they were ready to pounce right now. Someone so brazen had dared to insult them and take an interest in their land. The leader of the enemy tribe did not calm down and continued to pester them with questions about what they were doing in such a wasteland. The bushes, the trees, the loot, everything on this land belonged only to the Avatar, Raikrak said, walking ahead of the help he had brought from the settlement. What kind of avatar is this? The stranger asked, looking down. Raikrak, however, did not lose his confidence and replied that this was the domain of an unnamed bug avatar. For such a person that stood at the head of the blue skin, it was unclear what was being explained to him. However, it didn't matter whether he understood or not. The arrogant lizard ordered the settlement to leave the place, threatening that if they did his will right now, he would not attack them. He didn't know how many of them were still hidden, but he was sure they wouldn't be able to defeat his group of lizardmen. Since ancient times, if there was a leader, he should use his brain and know how to calculate the outcome of a battle. Boar teased. Contrary to such beliefs, Raikrak still didn't want to fight anyone. He wasn't stupid, just confident in his power given by the blessing. Such an answer did not satisfy the leader of the enemy group. Most likely, he originally wanted blood. Putting the spear forward, Raikrak addressed the strangers. The poor blue-scale lizards who had lost their homes could now go to the abode of the god. The god could then take care of the new believers as he saw fit. Such an answer made the enemy laugh. What a funny opponent he had. You don't know how to calculate your moves, the stranger said, pulling the monster's reins on himself. He thought so, but he didn't know about the god and his abilities. He seemed to be talking nonsense, blood boiling in both of them. Slamming the reins on the animal's back, the enemy leader ordered kill them all in the same spot. Manun's eyes glittered brightly and he lunged at Rakrak. Pointing his spear at his enemies, Rakrak stood confidently ahead of his pack, ready to sacrifice his life for them. "Kill them!" Bor shouted, slapping the reins on Manun's back. It was an honor for the responsible chieftain to stand before his enemy speaking face to face. He only asked himself for courage and strength in this fight. The huge reptile broke Rakrak's spear with one paw striking with its strength. For an enemy chieftain to be so irresponsible was foolish. The palace Manun's paw was so huge that when he wanted to crush Rakrak, a shadow fell over his entire body, blocking the view of the sun. There was a clash of civilizations. Two different tribes came into contact. Experience. Points for both tribes increased greatly. It was a difficult challenge, but it had its benefits. Sun Woon had been paying too much attention to one tribe. These tribes were now his first-level area of Lizardman. Even new skills became available that could be used, and of course, the protagonist chose them. Meanwhile, the battle continued. A quick strike swept across the place where the boy stood, causing Bor to smile satisfactorily. However, when the beast raised a paw beneath it stood the unharmed head of the tribe, which bounced aside in a moment. Something was wrong with him. Now Sun Woon was controlling him. The boy looked down at his body. Black scales, sharp claws longer than the joints of a foot, and an equally long muzzle came into his field of vision. Bor had no idea how he had escaped death, but he threatened not to miss a second time, so he commanded the Manhwa to kill him. To his own tribe he was no longer the same Rakrak. His mind was ruled by his own god that looked so contemptuously at his enemy. Opening the status window, he surveyed the state of affairs. Bor was a member of the blue-skinned lizard tribe and had the starting stats. Level 1 tribe warrior, Level 2 tribe leader. Had strength 24, intelligence 15, sociality 16. The special skill was breeding. Even one Rakrak was enough to handle this guy. The only problem was to subdue his strong little monster Drake. At the moment the biggest threat was just him. A level 1 Manon Drake with strength 87, intelligence 6, and sociality 9. At the same time, Rakrak was the leader of the tribe of the same name. A level 2 warrior and leader. A level 1 priest with strength 30, intelligence 24, socialization 26, and will 14. The abnormal status is the origin of a third-level saint. With such parameters, winning was not a difficult achievement. Rushing from his seat, he was at the very nose of the Manhwa in a few seconds. Applying the strong avatar skill, Sun Woon was confident of victory. This ability gives the user an additional characteristic called Divinity Class D. 1D is 100 times the maximum amount of energy that can only exist in nature. Simply put, Rakrak now has a power of 630 units. If the opponent did not possess the same amount of divinity, then fighting God would become impossible. With one hand alone, he grabbed the jaw of the beast and flipped it in midair, toppling it over onto its own master. It was a huge difference in strength. Anyone lucky enough to witness the scene would be shocked. The impact seemed to shake the very core of the planet, and some blue-skinned lizardmen fell to the ground. With such force, Sun Woon could turn Manhwa into a bloody mess, but that would be too much. The guests would be more likely to be frightened than enthralled. Even the tribesmen that had seen him smash the tree with a single blow were impressed. The Manhwa was no longer able to fight and pressed his owner with his weight. Rakrak surprised every time, even Jaol recognized that. But watching the battle, she blocked the way for the impressed brethren that wanted to approach the lad. Bor was still alive. To him this situation was ridiculous to the point of absurdity. He didn't understand how he had managed it, and was sure he had pulled some kind of trick. When the beast was turned over, the knife that had so fortunately fallen near him fell from his belt. Shaking off the weight that was weighing on him, he grabbed the weapon and ran awkwardly toward Rakrak, shouting that no one should dare to relax early. His calculations were never wrong. Not this time, however. One movement of his hand, and Bor stopped with his face red from the slap. His neck snapped back, and soon his knees went under. Silence reigned in the ranks of the blue-skinned group members. This was an absolute power. There were definitely those among the lizards who believed that there was no way for them to escape now. "Who is next?" asked the victor, looking at the frightened tribe. All of them unanimously threw their weapons on the dry ground, not wanting the same fate. Kneeling on their knees, they bowed their heads and swore allegiance to the new leader. It was over now, but Rakrak could not believe it. He looked down at his hands for a few moments. The avatar had just passed through his body, leaving a wild feeling that he had dreamed it. A satisfied Sun Woon sat on his throne watching the lives of his test subjects. The tribe had taken in all who wished to be enlightened into their faith. Everyone was fed and warmed. No one even mentioned the recent skirmish. One of the beginners wondered if they were the members of the tribe who had gone into the wilderness. It was a natural question, since the color of their scales was so different from the original. Following the bug's nameless avatar, they had not only changed in appearance, but had also become much stronger. Such a statement surprised them, and it made sense, otherwise they would have died wandering the desert. The blue bug god was a salvation for them, and his power was surprising. Not far from the others sat Yahello and Rakrak. They were discussing very important matters. Yahello was worried over the addition of about 6 times their settlement. The oasis would dry up very soon at this rate. This place, it was deteriorating fast. Soon they would have to leave. No one would want to go back to the desert from this beautiful place. They can't just wander the wasteland without answers. The answer must definitely lie there. Rakrak turned his head to the side. He couldn't seem to give a clear answer, but he did have one thought. God would not abandon them, and at any rate had given the answer, maybe even through their brothers who just joined to them. He seemed to want the tribe to reunite with Blue Scale Tribe completely. They had been isolated for a long time, and they had larger numbers. Perhaps there would be someone among them who would come up with a wise idea. The morning began quickly in the quiet settlement. Manun, who was the first to wake up, was tied to a tree with vines. He was not happy with this arrangement. Whenever lizardmen with spears approached him, he waved his paws violently to the sides. They tried to tell him that his master had disappeared. There was no need to continue the battle. It was better to just surrender. But he didn't listen to them, each time trying to throw the guests away from him. Once he even succeeded. When someone approached too quickly, the beast waved its tail, throwing the tog on his back. He hadn't expected this and swore loudly, getting up off his back. This method of taming wasn't working. The Manun's eyes glittered as his prey came closer and pounced on it. However, if he continued to flounder like this, it would definitely either tear the vines or broke the tree and run away. Ur yelled at the animal, asking if he really wanted to be scolded for this. However, the hand of the unknown lizardman stopped that yelling. Rakrak came to visit the Manon, who was shaking at the sight of him, remembering how this guy had disarmed him in one move. As the chief approached, the animal backed away until he was against a tree. The chief stuck his hand out in front of him and ordered him to eat. It didn't look appetizing, but after sniffing it, he decided to try a bite. The settlement was clearly surprised at the capabilities of their leader, who was hand-feeding the brutal beast, who now became more affectionate and asked for more food, which they did not refuse to give him. It must make sense that a god would keep him alive. He had little food that was given, but if he wants to stay with the tribe in the future, he must be patient. It's cute when the intelligent beast settles down looking with big eyes at his new master. If the Manun causes trouble again, let me know, ordered the chief, leaving to Yahello, who was sitting near a large log. She handed the chief the weapon with which Boar was going to attack him. Turning it in his hands, he marveled at the skill that made it possible to do such a thing. If it weren't for that guy's persistence, I would have made better blades, said the lizard, awarded with a huge number of scars. He's a blade artisan. But why did he say that? Asked the head of the tribe. It was simple, because of the trees. In the making process, they use a lot of wood. But is the weapon made by lighting a fire? Suggested Rakrak, looking at the blade. But no. To make a special fuel, you have to burn wood. Most likely Boar had forbidden them to burn trees. He felt that preserving the environment was better for the tribe than harder metal, and since they had to leave in a hurry, they didn't have enough time to test that. After a bit, the guy said he'd think about it and report back a decision on it tomorrow. It wasn't an urgent matter, so there was no rush for now. The scarred lizard left for the settlement, but he was replaced by an older lizard with no left arm. He came to them as they were looking for a guide. He was an avid traveler. As befits an old lizard man, he had scales of a different color than the blue-skinned tribe, and certainly different from the Rakrak clan whose scales were black. The wanderer, with his old body, wandered around looking for a place where he would be accepted. During this long and fascinating time, a lot of things happened, and the most important thing was that he managed to learn to see the way. However, how was that possible in a place where he had never been to find his way home? He had plenty of places in mind that wouldn't let him starve, but he couldn't guarantee it would be the same. Other wanderers and tribes. Does that mean they are not far away? Asked the chief of the guide, who nodded affirmatively. If they are, then everything is fine. In case they are against the Rakrak tribe, all you have to do is defeat them and take them away. Indeed, if you have that kind of will, you can pull it off. But what about the traveler? How can he prove his faith? The question was a strange one, but the elderly lizard pointed to the sky. His answer was there. It wasn't just any sky. He asked to meet at night, to explain everything then. The night sky glittered, decorated with many stars. Looking up, the chief realized it was about them. The stars moved to point the same way every night, although they changed their position in the sky, but it did not prevent the wanderer to think of ways to use them. If you know which paths the stars follow, you can move along the path of a person and not get confused. The old man was willing to tell Rakrak about the movement of the stars if he would lead a few days with him, and then not question his loyalty. They spent half the night together discussing the rules of using the night sky. It was amazing new knowledge. There was more than enough information for one night, so they agreed again. Ur, who had joined them not long ago, was scratching his head at the end, trying to say something. The chief asked what had brought him here, if Manun had caused a problem, but Ur said he just looked a little disgruntled. Ever since they started giving him his food on time, he had become more affectionate, which couldn't have been a good thing. Yahello had scared them, though. She said that everyone needed a way to get around without starving to death. That was exactly what happened. Watching Rakrak tame a Manun with good taste in food, Ur suddenly thought of something. If beasts like Manun could be tamed, it's surely possible to tame something completely different, like the water buffalo that often appeared near the settlement. At some point in human history, mankind was divided into two parts, one to farming and the other to herding livestock. Although for our hero the source of this information were games, he was sure that farming would be a stable option for civilization. Creating an environment that could block outside attacks and stockpiling food allowed the population to grow steadily and rapidly. In fact, almost all large civilizations in the world also started with large rivers, reasoned Sun Woon. However, despite all this, the tribe he chose was the Lizardmen. Their strong physical fitness and high level of adaptation to the environment gave them the ability to bring living beasts into the settlement without any problems. They were more suitable for herding rather than farming. Ur and the other warriors caught and brought in a herd of water buffalo. Most of the warriors were exhausted even with the insect blessing, but the herd of water buffalo even refused to resist and stood in formation. In addition to farming, to Sun Woon's surprise, there was lizards that was also familiar with the technology that would ensure everyone's success. Ironwork was one of the crafts that interested Sun Woon. In the afternoon, Rakrak helped the iron craftsmen build a fire. They built a brazier and put a lot of wood on it. Then they covered the outside with mud to keep the fire from going out. When the fire was lit, the holes left for air to help the fire burn were plugged and they waited for the wood to burn down completely. The chief could not understand why things were done this way, but decided to just trust the iron craftsman. When it came to God's will, he knew he was right, but he recognized his ignorance in other matters. But the iron craftsman's skills didn't end there. He took 2 split wooden planks and placed them in front of the fire pit, stacking them together. The artisan then tied a wooden stick to the center of the structure and pressed it down with the palm of his hand, allowing the wind to flow easily through the fire hole. Taking the heated blades out of the mold, the blacksmith began to hammer the blanks into shape, leaving them to cool in the wind. They would finally be able to produce basic iron items. For now, they could cost less than well-worked bronze. For the Rakrak tribe, who had no choice but to use stone weapons, this would be quite useful. Having a traveling old lizard in the tribe was also an unexpected gain. Astronomy would be a revolutionary discovery. Of course, it was still too primitive to be called such a famous science. However, it could become much more in the distant future. Astronomers could later help with architecture or math. Sun Woon hoped that Rakrak could make proper use of the old stargazer. When night fell, the chief met up with the stargazer again. The night sky had changed, just as the stargazer had said it would. However, Rakrak thought that one night could have been just a coincidence. After a few more nights in a row, Stargazer told him how the stars would move again, and Rakrak memorized it carefully. It was just as the Stargazer said. The stars played the role of a guide across the sky. Now the head of the tribe had no choice but to do what he had already planned. One evening, Yahello, at the leader's command, threw more wood on the fire and gathered the whole village around the altar. "It has been a long time since the god brought them to this land," said the chief, addressing the tribe. During this time, they had even met their brothers. They could have been killed, but they chose to live independently. All of them could live on this land in peace and harmony for a long time, not letting outsiders in. However, those who were kicked out could have died in the desert. But that would not have been right. God desired salvation, not judgment, because it would benefit a large number of lizardmens. Unfortunately, heaven on this earth couldn't last forever. Resources of Oasis already run out, so they need moving further. At dawn, they will leave the Oasis, Rakrak said, and invited the Stargazer to join him. All the tribe members began to talk quietly among themselves as the curious one-armed guide with turquoise skin approached the head. Stargazer had been telling him about the movements of the stars for days. Digging into the words, Rakrak confirmed that everything he had said was pure truth. The stars will be their guide. From now on, everyone will trust the Stargazer to show them the way, so that everyone will know. Then explain to everyone where you will lead us, the guide asked respectfully. After dawn, when the morning sun rises illuminating the altar, they will head to the right side of it. The chief is going to keep going forward for 10 days. Then 15 more to the right, again across the rotten lake, and 3 days on empty mountain trails with valley roads. After this walk, the end of their long agony awaits them. An endless forest. There are many beasts there that will provide many years of hearty food. This area is also surrounded by tribes of other races. Such an area was a great place to live. The Lizardmen listened to Rakrak's speech in complete silence. His statement had meaning for the entire tribe. He declared that the purpose of life was not just to survive, but to live in the name of the great god. Rakrak let Stargazer go, to which he took his place in the crowd. Chief next beckoned Ur over to him. He stood the very first in the row of assembled warriors and raised his head sharply when he was suddenly called out. The chief asked one question, why he had not eaten a single buffalo caught yesterday. But the mute question read in his eyes that he himself did not understand what was happening. What? Ur asked the chief, looking at him standing majestically on the huge bones of the altar. He didn't eat anything simply because he wasn't hungry all the time, Ur justified. The whole tribe tried to catch the water buffalo, but he wouldn't eat anything. Well, it's true that everyone worked hard, but Ur stood his ground and said he wasn't particularly hungry. If he was patient now, he could have some meat later when he was really hungry. That's what he was really thinking. Rakrak noted the tribesman's excellent work. Of course Ur wanted to eat the buffalo now, but refrained leaving it for the future. If it continued like this, it would be a wonderful food saver. As long as he wasn't starving, he was willing to do it again and again. Since Ur had managed to hold on, he should be compensated. Rakrak beckoned the artisan over to him. A new spear forged from metal shone against the fire. This was a planned event. After all, it was obvious that the best warriors should have the best equipment. However, it seemed to the other Lizardmen warriors that there was something grandiose about what was happening. Ur accepted the weapons from the blacksmith's hands, not believing his good fortune. In addition, those who followed Ur's words, those who resisted their own desires to eat what they wanted, should also be rewarded. Since they were patient in proving their dignity, they were also rewarded with quality weapons. Many of the tribe that didn't follow their example in the past were already regretting their actions. It was amazing. Jal had been wondering since yesterday what the chief was up to. Perhaps what was happening now was what he had in mind. In one go, that one had lifted the spirits of the entire tribe. Sunwoon thought that the unexpected event had already come to an end. But it wasn't. Now come forward one by one, the chief said, holding the water buffalo skull in his hands. To all true warriors, may God's protection be with you, he exclaimed and put the skull on himself. Their onward journey would only be successful with the spirit of patience and expectation that they displayed to the head of the tribe. As Ur approached, Rakrak took the skull of the water buffalo, which was at the very top of the altar, and placed it on his head. He is now a noble bone warrior. This is the will of the god. At these words, Ur seemed to choke up. Tears came to his eyes. This was how about 24 bone warriors were born. They believed that they had received a much greater reward than just being able to satisfy their hunger, and this was indeed true. They become part of the bone warrior army. Sunwoon had seen something like this before in the Perished World game, but such events were not foreseen. Now they must leave this holy place. The Lizardmen tribe cheerfully welcomed the warmth of the morning dawn. The bone warriors weren't the only ones evolving. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the huge altar they would soon have to leave. It was the god's will, so they were no longer bound to this place. Let everyone create an image of the nameless bug god in their head, the chief ordered his clan. He couldn't say that the upcoming journey would be easy, but he hoped to move forward without fear. Just as they had shown patience in wanting to eat the buffalo, so they should be patient moving forward. It will only do them good. Go forward, be patient, and move forward. The nameless beetle god will always guide them. Ignoring the cheers, Rakrak stood on the remains of the bone altar and looked up at the sky. Sunwoon thought he was simply identifying the constellations disappearing in the dawn's rays, but that turned out not to be the case. He was muttering something. The chief lied for his tribe that it was God's will, so he apologized to the god. Of course, Sunwoon had nothing to be upset about. Perhaps the players who wanted to move and control all of their characters would not be very happy for his actions, but after all, it was God himself who had chosen Rakrak, who had a high willpower, to be the high priest. Thus, these results could only be welcomed. Most likely even achieving the growth of the tribe went even better. Ur had grown in stats now, his reliability was 7 and the warriors 3. Even Rakrak's special abilities saw the light of day. His leadership rose to 14, priest to level 2 and warrior to level 9. The job was excellently done, and in no way disappointed the expectations of the Sunwoon. From this point on, the chief would be given a full start. The afternoon sun was heating the desert to the point of glowing lava. It was difficult to move at this hour. The entire tribe had left their oasis and had been traveling for some time. Rockrak was disturbed by a herd of buffalo. The warriors dragging them forward and the buffaloes being dragged behind them were tired. Though the animals were now obediently following the clan, they were also exhausted. They simply did not have the strength to run away. Even Manun, who had great stamina and strength, was irritated by the sun and the accumulated fatigue. He refused to continue the path and laid down where he had stood a second ago. All the while he was being addressed affectionately. It used to be that if it happened in the Blue Skin clan he would be forcibly lifted up with spears, but with Rockrak he had the opportunity to indulge. Even when he could not, he must be tired, the Stargazer suggested as he approached the chieftain. Rockrak asked the guide if there was time to get some rest. However, given everyone's fatigue, there was nothing more to be done. So he gave permission to take a break. "Break!" shouted the chief to the whole tribe. Even though it would be a short break, everyone was glad for it. It was unimaginably difficult to walk in this blazing sun. Within the group of lizardmen, loud conversations began to be heard. If they followed this mountain path that was visible in the near distance, they would reach the place that Chief had spoken of. Someone was asking himself if he would gain strength if he rested. No one knew what would happen, so they assumed that they should take advantage of the opportunity. Almost no one had eaten anything. 3 days had already passed. They seemed like an eternity, but still it was easier than it had been when they were thrown out from swamps few months ago. 3 days, and the whole group is already very tired and running out of food. "We can't just hope for another God-created miracle to happen," Rockrak was saying to the Stargazer. The earnest conversation was interrupted by the clamor of the clan members clustered on the hillside, and then one of the warriors ran up to Rockrak. "A group of orcs has appeared ahead of us," he said with a worried expression. "They're fearless bastards." The joyous orcs didn't number a dozen in the team, but with smiles on their faces they approached Rockrak shouting excellent. Nothing connected them to this place in the desert now. They, with only a few kids, were running away from the horrible place. What else could there be in the canyon more horrible than the beast that reigned there? Their escape was interrupted by a tribe of lizardmen who were taking a break after a hard journey. Naturally, they did not expect to meet anyone on their way. Raising his spear on his shoulder, Rockrak grinned and told the guests that they were indeed scaleless. Should they be called a fire moth that flies voluntarily to its death? The orcs lost the ability to speak, and the tribe of lizardmen from such madness only made a hand-face expression. The tribe was armed to the teeth. The guests, on the other hand, had primitive clubs in their hands, which they immediately dropped to the ground. The orcs bowed in fear to their strong opponents, constantly apologizing. There had been a misunderstanding, they explained. They just wanted to get out of this canyon quickly. While the lizards listened calmly to their story, orcs graciously offered them a supply of sweet root vegetables. The orcs were in a hurry. They left home and ran away thinking of the tribe members who had gone into the wilderness. But why were they in such a hurry to leave so quickly? What they feared? Standing up slightly, one of the orcs pointed to the hill they were running away from. Rockrak looked around the hillside. It was deserted, but there didn't seem to be any problems. According to the guide's words, the canyon they were now in was supposed to be traversed in 3 days, and since they had survived everything so far, they could probably survive for a few more days. In addition, as the environment changed, edible plants began to appear here and there. Orcs explained that they lived there. Though not rich, they could still make a living. Until one moment. Until a terrible monster appeared. Orcs themselves were large in size, so what could have frightened them? It was not only Rockrak who was interested in this question, but Sun Woon as well. What kind of monster was this land that even the god didn't think of it? A huge concrete fortress and many of the same oblong parts covered the body of the giant Scolopendra monster. This abomination is deadly even alone. The plot of the Perished World game was that the old avatars had left the planet. However, only the gods had disappeared, and the numerous creatures that served them remained. Among them was the abomination. Simply put, it was like a giant boss monster that would appear in the field, and whoever took the risk and hunted it would be rewarded accordingly. Rockrak assigned a small group of warriors to guard the rest of the tribe and told them to get a good night's rest, while he asked the orcs to point out the place from where they had fled in such a hurry. It turned out that there was a monster sleeping there, which amazed not only the chief, but also Yahello. This abomination was sleeping in a ball at the bottom of the canyon. Around it lay the remains of living creatures, which only a glance at which one could realize the nightmarish size of the Scolopendra. One head alone was the size of 4 large water bowls. Such creatures still had special abilities as well. Venomous crustacean fangs with the blessings of forgotten avatars. Even if the lizardmen teamed up with the orcs, this enemy would still be invincible to them. Sun Woon reasoned as he watched the test subjects. Rockrak watched the creature's crumpled movements. However, As time went on, they intensified. The scolopendra began to move vigorously, as if searching for prey. The ground shook, putting the tribe into panic. But it was just movement and sleep-talking, said the orc who had survived with it for days in the neighborhood. Should they just run away? And how long would it even take to get around such a thing? The chief asked Stargazer. The old lizardman thought for a moment and replied that if they went back into the desert again following the mountain range, it would most likely take 8 days. Rakrak hesitated. He didn't know what to do. Looking at his tribe, he realized they were all afraid. Taking a detour was also a great solution, but it also had its nuances. Looking down from above, Sunwoon patiently watched the lizards, wanting to hear their decision. The tribe was extremely fortunate. Not only did they have a wise chief, but also an equally intelligent Yahello. She scrutinized the condition of the many-legged creature, which seemed to have no flaws. It was so well positioned that if a victim fell into it, he would never get out. However, this place had its faults. At the top of the canyon were huge piles of rocks that had once rolled down from a larger mountain. Jael wasn't stupid and quickly turned to the tribal chief. She was ready to fight. Jael had excellent stats. A level 3 warrior and a level 1 mediator with strength 26, intelligence 35, social skills 28, and intuition 11. Now they had an advantage that no one had realized until now. Even the orcs who had been in this area for days didn't know about it. The Iron Master used the fastest method of raising the temperature of the metal. Would the chieftain remember that? Jael asked. Rakrak answered that he used a special tool, and he was right. This tool had its own name, bellows. In essence, they had the principle of a blacksmith's bellows. Thanks to this tool, more air and less force is required than before. Perhaps if they used this tool, they could produce enormous power with little effort. But where was Jael going with this? He asked. This device was created after the blacksmith had given it a lot of thought. To make it now would take quite a bit of time. However, they don't need such complicated tools in this case, replied Jael. Simple tools would be more than enough. The stones would bury the scolopendra in its own sleeping place. The hillside was high and uneven. At the foot of the slope, where the ancient scolopendra wriggled and slept, there was a steep slope at an angle that almost came to a perfect straight line. If Rakrak and his warriors fought him there, they would not be able to move easily because of the steep slope and would most likely come into direct contact with the ancient monster. On the other hand, the giant creature had very many legs, so it would be able to climb up the even steeper slope. According to the plan, the chieftain was only supposed to approach the abomination when they were about to kill it. There were warriors standing near the boulders that Jael pointed out. They were not with bare hands. They had found and uprooted several tall trees in the area, and each held one. The warriors shoved the logs under the boulders on the mountainside and then tilted them hard upward, but the boulders did not immediately budge. The rock at the edge of the mountain wobbled from side to side, chipping away pieces of rock little by little with its enormous weight. Jael, who was also struggling with everyone, ordered them not to give up and to work together. Her knowledge could be attributed to physics, the concepts of which they had not even heard of. Every time they finished, turn the whole tribe piled on a log together. Though the lizards had never encountered such a principle as leverage, they had managed to figure it out. Each time the stone swayed more and more, but for now it stayed in place. Watching the scolopendra quietly unaware of what was happening overhead, Sunwoon waited for the next steps. Rolling out rocks to kill the enemy. This one was a simple and effective idea. However, in order to catch monster of this level, one would need to roll all the stones at once. But was that possible in reality? Jael commanded to use all their strength and roll all the stones even faster. It worked. The stones surged forward, rolling forward at a tremendous speed. Such a rumble woke the ancient creature, causing it to raise its head up. If the beast had been smart, it would have avoided the pile of rocks. However, the ancient monster saw the boulders rolling towards him as a challenge rather than a danger. He lunged at the first boulder, and it rolled down with great speed, then struck, hitting it precisely on its armored head. They did it, the Lizardmen tribe screamed. Except they couldn't kill it. The ravaged centipede howled loudly as it straightened up to the enemy. With a multitude of legs, it scrambled up the steep slope to kill attackers. They had to hurry and throw the rest of the rocks off the cliff at the frantic creature as quickly as possible. However, it was too late. Sunwoon got up from his seat and descended to the ground. He descended into Rakrak's body to control the situation. It was too early to lose in this game. Everyone's eyes rounded when the chief pushed everyone away and pressed his full weight on the lever. The stone flew upward with all its might. 3 warriors couldn't do it at once, but he managed. Without listening to Yael's commands, the chief, even without using the lever, pushed the boulder beyond his own height. Every muscle in Rakrak's body tensed, even the veins were visible. It seemed impossible at first, but with the power of a god, it was nothing. All they had to do was keep up with him and throw the stones together. Monster continued to shriek all the while, deafeningly shrieking. Before anyone knew it, the chief was rushing forward with his spear after the boulders. He threw it at the evil creature with lightning speed, hitting the concrete structure that protected its back. In terms of size, it wasn't that big of a wound, but it was enough to hold it back for a moment. A cry of pain covered the canyon when the spear pierced its vulnerable spot. However, it intensified a few seconds later when huge rocks piled on top as well. Its whiskers, jaws, and paws were broken off from the heavy blows. Thick green liquid splashed from the damaged areas, staining the sand. The last boulder fell on its head, crushing it to dust. A spectacular sight. Rak landed successfully on ground, and Sun Woon returned to his throne, satisfied with result. The hunt was a successful. The tribe had killed an ancient abomination. The whole tribe shouted about their victory over the monster. Faith in their god only grew, but in addition to that, something else important appeared. As a reward to Sun Woon, the game gave him a new item that he wanted to get from the beginning. A red orb engulfed in flames floated in Sun Woon's hand. It was the essence of the abomination, its core. When it came to a god, its greatest power was its ability to create something. Just as Sun Woon was able to create enough food to feed the tribe, every god could create resources according to its realm using the faith points. However, to create something that didn't exist in the world, God had to use equally rare resources. A creature created by a god could also evolve to a higher level, which would earn the title of an apostle or avatar. So it could also be used as a useful strategic weapon according to God's will. Apostles could even be used as generators of faith that spread the word of God through their existence. But is the creation method itself the same as in the original game? Sun Woon wondered. What would it be like to create? He thought while twirling the sphere in his hands. The lizards looked at the dead body of the monster with curiosity. Yahello ripped off one of the monster's paws and thought that if it was monster meat, then maybe it could be used for food, though it had a peculiar smell, but it was worth a try. Spitting out after trying the raw meat, she said, although the flavor was not good, it could be eaten. It seemed to be hard to eat like this. Yahello picked the fibers of the meat, analyzing its appearance. It might be difficult to eat raw food. It might be worth it to use other ingredients. The lizards could have picked an edible fragrant herb and cooked it over a fire, as an attempt to mask or dispel strong, nasty smell. Opening the paw of an ancient monster, Yahello left the meat there and sprinkled some plants to give the food a pleasant flavor. She offered the first taste to the chief, who was impressed. The food was edible, but a little tasteless, which was logical because Yahello was just learning to cook. As they had no such concept of cooking, simply roasting meat was already an accomplishment. However, Yahello went further. Not only did she cook on fire, but she also added seasonings. The smell from the raw meat was so nasty that Rak even thought of throwing it all away, but cooking solved everything. Now the head of the settlement wanted to learn this skill as well. He didn't hesitate to take new food that he liked. Yahello, who was sitting next to him, said that she had seen that the leader of the orc tribe had already had an heir, so she advised Rak to find a companion. Food fell from the poor lizard's hands as his jaw dropped to the ground at such a statement. But she continued to speak. The chief was getting old, so it was necessary to stabilize the tribe. He should find a mate, but since becoming chief he had no time to even think about it. Brave Yahello offered herself in that role, unless of course he had someone else in mind. It was a very serious and responsible conversation. Rak was ready to somehow change the subject, but the sun that was setting did it for him. Its direct rays shone directly on the beautiful Yahello, behind whose back reflected the light that interested everyone. In the ruins of the concrete that once stood on the back of the scolopendra lay a golden plate. On it were carved like Egyptian hieroglyphics with a heading from a drawing of herding and farming. It seemed to be some kind of rules. It didn't take long for Yor to start gnawing on this soft material. To this, the stargazer said that this kind of metal was called gold. Yahello had seen such a thing once. A metal master had once shown her the different kinds of metal. If it is cleaned well, it will reflect light and shine beautifully. It said it doesn't change or rot even after a long time. However, gold belonged to the soft metals and was no better than iron now. Of course, the precious metal could be used as jewelry, but this type of art was unfamiliar to lizardmen's unlike other species. Naive Yor asked what was the point then if it didn't rot. It was too soft and heavy for metal. You couldn't even eat it. At this statement, Stargazer sent the young lizard away with the excuse of catching a deer. That animal with branching horns had sweet and juicy meat. The orcs showed him the stag's tracks, so he gave him the plate with the remnants of teeth marks and left to hunt. Rak preferred to stay behind to study the plate. It was strange that this metal did not even rot. The chief brought one of the deer carcasses and placed it on a huge stone, which turned red in a few minutes. Everything in this world waxes and wanes. There was nothing that didn't change, but this golden plate was different. Whoever created it was definitely trying to preserve important information. What could it be? Jael disturbed the chief's peace and reported that everything was ready for bed. Rockrak hadn't told anyone where he was going. It was amazing that Jael always found him, though that was even a good thing. The only lizard man that wore a fur coat was the chieftain. He was different. Rockrak looked over his shoulders nonchalantly, saying that it was just as Jael had said to put it on. It was true. She wanted to give him, as head of the tribe, something different. That everyone who saw him would know he was the head of the tribe. A chief is like a symbol, Jael said, pointing out its value. After sending Jael to bed, Rockrak began to think about the plate. All night he stayed near the corpse of a deer, over which flies buzzed. Life ends in death. Everything fades away in time. That was the only phrase that kept running through Rockrak's mind. He needed a clue. Just the slightest clue. And there it was. The fireflies gathered together and drew symbols in the air with their light. Their unusual behavior caught his attention. It seemed like an illusion, or even a fantasy. The insects' movements resembled the marks on the golden plate. Like an obsessive, he began to decipher the symbols by drawing all night with a branch on the ground. Lizardmen were primitive creatures. They found it easier to use symbols than letters. For example, they used symbols such as weaving two tree trunks together to indicate direction, or stacking stones to mark their territories. In hunter-gatherer culture in particular, knowledge of which directions animals move or which plants are edible developed over many generations. At dawn, Rockrak snuck over to Jael, peeking into her tent. She jumped at this unexpected visit, thinking there was a problem. However, nothing happened, but Rockrak had something surprising to show her. Bringing her to the very spot, he drew a triangle with sticks on the ground. It was the sign of the Lizardmen. Male. Jael asked to show her everything he had been given to learn. Not far from one symbol, he drew another triangle. But this time, it was upside down with sticks. It looked like a tequila glass. It meant a female, but more specifically, a lizardman woman. Drawing an equal sign between the meanings, the girl asked what it meant. With a smile on his face, the chief explained its meaning. To become each other's companions. Getting as close to Jael as possible, he whispered that this was also his answer to what Jael had suggested earlier. Taking the stick from Rockrak's hands, she began to draw another meaning, asking if he knew the other signs as well. The answer followed in the affirmative. In the warm pink dawn, the two lizardmen studied the writing with their tails intertwined. Excellent. In order to develop properly, the lizardmen's tribe should have gone through several generations, reasoned Sunwoon. However, it was good that it happened early in the game. For now, the Lizardman tribe was enjoying their carefree time. Rockrak was hunting deer with the tribe in the forest. With only one spear and immense strength, he could easily catch his prey. The warriors who went with him praised their skillful leader. At first glance, it seemed a simple hunt, but capturing the biggest prey to present to your bride was one of the traditions of the wedding ceremonies. It was a beautiful hunt, except for one thing. Instead of brute strength, Jael used her brain to its fullest. While Rockrak spent a lot of energy, she used traps to easily catch prey, wiping her spouse's nose. Sunwoon was content to watch from the sidelines. She had him beat. Back in the canyon, to where only chitin remained after the monster's death, the orc spoke to Rockrak. He asked if the lizardmen would be okay, but the chieftain replied that it was fine. In the end, the monster was the only obstacle they managed to encounter. This area in the desert was originally the dwelling place of the orc tribe, so they have the right to continue living there as they deserve to. At such words of Rockrak, orc was ready to cry, but holding back and showing courage, he bowed in thanks to the lizard chief. Calling his son to him, the orc offered to accept their help. They know this place better than anyone, so he was willing to send his son to lead the lizardmen. They would never forget the help given by Rockrak's tribe. After leading the tribe out of the desert, the last orc said goodbye to the lizards, who continued their journey along the green path. There was something unusual about this place. Even the tribe noticed a different feeling. Footprints with long toes were visible on the fresh grass. Turning to the stargazer, Rockrak asked if he had seen such things before and if he knew to whom they belonged. The answer was positive. The marks were probably left by frogs that walk on two legs, Stargazer suggested. They are also known as frogmens. All creatures are divided into good and bad and can also speak and think like the others. They were out scouting and must have had a lot of experience in warfare. The number of footprints indicated that it was clearly not just one individual. There must have been a large tribe. A more numerous tribe than Rockrak's group. It was time to head back to base, said the chief, who was worried about the safety of the tribe. Toward the end of the evening, dozens of tents had been created from huge leaves. Between them stood huge torches that illuminated their sleeping place. Passing by the tribesmen, Rockrak together with Jael looked around the camp. The tents were to be pitched as wide and as large as possible. That way, they had to fool the frogmens into thinking their tribe was big when viewed from the outside. There are plenty of trees here, so making a fire wouldn't be a problem. At night, there would be a group of guards watching the fires, and if enough of them were made, frogmen would think that the group of lizardmen was twice as big as it really was. Also at night, it wouldn't hurt to keep watch, assuming the warriors would be out scouting. The other tribe would surely notice them, Jowl said, looking into the distance. And she was not wrong. There were dozens of eyes watching them the whole time. After a few days, after the lizardmen changed their base, luckily they didn't encounter any frogmen. During this time, they had prepared many things to ensure the safety of the tribe. At this moment, there were hardly many players that were more successful than Sun Woon. Even he realized that. The herding was going smoothly, and their way of life had evolved so quickly that it was no problem to adapt to the changed conditions. Even their homes had begun to be built using wood, forgetting the leaf tents. What was most interesting was how quickly they mastered the concept of writing. Rakrak actively began to utilize the writing he had recently discovered. When the warriors returned from scouting, he always listened about what they had seen near the large and expansive rock in the center of the village. Taking the tip of a spear, the chief, after each story, drew on a large rock the outline of the river. The village was marked in the center of the rock, and distances were plotted on a certain scale reflecting the terrain. To be precise, it was a map created from hunting marks, but it incorporated the idea of creating a permanent record resembling writing. This record proved very useful. It helped the warriors organized into groups to navigate the terrain while Rakrak was away. The chief also wrote down the amounts of crops each person had harvested in one day. They could look at who had harvested the most and could rest, while some would compare and realize they had not brought enough and needed to work harder. This was effective in increasing productivity. Such rapid development could not have been more gratifying to Sun Woon. The swarms of locusts in the center of the continent were steadily increasing. Likewise, in the south, the insects were thriving in their nests. The insect territory had also reached the 4th level. This is a method the protagonist wouldn't dream of because of the other players. However, since it started from the distant lands in the east, isn't it worth trying to capitalize on this situation? Rakrak's capabilities and the tribe's status is currently above average, but this is only the beginning. What comes next will be bigger and more dangerous than anything experienced in the past. Rakrak was chatting together with Jowl and Ur as suddenly the duty lizard man came running towards them yelling loudly. They were in huge trouble. The frogmen were already halfway to their village. Rakrak certainly went to meet the one at the border. The chief of the frogmen's tribe was with the brightest coloring himself adorned with red feathers on his neck. These frogs did not come alone, they had a lizard man with them. Rakrak did not understand why he had allied himself with them. Had they come to make peace? The two tribes met in a small clearing in the forest. The lizardmen warriors were still watching the frogmen and delivering information about them, so their first sight of the guests was not accompanied by surprise. Their skin was slippery, and they themselves were somewhat smaller than the lizardmen. They were distinguished by their large eyes and transparent eyelids, short necks, and hard bodies. "My name is Shunan. I am the son of the great chief of the Alroy tribe," the frogman introduced himself. He was one of the largest men in his tribe, and he had a fancy rope around his neck, decorated with bird feathers. They had not come with intentions of fighting, so their motive was justified by curiosity. At least they said so. To Rakrak, he was in his own way polite, so he too greeted him in response. At his words, Rakrak also introduced himself as the head of his tribe and gave his name. He too had no intention of using weapons against the frogmen. However, why had those come to meet them? Rakrak squinted his eyes. Frogmen looked at each other and nodded. They only came to meet them to inform the guests that they had trespassed into their territory. Rakrak's response to that was that he didn't know that. He didn't even think that absolutely all of that area belonged to them. When they came to that place, they didn't see any border markings. However, they would do their best to clear up the misunderstanding. He apologized for disturbing the frogmen tribe. Seeing his calmness, frogs even quieted down for a while. Rakrak explained that the lizardmen had come from a very distant land and were very tired, so he asked permission to spend the night here since they didn't have a home yet. He was sure that Shunan, the son of the great chief of the Alroy tribe, is qualified enough to grant permission to their request. Rakrak pleased him as best he could, not letting the young frog fall foul of his subordinates. It was truly possible with his authority as the next leader of the tribe. Watching the frogmen warriors that came with Shunan, Rakrak realized that they were sent to keep an eye on the lizardmen. With questions piling up, particularly about their lizard friend, Rakrak needed to carefully gather all the information from them. This clearing was not the best place to negotiate, so Rakrak invited Shunan to go to his village and continue in a more hospitable setting. Their tribes had come to a good agreement without any animosity, so a feast was in order, he suggested. However, it didn't seem like the best idea to the frogmans, so they declined. They were grateful for the offer, but it was difficult to implement since there was no mutual trust between them. But Rakrak couldn't just let go of those who had done them a great favor. Instead of meeting them in the village, the lizards offered to eat in the same clearing. Though frogmans had a bit of a debate amongst themselves, they still agreed. After making a fire and catching game, they put the deer carcass on a stick and hung it from the fire. In a short time, the odor of fragrant roasted meat formed around the clearing. The two tribes were having a friendly time in their small groups. One thing Rockrak needed to find out now was what kind of relationship that lizard man had with those frogs. But it would also be good to find out his purpose for staying with them. He couldn't ask directly, however. There was no way to show that he was interested in the subject. If his thoughts were revealed to another tribe, they would surely use it against them. Keeping the conversation going, Rockrak asked the other chief what the jewelry around his neck was. It turned out those feathers belonged to cockatrice. As expected, the lizards had not heard of it. These were the dangerous animals that lived around this forest. Huge birds that walked on two legs, similar to ostrich. Not only were they large in size, but they also had poisonous spurs. The frogmen had great difficulty catching them. In addition to their speed, they also had a wide range of motion. They were the reason why the Alroy continued to watch this area. And since they are hard to catch, they must be using another weapon that would be different from a spear. Rockrak asked out of curiosity. Spears? Shunin questioned, squinting his eyes. In an instant, he put out his hand and ordered the servants to bring his bow and arrows. He was determined to prove himself. The lizards were not yet aware of such a device, and Rockrak had no idea what he was about to see. However, no one responded, and then he called Owen to him, the lizard who lived with them. Since he had nothing to do, he ordered him to bring a bow and arrows, and the lizard man went to fulfill the request without any hesitation. As soon as he fulfilled the first order, the frogman asked him to perform another favor. By that, he meant to hang a piece of bark on the tree so that Shunin could practice archery. Without further ado, Owen went to fulfill the order. It looked like mockery from the outside. After pulling the bowstring tight enough, Shunin released it. The arrow flew into the target with great speed. It was quite accurate considering the distance from which the attack had been launched. Frogmen learned to shoot as children, Frogman explained. Ostensibly not bragging, but he hinted that he had always been one of the best archers in his tribe. That impressed the chief of lizards. But since Rockrak had already seen how it worked, he asked him to try his hand at using the unfamiliar thing called a bow. Shunin didn't mind, so he handed the weapon to the lizard. It proved to be a difficult endeavor the first time around. At first, Rockrak couldn't even keep the arrow straight. It kept trying to move to the right side of the bow. Although the branch and string were definitely strong, the attempt was clearly clumsy. The strength of this weapon was weak compared to a spear, but with it he could carry a few arrows in reserve. It was also much more accurate and had a faster attack speed. After pulling what seemed to be a fairly tight bowstring, he fired the first shot. Naturally, the arrow didn't even reach the target. However, Rockrak did not give up. He definitely wanted to learn this device. But no matter how many times he tried, he failed. Each time the arrows hit the ground. It's a very difficult thing to do. Nothing is easy in the beginning, Shunin encouraged him. But at the same moment, he switched to Owen, who just stood there and ordered him to collect the arrows. Owen just as obediently ran to pick up the arrows. However, Rockrak told Shunin that since he was shooting, he should collect the arrows. But they waved him off and said it was just help. Still, there was something the lizard man wanted to know more than arrows. Walking over to Owen, the chief crouched beside him and began to collect arrows. A light conversation ensued between the two. Rockrak nonchalantly asked his name so as not to frighten him, but he was still in a slight panic, which was strange. How did the lizardmen end up among the frogmen? Rockrak asked him. He stammered with fear in his voice, twirling the arrows in his hand. Swallowing some of the letters, he tried to answer his question. He's only with them because they live together with other races in the same village, lizardmen and frogmen. But is there really any reason for them to live together? Rockrak asked. It's because the two races can help each other, he answered with some confidence. It was hard for Rockrak to imagine that. The smile on Owen's face brightened. He seemed young and naive. Rockrak was confused, for he had never imagined that such a thing was possible. If different species lived together, their different lifestyles would inevitably lead to conflict. Even if friendships were maintained, the division of society was normal. If the two tribes could help each other, what would that look like? Rockrak asked. Owen, however, answered as if he had been rehearsing this for a long time. In exchange for receiving protection from the frogmen, they help in uncomfortable situations. The frogmen can't leave water for long periods of time, but the lizards are able to do so, such as picking fruit and climbing trees. Sharing food with them was a good idea, Owen praised the chief. But the lizardmen do well without them, so why protect them? Rockrak asked, looking at the arrows. Because this forest is dangerous. The tribe of Alroy are the largest tribe in this forest, Owen emphasized. Without them, they would not have survived. An awkward smile filled with sadness floated across his face. Rockrak squinted his eyes warily at Owen and said, "Forget everything he said." Whoever asked what, they were now talking about archery, the chieftain ordered. Back in their place, the lizards cut up the carcass into nice, juicy ribs. Shunan took a bite of the meat and was overjoyed. The deer meat was even more delicious when combined with the fragrant herbs. Rockrak was glad that the food suited his taste. But had they ever eaten water buffalo? Rockrak asked. Shunan's eyes glistened. He had caught one once long ago, and it was delicious. The lizard, on the other hand, said he had a few more in store and was willing to trade it for a few arrows. Shunan was not sorry for a couple of arrows for such an exchange, but the guards behind him gave him a hard stare and he still refused. Rockrak continued to eat the meat and said with simulated disappointment that it was a pity. However, in any case, they would delve deeper into these discussions when their friendship improved. Fortunately, Frogmen tribe members did not show hostility towards the Lizardmen. Indeed, they were not only friendly to Owen, but also to the rest of the Lizardmen warriors. Since the two races lived together in their village, Shunan beckoned his Lizardman friend over to him. Owen quickly left the company and found himself next to the chieftains. Shunan ordered him to explain to Rockrak how they had spent several months helping each other. He gladly agreed. As long as it proved their friendship, he would continue to do so. As the Lizardman leader had expected, they had prepared answers in advance, preparing for the meeting from the beginning. If he hadn't examined it carefully from the beginning, he himself would have believed their comedy. The meeting was coming to an end. Frogmen had enjoyed meeting their guests, but it was time to leave. Rockrak suggested that next time they should come to the Frogmen themselves. The hosts of the swamp had a long distance to cover, so he wanted to make things easier for them, but they said it was fine. The place was big enough and they needed to check it out anyway. After saying goodbye to each other, Rockrak waved goodbye to his friends. The lizards followed suit and repeated the gesture. When Frogmen had their backs to the lizards, Shunan put his arm sharply around Owen's shoulders and pulled him toward him. He seemed to be asking Jael and her husband for help. The gesture was clearly suspicious. It didn't look like a relationship of people on equal footing, told Rockrak. By the time Frogmen reached the settlement, the sun was already setting over the horizon, illuminating everything with yellow light. As soon as they reached the water, Shunan slapped the lizard with a loud slap. "Did you think we didn't know what you said to the leader of the Lizardmen tribe?" he asked, pointing a finger at Lizard. Owen slumped on a small sandy beach near a body of water and held his cheek. In a trembling voice, he said he hadn't told anything. He had just been asked how to become a good archer. "What a pathetic excuse," Frogman Warrior asked and punched the lizard in the stomach, confirming his actions by saying that he couldn't even shoot properly and was already giving out advice. But he continued to argue that it was true. If he would said he couldn't do it, it would look suspicious. After a little thought, Shunan agreed with that statement. That's why he acted like he couldn't answer Rockrak, and also emphasized that if he wanted to learn, he needed to pay for the training. Rockrak, as Owen had said, couldn't give him anything right away, so he stopped begging. Looking among themselves, Frogmans found his words convincing and believed him. "As expected from the skillful trickster Owen," said Shunan. Pointing his finger at the floating island, Shunan asked if he remembered who was on that piece of land. Looking in the distance, he saw only tents with guards, and replied that he remembered perfectly well. "You was very lucky to be free," Shunan said sarcastically. He was gathering dozens of Lizardmen children from a guarded tent that was no different from a prison and was going to sacrifice them. However, they were saved by the fact that the new victims came to them themselves. Gritting his teeth, Owen tolerated such open blackmail. Looking at the unfortunate children, he lowered his head to the chief and said that they were incredibly lucky, but he didn't said that he would do his best to deceive Frogmen. Night came quickly. The sentries that had been near the children were replaced by others, and Owen continued to watch them. If he had only known this was going to happen, he would not have diligently broken into this settlement. They should have known when they welcomed them with open arms despite their different races, or at least when they brought them to the Brotherhood ceremony and told them they could stay together on this land. The remaining 200 Lizardmen can't stand up to a tribe of 1,500. Besides, they have a god, a huge green creature that put fear in everyone. He would never forget the sight of the two-headed monster that pushed them up against the Frogmen gate. That day, blood spilled in all directions, staining the ground and walls red. This monster ruled the Frogmen settlement, just like the toads ruled Owen and the children. Nothing was changing. The Rockrak tribe is unable to change the impossible. The leader of the Blackscale tribe looks like a strong warrior, but even so, they are savages who don't even know what a bow and arrow is. If only they were moved to sacrifice first, the children could survive for a while. Owen had no choice but to ask the children to live a little longer. He would definitely make lizards come to the frogs. The sun was illuminating the land with its warmth. The Lizardmen brought the Frogmen a water buffalo as a gift. Frogmens did not hide their delight and were very much overjoyed. Rockrak had said earlier that he would bring a live buffalo, and he kept his word. To him, it seemed like a great trade for a bow, but Shunan was not convinced. Then Owen suggested that his chief do things a little differently. In order for there to be a trade in weapons, they could start getting to know each other through sincere conversations. It was a great idea. Besides, they didn't know anything about the Black-Scale tribe yet and invited them to visit the Frogs' village. Just then, they would be able to give them the bow. Doesn't this seem like a good opportunity to get to know each other? Rakrak's arrow fell to the ground after flying some distance. Yahello asked him how he was doing this time, to which he replied that his arrows only flied half the distance that the frogs shot. Looking at the bows they had managed to make by following example, he added that he didn't know what kind of creature's tendons they used in their bows. Yahello reminded Rakrak that their 5th meeting was coming up, and that they were probably going to find out as much information about them as they could. Continuing to stare at the arrow stuck in the ground, he replied that it was obvious that they were up to something. But the biggest problem was that they didn't know when and what frogmen were going to do, so they had to be on high alert, which was exhausting both mentally and physically. But in spite of all this, it was not in their plans to give up, so after saying that they had made some progress today, he asked Yahello about the medicinal herbs that were supposed to be effective against the itching disease, to which he replied that the herbalist knew a place where there was enough of them. This was great news, but at the moment Rakrak was most concerned about Owen, who he thought would be the key to their plan. Yahello was clearly more determined than him, so the very next moment she offered to give him a chance, which could be a great opportunity for them. At the same time, the delegation of frogmen, along with Owen, were on their way to their 5th meeting with Rakrak. Owen was in the tight embrace of one of the frogmen, making it hard for him to breathe, and he shouted desperately, saying that he had done everything they had asked, and that it was not his fault that they had failed. To which Shunin, who was walking behind him, replied that it would take too long to lure the lizards. Owen replied that those lizards with black scales and water buffalo skulls on their heads were more cautious than he thought. To which Boy, who was holding him, said with a sneer that it seemed those were different and were not as naive as his tribe, who had trusted them immediately. Owen had no choice but to smile and agree with his words, for it was the truth. The very next moment, frogmen threw him to the ground. Boy turned to Shunin and said he would go, because he had some business. Left alone with Owen, Shunin told him that his father had ordered him to speed up the sacrifice ceremony, which took Owen by surprise. Shunin went on to say that he should hurry up and get as much information from them as possible, and try to invite Rakrak and his warriors to their village as quickly as possible without arousing suspicion. When Owen heard this, he asked in bewilderment what was the reason for the rush, thinking to himself that he should listen carefully since this information was being spread exclusively among the frogmen. He replied that his father's illness and that of the others was getting worse, and that he could not afford to delay it any longer. Owen was surprised at this answer, and wondered if he was talking about the itching disease, and if she wasn't just making everything itchy. Shunin replied in a slow and serious voice that originally the Lizardmen were not supposed to know, but he could tell him. Then he began the story, explaining that the itching disease was much more frightening and insidious than it might seem at first glance, and if you got it, not only would your skin start to itch, but it would also start to have a sticky white slime on it that wouldn't go away no matter how much you tried to wipe it off, and it would get bigger and bigger over time. If you were covered with it to a certain level, it became difficult to breathe, and then death would soon follow. That's how a priest in their tribe died yesterday. Owen was surprised to hear this, as he had not heard that the itching disease was fatal, but he realized that it was probably a test, so he could not show his true emotions. It also explained why some of the frogmen hadn't shown up lately, which could even mean that some of them might already be dead. But right now, it was important for him to play his part convincingly. So the very next moment, he said with sadness in his voice that this story should not reach the lizards. He added that if it did, they would laugh at them and also look down on them. Shunin replied that it was true, but they wouldn't be able to hide it forever. After a few seconds of thinking, Owen replied that even so, they had a way to keep the lizards under control, and to do so, they only needed to say that this disease could spread to the Lizardmen as well. Hearing that, Shunin replied that it was a good idea, but the problem was that the disease couldn't actually spread to the lizards, to which Owen immediately replied that there were herbs that produced white slime and also caused itching, and if they used them, they could easily fool Lizardmen. Their task was to pretend to be weak, and as soon as they took a bite, to trap them. After hearing Owen's plan, Shunin was delighted. He patted Owen on the shoulder, praised him and called him an excellent deceiver, to which he only smiled awkwardly in response. Shunin liked the plan so much that he even promised that if he succeeded in luring out the black-scale lizards, he would unconditionally exclude Owen's children from the sacrifice. When Owen heard this, he happily thanked Shunin and promised to do his best. However, Shunin thought that it would not be enough for the lizard man to do his best, and told him that he was afraid that they would need many sacrifices this time, so Owen should try his best to convince them. Owen tensed up, but still decided to ask one more thing. When he heard that, Shunin looked at him incredulously and asked him what he wanted. Owen didn't say right away, and started by saying that he realizes it's a complicated request, but he thinks it would be a good idea to bring at least a few bows to the next negotiation to exchange. Hearing this made Shunin grimace with anger. Giving his opponent weapons was definitely not in his plans. The next day, a delegation of frogmen arrived at the Lizardmen village with many supplies and gifts. The tribal leaders and their warriors chatted peacefully among themselves. One of the Lizardmen marveled at the incredibly strong piece of leather. To his eyes, it was incredible, and he could not believe that it was a simple gift. Could the frogmen really produce them so easily? At the same time, sitting on the packaged healing herbs, Rakrak declared that these herbs were effective against itching. He was offering all this considerable quantity in exchange for just one bow. Owen looked at their quantity and realized that they must have gathered all the medicinal plants in the area. Pretending to think about the offer, Shunin replied that no, rather than saying there isn't enough. He said that trading weapons is difficult. After all, it's difficult with a certain level of faith. Rakrak sighed and thought, that's it again. And after a moment's thought, he came up with something. Rakrak formally addressed the frogman leader saying, Shunin, a son of the great Alroy, for the sake of the faith of both tribes, I have a request to make. His request was a little strange and unexpected. Rakrak wanted to speak to Owen separately and personally. Shunin looked at his captive with a smile and simply replied, do whatever you want. They seemed to be playing their roles well, and nothing wrong could be seen behind their smiles. But that was not the case. Rakrak wanted to find out what was wrong with them and what the Lizardman was hiding. So he led him away from earshot. Their conversation began with Owen telling them that their tribe had joined the tribe of the Frogmen through a ritual of brotherhood. Rakrak wondered what that ritual was, but Owen replied that it was a long way off and that they still had plenty of time to get to know each other well. So he asked to tell him all about their tribe, and then he would provide them with as much information about the Frogmen as possible. Owen tried to be as friendly as possible and suggested to Rakrak to put aside all doubts and come closer. However, Rakrak noticed a blue butterfly that he already knew, which immediately gave him certain thoughts, but still he didn't understand why it was here. When it landed on Owen's head, it was clear that Rakrak had to lure him to his side and use him. Owen himself did not understand anything and only asked what this strange butterfly was. After looking at the flying butterfly, Rakrak finally decided to play a dangerous game. He told Owen that indeed there were many doubts and suspicions between them now, so it should be put to an end. And now he would tell him everything about them and their story. The conversation between the two Lizardmen went well. Back at the Frogmen settlement, Shunin praised Owen and his excellent work, patting him on the shoulder all the time. The results they had achieved with his idea were great. Shunin shrieked with joy as he told them they would come to their settlement. When they said they would show them their village, Oboy thought they were trying to trap them, but that was just silly. Thanks to the lizards themselves, the frogmen were able to find out the location and size of the village. They even learned some information about their history. Even contrary to what the scout had said, that the tribe consisted of 600 men. In reality, there were at most 300, of which only 30 were warriors, the Shunin's guard summarized. The heir to the chieftain himself had not thought they would trust them, but it was only thanks to Owen that all this had been realized. For such excellent results, Shunin was ready to fulfill any wish of Owen. However, there was a single request for Shunin that Owen had asked for more than once. Shunin asked him what he was talking about, to which Owen shortly reminded him about the promise to let the children go if Owen did the right thing. Shunin promised to let them live together. Oboy, having heard such a promise, questioned the chief. Did he really say such a thing? To this, Shunin advised him not to be so cruel. His father also understood. They shouldn't be so cruel to the Lizardmen, he reminded the guard. They needed to show the Lizardmen that good things would happen if they were served faithfully. Don't be afraid, Owen. I remember the promise, said Shunin, sending him away. Owen was indeed grateful to him for this. The evening came very slowly. With anticipation in his chest, Owen looked at the cage with children from the small slope. Now, more than ever before, he wanted to live with his child. However, with the feeling of joy, the cats were scratching at his soul. He didn't understand what the problem was. After all, it was natural selection. Drawing symbols in the sand, he whispered quietly that it was only the fault of the foolish tribe leader of Lizardmen, the one called Rakrak. He should have been more suspicious and careful in his movements. Owen frowned. The last time they had met, the leader had shown something amazing that he hadn't seen before. Different signs that complemented each other. It's called writing, Rakrak explained. He and his tribe had figured out how to use them. Different symbols represented different meanings, whether it was home or food. 2 crossed-out sticks meant no, the chief said, and a sign that looked like a square root they called a lie or a fake. Owen seemed to dive headfirst into science. He began to ask if 2 letters could be written so close together. He explained his thoughts by saying that if you put them together, they would be, don't lie. The delighted Rockrak said with a smile on his face that he had never thought about it and praised Owen, calling him a clever lizard. To this, he brushed it off, saying that it was a huge praise for him. For some reason, at this moment of praise, he was reminded of Shunen's words when he had called him a smart charlatan. It even became a little hurtful. When he came back to reality, however, he realized that the lizard chief had never told Shunen about the writings. He didn't seem to want to show that knowledge to frogmen, but why had he revealed it to Owen? As if reading his mind, Rockrak said it was all just because of faith. The faith that they had used so far, between the members of the Lizardmen tribe and the Allroy tribe of frogmen, was different. But contrary to that, the only thing he was really interested in was the trust between him and Owen. Owen was visibly crumpling his eyebrows and speaking incoherently. He tried to convey that there was peace between the toads and the lizards, but the leader of the Lizardmen interrupted him. He told Owen in a calm voice that he did not believe the information he had told him about the frogmen. There seemed to him to be more hidden in that story than was told. Rockrak and his lizard tribe had known pain as well. They had seen well the creatures that had fallen by the wayside of life and been cast out. They were just like Owen. They had seen more than once the face of a suffering. A stinging tear rolled down Owen's cheek that he himself didn't notice how moved he was by the words. "Am I wrong?" Rockrak asked calmly, confident in his words, to which Owen replied that it was nothing and asked if he had anything else to say. However, Rockrak didn't need anything else. He had already seen the signs of faith. That's what Owen was thinking about as he looked off into the distance at the river. The leader of the Lizardmen tribe seemed very confident at that moment, but still it was simply impossible to defeat so many frogmen and evil spirit. Rockrak even bragged to Owen about defeating a huge ancient scolopendra, but that seemed useless against those who had beheld and survived against really horrible monsters. The lizards didn't even know how to use a bow, let alone the secret weapons that frogmen warriors have. So carefree that they even talked about their problems without thinking about the consequences. It was a foolish decision. They shouldn't have trusted such a despicable man, Owen summarized, getting up from the ground. Even though he'd said he shouldn't be trusted, they kept doing it, driving him the wall. Owen thought he himself was just a charlatan. After one last look at the inscriptions he had been drawing in the sand, he turned around and went back to his tent. By morning, almost all the symbols had disappeared, hiding the fact that someone had been there. A huge commotion went up in the village. A multitude of feet ran from the side, raising a huge amount of dust. Lizardmen arrived in their settlement, shouting out things here and there. Shunen came out to greet them with open arms. To this, Rockrak thanked them for such friendly hospitality. He hoped that this exchange would only strengthen the friendship between the two tribes. Shunen also supported his guest's wish. All the lizards came in full gear, spears in hand. Rockrak was ahead of all questions and asked them to ignore the fact that they had come with weapons, explaining that he was afraid they would meet cockatrice halfway. Shunen only mentally gloated at the foolish Lizardmen leader. He thought the idiot wouldn't even believe him if he told him that cockatrice could not be fought with a spear. Shunen was cunning enough to even think of a plan ahead of time. When the banquet began, he was going to get his guest drunk and fire a poison arrow. Rockrak was distracted at this time and asked where Owen was, to which the son of the frogmen chieftain shouted at the top of his voice for Owen to appear immediately. He was standing not far from where the banquet was being held and seemed to be drawing something on the ground. There were only lined paths on which the dishes were placed. Crates and bags of food were visible in the background. They seemed to have decided where Rockrak would sit. "Sit there." Shunen pointed ahead and asked him to say hello to Owen, and he went to make sure the food was cooked properly. "So be it," the lizard replied, pulling a smile onto his face. Getting close enough to him, Rockrak called out to Owen, who was waiting for him to come. In his place, Owen wrote some text that needed to be read. "When Rockrak and the warriors are seated, the banquet will begin," Owen said with a smile. To the lizard chief, it sounded like a warning of danger. Owen, however, with his feigned smile, went on to say that it was a fun banquet that would promote peace and friendship between the two tribes. While he was saying all this, he was pointing his stick at his text, which consisted of only one symbol that Rockrak had taught him: lie. They were written all along the length of the seats on which the chief and warriors were to be seated. Taking the hint, Rockrak began to pull the water buffalo skull over his head while calling out to Ur. The lizard's pupils became as narrow as a cat's, and with anger in his voice, he ordered the warriors to begin. Ur waited for nothing more. Gathering all the strength in his hand, he took masterful aim with his spear. The weapon flew straight into the frog warrior's head. The spear pierced through the skull, causing the body to fall to the ground, terrifying the others. "Kill all the frogmen," Rockrak ordered his tribe in a cold and low tone. The warriors moved forward without hesitation. One by one, the frogs fell to the ground, pinned with spears. They didn't even have time to do anything with their bows. Some of the defeated green creatures turned to Owen before they died. blaming him, for he knew everything, branding him a traitor and blaming him for their deaths. Rockrak's casual face expressed no emotion, only drops of blood dripping from his mask, leaving a trail. In a short time, the entire clearing was strewn with the bodies of frogmen holding arrows on their belts that had not saved their lives. Rockrak walked around the area listening to the report on the progress of the attack. During the attack on the warriors, many of the frogmen had fled following Shunen's example, which meant that they would soon be hit by a hail of arrows. "We don't need worry about the arrows, because we have a backup plan," one of the warriors said to the leader. "But that was unnecessary, for they had Owen," Rockrak said with a smile on his face. There was something in his plans that he had to do. The tip of the arrow the frogmen held was coated with some kind of poison. Shunen and the warriors he'd gathered in the meantime, armed with bows, were heading toward the banquet site where the black-scale lizards would be. He was mad as hell, and blamed Owen, who in his opinion was to blame for what was happening. Turning to his warriors, he asked irritably if they had passed on his orders, to which one of his subordinates replied that they had. He reported that he had summoned all the warriors of the village and put them under the command of the Oboy warrior and ordered them to attack the black-scaled lizards, while the lizards in the village were ordered to hold back those until reinforcements arrived. Hearing this, Shunen angrily shouted that they should avenge such meanness from those. Pointing his finger at the black-scale lizards, he shouted furiously and ordered his men to fire and destroy the enemy at all costs. In the very next instant, a rain of poisonous arrows flew straight towards the Rockrak tribe. Even if the arrow could not kill the lizard, it would still die from the poison. However, they also had a trump card in the form of the shields each warrior was armed with. The next moment, the arrows hit the shields and fell to the ground with a clang. Shunen and the rest of his warriors were amazed at what they had seen, for they could not have imagined that the black-scale tribe would have anything to counter them, and even more so that they could neutralize one of their strongest weapons and one of the weapons of which they were so proud, namely, their bows. Rockrak and his warriors rejoiced that they had won a small victory. Shunen was angry at his failure, but not about to give up. He ordered his warriors to keep firing if they saw them trying to advance. The next moment, however, his attention was drawn to the smoke that appeared out of nowhere. Puzzled, he wondered what was happening. He looked again at where the black-scale lizards were and found that he could no longer see them properly because of the smoke, which would greatly reduce the effectiveness of their bows. However, there was still one more question, and that was where was the smoke coming from? At the same time, in the lower village of frogmen, someone had set buildings on fire with a torch. It was none other than Owen, who, with torch in hand, stood watching the fire spread throughout the house. His kin ran up to him and began to panic, asking why he was burning down the village. Seeing that he did not answer, one of them asked if it was also Shunen's order. Owen replied that it was not, but that he had been asked to do so by the leader of the black-scale lizards. Hearing this, his kin were perplexed and shocked, as they could not understand why he had decided to listen to their enemy. Seeing their confusion and panic, Owen told them to calm down and trust him, then informed them that the black-scale lizards intended to crush the frogs. The gray-scale lizards were silent. Owen was the smartest among them, and they realized that even if this trickster risked everything, they should do the same. The tips of the lizards' wooden clubs caught fire, and in the next instant, the village of frogmen was engulfed in flames. Shunen watched with shock and despair as his village burned. He still could not believe that Owen could betray him. Seeing that the grayscale lizards had betrayed them, and that their situation was getting worse and worse, Shunen gave his warriors the command to retreat, to which they asked how they could retreat when they had killed their warriors. However, Shunen's priority was his safety, for if heir like him got into trouble, it would most likely be all over for the village. However, since it was the heir's order, they could not disobey, so grudgingly, they began to prepare to withdraw. Turning to Shunen, one of them asked if they would join the Oboy warrior. However, he himself did not know the exact answer to this question. Although he had no doubts about his abilities, his intuition told him that in order to get rid of the black-scale lizards, he needed a more reliable way. At the same time, Oboy was confused as the village burned while there was no word from the warriors preparing for the feast. By his assumptions, Shunen must have been continuing to fight. However, the problem was that the 10 warriors who were in the banquet hall, as well as the 5 others who went to check, were most likely dead. This left Shunen with about 15 more warriors, while there should have been 4 or 5 more on the island. Adding them together and adding his 10 warriors as well as the warriors from the upper-class village, the total should have been somewhere around 45, which meant that they still had the advantage. Instead of panicking, he began to encourage his warriors by telling them to put more poison on their arrows. After all they had to do was wait for Shunen to arrive, with whom they would retreat. But despite his confident words, his warrior intuition warned him of the approaching danger. And as it turned out, his intuition was not lying. The very next moment, a noise was heard in the bushes nearby. Quickly reacting, he immediately pointed his bow in the direction of the noise, shouting for those who was sitting there to come out, threatening to shoot him. But behind his determination and threats was fear. He had the same feeling he had when he met cockatrice, and his instincts told him to run. But he could not do so, for the next instant 2 large eyes flashed through the bushes. On seeing them, Oboy immediately ordered his warriors to shoot at them. The warriors released the bowstrings of their bows, and the arrows flew at the enemy. But in the next instant, the faces of all frogmans who saw what appeared before them were filled with fear and horror. Before them was a huge reptile, on the back of which sat several black-scale lizards. The creature, with an arrow between its teeth, seemed to be smiling at them. The lizard behind Yahello asked her if the arrow had wounded Manhwa, to which she smiled and said that it was probably just stuck between his teeth. Manhwa was still small, and still had a habit of chewing everything in his mouth. But this was not the case with the arrow, and he immediately spat it out with a disgruntled look. Whether because the arrow was not tasty enough, or for some other reason, he let out a furious growl the next moment. Yahello pointed to the frightened and desperate frogmen and asked that hadn't they been a good meal for him? Frogmen not wanting to die turned to their commander Oboy in a panic, asking what they should do, since arrows did not damage the creature. However, he himself did not know what to do. They had no time to think of a better plan, for the next moment Manhwa jumped on Oboy, who was closest to him. He was an experienced warrior, and a second before he died, he managed to dodge, which put the head of his inexperienced kin right in the reptile's mouth. Realizing that this monster was no match for cockatrice, and that it was almost impossible to make eye contact with such a fast creature, he decided to throw poisonous toads into its jaws. Manhwa, like a dog seeing a bone thrown to him, instantly caught it and swallowed it. Thinking that maybe the reptile was vulnerable to poison, Oboy shouted to his warriors to throw all the poisonous toads they had, which they immediately did. Not about to give up the free tasty snacks, Manhwa began to catch the toads flying at him. Watching this performance with disdain, Yahello asked the lizard behind her what they were doing, to which he replied that they were throwing poisonous toads from their pouches. But she said that she had seen it herself, but what she was more interested in was why they were throwing their snacks around, which she thought was very strange. After a moment's thought, he replied that perhaps it was an act of goodwill. Yahello grinned wickedly at this, then turned to Manhwa and told him to explain that it was too late for that. One of the blessings they had received from the god was the blessing of resistance to poisons, which was crucial at the moment. Seeing the evil smirk on Manhwa's face, who was looking at him like he was lunch, Oboy realized that his foolproof plan had failed, but there was no time to do anything about it. For in the next instant, the huge reptile leapt at him again, and this time without missing a beat. In the Frogman village, traces of blood could be seen everywhere on the ground, while their houses burned with fire. A frogman sitting in the bushes with a bow was aiming at someone. In the next instant, the arrow was speeding through the air towards its target, which was Rakrak, who was walking somewhere. However, even though he could not see the arrow coming at him, thanks to his excellent instincts, he was able to sense the approaching danger and reflected it with his massive tail, while Ur, who had arrived in time, neutralized the archer with a single blow. When he approached Rakrak, he informed him that it looked like this frogman had been the last, adding that Shunin had indeed abandoned the village and fled when he sensed danger. To which Rakrak replied that one of the reasons for this was the betrayal of the grayscale lizards who were currently fighting against the frogmen with them, then adding that even so they had no right to criticize them, as it was their choice. However, what he was really interested in, and what he thought was really strange, it was why, despite the criticality of their situation, the great Allroy they had only heard about did not show up. Sun Woon, who was watching them from above, smiled, pleased with himself, then quietly muttered to himself that it was all because of him. Among the countless tactics and strategies used by him, there was one that was probably one of the strongest in the game, and it was called disease. It worked and was effective in any era. It was a tactic he decided to use this time. Even though he had some trouble finding the right virus, since it was only supposed to work on the mucous membranes of amphibians, he still managed to do it. The time when Rakrak followed Stargazer to the southeast, where the tribe of frogmen was located, coincided with the time when Sun Woon discovered the virus. And even though the virus and the frogman tribe were hundreds of kilometers apart, he successfully managed to transport it to them thanks to his insect army, who, despite many casualties along the way, eventually made it to their village, where he first infected their leader, the Great Allroy, who has since disappeared. At the same time, the sounds of drums could be heard around the island, banged by several frogmen. On the ground near the water, several bound grayscale lizard cubs were kneeling. Realizing they were here for sacrifice, they tearfully awaited their fate. Not far away on the ground sat the Great Allroy, whose body was covered with a layer of white slime, and who had initiated the sacrifice that he believed would heal them. Together with a crowd of his tribesmen, who knelt before the lizard cubs, bowed and begged the two-headed god to accept their sacrifice and to kill all those lizards, thus showing them his greatness. Soon, someone's huge shadow appeared under the water, with 2 pairs of eyes glowing in it. At the same time, Shunin reached the island by boat and saw that his father had already started the ritual of the sacrifice, which he believed was the key to their victory. At the same time, in the nearly destroyed lower village of the Frogmen, Raycrack was called loudly by someone's excited and panting voice. Turning around, he saw Owen, who was breathing heavily from running. Praising Owen for a job well done, Raycrack asked him why he was in such a hurry and what he wanted from him. He said with desperation in his voice that they needed to get to the island right away. Raycrack was puzzled as to why they had to get to the island now, and he said that the frogmen had lizard cubs there to sacrifice. Then he added that they had a god, and that if they sacrificed to him, he would come and do them a small favor. And though he might not be able to cure their disease, he would probably attack Raycrack and his warriors. Raycrack sighed and said that he should have told him about it earlier, for now they had no way to get to the island, for Shunin had taken all the boats in his escape. Owen did not want to give up, and started to say that if they swam, they would be able to get to the island. But he was immediately interrupted by the harsh voice of Raycrack, who looked at him coldly and said that it was too dangerous, because they had bows, and they didn't swim as well as they did. Owen's eyes filled with despair at these words, and in the next instant, his fatherly instinct kicked in, making him beg him to help his son and the other kids. However, this only made Raycrack angrier, who immediately punched him in the jaw. He shouted at him furiously, saying that he should have confided in him earlier and told him everything from the beginning. Then he told Owen, who looked at him with horror and despair on his face, that he believed that they could defeat the god the stupid frogs believed in by their own strength, and that if their god appeared and attacked them, he would show him how they could destroy him. When he calmed down and stopped shouting, he looked pityingly at the still sobbing Owen. Though he couldn't imagine his pain, he knew it was incredibly hard for him, so he just asked if he thought he should have told him earlier so they could have saved his son. At the same time, Jowl stopped behind them, and after dealing with Oh Boy, she got back on Manon. She immediately turned her worried gaze to the island in the middle of the lake. Owen didn't think Raycrack had said anything wrong, for he realized that things would have changed if he had only been able to learn of Shunin's intentions earlier, and perhaps if he hadn't acted so late, none of this would have happened. In the next instant, the water near the island was churning. Allroy, shouting incomprehensible words, joyfully reached out to the creature that appeared from under the water. This creature turned out to be a 2-headed devil, which was their god. Without wasting time, Allroy immediately pointed to the gray lizard cubs, who, seeing the monster, clung to each other in fear, and then he said in a reverent voice that it was his offering. Raising his hands in the air, he began to shout in a fanatical voice to punish the black-scale lizards who dared to disturb the god's lake. Looking at the huge 2-headed monster that looked invincible to him, Owen finally lost hope. However, while he resigned himself to his fate, Raycrack along with Yahello looked at the 2-headed devil with calm gazes. Despite its enormous size, Raycrack thought that fighting this huge 2-headed serpent might be worth a try. After all, even though they didn't have a location advantage and couldn't use any tricks, they had a chance to win, even if it cost some sacrifices. However, the very next instant, he noticed something that made his eyes widen wide and glow. A butterfly flew towards him, glowing with a blue light. This could only mean one thing: they had hope. Walking over to the desperate Owen, Raycrack called out to him and told him to look at him. He raised his head in bewilderment and looked at him with his tear-wet eyes, which widened the next moment at what he saw. Standing in front of the huge mantis that appeared before them in the moonlight, Raycrack turned to Owen and asked him if he believed in miracles. Kneeling before his god, Allroy shouted loudly to his tribe to worship the 2-headed devil. He again began fanatically shouting to the monster to accept their offerings and destroy the lizards. Shunin bowed his head and watched as monster approached the victims, but at one point the monster stopped in indecision and looked forward. With Allroy's experience, this god had always been hungry for sacrifices, and always as if he had been starving for days, had rushed at them, but to his surprise, this time no such thing had happened. Wishing to know what monster was looking at, he followed his gaze and turned around cautiously. His eyes widened at what he saw, and he instinctively froze with fear. There was a large shadow above the tall trees, belonging to a huge creature with large eyes, which at the mere sight of it inspired awe and terror. The sounds of this creature's movements were accompanied by the cracking sound of trees bursting out of the ground, which immediately made the frogmen bowing to the 2-headed devil turn around. Like their leader, they also froze with fear when they saw the creature approaching them. Shivering in fear, someone from the crowd loudly exclaimed, "It's new god." Their fear was understandable, for looking at this creature, it was clear that compared to him, the 2-headed devil was just a pathetic water snake, while he really looked like a true god. When creating his creature that would follow his will, which was made possible by the fact that he had the essence of the abomination that was left after killing the ancient Scolopendra, Sun Woon decided to focus on practicality. adding strong legs as well as wings, sharp jaws, and large eyes that allowed him to see in all directions. Although the resulting creature resembled a mantis, it was a completely different organism. He guessed that at that point there probably weren't many players who had been able to create their own creature before him. Let's go back to the two-headed demon, who was confused and furious when he saw the creature approaching him, because if he let the creature that had invaded his territory stay, he would have to give up frogmen and sacrifices. And so even though his opponent seemed large and strong, he was not about to back down, for he himself was a divine being. Already in the next instant, it opened its jaws and rushed at him. Stretching out one of his arms, the mantis easily squeezed one of the heads of the snake that was trying to attack him. Crawling out onto the ground and colliding with the mantis, the snake crushed several frogmen with its body. Seeing this, the rest of them started to run away screaming in panic. Shunin barely managed to drag his father away. Despite the fact that he was almost killed, he continued to watch the monster fight with horror. Not wanting to give up so easily, the serpent opened its second mouth and tried to attack the mantis again. But like last time, it was not successful. The mantis neutralized the attacking head with one strong blow. Then turning to the snake in a quiet voice, which despite this was heard by all the lizards near the lake, he said that if he dared to call himself a god, he should realize that he was in fact nothing. Olroy and Shunin, who were watching, had a look of horror on their faces. Then grabbing the serpent's remaining head, which was still showing signs of life, the mantis said he would offer it to his creator, so that he could atone for his stupidity. For his stupidity was not a sin. In the next moment, illuminated by the bright light of the moon, he pompously tore off its head. Then, under the gaze of all present, turning to the dead serpent, he said that his sins were forgiven by his blood and flesh. Even Sun Woon, who was watching, was surprised, as he didn't expect that he would win so easily, because even though there was a big difference in skill and level, he still had high hopes for the two-headed devil. However, he decided to think about it later, because his main goal was to help the tribe of lizards, who saw the victory of their god and began to shout with joy while Owen cried again, but this time, with joy. Seeing the joy and happiness on the faces of the Lizardmen, Sun Woon thought to himself that the emotions he was experiencing were quite entertaining. Turning back to the corpse of the two-headed demon, he noted that his abilities weren't too bad, considering that he had a small area, not a large one, unlike the others. But he hadn't used it, which suggested that the reason was this creature wasn't created by player. Another reason to rejoice was the system window that appeared in the next moment, informing him that for killing the two-headed devil, he had received its essence, as well as the small area it possessed. In the next instant, another system window appeared in front of him, asking him if he wanted to check out the new territory. The fact that he was able to obtain another essence and a new territory so quickly could be attributed to nothing but luck. So without thinking long, Sun Woon confidently pressed yes. The next message that appeared after his choice made him unconsciously smile. After all, it said that he had obtained a small patch of water. However, the only problem was that he didn't need it now, because the lake had no access to the sea, which made him decide to put it aside for now. A boat pulled away from the shore. The lake was water red with blood. In it sat Olroy, still trying to believe the truth of what was happening. Shunin looked at his father, who seemed to have lost his mind after the death of the serpent. He thought to himself that it was not the disease that had made his father weak. It was the fact that they were completely enchanted by the power of the two-headed devil, who at that moment seemed invincible to them. And at the last moment, they did nothing but hide behind him, and when he lost, there was nothing left for them to do. At the same time, Sun Woon approached the mantis, who, seeing him and addressing him as the creator, said that he had done his will, to which he continued to look at the island and replied that he had indeed done an excellent job. Then he added that he could rest until the next time he called him. Disappearing, Mantis said in a respectful voice that he would do his creator's will again when the time was right. He looked once more at the lake, which was silent. Sun Woon turned his gaze to Rakrak and said that he was not the kind of lizard who did nothing at times like this. Seeing the surviving frogmen fleeing in boats to the upper village, Rakrak cheered his warriors and shouted that they would win a complete victory today, then asked if there were any volunteers to take them to the upper village of the frogmen. He was immediately approached by Owen, who said that he wasn't that tired yet and that he needed to meet his son on the island anyway, and said he would do so. But he was not the only one. The next moment, several more gray lizards asked Rakrak to let him help them as a thank you. He looked at them and replied that their bodies were not fit for battle and they would not be able to fight, to which one of them replied that he too had once been a warrior, adding that warriors were not the only ones capable of killing frogmen. Then pointing to his kin, who despite their wounds were willing to fight even with sticks in their hands, he said that he might think it was cowardice of them to do so only now. But the sight of them fighting made their hearts burn, the first time they had felt that way since becoming slaves. Looking at them, Rakrak replied that it was like a grudge. To which the gray lizard tearfully replied that it was for the hatred and resentment of losing their life companions, children, and grandchildren, made them wish the frogmen dead. As he looked around at the gray lizards once more, he realized that few of them had ever held a real weapon, let alone been wounded, but understanding their pain and bitterness, he could not stop them. So in the next instant he raised his fist and shouted loudly, telling all those who wanted revenge to follow him, followed by the screams of the lizards who were intent on finishing off their abusers once and for all. Rakrak, along with Jael and Ur and the rest of the lizards, began to swim across the lake, and soon all 80 lizards that followed their leader had reached the island. Owen was one of the first to get out of the water. He rushed straight to his cub and gave him a big hug. Watching the happy and somewhat tearful reunion of father and son, Rakrak turned to Ur and told him to send those who were tired on the journey with their children back to the boats, and afterwards to take those who could not swim well and take them to the end of the village to attract the attention of the enemy, who must now be watching closely and waiting for their attack. When he heard this, he asked admiringly if their plan was to use one of the squads as a distraction while the main group swam around the water and stabbed them in the back, to which he replied that it was. Realizing that Rakrak was taking the hardest part, Ur asked a little worriedly if they would be able to get to the island by water without being seen, to which he replied that they would, as the number of those who were able to fight had dwindled considerably, and there were no more than 10 of them left. After a moment's silence, he added that while they were sailing to the island, he had discovered another blessing from the god. Then turning his gaze to the lake, which reflected the bright light of the moon, he said that their scales would shimmer in the moonlight as the water shimmered, making them much more invisible. Now that they had everything ready, all they had to do was get it over with once and for all. After a while, all hell really broke loose in the Frogmen village. Rakrak's successful plan had worked, and the frogs were taken by surprise, and realizing that they could not win, began to flee in panic. However, not everyone managed to escape, because those who suffered from itching disease and had problems with breathing could not do it. The great leader Alroy was no exception, as he looked in despair and incomprehension at the lizards in front of him, who appeared as if from nowhere. The realization of what was about to happen to him brought a look of horror to his face. Soon the Lizardmen warriors arrived and reached his guards, who were left to protect him. But as it turned out, they didn't stand a chance against the strong and sharp spear-wielding Lizardmen, who dispatched them in the blink of an eye, so fast that the frogmen didn't even have time to fire their bows at them. After killing all the guards, Rakrak looked at the lone Alroy with a cold stare. But even in such a situation, and having long since lost his dignity, he began to scream in despair, accusing the two-headed devil of not saving him, despite the sacrifices he had made. But his cries did not last long, for in the next instant the spear of the reluctant Rakrak was thrust into him, thus ending once and for all the great leader Alroy, who despite his big name was nothing more than an empty man blaming others for his failures. At the same time, Shunin sat in his tent listening to the war cries of the lizards, as well as the panicked cries of his kin, with terror on his face. Shivering with fear, he pondered how it could have happened like this, and how their numerical and weapon advantage had vanished in the blink of an eye. Even the poison that should have been their trump card did not work on the lizards, who were somehow immune to it, but it was too late to think about it, because they had already lost. After a while, the shouting and noise outside subsided. Deciding that this might be a good chance to escape, he cautiously peeked out of the hut to make sure that there was really no one outside. However, he didn't even realize that the danger was closer than he had imagined. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, causing Shunin to freeze in place with fear. In the next instant, he turned around in panic, at the same time reaching for his quiver, which unfortunately for him, was empty of arrows. Staring with his eyes wide with fear, he shouted the name of the lizard in front of him in desperation. It was Rakrak. Looking at him with a cold stare, he told Shunin if he was a warrior, he should stand up and bear his sword, as it would at least allow him to keep his honor. However, the man had no honor now, and all he could do was just beg to be spared. He immediately panicked and started reminiscing about how they had strengthened their friendship over the last few times they had met, adding that he had no animosity towards the lizards. Rakrak asked thoughtfully if that was true, and he replied that it was, because it was the two-headed devil that had threatened them. Seeing that the lizard still seemed unconvinced by his words, Shunin pointed to his bow in a panic, saying he would reveal its secret, to which Rakrak indifferently and coldly asked what the secret was. He immediately replied that it was the bowstring. And when the lizard asked him what the bowstring was made of, he replied with a playful smile that it was made of veins from the backs of frogmen. Rakrak, like Owen, was really shocked at what he had heard, and his face immediately darkened. Even though he had assumed that the bowstrings were made from some animals, he had never imagined that they were made from their kin. The next moment he asked Shunin, who was sitting in front of him with a smile on his face, what the bow itself was made of. The man, realizing what he was about to say, mumbled that it was from lizards. Shunin lowered his head and prepared to die, for he knew that after his words he would not be released. Rakrak heard the answer and replied in a cold and grim voice that he understood. Then opening the curtain at the entrance to the hut and looking out, he said that there were really no hard feelings between them, and he had already won a brilliant victory, so he accepted the deal he had offered. He then looked at Shunin and added that he was free to go. Shunin looked around warily and rose to his feet, still not fully believing that he was being let go. Not waiting for Rakrak to change his mind, he started to run away. Owen, who was standing next to Rakrak, asked him if he was really going to let him go. Rakrak took his bow and arrow and said yes. Then taking aim at the fleeing Shunin, he coldly added that all he needed was a moving target. Not long after the frogmen were finished, Rakrak's arrow whistled through the air. It hit the head of a bound, rotting, and long-dead frogman. Judging by the number of marks, it had long been used as a target for training. Now Rakrak was pleased with the result. His archery skills had improved greatly, and their tribe had found a way to make bows as good as the frogmen. However, he just wondered if this was the best they could do. Even Owen, who had been watching the training, had noticed that the quality of this bow was just as good as the frogmen's and its arrows flew just as fast and far. Rakrak explained to him that they had achieved all this by replacing the material of the bowstring with frogmen tendons. But still, the lizards were physically stronger than the frogmen and could pull the bowstring tighter and risk breaking such a bow, so they should have found stronger materials. Owen understood his desire for a better weapon, but he still reminded him that the bows made by the frogmen were the best that could be made in this forest. There just weren't any better materials here. That's true, Rakrak said, nodding. Then I guess we can't just stay in this forest then. Owen was smart, so he assumed that the reason for this decision wasn't just to make a better bow, and that was indeed the case. Rakrak explained to Owen that he had learned from the Stargazer that this forest area would become very cold as winter came. The lizards would become physically weaker, but would still be able to survive the winter by making fires and wearing the skin of other animals. The problem, however, was their pet water buffaloes. Rakrak knew that in nature, water buffalo go to warmer places to avoid winter and find places with enough grass. And to solve this problem, some of them will have to go to warmer places to breed water buffalo further. You may have noticed by now that Owen had a skull on his head that was different from those worn by Rakrak warriors. There were no warriors among the grayscale lizards, but there were definitely those that had the right qualities and abilities to become warriors. Rakrak had tested and selected them himself, and Owen was one of the gray lizards who had become warriors after passing several tests. These new warriors insisted on using frogmen skulls rather than buffalo skulls, and Rakrak allowed them to do so. Rakrak continued practicing and shooting at the target, hitting one arrow after another. Finally, he asked Owen about the results of today's hunt. He replied contentedly that he and his squad had wiped out the remnants of the frogmen hiding in the forest nearby, and now, thanks to their carcasses, there would be no shortage of materials for making bows. Rakrak was pleased to hear that. However, Owen still couldn't forget what had happened in the village. How he and the other lizardmen, blinded by hatred and rage, had pursued and killed the unarmed and begging for mercy frogmen. Nothing seemed to quench their thirst for vengeance. And their last victim that night was Shunin, who had betrayed his tribe and revealed its secrets, and then tried to escape. It was not a pleasant memory, and he was brought out of it by Rakrak's question. He asked Owen what was bothering him. Owen replied that he would like to have Shunin or Alroy's skull as a reward for helping him someday, and asked that the skull not be damaged in training. Rakrak was fine with that, and promised him that he would be sure to get his. Owen was grateful for that and decided to tell him about an interesting place they had discovered in the forest while hunting. Yahello, meanwhile, came over and quietly leaned over the gray lizard cub who was watching the leader with an unusual figure in his hands. Yahello asked quietly, interested in listening to the adults. She frightened the cub. He immediately burst into tears and let go of the figure. Then Yahello asked him what he was doing here and what he wanted to ask the chief. Suddenly she noticed a figure lying on the grass. She picked it up and asked what it was. It looked suspiciously like the giant praying mantis that their god had sent to help them. Yahello showed the figure to Rakrak, and he also thought the figure looked like their divine protector. They all liked the way the figure was made, and the chief even asked the cub if he had made it himself. Rakrak praised him, saying that the figure was nice and cute. Hearing this, the cub just glowed with happiness, and then he offered to keep the figure as a gift. But Rakrak was not sure whether it was worth taking the toy away from the child, and looked questioningly at Owen. He replied that it was fine and he could accept the gift without any regrets, for the children of his village had been making a lot of them lately. It is even popular among them to exchange such figures. Hearing this, Yahello asked the child if there were many children in their village who knew how to make such figures, and he answered her that yes. He explained that it all started because the protector had then saved them all on the island from imminent doom. Now all the children of their village thought of him as a good and powerful being who could protect them from any misfortune. Hearing this, Rockrock and Yahello looked at each other. Rakrak realized that these figures could be very useful, and decided to see how many had been made so far and buy them all. Owen offered to go to their village and see. Rockrak agreed. He was willing to use all his resources to get more of these figurines. He saw this as an opportunity to spread the belief in their unnamed bug god. But that would come later. For now, Rakrak wanted to know what Owen's squad had found during the hunt. It turned out that while hunting the frogmen, they had found a strange structure inside one of the caves where some of the frogmen were hiding. It takes about half a day to get there from the lake, and their squad killed all the enemies without much trouble. But the cave was a bit strange. Rockrak was immediately interested and asked what he meant. Strange in what sense? Owen explained that when they entered the cave, they noticed that there was another entrance that seemed to be carved into the stone. And he himself still doesn't understand how they were able to carve something into solid rock. So, he thought then that all should be told to the tribal chief first. It was the right decision, and Rockrak decided to equip an expedition and explore everything with his own eyes. He returned to the village with Owen and Yahello to take a group of warriors with him, and together with them he set off. On the way, Owen advised them to be careful and cautious, for the frogmen were hiding there for a reason, and some of them might still be lurking nearby, preparing an ambush. Finally, they came to the very same cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a blue butterfly appeared out of nowhere and immediately caught Rockrak's attention. While Owen assured everyone that they had cleared up all the frogmen here and they could not worry about anything, they all froze in surprise as they stared at this slab of stone. Though Owen still didn't seem to understand what was so special about it. It was like a circular passage somewhere further into the cave, closed off by a man-made door made of carved stone. Looking at it, Rakrak marveled at how breathtaking it looked, and he didn't understand how such hard stone had been carved so precisely. Yahello noticed something else interesting. The pattern on this stone was very similar to the one on the back of the giant scolopendra they had defeated in the desert. Now Rockrak himself realized it as well. Sunwoon already knew that these were ancient ruins. He knew that there were many types of ancient ruins, and in them one could gain ancient knowledge or discover relics and wonders. Among the ruins, there were some that had useful functionality, some were unique, but there were also demonic ruins that carried a lot of danger. Now, while the level of development of his civilization was still low, even if they found ancient knowledge in the ruins, it would be of little use, since his civilization simply wouldn't understand anything and wouldn't be able to use them. The situation was slightly different with miracles and relics. They allowed to create or change resources, and could also grant mystical blessings for civilization, but they had one disadvantage. They were fixed in one particular place and could not be transported in any way, which made them also not so valuable to the nomadic tribe. Still, in Sunwoon's opinion, getting into the ruins wouldn't be so bad if they weren't demonic ruins. Apart from ancient knowledge, rank knowledge, secrets, demonic ruins, and unique ruins, players usually obtained other things that were categorized as miscellaneous relics. There could be piles of insignificant treasures, such as the golden tablet already obtained by Rockrak. This would have been of great value in the Middle Ages or a later era, but they weren't at that stage of development yet. So Sunwoon decided to wait and see what would happen, as it seemed that Rakrak's curiosity and boldness would not lead to a bad scenario. He, watching Rockrak try to push back the stone door, thought that the likelihood of these ruins being unique was very slim. At the same time, probability that ruins might be demonic and full of trouble was very high. Finally, the stone slab yielded under Rockrak's efforts. Immediately, a multitude of lightning bolts appeared, which formed a portal. It turned out that behind the stone slab was a portal to another world. Notifications appeared in front of Sunwoon congratulating him that his civilization had successfully discovered the ancient ruins. Finally, the system announced to him, "Welcome to the demon world." Once inside, Rakrak and the rest of the group began to move through long arched bridges that zigzagged and led somewhere downward. When they found one of what she thought was the safest of the stone bridges, Yahello told Rockrak that they would most likely have to walk across it. He sighed heavily and replied that it would be good if they could jump down and not waste so much time looking for the right path. Yahello looked worriedly at Rakrak and asked if he was going to pray to their god, to which he continued to look down and said no, as he didn't want to bother him with such trivial matters. He also added that he would not be able to go down alone. Yahello looked at Rockrak's face and wanted to ask if it was because it wouldn't be fun, but in the end decided not to say anything. After some time of discussing their next steps, Rockrak, Yahello, and Owen came to the conclusion that the best thing for them to do for now was to keep moving on the bridge. After a while, however, the first difficulties appeared on their way, in the form of a huge army of not-so-friendly rodents that blocked their path. When Rockrak saw the rodents, he asked what they were, to which Yahello, who was walking behind him, replied that they were gutters, adding that he had probably tasted them several times before. He replied that he knew what they were, adding that it was their size that surprised him, for they looked much larger than the ones they had eaten before. In addition, the surprising fact was that these rodents, unlike ordinary nutria, moved in groups and also behaved aggressively. Owen, who had also seen a lot of things in his life, said that it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Rakrak said they would just call them rat monsters. Assuming that they might just be defending this place and that a battle would be inevitable, he shouted for everyone to get ready and take up arms. Just a moment later, the rat monsters rushed towards the Lizardmen, but even though the enemy had a numerical advantage, they managed to kill all the rats without much difficulty thanks to their experience and spears. Looking at one of the dead rats, Rakrak asked if they could eat them. To which Yahello replied that they had no reason not to, and nothing bad was going to happen if they gutted them and took them with them. However, she had another idea, so she immediately asked Rakrak what he thought about trying to raise them like the buffalo. He didn't have time to answer, however, because Owen, who had overheard their conversation, suggested that they try raising fish. His words surprised Rakrak, for in the swamps and ponds where he used to live, the number of fish gradually decreased as they were eaten and eventually disappeared. However, Owen, who used to live with aquatic frogmen, knew that this was not the case in large ponds. So he explained that the fish also lay eggs and give birth to baby fish, which caused the frogmen to warn them against fishing during the breeding season. To do so, they simply needed to build a dam so that the young fish could not escape. Rakrak realized that it would be very difficult for them to do this in a large and deep lake, but he did not say so out loud, as he thought their efforts would be worth it in the future. Suddenly, however, his thoughts were interrupted by a bright light and a scream behind him. Quickly turning around, he saw the lizard holding his arm in pain, as well as screaming that the rat monster was still alive. Hearing this, Rakrak approached him and asked if he had been bitten, to which he replied, still in pain, that he had not. He added that he had just touched him to disembowel him, but suddenly felt pain. Looking at the rat monster who was staring at him with rage in his eyes, Rakrak decided to check it out for himself. So despite the others' warnings that it could be dangerous, he reached out to the monster. In the next instant, a bright spark formed at the spot where he touched it, followed by many small bolts of lightning that caused him great pain. Rakrak knew the concept of static electricity from touching furry skin in the winter, but it was too painful to compare to this, so he yanked his hand away sharply. Then holding his hand, he replied to the concerned Yahello that he was fine. However, out of everyone present, only Sunwoon, who was watching what was happening, realized what it was. The system window that appeared in front of him reported that it was a nutria in a demonic state, with the attribute of lightning that could deliver an electric shock to the opponent it touched. His worst assumptions had indeed come true, and it did indeed turn out to be the ruins of a demonic castle. However, this was not necessarily bad news. After all, if Rakrak along with his group managed to break through these demonic ruins to the end, there was a good chance that they would be able to obtain demonic power. Speaking of magic, acquiring it didn't make the owner a wizard right away. Acquiring it opened up the possibility of studying it. To use magic, one had to learn spells, and spells of this type required the study of ancient ruins, all kinds of ancient knowledge and magic. However, those who possessed demonic magic were powerful already because they possessed it. Moreover, it became stronger from generation to generation, which gave them the ability to create strong wizards in future generations. However, demonic magic had disadvantages, and all because in the perished world, divinity and magic were in conflict. After all, magic originally came from ancient evil, not from the gods. And so if demonic magic was obtained, there would be penalties in obtaining faith points, obtaining which at the beginning of the game would result in a lot of variables that could make it very difficult to progress further. At the same time, Rakrak, who was sitting near the corpse of a rat, heard a voice asking him if he needed such power, and the next moment he looked up and saw a bright light, which appeared to be coming from a transparent creature like a stingray, which was floating in the air. The creature turned to him again and tantalizingly asked him if it was not an interesting power, and then added that if he wanted it, he could always get it. The creature's words were interrupted by Yahello, who turned to Rakrak and said that if things were bad, they could always go back, to which he agreed. Turning to the rest of the lizards, he ordered them to match the other rats, as well as check their weapons and prepare themselves. He turned back to the unknown creature and wondered if he was the only one who had seen it. The creature said that he could hear him if he spoke to him mentally. Rakrak immediately asked what it was. The creature replied that it was a spirit that protected the ruins, and that it was only seen by those with great power. Rakrak immediately thought that this was probably a lie, but this thought was not conveyed to the spirit, for deeper thoughts and feelings were not conveyed to it. Sunwoon, who was observing all of this, wondered if he should have warned Rakrak. After all, there was a magical combat spirit in front of him who would definitely try to seduce him. However, upon opening his stats, he discovered a new deception ability that had not existed until not too long ago. Seeing it, Sunwoon was a little surprised, assuming that Rakrak had been able to develop it by dealing with Shunan's tricks. After a moment's thought, he decided not to interfere, as their leader's new ability gave the lizards a chance to handle it on their own. At the same time, the magical spirit, when asked by Rakrak what this ability was, replied that he was referring to electricity, which was the power to burn other creatures and create light and fiery heat. He then added that he could give him that power if he wanted it. Rakrak replied that if he could give it to him, he would be grateful. However, the spirit said that it was not that simple, for he also had a condition. Rakrak frowned at this, saying that he had not heard of any conditions. The stingray replied that it was not such a difficult condition and that his strength should have been enough to fulfill it. Rakrak turned around and said that if he wanted to make a deal, he should have said so from the beginning. He looked at the spirit with a frown. He advised the spirit to first state the terms if he wanted to make a deal, and to have an appropriate attitude. Hearing this, the protective spirit immediately apologized. Rakrak got to his feet and looked coldly at the spirit and told him to be specific about what the terms were and what he wanted from him, for if he withheld anything, there would be no further conversation. Rakrak asked the stingray what his terms were, what did he want in return, and once again reminded him that if he hid anything from him now, there would be no further conversation. The electric stingray flew closer to Rakrak, but now his fluttering seemed less violent than before. Still, he did not answer immediately and began from afar, explaining that he had been sealed in these ruins for many millennia. Yahello, who hadn't heard this mental conversation, came up behind Rakrak and said that all preparations were complete, and they had collected all the spoils. Now they could leave. But now their leader didn't want to rush anywhere and told them to wait a little longer. Rakrak asked and thought what he meant by sealed. Then the stingray patiently explained to him like a child that it meant he was trapped or imprisoned here. And even though he could fly freely in this space, he could not go out of here. Finally, he named his condition. He wanted to free himself from this restriction, and then he could give the power of electricity to whoever freed him. Rakrak immediately asked, "What would it take to free you?" He replied that it was simple, and if Rakrak went down and killed the guardian who was guarding the seal and broke it, he would be free and could give him his power. Rakrak wondered if he could then do the same thing the rat monster did, with the day's power the stingray would give him. The one laughed a little at the way he named his power and assured him that of course he could, and even more impressive things would be within his grasp. Now seeing Rakrak's interest, the electric stingray excitedly explained that this power is called electricity. Using this power, Rakrak would be able to perfect it and amplify its effects to the point of being able to summon a destructive thunderstorm on the heads of his enemies. This power could become so powerful that it would be comparable to that of the gods. But Rakrak didn't seem to understand what the stingray was telling him and only asked what else he had to offer. Then the stingray proudly announced that the power he possessed was so powerful and boundless that not only Rakrak himself but also the members of his tribe could use it. But that was not all. This power could be passed on to their descendants. The progress in strength they had made would not be passed on directly, but if their descendants continued to train their strength, some of them could become even stronger than he was. When Rakrak heard all this, he couldn't help but think how amazing it all was. But still he had a logical question. Why was a stingray with such a marvelous and useful power trapped here? He answered without hesitation that it was because its power was too strong. And humans and other intelligent beings stay away from dangerous things like poison or monsters and anything else they don't understand. In case they can't stay away from them, they trap them and lock them there. And that's what happened to him. Suddenly Rakrak stopped him and warily pointed out to him that he himself had just said he was dangerous to others. Rakrak looked at him suspiciously and confidently stated that he was hiding something, and perhaps it was because there was more harm from the stingray's power than good. The stingray tried to argue that no, that's not true, and that if you have that power, then... Rakrak immediately stopped him and advised him not to lie anymore, and warned him that he could go back right now and block the entrance to this cave, which seems to have been blocked for no apparent reason. Then he could also order his warriors not to let anyone into that cave and warn all the descendants of my tribe to never enter there. Because of such threats, the electric stingray was clearly in a panic. The prospect of spending a few more centuries in prison did not please him at all, and there was no way he was going to give up. Rakrak turned around and pretended to head for the exit of the cave. The spirit of the stingray immediately followed him, begging him to listen to his story, for now he would tell him everything. As far as Sunwoon knew, the intelligence level of spirits was not that high. However, it was not easy for those who entered the demonic ruins to resist the temptation of the spirits. Still, as expected, Rakrak behaved very cunningly because of his new ability he had obtained. This new unique ability of Rakrak was cunning. Sunwoon decided that this ability was most likely due to Rakrak figuring out Shunan's tricks and being the first to successfully attack the frogmen. Rakrak still wanted to possess this power, so he suggested, "Why don't they start the deal again, Pez?" Scat didn't understand who he was addressing, but Rakrak said that, from now on, That would be his new name. But he still resented it, saying he wasn't Paz. Raycrack insisted that their deal starts with him choosing his new name, and those are fair terms since the scat was trying to trick him. He had no choice but to agree. The next thing Rockrock asked for was an explanation as to why the stingray was dangerous. After all, he thought, if Paz really had a power worth making a deal for, there was no reason to hide why he was dangerous. If there was a reason to hide, however, then it wasn't worth making a deal for. PZ hovered in the air and agreed to take the risk of telling him that he was descended from ancient evil, or rather from creatures that had ruled this world many millennia ago. Rockrock wondered which ancient evil he meant. Paz answered that it was those who ruled this world many, many years ago. But it was so long ago that everyone had forgotten about their existence, and even the gods did not remember them. Even he himself could not remember his origins, for he had simply opened his eyes one day and found himself trapped here, imprisoned for an unknown amount of time. However, to the stingray's surprise, Rockrock was not frightened by his origins, and even more so said he felt sorry for him. He told him himself that he grew up an orphan, and it's not that important to know what you were born as. It's much more important to decide what you're going to do with your future. Pizai was a little discouraged at being comforted by Rockrock's words, but soon went on to explain his danger. A power of unknown origin intoxicates sentient beings. Since the source of the power is unknown, it allows the creature to believe that the power belongs to him alone, when in fact he obtained it by accident. Once he begins to use such power, he begins to believe that he deserves it, and if he begins to think so, he looks down on those who do not possess the power. Rockrock found this a little hard to understand at first, but he nodded, remembering the examples of Bor and Shunin, who were intoxicated by their power. Now he asked, demonic magic also causes creatures to become like that, right? PZ confirmed his hunch. Indeed, its power spread indiscriminately and unchecked. This meant that the wielders of his power were chosen randomly and that carried certain risks. Rockrock tried to predict what would happen to his tribe if he obtained this power. This electric demonic power seems to be different from the one given to their bug god. The god's power is only given to those he chooses, and at his discretion. On the other hand, if someone gets this kind of power without having earned it, others will be jealous and envious. And if there are more and more of them, there will definitely be lizards who will despise God and turn away from him. Moreover, this power would only grow more powerful as time went on. Now Rockrock understood why Peas and his power were so dangerous, so he asked why he had to risk so much to gain that power. PZ insisted that his power was useful, attractive, and would be able to give him an advantage in battle, but it was still destructive. Then another electric shock ran through Paz. Rockrock thought he had seen a light like that somewhere before, and finally realized what it was. It was like thunder and lightning in the sky. He assumed that the strength of the energy determined the intensity of the light it emitted. At first it might just be a small spark, but when the force grew and became stronger, it could turn into thunder and lightning. He also realized that it would be advantageous in battle if he could generate electricity from his body like the monster rats did. It was indeed an attractive power. He was snapped out of his musings by Peas, who once again asked if he would free him. Rockrock replied that he would, but he had a condition. He wanted to avoid accidentally spreading the power among the tribe. PZ flew up to Rockrock and asked if he wanted the power himself, didn't he? He understood such a desire, and suggested that it would probably be difficult, but still possible. However, there were a few things that would then be needed. In order for a single lizard to have this power, a ritual of the same level as magic would have to be prepared. But Rockrock shook his finger negatively. He didn't want to keep the power to himself alone. Rockrock recalled that he had said that the power of electric demonic magic spread indiscriminately, but if necessary, one person could take possession of it with a ritual. If both of those statements were true, then couldn't the power also not be distributed indiscriminately, but distributed to certain select people? Paz looked puzzled. He replied that he hadn't tried it, but he thought it was possible. Such a small ritual should work, but why did Rockrock need it? If he wasn't going to take all the power for himself, the result would be about the same as if he left it to chance. Then Rockrock explained, "No, it's different. If the power is only given to certain members of the tribe, it will look as if they were chosen by God himself. In other words, it will not be a power of ancient evil that has no source, but a power with a clear source of origin. This one will look like a God-given power, but even that is not the most important thing. If the lizards think it's a gift from God, then it will be. What difference does it make? The chosen ones will think that God has given them strength, and their faith and devotion will reach God, even though they are gifts, not from him. From this, their faith will be strengthened, and they will be afraid to disobey their deity." PZ tried to contradict Rockrock, but couldn't think of what to say. What Rockrock was saying directly applied to the perished world system. If demonic magic holders believed that they had gotten it by chance, then accruing faith points would incur penalties. On the contrary, If demonic magic holders mistook it as a power given to them by a god, it would result in increased faith points. Rakrak decided to move on to the next condition. PZ was surprised at how many conditions he had and tried to resent it. But Rakrak reminded him that if he persisted, the conditions would only get more. Stingray had no choice but to agree, and he only asked him not to delay and just say the condition at last. However, Rakrak looked at him carefully and announced that he must also believe in their bug god. PZ was shocked at the suggestion. How could he, a demonic spirit, believe in their god? PZ flashed a look of denial. How could he believe in any god when he himself was descended from beings more ancient and powerful than the modern gods of this world? The rest of the terms were good, but it would be difficult. He reminded himself once again that he was a spirit of demonic magic that had been created from a being that had been around longer than the gods. Rakrak gave him a displeased look and reminded him that it doesn't matter who gave birth to you, how or why. What matters is what you are going to do next. And then asked if he wanted to be free or not. PZ still resisted, saying it was a ridiculous idea because gods don't like demonic spirits. After all, they're just made that way. That's their nature. Demonic spirits compete with the gods and want to spread their demonic magic to as many creatures as possible. That's the purpose of their existence. Rakrak was starting to get angry and advised him not to compare his god to the others, and don't judge their god through the prism of your view of the world. He explained to the Stingray that he thought he was useful enough, and their bug god happens to be very generous and gracious to useful creatures. Their god might even listen to his wishes and fulfill them. That is why the reason why the Stingray was created is not important at all. The reason for its existence is determined by any intelligent creature itself, not the one who created it. Sunwoon watched all of this closely. PZ steadily slowed his fluttering and hesitated in doubt. He knew very well that gods didn't like spirits of demonic magic and tried to destroy them. So he asked again, would their god really accept him? Rakrak was sure of it and assured him that if he accepted all the conditions he offered him, he would be accepted. Rakrak was sure that he did not know all the desires of his god, but he was the one who understood his desires better than any other being in this world. PZ was silent, but he had already made his decision. He looked at Rakrak and finally told him the whole truth. He had indeed lied to him about some things. In fact, he's not just stuck in these ancient ruins, he rules them. The truth is that the challenger in these ruins must defeat the guardian of the ruins, but that guardian is under his rule. He controls everything in these ruins, and he is the one who sent the enchanted nutria with demonic magic to them. Rakrak wasn't surprised at all, and Paz went on to say, the reason I told you is that you must defeat the guardian. But Rakrak didn't let him finish his sentence and finished it instead, saying that he knew why he said that. It was because the power shouldn't go to the weak because they wouldn't be able to spread it widely. He was right. Recently, even a tribe of frogmen had come to take up the challenge in search of power for revenge, but they had failed. But now Pease was wondering how Rakrak would react to all this. After all, he had revealed his lies. Wasn't he upset? Rakrak shook his head calmly as if nothing had happened. He had already expected this. And he wasn't the kind of lizard man who would get upset just because he had been deceived. After all, he hadn't even lost anything from this lie. PZ didn't understand what was going on. Then Rakrak said, I can always forgive if I want to. Forgiveness is not a warrior's virtue, but I am also a tribal leader. And forgiveness and reconciliation is indeed a necessary virtue for a tribal chief. All the more reason for such behavior, since he lives in a place as damp and dark as this, and only has eyes for monster rats all the time. Rakrak thought that he could use some fresh air and looking at the beautiful things outside. Hearing this, Pease glowed with gratitude. Then Paz said, I still don't know your name. What is your name? The leader of the Lizardmen fairly introduced himself. Hearing his name, Pease soared and announced that Rakrak had successfully passed the test, and he accepts all the terms he offered. Finally, he asked if Rakrak agreed to the deal. Of course he agreed, but there was still one last question. Would their bug god accept the demonic spirit as his subordinate? A system window appeared in front of Sun Woon that said that the demonic magic spirit wished to be subordinate to him. If he agreed, he would gain control over the domain of demonic magic. Electricity. After a short time of thinking, Sun Woon clicked yes. Now the deed was done. This was the only possible way to overcome the penalties of demonic magic due to the transfer of demonic magic to the realm of divinity. Otherwise, every creature possessing demonic magic would be labeled as enchanted with demonic magic and would be unable to produce the right amount of faith and control their power. However, demonic magic in the realm of divinity was under the control of a deity. Sun Woon praised Rakrak for his good work. Thanks to him, once Pease accepted the terms of the deal, Sun Woon was able to grant demonic magic to certain of his servants without penalty. Transferring it to the divinity realm doesn't make it divine. It can't even be developed like other abilities in the divinity realm. There are many restrictions, but not receiving penalties is already a victory, isn't it? If obtaining demonic power only required breaking through the ancient ruins, it would be too easy. Rakrak's group would win even if they were attacked by hundreds of monster rats, and Sunwoon could always support them using points of faith. However, subduing a demonic magic spirit was much more difficult. Sunwoon didn't even know if he would be able to do it. The only way to find out how successful they were was to wait and see what would happen depending on each character's abilities, and it seemed that Sunwoon had gotten lucky again and succeeded by unlocking an area of demonic magic. Electricity. However, Sunwoon didn't consider it a mere coincidence, and it seems the fact that he met an injured Rakrak in the desert was luck for both of them. 9 years later. Near one of the altars to the nameless blue bug god, 2 figures stood on top of the hill. In front of them stood a tower of tombstones and water buffalo bones, stacked and assembled from plaster to build a structure tall enough to be seen from afar in the desert. This bone tower was built on top and was created by Rakrak. It served not only to demonstrate belief in the blue god of insects, but also as a landmark in the present day. After finishing telling the long story of how the blue bug god had given the legendary leader Rakrak the power of thunder and lightning, the black-scale lizardmen carefully wiped the dust off one of the stone monuments. This lizardman wore expensive layers of cloth called silk, indicating that he belonged to a high social class. The traveler only said enthusiastically, "Wow, that was an interesting story." The stranger asked what the bug god had to do with thunderstorms and lightning, and how could he control these powers. The lizardman tilted his head. However, he did not seem discouraged by the question. Rather, he simply asked why this man was asking about such obvious things. He answered him very simply by pointing out what color lightning was. Since it was usually blue, it meant that it obeyed their blue bug god. The man didn't quite understand what the lizardman meant, and thought that lizards were always convincing the strangest things, and they themselves were so strange. However, this human didn't think that being weird was necessarily a bad thing, and hoped that he could take advantage of the fact that they were weird. Hiding his innermost thoughts, he asked the lizard, "Come to think of it, I didn't even recognize your name while I was listening to this long story. My name is Hui, and what is your name?" But the lizard was cunning and was in no hurry to answer. He interrupted their conversation by saying, "Wait, there seems to be some uninvited guests coming from over there." Where the lizard was pointing, a group of armed gnolls were coming up the hill. This hyena-like species had protruding muzzles and black spots on their brown bodies. They had a violent temper and were obsessed with power, so they often fought amongst themselves, but the general consensus amongst the perished world players was that despite these flaws, they were noteworthy. Their physical abilities and intelligence were on average high, so they were considered a good race to get at the beginning of the game, no matter how small the player's zone was. But these facts about the game had nothing to do with the lizard, which turned out to be Owen and the unknown man beside him. The man turned to Owen. "What are you going to do? As far as I know, the gnolls and lizardmen are not on the best of terms right now." Owen replied that there was still time before the top of the hill and they could think about what to do. They didn't even seem to have noticed they were being watched yet. The lizard asked the man if he thought they were Salkate's gnolls. Salkate was the leader of a tribe of gnolls, the tribe of severed ears, who were feuding with the black-scale lizardmen. These 2 tribes were the 2 largest tribes in the desert, so all the other smaller tribes showed great interest and respect for them. Salkate and Rakrak believed in different gods, and so the leaders of the 2 tribes inevitably feuded with each other. The man next to Owen was very interested in whether the 2 tribes were going to war, and if they were, who would win. No human tribe, at least in this wilderness, could compare to these 2 powerful tribes. But judging by the number of these gnolls and their armament, they didn't belong to the Salkate tribe. They looked more like mere wanderers in search of sustenance. Owen noted that the man's arguments were well chosen and most likely true. He thought the same, but unfortunately he couldn't rely on guesses. He needed to know for sure, so he drew an arrow charged with electricity to find out after he had neutralized all the gnolls. Marching along the sandy road and not looking up, the group of gnolls never noticed Owen. Watching them from above, he told the man that unlike the scouting parties of other races or tribes, those were just ordinary hungry marauders. Had there been a group of humans or lizards in front of him, he might have trusted them, but he had no trust in the gnolls. Watching Owen, the man saw the man reach for the bow hanging from his shoulder. Upon seeing it, the man immediately recognized it, for it was the famous compound bow of the black-scale lizards. It was made from large water buffalo, and was considered one of the best and longest-range bows on the continent. However, what surprised the man the most was why Owen had pulled out his bow even though the gnolls were still quite far away. Verbally refuting the man's thoughts, Owen pulled an arrow from the quiver hanging from his belt and fired. Owen walked down the hill a bit, but the distance between him and the gnolls was still well over 100 paces. At some point, one of the gnolls managed to sense the danger approaching them, causing it to raise its head in bewilderment. But even though the gnolls didn't react in time, the arrow never hit any of them. With a flash of blue lightning, the arrow slammed into the ground next to them with a distinctive sound. Hearing the noise, some gnolls looked at the arrow in bewilderment. Unlike them, however, their leader realized something when he saw the arrow, and in the next moment, horror began to appear on his face. Suddenly, electricity discharges and a bright blue light began to emanate from the arrow stuck in the ground. Realizing what was about to happen in the next moment, the gnoll leader screamed with horror on his face that it was an enemy attack and ordered everyone to run away immediately. However, it was already too late. The gnolls, who were feeling rather carefree, could not even think that an arrow stuck in the ground could hurt them. Therefore, not having time to react in time, all they had to do was watch with horror and confusion on their faces as a bright lightning bolt struck from the sky straight into the arrow. Already in the next moment, their painful screams were heard. Having struck the arrow, the lightning struck with an electric shock all the gnolls that stood nearby. This caused the fur of all these vagabonds to stand up and the screeching of wounded dogs among the desert rocks. From the mouth of one gnoll, whose body was still filled with lightning bolts of electricity and who looked at Owen with horror in his eyes, only one word escaped his lips: the Chosen One. Despite his ignorance, even someone like him had heard the legend of the black-scale lizard. He remembered its contents. Therefore, realizing what they were facing and even experiencing the power of this legend in person, he immediately made the decision to retreat immediately. In the next moment, he got to his feet and shouted to his kin to run away immediately. They didn't need to be told twice, as they realized that they had encountered something inexplicable, something that was beyond them. At the same time, Owen watched the panicked gnolls fleeing with a satisfied smile on his face, while the man behind him could not hide his surprise. As the man came to his senses, Owen turned to him with a smile and said that his name was Owen and he was glad to meet him, but hearing such a famous name, the man could not even believe who was standing in front of him. He asked him if he was really the legendary storyteller Owen. Howie could not believe his luck. He was lucky to meet such a famous member of the lizard tribe, even one of its leaders. Owen sighed heavily. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a tired voice that it had been a long time since he had last used his power. Then turning to the man, he motioned for him to take a short break and talk some more. Owen pulled a long stick out of his silk coat. The end of the stick was round and empty. The contraption was strangely reminiscent of a smoking pipe. Then he lightly flicked his finger and formed a spark. As the dry grass caught fire, Owen took a deep breath. As he exhaled, white smoke billowed from his mouth. Watching the lizard, the man remembered that the stick in his hands was a smoking pipe. According to the stories, it was used by a select few black-scale lizards as a ritual tool with which they smoked tobacco after using their powers. Taking a drag, Owen once again exhaled white smoke from his mouth. Noticing the man's silence, he told the man that if he had a desire, he could ask him about things that interested him. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, the man directly asked why he was submitting to someone else when he had such a strong skill himself. Seeing that Owen didn't react to his words, he explained that he wasn't talking about betrayal and trying to oust the current tribal leader, adding that there would surely be others in the black-scale lizard tribe who would follow him. And even if there weren't, with that kind of power he could easily find another tribe of lizards somewhere and live a comfortable life. For, as far as he knew, Owen's storyteller had been known as a lonely and dangerous vagabond before. And now, instead of living a life of comfort, he was somehow forced to wander the wilderness alone. The man wondered what he was missing out on and what he didn't realize. After listening to the man, Owen exhaled another cloud of white smoke. Then smiling as if he had heard a funny story, he replied that he had his reasons. Turning his gaze to the man looking at him with puzzlement, he said that he had too many sins to live such a carefree life. The man could not believe his words, for he had heard that many lizards respected him on par with High Chief Rak. Looking at the man with his unchanging expression on his face, Owen said that many members of his tribe had indeed forgiven him and no longer held a grudge against him. However, for him personally, it was a matter of personal atonement, redemption for having once betrayed many of his people, but there was a way for him to redeem himself. Now his raison d'etre was to go around telling stories about the blue bug god and Rak, the leader of his tribe, and sometimes using his power to prove to unbelieving fools the power of their god by instilling awe in them. This was the path of redemption he had chosen for himself. Now his life's purpose was to be a prophet of the nameless god of the blue bugs. In honor of their god, their tribe had erected many altars made of water buffalo bones, along with memorial stones that recorded the stories of their tribe's life and the miracles their god had blessed them with. Watching Owen dusting the sacred stone, the man asked him why he had worked so hard for all this. for there was no one in this desert who did not know the Black Lizard tribe and their deity. Owen's work seemed pointless to him, and in his opinion, there was no need to try to improve the reputation of Rakrak, leader and priest, for he was already legendary. Owen, still wiping the stone, replied that a reminder never hurt anyone, and using his power he constantly reminded everyone of the power of their god and tribe. In his opinion, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Finally turning to the man, he asked him where he was going. And was he a wanderer, like himself? Howie scratched his beard thoughtfully and replied that he was. He would have liked to stop there, but seeing the attentive and distrustful look of the lizard, he realized that he would not leave him until he got a proper answer. He said that he came from Automation. Automation was an isolated valley located in the southwest of the wilderness. A human tribe settled where the springs flowed, and at the entrance to the valley stood a fortress made of earth, stones, and clay. It was called a fortress, but it was not actually built by humans. It was called Automation because thanks to the ancient mystery, there were ancient mud soldiers that reached human height who constantly rebuilt the fortress when it collapsed. Because of this, the human tribe that managed to occupy the place was able to defend themselves from other large tribes. Automation was also a place that was watched over by gnolls with cropped ears and black-scale lizards. I see. So you're the errand boy of Automation? Owen asked. Howie wasn't going to hide anything anymore and replied, Exactly. I'm on my way to the black-scale lizards to deliver the words of the Lord of Automation. Owen now realized that it was his fault for not recognizing the messenger in the guest right away. But everything went well, and they immediately found common ground and no unpleasant mishaps occurred. Howie asked him what he meant by good. Owen explained that he was really lucky and he was going to visit Chief Rakrak himself and could take him with him and show him the way. But it was quite late today, so Owen suggested that they set off early the next day at dawn. Hui wondered why at dawn, and the Lizardman explained to him that he was going to navigate by the stars. He also added that since Hui was his guest, it would be his duty to treat him with all generosity. Suddenly, Owen whistled loudly. A stomping sound was heard, and an unknown creature began to approach them, kicking up dust. It turned out to be an overgrown rooster with a lizard tail and more than 2 meters tall. When Howie saw it, he was frightened and asked, What is Cockatrice doing here? He was ready to run away, but Owen stopped him by telling him to calm down and taking the creature by the reins, he added that he hadn't guessed. It was a quorka, not a cockatrice. This particular specimen was called Cockadoo, and like all quorkas was the result of crossbreeding a cockatrice with a common chicken. I don't know how the Lizardmen ever came up with such a thing. Quorka was a creature that only a small portion of the Lizardmen warriors could ride. It resembled a cockatrice in general, but was smaller, more gentle, and less wild and willful. The black-scale Lizardmen were unable to tame the cockatrice, but they were able to crossbreed them and obtain quorkas. Along with the chosen ones, these warrior riders on quorkas were one of the main reasons why the black-scale Lizardmen had both fame and prestige as well as a bad reputation. Black-scale Lizardmen ride quorkas that can run several times faster than humans, and shoot their composite bows hundreds of paces away, hitting a target. At dawn the next day, Owen saddled the quorka and motioned for his guest to sit beside him and set off. Hui did not know what the price for the honor of riding the quorka would be and was nervous. Owen advised him to relax, for in return he would only be required to listen to stories. When they were on their way, Hui asked what the stories would be about. Was it about the blue bug god or about the legendary leader Rakrak? The lizard only replied that it was about both. To the surprise, not only of Hui, but of Owen as well, the tribe of black-scale lizards was not far away at all. Owen had expected them to go farther away. A herd of water buffalo could be seen in the distance, and as they headed toward the huts they had built, they heard crying. Hui inquired cautiously, Is there a funeral there? Owen nodded. Apparently, Owen guessed what kind of funeral it was. The black-scale lizards held different funerals for people of different status, but today it seemed one of the chosen ones had died. A little while before, under the dark clouds, many developing tribe standards with buffalo skulls could be seen developing in the wind. The tribe was just leading water buffalo and moving leisurely through the desert. In front, Rakrak sat on a quorka. A messenger approached him from behind, bringing sad news. Rakrak immediately inquired if Stargazer had asked about him. The messenger replied that he had, and he said that his life was now at stake and he would not be able to speak to Rakrak unless he came to him immediately. Rakrak immediately ordered the procession to stop and make a halt as he was going to stay here for the day. The faithful Ur immediately repeated the chieftain's order loudly and commanded the procession to stop. While Ur stopped the tribe, Rakrak hurried to the sick Stargazer. He was met by Yahello, who was alarmed by the halt of their procession and wondered what the problem was. Rakrak replied that apparently Stargazer wanted to see him. He also says that his life is at stake. Since this old sage had correctly predicted the days ahead of us, as well as his own, he would probably be right this time. Then looking at the confused Yahello, he explained that the stargazer was always good at predicting the future, and she should already prepare a funeral for him. The old stargazer had been ill for a long time, and life was slipping from his body every day. The tribe's healers believed that he was now living his last hours, and was on high alert for a meeting with their deity. Yahello lowered her head and told the departing Rakrak not to worry, and to leave everything to her. Even Korkus, as if sensing the oppressive and heavy atmosphere, lowered their heads. Zhao looked up at the starry sky, which was soon to be joined by another star, and muttered to herself that it was going to be a sad night. Heading towards the tent where Stargazer was for the moment, Rakrak reflected on who he thought he was. The old lizard had done a lot for him and the rest of the black-scale lizards. He had many names: Old Tramp, Elder, One-Armed Lizard, Conductor, and Stargazer, but now the tribe members most often called him Elder. It was because of his leadership that their tribe could be where they were now. He also taught him and the rest of his tribesmen how to read the stars, which had saved them many times and kept them from getting lost. And often at the end of another busy day, Rakrak would sit with Stargazer, tired but with a languid expression on his face. Stargazer would sit with his back hunched but his eyes shining, and they would exchange questions and answers. Rakrak usually gave gifts to thank Stargazer for constantly teaching the young lizards his wisdom, even though he was old and tired. But Stargazer always declined the gifts with a wave of his hand. Despite the age difference, they got along very well, and even bantered with each other often. Thinking back on their time together, Rakrak suddenly realized that it would all be over soon. A part of his heart began to tear, as if from that realization. When Rakrak entered Stargazer's tent, the herbalist standing next to his bed looked at him tiredly. Rakrak immediately wondered if he was all right. Somewhere in the back of his mind, however, he already knew the answer to his own question. Herbalist rose to his feet and replied sadly that the elder had lived too long and was now very tired. He had studied and taught many creatures, traveled to places where no one had ever set foot. As if to confirm his words, Stargazer said that he was very tired. As if flipping through his life's memories, he concluded that he had indeed done a lot of things in his life. He remembered how he had traveled and visited many places and countries, learned many new things. Like everyone, sometimes suffered setbacks, in one of which he even managed to lose an arm. One of his most precious and pleasant memories was the one in which he met him, Rakrak. However, all good things always come to an end. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he told Rakrak in a peaceful voice that there was only one cure for his illness, in which he felt tired and exhausted. Sleep forever. As soon as the herbalist quietly left the tent, only Rakrak and Stargazer remained in it. The next moment, sadness was reflected on the face of even a brave and strong warrior like Rakrak. He had conquered tribes, challenged the leaders of other tribes as well as powerful monsters, but at this moment he was completely powerless. Powerless over something that no one could influence in any way. Sitting before the elder in the lotus posture and bowing his head, Rakrak said that he had heard that he wanted to see him. Smiling, Stargazer replied that he wanted to indulge in some extravagance before he left, and steal some time away from the busiest man in the tribe. Hearing his words, Rakrak asked what he meant by extravagance. Laughing, he replied that he thought time was a very valuable resource. As a man who had lived his life without greed and without taking what belonged to others, he wanted to at least indulge himself at the last moment. Rakrak smirked and said he didn't think he had called him to his room just for one last joke. Continuing to stare up at the ceiling of the tent, Stargazer replied that he was right, and he did want to see him to ask a question that no one but he would be worthy of answering. He also told the man to think of it not as a question for the tribal leader Rakrak, but as the high priest who had been chosen and was closest to the god. He sat down facing Rakrak and looked at him with his cloudy eyes, whereupon this Stargazer asked, "What will happen when I die?" Such a question was asked by every living intelligent being, and Stargazer was no exception. But what could Rakrak promise him? Addressing Rakrak not as a tribal leader, but as the high priest who was closest to God, Stargazer asked, what would happen when he died? Rakrak was silent. He wasn't sure either. The creatures told different stories. For the past few years, the black-scale lizardmen had been fighting great battles and warriors were dying. However, Rakrak could not understand where the souls of the dead went. At the funerals, he prayed for them to go to a good place, but there was no way to know if they had actually gone to a good place, at least not until he himself died. Where were they going? Were they dreaming because they were asleep? Maybe eternal sleep? Maybe they're having an eternal dream where they don't know who they are or why they're there and can't figure anything out? Or, Stargazer looked worried, and so did Rakrak. Turning to Rakrak, he asked if he also thought that after death, eternal nightmares awaited them. A little hesitant, he replied that he wasn't sure. He was also not sure why he thought he was worthy of answering that question. Stargazer, on the other hand, had his own thoughts on the matter, the blue insect god had saved them when they were lost, and so he believed that he would guide them even after death. After expressing his speculation, he asked Rakrak if his thoughts were different from the actual god's will. The latter thought for a while. Although he did not know the exact answer to this question, he felt that he was completely right. Therefore, he answered that he was not wrong. After all, the blue insect god who had guided them all the time before, guided and helped them when they faced difficulties, would surely continue to guide them after death. Hearing this, Stargazer asked Rakrak with a somewhat satisfied expression what he thought the place he would go to after death would look like. He also asked dreamily if it would start with them standing before their god and awkwardly greeting him. After hearing this, a smirk appeared on Rakrak's face. He then replied that it probably wouldn't be that boring. Rakrak crossed his arms and added dreamily that in his opinion, there was going to be a huge space there, so you could run around in the green grass as much as you wanted. A space where every time you took a step, there would be a slight crunch and the tip of your tail would swish pleasantly through the meadow. In addition, there should also be a large boulder to rest on when you feel tired, and also a blue sky. Lots of sky, that one could stare at without stopping. Stargazer tried to visualize the picture Rakrak was describing. The image would bring a smile to his face. As he continued to put the picture together, he asked Rakrak what the weather would be like there. He replied that it would always have to be nice and sunny. After a second of thought, however, he added that it probably wouldn't, because it wouldn't be fun if it was all the same. He also added that it would be nice if there was a river. Stargazer stared upwards and said that he would like to have a house where he could rest. However, it should not be the tent he usually lived in before. After all, a tent conjured up associations of moving. He wanted a sturdy and cozy home where he could settle in and enjoy the views of all that beauty. Stargazer was also a guide, so Rakrak regretted not knowing sooner how the man felt. However, Stargazer had nothing against his former way of life. After all, he had found the place where his heart had settled, and so as long as he lived, he had no other grievances. However, what was to happen after death was a problem. Stargazer also inquired about the one's thoughts on food. Looking at the starry sky that was visible through the hole in the tent, Rakrak replied that he could probably eat as much as he wanted. Smiling at his words, Stargazer said that a place like that should probably really have everything. However, even with everything there, he thought that he would probably be lonely in such a large place. Rakrak shrugged his shoulders. In his opinion, there should have already been those who had gotten there before him. Because of that, he shouldn't be lonely there. Hearing that, Stargazer cheered up a bit. Another thing he was interested in was the stars. After all, they were something he had studied and been fascinated with throughout his life. Rakrak, who wasn't sure if there was an afterlife, answered affirmatively that there was. His certainty sounded so convincing, as if everything was obvious to him. After all, hadn't the stars been showing them the way all along? And most likely there would be those wandering there too, so God would surely have placed the stars in the sky so that they could easily find their way back. Suddenly, Rakrak's gaze was caught by a blue light coming from somewhere above. It was a blue butterfly that was glowing brightly. It slowly descended straight towards him. It was a sign. A reply from the blue insect god. A sign that he had heard them. Rakrak smiled, for it meant that the blue insect god was listening to their conversation. Rakrak slowly brought the butterfly's hand up to Stargazer's eyes so that he could see it more closely. Even so, he did not react. When he asked him if he could see it, he only replied that there was darkness before his eyes. Rakrak realized that Stargazer had already lost his sight and that death was coming closer and closer to him. He felt a pang of pity. The blue butterfly was known in the black-scale lizard tribe as a sign of positivity and wonder. Even if it wasn't the butterfly that glowed with a mysterious blue light, the lizardmen always rejoiced when they saw a blue butterfly, considering it a good sign. Stargazer would surely recognize it. Rakrak was tormented when he suddenly remembered his time spent with Stargazer studying stars. Turning to him, he asked if he had been here. When Rakrak received a quiet affirmative answer, he whispered quietly in Stargazer's ear that he had brought him a gift. When he heard that, he smiled. He asked if he was thinking of fooling around again. To which Rakrak replied that he was not planning. Let him refuse his gift again. "I'll find him right away this time," muttered Stargazer and smiled. When his last breath reached the blue butterfly, it flapped its wings and began to rise. Rakrak somehow knew it was his last breath. He gently shook Stargazer's body, calling his name. When he was sure he was no longer breathing, he called for the herbalist. The blue butterfly flew out of the tent and continued flying through the sky. It soared over a tribe of black-scale lizards who were busily preparing for the gathering of the camp and the funeral. Then over the desert where dusk had fallen. Finally, a blue butterfly landed on the back of his hand. It was Sunwoon's hand. What happens when you die in the perished world? Sunwoon knew the answer to this question well. The very next moment, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the conditions for creating an afterlife had been met and also asking if he wanted to do so. After reading the information, Sunwoon did not hesitate to click yes. Sunwoon knew that one day he would create an afterlife. After the player chose his first tribe and defeated the NPCs in the surrounding area, his divinity level would reach 11. This was one of the prerequisites for creating the afterlife, and the player could reach this level if he played correctly from the beginning. Then his subordinates could become demigods. Up to this point, he had managed to fulfill all the conditions for level, resources, and faith points. However, he still had a condition for the number of deaths. There were 4 conditions to create an afterlife. Reaching the required levels, killing NPCs such as abominations and fiends to obtain special resources, and obtaining enough faith points were the easiest of the 4. But the last condition, death, was unclear. It appeared that one had to achieve enough deaths of creatures that believed in the player, and then the condition was considered met. However, there was no specific formula that could be used to determine how many creatures had to die in Perished World, so players had to do the calculations and guess on their own. However, since the conditions had already been met, it didn't matter. Sunwoon opened the World Creation Helper program. He knew that the day would come when he would create an afterlife, so he would occasionally simulate the different kinds of afterlife he wanted using the World Creation Helper provided by the Perished World system. Like the Creature Creation Helper that Sunwoon had used to create his giant mantis, the World Creation Helper saved worlds that Sunwoon had created before and worlds created by other players. But just like last time, Sunwoon decided to create a new one. Even though he decided to create a new world, the basic settings remained the same, making it much easier. Sunwoon already knew what kind of afterlife each species preferred from his previous experience with the game. Although lizards generally preferred the same type of afterlife, there was a certain type of world that the lizards of the young civilization particularly liked, namely green fields with moist air and warm sunny plains. Sunwoon felt somewhat relieved to hear Rockrak and Stargazer talk about the afterlife. For the afterlife he had created was not too different from their expectations. The afterlife was a very important element in the perished world, as the view of life after death for those who believed in a god depended on it. For example, if hell was created in the afterlife, the god could show the priests an image of hell through dreams. From the dreams, the priests would learn that the wicked would receive eternal punishment and would pass this fact on to other believers. The concept of heaven was also often used in conjunction with hell. But was there any point in believing in a god if hell was the only destination after death? Punishment should always be accompanied by reward. So a world had to be created in which believers believed they would go to heaven if they attacked a particular species or offended a particular god. And this was more than a matter of faith, since it actually took place in the afterworld. But for now, Sunwoon could not create an afterlife with heaven and hell. As a result, Sunwoon could only create one type of afterlife, which was called different worlds. Different worlds were useful afterlife worlds common throughout history. Valhalla, the Waters of Oblivion, Styx, Limbo. They are all different, but they all denote worlds that one can go to after death. These worlds were not necessarily separate worlds, but were most often used as spaces leading to other afterlives. However, this was not the only purpose of these worlds. Even in Valhalla, the afterlife was like a training ground for warriors preparing for Ragnarok. Afterlife worlds can really be different, depending on how players want to use them. If I recall, Sunwoon even won by using the afterworld well, but at that time, he was just lucky. Souls were immortal as long as the afterlife existed. Using the knowledge or powers that souls possessed was difficult as it took a lot of faith points, but as the game progressed in the later stages, immortal souls became very useful to players. Nevertheless, he decided that there was no need to rush things from the beginning. Many things were still in the planning stages. Sunwoon called his afterlife First Prairie. It was a working title, giving room for future expansion. The First Prairie then appeared beneath Sunwoon's feet and could be seen in the World Creation Assistant. He opened the window of his domain and scattered all the souls into the First Prairie. Hundreds of souls turned into blue wandering butterflies and landed on the endless sunny meadow. One of the butterflies was a stargazer, who was now awake. Even though his eyes were still closed, he could still feel the breeze blowing gently against his skin. The freshness of the air he inhaled seemed painfully familiar. Stargazer blinked. He thought death would be eternally sleepy, but when he opened his eyes, he felt rested for the first time in a long time. He lay there, his arms, legs, and tail moving the way he wanted them to. He never thought the pain in his joints would ever subside, not even in his sleep. Stargazer sat up. Immediately an amazing view opened up before him. It was a green meadow. A light wind blew past, and Stargazer felt the moist but cool air on his nose. At first he thought his nose was cold, but soon he felt the warmth of the sun on his face. Stargazer had no trouble remembering his last conversation with Rakrak. The conversation seemed like a dream to him, but at the same time so real and vivid. Rakrak, you were right, this is the prairie we envisioned. But there are no stars or houses of stone here. You can't always get what you wish for. There was a chance the houses in this place wouldn't be needed. Besides, this little thing didn't compare to what he'd already gotten. Stargazer couldn't help but smile. After all, it was truly a wonderful gift for him. Enjoying the pleasant sunlight, Stargazer hummed a tune. The afterlife was much more pleasant and better than he had imagined. In addition, thanks to it, his longtime dream had come true, and he could finally relax in the sun. At some point, however, something caught his eye and made him turn around. As it turned out, he was not the only one who was on this green field. Here and there on the grass lay other lizardmen. They were sleeping facing the sky, with their eyes closed. Stargazer was surprised, but he was more interested in why they were not awake yet. He wandered around, wondering if he should wake up the other lizardmen or not. The lizardmen looked like they were sound asleep, so it was rude to wake them up. Among the other lizardmen, Stargazer saw a few familiar faces. Looking at one of the familiar lizardmen, he recognized him as one of his students and warriors. He remembered that he had been one of his arithmetic students, and had died a few years ago in one of the many wars. One day, the black-scale lizards had been attacked by an alliance of goblin tribes, 4 times the size of Rakrak's clan. 2 groups of goblins split the Rakrak clan's formation into 2. Rakrak, who was in front, and Ur, who was behind, brought their warriors back into formation and began to fight back. However, the children and old men who were in the center of the lizard formation could not do the same. All they had to do was hope for reinforcements and run away since they couldn't fight. But the goblins took that chance and ambushed them. Stargazer, who had seen many battles, realized that they had no way out. And the fact that the goblins were aiming at a place in the formation where there were mostly old men, women, and children was a common military trick. Their only option was to retreat and hold out until Rakrak's reinforcements arrived. The enemy had a numerical advantage, and their tribe's warriors were slowly continuing to be pushed back. The result of such a battle had to be one thing: a loss. In such a situation, Stargazer realized that they were powerless, and this was their end. The goblins were already approaching them, about to massacre them. However, some of the warriors went against the leader's order, because they thought it was necessary and abandoned the battlefield and came to the defense of the old men and children. They were few in number, and did so after making sure that without them, the formations would not be broken. They apologized to their comrades and rushed to their aid, despite the fact that the goblins were dozens of times more numerous than they were. Each knew their lives were on the line, but they couldn't risk the future of their tribe just like that. Thanks to the lessons of Stargazer, they knew how to count, and now it seemed to them a reasonable price to pay to save many others at the cost of one life. It was then that one of the warriors turned to Stargazer and said that he was glad that he had learned to count, and he was grateful to him for these lessons. Stargazer could not stop him. He was firm in his resolve, as were several other lizard warriors. They had disobeyed the chief's orders to come here to help because they thought it was the right thing to do. And thanks to their heroic sacrifices, which no one wanted, the weak lizardmen were able to escape and wait for the reinforcements, which by then had already managed to defeat the main forces of the Goblin Tribal Alliance. But that precious time was bought at a high price. Some of those brave warriors survived their heroic act, but most did not. The lizard warrior standing in front of Stargazer was one of those who did not survive. At the funeral of the warriors who had fallen in that battle, Rakrak went into a rage and began yelling at those who survived, and even those who died at their own funerals. He even yelled at Stargazer. He was sure it was all because of that damn arithmetic he had taught them. Stargazer himself realized some of his guilt, but still asked why he thought it was because of arithmetic. Rakrak thought so, for it was those warriors who were smart and good at arithmetic who had gone against his orders and rushed at the goblins. From the outside, they seemed so stupid, especially when they said that by sacrificing one life, they were saving 2. They decided that it was a good exchange. However, none of them paid attention to the fact that old men and children can't protect others, but warriors can, and by dying themselves, they leave the tribe defenseless. Then Stargazer looked at him incredulously and asked, "So you think the warriors were wrong to face the goblins who tried to attack the old men and children?" Rakrak hesitated for a moment and answered, "No." Then Stargazer asked why he was angry. Rakrak gritted his teeth and replied that he was angry for one simple reason: because they were not wrong. And now he could do nothing else but be angry that they had died for their right decision, and he had been wrong then, but realized it too late. What irritated Rakrak the most, however, was what happened after that. Someone had apparently overheard the conversation between Rakrak and Stargazer, and all the other warriors who didn't care about arithmetic at first went to Stargazer to learn it. From then on, the warriors who were good at arithmetic always died in the front ranks when a battle arose and always made all sorts of sorties uncoordinated with the chief. and then others went to Stargazer to learn arithmetic and so on in a circle. So later, Stargazer taught them secretly, trying not to annoy Rakrak even more. The warrior sleeping soundly in front of Stargazer was the one who first led many other warriors of the clan to learn arithmetic. After him, even those who were not at first at all interested in arithmetic began to come to Stargazer in secret and learn it. He inspired many by his example. Glad to meet the warrior, Stargazer put his hand on his shoulder, but withdrew it for fear of waking up the warrior. Still, how glad he was to see him here. He decided to wake him later, when he had gotten a good night's sleep. After all, it didn't seem like there was much else to do in this place besides sleep anyway. Looking around, Stargazer assumed that he had woken up faster than the others because he had recently died, and the others were still reeling from the lingering effects of death. Still, he was surprised that there was only an endless sea of grass, and that was all. He wondered, wasn't there anyone divine in this place? Anybody at all? He said it loudly, but his voice just dissolved into the endless green field. Stargazer hesitated. He wasn't as bold as Rakrak and the other warriors, and was a little shy, thinking that the god might overhear. Even when Rakrak pointed out that Stargazer was one of the chosen, he didn't know what to make of it. He couldn't understand why him and what was so special about him that God had chosen him among the others. There were many questions in his mind. Why did the blue insect god save them, protect them, and help them with miracles? Yor said it was because lizard people were better than other species. But is that really the case? The other species seemed to lose either because they didn't have a god, or their gods weren't as powerful as their own. Owen said it was because the god was good. But how are lizardmen better than other species? Are other species not as good-hearted as us? Jael said that God chose the lizardmen because they were helpful. Then was it right for them to rely on God? What if one day they stopped being useful? Stargazer thought Rakrak's answer was the best among all the others. Even if he wasn't right, Rakrak always offered answers that Stargazer liked. Rakrak said that the fact that God had chosen them could have been a coincidence. That maybe they had no choice but to be the best species in the best land. Maybe God did the best he could, and they were simply the best option among those available. It sounded disrespectful in a way, but Stargazer thought it was okay. It was getting hot after being out in the sun for so long, but there was shade in the forest that had discreetly appeared not too far from the field. This place really had everything. He started humming because he was in a good mood. It was the tune everyone sang after the black-scale lizards defeated the frogmen and the villages were rebuilt. It had a good rhythm, so everyone liked it, but Stargazer didn't always hum it because he wasn't very good at singing. He was even embarrassed to hum it, so he only did it when no one was around. And then he heard a rustle. Suddenly some movement caught his eye. Someone nearby was moving among the trees. Stargazer began to wonder who it was. He saw the tail of a lizard sticking out between the trees, but he never got an answer from it. The tail swayed back and forth and then disappeared. He immediately called out to it again, but there was no answer. Then he began to rise hastily, intending to get close to the stranger and catch him if necessary. He began to ask the stranger to stop and listen to him, for he only wanted to ask him one question. Movement meant that someone was still awake. Who was it then? Could you be someone he knew? Not getting an answer, Stargazer hastily got up and went into the forest, and soon he saw the tail again between the trees in the distance. But the tail disappeared when Stargazer called out to him. He began to walk faster, thinking he might lose the lizard man. Walking fast was awkward, for he hadn't been able to do it until now and had gotten used to it. But then Stargazer decided to remember his youth and started to run, and soon he was running after the lizardman, whose tail appeared and disappeared among the trees. Stargazer remembered that when he was young he liked to run like that. As a child he had run with a friend whose face and name he no longer remembered. He shouted after the stranger, "Stop! Where are you going?" When he passed a few bushes, a small clearing showed up. What he saw there made him excited. There stood a stone building. Stargazer had never seen such a building before. The building was cylindrical, made of rectangular stones, with a domed ceiling. The tail swayed back and forth at the entrance to the building and suddenly disappeared, as if disappearing inside. Stargazer thought that if there was any deity here, he had one question he'd really like to ask. Besides, the lizard man who was always running away from him and brought him here must have been inside the building as there were no other exits. As he approached the entrance to the building, he was thinking for the 100th time, why had God chosen them? Stargazer, whose body was hot from running, quickly climbed the steps and entered the building. A blue light burned at the end of the dark corridor. This light was familiar to Stargazer. As he entered, he kept wondering why they were chosen. Was it because the lizardman race was better than the others? Or was it simply because of the divine benevolent? Or just because they were useful? He didn't know the right answer, but he really wanted to find out. Stargazer walked down the corridor where the blue butterfly led him. As always in his pondering of this question, he decided that Rakrak's answer was the most appropriate. He thought that perhaps it was just a coincidence and not a spur-of-the-moment choice, and perhaps it was simply the result of the best possible choice under the circumstances. It wasn't a bad thing after all. Finally, he found himself face to face with the night sky. The very night sky of the world he knew was projected on the ceiling. The stars were not drawn, but real, shining on their own. And the depth of the dark sky was no different from the real one. The sight took his breath away. He thought, well, you were right, Rakrak. A big stone house. And now, the stars. Stargazer looked around for the master of the tale he was chasing, but the building was empty. However, Stargazer's attention was already on the night sky, not the tail. He scanned it from one end to the other and realized that the sky was moving exactly as he remembered. He believed that God was moving the night sky exactly as it moved. But this was not the end of it. In the center of the room stood a strange mechanical device that looked as if it could be found in the ancient ruins. It was a long cylinder of brass with a round crystal beaker inserted at either end. It was mounted on a platform with a chair to sit on, its whole appearance silently inviting one to look into the strange device. For a moment, Stargazer froze, wondering if he could touch the device. He decided that he could, since no one was around. After touching various parts of the device, he turned his gaze to the bottom crystal glass. He looked at it and couldn't contain his delight. Oh my God, how can this be? Stargazer stepped away from the crystal glass several times to look at the night sky with his naked eye and looked into the glass again. He loosened and tightened the handle of the cylindrical-shaped device. He couldn't believe that this was what the stars really looked like. Gradually, though, he came to that conclusion. This is exactly what they looked like. This star would go this way, and this one would go that way. His calculations were very rudimentary, but he checked it over and over again, and recalculated it over and over again to be absolutely sure. Now he was sure that everything he knew before was so superficial, how much more he had to learn. Stargazer stared uninterruptedly through this mechanical device, never tiring of it, as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It would be wonderful if he could pass this knowledge on to those still alive. That would be truly amazing. He didn't even notice that Sunwoon himself was standing behind him, watching him closely. According to Stargazer, knowledge of the stars was a way of calculating, and if a person could calculate, he could determine the size and location of everything in the world, which would allow him to predict what would happen in the future. But as far as Stargazer could remember, there had never yet been a case of anyone from the dead coming back. Then, if one cannot return after death, why did God create this place? Just to see the old lizard man be happy? Stargazer knew it couldn't be. God always does everything to his best advantage. He does nothing for nothing. This knowledge would surely come in handy in the future. The God that Stargazer wanted to meet all along was standing right behind him, and he was quite pleased with the way Stargazer followed him. Stargazer's assumptions proved to be correct. After all, the afterlife would affect the views on life itself, life after death, and the values of those who believed in their God. If warriors went to the afterlife, their kind would dream of Valhalla, and if immortals with special powers went to the afterlife, their kind would dream of a beautiful, peaceful, and flourishing place. What if a scientist went to the afterlife? Then it would definitely lay the groundwork for thorough research and discoveries that would lead to technological breakthroughs. The afterlife would sometimes change and lead to unforeseen results due to attacks from other players. But for now, the afterlife created by Sunwoon was starting out perfect and functioning as it should. Sunwoon cast one last glance at Stargazer's back before descending from the platform and exiting the first observatory he had built himself. At the same time, in the real world, the clipped ear tribe that possesses superior ironworking technology over what the Lizardmen had at their disposal. In addition, they had managed to tame the fearsome saber-toothed tigers and were now preparing for a major war. The development and behavior of this tribe of gnolls was unusual, and it unmistakably indicated that there was also a player behind their actions. He had his own plans and his own strategy, and for sure many trump cards up his sleeve. So Sunwoon had a lot to prepare before going to war with the other players, and this one specifically. It was going to be an exciting battle of wits and strategies on the chessboard, with the price of error being the highest. Now that Sunwoon had an afterlife, he should have tackled the next point of his plan, and prepare an appropriate reception for those pesky gnolls, to crush them once and for all and make them just another stepping stone on his lizard tribe's path to complete dominance in this world. Sunwoon was determined to prepare a proper welcome for his opponents, one that would leave them no chance. But for such a fitting welcome, there was still a lot of preparation to be done, gathering all the necessary information, utilizing all his resources, all his insects. In this perished world, players are slowly expanding their controlled territory. But that doesn't stop players from using their controlled creatures outside of their territories. And Sun Woon took full advantage of this opportunity by investing a lot of his resources to mess with his neighbors. He even developed 3 main levers of influence over neighboring areas and players based on his specialization in insects. The first leverage is a group of locusts called a swarm. With the help of a swarm of locusts, Sun Woon could control the development of civilizations that relied on farming, but he was careful not to draw attention to his actions. His next tool was to spread disease and viruses using his beetles. Having used them against the frogmen, Sun Woon did not stop there and continued to develop new pathogens. In this way, he systematically expanded the list of diseases he could use against other civilizations. And finally, the last tool was the nest, which he built in the controlled area and where he grew his beetles in such quantity that they ravaged the entire area, leaving only desert behind. That was the end of the tools he could directly control, but that was not all. Due to the power, fame, and influence of the Rakrak tribe, the weaker lizard tribes around them decided that it would be more profitable and safer for them to submit to the black-scale lizards and form an alliance with them. These tribes joined them one by one. Now looking at the map, he realized that it was only a matter of time before the southern peninsula was taken. But the only remaining question was what to do with those players who behave inadequately and try to interfere with him. And the solution was obvious. They had to be taken out of the equation. But all in good time. Meanwhile, in the lands of the perished world, 2 travelers arrived at a camp of black-scale lizards. Owen asked one of the passing lizardmen why the camp was so quiet and sad. Had someone died? And soon he received the answer, "The stargazer has died." Owen was saddened. It was a significant loss to their tribe. Then Hui said he had heard of him before, and since that was the case, today was probably not the right day for his visit, so he'd better just go for a little walk and come back in a few days. Owen shook his head and replied, "That's fine. We don't think it's a bad thing if a traveler comes to a funeral. We generally consider it to be good luck." Hui had a logical question. Why do they think that? Then Owen explained that he thought it was good to have another person to share the grief with. Tonight they would talk about the stargazer all night, and when the sun came up tomorrow, Hui would realize their sadness and grieve for the stargazer as his friend. Hui thought for a moment and nodded, which made a little sense. Owen and Hui walked through the tents and headed towards where the funeral was being held. All the black-scale lizards recognized Owen, so the 2 of them made it to the funeral site without any problems. There, a lizard with a sturdy build and buffalo horns on his head stood near the burning altar. He wasn't wearing anything too ornate or unusual, but from the way the other lizardmen were treating him, they could tell that this was a high-ranking member of their society. Hui immediately took notice of him as his figure stood out from the crowd. The lizardmen stood closest to the altar and Hui guessed correctly. It was Rakrak himself, the leader of the tribe and their high priest, and tears were pouring from under his bone mask. Hui noticed this and immediately asked Owen if it was normal for a tribal leader to shed tears. At these words, Owen's eyes became big and round, as if he couldn't understand what Hui meant. Then he asked, "Aren't humans like that? Don't you cry when you're sad?" Of course they cry, and their chiefs cried too. But human chiefs tried not to cry in front of their tribe in public to preserve their reputation. Reputation? Owen didn't know that word. He knew what respect was, but not reputation. Hui sighed slightly. Different species had different values that were hard to understand and explain to others. That was the way it was, even though they all spoke the same language. Fortunately, Hui didn't have to explain completely, and from the beginning, what reputation meant. Owen had met a lot of people when he was a vagabond, and he understood almost immediately what reputation meant. For him, thanks to examples, it wasn't that hard to understand. If a tribal leader showed a weak side, the warriors would think the leader was a weak man. Still, Owen advised Hui not to try to explain it to the other lizards. They just wouldn't understand it. Hui wondered why he thought that. Didn't he figure it out quickly himself? Owen then explained to him that there was something they considered more important than reputation. Owen and Hui watched tears roll down Rakrak's face and drip to the floor. When Hui had already asked what was more important than reputation, and Owen replied that there were many things more important than reputation, Rakrak suddenly turned to face them, gently wiped his tears, and greeted his old friend. He was glad to see Owen, while behind them Hui was lost in speculation as to what could be more important than reputation. Glancing at the burial pyre burning out, Owen declared that he was too late. But Rakrak reassured him that he was late, but not too late, and he still had a chance to see the stargazer off. Owen and Hui moved closer to Rakrak. Owen said, "Your words make me feel a little better, Chief." Then Rakrak asked, "Who is that human friend next to you?" Owen explained, "I met him on my way here. His name is Hui. He's a messenger from Automation. He said he came to deliver the words of the Lord of Automation." Hui bowed courteously to Rakrak and personally introduced himself. "I am Hui of Automation." Rakrak looked at Hui and called Owen over to him. Rakrak and Owen exchanged a few whispers with each other, and Hui, who had good eyesight and hearing, tried to overhear what they were talking about, but heard nothing. While Owen whispered in Rakrak's ear that he had a bad feeling about this messenger and the chief should be careful. Rakrak looked at the messenger carefully, keeping a friendly expression on his face. One look was enough for him to assess him and realize what to expect from him. Hui was a little prepared for what might happen. He wouldn't be surprised if Lizardmen warriors jumped out of the tents and attacked him, or if Rakrak drew his sword and killed him himself. However, nothing of the sort happened. So Hui entered the largest tent with Rakrak to negotiate. Rakrak calmly said to Hui, "You must have come a long way, but I am sorry. We will have to stay up all night tonight, so I want to get right down to business and resolve things quickly." Hui was only too happy to resolve things quickly. Rakrak began by asking what brought the messenger here. Hui began by respectfully taking a pouch out of his pocket and holding it out to Rakrak, saying, "To begin with, please accept this gift from Lord Chadinson, especially for the leader of the lizard tribe." He still hoped to placate Rakrak with gifts. Rakrak opened the pouch. Inside was a piece of stone of a murky white color. As soon as Rakrak held it in his hands, he knew immediately what it was. It was rock salt. Rakrak already knew it was not an easy gift to give. Salt was a valuable thing in itself, and to give a piece of rock salt the size of a fist as a gift was more of an insult. But Rakrak knew that the Lord of Automation had no intention of insulting him with it. There was a lot of interesting things about the gift. Automation had a veritable fortress. There was no other like it to be found at this time on the entire planet. Some farming species put up wooden fences to protect their villages, but they weren't very strong. And earthen ramparts required too much labor to maintain, so they weren't a good option either. Until proper construction techniques and fortress architecture were developed, these types of ramparts were used to protect farming species. But they came with many drawbacks. Automation, on the other hand, was an ancient fortress ruin, and was more than a dozen meters high with many secrets inside. On the earthen wall of the Automation, there were mysterious mud soldiers with a self-repair function that allowed them to automatically rebuild the fortress if it was destroyed. Mud soldiers were slow and dull-witted, so they weren't very useful in battle, but in emergencies they could be used as troops to defend the castle. Automation had geographical advantages as well. There were two ways to get from the north to the northwest of the peninsula. One was through the wilderness, and the other passed through a rugged mountain valley below Automation's castle. It would be difficult for an ordinary wanderer to choose one of them, but those who knew both paths well usually preferred the mountain valley. Firstly, even though the path was uneven, it was easier and less dangerous to follow than the wilderness where one could easily get lost. Secondly, the mountain valley was shorter. And last but not least, because that's where Automation was located. In the wilderness, if a wanderer ran out of water and food, one had to pray for a spring to appear as a miracle. But Automation, on the other hand, at least gave the wanderers water. This meant that Automation could cut off the path to the interior of the continent. Their castle didn't completely cover the middle of the mountain valley, but if Automation had enough troops, they could crush those who passed the castle. Rakrak believed that despite the neutral relationship between the black-scale lizards and Automation, if Automation's men felt they could capitalize on a single betrayal, they would do so without question. Rakrak couldn't say for sure if they would eventually come out to the Greater Land. But the blue insect god is wary of the continent and the northern region. So, it should be safe to pass through this mountain valley. Beyond the mountain valley was a path leading to the north and northwest of the continent. And there was another important thing, just as important as the path. Automation was not just an ancient ruin built in a remote location. Inside Automation was a salt mine. The people inside Automation weren't very strong, so the amount of salt they could mine was small, but it was still salt. Salt was an important resource, especially in animal husbandry. Carnivores and omnivores could maintain sodium levels in their bodies by eating other animals, but this was not the case for herbivores. Herbivores could not maintain their sodium levels by eating only plants. Therefore, they consumed minerals by licking rocks that had salt on them, as well as ingesting soil. However, when herbivores were artificially fed by humans and continued to travel long distances, they rarely, if ever, had the opportunity to consume the minerals they needed. Herbivores whose bodies lacked sodium experienced vomiting or stomach upset due to hyponatremia and eventually died of kidney failure. Salt was especially important for pregnant animals. As a result, it was a critical resource for lizards. Once black-scale lizards became involved in animal husbandry, they constantly required excessive amounts of salt. Salt was also used for more than just animal husbandry. Salt was used not only to season food for cooking, but also for preservation. As livestock numbers increased, it became increasingly difficult for black-scale lizards to rely on smoking alone. Salt was also used for chemical treatments, such as making paint or tanning leather, as well as for washing things and for funerals. Other uses included fertilizer or even currency, but the black-scale lizardmen did not use salt for these purposes. Rakrak was well aware that most of the supply came from automation. Salt from the far coast was unavailable because it was too expensive to bring inland, and supplies from the salt lakes were scarce because there weren't many of them. Therefore, automation became the largest producer of salt in the area. The fact that a piece of rock salt was brought from such a place meant only one thing. Huawei confirmed his hunch and repeated that it was a gift from Lord Automation, and their colony was famous for salt production. Rakrak immediately realized that the first time means there will be a second and a third. Huawei smiled and promised there would be more after that. His face was partially hidden by the beard and hood he wore, and you couldn't see all of his emotions. Rakrak smiled too, but not as friendly, nodded and took the rock salt in his hand. Then he made a fist with the rock salt in it. It crumbled and spilled out of Rakrak's fingers. Huawei was shocked at this behavior with the gift. He had expected a warm welcome knowing how important the salt was to the lizards, but all his plans fell apart, just like the salt. Rakrak then said, wiping the salt residue from his hands, "Tell your master that I have accepted this gift well." Huawei was shocked and didn't understand what was going on and asked him, "What did you do?" Rakrak pretended to think about it, then answered him, "Oh, you don't know because you don't have a god. It's just one of our rituals. If you sprinkle a small lump of rock salt on the ground, our god will be pleased. That's all you need to know." The men of automation had no god, but Huawei knew that the presentation before him was a brazen lie. He stated that it was a gift from the Lord of Automation, Lord Chadinson, and the way Rakrak had treated him was disrespectful. Seeing the look in his eyes, the Lizardmen leader explained, "It's just a small piece of rock salt, and I have used it well for the glory of my god. Is that a bad thing?" Huawei became indignant. "You know that's not what the gift is about. Didn't I tell you that the Lord of Automation said there would be a second and a third and even more times? Their size of those gifts will be larger, so what are you trying to say by your actions?" Rakrak thought for a moment and answered, "I've heard that the Lord of Automation is rich, but sending a man to give such a tiny amount of rock salt as a gift is somewhat extravagant. But you are right. I hope you bring much more for trade next time. It is good that it is not the rainy season, and your journey will be quick." Huawei realized that he was facing a very cunning and experienced lizard man and had to hide his anger. However, it wasn't that they didn't understand each other, it was that they belonged to different races and didn't trust each other. Huawei could barely contain his irritation. Rakrak completely crumbled the piece of rock salt that Huawei had given him. Although Rakrak's actions were rude, it wasn't rudeness per se. It was a way to complete the diplomatic procedure of refusing to negotiate further. In the end, Rakrak got the salt and used it. The Lord of Automation could say nothing against it. Huawei suggested, "Let's talk seriously. Why did you refuse the gift? Don't you need the salt?" Rakrak stared blankly at the tent without even turning in his direction. He seemed to be looking up at the stars. He motioned for the man to go home. But the man couldn't just go back with nothing. Then Rakrak turned to Huawei and said, "All right, Huawei, the man who came from automation. Let's have a talk. Honestly, I don't really like what it's called, saving face and finding hidden meanings in words." Only then did Huawei realize what he was getting at and asked, "Are you talking about diplomacy?" Rakrak assured him, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't really understand all this nonsense. And I don't like it. I like straight talk better." Now Huawei had nowhere to go, and he agreed, saying, "Okay, Rakrak, let's talk directly. Why did you refuse?" Rakrak raised a finger and proceeded to explain. "First of all, I don't like to accept offers that others have turned down." Huawei looked at him, not understanding what he was getting at, and asked, "What does that mean?" Rakrak answered him patiently, "If someone else turned it down, it means the offer wasn't worth it. It may be a better offer for me than the previous person, but it's still worth reconsidering and offering something better." Huawei snickered, but assured Rakrak that this was incorrect and he was wrong. The Lord had made this offer solely for him, but Rakrak knew enough to see through his lies and asked, "Do you really think Owen met you by chance and brought you here because you were lucky?" Huawei gritted his teeth. He didn't think the lizards had it so together. Rakrak continued to speak. "Owen told me you came from the north, not the west. That means you came from the desert, not from automation, and across the desert is the Knoll tribe of severed ears. I bet you made the same offer to Salkate their chief, but were refused. Perhaps you refused for another reason, which I will tell you now." Huawei listened to him in silence. Rakrak went on to say, "There are no gifts for nothing. I don't believe in that. I think even the greedy gnolls can understand that, and that is why they rejected your gifts." Huawei tried to object, saying, "That's not the point. The Lord of Automation is trying to give you salt, without asking for anything in return, and just as a token of our friendship." Rakrak shook his head and continued to speak. If we accept your salt, we will have to protect you. Am I not right? Pointing at him with his hand, he explained. When you humans are locked and surrounded in the castle of automation, we will have to worry about the safety of our salt. If we play along with your diplomacy and you get in trouble, we will have no choice but to turn our attention to fights that have nothing to do with us. Hui said cautiously. Rakrak, that is what diplomacy is. Of course, Rakrak knew this, but was masterful at playing his part. Then Hui decided to come at it from the other side and said, It's not necessarily a gift with nothing in return and we can make a decent deal. But that wasn't an option for the Lizardmen either. Hui didn't know what to do anymore and asked, Then why do you reject our offer? Rakrak laughed and asked, You really don't know? I'm sure the Null Chieftain Salkate has already told you. Hui silently listened to the same answer he had heard from the Null Chieftain. Why don't we just take over automation? If we kick the humans out, the salt mine and castle of automation will be ours and we can mine more salt than the humans could sell us. Isn't that right? Now Hui, why don't you tell me the truth? Or should I address you as Lord of Automation, Hui Co? To this he could answer nothing. It seemed the fate of their settlement was sealed and diplomacy could no longer help them. Their weakness was too obvious. The ancient ruins of automation towered above the landscape, an ancient relic and many meters of evidence of a bygone era. Its fortress walls, unlike those encountered at the time, held secrets yet to be unraveled. Compared to these high walls, the savages prowling around seemed insignificant. They could not dream of getting inside undetected. In addition to this, guarding all the secrets of this fortress were mysterious mud soldiers, automatons endowed with the ability to self-repair and rebuild the fortress in the event of its destruction. Though slow and dull-witted, they served as a silent, constant defense that kept watch day and night. The strategic value of automation went beyond its imposing presence. This valley held a strange attraction for vagabonds. While the treacherous terrain made the wilderness a risky path, the valley offered a shorter and safer route. Unlike the unforgiving wilderness, automation offered a glimmer of hope in the form of water, a lifeline for weary travelers. Its strategic position allowed automation to control the passage, potentially cutting off access to the interior of the continent and always attracting members of other human and non-human tribes who sought to live peacefully under the protection of the high walls. Although the black-scale lizards maintained a neutral relationship with the automation, the human inhabitants, ever opportunistic, would not fail to exploit any perceived weakness they might have for their own selfish purposes. Automation also owned a salt mine, a valuable resource in the region. But more importantly, it controlled two vital passages leading from the peninsula to the north and northwest. One route, a treacherous trek through the wilderness, was easily avoided by more knowledgeable travelers who chose the rugged mountain valley that lay under automation's watchful eye. Nebula, always wary of the continent and the north, understood how important it was to keep automation safe. Rakrak, with a sly smile on his lips, revealed the third reason. There are no free gifts. Even the avaricious Salkate understood this fundamental truth. Hui tried to convince him otherwise, insisting that salt was given unconditionally, but Rakrak was adamant. Accepting the salt meant responsibility, the burden of protecting it within automation. Any conflict around the castle would draw the Lizardmen into another's fight, a price too high to pay for mere diplomacy and a measly handful of salt. And he bluntly told his guest that he knows who he really is. Lord Automation, and he doesn't believe in free gifts from a lord who has personally traveled such a long and dangerous journey, especially if that gift is offered to you by someone who hides his true identity. That was something Rakrak could not accept. But the supposed lord of this mysterious domain, Hui, remained silent and ignored Rakrak's words. This mysterious silence fueled Rakrak's suspicions, and he concluded that since the automation lord did not deny his words, he was trying to test the Lizardmen's knowledge by saying his name, Hui. According to the Lizardmen's leader, Hui's purpose was to gauge their reaction and find out how much they knew, and whether Hui's name had any significance in their understanding of automation. Since even in the automation fortress itself, there were only a few people who knew their lord's real name and appearance. It could even be said that only the 4 noble families who were close to the lord and supported him knew him personally. Moreover, all those who were related to the lord all had a part of Hui in their name, and it was rumored that Hui himself had 4 sons and 3 daughters. The deep knowledge of the Lizardman chief surprised Hui. Rakrak discerned his disguise and deciphered his true nature by the distinctive Hui in his name, a common nickname in the lord's lineage. The wrinkles on his hands gave away his age, further confirming Rakrak's suspicions. Gathering all these facts together, Rakrak and found out Hui's real name and position. Sighing and recognizing that Rakrak was indeed clever, Hui removed his hood. His weathered face reflected a mixture of weariness and defiance. He no longer played the role of a mere messenger, but stood at the head of automation, carrying the weight of his people's future on his shoulders. Rakrak studied Hui's facial features. Fierce eyes beneath frowning brows, a disheveled beard, and scars from past battles. Hui wondered curiously how Rakrak had such detailed knowledge of his family, for none of the Lizardmen were his close confidants. Finally, he himself admitted that Rakrak was right and that he was indeed Lord Automation and his name was Hui. However, he quickly moved on without insisting on the sources of the information, wanting to understand the other reasons why Rakrak had rejected his offer. He felt that being a lord made absolutely no difference, and he was indeed giving him salt for free. With each revelation, the dynamics of the negotiations changed. Hui's carefully constructed facade was crumbling, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Rakrak, on the other hand, remained mysteriously calm, his motives and true loyalties still in the shadows. Tense negotiations were unfolding on the stage, the fate of automation and its people hanging in the balance. Diplomacy, Rakrak scoffed, is a fancy word for dancing around truths better spoken openly. That is why I despise her. Hui agreed, recognizing that while gift might not be an accurate word, he thought they were offering a fair exchange. Your price is too high, and even the greedy Sulcate who rejected your offer earlier knows it, Rakrak stated. If Rakrak accepted the salt from Hui, the lizards would be obligated to protect automation. If an external or even internal enemy attacked automation, the Lizardmen would worry about the safety of their salt and salt mines. Even if this war was started by the fault of automation itself, the Lizardmen would be forced to always be on its side. In Rakrak's opinion, that was exactly what Hui's intention was. It's called a deal or transaction, and it will be beneficial to all, Hui stated. So why are you rejecting a deal beneficial to yourself? A grin appeared on Rakrak's face. Sulcate should have told you, he remarked, eyes twinkling with pleasure, presenting a frightening picture in front of Hui. Or why don't we just conquer automation, expel the humans, take over the salt mine and castle as our own? It'll be easier that way, and we'll have everything in our hands. Hui recoiled, stunned for a moment. To hear such an answer twice in a row from the leaders of powerful tribes was dangerous. He suppressed his rising anger, however, and met Rakrak's eyes and asked, Are you threatening to attack us? No, Rakrak objected, and a sly smile played on his lips. Simply offering an alternative more favorable to the Lizardmen, far simpler than your diplomatic charades. It is an effective choice, wouldn't you agree? This useless diplomacy will do us no good, which means conquering automation would be a better choice for us. Rakrak was confident in the strength of his warriors and his god, and doubted that the walls of automation could resist their might. Hui flinched, but then seriously looked directly into Rakrak's eyes and said, Don't take automation too lightly. Humans are not defenseless. And I never claimed they were defenseless, Rakrak replied evenly. My calculations predict victory, albeit with some losses. But you hold secrets unknown even to me. Secrets that allow you to continue to exist here. These unknowns worry me. The possible losses they could inflict on my warriors. He leaned closer, voice lowered to a murmur. Taking automation is not a problem. We serve the blue insect god, whose blessings can crush your tall ramparts and turn your mud soldiers to dust. Hui was silent, and an epiphany came over him. He had heard rumors of Guardian Sratis, a mantis titan who was rumored to have aided the Lizardmen in times of war and was considered an avatar of the blue god of insects. Even statues of the creature adorn the markets in automation itself. And Sratis is not your only concern, Rakrak continued, a predatory calmness in his voice. We have our own cockatrice warriors and chosen ones with powers you cannot fathom. Imagine how your soldiers would fear thunder and lightning conjured of their own volition. Hui felt the weight of Rakrak's words pressing down on him. He knew of the existence of the Srathis. The lore was too widespread to dismiss. The cockatrice warriors were still unknown, and though he was dubious about the power of the chosen, the image of lightning flashing among his troops sent shivers down his spine. Rakrak's words were a vivid reminder of their castle's vulnerabilities. A heaviness of unspoken possibilities hung in the air. The game of diplomacy had changed dramatically, exposing the dynamics of power. Hui knew that a simple rebuttal would not be enough. He needed a new strategy that would recognize the danger posed by Rakrak, while at the same time offering a solution no leader could refuse. The fate of automation and its people depended on his next move. Rakrak's words pressed down on Hui like a crumbling rampart. Hundreds of Lizardmen warriors, maybe more, against a human population with few true fighters. Automation's strength lay in its numbers, but fear was a stronger weapon than a peasant's hoe. Rumors of conflict would turn them to flight, leaving behind hollow ramparts and shattered morale. The tribe of severed ears would sow fear, but the reputation of the Lizardmen outpaced them. Despair gnawed at Hui. He had lost this war before it even began. Rakrak sensed his opponent's despair and broke the silence. You're not afraid to come here alone? So you're making things very easy for us. With your death, automation will be decapitated and will only fall faster. Hui met his gaze and, though he had some misgivings, still replied, that just as you are confident of defeating automation, I know you will not kill me despite the loss of my disguise. After all, black-scale lizards honor their guests. Rakrak looked at him carefully. True, he agreed. But as I said, my tribe stands to gain much from conquering automation. 4 families will crumble into chaos if their lord dies. An easy victory without a leader. But you won't know who will be the next lord, Hui objected, his voice firm despite the panic growing inside. Rakrak was intrigued, though the Lizardmen didn't care for the automation heir. Such a surrender and acknowledgement of his possible death so easily was not something he had expected. So he tilted his head, and the tip of his tail vibrated in anticipation of the details. Explain, he ordered Hui. Hui took a deep breath, and a spark of hope lit up in his eyes. Automation has a secret, he began, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. A secret weapon that not even my closest advisors know about. A guardian so powerful that even the blessing of the blue insect god may not be enough to overcome it. Rakrak's amusement vanished, replaced by anxiety. Secrets were powerful weapons, especially if wielded by a desperate opponent. Oh, what's the secret? He asked, and his voice lost its former arrogance. Hui leaned closer, a sly smile playing on his lips. That, he said, is a story for another day, a story worth bargaining for. There was a tense silence in the room. Rakrak, whose confidence was shaken, weighed the unknown and the promise of conquest. Could this be a bluff? A desperate ploy to save automation? Or is there really power hidden within those ancient walls? He had underestimated Hui, and it was quite obvious. And underestimating, he knew, could be a costly mistake. Sighing, Rakrak relented. And why? Rakrak snorted. Should my tribe care who your successor is? What does automation's heir have to do with us? Hui thought for a moment, searching for an explanation that Rakrak could understand. Imagine, he began, the game of Go, a favorite here in automation. Lines intersect to form a grid. We place black and white stones, each vying for control. Surround an opponent's stone with 4 of your own, and it disappears. Play until no squares remain, then count the captured stones and the surrounded spaces. The one with the most points wins. He paused, gauging Rakrak's reaction. The reptilian leader's pupils dilated, a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Hui continued, but rules are just tools. What matters is this. I am a stone on this board. So are you. Rakrak leaned forward, mesmerized. And the game has begun? Yes, Hui confirmed. 2 gods play, using the tribes as stones. The wilderness is the field. One has brought the gnolls, the other the lizards. They want to pit them against each other on this board, creating their own game. And that game could be called automation, for the winner will have it to himself. Rakrak's silence spoke volumes. He knew, just as Hui knew that he knew. Lizardmen had played a role in the inheritance of automation. Recently, some lizardmen and their followers had approached Hui's children and whispered to them about teeth full of wrath and the blue butterfly, inclining them to believe in their deity. And some of his children began to believe in the gods. Rakrak's eyes gleamed in the shadows. You, he admitted, read as well as I do. You have a fine analysis. Finally, Rakrak recognized that Hui was right. Negotiating and preaching his faith was better than bloodshed. Conquering automation would not be easy. Its ramparts, built of earth, towered, presenting a formidable obstacle. The assault would have to be fended off by arrows, wooden barriers, rocks, and the blows of spears. The salt mine could be taken with less bloodshed. Unlike previous conquests, they were no longer just a small tribe. Growth required the acquisition of resources, skills, and land. However, Rakrak had his own reasons. He had not forgotten the struggle for survival in their past. He admired the tenacity of the people, their ability to find shelter in this harsh land. Perhaps peaceful coexistence would benefit both tribes. Perhaps this game of Go could have an unexpected peaceful outcome. Sunwoon had his own reasons for avoiding religious coercion. Finding a second chosen species critical to his strategy, and it could not be accomplished by spending faith points on forced conversions. He needed true believers. They are far more effective. The level of Nebula's divinity he had recently reached had given him many points of faith, allowing him to choose 2 kinds. Unlike the first kind, which focused on a single tribe in his domain, the second kind determined his entire future development. Some viewed the first kind as a stepping stone, passing on skills and discarding them later. But not Nebula. His first choice, the Lizardmen, had surpassed all expectations, and he needed an additional species for the next step. Since his goal was to conquer the southern peninsula, which would require crossing enemy lines and the cold northern coast, he needed a cold-tolerant species to support and potentially expand the Lizardmen tribe. It wasn't just about conquest, it was about strategic synergy and adaptation. It was time to organize a clash of civilizations, ruled by him and his rival, another god already known to us as hegemony. The winner would receive the prize of the human race, while the loser would bid farewell to his life. Still, a face-to-face meeting with the hegemony seemed inevitable. Perhaps she could provide valuable insights beyond mere reports. Hegemony arrived fashionably late and attempted a friendly bow and greeted him as an old friend, saying, "It's been a while, Nebula." But Nebula wasn't about to play along with him on this, and curtly reminded him of their long-standing feud, effectively quashing Hegemony's attempt at camaraderie. Hegemony objected, citing their past encounters and how much he enjoyed their last game together, which he thought was great. Nebula, constantly analyzing everything, turned to reminiscing. It was a boring memory for him, a simple victory when he was up against the Hegemony's Holy Orc strategy. Another trivial story. Hearing this, Hegemony became indignant. Trivial? Was that game trivial to you? Nebula explained that at first, the first few times he played against players using the Holy Orc strategy, he was worried about whether he could find a counter to the meta strategy. But when he found an effective way to counter it, every next game was already boring and without challenges. Hegemony, visibly embarrassed, hid his face under his helmet. Could there be a humble man hiding behind this avatar? Nebula wondered. Hegemony came to his senses and, without giving up hope, declared his intention to finally defeat Nebula. Predictable, thought Nebula, always throwing around empty threats. He questioned the logic of such a conflict, reminding the hegemony of the finality of this reality. The perished world was a battlefield, not a game. To start a war of annihilation between their best forces was strategic suicide. Sun Woon decided to remind his opponent of this and ask why he wanted to fight right now. For the sake of what advantages? There would be no next round and no next time here. For the loser, this round would be the last round of his life. Hegemony knew this well, and knew it himself. The fate of their chosen species and countless lives hung in the balance. Only time would tell what would prevail in this battle of the gods, reason or rivalry. The perished world was a cruel mistress. Early decisions carried weight, and small miscalculations later had dire consequences. Every victory, every defeat echoed in the game, determining its future. While future games were possible, the beginning of the game provided a wider field of possibilities. In this unforgiving landscape, Nebula and Hegemony, locked in a fierce rivalry, were about to put everything at stake. Hegemony, ever impulsive, craved immediate confrontation. He was known for his distinctive playstyle. At first glance, he seemed simple and predictable, but in conflicts, he displayed animal instincts and made unexpected decisions. He was also good at multitasking. In fact, there were many known cases when Hegemony won thanks to battles in the beginning. And in Nebula's opinion, he himself shouldn't have adapted to what the other persona was good at and get involved in that early conflict. So being a skilled strategist, he understood the risks of early conflict in this game. A war between their leading forces would not just destroy one of them, the winner would be crippled, easy prey for the other players. To avoid that, he proposed another method for the hegemony to decide which of them would win and take back the automation. Nebula was not one to follow his opponent's script. Although he too could succeed in the early skirmishes, there was no point in gambling on hegemony's strength. This wasn't just a battle, it was a conversation, a subtle manipulation. It was obvious that each of them wanted to get one thing: automation. And though hegemony didn't know it yet, Nebula had already won this round by convincing him to go the wrong way in the battle. Deftly redirecting hegemony's suggestion, he steered the duel in the direction he wanted it to go. Contradictory prophecy. This game was now a dance of deception, with players laying contradictory beliefs. The struggle for supremacy had changed. No longer was it a clash of armies, but a battle of wits, a war waged through the very fabric of faith. The perished world held its breath as it watched the two gods play their dangerous game. Would Nebula's calculated approach win out, or would the unpredictable instincts of the hegemony tip the scales? The game had begun, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Prophecy is a skill obtained when the player's divinity reaches level 6. It's like a quest that the player gives himself, and if he fulfills the prophecy, he will receive additional experience points. However, the penalty for failure is also significant. By failing, the amount of experience the player could have gained during this period is reduced due to the absorption of the religious resources invested in creating and spreading the prophecy. If the player is unlucky, he may also receive a penalty, or a negative incident may occur among the creatures loyal to him. A short example of such a prophecy and its impact. A king received a divine message from a blind prophet saying that the king's son would kill the king and sleep with his wife and destroy the kingdom. The king was frightened by this prophecy but could not bear to kill his own son with his own hands, so he ordered one of his subordinates to kill his son instead. However, the subordinate did not have the courage to kill the infant, so he left him in the field and the infant was found by a shepherd. When the infant grew up and became a young man, rumors reached him that the parents he now had were not his biological parents. He went to the prophet to find out the truth. The prophet said that for telling him the truth, he would sleep with his mother and kill his father. Although the young man still loved his current parents, they were not his biological parents, and he left his hometown and set out for adventure. While he was riding in a wagon on the road, he happened to meet a king quarreled with him, fought and defeated him. Then he even fought a kingdom-threatening monster who had the head of a man and the body of a lion. As a reward for killing the monster, he married the queen, who had lost her husband, and became king. A few years later, he learned that the prophecy he was trying to avoid had already been fulfilled. The king he met and killed on the road was his biological father, and the king's wife he married was his biological mother. Upon learning this, the queen, who was his wife and biological mother, hanged herself, and the king gouged out his eyes and threw himself out of the palace. In the end, the kingdom fell. Unlike the confusing example, the skill was fairly simple. The player tasked himself and his subordinates with predicting what would happen in the future, and if the prophecy was fulfilled, he received points of faith spent on relaying the divine message to his tribe, as well as a reward depending on the difficulty of fulfilling the prophecy. For example, I predict that Rakrak will kill a terrible monster, and if I help Rakrak fulfill that prophecy, I get a good amount of XP. However, Perished World players didn't use this skill that often. This was because there was a penalty for failing to fulfill the prophecy. If a lot of faith points were spent on creating a big prophecy, the penalty for not fulfilling it would be even more severe. Points of faith would definitely be lost, experience might decrease, causing the player's level to drop, and if the player was unlucky, their characters involved in the prophecy might be cursed or face an unexpected negative event. If the creator of the prophecy, a god, cannot even control his own destiny, then he is not fit to be a god. Therefore, no matter how simple the prophecy was, the players were obliged to fulfill it. Prophecies that were too simple were not used too often because the number of faith points returned was less than the original number of points used, but they would still be used if necessary, if the player is confident. In Sun Woon's opinion, the best time to use prophecy was now. Conflicting prophecy is when two players make prophecies that contradict each other. For example, player A and player B made a prophecy about person C. Player A would predict that C would die within 3 days, and player B would predict that C would be alive in 3 days. Player A would try everything possible to kill C within the next 3 days, and player B would use every means to protect C from death. Thus, only one of player A or B will fulfill his prophecy, and the other will fail. Thus, one will receive a reward and the other will receive a punishment. This kind of betting is possible without prophecies, but conflicting prophecy is directly supported by the game system, so there is no loophole, and the loser will surely receive a penalty. Unlike verbal betting, in the case of conflicting prophecy, the loser would still be penalized even if they wanted to cheat and didn't want to fulfill the penalty. Therefore, it would be much more favorable to win. Regardless of the fact that the opponent might disagree with the outcome of the bet, Sun Woon just wanted to see his clear benefit if he won. Finally, Hegemony inquired, "So what kind of prophecy should we go with? You should know that the Lord of Automation chooses his successor, right?" Sun Woon replied. Hegemony immediately became indignant for no reason. "Are you playing a trick on me? To find out how much I know about automation?" Sun Woon only laughed off his irascible nature and calmly replied that, of course, not without it. But the main reason why he decided to choose this topic for the prophecy was because it would be convenient to create a conflicting prophecy based on it. Hegemony nodded and said, "Automation regularly chooses its ruler, and that person becomes the ruler of automation. Apparently, the length of time the Lord can stay in power is different every time, and only the automation lord himself at that time knows how long his term will last." Sun Woon decided to share a bit of information and said that this is why Hui, the Lord of Automation, hides his identity. Because if people knew his identity, then when the next successor had to be chosen, many would seek to take Automation Lord's place and his life would be in danger. Finally, they decided to create a controversial prophecy based on who would be the next Automation Lord. Hegemony opened the system window with his records and asked if he meant that they should choose one of the 5 children of the current Automation Lord. Sun Woon replied that, yes, and the important thing is that the time to choose the next successor is almost here. And the current Lord wants to give his seat to one of his children, and that means there will be 5 potential successors. and they must choose one of the 5 children and predict which son or daughter will be the next heir. Since there will only be one, the prophecies will inevitably contradict each other, and if they both foolishly guess wrong, then they'll just have to accept it as it is. Hegemony immediately agreed, and seeing Hegemony accept the challenge so readily, Sunwoon realized something. Had he also prepared in advance? However, our hero still believed that Hegemony had not prepared as thoroughly as he had, since he himself had long known that something like this would happen and had been preparing for a long time. Hui has 5 potential successors. Would you like me to present you with a list of them and give you a brief introduction if you don't know? Hegemony asked. Sunwoon gladly agreed to this, for it was a great opportunity to listen to his opponent without revealing his knowledge. He himself was well aware of the Automation Lord's children, but he was curious about Hegemony's opinion of them. Then he began in order. The first child, Dan, is a man in his early 30s. He has a strong build and is trusted by Hui himself. I think he's also quite intelligent. 2 of the 4 royal families support him, and he has the best chance of becoming a lord. Hegemony cleared his throat and continued speaking. The second child, Jun, is a man in his 20s. He is the half-brother of the first son and is considered weak. He is not particularly social and does not show himself to others, preferring quiet solitude. Rumor has it that he has no interest in becoming an heir at all, although there is a family that supports him, his mother's family. The third child, Jin, is a woman in her 20s. She has the same mother as the first son, and she often goes out to the outside world and travels. She hides her identity, but gets along well with hunters and bullies. She is supported by 1 remaining family of 4. The fourth child, Kyung, is a woman in her early 20s. She has a different mother than the first and second children. Rumor has it that her mother is already dead, and Kyung herself was kind of strange in her appearance and behavior, so those around her thought she was cursed. There's something unusual about her, so she's rejected not only by the Automation Lord but also by other members of her own family. Finally, the 5th child, Min, is a girl about 10 years old. People say that she has extraordinary intelligence and is talented in many ways. She was born when the Lord was already in his old age, so he seems to love her very much, more than the other children. Now that everyone was briefly introduced and their avatars were in front of them, Hegemony asked, "So what do you think? Should we choose right away? Or do you need time to comprehend all the information?" But Sunwoon had already made up his mind long ago and wanted to decide everything here and now, since if he needed time himself, it would mean giving time to Hegemony, and that was unnecessary. Therefore, he suggested, "Why don't we write and test our predictions in the conflicting prophecy window? If we predict the same thing, the conflicting prophecy will still fail and we can just click no. And if we choose different successors, we can press yes and get started. What do you say?" Hegemony agreed. Sunwoon then opened the system window, Contradictory Prophecy. The system immediately asked, "Do you want to set up Contradictory Prophecy with player Hegemony?" But before he made a choice, he received a warning that if he didn't fulfill the prophecy, he would suffer heavy damage and heavy losses. One should have thought things through well before making such a decision. But each of them was willing to take the risk and confirmed their decision. Now each of them chose who they thought would be the heir. Hegemony chose Huiseo's second child. He was sure that Hui Jun would be Automation's next successor. The Nebula player's prophecy, however, stated, Huiseo's fourth child, Hui Kyung, will be Automation's next successor. When the choice had already been made and they heard what the opponent had chosen, Sunwoon checked Hegemony's face. As expected, he was surprised by Nebula's choice, and that was to his advantage. Sure, the Lord's fourth daughter wasn't an obvious or even strange choice at first glance, but as always, it wasn't that simple. Now that each of them had made different choices, the creation of the conflicting prophecy had to be confirmed. Hegemony regained his confidence and swung with force to hit the system window and confirm the beginning of their confrontation. He was sure as always that he would win. The contradictory prophecy was confirmed, and 2 contradictory prophecies began to spread amongst the automation from an unknown source. Now let's go back 3 weeks later to the conversation between Rockrak and Hui. Automation Lord Huiseo at first tried to ignore the prophecies, thinking it must be the families doing something wrong again. He hoped that they were just rumors that would eventually subside. However, the prophecies did not subside, and it became obvious that they were happening from behind the walls of automation. So he went to the rulers of the 2 powerful tribes to find the source of all these rumors that had been circulating for the past 3 weeks. He didn't understand why Jun and Kyung were the ones featured in the rumors. Contrary to what other family members thought, Huiseo had no intention of choosing his first son Dan as his successor. However, there was talk that the successor would be either the firstborn Dan or the third child Jin, so the prophecies themselves were a bit suspicious because they were at odds with conventional theories. He assumed that someone must have started the rumors on purpose. Eventually, Huiseo hired a man to find the source of the prophecies. It took a long time, and Huiseo even had to go looking for it himself several times, but the source was never found. He kept wondering how could this be. It seemed impossible to Huiseo. Both the children and the family members were confused, for they knew that soon it would be time to choose a successor. Huiseo had managed to get rid of the rumors in Automation Castle, but this time something came from outside. Word had reached all 4 families that the tribe of severed ears and black-scale lizards were approaching the castle, and the gnolls and lizards who seemed to be traitors or vagabonds were taking longer to pass by the ramparts and looking closely. Howie knew they would come someday, but he hoped not at such an unfortunate time. Both of these large tribes were hard to understand, but it seemed to him that they were somehow connected to these rumors. His encounters, however, proved to him that things were very complicated. At worst, the 2 tribes could have formed an alliance and attacked Automation, but that didn't seem to be the case. Huiseo had people gather information about both tribes and found out that both tribes believed in different gods. Both tribes had no hatred for each other, but still treated the other tribe with hostility and considered them rivals that they would one day have to fight. Both tribes are huge and could not be trifled with. They probably believe that the wilderness is too small for both tribes and that it should only go to one tribe. While the humans were barely surviving in this Automation Castle, Huiseo knew that he had to do his best to fulfill his final duty as the Lord of Automation and decided to risk his life to do so. He felt that there was definitely a connection between the movement of the 2 tribes and the successor and the rumors, but there was no proof. Even the fact that he still hadn't died after meeting the leaders of the 2 tribes was strange and already meant a lot. It meant that Hui himself was nothing more than a small pebble on the playing field, and that gave him a hopeless confidence. He had already decided to remember that he was just a stone on the board. And just like that, Huiseo confirmed his hopelessness. Huiseo was the first to feel the warmth in the tent fade, but Huiseo just endured the cold air of the desert night while the fire died down. Rakrak looked at the dying fire. He broke a few dry twigs beside him and then began to throw them into the fire, thus revitalizing it. After hearing part of Hui's story, Rakrak noticed how much easier things were when diplomacy was left aside and could be spoken directly. Hui was still silent and disagreed with him, but Rakrak continued saying, "You just have to choose one or the other. Salkate or me, the gnolls or the Lizardmen, the god of evil teeth or the god of blue insects." He held out his hand hinting for Automation to submit to the Lizardmen. However, it wasn't that simple for Hui. It wasn't just a matter of choosing one of the 2. Others would think that Rakrak was asking him to choose between 2 precious gifts. In his mind, however, it was more a matter of which would hurt less if he put his head in the jaws of a saber-toothed tiger or a cockatrice. Even in this situation, the choice was obvious to Rakrak, and he said, "I'm sorry you think so, but wouldn't it be better to put the head in the mouth of a cockatrice?" But Hui said that Salkite also said that a saber-toothed tiger would have been better. Rakrak decided to think from Huiseo's point of view. Huiseo wouldn't believe any of the sweet words Salkate or he himself had said anyway, and his doubts were likely the reason Automation still existed. "So what are you going to do?" Rakrak asked. "Well, for now, I'm going to take a step back," replied Hui, "and let the saber-toothed tiger and the cockatrice fight amongst themselves. There will be a winner in the end, but the winner will likely be exhausted, worn out, and wounded. I'd prefer it to be half dead, but in the end, it will give me more options. The true face of the victor will be shown." Rakrak easily understood Huiseo's analogy and said that it was like Hui was trying to tell him that he wasn't going to make his choice now, while thinking that what he means to say is that he will decide what to do when the successor is chosen. After all, the distance between him and the successor is greater than the distance between the successor and Automation, so he thinks he can use the hostage to do what he wants. However, the successor must be chosen no matter what, and the time to choose is almost here. "What do you think?" Huiseo asked. "It doesn't seem so bad. If you don't care who wins between me and Salkate, the gnolls and the Lizardmen, the evil tooth god and the blue insect god, then that's fine. However, it sounds to me as if you have simply accepted your fate as a will-less pebble on a board," Rakrak replied. "I think you are the same," parried Hui. "You can think whatever you want, but you're the same sounds like there's nothing I can do to me. And the fact that you're just resigned to your fate is like a stone on a chalkboard. You think it's too late now, but you could have done things differently. Wouldn't it have been better to learn more about both tribes and see which one was better? If only you had realized sooner that you couldn't escape both of us." Rakrak's words cut painfully at Huiseo's heart. But then Rakrak shook his head and continued speaking. "No, you're right. Doing nothing depending on the situation is also a good choice. You are wise, as you are for a human." Hui stood up and a breeze blew into the tent, and the fire flickered. The shadows of the 2 chiefs facing each other also swayed violently along with the fire. This signaled the end of the conversation. This was where Hui was going to end their conversation. But before he left, he wanted to ask one last question. Looking tiredly at Rakrak, he said, "After all, I'm not the only one who is a stone. You are as well. Only the plank you're standing on is bigger. Doesn't that frighten you? Don't you feel angry, hurt, or helpless because of that fact?" Huisio meant that Rakrak was also just a toy of the gods. The corners of Rakrak's lips lifted slightly in a meaningful smile, and Huisio realized that Rakrak didn't think so. However, he couldn't guess Rakrak's answer to his question. Finally, after a slightly prolonged silence, Rakrak promised, "I will answer that question when this is over." Such an answer pleased Hui, and he said, "Good. Though personally, I hope this is the last time I see you or Salkait." Before Hui left, Rakrak asked if he needed to be escorted to the exit of the camp, but Hui assured him it was fine. He came as an errand boy, so he will leave as a regular messenger. Huiseo rose from his seat, threw his leather hood over his head, and walked out of the tent. No one stopped or looked at Huiseo in any strange way, as if Rakrak had already told them something. Huiseo had a sudden thought that this was his chance to spy on the Lizardmen, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, it didn't matter anymore. His heart was overwhelmed by heavy thoughts. Huiseo had faced similar situations in the past, and he knew he had to set things straight, rather than doing what his heart told him to do. Huiseo walked through the Lizardmen's camp and out into the desert. He looked up at the stars. At least he knew how to determine direction by the stars. After 2 hours of walking in the direction he had chosen, a small low hill appeared. He realized he had come to the right place when he smelled horse manure. Waiting for him was Hui Wu's nephew, who was his adjutant. With him were several other people. He cheerfully greeted the successful return of his lord and carried in his hands new clothes befitting a lord. Hui, however, assured him that, "It is no relief that I have returned safely." Huiseo took off his leather hood and began to remove the old clothes in which he had made this journey, and began to put on normal clothes for a lord. He also shaved the beard he had grown during this time. The beard greatly affected the impression a person made, and it was useful to have when disguising oneself, but now it was not needed. Huawei walked over to his horse, and to all the questions of his subordinates about how everything went, briefly replied, "Nothing has changed. We will proceed as planned." The plan was to do nothing and wait until the fight between the two tribes was over, so as not to be drawn into the war. When Huiseo himself asked how his subordinates were doing, the adjutant said, "I am sorry. I have no excuses. The black-scale lizards are too wary, as is the tribe of severed ears." Huiseo ordered his subordinates to scout the black-scale tribe while he talked to Rakrak. His orders were not just to find out how many there were, how many warriors there were among them, or how many livestock they had. Among the Lizardmen in automation were longshoremen, traders, and vagabonds. There had to be an insider from the Rakrak tribe among them. Finding that connection and interrupting it was the only way automation could get out of the game between Salkait and Rakrak. We can't just execute all the gnolls and Lizardmen in automation. That would cause resentment in the castle. However, I cannot leave things as they are. We need to find the connection and break it. Huiseo stated in the end. The adjutant assured him, "For the past few days, we've been looking for familiar automation Lizardmen, but we haven't seen anyone other than the local Lizardmen warriors." Huiseo then said, "All right, there's no way the Lizardmen didn't notice them. There must be Lizardmen who have been ordered to come to automation and gather information about us. We need to expand our range of reconnaissance." In that case, the adjutant was sure that if they added more soldiers to the scouts, there would then not be enough of them to defend the castle walls. But none of that mattered to the Lord. Automation's walls were safe for now. As long as the two large tribes held on either side of the castle, there was no need to worry about physical defense. Even if automation and the high ramparts collapsed, they would rebuild themselves, preventing outside invasion. The real problem was the invisible wall, which was constantly being attacked by various religions, prophecies, rumors, and ideas. Even Huiseo couldn't fully understand the modern concepts of information and psychological warfare, but he vaguely guessed at it. Pondering all of this, they hurriedly returned to their castle. 3 weeks ago, when the two prophecies of the gods had just begun to spread, somewhere among the high mountains, a woman was climbing a cliff, clinging to the rocks with her bare hands. She was swearing, repeating a phrase she was sure she had been teased with, "Damn child." But this time, the damn child was not her, but the one who had set her up. Her palms were already shredded and blood was running down her arms. Judging by how well she was climbing, it looked like she had talent, but at the moment, she seemed to be in a predicament for more than just her injured hands. Her left ankle was badly swollen. The woman wiped the blood on her hands with her face and reached for the ledge. However, this was a mistake. The ledge was a cleverly hidden rock that tilted as the woman hung onto it and put her weight on it. Fortunately, the woman had a good sense of balance. The woman was Hui Kyung, Hui Xiu's fourth child. At first, Hui Kyung thought everything was going well. She was used to the alienation of those around her, for she had grown up hearing words like cursed child and she ate her own mother. Hui Kyung grew up without the support of 4 families and her own father. She couldn't live proudly as a child of a lord, but none of that mattered to her. She knew there were many more people living in worse conditions. There was wilderness all around, and countless tribes fought for their own interests. On the other hand, there was order in automation. The order was maintained by 4 families. Although the interior of automation could not be called a paradise, being able to freely go in and out of the castle walls as a resident was beautiful in itself. To remain a resident of the castle, people had to do a great favor or dedicate a large amount of wealth to automation, and that was more difficult for species other than humans. So Hui Kyung decided to live using the last advantage she had, and that was business. Going in and out of the castle walls meant that one could sell goods inside that sold for next to nothing outside automation, but sold for high prices inside the castle walls, and vice versa. In order to do business, a certain amount of wealth had to be given to the lord, but Hui Kyung didn't mind. However, things did not go well again. Looking at her scattered silk goods, she wailed, "I can't believe the wheelbarrow wheel was broken. You bloody rascal, you dare to lend me such a thing. Maybe I won't repay you with salt." Hui Kyung, who continued to climb the rock, looked down for a moment. A few meters below lay a wrecked unicycle wheelbarrow. It was a miracle that after falling from the wheelbarrow, Hui Kyung had only suffered a sprained ankle and bruises all over her body. It wouldn't have been strange if she had lost her life, but Hui Kyung's thoughts were focused on something else. But it was a long way to climb back up the trail, and she had to work hard to get out. Hui Kyung reassuringly said to herself, "It's okay. Being patient is what I'm best at." And that injured ankle was just a minor inconvenience compared to what she was going through. The main thing was to figure out how to get upstairs, and the rest she could endure and bear any pain. Ever since she was a little girl, she had heard people say that she was cursed, all because of a pair of horns that grew on her forehead. They whispered amongst themselves loud enough for her to clearly hear her spoken of as the monster who killed her mother at birth. And even after she was born, accidents continued to happen around her ever since she was a little girl. Mishaps followed her one after another, some of them directly threatening her life. Once when she was 13, she fell down the steps of a store and nearly broke her neck. When she was 14, she was suddenly and unfairly accused of being a salt thief and jailed for 4 days. When she was 15, the boards underneath her broke and she fell into the city toilet. It was not a joke, but a really life-threatening situation. To drown in such a place is really a horrible death. Once even a can of water just fell on her head out of nowhere. There was also a case where a pack of dogs chased her through the streets of the city all night. That was why something like this was nothing to her. She had been through much worse trouble. Shaking with anger, she screamed at herself. How could she have been so stupid? How could she have hoped to cross this mountainous narrow road with cart? Now because of her foolishness, she had lost all her silk. The mountains seemed impregnable, and there was nowhere to step. She had only to curse at these lifeless rocks. Finally calming herself down, she said, "It's all right. Being patient is what I'm best at." Hui Kyung took a deep breath and prepared herself for the pain. Aside from remembering her bleak past, Hui Kyung kept thinking about how she would collect the silk that was in the wheelbarrow as she climbed up the cliff. Because of this, she didn't notice that there was someone standing on top of the cliff she was climbing. Hui Kyung continued to climb, straining her injured body, and rested her hand on the last ledge of the cliff. She suddenly felt tired at the thought that this ledge would be the last one she would have to climb. Even if her body was in better condition, the climb would still be life-threatening. It would have been better if there had been a foothold here that she could have leaned on with her intact right leg to help herself up, but there wasn't. To get higher, she had to push off the ledge with both feet at the same time. But suddenly, as she was about to shift her weight onto her swollen left ankle, a voice came from above. "Take my hand." She was shocked. Not only did a stranger show up in these desolate mountains, but this was the first time in her life she was being offered help. She immediately suspected a trick. Making up her mind, Hui Kyung looked up. From the shadow cast by the rock, a hand was reaching down. It was a lizardman wearing several layers of silk clothing. Hui Kyung knew that these layers were used to maintain an ideal body temperature, as lizardmen are cold-blooded and sensitive to temperature fluctuations. But among all the lizardmen, there is only one tribe rich enough to wear silk clothes. In fact, she already knew what tribe this lizardman was from, even if it wasn't for the clothes. The lizardman had black scales, which was the trademark of the Rak tribe. The lizard from the black scale lizard tribe waved his hand and jokingly said, "Will you take my hand or not? My hand is getting lonely." Hui Kyung couldn't just reach out and grab a helping hand. She believed that it was because of her vigilance that she was still alive. Therefore, she first of all asked, who was she? And what was the lizard man doing here? But before answering her questions, the Lizardman advised her to take his hand, as she was in no condition to have a long conversation right now. She didn't calm down and asked then, "Have you been following me all this time?" The Lizardman answered her, "I think you'd rather take my hand and go upstairs to have a proper conversation than hang like this clinging to the rocks with your last strength." In answer to her last question of whether he was constantly following her, yes he was. Hui-kyung hesitated, even though she didn't think the Lizardman would be a roving bandit. However, she had to consider the possibility that he might turn out to be a nasty stalker with unknown goals. Finally she said, "Even if you helped me up, I have nothing to give you in return. I'm broke." As if finding her concern funny, the Lizardman asked, "Is that really what you think about when you're hanging over the abyss?" She replied, "Yes, because I can climb up on my own too. And I'm not going to ask for anything." "It's okay, because I won't ask anything," the Lizardman said and leaned towards her. Hui-kyung smelled the unique scent of the Lizardman's scales. Some people thought that lizard scales had a fishy smell, so they covered their nose, while others just thought of water and bushes. Hui-kyung belonged to the latter. When she hesitated, the lizard grabbed her wrist and pulled her up, and while she was still reeling from the surprise, she was lowered to the ground. She was surprised. "Did he just pull me up with one arm? Now I understand why the lizards of the black-scale lizard tribe are called strong." The Lizardman looked back and forth at the road by the cliff and asked, "This road is wide enough for a man to walk along. On one side of the road there could be a landslide at any moment, and on the other side is a valley with many meters of precipice. What were you thinking pushing a wheelbarrow full of stuff down a road like that? It's a good thing you only got away with that injury." But Hui-kyung was that it wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't for the broken tire. The Lizardman then reminded her that wheels could always break and cause problems, and she should always consider possible trouble and think ahead. Considering the current technological level of humans, the Lizardman was completely right, and there was nothing she could object to. So she changed the subject and asked the Lizardman what his name was. He politely apologized for not introducing himself yet, and said his name was Siren Mule of the Black-Scale Lizard Tribe. "You may disregard the name Mule. It is a name that has been passed down, but neither I nor my father know what it means. It's not the most common name among lizardmen, but my father wanted me to keep it, so I always introduce myself as Siren Mule. You can just call me Siren." Hui-kyung nodded and said, "Okay, well I thought I should at least thank you since you helped me out." "Thank you, Siren." After thanking Siren, Hui-kyung tried to limp past him and continue on her way, but Siren blocked her way with his hand, saying, "We're not done here yet, Hui-kyung." She immediately froze in place, thinking, "Damn it, I knew this would happen. I told you, I have nothing. And how the hell does he know my name?" When Siren said her name, she reached for the obsidian knife hidden in her clothes. Hui-kyung knew that her identity must not be revealed. Hui-seo, who had led automation after his mother, had decided to lead automation differently after her murder. He decided to hide his identity. He revealed his true identity only to the members of the 4 trusted families in the castle. They served as his hands and feet, and at the same time had to keep a vigilant eye on each other. Such a life came with a certain amount of risk, but Hui-seo managed to settle things within his means. Hui-seo also wanted his children's identities hidden, and the children had to follow his orders. If they didn't make enough effort to hide their identities, they wouldn't be able to become successors, wouldn't get their father's attention, and might die prematurely. Hui-kyung knew that black-scale lizards were strong, but her obsidian knife was sharp and long enough to pierce its heart. Instinctively, she almost snatched the knife, but she refrained from doing so at the moment. Hui-kyung thought, "Even if I do use the knife, I need to find out how he knows my name first. No matter what, I'll use my knife after I get information from him. And definitely not because he helped me." So she first asked how he knew her name. Siren showed both palms, making it clear that he had no intention of getting into trouble and wasn't going to fight. He simply replied that Rakrak told him her name, and then ordered him to find her. "Rakrak, chief of the Black-Scale tribe?" she interjected. Hearing that name, her jaw dropped with a mixture of fear, reverence, and surprise. Hui-kyung recognized the familiar name. It didn't take her long to realize who he was talking about, but she continued to clarify. "Are you talking about the hunter Rakrak? The thunder lizard? The first chosen one? The leader of the Black-Scale Lizard tribe?" To all this, Siren replied that, "We just call him Chief." Rumors reached Hui-kyung that the tribe of Severed Ears and the tribe of Black-Scale Lizards were preparing for a battle in the desert. This rumor was spread among the people of automation, as they were the center of this entire fight, and their fate depended on the outcome of their eventual battle. If Siren wasn't lying, finding out how Rakrak had gotten her name for Hui-kyung wasn't that important. Black-Scale Lizards would do anything to find out. The next question was far more important. Why would someone so famous and powerful ask to find her? She immediately asked the Lizardmen this question. To be honest, I don't know exactly myself, but I think I can try to explain part of the reason to you. Saren gathered his thoughts and asked, Are you aware of 2 recent rumors that have spread throughout automation and the entire peninsula? About what? That the second son of the De family excelled at horseback riding, or that the Su family's second daughter gave birth to twins, or that the fishmonger finally brought live fish to the market. Hearing the last of the rumors, Saren asked if it was even real. Hui-kyung immediately reassured, No, over. I checked it out. It's all lies. All fish are salted. The Lizardman then said, Well, anyway, I wasn't talking about some petty rumors like that. You should have guessed it. Even I, an outsider, heard about it. Haven't you been to automation lately? She had been, and she replied, I haven't been there. I needed to buy silk, and I went as far as I could to get it at a cheap price. I was lucky enough to find a man from whom I could buy silk. So what is this rumor you speak of? Saren replied, More precisely, there are 2 rumors. One says that the Lord's second child will become the next Lord of Automation, and the other says that the 4th child will become the next Lord of Automation. Hearing this, Hui-kyung frowned for a moment, and exhaling a sigh of relief, she skeptically said that these were all false rumors. But Saren didn't share her skepticism and stated, I know you're Huiseo's 4th child. Hui-kyung shook her head. I guess you don't understand because you're not human and you don't live in automation. But fighting doesn't necessarily mean knife fighting. These rumors are part of a fight between my siblings who are trying to become the next Lord of Automation. I'm not sure exactly why, but my second brother and I seem to be caught up in these rumors, and I'm sure there will be someone who will benefit from it. I'm just an outcast with no chance of being my father's heir. There's nothing you can get out of me. It would have been better for you to look into another sibling. My first brother and older sister aren't the type to spread false rumors. I don't think they did it. Then it was probably my second brother or my younger sister. But my younger sister is too young for something like that, so she couldn't have done it. My other brother is probably behind it. He always likes to make things up behind other people's backs. He probably wanted to make himself the victim of false rumors, but he thought he'd draw too much attention to himself, so he dragged me into it. How childish. Finally, Hui-kyung said, Anyway, these rumors have nothing to do with me or you. Why don't you just say that the black-scale lizard tribe sent you to get information about automation? It seems you somehow found out that I'm one of the Lord's children, but I'm an outcast. You can't get anything out of me. It would be better for you to look for another sibling of mine. Hui-kyung finished her speech and watched Saren's reaction, and since she had learned everything she wanted from the lizard man, he had to die. Hui-kyung gripped the hilt of her knife tightly. Even though Saren was just standing still, there seemed to be no place where Hui-kyung could strike. And because of the height difference, Hui-kyung thought she couldn't reach him. Being strong didn't mean being fast, and maybe she had a chance. But Hui-kyung already knew that the probability of failure was higher than the probability of success if she attacked the lizard man. What if she succeeded in killing him? He knows exactly who she is, and he was sent specifically to her. So if she kills him, then she will incur the wrath of the black-scale lizard tribe, which had the most incredible rumors about it. However, she also couldn't just let Saren go. If word spread that she had let the stranger go even when she had the chance to stop him, and especially if her father found out, she would disappoint him greatly and possibly be awarded the death penalty for it. So she decided it was better to try and kill this lizard man and die than to live with her father's disappointment. Seeing her intentions, Saren lowered his gaze and turned to Hui-kyung. I think you misunderstood something. Seeking you was Rockrak's first order, but I also have to fulfill the second command as well. The second command I received was to protect you and your life at all costs. Hui-kyung was surprised and felt an unpleasant feeling somewhere in the back of her mind. It was a feeling she had ignored for a long time because others ignored her. It was strange, and since she hadn't experienced it in a long time, she couldn't give it a name. Hui-kyung decided that she didn't want to know what the feeling was, but somewhere in the back of her mind, she heard a voice. One that asked, Do you want me to tell you what it is? It's called warmth. The warmth of someone caring about you. Did my heart become tender to this lizard man I met just a moment ago just because he said those words? But it was inevitable. As far back as Hui-kyung could remember, no one had ever offered her protection. She had already loosened her grip on the hilt of her knife. Hui-kyung wasn't about to stab someone who said he would protect her. She had always thought of herself as strict, but those who remembered her thought of her as someone who became weak when it came to affection. Finally coming to her senses a little, Hui-kyung stuttered and asked, What? What are you talking about? Saren didn't know much about human emotions, so he calmly told her what he knew. You said it was a false rumor, but your siblings don't think so, nor do the other families. Chief Rakrak said that the automation succession ceremony is coming up. Everyone is paying attention to the big changes coming. Therefore, people will be sensitive to even the smallest rumors and will want to cut down on unnecessary variables. Given the circumstances, the weakest ones will be eliminated first, and you will definitely be the target of an assassination attempt and more than one on your life. While Saren was talking, Hui Kyung pulled herself together and said, "Even if I agree with everything you just said, I can defend myself on my own, so go back to where you came from. I have no reason to get help from the black-scale lizard tribe, and like I said, I have nothing to offer you in return. Look for another brother or sister." But Saren answered her calmly, "I cannot do that. The tribal chief has ordered me to protect you specifically, and neither I nor the tribal leader wants anything from you, except to keep you alive." Hui Kyung sighed. She realized that logic would not make the lizard go away, so she would have to resort to emotion. She didn't want to tell him so much, but what could she do? Hui Kyung let go of the knife and walked closer to Siren. He was surprised when Hui Kyung came up to him empty-handed and said, "Look at this." Hui Kyung lifted her bangs with her hand. There were a pair of cylindrical bumps on her forehead. The cross-section was so uneven that any keen eye could see that they had been cut off by her hands. As you have already realized, these are horns. More precisely, the parts where the horns used to be. Horn stumps, you might say. "Do they grow back?" Saren asked. Hui Kyung nodded and said, "Yes, that's why I trim them when they grow long. Everyone who knows me says I'm cursed because of these horns. There are some who say that simply because they find it distasteful that a person has horns, but those who know me well avoid and hate me even more, because I am truly cursed." Saren, glancing at Hui Kyung every now and then, said, "You look a bit scruffy, but it's not like you're cursed. Do people really hate you just because of those cute horns?" But she sadly replied, "I'm not kidding." Hui Kyung pointed at her horns and continued to say, "I was born by tearing my mother's belly with these horns, and because of that, she died. One of my half-brothers also eventually died because of my horns. In addition, misfortunes are constantly happening to those around me. That's the real reason why I'm a loner." Saren lowered his sad gaze to Hui Kyung for a moment and said, "I'm sorry to hear that, Hui Kyung. Please accept my condolences. But my mission does not depend on whether you are cursed or not. The mission has been entrusted to me by the tribe chief, and I am here to fulfill the will of the black-scale lizard tribe. And even if you refuse, I will still protect you. I have the desire and the ability to do so." After the failed attempt to make Saren afraid, Hui Kyung had run out of ideas on how to make him leave, and she began to ponder. Would the only way to get rid of him be to make him experience my curse? If that was the case, Hui Kyung realized that she would have no choice but to go along with Siran. So she would have to go with this big, strong, powerful warrior from the Lizardmen tribe who says he will protect her life. Hui Kyung was not unfamiliar with Lizardmen. There were few of them in automation. However, even in her eyes, Saren was different from other Lizardmen. Not only because of the precious clothes he was wearing, but also because of the muscles visible under Saren's scales and the dignity evident in his demeanor. Even though Hui Kyung had to hide her identity from others and didn't even like the fact that she was the daughter of a lord, she still belonged to high society. But even she felt uncomfortable looking at Saren. After thinking for a bit, she came to a conclusion. Well, it's not really that bad, is it? Hui Kyung quickly thought in her mind. She couldn't just send Saren away like that, because then she would have to kill him. But there was a very small chance that she would be able to do so. And even if Saren spared Hui Kyung's life, she would have to risk letting go of someone who knew her true identity. On the other hand, if Saren stayed by her side, she wouldn't have to kill him, and she herself would be able to prevent the risk of her identity being revealed to others. There was nothing wrong with Saren being with her, rather it was even a good thing. After all, he had even said that he would protect her. That meant that he would take action and help her if she got into a dangerous situation. While Hui Kyung was pondering without saying a word, Siren, unable to stand the silence, asked, "Hui Kyung, what are you thinking about?" And she replied that she was thinking about silk. And now that she was thinking about it, she realized that she couldn't just leave all that silk down there. She needed to go back downstairs, which she was going to do. Saren sighed as Hui Kyung staggered to the edge of the cliff and stood there. He snickered. "People will praise you for being able to climb up the cliff with an injured leg, but they'll say you're crazy to climb back down. I know that, and you know it too. I'd stop you, and you'd object that you really need that silk. However, there's a better way to get people to do things for you. So you just have to ask for help." Hui Kyung's face turned red at Saren's suggestion. She was used to relying only on herself. Seeing her indecision, Saren said, "I don't blame you. After all, you became like this because of the curse. I am just trying to convey to you that there is a better way of doing things. I have come to protect you, and there are many things I could help you with." One of those things is to help you not starve to death, and to do that, you need to bring back the silk. Hui Kyung looked away embarrassed and finally asked quietly, "Please help me. Help me get that silk." Saren started climbing up the rock and slid down the rest of the steep slope. He then tied the bundle of silk around his torso and climbed back up. It took less than a minute for Saren to climb back up. He quickly gathered up all the bundles of silk, as if it was no big deal and they were light as feathers, and they headed off to automation together. Hui Kyung decided she should know more and asked, "So you're not a warrior? I've heard that warriors of the black-scale lizard tribe wear water buffalo skulls on their heads." But Saren assured her, "I am a warrior too, but nowadays we don't wear buffalo skulls often, only if there is some ritual, though Chief Rakrak still usually wears them. But it is also true that I am one of Mrs. Jael's errand boys. I learned from Lady Jael how to identify medicinal herbs and treat the wounded, and when I grew older, I took the warrior's exam and learned to use spears and shoot arrows from Mr. Ure. He is the best warrior of our tribe." Hui Kyung nodded as if it didn't matter much, but she understood that Saren wasn't just a lizard warrior that Rakrak had decided to send. He used to be an errand boy for someone who handled the inner workings of the tribe, and then he learned weapons from the best warrior. There was more to learn. So she asked how did he even know she was here. Saren replied, "I just went to automation and asked around there, using your fake name Mangji. It fits you better than Hui Kyung, doesn't it?" She replied, "I think so too, but I don't think information about me would have been given out so easily. I have bad relationships with people, but I'm sure my business partners wouldn't sell me so easily and cheaply." Saren laughed. "If that were the case, how would I have found you? Everyone I asked told me everything as soon as I gave them a pocketful of salt. They told me that you've been going into the silk business for a long time, that they didn't know where you'd find silk since the rainy season was coming soon, and that they wondered how you'd bring in enough silk yourself to make a profit. They also told me that you borrowed a wheelbarrow from them to start your silk business, but did not return, and they thought you had cheated them. They also told me that you left automation through the back gate of the castle, and so on. Don't you think you've lost too much of your business partner's trust, aside from other human relationships?" Hui Kyung couldn't lift her head from how screwed up she was. Her face was red all the way to her ears. The journey back to automation took a whole day when they finally saw automation's rampart. The rampart was shorter than the one Hui Kyung had fallen from, but the artificially created fortress was different from the natural one. The fortress was long and disappeared into the cliffs on both sides. Automation was obstructed by a rampart in front, while the castle was further away and surrounded by sheer cliffs on both sides. At the front of the rampart was the main gate through which people entered and exited, and at the back of the rampart was a smaller gate. The path that Hui Kyung and Saren followed led to the back gate and was a secret path. Only a few merchants knew about it. Now that they were almost there, Saren asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I think it is too late for selling silk." Hui Kyung said that the market should still be open, but first she should meet the Geo family and talk to them, since it was one of them who had lent her the faulty car, which she'll have to pay for now. While they were talking so calmly, the menace was approaching them from behind. It was only because of Saran's excellent reaction that Hui Kyung survived. The dagger was fired accurately at her back, but hit the hand of the lizardman who had sacrificed it to protect the girl. The dagger pierced through the palm of his hand and blood nearly covered the terrified Hui Kyung. Saren, writhing the dagger in his hand, said, "Just as Mr. Rakrak said, you are being hunted. One of your business associates has probably uncovered everything you've been up to, and the gatekeeper or someone else has reported how you left the castle and how you're likely to return." The battle for the air had begun, and then the attackers revealed themselves. They were a band of goblin mercenaries who specialized in assassinations for hire, a kind of prehistoric assassins. They had no chance against the Lizardman one-on-one, but they had the advantage in numbers that gave them hope of victory. However, despite their numerical advantage, it was not surprising that in a few moments the entire goblin squad was defeated and bound with a piece of silk cloth that Saren had borrowed from Hui Kyung. Interrogating them, they learned that the masked man had ordered them to kill Hui Kyung and told them where to wait for her and how she looked, but they didn't know any more. Instead of killing the goblins, which at first glance seemed like a logical step, Saren decided that the goblins could be useful in another way. At the same time, Hui Kyung couldn't stop marveling at how good a lizardman was at fighting. She said that she had heard that the most famous warrior among the lizardmen was their battlemaster Ure. Saren, while bandaging the wounds of the goblins, confirmed her words. Indeed, Ure was the best warrior of their tribe, and Saren had personally learned battle techniques from him. Hearing this, Hui Kyung looked at how he treated the goblins with interest, and asked if he had learned these healing techniques from Ure too? But Saren replied that of course not. He learned how to heal others from Jaeol when he worked as her errand boy. The more he told about himself, the more it became clear to Hui Kyung that he was no ordinary lizardman. Jaeol is the one in charge of the Black-Scale tribe's internal affairs and is Rakrak's wife. Being her errand boy means that he was under Jaeol's supervision, and the fact that he learned to fight from Yor meant that he holds an important position in the Black-Scale tribe. In the end, the fact that someone as high-ranking as him had come to protect her meant that she was indeed very important to their tribe. All she had to do was find out why. But even without knowing their true motives, she could extract a lot of benefits for herself and make it her advantage. But all her thoughts of using the lizard were blown away when she saw Saren give her precious silk to the goblins who had nearly killed her. She immediately screamed in outrage. It was her silk, which she had obtained with her own sweat and blood, and he was giving it to assassins. But Saren assured her it was to placate them. Once they were paid, they would calm down and there would be no more attacks from these particular goblins. Giving up a small piece of silk for that, a small price to pay. Hui Kyung suspected that the one who ordered the goblins to attack her was her first brother Hui Dan, who was supported by the Geo family, but the goblins denied it and it wasn't really true. And here's why. As they approached the gates of automation, they saw a whole group of merchants who couldn't get in and were piled up laden with their wares at the entrance. Looking closely, Hui Kyung noted that the gates of the castle are closed, and the guards would not let anyone inside, regardless of race or merchandise. This meant that something unusual was going on in the castle. When they got closer, they asked one merchant what had happened and why the gates of Automation Castle were closed. Seeing their load of silk, Foxman assured her that she, as a silk merchant, would not be able to enter either. Neither would everyone else. The doors were closed right in front of their noses for a while, and guards didn't say why or when they would be reopened. And even if someone who was an Automation citizen was let in, they were still not let out again. Trading was the main activity in Automation, and if they closed the gates to all traders, then something really serious had happened in the castle. Hui Kyung, as one of the heiresses, was of course allowed in, and Saren with her. But they were warned that they would not be able to leave Automation until they were ordered to do so. Everything came to a head during the visit to the Zhou family, where Hui Kyung went first. The head of the Zhou family was in a bad mood and reluctantly agreed to talk to her. It was obvious that he had much more important things to worry about than meeting her. Seeing that, Hui Kyung asked what was wrong with his expression. She should be the one being angry here, not him. Sipping her tea, she said, "Gyo-jung, I almost died because the cart you lent me broke." He only replied tiredly, "It seems you haven't heard anything yet." "Well, whatever. Did nothing particular happen on the way here?" This question surprised her a little, but she decided to answer honestly that it was a failed assassination attempt. Luckily, she had a warrior from the Black-Scale Lizard tribe with her, who had saved her and defeated her attackers. She pointed directly at Siren, who introduced himself to the head of the Geo house as Siren Muel from the Black-Scale tribe. Gyo-jung had not yet met the members of this tribe in person and was glad to meet them. He in turn introduced himself as Gyo-jung, the leader of the Geo family, one of the 4 families of the Automation Castle. Saren said that after they had defeated the goblins whose attempt to kill Hui Kyung had failed, they had interrogated them, and learned from them that the Gyo family was not involved in the assassination attempt. At least that's what they said. Gyo-jung confirmed their words, saying that of course their family was not involved. After all, they never did any dirty tricks like other families. Hui Kyung didn't believe him yet and asked with a strained smile, "Really? So what happened in the Automation Castle? I don't think it's because the cursed 4th daughter was ambushed. All the castle residents were locked inside." Gyo-jung replied with a stone face, "An assassination attempt occurred here inside the castle too." Hui Kyung was shocked by what she heard. An assassination attempt occurred here inside the castle, where everything seemed to be safe. Gyo-jung continued, "Now that the castle lord has left, a leading heir of the Automation Castle, your brother, Hui Dan, went missing." It turned out that the Geo and Wu Sun families, who supported Hui Dan, suspected the other 2 families of being involved in Hui Dan's disappearance. But there was no proof, and no corpse either, so all the families supported the decision to close the castle gates until proof was found. Gyo-jung even allowed Hui Kyung to visit the room where Hui Dan disappeared from, so she could see for herself with her own eyes. She and Saren looked around the room carefully, hoping to find anything that would indicate what had happened to her brother. Looking around the room, Hui Kyung noticed how things had changed since the last time she had been here. As a child, she had been quite close to him, closer than any of her other siblings, as he treated her better than anyone else despite her curse. But as she grew older, she herself began to avoid direct contact with her older brother and became more and more withdrawn. While she was reminiscing, Saren, thanks to his good sense of smell and attention, noticed something near the table leg. He recognized it unmistakably. He immediately called Hui Kyung to him, saying that there was a strong odor of blood coming from that spot. Indeed, there was a faint spot of blood on the table leg below, and the table was on the carpet. As soon as they picked it up, there were distinct streaks of blood underneath. A lot of blood. The marks were distinct despite the fact that someone had tried to cover them up and wipe them away. The puddle of blood was still too big and hiding it was not possible. When they went back to Gyo-jung and told him about their find, he wasn't surprised at all and calmly replied that Hui-dan was probably dead. They found that evidence too. The only problem that remained was that they couldn't find his corpse. As they say, no body, no crime. That's why after they found those traces of blood, they decided to lock the castle gates, so the culprit wouldn't be able to take the corpse out of the castle. They hoped that the corpse would begin to decompose and its odor would spread through the castle. Following the trail of the corpse odor, it would only be a matter of time before they caught the culprit. Looking at Hui-kyung, Gyo-jung finally summarized that this is why she shouldn't take any action. They will handle everything themselves. She'd better think about her own safety and lay low. But Hui-kyung was not the kind of person who would sit idly by. She couldn't sit on the sidelines even if she wanted to. She immediately started thinking, would the culprit really not have considered that much before committing the murder? No, let's not think about this too deeply. As Gyo-jung said, there's no need for me to take action. Suddenly she heard a voice inside, a terrible and familiar voice, one that made every cell in her body shake in terror. It was the voice of her horned curse, which expressed itself not only in the horns on her head, but also in the insidious spirit within, which, of course, no one but herself knew about. He asked, should I tell you? Are you really just going to sit there and do nothing again? Hui-kyung tried to shut that voice out, but she was having no success. Her inner struggle was visible even from the outside, and Saren even started to worry about her, asking if she was okay. But she was silent in response, and her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. She seemed resigned and strained to listen to advice from somewhere deep inside. She finally came to her senses and immediately asked the head of the Gyo house a strange question. Gyo-jung, what kind of person possesses a pot big enough for a corpse to be stored in without being suspected? He was surprised by the question and asked her which pot she meant. Then she clarified that she meant a pot where meat could be stored without rotting. But it wasn't Gyo-jung who answered her, but Sairan. He suggested that a butcher or a hunter might have such pots, but he wondered why she was asking. He finally realized what she meant. Someone who had such a pot could store meat, any meat, including human meat, and keep it from rotting for a long time. Hui-kyung confirmed his hunch. In such a pot with meat, it was only necessary to add enough lily and it could be preserved for a very long time, long enough to get rid of the corpse without a trace. Someone who can easily take a hunter around with them in the castle. Someone who has a lot of meat preserved in salt within the pots at their home. Now Gyo-jung realized what she was getting at, and he finished her logical chain of reasoning by adding that it was someone who could naturally visit this office. Someone very familiar to everyone. Someone who could just walk into Hui-dan's office. It could only be one person, who was just now completing the disguise of the evidence of his crime. Securely closing the pot lid and smiling smugly, confident that he would never be caught, thanks to his ingenious plan. The killer was a hunter and possible successor of the Automation Castle, the second child of the Lord, Hui-jin. All that's left is to catch her, along with all the evidence. Hui-kyung's reasoning was very convincing and logical. Therefore, even though only a few people inside the castle were informed about the name of the likely culprit who committed the murder according to Hui-kyung's reasoning, the rumors spread very quickly. And when Hui-dan's death was officially announced and the sad news became known to everyone in the castle, everyone already knew that the main suspect was Hui-jin. Her cunning plan was revealed, and she had no choice but to flee. Escape from the castle at night and under the cover of darkness. On the way, she couldn't stop cursing. Damn it, how the hell did this happen? Hui-jin thought it was a brilliant and perfect plan that guaranteed her success without consequences. But in fact, it turned out to be wrong, and her perfect plan crashed into the harsh reality, and the heavy body bag on her back was solid proof of that. She wasn't alone. She had her faithful assistant with her, who was carrying the other part of the corpse. They had already traveled far enough away from automation and up into the mountains that towered above the castle. They thought they could relax a little and no longer fear the chase. But Hui-jin did not calm down and continued to wonder how that damned girl Hui-kyung managed to reveal her plans. She'd never thought she'd be capable of such a thing. Suddenly, someone answered her wails, and it wasn't her assistant, who had remained silent the whole way. A young voice came from above and asked Hui-jin, "Isn't there someone else you neglected?" This voice was very familiar to her, for it was her younger sister, Hui-min. She was standing on a ledge and smiling strangely. Looking at her and realizing what was about to happen, Hui-jin asked in despair, "How did we get here?" At the same time, the archers behind Hui-min's back were already preparing to fire their bows. Instead of answering, Hui-jin's companion received a very graphic demonstration of what was in store for her in the near future. She looked at her sister with anger and could only growl through gritted teeth. Hui-min seemed to like what was happening. She asked Hui-jin with her frightening smile, "Why are you so angry? Didn't you kill Brother Dan first?" So even if I do something to you, you have no right to be so angry, unless it's at herself, because you are the one who started the bloodshed. The smartest among the brothers gets to be the lord of the castle. It's all for the throne, isn't it? In Huimin's opinion, she was the smartest and deserved to be the next lord, and she was willing to do anything for that. She especially wanted to put an end to this cursed brotherhood right now, and the two warriors behind her back were ready to do her bidding. Huijin only had time to shout the name of her despicable sister, who was just like her. That scream was the last one she would ever make, because in the next instant, 2 arrows struck her in the head and chest, leaving her no chance of survival. She fell to the ground as dead weight as her brother in the sack. Huimin stopped playing her part and sadly watched as her warriors went to check what was in the sacks and make sure everyone there was dead. She pondered how one bloodshed leads to another, and what a small price to pay for the life of a potential heir to the throne. She didn't want to kill her siblings, but she realized she had no other choice. If she did it first, she would probably end up in Huijin's place. Suddenly, all her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden pain, and the horrible realization that she herself had been tricked. The huntress herself had been victimized, and while she was ambushing her sister, someone had ambushed her. The sword that pierced Huimin's chest was sharp and merciless. She didn't even hear the stranger coming up behind her. She didn't even feel the slightest danger. Coughing up blood as the sword was pulled out of her, she heard the familiar voice of her brother. He was someone she hadn't expected to be here at all. So with surprise on her face, she died. Standing over her falling corpse, Huijun repeated her words. It's time to put an end to this cursed brotherhood. He pushed his sister's corpse off the cliff and looked at the 3 corpses lying below and declared that now, from all his siblings, only one left. The blood of the Hui family flowed like a river that night. And the controversial prophecy began to be fulfilled, if only in that the next Lord of Automation would be Huijun or Huikyung. There were simply no other options left. Huijun was not going to stop there and promised, I won't make you wait long, Huikyung. It seemed that by gambling on him, Hegemony had chosen the most dangerous and cunning of the heirs. Soon, the news that the corpses of 3 of the Lord's children had been found outside the walls of Automation shook the entire castle. Huikyung was also shocked that Huijin and Huimin were found dead near the body of their older brother Huidan. The head of the Jiao family said that all this means that the culprit has no intention of hiding his identity. Otherwise, he would have hidden the corpses better, or at least left them in different places. It was all too obvious. So much so that even a fool would have realized who was behind all this and who would benefit from it. Everyone present agreed that it was Huijun, and Huikyung went even further, suggesting that he had waited until the last minute for the right moment. When Huijin made her move first, it in turn forced Huimin to act. He watched everything from afar and with superior knowledge of both situations. Finally, he waited for the right moment to get rid of the 2 of them at once and for all. Then if the attack of the hired goblins was the work of Huijun, then everything was clear and fell into place. If Saren hadn't shown up then, no doubt Huikyung would have been dead long ago. Moreover, everyone would have thought it was a robbery, not a contract killing, and Huijun would have been beyond suspicion. Gyojung, realizing all this, warned her that it was now that the real threat would begin. She realized it herself. She had already made up her mind to do her best. But the head of the family Gio did not hurry to voice his thoughts and intentions about who his family will support in this struggle for the title of Lord. However, he revealed, actually, there was just a meeting inside the Gio family, and we came to a common decision. At that moment, Huikyung froze and tensed up, listening intently to his every word, and staring at his every move. What she saw calmed her down, and she calmly finished her tea. Then she asked, So, what is the decision of the Gio family? Gyojung pretended to hesitate and asked, Isn't it obvious that Huijun is dominating the scene right now? So, Huikyung looked at him carefully again. She was well aware that her fate was being decided right now. If none of the family supported her, things would go badly, and her days inside the castle would be numbered. Fortunately, the Gio family decided to take a gamble on Huikyung. Now she at least had a chance. She bowed to him and thanked him for recognizing her as the likely future heiress to the Lord's title. But Gyojung assured her that it's a decision made based on calculation, not recognition. Though such details didn't matter much to Huikyung, at least that's what she pretended. In parting, Gyojung told her, So by all means survive. Don't let me and my family down. Huikyung assured him that she would try and went to her home, accompanied by Seiran. Gyojung stayed at his place and quietly drank tea as if nothing had happened. Walking through the plaza, Huikyung told Saren that she had to survive. Survive even despite her cursed body. After all, for the first time in her life, it felt like she had a few people she trusted and who trusted her. A few weeks passed and her horns grew back very quickly, and today the noise around her was already giving her a headache. She had been doing well with her main task of surviving for the past few weeks, and had even managed to hire additional guards. the same goblins who had tried to kill her. But they remembered the mercy shown to them and for a decent fee became no less worthy bodyguards. Hoi-kyung was at the regular Geo family council, and now a member of the family was speaking, who still couldn't calm down and claimed that simply avoiding assassination isn't the answer. Instead, they should make an effort to catch Hui-jun and bring him to justice. Another family member countered him on that and said that the Sang and Tu families are together on Hui-jun's side, so it will be much harder to do than say. As long as he is under their protection, it will be hard to bring him to justice without starting a war between the families, and the two families would have a significant numerical advantage in a war against them. At that time, another man offered to enlist the support of the Su family to even out the balance of power. After all, this family had yet to openly declare their support for anyone else. They continued to argue until Hui-kyung, along with her headache, had a strange feeling as if she was in danger and another trouble was coming her way. And in addition to all these damn horns constantly interfered with her and they constantly wanted to pull out or cut. The discussion went on and someone suggested that they didn't really need the Su family's support. He was immediately told that there were two families and they were alone. So why is he saying that they don't need the support of another family? At the same time, Saren told her, "Don't even think about cutting your horns." She assured him that she wasn't going to do that and it wasn't about them right now. Saren, remembering how she had cut her horns, was still shocked at how much blood there had been then. If he had known then, he wouldn't have even let her try. But what surprised him the most was that she had trimmed them herself all the time before. Just how much she hated them was hard to imagine. Hui-kyung assured her once again that everything was fine. And stopped talking about her horns. There were more important things to do right now. She could feel it. Though if they talk about horns, comparing her situation 15 days ago and now, she can say that she still can't get used to those horns. But now she has come to accept them and sees her horns as a reward for overcoming many hardships over the past few weeks. Suddenly, a messenger came running to them with news from outside the castle. The messenger was in a great hurry and worried. He started talking, barely catching his breath. The news was simple. The Lord was finally returning to the castle. Everyone immediately began to discuss Lord Huiseo's return, for it solved a lot of their problems. All they had to do was wait for his arrival. Hui-kyung asked when he would arrive. The messenger replied that the Lord was traveling slowly and not too fast. Therefore, he will arrive at the castle not earlier than tomorrow morning. Then the messenger came a little closer to Hui-kyung and said that there was also news that the scouting party told him to deliver personally only for Hui-kyung. He moved even closer to her and leaned over her ear when she asked what it was. Then suddenly, blood splattered on her face. The blood of the messenger. He was pierced by 2 blades at once on both sides from Saren and the goblin. The messenger immediately let go of the knife he was about to kill Hui-kyung with, if given literally a moment more time. Hui-kyung looked at that knife and couldn't believe her eyes. How and why? What made the messenger take such a suicidal step? After all, he was a respected and trusted member of the Geo family himself. Saren explained to everyone present who were puzzled that the messenger was trying to pull the knife out of his pocket. The simplest explanation voiced by Gyo-jung was that guy had simply been bribed. Greed had always been a human weakness, and now they probably couldn't even trust Gyo's family members. Suddenly, all of this lost importance when the goblin who had looked out to see the commotion outside flew back into the room. He shouted for everyone to hurry up and run out of here now. Gyo-jung repeated the same thing, only more specifically. "Run away, Hui-kyung." Everything was clear now. Apparently Hui-jun had already made the decision to attack before the Lord arrived. He knew that when he returned, things would be much more complicated, and Hui-kyung would have all the trump cards in her hands. So he, along with the families supporting him, planned to end things here and now. And now, the war between the families had begun. So, Hui-kyung was forced to flee, and to be honest, she'd hoped she'd never have to use this escape route. But looking at this stinky hole, she realized there was just no other way. There is just no escape route as safe as this one. And even though it's gross and unpleasant, there's nothing else they can do. The sewer. How many times has it served as the last escape route for the heroes in a desperate situation, and this time was no exception. Saren reminds Hui-kyung once again that under the circumstances, they simply have no other options. So Hui-kyung, without thinking long, started to go down into the hole, intending to go first. She disappeared down the hole, but Saren didn't follow her. She had to come back to wave to him and ask him what he was doing. There was no time to delay. They had to hurry. Finally, Saren came down after her and closed the hatch behind him. When he smelled the disgusting stench that almost made him vomit, he noticed how well Hui-kyung was holding up. It seemed her stomach was much stronger than he thought. Hui-kyung didn't want to go into details about her troubled past at first, and just said that she was used to stink bugs. But Saren wanted to hear her whole story, and she couldn't get out of it. She had to tell him that when she was little, once she went to the bathroom and ended up falling into it. It wasn't a very long story, but it was disgusting. Just like this sewer they were walking through. Saren still didn't calm down and kept bothering her with questions, asking, "Isn't that a lot more dangerous than you made it sound like?" She replied that it was. She had almost died there. She must have fallen in there because of the rickety and flimsy loose floorboards, and got stuck up to her neck in a pile of shit. Luckily, somehow she managed to roll all the way to the sewer without getting hurt. There wasn't a single ray of light, and she thought she was going to die. When there was no hope and she was ready to give up, she saw light balls floating around. Then she followed the light and saw the dim outline of the sewer. She followed the light and even caught one. It turned out to be a bug with light coming from its tail. Perhaps that would have been a firefly. But not everything in the story was possible, which Saren noticed. He pointed out to her that fireflies were not the kind of bugs that normally lived in places like this. However, Hui-kyung continued to stand her ground. After all, they were really there, and she remembered everything clearly. Why wouldn't he believe her when she even said that she had caught one and got a good look at it? Saren thought about it. It was an interesting fact of her biography. The fact that the fireflies were in a place they usually weren't meant that there was interference from higher powers, perhaps even their blue beetle god. But he wasn't going to argue with Hui-kyung and agreed that it could have been anything. Perhaps even some other kind of firefly that was unfamiliar to him. Finally, they came to the exit of the sewer. A lone wooden door with rickety steps leading up to it. Saren pointed to this particular door and said that he had found it while exploring the sewer. It leads directly to the basement of the hunter's hut of the Su family. Saren was going to go first, but at the same time he asked Hui-kyung to wait here, just in case, and if he himself didn't return after a while. She would have to run immediately and in the opposite direction of the door. She must not even think of paying attention to whatever she hears outside. Her mission would be to flee and save the most precious thing at the moment. Her life. Hui-kyung pretended to agree and remained alone at the foot of the steps. The stench around her was getting annoying, but she had to wait. She waited for Saren to signal for her to come out, thinking she was still alive because of him and his caution. He'd saved her life more than once in the few fights she'd had in the last 3 weeks, which had been full of events. Right now, all she had to do was wait quietly here. Suddenly, a sound from above took away all her calm. There was no doubt that a fight had broken out upstairs. Hui-kyung knew that sound very well, and despite her promises to run back to the sewers if anything happened, she did the opposite and ran upstairs. She once again remembered what Saren had told her, but she wasn't going to stop. She was determined to help him in any way she could. She pulled out the hidden dagger and opened the doors. As she continued to run forward, she wondered, "Damn it, why am I doing this? Why am I not listening to what I was told?" Unexpectedly, the answer came on its own. She just didn't want to just watch anymore. Watching someone else die for her? And now the exit from the hunter's house was right in front of her, and the bright sunlight was blinding her. Once her eyes got used to the sunlight a bit, she froze in horror, and screamed, "Saren!" seeing his stiffened figure in front of her. He turned around and asked in a trembling voice, "Hui-kyung, why? Why did you come up? Why didn't you listen to what I told you?" His stomach was pierced by the spear and the puddle of blood underneath him was getting bigger by the second. Hui-jun, who had been waiting for them here and had set up this ambush, stood behind the backs of his warriors and smiled smugly. He was sure that Hui-kyung had shown up too late to make a difference, and had only made it easier for them all to find her. And this lizard man is no different than dead already. Hearing his taunts, the wounded Saren shouted for him to shut up. Hui-jun was even surprised that the lizardman still had the strength to speak. But it didn't change anything, absolutely. Therefore, he snorted contemptuously and gave his next order. "Ignore the lizard man, just kill Hui-kyung." His warriors immediately rushed to the attack, hoping that the mortally wounded lizard man was no longer a threat. How wrong they were. A moment later, Saren's eyes lit up with lightning, and his movements were equally lightning fast. He knocked out 2 warriors with his tail and stopped the spear of a third with his hand, and all this while in another hand he was already holding a sword. Hui-kyung didn't even have time to take a step and froze when Saren reminded her that she was supposed to run away. After all, she herself knows it was the right thing to do, right? Then he grabbed the shaft of the spear with his tail and broke it in one motion. At the same time, he was still trying to get an answer from Hui-kyung, asking, "So why did you make the wrong choice?" But she didn't know the answer to that question either, and she only said that sometimes people make choices, wrong choices even when they know they are wrong, even if it ultimately leads to their own destruction. Saren looked at her and realized that it was not just a trait of humans, but of all intelligent beings. The warriors standing opposite them had their weapons ready, but did not rush to attack, hoping that the lizard man would lose more blood and become less dangerous. So when Hui-kyung asked why Saren felt that way, he could calmly tell her that the leader of his tribe had told him to protect her, but had not asked him to risk his life for her. Perhaps that was where they were both similar. It seemed that there was nowhere to retreat, and they would have to accept death together. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates approached Huijun and whispered a message in his ear, which was just as well. It turns out they had found something, and now he was going to use it. To his hesitant warriors, he announced that whoever killed the Lizardman and Huikyung would be rewarded with a full cart of silk. To his surprise, even that didn't work on his usually greedy subordinates, and they still stood still. Then he lost his patience and shouted, "How long are you going to suffer from a single wounded warrior? Put your human pride on the line and kill them." To this, the warriors objected to him, saying that guy's spirit is too ferocious to simply be called a warrior. There's also a rumor that he's a chosen one. Even though he's not at his best condition right now, Huijun just called them idiots and said it was impossible. If he was the chosen one, there'd be no reason for him to hide his powers until he gets a spear piercing his back. While Huijun argued with his warriors and tried to get them to attack, Saren looked around carefully for a possible way out. All he could see was a flimsy-looking wall with salt crystals in it. Surely somewhere behind this wall was one of the passages of the salt mine. So he quickly came up with an escape plan. He had to explain it to Huikyung quickly, so he told her as soon as he gave the signal, she would have to run straight to the right. When Huikyung looked over there, she saw a solid wall and asked why she should run there. Saren explained that unfortunately Huijun is right, and he really isn't the chosen one. But that also doesn't mean he's a low-level warrior at all. In fact, he's the second-best warrior in the entire Lizardmen tribe. But no one remembers the second-best warrior. When finally the Huijun warriors decided to attack, Saren reminded Huikyung that she should run to the right. She yelled one last time in panic that it was just a wall. Saren was already running towards the wall and assured her that the wall wouldn't be there for much longer. Huikyung trusted him and just ran after him. Saren smashed through the wall like a battering ram, which could not withstand the power of the Lizardman and crumbled into pieces. Huikyung could hardly believe he had succeeded, so she just kept running after him. But her surprise was hard to compare to that of their opponents. They didn't understand how this could happen at all. The first to regain consciousness was Huijun, who shouted furiously, "Damn it! Go after them! Catch them!" With a battle cry, the warriors ran after the fugitives into the breach. But finding the fugitives in the dark and confusing tunnels was no easy task at all. Soon Huikyung and Saren broke away from their pursuers and could afford not to run. Of course Saren's blood trail was visible, but so far they were lucky that the pursuers hadn't thought to follow it. However, Saren's loss of blood was the real problem. He was getting weaker by the minute and was already having to lean on Huikyung to keep moving. For now, she kept asking him to hold on just a little longer and then everything would be fine. They would surely get out of this damn mine together. With each step, Saren found it harder to move and breathe. But Huikyung continued to lead him onward, hoping to get out as quickly as possible. Soon, the walls of the mine in front of them began to narrow, which could mean that they were not far from an exit or a dead end. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before Huikyung froze in despair. It was a dead end. They had no luck finding a way out, and they had been going in the wrong direction the whole time until they hit a dead end. To make matters worse, Saren's bleeding hadn't stopped and the spear tip was still in his stomach. Looking at this, Huikyung asked, "Wouldn't it be better to pull out that spearhead and get some rest?" But Saren assured her that was a very bad idea. If they pulled out the tip thoughtlessly, he would lose even more blood at once and the bleeding would only get worse. But they would both have to rest, because in their current condition, they would definitely not get anywhere else. While saying this, he accidentally touched the spearhead and groaned slightly at the sudden pain. But he was used to the pain. What surprised him was the crying and sobbing on Huikyung's part. Saren asked her in surprise if she was crying, but she didn't even want to talk about it and asked him not to even ask her. But Saren insisted because he wanted to check and find out why she was crying. Was it because of him? Surprisingly, she admitted that yes, all because he's dying, and anyway, what does he want to check? That she can't even cry? She was already hoping that things would change and she wouldn't be alone all the time. After all her life before it was like this, and bad things happened to everyone around her. Saren, seeing her despair, assumed she thought it was all because of the curse. But she was wrong, and he was determined to prove it to her. To do so, he asked her to think back to how many dangers they'd encountered together in the last 3 weeks. There had been many, but all of them she had overcome and survived. Most people would call it not a curse at all, but another word for it. Luck. Yes. Luck. She's not cursed at all, and there's plenty of proof of that. Saren asked if she remembered the day they had first met. Then he noticed something interesting when he climbed down from the cliff to pick up the silk. It was then that he noticed something was wrong with the wagon. Such a breakdown was quite strange. It looked like someone had deliberately broken the part that held the axle, even though she had borrowed the wagon from Gyeojung before the Battle of the Airs broke out. Just like this case, Saren assumed that something similar had happened in the past. For example, he found it suspicious and strange that in the past, the bathroom floor had broken so easily under the weight of an ordinary child. So it seemed logical on Saren's part to assume that none of this was an accident, and that someone had been deliberately trying to kill Hui-kyung since she was a child and make it look like an accident. She should have realized it herself. Someone had been purposefully trying to take her life for a long time. Suddenly, as if resonating with what Saren had said, a chilling voice sounded inside Hui-kyung. One that told her that she knew it herself too. More than that, she even knows deep down inside who tried to kill her. Soon the pursuers found them after all, by the trail of Saren's blood. It was no surprise, and it was bound to happen sooner or later. Their hiding place was revealed and illuminated by the light of torches. Shouts of warriors were heard, and they surrounded the only exit. Soon, the footsteps of Hui-jun were heard, who gloatingly stated the fact that the Lizardman had already lost a lot of blood judging from the trail of blood drops. But the most important thing is that this place is deep in the salt mine. A dead end. And here the runaways can't break down the wall and escape like before. Just what he needed. A perfect trap with no way out. A trap they've driven themselves into. He was not going to wait any longer and immediately sent all his warriors to attack, ordering them to kill the runaways immediately. Saren and Hui-kyung prepared to take their final battle and meet their fate. Hui-kyung thought that at least now she would not blame the curse for anything. And if she died, it would be entirely her own fault. Saren wasn't going to die yet. He told her he was still waiting for her luck. Maybe this time she'd get lucky in the face of death. But the Hui-jun soldiers weren't waiting. They were already charging towards them with a battle cry. Suddenly, a bright blue flash blinded the attackers. A shining ball of lightning appeared right in front of them. No one realized what was happening. Not the soldiers. Not Saren and Hui-kyung. Not Hui-jun. Everyone froze in place. The light formed into a flashing sphere that cast shadows behind the people in the cave. Those who had good vision were able to make out a strange, square-shaped creature fluttering in the air. And as the mine began to dim, all the other people were also able to see the creature. An electric stingray, a demonic spirit called Buzz, Pez, or Pazd. But his name said nothing to everyone in the cave, and they all stared at him questioningly. Just as the bright light disappeared, everyone heard a voice coming from within their hearts. Buzz didn't hesitate and turned directly to Saren. In a voice shrouded in mystery, he announced, "Saren Mule, you have been chosen." When Hui-jun's soldiers heard the word chosen, they hesitated and did not dare to move forward, much to the annoyance of their commander. Hui-jun was shivering with anger. He was so annoyed that when they were about to deal with that pesky Hui-kyung, everything went wrong again. Moreover, he didn't understand why his soldiers were so stupid and hesitant at a time like this. He wasn't going to stand for it, so he shouted at his soldiers to move and not even think about regretting that they didn't make an alliance with the Gnolls. And why were they so scared of that flying thing anyway? If they're so scared to go over there, they should take a bow and arrow and shoot it. Where are the archers? Buzz turned around at this noise and saw Hui-jun and his soldiers. To him, they were only minor hindrances. Finally, Saren came to his senses and realized who was in front of him. However, he did not seem happy at the news that he was the chosen one. There were 5 chosen ones in the black-scale Lizardmen tribe: Rokrak, Jael, Ur, Owen, and the Stargazer. No one knew why, but until now, they had been the only ones receiving God's special grace. So the fact that Saren was chosen meant that the chosen ones would become 6 or someone had died. So Saren asked which of the chosen had died. Buzz was in no hurry to answer, and his light only dimmed instead of flashing. The Stargazer died. A few days ago. But Saren had left the tribe before that, and it was news to him. While he was recovering, Buzz looked back at Hui-jun and the soldiers and said, "There are annoying things here. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about them because I am only here to carry out God's will." Saren was not upset and assured him that he would deal with them later, but before that he had just one question. "Why him?" Buzz replied, "God chose you himself, so I don't really know the reason, but you probably think you deserve it. Aren't you the second best warrior of your tribe?" At those words, Saren slowly nodded. Then Buzz shone brightly and assured that now he could no longer worry about these enemies, because he will now act on behalf of God, and when he does so, he can borrow God's power, and he will have that power starting now. Buzz glowed as he disappeared just like when he had appeared. The salt mine then returned to darkness save for a few lit torches. For a moment, everyone was still standing in place, not believing what was happening. But Hui-jun's shout quickly brought his soldiers to their senses. He demanded them to attack at once since the monster had disappeared. And they should even dare to delay, but they had already missed their chance. With the power of the Chosen One, Saren could easily deal with them. He started with the spearhead that was still sticking out of his stomach. With a cry of pain, he gripped it tighter and his eyes glowed with lightning. Hui-kyung heard cries of pain behind her and asked Saren what was going on. But he assured her that everything was fine. In one firm motion, he pulled the rest of the spear out of himself, and quickly burned the wound with a lightning bolt to stop the bleeding. The soldiers continued to run, not even realizing that their opponent had already managed to heal the mortal wound, and the pain he still had left only made him stronger. Looking at the soldiers running straight to their deaths, Saren assumed that they didn't even realize what had happened. And in that case, he'd just have to make them understand. Saren spread his right palm open. Electric lights began to flash between his fingers, and in a moment, the lightning bolts came straight at the soldiers attacking them, filling the mine and leaving them no chance of survival. Now the hunters were the victims. A blinding flash erupted from Saren's hand, striking the corner of the salt mine. All the soldiers running at them were struck by the deadly lightning, and their screams of pain filled the cave along with the smell of burning flesh. Huijun saw this and was scared to death. He had never expected that this wounded and cornered lizard would be capable of such a thing. In an instant, an entire squad of soldiers was defeated, and the survivors fled in panic to save their skins. Huijun shouted in panic to the soldiers already fleeing even faster than him to retreat, for this lizard man was truly the chosen one. Together, they hurried to the exit as fast as possible. Saren was trying to catch his breath. Using the power of the chosen one was not an easy task, especially for a wounded lizardman. Huikyung was amazed by this incredible strength, but she was also concerned about Saran's condition. Despite his assurances that he was fine, it was hard to believe him. But what was easy to believe was the destructive power of the chosen ones of their black-scaled lizardmen tribe. Huikyung didn't understand why, with such impressive power, their tribe still didn't dare to openly fight the tribe of cut ears. Siren himself didn't exactly know the answer, but he guessed the reason. Now that he had used this power himself, he could definitely say that this power could not be used indefinitely. Because when he used it, it felt like some type of mental power was being consumed. Now he understood why Owen always smoked cigarettes after using this power. Huikyung was still worried about his health, but he persisted in assuring her that he was fine and just a little tired. But that was okay, because now that he had cauterized his wound and stopped the bleeding, he felt much better, and he was ready to go. Then Huikyung was not going to stay longer in that cramped mine and was determined to see the sunlight again. They had a good chance of getting out of the mine because today she was luckier than ever before. However, as they made their way to the exit, the obstacles did not become less, and they were blocked every time by a Huijun soldier who jumped out from around the corner, and they had to deal with him. Of course, with Saran's new strength they had no chance, but they kept trying. When their attempts failed, even fleeing didn't save them. So they pushed onward and onward, leaving nothing but roasted corpses in their wake. All this was watched by Hegemony, who could barely contain his rage at seeing their success. He just couldn't afford to let it go on any longer and was determined to stop them. Yes, it wasn't exactly part of their arrangement with Nebula, but he himself didn't want things to go that far. Now he had no choice but to act. To stop them, he decided to summon an animal under his control, a saber-toothed tiger, to deal with them and bring him victory since Huijun couldn't do it himself. Soon, Saren and Huikyung froze with surprise and fear. It was hard to believe, to encounter such a creature so deep in the mine. At the sight of a giant muscular saber-toothed tiger, they were confused and did not even immediately realize what it was. But the tiger did not hesitate and with a growl continued to approach them. Saren was the first to come to his senses and quickly jumped forward, covering Huikyung. He had only one question. What was the saber-toothed tiger doing here? But there was no time to look for an answer to that question. The tiger suddenly leaped at him and Saren only had time to activate his Chosen One power a second before it would be too late. A flash of lightning illuminated the mine, and the saber-toothed tiger fell dead at the feet of our heroes. Looking at his corpse, Saren could not stop wondering how the saber-toothed tiger had crossed the walls of Automation Castle and managed to enter the salt mine. And the most important question was why? In search of what he came here? That was something he had no way of knowing. However, Huikyung was no longer surprised at anything. She was already dizzy from everything that had happened this day. With her already happened so many incredible things that now she already thought that absolutely everything can be, and this tiger is just another proof of it. Finally, they approached the exit of the mine. They were in no hurry to get out of the mine, but they would be vulnerable to another ambush, and Saren was almost certain there would be one. But they had no other choice. All they had to do was be ready. Saren went first so that he could meet the danger if anything happened. As expected, the ambush was here, and two of Huijun's soldiers were ready to attack from a very unexpected direction. In order for them to succeed, Huijun himself decided to play the role of a cornered victim. He played it skillfully, saying, "Damn it, so in the end, you're cornering me like this." Huikyung completely fell for his tricks, and without suspecting the ruse began to ask him who he thought started it all. Huijun knew what to say to her. He reminded her that she was the one who had brought the wicked lizard into the castle. The fight for inheritance should have only been between siblings. He was just furious at what she had done, for he was sure that Automation Castle would not be okay if his heir got his place, thanks to the power borrowed from outside. Humans would then be pushed aside, and certain species and races that helped the heir get the throne would simply swallow up the humans of automation, making them their servants. Hui Kyung was shocked at such accusations. Did he really think that she was the one to blame for everything? In his opinion, this was the perfect moment to attack. He had absolutely no interest in who was right, so he shouted for her to shut up and die. At the same time, it was a signal for the soldiers who were sitting above the mine entrance to attack. But their attempt was a failure. Saren didn't fall for Hui Jun's tricks and remained vigilant the whole time. His sword movements were lightning fast, and he slashed his opponents before they even reached the ground. Seeing his soldiers die, Hui Jun was furious at how resilient and tough this lizardman was. According to his calculations, it should have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Now it was time for Hui Kyung to make her stand. She pointed directly at her sneaky brother and said that he was the one who was an idiot who didn't know the problem and didn't understand anything. She believed that Automation Castle was a castle that lives off trade, but not to get involved with nearby forces means that he's voluntarily isolating them. It would damage their castle and limit their options. Besides, a lot of nearby forces want to take control of their castle, and if he was smart, he'd probably think of using those guys. Finally, Hui Kyung was sure that she wasn't a wuss like him or father, and she would be able to put the Automation Castle on the scale and obtain something even greater. Hui Jun wasn't surprised by such loud words and only pretended to be surprised. He knew where to push to make it hurt more and told her that she not only looked like a monster, but also thought like a damn monster. He'd never thought of her as his sibling. The way he smugly sat himself down proved that he hadn't used all his tricks yet and had at least one more trump card up his sleeve. And so he did. At the same moment, an arrow flew at Hui Kyung's back, but somehow, miraculously, it was stopped by a swirl of air and flew well above Hui Kyung. She was really lucky today, perhaps. Everyone was shocked. Hui Jun, Saren, and Hui Kyung herself. No one could figure out what could have saved her from the stealthily fired arrow. Looking at the arrow picked up by the wind, Hui Kyung wondered what it was. Or who is it? A curse or luck? Suddenly her mental questions were heard by someone, and a chilling voice answered her that it was neither one nor the other. He is more complex than that. He is a spirit of demonic magic, and he is not the only one of his kind. They have survived long enough to lose memory of the Creator and their time of birth, and they live beside old temples of fallen gods, or in old blood like hers. He isn't the curse that she thought he was until now, and he's not a misfortune that haunts her either. He sees infinite probabilities for the future and can make the choice that will be most suitable for the situation and bring the most benefits. Moreover, he can manipulate those probabilities. Having familiarized herself with the image of her curse, Hui Kyung discovered a demonic property called probability. It was also recognized by Nebula and Hegemony, who were watching the scene through the system window that appeared in front of them. Hegemony was just shocked that what had haunted Hui Kyung all her life wasn't a curse. This turn of events was definitely not something he had expected. In contrast, Sunwoo knew this very well, and seeing his reaction started laughing at him, asking, "Why would I choose a cursed entity?" Hegemony was simply in a panic and couldn't believe what had happened. He frantically opened system windows with information about Hui Kyung to check. He didn't understand how it could be that the character's explanation clearly said that she was a cursed entity. In fact, it turned out that it wasn't information about Hui Kyung, but about a spirit with a demonic property that was in her. Had Nebula purposely confused something in the description for him? To such accusations, Sunwoo only replied to him that he would have found out for himself if he had looked closely at the description of Hui Kyung. It had always been like that, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything about it. Hegemony could only curse and blame his inattentiveness. After calming down a bit, he asked Nebula a question. How did he know then that Hui Kyung had a demonic property? The answer to that question was simple, and he honestly answered that from the beginning, he didn't know about it either. And thought also that there was some unlucky curse on Hui Kyung. All because of the countless unlucky-looking incidents that happened to Hui Kyung. But then he realized that it wasn't just bad luck, but failed assassination attempts that people were organizing against her. Sunwoo realized this when the washroom floors broke. It was because the headmaid had destroyed the floorboards before Hui Kyung came. However, even though things seemed hopeless to her herself and she thought she couldn't even go to the washroom in peace, everything was not as it seemed at first glance. Even in situations where she could have gotten stabbed or buried and died, Hui Kyung would leave perfectly fine. Sunwoo then realized something as he watched her and noticed fireflies that shouldn't have been there. The thing inside Hui Kyung wasn't the worst curse in the whole game of unluckiness, but the demonic entity with property of probability, which could be incredibly lucky if used well. Hui Kyung's horns were only an outward demonstration of what was inside, but her appearance didn't matter. What mattered was that having an entity with demonic properties under her control was a great advantage. And right now, Sunwoo was as close as possible to extending his influence over Hui Kyung. After hearing her story, Hegemony decided that there was nothing to worry about the missed opportunities and suggested forgetting about the whole thing because it didn't make any sense. Suddenly, Hegemony laughed and declared that he had won. All thanks to the fact that he had summoned a saber-toothed tiger back then and had been waiting and stalling shamelessly all this time. To this, Sun Woon only replied that it was good that he knew he was shameless. But what does he mean when he says he won? Hegemony thought he won because Nebula still couldn't finish off Hui Jun. And now it's too late. Because at this very moment, the Lord of Automation Castle, Hui Seo, has returned. And with him, a whole army. As soon as he saw his children, he immediately ordered them to stop and end the slaughter. Hegemony cheered and laughed. He was sure it was over. Since the castle lord is back, the family needs to stop fighting. But to his surprise, Nebula did not get upset at all, and said that everything was still undecided and it was not clear who would win. Hegemony was sure that to end all of this chaos, Hui Seo will choose a successor and probably right now. And just like that, he was also sure that Hui Seo would definitely choose Hui Jun as his successor, since Hui Jun has similar political alignments as his father. And in that case, Hui Kyung won't be able to do anything. Not only is killing Hui Seo absurd, but no other families will recognize her either. Even Saren's help and support will do nothing for her. But Sun Woon thought otherwise. He was sure that the premise on which Hegemony had based his reasoning was wrong. So it was no wonder he had come to the wrong conclusion. Sun Woon didn't understand why he was so sure that Hui Seo would choose Hui Jun over Hui Kyung. Well, now everything was going to be resolved, and Hui Seo's final decision would show who was right and who was wrong. Hui Seo approached his children, and as expected assured them that there was no need to fight any further. He was going to decide who would be his heir right here and now, unexpectedly. But before he could say anything else, Hui Kyung asked her father to listen to her. Hui Seo paid close attention to her and remarked that her horns had grown a lot, and she responded by remarking that he had shaved off his beard. These meaningless phrases were just the calm before the storm. Finally, when Hui Seo asked what she wanted to say, she gathered her thoughts and blurted out a question that shocked everyone. "Why did you try so hard to kill me?" Even Hui Jun was shocked at this news. He had no idea that his father had tried to kill Hui Kyung long before him. Surprisingly, Hui Seo didn't even try to talk back. All he did was ask her when she found out about it. Hui Kyung, with an expression too cheerful for such a moment, told him that she found out about it a long time ago, but she lied to herself and ignored it. Just because she didn't want to believe that the father she loved so much was capable of such a thing. She knew that the truth was that the reason he was trying to kill her was because of her mother, who had died while pregnant with her. Moreover, the truth was that this brand of a curse that bothered her whole life was a lie that Hui Seo had made up. She couldn't wait to hear him justify himself. He started by remembering her mother, Ryo. Her body was already too weak to bear a child, and as bad luck would have it, she had the flu. She died of exhaustion from the strain of childbirth. Ryo was too special to Hui Seo, and her loss was an unimaginable pain for him. It was at that moment that the word curse started rolling around in his head, and then he couldn't get rid of it, not knowing who to blame for the death of his beloved wife. So then he chose to think that Hui Kyung and her horns were the curse that led to the death of his beloved Ryo. It was the easiest thing to blame it on her. The position of Castle Lord was full of never-ending difficult days, and then he believed it was Hui Kyung who had taken away the one thing he held precious. That was why he simply could not let her stay alive and be a living reminder of his loss. Upon hearing this, Hui Kyung declared that she had figured out for herself what she was going to do, and he could now do as he wished now. Hui Jun intervened and rushed to his father's side, warning him not to make a decision swayed by guilt. The fate of Automation Castle would depend on his decision. Hui Seo reassured him that he had nothing to worry about. Even though he himself is old and tired when it comes to such an important decision, he will decide purely with his judgment as the Automation Castle's lord. Besides Hui Seo, he knew that this is the last decision he can make with free will as a pawn on this chessboard for gods. So he decided to announce his choice to everyone. Everyone froze in anticipation, even the so-called gods. Hegemony began to pray to his gods, while Nebula watched him skeptically and asked if he really thought it would work. They are gods themselves, by the way. But beyond that, something down below caught Sun Woon's attention. There, Hui Kyung's demonic essence was about to reveal itself. That inner spirit was scrutinizing Hui Seo's every move and word and explaining everything that was happening to Hui Kyung. Judging from the way Hui Seo opened his mouth, he was about to say, Kyung, so she would probably be the next owner of the Automation Castle. But the spirit wondered why she didn't look happy. Then she explained that her father was trying to escape, even if he doesn't realize it himself. But in the end, he chose to rid himself of the guilt. If so, the rumors will spread within the castle, that the castle lord gave his position away out of guilt to his daughter that he had been trying to kill. Hui Jun's side will spread the rumors like that. And if so, People will doubt her ability, saying she got the position out of luck. The 4 families of the Automation Castle and citizens will not follow her, and even the position of Castle Lord she will receive will be at risk. That's why Hui Kyung couldn't afford to be chosen by her father as his heir. She had to get that position herself, and she was determined to do so, no matter what it cost her. Hui Kyung decided to act here and now while she had the chance, and the first thing she told her father was that she had changed her mind, which surprised him. She had been thinking about the situation for some time, and now she was sure that no matter what her father's plan was, she thought she should become the lord of the castle. And that was why she had asked her father to entrust her with the position of castle lord. Such insolence and self-confidence at such a crucial time was a surprise to everyone, Saren included. But it was Huijun who was most resentful. He was not going to stand aside, and immediately shouted to his father to pay attention to the fact that she was threatening him right now. But Huiseo with a quick gesture ordered him to shut up. He was well aware of where this was going and understood his 2 children, their positions he had heard. But still he wondered where his daughter got the courage to threaten him in front of all those soldiers. The answer was simple, and it stood right beside Hui Kyung. It was Siran. He immediately displayed a small portion of his newfound strength. And that was more than enough to scare the soldiers and make Huiseo look a little differently at the situation he found himself in. Hui Kyung decided it would be right to point out the obvious, and said that as they could see, this lizard man was one of the chosen ones of the Black Scale tribe. Hui Kyung couldn't say for sure if he could kill everyone here, although the soldiers had no doubts about it. But what she was certain of was that Siren would have the strength to kill Huiseo and take her to safety. Huijun immediately started accusing her of lying, and that lizard man is already injured and tired. In such a state, he is not capable of something like this. However, Huiseo had his own opinion on the matter. He could clearly recall the strength of the chosen ones, and especially their leader, Rakrak. He is a fearsome beast, strong and cunning. And Huiseo was sure that this lizard in front was just one of the pawns Rakrak had deliberately placed in automation, to ensure for himself that the lord of the castle would make the right decision. Right for Rakrak, of course. Still, Huiseo did not want to give up so easily and reminded his daughter what she already knew very well. Automation Castle is special, and if he dies without appointing an heir, the council of the heads of the castle's great families will find someone within the castle and appoint him as the next lord. Hui Kyung wouldn't want that situation to happen, but still if it did, she would get the support of the Black Scale tribe. And with the help of their power and warriors, she will be able to completely devastate the castle. And all she will have to do is to be the only person inside the castle, and then no one will have any doubts who is the real heir and lord. Huijun couldn't contain his indignation at what he heard and called Hui Kyung a low trash who finally stopped hiding his dirty nature after all. He still had no way of understanding how she could even say such a thing. Meanwhile, Huiseo remained silent and weighed all the factors to make a decision. He had no choice but to make a difficult one. There was nothing Huijun could do to change that. Huiseo stepped forward and solemnly declared that as the current Lord of Automation Castle, he was giving up his position for Hui Kyung. Right here and now. From that moment on, Hui Kyung was considered the new Lord of Automation. This was a painful defeat for Huijun. He just couldn't believe it had happened and sat on the ground out of helplessness. His brilliant plan had failed, and all the sacrifices he had made were in vain. A few days later, life once again stirred on the streets of Automation. Vitality seemed to be flowing within the Automation Castle for the first time in a while, all because the turbulent air fight was over. Not only that, people began to feel that the very atmosphere in the castle had changed. Trade with other creature species had picked up considerably, and more traders began to come from afar. At the same time, all 4 main families inside the castle remained quiet. They seemed to have accepted the changes that the new lord of the castle had introduced. The only one who didn't like it all remained Huijun. He still couldn't get over the fact that something so absurd was happening in the castle. How could a person who sticks around a lizard be the castle lord? He couldn't find an answer to that question for himself. He had had enough of sitting idly by for days, and as darkness fell, he decided to act. Under the cover of night, Huijun equipped his horse for a long journey and prepared to leave this place and gather power somewhere else. Once he had found the right power, he intended to return and take his revenge. But his wet dreams of revenge were interrupted by a lizardman who came out of hiding place. Huijun immediately tensed up and asked, "Who is that coming this way?" Siren stepped out of the shadows and immediately picked up on the fact that Huijun was probably going somewhere far away. But of course, he wasn't going to say where he was going, and only stated that it was absolutely none of the lizard man's business where he was going. Siren agreed with him. It was none of his business, and he wasn't going to stop the defeated heir. He only reminded him that whether he stayed here or not, he still wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Huijun considered all of this as empty threats and curses and set off. How wrong he was to think that he would just be allowed to leave. Someone wise had told Saren that sources of trouble like Hui Jun shouldn't be allowed to exist whether he was close or far away from Hui Kyung. And to be honest, Saren agreed with that wise man. He picked up the torch and gave the tentative signal. At the top of the automation walls, he was perfectly spotted. The goblin assassins knew their job well. When Hui Jun ran out of the gates of automation, he didn't even hear the sound of death rumbling right above him. He was never meant to leave the walls of automation, one swift movement from the goblin, and his head had already fallen from his shoulders. Now the proof that Hui Jun could never cause trouble again was in the goblin's bag. From the outside, it looked as if the rider had calmly continued on his way and nothing had happened. But in reality, it was already a headless rider. This was a fat point in the hegemony's defeat. He knew perfectly well that he had lost unconditionally. Even Sun Woon was surprised at how calmly the usually emotional hegemony accepted his defeat. But he had his reasons. He realized that one who does not acknowledge their losses cannot grow. Apparently, this wasn't his first failure in this game. Of course, it was frustrating to lose, and hegemony was upset. But he had no choice but to admit that it was Nebula who had won in this contradictory prophecy, which was obvious. In the end, as surprising as it was, the hegemony acknowledged his loss cleanly and left. And he didn't leave on his own. He took his tribe of gnolls with him and led them to the other side of the continent, guiding them to the far west. It seemed that hegemony was not really worried about the failed prophecy and was ready to face all negative consequences and events. Now the paths of hegemony and Nebula had diverged again, but that didn't mean they wouldn't meet in the future for another battle, perhaps the final one for one of them. Watching all of this, Sun Woon immediately figured out the hegemony's plan. He was going to make a military march across the continent, capturing weapons from the continent's inhabitants. By taking such a step, he must have been confident in his tribe's fighting strength. Now that the hegemony had left its original location, a vacuum was created, which Sun Woon was able to use to increase his forces in the territories previously inhabited by the gnolls. They used to occupy the North Shore regions and the peninsula's southern half. These were all coastal territories, and Nebula saw an opportunity to utilize them. Besides that, he still had the ocean small domain that the Lizardmen had taken over from the Frogmen. The serpent who had this small domain being originally a freshwater creature, it hasn't even had a chance to use it properly. Well, it wasn't all that urgent and could be thought about later. Right now, Nebula had to meet the new lord of the castle. Hui Kyung was just in the right state of mind, tired after a busy day of business. She had fallen asleep right on her desk. It was the perfect moment for Sun Woon to appear to her and guide her in the direction he wanted. Hui Kyung was awakened right in her sleep by a small blue firefly. As soon as she woke up, the firefly returned to its true owner. The mysterious hooded figure of Nebula stood right in front of Hui Kyung. She immediately realized who was in front of her, the blue bug god she had heard so much about from the Lizardmen. Hui Kyung bowed in reverence to the god whose followers she had received so much help from. She knew this was just the beginning, but she had nothing to thank him for. She had started various businesses, but they had all failed and had little to offer the god. All she got in response was silence. But then the firefly that was in Nebula's hand shone even brighter, and turned into a small ingot of iron. This piece of iron was what Nebula had shown Hui Kyung. It was his message to her today. Though for her, it was not clear at all what it all meant. This ingot of metal looked like a piece of iron that automation merchants used as currency. But that fact didn't help her understand what they wanted her to do, and it made her feel very stupid. Did God really want money from her? Suddenly, a lizard's hand touched Hui Kyung's back. She immediately turned around fearfully and saw Saren in front of her. What was he doing here? And where did the blue bug god go? Everything around her began to blur, and she began to realize that it was probably a dream. Finally, Hui Kyung woke up, and real gravity quickly helped her regain consciousness. After falling out of the chair, she had no doubts. It really was a dream. After something like that, it was definitely necessary to take a walk and clear her mind, which Hui Kyung did. Walking around, she pondered whether this dream was just a dream or some kind of revelation. She didn't have even the slightest idea how to help the blue bug god. Though if he was showing her an ingot of iron, what should she do with it? She wanted to earn trust points from the blue bug god. But to do that, she still needed to find out what the revelation in her dream meant. Not far from her, a merchant from distant lands was surprised at the high quality of silk sold in automation. The Lizardman merchant really didn't see this as a surprise. He had already sold silk of this quality at the local market several times before. But this traveler was from the far western lands, and this was the first time he had come to automation. The western lands are located in the direction of the setting sun, and no one from there could come to automation before because the Gnoll tribe blocked their way. The Lizardman merchant really hadn't seen creatures of that race here before and asked if he was going to buy silk or not. The troll was satisfied with the quality of the goods and was going to buy all the silk the merchant had. He had a full bag of iron currency for that purpose. As soon as he showed the iron, the Lizardmen immediately agreed to make a deal. Such a quantity of high-quality silk must have been expensive, so the troll showed a whole bag of ingots. Of course, that was more than enough. The merchant was about to declare the deal a success when suddenly Hui Kyung shouted to him to wait. As for the troll, she told him to leave his money where it was now. Hui Kyung explained to him as peacefully as possible that she was sorry, but this guy was supposed to do business with her first. The merchant didn't understand what was going on at first and wanted to object, but one look at Hui Kyung was enough for him to realize that he'd better shut up. The troll had no choice but to turn around and leave. Only then did Hui Kyung answer the Lizardman's questions and tell him that if he continued to do business this way, he would be in even more trouble. She pointed to the silk and asked if he thought it was wise to sell it at such a low price. No matter who she is now, she is also a merchant, so she just couldn't look at such a bad deal. Then the merchant told her that he had come here with Chief Rakrak and brought the silk in a wheelbarrow, so transportation was not difficult. Usually he sold the silk at the higher price, but this time due to the large quantity he found it profitable to sell everything even at a lower price. But Hui Kyung was in complete disagreement with this logic. If he continues to think like that, he won't be able to do business here. Doesn't he know how rare the products he trades in are? She had noticed such behavior not only from him, but also from the rest of the merchants from the Black Scale tribe. Hui Kyung had made it clear to him that he shouldn't undercharge, especially when he was selling high-quality luxury goods like silk. And there was one more thing he had missed when making the deal. Iron. She had an iron ingot in her hands, just like the trolls were. The merchant had to watch carefully as Hui Kyung explained to him what the scale was. On the scale, she placed 2 pieces of iron. One was the one normally used in Automation's castle, and the other was from the troll. Hui Kyung was going to compare their weights. Whichever one was lighter would go up. The Lizardman merchant was watching everything with interest. And as you might have guessed by now, the piece of iron brought by the troll was lighter. That's why he should check the weight of the iron before he traded it next time. Behind him came the voice of someone. The scale that Hui Kyung had shown him seemed to be a very useful item. It was Rakrak himself, and he also asked Hui Kyung to compare the weights of a few more pieces of iron. She happily agreed. It was not for nothing that their automation scales were considered the most accurate. After the measurements, it was immediately clear that this metal was different from regular iron. Then Rakrak told her that this iron was obtained from ancient ruins. It is of excellent quality, but it has one very significant disadvantage. It is very difficult to melt. The best forges of the Black Scale tribe had given up out of helplessness. That is why Rakrak came here, hoping to find a solution to this problem within the walls of Automation Castle. Rakrak wanted to find a way to melt this iron and turn it into a weapon. At that moment, Hui Kyung realized what her dream was about. The Blue Bug God had given her the task of helping Rakrak with this difficult challenge. Of course, Hui Kyung replied that she could do it. However, she later realized that she had been a little hasty with this statement and had said it too confidently. Now she wondered what would happen if she didn't keep her word, and now said she couldn't do it. Would her reputation as Lord of Automation fall from that? By the way, there was a reason Hui Kyung was so confident in front of Rakrak. She was relying on the blacksmiths of Automation, who were considered the best in the area. When they looked at the iron that Rakrak had brought, they assured Hui Kyung that they could make weapons out of them. However, they had a problem in the process. If it was the will of the castle lord, the blacksmith was willing to work, even though it was difficult. This damn metal proved to be too unyielding to be crafted. After heating up the workpiece, a skillful blacksmith could usually get it into the desired shape in 10 hammer blows. But with this metal, he barely succeeded after 40 blows. The blacksmith could barely make one spearhead after working hard for half a day. After that, he was too tired to continue, and that's why he couldn't make the next one. Then Hui Kyung asked why not take a break and then go back to work. But the blacksmith assured her that wouldn't work either. If the forge cooled down, he would have to reignite it and would waste too much charcoal. Hui Kyung then suggested using more people, but that wasn't an option either. They would need several years of hard training to become useful in the smithy. Hui Kyung realized that was the end of her ideas, and recognizing her defeat, she praised the blacksmith for his good work and sent him off to rest. The blacksmith left, and Saren came in his place. He saw how Hui Kyung was worried about those iron pieces and advised her to just be honest with Rakrak. Hui Kyung was hesitant. She had told him so confidently that she could help, and now Saren was suggesting that she admit that she was not a useful partner. Saren assured her that's exactly what she should do. The Rakrak he knows is benevolent. To make it clear, Saren presented her with a picture of a smiling Rakrak who was willing to accept any failure of Hui Kyung. But it didn't help much. Hui Kyung was too proud to accept her defeat. She wasn't going to give up so easily and asked Saren to follow her. Saren was just coming over to teach her writing, but she offered to do it later. She had something that needed to be confirmed. They headed down a dark hallway together. There they were met by a mud soldier. Hui Kyung revealed that it was made in the innermost areas of the inner palace. Although mud soldiers traverse the automation castle themselves, anyone can't handle them as they wish. But that's not why she brought Seiren here. What she wanted to show him was actually behind the heavy stone door. As soon as she opened it, bright sunlight hit her in the face. Before their eyes was a waterfall that was forcefully spinning a giant water wheel. Seiren was mesmerized by this sight. He had never seen anything like it before. Hui Kyung explained that it was the entire castle's water reserve. And thanks to the fact that it's inside the inner palace, there's no need to worry about enemies aiming for it either. Right now, there's one particular detail to focus on. That wheel underwater that generates an incredible amount of power without rest. A machine that doesn't get tired, though none of the humans knew how the automation castle used that power. Hui Kyung had brought Seiren here to tell him about her plans for the future. She wasn't going to limit herself to using this power just to process metal pieces. She wanted to use this power to completely change Automation Castle. But to do that, she needed help, so she asked Seiren for it. Of course he was willing to help her. A few days later, a group of lizardmen arrived in Automation at Seiren's request. Hui Kyung didn't hesitate to show them her blueprints. She suggested making a new water path at a higher position than the current one, because it's a way to add new wheels without weakening the current waterway. Still, she had doubts and asked for advice on whether it would work. The familiar Yahello came to her aid. She had already become the head of the engineers of the Black Scale tribe thanks to her sharp mind and intelligence. Yahello had already had time to look around and replied that judging by the amount of water flowing there and the formation of the wheels, she thought that energy production was possible. But to accomplish such a large-scale project, Hui Kyung would need a lot of people. And of course a lot of money and hardwood, which doesn't grow in this area. Even though Yahello had inexplicably licked Hui Kyung's horn, she replied that Automation Castle definitely had enough money. But Yahello replied that it's not just a matter of whether or not she has enough money. The problem is that if Hui Kyung uses so much money and then doesn't get enough obvious and useful effects in return, it could cause people to resent her. Her position is already weak, and if she wastes the castle's funds, she will definitely get flood of criticism. The question is, will she be able to handle it? Yahello's words made her think. That evening in her office, this question never left her. In such a difficult situation, she turned to her inner spirit and asked if he knew the future. Unfortunately, the spirit replied that he was not a spirit of prophecy. What he can know or can change is simply the moment in front of her. Hui Kyung guessed that would be the answer. Still, she asked him to hear about the future she was pondering. She was going to leave the axle of the first water wheel empty and save it for the next lord to be appointed. The second water wheel she was going to connect to the blacksmith's mechs. If they just have enough charcoal, it'll create a bloomery that will never get extinguished. The third water wheel would be connected to a hammer that would be able to shape the blacksmith's workpieces. The fourth and final water wheel she was going to connect to a millstone so that people could process an impressive amount of grain into flour. Hearing her thoughts, the spirit replied that it looked pretty good, but that wasn't enough for Hui Kyung. She needed to be sure. This the spirit could not guarantee her. It was a future he couldn't see. He only said what he thought. Well, in that case, she was even willing to take the risk. Hui Kyung as well as the spirit thought it was a nice idea. She decided that she would start building water wheels after all. So construction has begun, but not as smoothly as Hui Kyung had hoped. Construction came with numerous challenges. Water wheels and workers kept falling over. On top of that, several times they got scammed by material suppliers. But all that was nothing compared to the most painful thing. When the work was almost finished and 3 water wheels were installed, it turned out that the 4th one could not be installed. Now that was the real challenge. Gaojung suggested that there was a space calculation error in the design. It's a pity, but he suggested just building everything with 3 wheels, because if they needed to install a 4th wheel, they would have no choice but to start over. Gaojung assumed that there was no other choice. In that case, Hui Kyung told them to start over. They were shocked. How could she order such a thing? If they started over, they would have to dismantle what they had already built and then start over, and that would take twice as long. On top of that, there was also the problem of the workers they had hired. Hearing all these pathetic excuses, Hui Kyung turned to them with a threat and asked, "What's the problem? This is a promise with the Blue Bug God. Are they really willing to arouse the god's wrath on Automation Castle the moment it just started to revive?" Finally, Hui Kyung shouted, "Say this to everyone. As long as I am awake and alive, I will keep my promise with the Blue Bug God at all costs and show you the completed water wheels." Sunwoon, watching this of course, couldn't remember when he told her to build exactly 4 wheels. Although, that didn't surprise him in the least. The human race had always been like this. After all, unlike lizardmen, who are a bit blunt and tactless in comparison, Humans live extremely goal-oriented lives. Thus, using the blue bug god as an excuse, the build period was extended. But the other automation families weren't very resistant to this, all because they were benefiting from the ongoing construction and the flourishing trade and business. The reason being, as the construction workers stay and more goods circulate, the scale of the commercial district expands, eventually returning benefits. Finally, under Sun Woon's close supervision, after countless twists and turns, construction was completed. And the 4 water wheels, the most advanced structure in the world, was born in Automation Castle. Hui Kyung was more than pleased with the result. So were the Lizardmen who helped her. The water wheels were moving and all the mechanisms were working. The automatic smithing hammer worked with some incredible power, as did the other mechanisms. Now the Automation Castle will surely become a place about which travelers will say the following: I have been to many places, but I have never seen a place as remarkable as Automation Castle, famous for its ironwork that is trusted and used all over the continent. Hui Kyung was satisfied and only apologized to the blue bug god for using his name for her own purposes. But still, she believed he would understand her, and would appreciate her plan. She was right. Sun Woon was just as pleased as she was. Thanks to Hui Kyung, he was able to improve his iron-making skill to level 2. His civilization had now laid the technological groundwork to produce higher-grade iron. Also, his civilization was now able to smelt steel to create more durable and long-lasting ironware. In addition, now iron made in automation and marked with a special tag became the first base currency to establish itself on the 3rd continent. Even that was not the end of it. The writing system developed in automation called Chung Letter System also became the mainstream on the 3rd continent. Thus, the technology of the civilizations under Nebula's control developed much faster than the average development speed of the other players. How could he even be angry at Hui Kyung for this? This was the exact reason why Sun Woon had chosen humans as his second race. As a result, Automation Castle prospered more than ever, and began to attract races that had never been here before. Elves, for example, who strolled through the castle and were surprised by the sound and sight of the continent's famous water wheels. One of them knew that the giant water wheel inside the city grinds grains. The other could not imagine how huge it was that the sound of its operation reached all the way here. A Lizardman trader intervened in their conversation and corrected them that the water wheels were not only used to grind grain, but also to make weapons for the tribe of black-scale lizards. But the lizard was not particularly interested in talking. Since the travelers had come here, they probably wanted to buy high-quality silk, right? After feeling the goods, the elves were surprised by the quality and immediately decided to buy it. They were going to pay for the goods with iron ingots, not the ones made by automation, but their own. They assured that they were of the highest quality, made of iron that is found only in their region. But the merchant, having learned from his own experience, was not going to take their word for it and took out a scale. As could be guessed, the elves' iron ingots were lighter than the standard. Their iron was of the lowest quality. In that case, the merchant was not even going to sell them anything. He would not accept such low-grade currency and was not going to trust such cheats as them. Of course, the elves were surprised by this refusal. As a solution, the merchant suggested they go and exchange their iron plates for those issued at the central exchange of the Automation Castle, and then come back, because he could not sell them anything until they had normal currency. The elves tried to resist and kept convincing him that he was making a mistake and missing a great opportunity to make a good deal. And anyway, someone who sells a lowly piece of cloth shouldn't be so power-tripping. It was a mistake. As soon as the merchant heard this, his patience ran out. He shouted at them to get lost, since they don't know how much quality silk costs. Hui Kyung was watching from the sidelines like a professional spy. She liked that this lizard man ended up being a worn-out merchant. But what she didn't like were those 2 elves. She wasn't used to seeing that race in her castle, and she wondered where they were from. So she decided to observe them and see how they did business. The elves approached one merchant, then another, and so on. And then Hui Kyung realized who they were. These elves are cunning tricksters. They're just targeting naive people or new businessmen. The way they're just targeting anyone who they get their hands on. It's more like they're hunting pushovers. A couple of scammers like this, Hui Kyung had never met before. And the big question remained, where the hell did they come from? Meanwhile, Sun Woon received a private message from one of the players. He was surprised. No one had written to him before. The message was from a player named Eldar. Based on his name, Sun Woon immediately assumed that this was a new player he hadn't met yet and was most likely controlling the elf race. During the issue with the hegemony, they resolved their conflict regarding Automation Castle by talking, as our hero needed to resolve all issues outside of the battlefield. As far as he knows, right now the elven forces are located far away on the northern coast, so why would Eldar want to talk to him? Still, Sun Woon lacked information regarding the entire northern coast that was located beyond the wasteland. And if the conversation was trivial, It would even be useful for gathering more information. So he decided to accept the request. He was immediately greeted by the melodious voice of an elven woman. She introduced herself as Eldar, the goddess of the elves. She had only one question for him: was he the god of this small castle and these people? Sunwoon, looking at her, couldn't understand what was going on and what was wrong with her. Is she really an RP player? I'm sure you know it, but just in case. RP or role-playing. Immersing oneself in a role within a game. That's exactly what that elf was doing. Such players are quite rare, but still Sunwoon was willing to talk to her. And he greeted her as well. She liked the beginning of their conversation and immediately picked up on the fact that Nebula was better than Hegemony, at least in his manners. Sunwoon was surprised that she knew Hegemony. As it turned out, she knew him too well, and she was the one who personally drove his barbarian group out of the northern coast. To Sunwoon, that sounded doubtful, though it might explain the strange behavior of Hegemony, who was very quick to agree to a contradictory prophecy instead of war. So Eldar had defeated him after all, and he was forced to look for a different place. But it was strange for an RP player to be so strong. Usually, such players are quite mediocre in terms of game achievements. Well, in that case, Nebula decided to find out what she wanted. Eldar was quick to state her demand. She wanted Nebula to pay her tribute, and then she would be merciful and spare his pathetic civilization along with him. It was a rather self-righteous demand on her part. There was no point in talking to her further, and Sunwoon immediately cut off their communication by blacklisting her name. He wasn't going to pay tribute, of course, and didn't even respond to her request. The Eldar base was located on the northern coast, and it was almost impossible to get to it for reconnaissance with insects. Sunwoon wasn't going to go there himself either. It was dangerous, and there was no telling what might have happened to his civilizations during his absence. But Eldar was also limited in what she could do as well. Just as Sunwoon knew little about Eldar, who turned out to be just another guy who had chosen a female avatar in the game, neither did he know much about Nebula. That was probably why he had sent his elf scouts to Automation Castle, since he couldn't use his little domain for that either. There was also a chance that there were no birds or insects in his small domain. And then Eldar was very unlucky. However, considering Eldar claimed to have driven the Hegemony away, he shouldn't be underestimated. He probably has an ace up his sleeve and support that he relies on. In that case, Nebula needed to quickly prepare for war. But before that, he was going to see what the other players had. Meanwhile, at Automation Castle, Hui-kyung had uninvited and unexpected guests. A delegation of elves had come to negotiate with her. It was headed by Leaner, the president of one of the largest trading companies of the elven civilization. He wanted to meet personally with the Lord of Castle Hui-kyung and no one else. He had come to apologize and resolve the problem that Hui-kyung had banned elves from trading in the castle because of the fraud of the two she had overseen. And they didn't come empty-handed. They had prepared a valuable gift. When Hui-kyung opened it, she was nearly blinded by the glow of a large precious diamond. According to the elf, this artifact had been found in ancient ruins. The elf hoped she would accept the gift and forgive them for their mistake, which would not happen again. Hui-kyung closed the box back up and said it was an outstanding artifact. However, she threw it on the ground and said she was rich enough already. Did he really think he could bribe her with it? Such an artifact meant nothing to her, which could not be said for the elf, who immediately rushed to pick up his treasure. After making sure the artifact was safe and sound, the elf breathed a sigh of relief and asked how much she wanted then. Hui-kyung wondered. The elves had never come from the northern coast before this. So why were they so eager to start trading with automation now? Has the situation really changed? Finally, Hui-kyung answered them that if they wanted good relations with her, they shouldn't even think of bribing her. Instead, they better stick to the law and fulfill the restrictions imposed on them. The elves had no choice but to agree. But it didn't end there. Hui-kyung also offered to buy them statues of the blue bug god if the elves wanted to earn her favor. To this, the elves replied that they believe in the dancing shadow god. But Hui-kyung was not the least bit confused by this. She didn't care. So she suggested to the elves to believe in two gods because it will double the blessings. In fact, they had nothing to lose, so they could safely try it. A few weeks passed, and there was a knock at Hui-kyung's office. It was Siren. He had been given a message from the great Hassadian elf chieftain. In the message, he demanded an apology. He claimed that the last time she met with the elves, Lord of Automation had demanded his subordinates to convert and insulted them. Hui-kyung was shocked by such statements. It was nonsense. She had done nothing of the sort. How annoyed she was by these elves with their arrogant looks and twisted personalities. Siren didn't understand the sarcasm and took her words literally, making her once again remember who she was dealing with. Hui-kyung decided to outsmart the elves with their own weapons, and used the fact that the elves were trying to bribe her in a return message. Siren liked that idea. Thunder rumbled outside the window, which caught Siren's attention. But despite the approaching rainy season, he believed that the messenger from the elves would come again in a few weeks. Hui Kyung also thought it was likely, but she wasn't going to see the elves in person again. In that case, Saren was going to prepare more insults to use against them. But other than that, Hui Kyung had seriously warned him to better prepare for war. The rainy season was over, and the barren lands around the castle had turned green. Surprisingly, no further messages from the elves had come during this time. Life at Automation Castle was peaceful and prosperous. Nothing portended trouble on this sunny day. That all changed suddenly when the guards on the walls noticed something in the distance. An alarm was immediately raised, and a messenger was sent to Hui Kyung. An army was heading towards them. Elven soldiers were already close, and they clearly did not come with peace. Led by their leader, Hasadian himself, riding a reindeer. A scout reported to him that Automation's castle was right in front of them. Well, Hasadian was pleased to finally see the home of these foolish and shameless people. He admitted he was a little flustered when the dancing shadow god sent an oracle of punishment. But now, to be honest, conquering this castle didn't seem like such a difficult task to him. Confident in his strength, he commanded his army to prepare to attack. They rushed forward without waiting for any worthy resistance. The Hasadian army consisted of 300 professional warriors, and it was not only their leader who was confident of victory. Their god Eldar also believed that such an army would be more than enough to conquer this small castle. Though the walls of Automation's castle are high, after all, they're made of mud, and those walls are defended by 150 soldiers at best. Compared to the bows of the elves, which can shoot at 80 paces, the bows of humans are weak and pathetic. Hasadian, as well as his god, was confident that now they would be able to make that damn Lord of Automation Castle bow down before them. Sunwoon was also watching. Well, the elves had asked for it. Now the civilizations of Nebula would give them a decent fight. Hui Kyung was not taken by surprise and was already giving orders to proceed. Unfortunately for Hasadian, things didn't go according to plan from the start. Another soldier ran up to him and reported that something strange was happening in the canyon in front of Automation. The Automation Castle soldiers lined up there in a formation in the shape of a magic circle. There were about 70 soldiers, and since they were there, they must have been aware of the elf attack beforehand. But Hasadian was worried about something else. Why only 70 soldiers came here? Where were the other half of the Automation defenders? He didn't have to ponder that question for long, as more pressing problems were approaching them from behind. Those approaching forces were blocking the elves' escape route. And to Hasadian's surprise, it wasn't humans. Instead, it was an army of lizardmen riding cockatrices, and leading them forward was High Chief Rakrak himself. The elves could not believe how it was possible that lizardmen and humans could be allies. Equally surprised and confused was their god. A notice appeared before Eldar. The clash of civilizations had begun, and the opposing tribe also had faith. Eldar could not understand what was happening. Humans were supposed to be the only opponents. Why were other civilizations suddenly involved? He immediately contacted Nebula to express his outrage. He wanted to know if the Lizardmen tribe belonged to Nebula's ally. Sunwoon only sighed irritably and asked him why he didn't look at the list of players on the location before contacting him. Really, RP players are not the smartest. When Eldar opened the local player list, he found that there was only one player present, Nebula. Then Eldar asked incredulously, "Isn't Nebula the god of humans?" The answer was simple and sad for Eldar. Sunwoon was both a god of humans and lizardmen. Eldar couldn't believe it. How was that possible? He couldn't believe that at such an early stage of the game, any player could control two species of creatures at once. The elves were terrified, and even their leader's shouts and demands not to be deterred, because they still had the advantage in numbers, didn't help. Hasadian did not give up and ordered the vanguard to prepare to defend themselves against the humans, and the rear guard to turn around and prepare to attack the lizardmen. But their troubles didn't end there. Another 70 human soldiers with bows were at the top of the canyon. They didn't hesitate for a second, and simply showered the frightened and disoriented elves with a rain of arrows. Hasadian ordered to dodge while fending off some of the arrows, but it did little to help his less able soldiers. Meanwhile, the lizardmen were approaching from behind. Before the elves could recover from the attack from above, they immediately began to be pushed back from behind. Some even began to flee. Hasadian couldn't let them do that, and shouted to them to get ready to meet the lizardmen, maintaining the formation at the same time. But the elves, scared out of their wits, were barely able to do that, especially when some horrible creatures riding other even more horrible ones were running straight at them. To their surprise, however, there were no weapons in Rakrak's hands. Instead, he extended his hand towards the elves and it glowed with a blue light. The group of elves didn't even have time to move and realize what was about to happen, when the electric flash was reflected in their frightened eyes. The elf it hit was instantly turned to ash while the others were disoriented. Rakrak took advantage of this moment to approach with spear in hand, and mercilessly slaughtered the weak elves. The rest of the lizardmen followed his lead. The cockatrice cavalry was merciless, and soon the cries of dying elves for salvation and mercy filled the canyon. They were helpless in the face of a superior force. and began to run for their lives. Hassadian tried to stop them, but all his calls for the soldiers to stay and fight only shook the air in vain. He even reminded them all that they must bring the will of the dancing shadow god, but that didn't help at all. The elven soldiers fled and were afraid to even look back. Hassadian did not give up and continued his fruitless attempts to stop them to save him. The elven army had already lost their morale, and the best solution would be to end things quickly now. Rakrek said they will charge once more, and this time, the electric stingray demon pest would help them with that. It flew right over the battlefield, and the rest of the lizardmen saw it as a sign from the chieftain, calling for their attention. As everyone looked at him, Rakrek gave his last order for the day: kill everyone. It was all over for the elves. Eldar had no choice but to admit that he had lost. Sun Woon was surprised that he gave up so quickly and didn't even try to intervene and use his divine power to descend on the elf leader and grant him superpowers. Eldar was forced to admit that even if he had done so, he had inevitably lost and had only once again shown that Nebula was stronger. As the losing side would have it, Eldar wondered what the winner wanted. Sun Woon wanted only 3 very important things: information, skills, and resources. When Eldar heard that, he was indignant that he wanted everything at once, and it looked like a robbery in the middle of the day. Then Nebula told him that he didn't really need all 3 things. But anyway, if Eldar doesn't try to obey and come to our hero's side, his elves will have a hard time living. While he thought about it, Sun Woon decided that the most important thing at this time was information about the northern coast. Not this guy. The silence lengthened, and Nebula asked again if Eldar accepted his offer. It was a hard decision to make, but Eldar even thought it might be profitable for him. He had lost almost 300 warriors here, and after that it would be hard for him to survive as an independent player with what he had left. On the other hand, Nebula is already playing with 2 species of creatures, so if he has to choose sides anyway, let it be someone very strong, like Nebula, for example. Eventually, Eldar changed his mind, and while a few minutes ago he was claiming that he was being robbed in the middle of the day, now he took up his RP stuff again and solemnly declared that he had been touched by the mercy of Nebula, god of humans and lizardmen. Eldar was willing to give everything to him: information, skills, resources, and anything else he needed. Further playing his role, he even pretended to cry, asking for forgiveness for his past arrogance. It was a mystery to Nebula what was wrong with this guy all this time, but it didn't matter, because he was ready to share everything he knew about the North Coast now. Now Sun Woon understood what had made Eldar change his behavior. He wanted to make an alliance. Eldar made no secret of it, and as a sign of his sincere intentions, he began to tell Sun Woon what he was eager to know without demand. On the northern coast were the civilizations of 3 players: Solongos, Lim Chunsik, and he himself. Together they formed a loose alliance there without systematic support for each other. The player known as Solongos controls a rare race of centaurs. Sun Woon knew something about them. Although the centaur race had the advantage of being cavalry soldiers, they also had their disadvantages. For example, it was very difficult for them to increase their population quickly, and they consumed a lot of resources. Sun Woon wouldn't want to rule such a race, but at the same time it was quite annoying when it had to be opposed. The other player was Lim Chunsik. His nationality was clear from his name. However, that wasn't what mattered. It was the fact that he managed to subdue the ogre race and found a way to compensate for their shortcomings. Ogres were known for their incredible strength, but had a low intelligence level. Sun Woon was well aware that the average ogre IQ value was 10. However, Eldar told him that Lim Chunsik had succeeded in raising their intelligence using the blessings of his small domain. Nebula pondered. Indeed, the blessings of the small domain are not limited to just physical stats. It was because of this that Sun Woon was able to give people different blessings. If Lim Chunsik was able to obtain a good small domain and give its blessings to his ogre race, then even such dumb creatures might well be able to develop a fairly advanced civilization. It's a gamble, but it's not a bad play. Sun Woon concluded that of the 2 future opponents, Lim Chunsik was stronger than Solongos, and then he would probably be the one that Hegemony fought with. But his guess regarding Hegemony's opponent turned out to be wrong. Because Hegemony shared his borders with Solongos and Eldar, he never had to fight Lim Chunsik, so Hegemony realized that he couldn't get a fair one-on-one battle. He figured out Eldar's plan to hold out and gather forces so they could attack Hegemony together and march south to set up a new base. Eventually, Hegemony had to flee the area and ran into Nebula. Eldar confirmed his hunch, and continued with his story, perhaps because he was no longer useful after Hegemony had disappeared, but soon Lim Chunsik began to demand an exorbitant amount of offerings from Eldar. It was difficult for Eldar to meet his demands, and that's why he demanded offerings from Sun Woon as soon as they met. Now Nebula realized that Lim Chunsik had chosen Solongos as an ally over Eldar, probably because Solongos ruled the nomadic centaur race. while both the elven and ogre races are settlers, and the strength of the settlers depends on the size of their land. So it's not surprising that the situation turned out this way. Lim Chunsik saw Eldar as a competitor for land. Pointing to the fertile lands that belonged to Eldar, Nebula warned that Lim Chunsik would surely seize them someday, and there would be nothing good for the elf god in that. Sun Woon couldn't say exactly when that would happen, but one thing was certain: Lim Chunsik would be the first to betray the alliance with Eldar. On the other hand, he would try to keep the nomadic centaur race among his allies, at least for the near future. For our hero, this scenario was problematic. He didn't want a strong force to appear in the north, and to prevent that Eldar could help him. For him himself, it would be an advantage. Eldar was ready to happily agree to all the terms, but he wasn't sure he could provide enough help after losing his main forces and high priest in battle. Fortunately, he still had his small domain at his disposal. Based on the name the elves called him, Dancing Shadow God, Sun Woon quickly guessed that she had gotten a small domain of arts at the beginning of the game. Eldar was surprised that Nebula knew so much about the game. Well, in that case, Eldar could be useful to our hero. He called him closer and whispered his plan in his ear. Eldar was shocked and asked if what he heard would really work, and how would the other players react to it. A few days later, far away in the mountains to the north, a group of centaurs stood on top of a mountain. Among them was the leader of their civilization. He called a prophet to him, and asked him to tell him the story he had been spreading among these lands for the past few days. The prophet assured him that this prophecy would soon be fulfilled, and in the near future, a true king will descend upon all these lands. When the king arrives, the world will be reorganized. Those who used to have power will lose it, and those who traveled freely in the land will lose their way. The centaur leader ordered him to tell him, "Who is this king the prophet speaks of?" The centaur prophet started from afar and explained that the king is the one before whom everyone bows his head. Even the strongest tribal leaders dare not stand with their heads up in the presence of the king. The centaur chief thought this was ridiculous. He thought that the king the prophet was talking about was a god, but the prophet quickly dismissed his assumption. There are no gods in these lands. They are high above, and the king will rule the lands below, and only the gods will be above him. The cocky centaur chief then liked that prospect. A person who only has the gods above him. The prophet must have been describing someone like he himself. But the prophet had to disappoint him. The prophecy was not about him. Then he suggested that perhaps it was about one of the lizardmen that everyone had been talking about recently. But even here he did not guess correctly. Yes, lizardmen are fierce and feared by all. But because of their physiological characteristics, they will not be able to take the position of king on the northern shore. The one who will be the true king is the giant, the acting leader of the ogres. With his overwhelming size and immeasurable strength, he will sit on a throne made of stones. He is stronger than the centaurs and wiser than the elves. Hearing such a prophecy, the centaur chief was furious. He could not believe that a centaur prophet could say such a thing. How could the high priest of the ogres Kijin become king, and how could the prophet even dare to suggest that the centaurs would serve him? But the prophet still stood his ground. He said what the gods had revealed to him. The centaur chief couldn't stand it. In rage, he shouted that the long-eared prophet was wrong. At the same moment, he struck a crushing blow. Only blood spattered his rage-blinded face. He, the great Tamaridu, would never bow to any but the gods. All this was watched from above. Eldar had done as Nebula had ordered him. But he still had his doubts. Even though Tamaridu looked angry, in the end he probably wouldn't believe in this prophecy. Well, in that case, all Sun Woon had to do was to make the prophecy come true. And soon all would become clear. From that day on, Tamaridu had nightmares every night. It was the same thing over and over again. He was standing in front of a high mountain that he kept trying to climb. With each step, he wondered why. Why, no matter how hard he wanted to and how hard he tried. There was no way he could climb this mountain. Why are these northern mountains so high and impregnable? Why was it that just as he was about to reach the top, one obstacle after another appeared? As if to suggest to him that just as he could not climb this mountain, he could not become a king, no matter how much he wanted to. Finally, he woke up. This recurring nightmare was like an obsession. And to get out of this obsession, Tamaridu was sure he had to become king. But who would know the name of Tamaridu in these wilds? In the end, it seemed he had no choice but to watch the ogre Kijin become king. His musings were interrupted by one of the guards. The centaur chief had visitors. Tamaridu immediately ordered them in. After meeting them, he sat on his throne and thought. Today, 2 more people had come to him with their prophecies. The first was a green-eyed elf. His prophecy was the opposite of what the already dead prophet had said. That elf said that he had heard a prophecy that the ogre leader Kijin would become king, but the elf was sure that they should change that, and that the real king should be Tamaridu. After the elf came the man from Automation Castle. He immediately said that he had heard the news that a centaur king had appeared, and so he immediately brought tribute to the new king to trade in his lands. They were all talking about the king. But why was Tamaridu beginning to worry even at the words that came from ordinary mortals rather than revelations from the gods? And now his attention was drawn to the last, third guest, a lizardman who came from far away. It was the familiar lizardman from the black-scaled tribe. Owen. Tamaridu asked in surprise. Did he also come here to say that he should become king? But Owen wasn't so straightforward, and instead replied that he didn't know anything about the future. But if Tamaridu wants to become king, then he is here to tell him to give up. Of course the centaur chief didn't like that and asked, isn't he worthy to be king? And does he need the recognition of the other chiefs to do so? Then Owen asked Tamaridu if the other chiefs recognized him. Well, the humans and elves said he was good enough. What about the lizardmen? Owen wasn't sure. However, what he could be certain of was that Rockrak would recognize any Tamaridu title. He would tell him to take any useless title he wanted, and then Rockrak would personally show him what real power was. Tamaridu didn't even know how to react to that. Was it a threat or a recognition? However, Owen went on and advised the centaur chief not to become king for his own sake. Now this was already completely clear and did not please Tamaridu at all. Owen explained to him that it was not a matter of qualifications or ability. It is a matter of whether or not your god confirms you're becoming king. Tamaridu froze in horror. Does the rushing without hesitation god not want him to become king? Owen said it was just a guess, but just as there is a hierarchy among the tribes below, there is also a hierarchy among the gods. And the rushing without hesitation god of the centauruses must be below the endlessly looking down god of the ogres. Such statements made Tamaridu's eyes blaze with anger. He grabbed his axe and rushed to Owen, intending to do to him what he had done to the prophet. But he stopped. Owen stood there, not even moving, smiling in the face of death after insulting the centaur god. Though Owen didn't think so, he was only talking about the hierarchy among the gods and didn't understand why Tamaridu was so angry with him. If he wanted to unleash his rage, he could direct it at another god who was suppressing his god. With a shudder in his hands, Tamaridu realized that this might be true. Then that nightmare he has every night could be a negative revelation. Maybe that way the god, knowing his feelings, instead of giving him the revelation that he should become king, rejected him. If Owen's words were true, then what should he do? Owen was ready to give him a clue, and to do so, he told him how black-scaled lizardmen sometimes went against the orders of their commanders if they thought it was right and necessary. Perhaps Tamaridu should follow their example and disobey his god to benefit him in the end. Tamaridu just has to do what his god doesn't want him to do, for the benefit of his god. Having said that, Owen left, leaving the centaur leader alone with his thoughts. Soon, Tamaridu himself was sure he was destined to become king. In the name and for the good of his god, he must choose a path that God does not desire. Nebula and Eldar watched the whole spectacle. The elf god could not believe that his small domain could be used in such a way, and wondered why he himself had never known about it. Nebula answered him that any tool could be useful depending on how it was used. Moving the hearts of people is all because of art. Murals, sculptures, prophecies, all of it. In this way it was possible to influence species that were under the control of another player, directing them in a different path than the one their god had planned for them. Solongos would now have to go through many hardships due to the interference of Nebula and Eldar. Still, Eldar wondered if it would be enough. While it was possible to intervene in the affairs of the species and quarrel them, but as for the gods, it seemed unlikely to Eldar. This was where Sunwoon was in disagreement with him. Anything was possible. Solongos must be well aware of the limitations of roaming civilizations such as the centaurs. Gradually, there would come a point when they would find it difficult to stand up to the dwellers with their technology, fortifications, and larger populations. And when that moment comes, the centaur civilization will be absorbed by the Lim Chunsik. Solongos knows this, so there is a high probability that he will not actively stop the leader of his civilization. That was Sunwoon's plan, but the reality was a little different. As soon as the centaurs gathered their troops and camped near the ogres, Solongos showed up to meet Lim Chunsik. He immediately began to apologize for the behavior of Tamaridu, who was out of control and disobeying. Lim Chunsik assured him that everything was fine. It was his own fault for ignoring this elf and not capturing him a long time ago. Now this scoundrel had dragged another player into this. Solongos hadn't counted on this outcome either. Now Lim Chunsik has started apologizing for the fact that Solongos had to confront hegemony, and he didn't help him. And now, soon Tamaridu and Kijin will fight, and if Tamaridu dies, Solongos will lose an important high priest. Suddenly Solongos stated that he wasn't apologizing because of that, and Lim Chunsik misunderstood him. Solongos was apologizing for his Tamaridu, who would kill the High Ogre Chief Kijin. Of course, Lim Chunsik didn't see it that way, and instead of answering, he laughed smugly. Solongos responded in the same way, and only the laughter of these two self-righteous gods echoed over the mountains. Soon the day of truth came, among the snow-capped mountains of the north coast. The clatter of hooves filled the whole area, and Tamaridu, at the head of his army, commanded his army to advance. Tamaridu had high stats like all centaurs, 58 points of strength and 17 points of intelligence, making their race strong in the beginning. But as time went on, their advantage only diminished as other civilizations developed. Tamaridu was sure that this path would decide once and for all who would become king. One of the centaurs warned the leader that there were goblins ahead. Tamaridu saw no problem with this. Crushing the common slaves of the ogres did not seem to be a difficult task. The goblins were numerous, but it was not difficult for the centaurs to chop them to pieces and trample the ones that remained with their hooves like beetles. Soon the screams of the dying goblins began to fade. They didn't stand a chance. But a much bigger problem loomed ahead. From a ravine littered with large trees, the ogre leader Kijin appeared. He knew the centaurs would come this way, and only laughed at Tamaridu's foolishness in hoping for a surprise attack. Soon, the rest of the ogres showed up as well, scaring the centaurs who had just dealt with the goblins. Tamaridu commanded his warriors to retreat, but damn it, it was too late. The corpses were constricting the centaurs' movements and preventing them from turning around. The ogres immediately seized the opportunity. They began to smash the helpless centaurs with their massive hammers. A single blow was enough to turn a rare creature into a bloody mess. Tamaridu had to admit that ambushing after blocking the enemy's mobility was a smart idea. But it wasn't enough. All those cheap tricks wouldn't work against a skilled warrior. Immediately, 2 decapitated ogres fell to the ground after Tamaridu's quick movements. Now they were left one-on-one. And the centaur chieftain was confident that he could defeat Kijin in the name of his god and could become king. The huge figure of the ogre chieftain occupied almost the entire canyon, and he was just seething with rage. How dare Tamaridu betray him? Now the stupid centaur would regret it in afterlife. With battle cries, they rushed at each other. At one point, Tamaridu managed to knock the hammer out of the ogre's hand, and wanted to strike with his fist, but the ogre easily dodged it, and grabbed the centaur by the throat. It was a dead grip from which it was impossible to escape. Tamaridu tried to fight back, but it was useless. That bastard ogre was too strong. Everything was over, and the centaur's body fell to the ground. For the last time, Kijin only reminded him that he told him that he would regret it. Meanwhile, Eldar and Sunwoon were watching everything from their screens. Eldar had thought that the centaurs would do much more damage to the ogres and hadn't expected such a quick outcome. Of course, he didn't think the centaurs would win, since the ogres are the strongest race. But centaurs are a rare race and good fighters, and he would like to see more from them. Sunwoon didn't react to all his musings until he asked him directly if lizardmen were his main strength. They are vulnerable to the cold, and in that case, how would they be able to stand up to the ogres? Nebula once again sighed. His ally was too stupid. He had told him before, his lizardmen would not stand up to the ogres. Eldar seemed to have heard that for the first time and asked what he meant. Sunwoon was too lazy to explain it to him, and instead he asked Eldar what his rank was in the game. Eldar had nothing to be proud of, and he didn't really want to say, but still he had to share that he was about 3400th in the leaderboard. That explained a lot to Sunwoon. Such a rank was a very questionable result. He used to think that players for the role of gods were chosen based on their ranking, but it seems he was wrong. What were the conditions for being chosen then? The players weren't chosen randomly, were they? In any case, even such an ally was better than nothing, and Sunwoon asked Eldar if he would continue to cooperate. Even such a simple question caused him difficulty, so Sunwoon just assumed it was a yes. This of course annoyed Eldar, who didn't even understand what Nebula was saying. Meanwhile, their opponent Lim Chunsik wasn't sitting idly by either. He was diligently gathering information. In the end, he found out all the basic information regarding Nebula. Even the ID looked familiar to him. In the past, he had seen him at the first place of the player rank too often. There were rumors that this crazy bastard didn't stream or compete, and just only ate and played. It seemed like a strange coincidence for Lim Chunsik to meet Nebula so early. But he himself seemed to be luckier than Nebula. He had the ogre civilization at his disposal, combined with the small domain of birds, which gave him the blessings of the wisdom of an owl and the intelligence of a crow. He knew that Nebula had the insect small domain and the lizardmen civilization at his command, and both of them were vulnerable to the cold. When winter came, Nebula would have no choice but to try and wage a short-term battle. By then, Lim Chunsik would have all the preparations completed. In addition, he himself was not easy. In the past in the game, he was in the top 20 in ranking, and now he was confident that he had everything he needed to defeat Nebula. Time passed, and the weather worsened. It was getting colder by the day, and Lim Chunsik kept wondering when Nebula would attack. Something didn't add up. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Smoke and fire far away in the mountains, right where the elf village was located. He couldn't even think of an idea why the village was burning. What's going on? Did that bastard dare to do such a thing? and used the slash and burn tactic? Lim Chunsik was right. This is the tactic Sun Woon used, also known as the scorched earth tactic. It's when you destroy all the areas your opponent can occupy to block his supplies. Eldar himself probably used this tactic as well. However, he didn't like the fact that his elven village was on fire, even though Nebula had previously evacuated all the elves from there. Eldar had indeed used such tactics before, but usually not this early in the game. Sun Woon was in agreement with him. It usually didn't work in the beginning, but this time they got lucky. The location of Lim Chunsik's possessions on the northern coast made him vulnerable. He couldn't produce enough food himself, so it had to be bought or captured. And now that the Lizardmen tribe controlled all the trade at Automation Castle, the ogres would not be able to buy food supplies there. And once the battle started, the ogres were probably planning to rob the elves or buy food from them. But now, that will be impossible when the elf village is completely ravaged. In addition to all this, the weakness of the ogres is that they eat a lot. They probably don't have enough supplies to survive the winter even now. Lim Chunsik made the mistake of not realizing who is actually vulnerable to the cold. Also, Sun Woon got lucky with Eldar. He is part of his luck. Usually for Scorched Earth strategy you have to burn your own lands, but it just so happened that this time it was enough to burn the elves' territory. Now they just need to wait, and the ogre civilization will definitely not survive the second winter. Everything happened just as Nebula had predicted. A year later, the ogres suffered from hunger so badly that they began ravaging allied goblin villages. The goblins fled in fear, but the starving ogres pursued them and caught them. They didn't come here for the goblins' meager food. They came for the goblins themselves, to satisfy their hunger. But most of the goblins had escaped. They were small and agile, unlike the clumsy ogres. Kijin was not pleased to hear this news. His tribe was in a quandary. Now that the goblins had fled and there was no food left in their village either, the ogres would have to endure an even worse famine. Because of this, some have already started fleeing from the tribe, and their numbers are growing every day. Even with all the intelligence bonuses for Chief Kijin, it was hard to think of a way out of such a situation. The tribesmen kept asking if there was any news from God, but Kijin could not answer them. Their endlessly looking down God was silent, and Kijin himself wondered how long they would have to wait for an answer. The ogre village now looked like a ruin. The ogres were dying every day, and so were the goblins, their remaining servants. Lim Chunsik realized that he could not bear it any longer. He had to act, and urgently. He decided to call his former ally Solongos. The centaur god answered immediately and asked what was wrong. Lim Chunsik had only one question for him. How many forces does he have at his disposal? It turned out that Solongos had lost all of his warriors in the battle with the ogres, and now he had almost no one left. Lim Chunsik was shocked by this turn of events, as it had been more than a year since their battle. In that time, it was possible to gather at least a small squad. But the reality was much sadder. After Tamaradu was killed by Kijin, a tribe of black-scaled lizardmen came and conquered the centaurs' lands. Almost all of the centaurs were killed in the escape. They were now scattered in small groups, and their faith level was too low. This made things much more difficult for Lim Chunsik. There was also something else Solongos wanted to contact him for. Recently, the bastard Eldar had called him and offered to become an ally of Nebula just like him. In case Solongos helped them, they promised to spare his life. Lim Chunsik was already preparing for the worst, and wondered what Solongos had told them. The centaur god assured him that he refused, even though he had been considering their offer for some time. After Solongos saw what kind of situation Eldar was in after being submitted, he realized that he didn't want that kind of existence. And even if he and Lim Chunsik had conflicts earlier, they had spent so much time together that Solongos simply couldn't betray him. Lim Chunsik was touched by such loyalty. Also, despite all the difficulties, Solongos managed to gather 10 warriors and the remnants of his faith to try and have one last battle with Nebula. Lim Chunsik himself only wanted to suggest it. Of course, both of them had lost a lot of strength due to Nebula's tricks, but if they tried to have a battle in the open terrain, they would have a chance at a battle among the gods. They will be able to descend on their priests and use their divine powers to destroy the main enemy forces. Because Eldar lost, he probably lost a lot of his divinity and faith and won't be able to descend on his warrior. So despite Nebula's high level of divinity, he will be outnumbered, and the advantage would be on their side. Lim Chunsik was now confident that it wasn't too late to change things. He would rebuild his civilization after crushing Nebula. So, the combined army of ogres and centaurs moved out to attack. As planned, a spacious valley was chosen for the battle. The warriors of Lim Chunsik and Solongos were exhausted from hunger and wandering, but that didn't stop them. Finally, High Chief Kijin ordered everyone to stop. An army of lizardmen marched out to meet them. Leading them, of course, was Raykrek on a cockatrice. This was the moment Lim Chunsik had been waiting for. He immediately used his divine power to descend on the ogre leader. He was now confident that they could win. Solongos also followed suit and descended on the leader of his squad. Now they stood shoulder to shoulder. Without delay, they rushed to attack Rakrak, who stood calmly in the face of seemingly imminent death. But Sunwoon was not idle either, and descended on his subordinate. Rakrak now easily dodged Kijin's attack, as well as the Centaur Chief's attack. Already in flight, his eyes glowed with a blue light, and it was clear that this was the end. The end for these two idiots. An electric flash formed in Rakrak's hand. Now even the cocky Solongos and Lim Chunsik realized that they were finished. When it was over, Sunwoon asked disdainfully, how could they think they could win if they just descended on their priests? There was simply no way that Sunwoon couldn't have predicted this. They should have thought about why he didn't run away when he realized that he would have to fight against two people at once. It's obvious that he did so because he was sure of his victory. Now both of these players were sealed and placed in Nebula's hands. If a player dies when he's down, he loses an incredible amount of experience points. And if the player's divinity drops below level 1, then he becomes sealed. In this state, if the one who holds the player's statues destroys them, they will indeed die. If he doesn't, then they will be able to go through a specific process and undo the seal. Sunwoon decided to leave them for later and deal with them afterwards. Right now, it was more important to summarize the results of this confrontation. The battle was relatively easy, and because he was able to defeat the two gods, he was able to raise his level. Now with the 12th level of divinity, he could raise a lot of his stats, even though many of them were already at their maximum level in this period of time. The only thing he lacked in such a measure was points of faith, but that was another matter. Also, after defeating two players, Sunwoon could get one small area from each of his opponents at random. Among the many possible choices, Nebula only received two small areas that belonged to Solongos and Lim Chunsik in the past. What could it be? So they were two small areas, the birds and the swamp. In Sunwoon's opinion, the swamp area wasn't bad. But as for the birds, it was just unbelievable. He had wanted to get one for a long time. Perhaps he could use it to replace the insect blessing he had given to the Lizardmen and humans. After thinking for a bit, Sunwoon decided to use this blessing on the next generations. It would help his progress move forward a bit in the future. Now the three closest players were defeated, 2 sealed and 1 subdued. After that, it was worth thinking about what to do next. Sunwoon should have organized the situation on the continent properly. In the west, according to the information received from the Locusts, things were as follows. There are lands of 5 players divided into 3 forces that are at war with each other. They should have been left alone until they start approaching Sunwoon's territories. Of course, all this time they should be monitored with the help of Locusts. To the east lies the vast expanse of ocean. It was now worth focusing on dominating the land, so conquering the ocean was not even worth dreaming about. What remained were the north and the south. They were worth capturing before the NPC forces settled there completely. Rakrak could not exist in 2 places at the same time, so it was worth using elves to occupy the north. With elves on hand, there was no need to make his tribe suffer while cultivating barren land. Sunwoon immediately decided to contact Eldar and discuss all the details with him. Far to the north, the elf tribe displaced from their village still hadn't built regular dwellings and were living in tents. They moved from place to place, looking for a suitable place to settle, but never found one. So they moved farther and farther north. The winters here were too long, and the elves needed to work the land to grow food. During this time, they were easy targets for the ogre and goblin gangs prowling around. Doubts crept in among the elves about their god. Why should they suffer so much? They asked the new chief Leonor many times if the god of the dancing shadows had sent any news. Surprisingly, this time his chief did not have to answer them with silence. He actually received a prophecy. Someone was to come from the south and help their long-suffering tribe. Just then, one of the elves came in with the news. A group of humans were approaching their camp. The elves immediately assumed it was a sign of prophecy, which came just in time. Leonor also hoped that these were the ones mentioned in the prophecy and ordered a greeting for the humans to be prepared. The elves lined up to greet the guests. A delegation led by a familiar character arrived. Those horns were quite recognizable. The Lord of Automation himself honored the elves with a visit. Hui Kyung even forgot that she had met Leonard before, all because he had lost a lot of weight since then. The elf leader immediately invited her to enter the tent for negotiations, but learned from her own experience, Hui Kyung was in no hurry to enter. Instead, she called for her loyal bodyguard, Saren. He was to check the tent before the Lord went in, to make sure there were no assassins hiding inside. Leonor had nothing against it. In the plight of the elves, they were not at all concerned with contract killings. When everything was checked, Hui Kyung entered and the meeting began. The first question that interested the elf leader was what brought Hui Kyung here. She was sure that the elf already knew this, since he also believed in the god that she was brought here by a prophecy. Their blue bug god wanted them to help the weak and marginalized. Of course, Lanner didn't like that the elves were considered as such, but now he had to put his pride away. So, in order to help, Hui-kyung brought weapons and farming tools with her, and more importantly, grain seeds that grow well in cold places. Leonor was about to thank her for such valuable gifts when Hui-kyung said she was willing to sell them all cheaply. Poor Leonor didn't know what she was talking about. Didn't her god tell her to help the poor? What kind of strange logic does she have? Then Hui-kyung explained that her god had told her to come and help the elves, but still doing it without profit would be difficult. It sounded strange to the leader of the elves. They didn't have anything of value that they could trade right now. They had spent a lot of their resources and supplies just to get here. In that case, Hui-kyung pretended that she couldn't help in any way and was heading back, since she firmly believes that time is money. But her performance failed and the elf's patience broke. Laner knew well that she would not have come to such a remote land for nothing. Surely the elves must have what she wanted. Hui-kyung only smiled. He had just told her that the elves had nothing, so what could she want from them then? Laner then pulled out and placed a map on the table. Even if they didn't have anything right now, there are rich iron mines in this area, as well as tall trees along with fertile soil for grain. In return for helping them now, Laner was willing to sell it all for a cheap price just to Automation Castle in the future. Hui-kyung then asked if he really wanted to sell something he didn't have yet, the price of which was not yet known to pay for the real thing today. That was exactly what Laner was offering and had personally guaranteed it as the leader of the elves. Hui-kyung thought for a moment and agreed, but with one condition. They couldn't just make a deal on words. Proof of their promise had to be made. Laner had no choice but to agree, even though he realized he was selling the future of his descendants. No matter how you look at it, the value of iron ore and wood in the future was far greater than what Hui-kyung was bringing now. But if he doesn't make this deal, there may not even be a near future for his people. Surely the dancing shadow god saw this coming and gave him this revelation. God simply could not abandon them to their fate. So the trade treaty or contract was made in blood, and the chief of the elves swore in the name of his god that this contract would be kept no matter what. Hui-kyung liked that phrase and did the same. At the same time, a notice came for Sunwoon. The first credit trade in the third continent's northern shore had been made. Now their world was even wider. Until now, for every creature in the perished world, the entire world revolved only around their own tribes. Other species were just potential threats and wanderers. So no normal trade deals were made with those who could disappear who knows where at any moment. But now that the tribes were settling down in specific places and the wanderers were moving along certain fixed routes, that changed. Tribes began to make agreements and write them in text form. Soon, the value of the intangible and the value of the future, being bought and sold, will become commonplace. Civilizations under Nebula's control have passed the period of simple business transactions and are now beginning to practice economic behavior. Now, how will Sunwoon be able to rule such a wide world? Now, before Sunwoon could rule this world, he had to conquer it, and he had a reliable tool for that, a tribe of lizardmen led by Rakrak. It had been a long and bloody process, one that even Rakrak had grown weary of. But now that it was over, he could breathe a sigh of relief. The dwarf tribe was the last in the path of the lizardmen, and most of them had simply fled out of fear. But some remained, and Rakrak ordered his warriors to clear the surrounding area. Those remnants fought back desperately and held out until the very end. They were as stubborn as a rock, just like all dwarves. But it did them absolutely no good. It was meaningless in front of the superior force of the lizardmen. Now after the massacre, Rakrak stepped out onto the ocean shore, and froze at the beautiful sight that took his breath away. There is always something mesmerizing in the waves of the sea, something that makes you think about the meaning of life and where you should move on. Here on this shore was the end of the peninsula's land and the bloody path Rakrak had led his tribe down. They had taken over the entire peninsula from the mountains of the far north to the coast in the south, just as the blue bug god wished them to do. Now the entire peninsula belonged to the tribe of lizardmen and their blue bug god. But looking back at the burning remains of the villages, Rakrak pondered what he should do next. He had only ruled his tribe before, but now he would have to lead all species of sentient beings in the conquered land. But how to do this effectively remained unclear to Rakrak. Fortunately for him, Sunwoon was always watching his subordinate and was ready to help him. He too had his own worries about which ruling system to choose. After all, every system had its own advantages and disadvantages. One of the options was feudalism. This is a type of ruling in which the king chooses feudal lords and gives them titles and land. This type of government was widely used in Europe during the Middle Ages. The feudal lords then have to manage and protect their land while paying taxes to the king. In this way, they lessen the king's burden and allow him to increase his power. However, there is one drawback to this feudal system. The king cannot control the relationships of the feudal lords among themselves, which leads to frequent civil wars. Of course, frequent wars can fuel and advance the development of technology, but it is too difficult to manage it all, and this way often leads to complete chaos and destruction, canceling out that small progress. In addition to feudalism, there is another option: monarchy. In this type of government, the king stays in the capital and appoints his representatives in different provinces and localities to govern everything there on his behalf. A similar system of government was used in ancient China, and it was the kind of system that Sun Woon liked best, because this system allowed to build a consistent nation made up of different races. Also, thanks to the professionalism of administrative work, we'll be able to accelerate the development of each region of the empire. And most importantly, with a strong centralized force, it would be much easier to mobilize the military. However, in order to establish a centralized monarchical system of government, there was still a lot to prepare: roads, ports, a king's authenticity, and a system to choose officials. Eldar listened to all this and began to get bored, realizing that he was just a listener. Even when Nebula asked him which ruling system he thought was best, Eldar didn't even try to answer, knowing that Sun Woon had already decided everything for himself. Now he had to put all his plans into action, and dreams, as always, were the best way for Sun Woon to convey his will to Rakrak. The leader of the Lizardmen received a revelation in a dream last night, and the very next day he gathered all the important Lizardmen to share the new knowledge with them. Zhao was anxious to find out what the dream was, and Rakrak didn't keep her waiting long, starting to draw on the ground. In the dream, he was traveling after leaving his body and flying against his will at high speed. Flying across the wilds to the farthest north shore, he passed countless lands beneath him and saw the many villages he had once had to shed blood to destroy. Though the other Lizardmen had a hard time understanding what he was talking about, they still listened attentively to the leader. Rakrak, on the other hand, was sure of what had to be done. He drew a map on the ground of all the lands he had dreamed about, and was ready to explain everything to everyone. First, he showed them where they were now, and then he asked what the place was called. One of the Lizardmen immediately answered that the dwarves called it Maganan, which means the end of the land. Rakrak wrote the name on the map. Next, he asked what was the name of the place where they had destroyed the red-skinned orcs. Yor remembered that the place was called Salmon, but as it turned out, there were other places with that name, so Rakrak decided to call it South Salmon. This continued until most of the places had their names. There was only one place left without a name, but when Rakrak asked what it was called, no one knew. There were no species of intelligent beings living there, and there were objective reasons for that. Not only was it rocky and without fertile ground, but it was also inhabited by wild cockatrices. That's why everyone tried to avoid that place. Jael summarized that no one knew the name of the land, but in fact, Rakrak did. It was about this land that he had a dream. Although this land is surrounded by high mountains, there is one small road that can be cleared of bushes, vines, and small trees to get there. Deep within that ring of mountains, there is a fertile valley with a river that flows through the entire valley on flat terrain until it meets the ocean. Jael immediately guessed that this was the land the god had shown Rakrak in his dream, and the blue bug god named this place Orizon, which means land where God stands. According to the will of their god, Rakrak was ready to become king of Orizon, and the whole tribe was happily ready to go to Orizon for their king. Sun Woon watched all this and was pleased. The establishment of a new system of government with Orizon as its capital had begun. Even though many of the people who live on this peninsula recognize Rakrak's power and authority, there are always those who resist. So uniting everyone into one country will take a lot of work and effort. First, everyone has to learn that Orizon will be the capital, and Rakrak is the king of all these lands. Also, roads had to be built from all places on the continent that would lead to Orizon. And as a basis for a monarchical system of government, Rakrak had to choose an administrator for each province. Their position Rakrak called war chief. But more important than all this was to establish the same general laws that would apply throughout the land, and on the basis of which the war chiefs would rule. However, Automation Castle and the Elven Village, which already had their own feudal lords and laws, were a bit of a hindrance. Rakrak quickly found a solution to this problem by appointing Lizardmen advisors to oversee and communicate with the feudal lords. Hui Kyung received the title Margrave of the Automation Castle, and Leonar was named Elf Meripgan. At this stage, this ruling system seemed primitive and sloppy to Sun Woon, but it was already progress, and the problems were gradually solved. Even this was enough for the system to notify Nebula that his nation had entered an era of early monarchy. In the end, Sun Woon ended up using monarchy for Lizardmen and feudalism for humans and elves, along with all their advantages and disadvantages. In all of this, the only thing that confused Eldar was that her elves had become part of Nebula's kingdom. But Sun Woon saw no problem with that. After all, the elves lived in his territory. Eldar found himself in an interesting position where everything he owned belonged to Sun Woon, but everything Sun Woon owned belonged only to him. A few years passed, and peace reigned over the kingdom of Rakrak. The former warriors, used to constant battles and conquests, were getting bored. The usual hobbies, like fishing, were already tiring them out. And fishing here was not a simple lizard, but one of the war chiefs appointed by Rakrak. His name was Tatar, and he had once been the commander of an elite lizardman squad. Now, he couldn't get used to the peaceful atmosphere around him. It was because he'd spent most of his previous life in war. He had once been one of the best warriors, and that was why he had been appointed to the position of war chief. That's exactly what the young lizardman thought. But Tatar understood such an assumption as an insult. He asked the young one if he thought that Tatar had been appointed as war chief in a remote area to keep out of the way of the healthy lizardmen after he lost his eye and became a dead weight. The young lizardman had to apologize and correct himself, for that was not what he had meant at all. Thankfully, Tatar didn't take offense at him at all and was just joking around. Someone still had to protect this place. After all, even this boring Maganin still belonged to Rakrak. However, there was one problem with all this. This land had no one to defend it from. Being located in the far south, it was surrounded by the rest of the Lizardmen lands and the ocean. Unless someone came from the ocean. Surprisingly enough, they did. A dozen boats appeared in the distance, with strange creatures inside. At first it was hard to see what they were, but soon it became clear who they were. A crayfish-like intelligent life form. They certainly looked creepy, and the young lizard man thought they were monsters. But Tatar was more experienced and dismissed that theory at once. These crawfish-like creatures used boats and could probably communicate. So Tatar decided to personally go and meet them on land. He was clearly not lacking in courage. Towering over the crayfishes, he asked who they were and for what purpose they had come. Without hearing an answer, he introduced himself a little threateningly as War Chief Tatar and ordered them to state the purpose of their visit. The poor crayfishes immediately wet their pants with fear. They were just turquoise lobsters who had to cross the ocean after getting lost in a storm. Now they wanted to know where they were. Tatar proudly announced to them that they were now in the territory of the Hukrin nation, which means black scale in lizardman language. Meanwhile, the young lizard man was tense and ready to rush into battle at any moment at the command of his leader. He was sure that Tatar was not one of those who showed mercy to their enemies, and since these crawfish-like creatures were unknown opponents, Tatar would definitely capture and bind them to get information from them or just kill them all here on the spot. Even the frightened lobsters felt the threat coming from the Tatar and were already preparing to flee with all their many legs. But they didn't have to. Tatar, instead of attacking, commanded his subordinate to prepare a temporary shelter for the guests. They must be hungry, so he also ordered to feed them with the leftover food after the lizardmen. At this turn of events, everyone was shocked. It turned out that the bloodthirsty-looking Tatar wasn't really like that at all. The turquoise lobsters were heartily grateful to Tatar, and promised that they would never forget his kindness and this favor. After they had rested and eaten, they departed for home. As the young lizard watched, he wondered why Tatar had helped them. If he had been in Tatar's place, he would have chased those lobsters away immediately and reported back to Rakrak that he had chased some intruders away. The young one just couldn't understand why Tatar had thrown away such a great opportunity to get merit with the king. Well, even Tatar himself wasn't sure of his decision and may have been wrong about them. Perhaps they were actually enemies. But he couldn't do otherwise, and here's why. To explain his decision, Tatar asked the young lizardman if he knew how he lost his left eye. Of course he knew. It was a well-known story among the lizardmen. Tatar had fought against 10 trolls at once who were trying to rob travelers, and in that fight, he had been wounded. To be fair, those travelers were just strange halflings who weren't even allies of the lizardmen. After Tatar lost his eye, he met up with Rakrak. The king of the lizardmen noted that fighting against 10 trolls at once and losing only one eye is a prideful feat. However, the problem was that he lost his eye not by helping the tribe, but by saving a group of halflings, and Rakrak wondered if he regretted it. And then Tatar answered him as follows. He had heard that long ago a group of lizardmen, led by Rakrak, had been wounded and exhausted after wandering the wasteland for so long. There seemed to be no hope, but at that critical moment Rakrak had received the blessing of the blue bug god. And in return for his help and blessings, the blue bug god wanted nothing. He simply took pity on the poor travelers. Rakrak was shocked. Tatar dared to say that he had helped those halflings because he had acted as mercifully as the blue bug god. Tatar assured him that he felt he had to do so that time. That answer pleased Rakrak. Tatar was right and had done the right thing. Rakrak then wanted him to continue to act the same way, and if anyone said he was wrong, Tatar would just have to tell them about this conversation, adding that Rakrak fully agreed with Tatar and supported his position. Now only time was going to show if Tatar was right about those lobsters. Soon the same young lizard man came into his office with the news. Those crustaceans had returned. Tatar hurried to meet with them in person again to find out what had happened. Rubo, as the leader of those lobsters, happily greeted his rescuer. But Tatar was only concerned with one question. Why were they here? Had they been caught in the storm again? It turned out that this time they had come specifically because they wanted to buy the silk and iron that Tatar had told them about last time. Their island was at war with another, and they really needed foreign technology and resources. For that, all the lobsters were ready to pay with a crate full of precious white pearls. However, the round, shiny pebbles did not impress the Tatar at all. Perhaps the Lord of Automation would see some value in them, but Tatar himself at that moment was not sure how valuable the pearls were. But he was not going to show his indecision, and instead decided to bargain a little and get something really valuable, like the technology to make the boats the lobsters used to come in. The lobsters didn't really like the idea of sharing the technology they were so proud of. So Rubo began to justify that the manufacture of such boats takes a long time, and it is a complicated process. To which Tatar replied that he did not know complex things, but if Rubo did not like his proposal, then there would be no deal. This outcome of the negotiations the lobsters could not accept. They were desperately in need of resources. So they immediately agreed to everything and promised to bring an empty boat next time, which they would give to the Lizardmen and use it as an example to show them how to make the same ones. This option suited Tatar, and he agreed to exchange silk and iron for all this. A seagull was watching all this from above. It was very suspicious and looked at all this as if it knew something that it should not. A look like that immediately makes you involuntarily tense up and think you've done something wrong. Fortunately, it was just a seagull that Sun Woon used to observe his creatures. The small area of birds was very useful. Thanks to the bird scouting, he learned everything he needed to know about this race. These lobsters are a crustacean species that lives in the southern archipelago. They called themselves Asticideans. There were several of their tribes on these islands, and they were constantly at war with each other. Their civilization was at the level of the Bronze Age, and they were most likely not ruled by the player. Due to the fact that this tribe lives on the archipelago, they had an advanced technology of making boats. Received from trade with them, pearls will definitely like Huikyung, because in the depths of the continent, their price increases many times and they can be very profitable to sell. But much more important to Sun Woon was the shipbuilding technology, which allowed him to increase the Lizardmen's skill in building ships to the second level. Tatar saw this as a huge advantage for a reason, or he saw nothing and just got lucky. Anyway, Raycrack should know the value of a good boat and would definitely try to make something similar with Jaeol's help. Now it was only a matter of time before all the creatures under Sun Woon's control would start traveling the rivers in Hukrin using boats. This would be the perfect opportunity to create trade routes through the waterways. As much as this was surprising to Sun Woon, it seems the old warrior Tatar has a talent for diplomacy, so Sun Woon could safely leave it to him to deal with the Asticideans. And given the level of development of the civilization of these crawfish-like creatures, they will soon become an affiliated nation of Hukrin in the future. When that happens, the Sun Woon civilization will be able to use the silver mines in the archipelago, and use the mined silver to create a new currency to replace iron plates. In the end, for Nebula, the small area of the sea also became very useful. Suddenly, all of Sun Woon's musings on future plans were interrupted by a call from a strange creature who addressed him as creator. His name was Hongo, and Sun Woon immediately ordered him to report on his progress. Some time ago, Nebula had tasked Hongo with the management and cultivation of a swarm of locusts, and he wasn't supposed to report if nothing serious happened. Well, things didn't go according to plan, and because of Sun Woon's miscalculation and Hongo's mistake, the identity of the one behind the locust swarm became known to the other gods in that area. Sun Woon was forced to take such a risky step because the size of the level 3 locust swarm had begun to decrease. He had recently instructed Hongo to direct the locust swarms at other players' grain plants to slow down the development of their civilizations. Sun Woon wanted Hongo to do this carefully so that the other players wouldn't notice the interference if possible. But unfortunately, the swarm attacked a settlement that belonged to one of the players' advanced civilizations, and there were unavoidable consequences. That player realized that the locust swarm was the work of another player who was controlling a small area of insects. Fortunately, Hongo could take it easy. Sun Woon expected something like this to happen soon and prepared himself. The only thing Sun Woon was a little worried about right now was Hongo himself. He was fine, even though he had lost a lot of locusts due to the other gods' wonders. But it seemed the other gods hadn't yet realized that a creature like Hongo existed at all. This was a good thing for Sun Woon. If the others found out about Hongo, it would be a much greater loss. So Nebula ordered him to use the remains of the locust swarms to create confusion and hide himself. Now for Hongo, his survival had to come first. Hongo understood the order and proceeded to follow it. After this conversation, Sun Woon realized that he didn't like interacting with his creations. They were so empty and willless, unlike the NPCs in the perished world. There, the creatures spoke as if they had souls and personalities, not like robots. Well, it's not that important anyway. What was important was that Hongo had accomplished most of his mission, and the swarms of locusts had damaged crops and vegetation in the territory of the 5 nations to the west. If the gods at the head of those nations find out that Nebula was the one behind all of this, they will definitely attack. Based on the location of the nations, the two closest in the neighborhood would most likely attack. The nations Danim of the Sataros race and Jukwa of the Lennar race. It seems that these two are already ready to move their troops out. The other three nations are just watching from behind for now, but it's only a matter of time before they send their troops as well. Of course, it doesn't look fair when one player has to fight against 5. However, there was no help for it, such was the unfair world. And Sun Woon was ready to fight even against 5 nations at once, because even that was not outside of the scope of his expectations. Meanwhile, in the city of Damarit, capital of the Sataros nation of Danim, King of the Lennars Hattie doubted whether he and his ally could trust the 3 nations that were behind them. They did not seem trustworthy to him. King of the Sataros, Fav, agreed with him on this point, but still insisted that they could not allow the culprit behind the swarms of locusts to do whatever he wanted. The gods had made it clear to them that inaction was not an option, and those bastard lizardmen must be crushed. They pray to their evil blue bug god to make the other nations starve while they themselves live in abundance. To make matters worse, after obtaining Automation Castle, the lizardmen began producing high-quality iron plates using their technology. Their plates have become the standard, and they benefit more from exchange and trade. Also, because they were the 2 closest to the border with Hukrin, they would suffer losses anyway if the armies of the other 3 nations marched through their lands. In the end, they simply had no choice but to attack using their own forces. Trusting completely in the prophecy of the 5 gods, which said that the Sataros and the Lennars would come together to destroy the Hukrin capital of Orizon to the ground. In that case, Hattie wanted to decide the best way to attack. Fav already had a plan ready. The Hukrin territory was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the only sure way was through Automation Castle. There is of course another way through the southern coast, but it is full of insects of the blue bug god and the terrain there is too rough. The only thing left to do is to use the remaining opportunity and attack Automation Castle to free it from Rakrak's grasp, and then move on. There were 2 roads leading to the castle itself, and Sataros was going to move straight to Automation Castle. The Lennars, on the other hand, decided to take a slightly detour and approach the castle from the northern wastelands. So, they reached an agreement and decided to work out a more detailed plan and gather their forces for an attack in a month. 1 month later, everything was ready, and the armies were on their way. Under the watchful eye of their gods, of course. One of them was Krampus. He ruled the nation of Sataros and was known as the life-sacrificing god. He had reached rank 1430 in the game, and now he was wondering what the allied god was doing to provide his army with supplies. She planned to use her own supplies until the army crossed the wilderness. And then when the Lennars hit the northern coast, they would have to ravage the villages on their way. Her name was Runda. She was the god of Lennars, also known as the supreme fruition god. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not contact Nebula, as he had deliberately blocked her. Over a month passed, and he never unblocked her, nor did he unblock the rest of the 5 gods. Runda couldn't understand what he was thinking. Krampus didn't either. If they could have contacted Nebula, they could have easily negotiated compensation for the damage from the locust swarms. But Nebula blocked everyone and didn't even give them a chance to settle things peacefully. He also blatantly increased his military training and scouting parties, and at this point it was too late for negotiations. Krampus and Runda together had over 1,100 Lennars and 800 Sataros. Together, their army was the largest on the entire 3rd continent, and Runda was sure that it was only a matter of time before Nebula fell. By the way, Runda was a real girl, unlike Eldar, in case you were wondering. Suddenly, a notification sounded. It turned out to be a request to communicate. Krampus immediately assumed it might be Nebula, but he was wrong. It was Eldar. The Lennars' army was just passing by the elf colony, and they were just about to talk. Runda realized that he might want to both negotiate, and was up to something. As Krampus knew, Eldar and Nebula were in a loose alliance, which meant they could betray each other at any time. He advised Runda to speak as if she were the only one here and to listen carefully to Eldar, for they might be able to use the terms he offered. Eldar appeared in his trademark style of playing the role of the elf god, his RP stuff he couldn't get past. Perhaps even on purpose, there was a reason he got a small domain of the arts. Runda was meeting him for the first time and was shocked, to say the least, by this appearance. Not only did he look like an elven girl, but he was also behaving quite unusually. Eldar continued to play the role of innocent victim and wanted to ask for help. Runda was still recovering from the encounter and hesitantly asked what specifically he needed help with. He immediately began to tell his sad story of how the insidious Nebula had forced him to submit against his will, and then used him for his own purposes, humiliating him in every possible way. Eldar had no choice but to agree to everything after Nebula defeated Solongos and Lim Chunsik. Not only was Nebula much stronger, but his battle strategies were overwhelming. Runda was shocked when she found out that Eldar didn't help him defeat them. If you thought about it, it was incredible that he alone defeated such strong players. But to Eldar it was no surprise. Had they themselves never heard of Nebula's reputation? He had fought an infinite number of gods in countless worlds and had gotten the highest ranking position. Nebula is a true monster. Krampus and Runda looked at each other. They were clearly unlucky. The first and second ranked players had gotten to this continent at once. In any case, Eldar continued his story. He said he could only survive because he humbly begged for his life and fulfilled Nebula's wishes, all for the sake of survival. But now he was sick of it and desperately asked to let Krampus and Runda help them. But they were hesitant to believe him. Runda demanded information in order to trust Eldar's words. Well, the traitor Eldar was willing to provide it. Anything to earn their trust. He showed them everything he'd been through in Nebula's hands so they'd have no doubts. The humiliation, the harassment of the elves, and the burning of their village. They were shocked at this treatment of an ally by Nebula. Such a life seemed to them worse than that of a vassal. Eldar felt the same way, which is why he asked them to let him help them to break free from Nebula's grasp. Even though Eldar didn't have an army to support them, he had something just as valuable. He knew what Nebula was planning for this battle and was ready to share that information. When he had told them everything they wanted to know, their chat finally ended. And Eldar could exhale in both relief and exhaustion. Now he wondered if it was good convincing enough. Nebula had been around the whole time, and he liked Eldar's acting. He had done his job properly. Sun Moon even wondered why Eldar acted so well. Was it because he played his RP role all the time? But there was more to it than that. The information was simply too truthful. Almost everything Eldar had told them about was true. Sun Moon had destroyed his army, burned down the elf village, chased them further north, and then forced them to contract and sell all future resources. But despite all this, Eldar remained loyal and told those gods everything as Nebula had ordered, to make them believe that he would launch a preemptive attack on the capital of the Sataros, Demurit. Even so, Eldar thought it would not be enough to change the situation. As far as he understood, Nebula's strategy was to attack the troops of the Lenners first. However, if the Lenners retreated to Demurit and Sataros attacked head-on successfully and captured Automation's castle, the Lizardmen troops pursuing the Lenners might find themselves surrounded and stuck between the two enemy forces. Nebula didn't think so. Eldar was wrong in his calculations. He was actually going to attack the Lenners troops a few days earlier before they could retreat and win them. By the way, Eldar was very helpful in this, even if he didn't realize it himself. He gave some of his supplies to the Lenners to show that he was surrendering completely. And that was part of Sun Moon's plan too. Those supplies were properly prepared. Meanwhile, the advance of the Lenners' army had slowed considerably, and there was a reason for that. The food of the soldiers was poisoned, and their leader Hattie was simply furious at such news. The food porter reported that the food had gone bad, and there was nothing he could do about it. In that case, Hattie was going to punish him on the spot, but his general asked him to wait and listen to him. It seemed suspicious to him that there had been no problem with the food until yesterday, and what they had eaten recently were supplies received from the elves. Hattie couldn't believe it. He had personally checked the elves' supplies, and there was nothing rotten among them. But according to the general, the supplies, although they looked fresh on the outside, were probably poisoned on the inside. Not for nothing did the god of Lizardmen rule over dirty insects. In that case, the information received from the elves couldn't be trusted either, even though the supreme fruition god had given them a prophecy with exactly the same information. General Yubei suggested that the god might have been mistaken, and the elves who were on the same side as the Lizardmen probably haven't betrayed them yet. And the spoiled supplies are clear proof of that. They're just trying to trick them. Suddenly a scout came running to them with urgent news. The scouts saw the approaching Lizardmen army, which is now only a few hours away from here. Yubei immediately asked how many Lizardmen there were and got a sad answer for them all. The Lizardmen were over 1,500. This was very bad news. After the food poisoning, they only had 900 combat-ready soldiers left. To make matters worse, even if the number of Lenners was the same as the Lizardmen, they would have a disadvantage because of their size. And now they were even less in numbers. Now they would definitely lose, and it was pointless to fight openly. So Hattie ordered everyone to retreat and sent a messenger to the king of Sataros to let him know that they were retreating because of the encounter with the main enemy forces. Yubei suggested to run back straight to the mountains and forest to start a guerrilla war there. That way they would have a chance to win. The entire army of Lennars hurriedly retreated. Hattie hoped that guerrilla warfare would help them realize their small size advantage and thus earn as much time as possible. And if the army of Sataros could capture Automation's castle in that time, the Lizardmen would have no choice but to retreat. Unfortunately, Hattie's plans were not destined to come true. An insurmountable obstacle stood in the way of the Lenners. A huge praying mantis, Seratis, blocked their path, and warned them that they recklessly came to the territory inaccessible to those who do not believe in the blue bug god. The frightened Lenners immediately began to flee from such a monster. But it was too late. Shradis was going to make them pay for this sin with their deaths. Had he ordered his men to drop everything and scatter to the sides, even though Yubei wanted to stay and fight the monster, Hattie quickly assured him that it was not a simple monster, but a guardian of these evil lizardmen, obeying their god. Which means, this is not their battle. The supreme fruition god must send his guardian to save his army, the overgrown rat Neji. The two monsters converged in a desperate battle. Runda watched it all and couldn't believe how bad it was for her. That damn mantis had absurdly high stats. It was the first time she had ever seen so many essences put into one creature with trait monstrosity. Shradis had incredible stats for strength, speed, and intelligence. Such a monster Neji couldn't handle on his own for sure. Runda blamed herself now for being careless and thinking that everything was going well. Now it looked like her army had no choice but to run after all the way they had traveled. But even if they escaped, this creature would definitely reappear and chase the Lenners after killing Neji, whose sacrifice would be in vain. In that case, it was necessary to kill Shradis right here and now. Guardian Shradis had level 11 and only level 4 of Divinity, which gave Runda hope. She had the 9th level of Divinity and Neji had the 3rd. If they teamed up, they would reach the 12th level of Divinity together, and then they would have a chance. Runda was determined to descend to Yubei to help her creation. Together, they could literally defeat Shradis in 30 minutes. Yubei immediately received a divine boost of power. Hattie realized that this supreme fruition god had descended on him, and when Yubei ordered him to withdraw his forces while he fought the monster, the king didn't dare to disobey. Runda immediately rushed into battle, just in time because her rat was already barely holding on. But it was still willing to fight to the end. Runda ordered him to shut up and fight, because they couldn't lose to this monster today. She was going to use the time until the Lizardmen forces arrived here to win. There was no mediator here for Nebula to come down and help his guardian, and she wondered if Shradis was afraid of death. Of course not. None of that mattered to him. He was simply fulfilling the task he had been given and would do so until the end. The fierce 2-on-1 battle had begun, and while Neji restrained Shradis' movements, Runda began to tear off his limbs. Though even that wasn't enough to stop the mantis, he easily sent Neji into a knockout. Such pain was insignificant to Shradis, and he even considered it as a blessing from his god. Runda chopped off another limb of his and realized he was crazy. Though it didn't matter now, at this rate in less than 10 minutes, Shradis would be dead. Suddenly, she heard a strange rumbling and stomping. It was hard to believe, but a lone figure was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. It was Sunwoon in Rakrak's body, and Runda didn't understand how he had already arrived here. Sunwoon's power of divinity made Rakrak faster than a cheetah and stronger than an elephant, and when combined with the demonic power of an electric stingray, he became a true one-man army that was almost impossible to stop. All of Runda's calculations were wrong from the start. Yes, it took 3 hours for the main force to get here, but she also had to think about how long it would take Nebula to get here after he descended on Rakrak. When Sunwoon got close enough, he jumped so high that everyone had to raise their heads. Poor Neji realized he was doomed. He had the misfortune of serving the wrong god. Sunwoon had found them, and now there was no escape. Rakrak's fury would leave them no chance. After taking a godly leap into the air, he charges up his spear with that unmatched power of blue lightning, and sends it crashing down like a goddamn meteor. The speed of the spear was so immense that there was barely any time to dodge or outrun it, and Runda ends up taking a nasty cut on her left arm despite her desperate attempt to avoid the hit. Neji goes nuts seeing this stinky lizard attack their god, so it quickly leaps at Sunwoon. But the mantis grabs this overgrown rat with his giant hands and tosses it away like a trash bag. Sunwoon demands the stingray to grant him some of its powers, because he wants to take care of this nuisance of a rat first. With his finger pointed at the fat rat, my guy gives the command, and the stingray is more than happy to comply. So, the white rat gets the biggest electric shock of its life. Although its mind is nearly fried, that one lightning bolt is still not enough to shut it up. So the stingray quickly drops another lightning blast, finally cooking Neji alive and leaving Runda in disbelief. But she doesn't have much time to grieve about the loss of her creation, because the stingray immediately starts throwing zaps at her. Using Yubei's quick reflexes, Runda quickly jumps away in order to save himself. By now, she knows that she can't hold her ground any longer, so she decides to return. Unfortunately, even though she cancels her descent, there's a 9-second cooldown before she can go back, which is bad news for her. If she dies during this time, she'll receive an additional penalty. So, she starts putting some distance between herself and her opponent, just trying to survive these last few seconds. It's even harder for her to stay alive now because she's already dropped a level due to Neji's death, and she can't afford to let Yubei die either. Right at that moment, she spots a fruit and starts devouring it in order to recover some stamina. But her eyes widen as she spots a swarm of insects surrounding her. It doesn't take her long to realize that this isn't an actual attempt to attack, it's just a distraction meant to block her sight. So she steels herself and decides to hang on just a bit longer. There are only 2 seconds left, and when that giant mantis tries to crush her, Runda starts jumping away. But unfortunately for her, Sunwoon grabs her throat from behind. Before she can even try to escape, he crushes her throat like a tomato, leaving blood splattering everywhere. As an outcome of her foolishness, she has already lost Neji along with most of her forces. And the biggest blow of all is that her divinity level has dropped drastically from 9 to 5 due to her failed descent. If she'd managed the descent on time, it would have only dropped to 7. Krampus then connects with her, and it's clear that he's not thrilled with how the battle turned out. He questions her about her level, and without even flinching, she lies, claiming it's still a 7. But Krampus still seems concerned because, in his eyes, this is a major loss. That spooks Runda, because if he thinks losing 2 points is that big of a deal, she's terrified of how he would react if he knew she actually lost 4 points. Anyhow, Krampus believes that with a level 7, she won't have enough faith to conduct internal affairs properly. Runda tries to calm Krampus down by saying everything is under control. However, the reality is that if the orchards, which are maintained by divine miracles, get destroyed, she won't be able to earn anything. This would cause the faith of her followers to drop even more. On top of that, the death of her high priest Yubei has made things worse. Runda then asks if the Satiros are preparing to attack, and Krampus confirms it. Ever since he learned that Eldar has tricked them, his army has started moving quickly. His cavalry should arrive in about 2.5 days. The automation castle should be empty right now, so capturing it shouldn't be too hard. In order to clarify, Runda asks if all she needs to do is delay the main Lizardmen force for 2.5 days. Krampus agrees, believing that Nebula must have used his faith in the fight, so he'll value the defense of the automation castle and march back with his force to save it. This news worries Runda, as it will be difficult to focus on her side of things. If she goes into a guerrilla war with her remaining cavalry, she should be able to last 2 days, but she's not sure whether to tell Krampus the full truth about her situation. In the end, she decides against it, reasoning that if she's going to be screwed, she might as well drag him down with her. The next day, Krampus contacts her and informs her that the Lizardmen forces are advancing in his direction, even though her task was to keep them occupied. Well, we know that she failed her mission, largely because there weren't enough Lenar cavalry to hold them back. However, the biggest issue was the flawed information from the Eldar. According to the original plan, the battle should have taken place on the advantageous terrain of Hukrin, but because the fight happened days earlier than expected, they were forced to engage in an area with no cover or strategic advantage. Krampus is visibly annoyed, as he can already see the defeat looming. With no proper fortress to defend, he has no choice but to redirect his forces and set up a camp in the capital. Runda, on the other hand, knows they're in serious trouble. She can't fathom how Krampus is supposed to fight 17,000 Lizardmen with only 800 satyrs. On top of that, the giant mantis, Sratis, is like a walking siege weapon. While her alliance with Krampus is holding for now, she doesn't believe it will last much longer. In fact, she is already making plans to switch sides. She's considering forming an alliance with Wisdom. Even though he is of ill-tempered nature, he's logical and might be a more reliable ally in the long run. Krampus then requests her help, stating that when the siege begins, it would be highly effective to attack Nebula's forces from both sides. She tries to avoid this plan for some obvious reasons, and she suggests she launch an attack on Automation Castle. But Krampus points out that she won't make it there in time. Well, she reluctantly admits he's right. He then agrees her idea isn't totally off base, especially since the Automation Castle is empty. So he suggests a new plan. Her cavalry could head for the castle, while her foot soldiers support him. They'd split the forces, 200 cavalry and 300 foot soldiers. Since there are 400 fewer enemies, they'd only face 1,300 opponents. With his 800 Satiros and her 300 Lenars, Krampus believes they'll be able to hold their ground against the Lizardmen and even secure a victory. But by the looks of Runda's face, it's clear this plan isn't going to go as Krampus hopes. The web of lies she's tangled herself in is closing in on her, and she doesn't know how to get out. She even lied to him that she had already taken care of Nebula's creation, that giant mantis. She knows that if he finds out the truth, she'll lose any chance of an alliance with him. So she quickly decides to lie again. Just then, Krampus picks up a whisper request from Nebula. While Runda tells him to refuse the request, the guy ends up establishing a connection with our boy. Nebula starts off the conversation by asking if they've finally decided to surrender. Naturally, Krampus is annoyed by the arrogance in Nebula's voice. He reminds him not to get too cocky just because he won once, and reassures him that the overall situation is still in their favor. It doesn't take Sunwoon long to piece together what's happening. One glance at Runda's anxiously sweaty face clears any lingering doubts he had, and he can't help but chuckle. The thought of Krampus being lied to by his own partner is just too entertaining for him to control his amusement. Meanwhile, Krampus grows increasingly impatient and irritated, still fuming over the fact that Nebula had kept him blocked from whispering all this time. And now that they're finally connected, this smug taunt is all Nebula has to offer? Sunwoon offers a quick apology, claiming he didn't mean to offend anyone with his words. But regardless, Krampus firmly refuses to surrender or even entertain the thought of defeat. This only deepens Sunwoon's sly smirk beneath his skull hat even more. Without another word, he drops the call. Krampus looks absolutely annoyed as he grumbles about how he can't figure out what that guy is thinking. Runda also reminds him that this is exactly why she advised him not to accept the call from Nebula in the first place. She then grows more anxious as this one concerning thought crosses her mind. What if Sunwoon knows that she lied? After quickly coming up with an excuse, she tells Krampus she needs to check on her army, then hangs up the call and quickly sends whisper requests to Sunwoon. Meanwhile, Sunwoon is just chilling in his seat, watching everything happen before his eyes like a boss keeping tabs on his employees. Then suddenly, his screen lights up with an avalanche of notification spam from Runda, each request piling in one after the other. Since Sunwoon has no reason to reject her requests, he accepts it right away. The moment the call connects, Runda practically and figuratively bursts out of the digital window, immediately starting to berate him for no apparent reason. Sunwoon tries to stay calm as he tells her to take a chill pill. He points out that there's no reason for her to be so mad. If anything, it's him who's frustrated since he's about to be attacked from both sides. But Runda doesn't stop yapping, so Sunwoon, fed up with her nonsense, decides to cut the call. She's not his wife, and he's not going to tolerate her trash talk. So he hangs up, leaving her fuming. Runda, however, immediately reconnects, this time yelling at him even louder for hanging up like that. She reminds him she's not his friend, so he better not treat her like one, then demands to know what he really wants. But Sunwoon isn't in the mood to talk further as long as she keeps bitching. Runda reluctantly swallows her anger, takes a deep breath, and calmly asks why he ended the call when Krampus didn't surrender. In response to her question, Sunwoon explains that his original plan is to secure Krampus's surrender and an agreement from the 5 players to avoid attacking for now. However, given the circumstances, he has decided it might be more efficient to ruin and occupy both Krampus's and Runda's nations, even if it requires extra effort. But Runda counters that at the current stage of civilization, he doesn't have a large enough population to protect all his borders. That is when Sunwoon gives her the gist of his strategy. He plans to take the Satiros land for himself and divide the Lenners' territory among the other 3 players. He is confident they will happily accept free land without having to fight for it. But she counters that she or Krampus won't sit idly if he tried to claim their civilization's land. Well, Sunwoon has already thought it through. He has no intention of letting either her or Krampus stay alive, ensuring there won't be any hiccups in his plan. This leaves Runda visibly shaken. She asks him if this is some sort of threat. Sunwoon, however, remains calm, making it clear that eliminating them is simply one of the options available to him. Realizing she has no way to turn the situation in her favor, Runda surrenders. She asks what he wants in exchange for sparing her life. Without hesitation, Sunwoon demands detailed information about the Lenners, the Satiros, and the Trolls. Well, she can tell him about Satiros since she has an alliance with Krampus, but she's not sure she knows anything about Trolls because she doesn't have any alliance with Wisdom. My guy clears things up by telling her straight that she needs to form an alliance with Wisdom and get him the information. He doesn't care how she does it. Of course, the lady gets mad because she's not about to play double agent for anyone. Out of frustration, she starts punching the screen and ranting nonsense, but my guy just dismisses her. He reminds her that her alliance with Krampus won't last long anyway, especially since this attack will hit Krampus hard, and her last remaining army will fall as well. He threatens her, pointing out the consequences if he tells Krampus about the current state of the battle. Since she's already lied to him, she'll lose her alliances with the other 4 players and be left completely on her own, stuck at level 5. Her face tightens in anger, and she lashes out again, refusing to cooperate. Once the call ends, she just sits back, thinking over everything, trying to figure out a way to get out of this mess. She looks at her Lennar people. While some are living a carefree life, others are praying to her to end the conflicts and battles without anyone getting hurt. But judging by the look on her face, she's not sure if she can respond to those prayers. With no other choice, she contacts Nebula, and my guy smirks, like he was expecting this already. He asks if she's done thinking, to which she replies yes, albeit a bit reluctantly. But my guy just keeps that sassy smile under his hat and decides to start with the info she has on Satiros and the Lenners. Afterwards, the battle with the allied nations ends, and it seems Krampus had a hard time understanding Nebula's ceasefire offer, but Runda managed to convince him, and it ended with a truce. Meanwhile, at the automation castle, we meet Hui Kayung's cheerful face. She's apparently holding a conference where representatives from each race are present, and she proposes the idea of creating a merchant alliance. She reminds them that creating a 4-wheel required the help of several experienced merchants, and everyone involved earned profits through interchanges they had. So it would be a good idea for these meetings to continue. She believes that sharing information with each other, purchasing resources in advance before prices rise, and not taxing between the allies when trading with each other would benefit all of them. The white-haired guy, whose name I forgot, also says that they could trade items that are forbidden by their nations in a way that would go unnoticed. They could gather those items in advance, and once the prices rise, they could resell them. It would even be nice to buy up all the stock of certain products and control the prices however they want. The troll representative raises a valid question. Since they're different species from different areas, how can they continue trusting each other in the long term? To which Hui Kaiyong reminds him that there's one way, which is to believe in one god as the basis of their trust. But of course, the troll isn't interested in this, as he's not about to abandon his faith in his god. He counters her by asking, why don't she abandon her god and join him? That's when Hui Kaiyong pulls out a dice and decides to settle everything with a roll. The rule is simple. They'll believe in the god of whoever throws the highest number on the die. Well, we all know how that dice roll ended, and one system window clears up any doubts as well. Under Hui Kaiyong's leadership, the Merchant Alliance, now known as the Fifth Wheel, has been officially created, with the blue insect god as its main deity. This alliance benefits everyone involved by making black market deals, monopolies, and price-fixing practices easier. As a secret merchant alliance, they can now rake in profits without paying any taxes. Sun Woon reflects on how it might be a little early for this kind of secret organization to form, but he had been expecting it. He's impressed by how Hui Kaiyong used her demonic property, probability, to pull this off. She's truly outdone herself this time. With the conflicts over, it's time for everyone to focus on their nations for a while and handle the events that unfolded. This means there won't be any major shifts in borders for some time, which might lead to a bit of stagnation. In the meantime, Sun Woon is determined to prepare more thoroughly for future conflicts with other nations. We've come a long way in the story, so here's a brief overview of how far Nebula's civilization has come. The first major incident involved Rak, who was chased out of the Blue Leather Lizardmen tribe. After being chosen by Nebula, he took control of the tribe. The second major event was the defeat of the Abomination, the ancient Coleoptera. By doing so, Sun Woon obtained the Abomination Essence and created the sacred beast, Sratus. The third major event was the defeat of the Frogman tribe and the two-headed abominable god, which helped Nebula earn the demonic property of lightning. The fourth big moment involved a secret operation and battle for the Automation Castle through Saren. Nebula's prophecy turned out to be true, and Hui Kaiyong eventually took the throne over all her siblings. The fifth event was the defeat of the elves, who invaded the Automation Castle. After their loss, Nebula also subjugated Eldar. Nebula went on to defeat Solongos and Lim Chunsik, moved the elves to the north shore, and conquered the village of dwarves Maganin at the southern edge of the land. Another significant achievement for Nebula was the establishment of Hukrin, with Orizon chosen as the capital city. So far, the players we've encountered include Nebula, Hegemonia, Eldar, Lim Chunsik, and Solongos. The second season opens with a lively camera shot zooming out over a bustling market of Orizon. In one of the booths, we meet Rak alongside another lizard wearing a red gown, Zyol, who proudly showcases a newly produced product to their leader, and the product in question is actually paper. Rak inquires further about it, and Zyol explains that one of the remaining Linars claimed to be a paper craftsman. Thanks to him, they learned how to make paper, which is lighter and cheaper than silk. Rak wonders if the production process is difficult, but Zyol reassures him that it's quite simple, especially since it was made using the wheels that were created in Orizon. Once the paper supply is steady, they'll be able to use letters more frequently and keep better records, marking a significant step forward in their civilization. You see, with these, recorded history will not be forgotten. It seems like Rak has something he wants to show Zyol as well. Although the paper is good, if someone ruins it, it can't be fixed. Rak continues by saying that he has gallant warriors and wise companions, including Zyol himself, by his side. As long as their god is with them, he believes they can defeat their enemies. However, if those enemies are divided into two, then not even their god can be everywhere at once. So, Rak has come up with a plan. He stretches a line across the map and reveals that they are going to create a barrier. Zyol acknowledges this idea, but reminds his leader that building a wall of this size will take a lot of time. It will need to be taller than the walls of the Automation Castle to act as a proper barrier, since they don't have the dolls of the Automation Castle, and it needs to be built from stone, which is not common. It will still take at least 100 years to complete, even if they gathered all the manpower available and spent all their money. Rak is surprised to hear this, not because it will take so long, but because he had originally thought it would take 200 years. However, Zayle's point still stands. It will be difficult to maintain work for 200 years, and they would need to complete it within 100 years. Since 100 years is still a long way off, Rakrak decides to think of a more efficient way to handle it. After some thought, Rakrak proposes using the steep river and 3 swamps as natural barriers. If they exclude those areas, it should only take around 80 or maybe even 70 years. But still, this amount of time would take an entire lifetime. So Rakrak decides to propose a different plan altogether. Instead of focusing on delaying the enemy, they could simply call their allies faster. He suggests using fire and smoke signals, a system with 5 chimneys. 1 chimney lit means everything is fine, 2 means an enemy has been discovered, 3 means the enemy is heading their way, 4 means the beacon has been intruded upon, and 5 means the battle has begun. This system would protect the wild without connecting all the walls. The mountains themselves act as natural barriers, and by setting up mountain fortresses in the valleys with beacons on the ridges, they would serve the same function as beacons in the wild. After outlining the entire plan, Rakrak asks Zael for an estimate of how long it would take. The junior quickly responds that it could be completed in 5 years. It's nice to see how they started with a 200-year plan and ended up with one that could be completed in just 5 years. 3 years pass like a breeze, and we find ourselves in Orizon. Inside a mansion, Rakrak sits alone, seemingly lost in thought. He reflects on how maintaining a nation is proving to be harder than creating one. He needs to unite his people internally as much as he needs to defend them from external enemies. Yet every species, aside from humans, fear the Lizardmen. While fear makes it easier to command obedience, relying on it alone makes ruling difficult. Without harmony, people will either submit reluctantly or rebel outright. Moreover, he cannot force everyone to place their faith in the blue insect god. If only there were a way to align everyone's hearts. He acknowledges himself as a good fighter but admits that he lacks the intellect to be a true king. Still, he is wise enough to understand that merely living on the same land and coexisting is not enough for true unity. A familiar voice agrees with Rakrak's thoughts, and to his surprise, it belongs to Stargazer, who miraculously walks into the mansion. Stargazer believes that although everyone may live on the same land, they do not live in the same time. Rakrak jumps to his feet in joy and asks his old friend how he's here, as he was supposed to be dead. Stargazer places a finger over Rakrak's mouth to keep his voice low, signaling him to be quiet. At that moment, Rakrak realizes that Stargazer's final words were true. Even if they die, the blue insect god will guide them. He desperately wants to ask Stargazer about the afterlife, but knows that death is a secretive matter, so he refrains from seeking answers. Instead, he asks what Stargazer meant when he said they are not living in the same time. Stargazer looks outside at the stars, then asks Rakrak if he remembers the stories he has told him. Pointing to the sky, he asks if the stars seen in Orizon and those seen in Maganin are the same. Rakrak isn't sure, but he can tell they are different, even if only slightly. Stargazer continues by asking about the lands of the Lenners and the Saturons. Rakrak responds that they are even more different. Stargazer agrees and reminds Rakrak that just as the skies differ, everyone lives in their own time. As a king, Rakrak must learn to live within everyone's time. You see, everyone lives their own lives in their own time. Even though they share the same land, their hearts are divided because of this difference. As a king, Rakrak must understand this. As far as Rakrak knows, from all the things he has learned from Stargazer, others read time in their own unique way. He realizes that their previous misunderstanding with the dwarves occurred because each species counts days differently. This realization feels overwhelming to Rakrak, and when Stargazer asks why it is difficult, Rakrak responds that teaching is challenging, especially to those who are hostile to the Lizardmen. Stargazer explains that this is exactly why he's here. He points to the blue shining star and tells Rakrak that this star represents him. If aligned with neighboring stars, it forms a constellation of Rakrak atop a cockatrice. This wandering star, which shines in the spring and dims in the winter, is named Owen. Stargazer believes that when the time comes, Owen will graze Rakrak as it passes by, and Rakrak will be able to hear all the stories Owen has collected so far. Rakrak enjoys the time with Stargazer, and as Stargazer shows him the Forgment, Shunin, Auloi, and even the figures of Lord Hui Kayung, Siren, the Ogre Chief Kijin, and Tamaridu, Rakrak feels the warmth of their shared moment. Everyone is together, living in harmony, even if only for a short time. Eventually, Stargazer senses the god calling him back, and he knows it is time to leave. Rakrak, not wanting this moment to end, insists that Stargazer stay a little longer, saying he still has so much to share. But Stargazer dismisses this, telling him that such things are part of the business of living. Curious, Rakrak asks about the afterlife, hoping Stargazer will reveal more about it. Stargazer, with a somber tone, responds that the afterlife is the business of the dead. Hearing this, Rakrak feels sad. He wanted to know more about what happens after death, as it is something that has always frightened him. Stargazer acknowledges this fear, admitting that those who live should rightfully feel afraid of death. He goes on to explain that the dead cannot change anything. Even if their god allows them to watch, they can do nothing more, for that is their limit. Only the living can work to change things, and Rakrak should never forget this. As Rakrak sees the constellation of their god, he quickly falls to his knees in reverence. But suddenly he hears his name being called. He wakes up from his dreamlike state to see Zaol standing in front of him. It's a crucial time, and all his vassals have assembled to discuss matters of great importance. Rakrak orders Zaol to bring him a large piece of paper and some charcoal, and he wants enough paper to draw out the sky. Meanwhile, the system window announces a significant achievement: the creation of the Hunting Star Calendar, the first calendar in Green Cityac. This calendar is based on constellations and marks months according to the positions of stars. The Hunting Star Calendar is noted for its accuracy, reflecting the actual orbital period with 99.8% precision. It has been adopted by 3 nations and is recognized as a near-perfect system for organizing time. Nebula observes this notification with pride. He recalls how he had dispatched Stargazer to lay the groundwork for this very accomplishment. Though this has cost him a lot, the more information Stargazer revealed, the more faith value dropped. Transferring knowledge from the afterlife isn't free, but it was a necessary investment. It seems like he's on a call with Runda, and he's glad that the Lenners are also going to benefit from this calendar. But judging by Runda's sour face, she doesn't look grateful at all. Nebula further explains that it's a solar calendar calculated using leap years, not just based on the moon. She could at least pretend to be a little happier about it. Instead, she only acts like she's happy but is clearly not. She explains that she somehow managed to fool Krampus and Wisdom, but she borrowed too many resources from him while trying to keep up appearances. Now she's too stressed to dance to his tune. Nebula then asks why she contacted him, to which she reveals that a new force is about to appear in the middle of the continent. This surprises Nebula, and the girl further states that this could even be a player. Sunwoon asks the reason behind her thought, but right at that moment, he gets 2 system notifications revealing something about a clash of civilizations. It seems 2 divided tribes have come into contact, and both tribes will experience a huge boost in experience. Nebula also gets an additional warning that the opposing tribe possesses faith. This notification clears up any lingering doubts that it's not an NPC tribe, but it doesn't make sense for a player to suddenly appear in the middle of the continent either. What makes it even more suspicious is that it's been around 22 years since the game started, and this tribe hasn't made any moves until now. They just appeared out of nowhere. Nebula mentions that it could be an abominable god, but Runda explains that she can send whispers to them, and they show up in the local player inventory, so there's no way it's an NPC. Her whispers are getting blocked. Sunwoon doesn't fully trust her, so he asks if she might be trying to trick him as well. That's when she sends him all of the sauce she has regarding this mysterious player and its civilization. She further explains that the information regarding vampires has been sent by the player, whose nickname is AR-1026, who controls the Juman civilization, whose main species is Nixon, which is called Nix in singular form. Normally, AR-1026 would have only sent this to her ally, Zhangwan, but she also sent it to Wisdom, Krampus, and to Runda as well. After seeing the information before his eyes, this literally makes 0 sense to our boy, and Runda agrees with him. He then asks her what they're calling this new player, to which she states that the first character is the Hanja Joel, so they took the next 2 characters and named them Jael Wubi. Nebula reflects on how not only should this player with such a unique name not exist, but the mysterious species vampire shouldn't exist either. The people you see in this scene fighting are the Nix, and some of them have turned into vampires after getting bitten. The system window then further reveals that the vampires infect others like zombies, transforming them into their own species. The transformation usually takes a day, or at most a few days. During the transformation, their abilities generally decrease, but occasionally, they can increase. Runda finds it fascinating that even Nebula doesn't seem to know about this vampire species, to which he agrees. She further reveals that, according to Krampus, they might not know because it's an event with an extremely low probability of occurring. But Nebula believes that no such thing could exist, and thinks it's more like DLC, similar to an expansion pack to the game. He reminds her that this perished world is not exactly the same as the one they used to play in the game, and they no longer have the graphic options window or the logout window, meaning they can't log out. If things that once existed can disappear, then it's also possible for things that never existed to suddenly appear. Nebula then decides to inform the approaching threat to AR, who is another player, and AR should also look into the matter of who is behind all this. But Runda believes that wouldn't be of any help, because Wisdom and Krampus have both decided to keep an eye on vampires for now too. She also shares that she's experienced zombie apocalypse events in the game before, and this one has a much slower infection rate. However, Nebula argues that, compared to zombies with low intelligence, these vampires maintain their intelligence and should not be underestimated. Runda is still unsure whether she should inform AR about the looming vampire threat, AR has an alliance with Zhangwan, while Wisdom is playing solo. Meanwhile, with her alliance with Krampus, there are 3 distinct factions, all of them currently at war with one another. If AR is weakened by this vampire madness, it would directly benefit her and her partner. Nebula acknowledges her thought process and decides to meet her later to discuss further. With that, he ends the call and starts reviewing the information he has received about the vampires. However, he still hasn't figured out the source of this strange anomaly. The scene transitions to a mountainous region, where 5 major players are on a conference call together. The first player, Zhangwan, wears a large mask over his face. He is the invisible flow god, his species is kobold, and his nation is Amgal. The third participant is AR-1026, known as the invisible root god, but we will simply call her AR from now on. Her species is Nyx, and her nation is Guman. They are apparently discussing whether to turn to help Hegemonia or Nebula, but from Krampus's perspective, they're both equally douchebags, and Runda agrees with him. However, she believes it will be easier to communicate with Nebula than with Hegemonia. While everyone has expressed their opinion, there's still one person left who hasn't given his statement, who is Wisdom, the tangled and entwined god. His main species is Troll, and his nation is Sukmion. He approves of Runda's idea as well. With the speak of the devil, Nebula also joins the Skype call to figure things out. My guy feels smug, knowing everyone was just talking about him. Of course, they all give him cold, unamused looks. But Wisdom gets straight to business and initiates the conversation by asking Nebula if he knows why they called him here. Naturally, my guy plays it cool. He admits he has a hunch but adds that predictions aren't always right. Runda, absolutely annoyed, thinks to herself how this bastard is acting clueless, even though she sent him all the information beforehand. Wisdom cuts to the chase and reminds Nebula that something unusual is happening in the center of the continent. A player everyone is calling Jiolwubi has emerged with a new species, known as vampires. Nebula acknowledges this, agreeing that he knows about it. He also confirms that the vampires, which began in AR's Juman lands, have now spread to the territories of all 5 players and become a significant force. Well, of course Nebula knows everything, that's just expected of him, so no one seems particularly surprised. Wisdom gets to the point and asks directly if Nebula will lend his help. But my guy throws the question right back, asking why he should help. This little statement leaves everyone silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Runda thinks to herself how much this guy loves to play these kinds of games. Wisdom explains that due to the locusts that recently appeared in their fertile regions, their food supplies have dwindled, and everyone knows Nebula is the one who caused it. But our boy brushes it off, stating that since Krampus and Runda already attacked him before, he feels like they're even now. Zhangwan loses his mind to hear this, and argues back that it wasn't even a proper war. Seeing this shitty cat getting ahead of himself, my guy outright challenges him. If they're so pissed, they can come at him any time. Before things escalate, Wisdom quickly tries to calm Zhangwan down. He believes Nebula is acting cocky on purpose, and warns that if they let their anger prevent them from securing his help, the situation will spiral out of control. Zhangwan doubts if Nebula's behavior is intentional, but Wisdom reassures him that it is. With tensions somewhat under control, Wisdom redirects the conversation back to the main topic. He points out that if they work together, they might be lucky enough to defeat the vampires on their own. But if their luck runs out, the vampires will continue growing their forces, and everyone will eventually have to beg Nebula for help anyway. Our guy, of course, feels a smug satisfaction seeing just how well aware they all are of the importance of his existence. Since Nebula has no reason to help them, he can simply just sit back and watch them get screwed. But Wisdom counters, arguing that if they collapse, it will eventually bring trouble to Nebula as well. Facing 5 divided opponents is far easier than dealing with a united force of vampires. This remark leaves Nebula momentarily speechless because Wisdom's reasoning is solid. Nebula recalls seeing his name in the top 10 rankings back in the game. If this is the same person, Wisdom is one of the most talented players among them. Still, Nebula isn't about to agree just because of that. He fires back, saying that dealing with one united opponent is still easier for him. Runda then asks him if his refusal to help is simply because he lacks the motivation. But Nebula denies what she has assumed, and finally reveals that if they want his help, he expects to be appropriately rewarded. Wisdom, quick to follow up, asks what kind of reward Nebula wants. With his usual calm demeanor, Nebula lays out his conditions, stating that he wants 3 people each from the candle craftsman, glass craftsman, and brick craftsman categories. These both talents have been monopolized by individual civilizations, and he wants them as well. Additionally, he also wants 12 wagons of gold. Nebula's demand leaves everyone bewildered. Krampus practically boils with rage and starts calling out Nebula for taking advantage of their desperation. He goes as far as to accuse him of working with Jiolwubi, but our guy calmly responds to this angry red tomato that if they show him attitude, they're just asking to get screwed. Before the situation can escalate any further, Wisdom steps in once again. He suggests they take some time to think things over and promises to call Nebula back once everyone has made up their minds. With that, the call ends. Not long after, Nebula gets another video chat request. He returns promptly, and this time, Wisdom announces that they've accepted his conditions. Wisdom promises that they'll send the craftsmen tonight and will progressively deliver gold as they collect it. In return, they want Nebula to share his plan for defeating Jielwubi and the vampires. He is confident that Nebula must have a strategy in mind if he was bold enough to demand such a hefty reward. But Nebula subverts everyone's expectations by casually stating that their assumptions are wrong, because he's already put his plan into action. We then see this unknown Nyx appear on Nebula's display, and it would not be surprising if this turned out to be the Lord of Vampires and faithful follower of Jielwubi. The scene transitions into a flashback. We see Juman engulfed in flames. Amidst the destruction, a lone woman escapes the gruesome scene alive, and this woman appears to be same lady we just saw. The tragedy unfolded due to a sudden attack by the Null tribe. During the assault, the human tribe's chiefess, her mother, was sacrificed. Her mother fought valiantly, putting her life on the line, but ultimately perished. Following this disaster, the invisible root god chose a new chief from another family, marking the downfall of the original bloodline. Now, the newly appointed chief is ruthlessly hunting down the survivors of the former ruling family in order to purge the original power. She can't believe this is the result of being loyal to their god. She wants to know the reason why they got abandoned by their god. How could the invisible root god could not grant her even the smallest miracle? She starts to wonder if they were nothing more than disposable pawns to their god all along. Desperate and broken, she begs the invisible root god to answer her prayers. But just as her pleas echo into the void, a dark and mysterious entity appears right in front of her. She's bewildered, staring at this unknown figure, and starts to wonder if the god is here to kill her. But at this point, she has nothing left to lose. It doesn't matter what happens to her anymore. Mustering the last of her strength, she asks the entity for just one sip of water. The entity throws a pouch filled with blood and a piece of rotten meat at her feet. But to her eyes, that disgusting filth looked like sweet, cool water and freshly baked bread. She starts thanking the entity, tears streaming down her face as she takes a bite of the bread. After devouring the rotten meat and drinking the blood, she surrenders herself completely to the entity. She promises to do anything for it. At that moment, the entity offers her a sword. The moment she grabs it, her hand begins to move on its own, and before she knows it, the sword is pointed right at her. In desperation, she begs the entity to save her, and eventually her hand stops moving. After getting overwhelmed by the entity's apparent generosity, she decides to consider it her new god. She vows to serve it, whatever it desires, and she calls it the Blood and Rotten Meat God. A system notification flashes to reveal that the Blood and Rotten Meat God has chosen Chief Shaven, and with that, the first vampire is born. The scene transitions back to Nebula, who is observing the vampire's rapid growth. In just 6 months, their population has skyrocketed to 6,000. Within less than a year, the vampire forces have grown to 4,000 strong. With that army, they launched an attack and conquered Guman's capital. AR, one of the players, perished while using Descent, losing both her life and her creation. Her level has probably dropped to 4 now. If anyone had helped AR when the vampire force was still small and wiped them out back then, this wouldn't have happened. But instead, all of the players decided not to help her. And now, this is the result, the foundation of the vampire nation. The nation is called Baeka White Fang, and the leader of the vampires calls himself the Vampire King. The generals are mainly the vulnerable beings cast away by other nations, and their ultimate goal is to get revenge on the gods who abandoned them. Nebula promises to tell them how to defeat these vampires, but the question is whether they'll even be able to handle it now. You see, vampires have 3 weaknesses, but Krampus cuts our boy mid-sentence, because he is surprised to hear this, since he thought they only had 2 weaknesses. Nebula then asks him to share the 2 weaknesses he knows, so they can see if he's right. Krampus says it's common knowledge that vampires can't go near sunlight, and they're weak to silver. The 3rd weakness, he thinks, must be that they get weaker the more generations go by. But Nebula corrects him, saying that's actually a strength, not a weakness. Here's the thing. Higher-level vampires have outstanding physical abilities, but they're still weak to sunlight and silver. As generations pass, their physical abilities do get weaker, but so do the effects of sunlight and silver on them. Wisdom then asks about the plan Nebula had mentioned earlier. According to scouts Wisdom has spread around, it seems like the vampires haven't started moving yet. But Nebula clarifies that Baeka is already on the move. Just so you are not confused, Baeka is the vampire's civilization name. Nebula then finally reveals that being vampires is their own inherent weakness, which is the 3rd weakness he was talking about. Krampus asks for further clarification on their 3rd weakness, and Nebula takes a moment to check the Baeka force's marching status from the past few days. He shows them that they have a force of 4,000 strong, dividing themselves into groups of 1,000 and spreading out in all 4 directions, starting from the center of the continent. It looks like it would be easy to defeat them, but the balance comes from the fact that each nation's force is only about 1,000 strong, so it's just balanced out. Runda looks at the 4 maps Nebula shows her and points out that they all look the same. Nebula explains that these maps are from different days, which means the armies haven't moved at all. Runda argues that maybe they've just stopped reorganizing. But Nebula disagrees, saying that they wouldn't be able to stop all 4 armies just for that. He believes there must be another reason they've become undetectable, and he thinks it's connected to the 3rd weakness of the vampires. Wisdom finally asks him what that 3rd weakness is. Nebula reminds them how everyone used to treat vampires like zombies at first. But there's a big difference between the two, which is that the vampires have intelligence. You see, zombies are just people who've been infected by a disease, so there's no individual behavior to them. But vampires are different. Vampires have ranks, and some of them are even forced into becoming vampires. The lower-level vampires are subservient to the mediocre-level ones, and the mediocre ones, in turn, are subservient to the high-level vampires. But this subservience starts to break down as you go lower in the ranks. Runda's mind struggles to make sense of what Nebula is saying, so Wisdom steps in to clarify. He explains that what Nebula means is that the lower-level vampires don't have the same sense of purpose or loyalty as the higher-level ones. Nebula further clears out that the key to the cohesion between vampires lies in this inherent subservience. At first, vampires had to kill others to make them obey, or even just to survive. In that process, vampires themselves got hunted as well, so they had to stick together for protection, and the weak followed the superior. But once the nation of vampires, Baca, was founded, they were placed in an environment where they could survive without having to kill anyone. Basically, the vampires no longer have a clear reason to fight. All they have left is a vague sense of subservience to their superiors, but even that's starting to weaken. Some of the generals don't want to risk heavy losses. Now that their immediate needs are met, they're no longer starving, they're thinking beyond survival. They're planning ahead, strategizing, and waiting to see which general will make the first move. Later we see one of the vampire generals, General Junior, sitting in his quarters. He's frustrated, thinking about how to take control of the continent before their chance slips away. He can't figure out why the other generals aren't making a move. Suddenly, he hears the creak of a door. Someone is standing there, shining direct sunlight at him through a mirror. As soon as the sunlight touches his skin, it starts to burn. Acting quickly, Junior throws a dagger with deadly precision. The blade hits the mysterious person, who is a woman, right between her eyes, and she drops to the ground. It turns out she had intentionally used the mirror to flash sunlight into the room, knowing that sunlight is a vampire's weakness. Junior's servant arrives on the scene and apologizes for the disturbance in his sleep. He explains that one of their feeds managed to escape and cause trouble. Junior, however, calmly assures him that the woman came inside before he went to sleep. The servant asks why he hasn't gone to bed yet, to which Junior explains that he's still trying to figure out what the other generals are thinking. He then asks his servant if he has any ideas. The servant says it's because not everyone follows the blood and rotten meat god. Well, Junior already knows this, especially since Satiros follow the life-proving god. The servant goes on to say that there are some vampires who follow that same god as well. Junior is shocked and questions how such beings could even exist. He despises the gods who abandoned them. To him, only the blood and rotten meat god has cared for them, so he finds it absurd that there are vampires who don't follow their god. The robed figure explains that not everyone became a vampire by choice. While there's no doubt that the vampire king Shaven carefully selected his generals to become vampires, it's likely that the generals who turned others into vampires weren't as careful with their selections. Among the generals, there might be those who don't think the same way anymore, which could explain why some of them have stopped moving. Junior insists that they must understand that they have no choice but to serve the one who gave them immortality, the owner of the teeth who bit them. But the servant counters, arguing that loving the one who made them a vampire doesn't mean they have to obey everything they say. After Baca was founded, every general had to fight against the others to conquer better lands. The servant advises Junior that this is why they don't want to make the first move and risk heavy losses. They need to maintain their forces. Junior acknowledges what his servant has said. He tells him to inform all their soldiers that once the sun sets, they'll begin marching. He's determined to show the vampire king Shaven that there's a general who's different from the others. Meanwhile, Nebula tells the group that one of the vampire armies will likely start moving soon because one of the generals seems particularly faithful and subservient. Krampus points out that if they move again, their weakness might no longer be effective. Wisdom explains that it's enough to understand the principles behind their actions. If their movements are predictable, then he's sure they can manipulate them through miracles and buy themselves some time. By delaying vampire supply lines alone, they can break up the vampire armies. With more control over the situation, they'll have more options to play with. Krampus throws in a jab, thanking the Starhead for his thorough explanation. But Wisdom quickly responds annoyingly that this is not a star. Nebula then asks what it is then. Wisdom then proudly reveals that it's the great dodecahedron of the Kepler point polyhedra. A brief silence falls over the group after hearing such a long, strange name. Surprisingly, no one laughs, and Nebula even promises to keep that in mind going forward. He also apologizes for mispronouncing his title previously. Wisdom then asks if Nebula is planning to create social division to break up the vampire army. Contrary to Wisdom's expectation, Nebula explains that while breaking them up could work, it would take too long, and the damage would be spread out. So instead, he's going to do the opposite, bring them back together. The masked figure asks how Nebula plans to unify them. Nebula clarifies that their confidence is the thing that is dragging these vampires down. They are so damn sure of themselves that they can defeat everyone, so they are spreading out everywhere. That's why he's planning to strike them with one big blow to turn everyone's eyes on him. The scene transitions back to Yuener, where his servant barges into the room to announce the arrival of enemy forces. Juner quickly asks if the attackers are the Satyros. The servant says no because it's actually Hukrin's Lizardmen. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to our party. After riding on their cockatrices for what feels like an eternity, they finally reach their destination. Rockrak looks visibly excited as he asks Zael if he has heard of Tatar, a legendary warrior who once defeated 10 trolls by himself. According to rumors, Tatar is now working in the southern archipelagos and has climbed to a high-ranking position. Now that he thinks about it, Rockrak proudly reflects on how, no matter how much he trains, there are still countless warriors stronger than him. He admits that he rarely gets the chance to truly flex his muscles. But now, after seeing a few trolls in the distance, he grins and declares that it's high time he works hard to try and steal Tatar's fame. Zael gives his leader a pleasant smile and says that Rockrak is already a great general and an elite warrior, claiming that fame like Tatar's should be no big deal for someone of his caliber. But Rockrak reminds him that, in order to become an elite warrior, one must be greedy. With that, my lizard guy begins slaughtering those bastards left and right. That's when Juener charges like a raging bull in the name of the god of blood and rotten meat. However, that bastard eventually gets his head severed. So far, including this one, Rockrak has killed 9 trolls. Zael teasingly smiles as he notes that Rockrak is still 1 troll short of claiming the title for the highest troll kills. But Rockrak explains that his share has decreased because everyone got excited after hearing what he said, and they all went crazy. He also reminds Zael that since the last troll he killed was a general, it should at least count as 2. However, Zael rubs salt in the wound by reminding him that there's only 1 head, so it's not possible to count it as 2. Still, Rockrak reminds him that they aren't even trolls, since they're vampires. Anyway, after clearing out the entire town, our party decides to reorganize camp and check their equipment as they prepare to venture deeper. The scene transitions to the residence of the King of the Vampires, where Shivan looks annoyed to hear that General Juner has died along with 400 soldiers. There are around 300 enemies, and they're from the Cockatoo Cavalry Warriors of Hukrin. When the lady hears that only 300 warriors wiped out 400 vampires, she's completely baffled. This foxy guy, whose name I don't know, explains that they are from the Cockatoo Cavalry and attacked while everyone else was stationed. The lady just tells him to shut the hell up. She acknowledges that they are incidentally strong troops, but for them to attack so quickly, they would need to have reduced their supplies, meaning they would have to rely on procuring resources from the area. However, the fact that they came through another nation's land suggests that Hukrin and Danium, along with other nations, may in fact be in an alliance. She sits down with a map spread across the table, reflecting on how Hukrin's troops are receiving supplies from the Satyros, while overtaking their territory here in Becca, even though this won't become their land. Or at least this is what she thinks. Most of the vampire soldiers are stationed in separate units, leaving only a handful to protect the village. There's no effective way to block the advancing enemy. To make matters worse, the remaining 3 generals are still hesitating to move. This leaves her with only 2 choices. Either send Yuener's remaining 600 scattered soldiers to block the 300 Lizardmen, or mobilize their current entire force of 3,600 soldiers to attack Hukrin's mainland. The former option isn't entirely disadvantageous since the god of blood and rotten meat would support them. However, the enemy cavalry could simply avoid direct confrontation and continue invading the territory. On the other hand, launching an attack on Hukrin is a dangerous gamble. Moving the army elsewhere without properly securing the situation here could lead to disaster. She struggles to make a decision on her own, unsure of the best course of action. Just then, her gaze drifts to the moon outside. Her eyes widen as she notices the moon has turned red. Acting quickly, she orders her servant to gather all the generals and soldiers, because she wants to march to the east, and the whole force will attack Hukrin's land. We return to the players, where Wisdom acknowledges Nebula's cleverness in uniting the enemies. He asks her if they are planning to carry out a pincer attack. Nebula replies that it would be nice, but questions whether anyone here even has the forces necessary to execute such a maneuver. He reminds them how AR's Nixon forces were practically annihilated when the capital was conquered, and Runda's Lenars are in poor shape. However, the other three factions are in better condition. The masked man admits that his forces are in good shape and offers his support. However, Nebula points out that his forces are too far away to align with the necessary timing. This leaves Wisdom and Krampus as the only two who can realistically help. Wisdom volunteers to send 300 soldiers, while Krampus agrees to contribute around 500. Nebula acknowledges this and states that this should be sufficient. He then predicts that if the vampires plan to attack Hukrin, they will either have to cross the wilds or raid the mountain fortress on the path leading to the Automation Castle. He confidently asserts that the vampires will almost certainly choose the latter. From the vampires' perspective, it's difficult to avoid the sunlight in the wilds, but the mountain paths provide shade, allowing them to attack the villages along the way to replenish their blood supply. Nebula plans to chase the vampire forces from behind, using his own cavalry of 3,000 along with Wisdom and Krampus's forces, while keeping their distance to avoid getting too close. Wisdom agrees with the plan, but he expresses concern that if they follow the vampires too far behind Becca's rear scouts, he questions whether Hukrin's mountain fortress can withstand an attack from more than 3,000 soldiers alone. Nebula gives him a sassy smirk and asks why he thinks Hukrin can't handle that. Seeing our boy's confidence, Wisdom is now certain that it will be fine. He concludes that the rest of them will have to focus on suppressing the vampires within their forces, and Zhangwan will need to use those forces to reclaim AR's territory. He's confident that they'll be able to significantly reduce their faith value, and by lowering the number of vampires on the front lines, they can make a considerable impact. The only thing bothering him, though, is that Jiao Wubi has barely used their faith resources, aside from using them to descend when capturing the capital. Since then, they haven't been utilized at all. Currently, Becca holds the greatest territory on the third continent and boasts a large number of regular vampire soldiers. This is often overlooked due to the prejudice that vampires are an overpowered species, but they're actually quite skilled as players. Considering this, Nebula wonders if Jiao Wubi's current divinity level might be quite high. If he takes this into account and calculates their possible highest level, they might already be at level 17. If that's the case, the dignity skill obtained at level 16 could become a problem. Still, Nebula is certain there's a way forward, even if this presents a challenge. The scene transitions to Hukrin, where we see the vampire king Shaven gritting her teeth in frustration. The path ahead of them is treacherous, steep with a sharp elevation, and there isn't a single place to hide from sunlight until they reach the castle. She wonders if there's anything they can use to overcome this challenge. Her assistant hesitates before suggesting that the big weasels might be the only option, but they don't have enough of them to be effective. She then orders him to use the Lenars and trolls to approach the castle walls, equipping them with large hammers to break down the defenses. The assistant, visibly uneasy, reminds her that this approach will result in heavy casualties. The Vampire King, however, coldly states that they can use the bodies of the fallen to make the steep slope more manageable. That's when a sinister plan forms in her mind. If she's going to build stairs from dead bodies, they don't necessarily have to be vampire bodies. Her assistant quickly catches on to her plan, realizing that she intends to use the slaves as both a distraction and a means to diminish their supplies in the process. She then reveals that she's heard rumors about the slaves, how all the gods have forsaken them except for one, a single god who has yet to give up on them. Later, we see the vampires forcefully escorting all the slaves, demanding they march ahead. Inside the tent, many other slaves cower in fear, knowing they'll be next. The boy reflects bitterly that, at the end of the day, they were nothing more than slaves and food to the vampires. The gods he had once believed in have forsaken them. If that wasn't true, their god wouldn't have abandoned them like this for no reason. The blood and rotten meat god does not accept prayers from those who were brought in as slaves. However, there are rumors circulating that the Lizardmen of Hukrin are fighting back viciously on vampire territory. This rumor has sparked a glimmer of hope among the slaves. The blue insect god, the unknown god they've come to believe in, now represents their last saving grace, their final hope. The time has come, and the remaining slaves are ordered to step outside. While people from different species cower in fear, that human boy stands up. He knows that keeping hope alive is pointless, but Blue Insect God is the only thing they have. As he steps forward, his eyes fall on the piles of bodies lined up along the path, forming a gruesome ladder. He knows he's next in line to become part of this horrific construction. The vampire soldiers bark their orders, explaining their grim mission. The slaves are to run toward the castle doors of the Lizardmen. If the Lizardmen are willing to save them, they'll open the gates. The crowd recoils in terror as they're shoved forward, forced to march. Ahead, they can see the treacherous path to the castle, with 3 bends leading up the slope. No one has ever made it past the second bend. The vampire commander starts the countdown. When he reaches 5, the order is given. Everyone must charge toward the castle. The boy has no choice but to run. The countdown is ticking down, and if he doesn't move, he'll be slaughtered anyway. As he starts to sprint, another slave is decapitated by the vampires, and the rest follow suit, desperate to escape the same grisly end. The boy runs as fast as he can, but just then, an arrow comes flying toward him. No, not just one arrow, but a barrage, ready to pierce them all. The Vampire King's plan is simple: crush any remaining hope the slaves might have. By doing so, she can build her troops' morale and reduce their expenses, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Her assistant questions what they'll do if the Lizardmen actually open the doors and accept the slaves, but the Vampire King Shaven coldly asks him if he can't see they're shooting arrows at them. She believes that unless the Lizardmen's commander has gone mad, there's no way they would open their castle doors. However, if they do decide to open the doors and pretend to be saviors, that would work in her favor too. She could launch an attack then. To her, the gods have abandoned the slaves. Even those who still believe in them are nothing more than tools in the eyes of the gods, to be used and discarded as they please. She believes that only the blood and rotten meat god is their true savior, and that only those who refuse to believe in him are abandoned. She is determined to prove this point to everyone here. The boy, meanwhile, is running as fast as he can, miraculously avoiding all the arrows. He glances around and notices that there are no bodies nearby, meaning he must have made it farther than anyone else. Yet, eventually he stops running. The vampires watch him curiously, wondering why he stopped and why the Lizardmen have ceased their shooting. The boy, on the other hand, is certain that there's no way the gates will open. Running toward them is pointless. It was clear from the start that opening the gates would mean inviting a frontal assault from the vampires. The vampires shout at him to keep running or risk being shot from behind, but the boy doesn't move. He has finally come to terms with the truth that whether he makes it to the end or not, he will die anyway. Their gods have abandoned them, so there's no reason for them to keep running like this. Tears begin to fall, filled with sorrow, as he asks himself why they were even born into a world where they've been abandoned by their gods. The boy, desperate for an answer to his pleas, suddenly notices blue butterflies gracefully entering the scene. Their ethereal presence catches him off guard. His wishes have been heard. The front gate opens. Meanwhile, from the Lizardmen's perspective, the one atop the wall is bewildered to see that the vampires are sending more unarmed troops toward them, and the Lizardmen are unsure of their intentions. Their commander is equally uncertain, but he has a hunch that the vampires are using the slaves to lessen the slope of the hill. That is when a familiar voice inquires whether using slaves in this manner is truly beneficial. The commander Quetzal replies that the vampires are likely trying to end things quickly by discarding their excess food supplies, basically, throwing away what they no longer need. It's Rakrak gracing the scene, and he considers the possibility that there may be a different reason behind all of this. The commander Quetzal continues, explaining that the great General Yu has fought in countless battles against vampires, so the commander is sure that the word that Lizardmen are killing vampires will reach far and wide. The commander Quetzal believes it's more likely that the vampires are using these slaves to turn public opinion against the Lizardmen. Knowing the main castle door won't be opened, the vampires will make it clear that there is no hope for the slaves, thus making it easier to control them. He is quite impressed that the vampire commander is far more strategic and wise than they had initially anticipated. But Rakrak states that he has another plan and instructs the soldiers to open the door on his signal. The commander is bewildered by this and asks their leader if he truly intends to save the slaves. He warns that those people may not be slaves but weapons the vampires have been hiding. Rakrak makes it clear that this is why they're taking precautions, by shooting them twice if necessary. The commander argues that even if they open the doors, they won't be able to save more than a few dozen people, so taking such a big risk is pointless. Rakrak simply gives his friend a sly smile and asks if he's trying to resist his leader's decision. While Rakrak has no doubt that Quetzal is a capable commander, he also remembers how Quetzal always loses to him in games. Rakrak commands Quetzal to open his eyes and understand. Though Quetzal is quick with numbers and logical in his thinking, he lacks the imagination to see the bigger picture. As these ethereal butterflies float around Quetzal, he is momentarily caught off guard. Rakrak, however, announces with confidence that their god has granted them permission to open the castle doors. The gates creak open and that slave boy finally enters the palace. He is exhausted and collapses to his knees. Meanwhile, Rakrak stands at the front gate and shouts to everyone to use silver against the vampires. He warns them to be cautious and save the injured slaves while pushing back the vampires. Soldiers on the wall report that the vampire cavalry is approaching. As soon as the gate opened, they started moving quickly among the slaves. While the slaves pour inside, the Lizardmen stand guard at the gate, scanning each individual to ensure they're not enemies. Rakrak then grabs the last slave and pushes her toward the gate. As a vampire charges at Rakrak, he responds by using his electricity, sending a powerful lightning shock. The descending bolt is so intense that it's visible from miles away, even catching the attention of the Vampire King. Her attendant apologizes to her, saying they didn't expect the enemies to open their gates. Lord Shaven, however, claims that she didn't anticipate this either, but has no choice but to proceed as planned and begin the attack. Once the attendant receives the orders, he decides to rally the soldiers. Meanwhile, Shivan reflects on the one benefit of her vampire army, its composition of different species. The Lenars are fast and skilled with most weaponry, while the Kobolds are small and nimble, making it easy for them to dodge arrows. The Trolls are strong enough to withstand a couple of attacks, and the Nixon and Satiros are solid all-rounders, forming the core of her forces. Being able to take full advantage of each species' strengths is her victory plan. On top of that, they have the power of being vampires, with the third-generation specialty. The captain of the Nixon is so strong that he can rival the strength of some trolls. A hill castle like the one ahead should be able to hold around 2,000 troops, and she has managed to win battles with the same number in the past. But this time she has 3,400 soldiers, so there's no doubt in her mind that she will win. There's no way she can lose. Meanwhile, my guy is watching her live on the screen, and he is more than ready to prove her wrong. He had already anticipated that Shaven has no idea how to take over a hill castle, and now his hunch has been proven correct. He expected this much because there isn't a single commander in this generation with the experience needed to conquer a hill castle. Most of them must think it's just like attacking any other castle. Only Rockrak and Zaol, who have designed these strategies and trained in simulations, would truly understand how to approach this. You see, a regular castle and a hill castle are two completely different challenges. Even if vampires are skilled archers, none of their bows can match the precision or power of Rakrak's Lizardmen archers. On top of that, his archers have the advantage of aiming from a higher elevation to the ground below, and even if the vampires manage to climb and reach the castle walls, the Lizardmen are already prepared to deal with them. Massive rocks are ready to be hurled down, sending any intruders crashing back to where they came from. Next comes the batch of the strongest second and third generation vampires. These elite warriors boast impressive stats, but even they are no match for Rakrak's godly lightning attacks. A single strike of his lightning is enough to decimate the entire group. Rakrak, pipe in hand, casually smokes while literally smoking these bastards off the battlefield. Moments later, the front of the hill castle is littered with the corpses of vampires who had foolishly believed that attacking such a fortified position was a wise decision. The attendant reports the grim news to Lord Shaven that they have lost 600 warriors in this last attack. Shaven, visibly annoyed, does not bother to think it over, and immediately orders preparations for another assault. She declares that she must conquer the castle at all costs. Shaven desperately tries to beg the blood and rotten meat god to lend her strength. Meanwhile, the hill castle continues to rain down arrows, while everyone scrambles to escape. One of the high-tier vampires quickly cuts down a coward trying to flee, and he shouts to the others not to give up, claiming they can still conquer the hill castle. Nebula watches from the sidelines, thinking to himself that these fools are marching straight to their deaths. They've barely managed to reach the bottom of the castle walls, and they're already taking so much damage that it would be too costly to continue. The corpses are piling high, giving them a gradual incline, but if they retreat now, they'll have to start all over again. If Shaven were truly a good commander, she would recognize that a short-term attack like this is impossible. She should retreat, but Nebula is sure that her fanaticism blinding her to reality. For now, Jeolwubi is not aiding her in the battle, and Nebula wonders why. He has a hunch that Jeolwubi might be watching the battle from afar, but if that's the case, it seems he hasn't yet grasped the full situation down there. Shivan grows more desperate with each passing second. If they continue attacking like this, she'll only keep losing more soldiers. Then, one of her soldiers rushes in with urgent news. He tells her that, from behind, about half a day to a day's distance away, trolls, Satyros, and Lizardmen warriors have united and are heading toward her army. This revelation leaves Shivan stunned, and for a moment, she even considers retreating. But then she realizes it's too late for that. She has already lost too many soldiers, and if her soldiers are caught in between while retreating, it'll be impossible to block the enemy's advance. It's better to conquer the hill castle as quickly as possible and enter it. Just then, Shaven's nose begins to drip. She's confused, as she hasn't bled since becoming a vampire. Before she can process this, another soldier rushes in with more troubling news, which is that the slaves have revolted. To understand what happened, we turn a little back in time, when all the slaves were sitting quietly, hearing the distant roars of battle. One of them asks what happened to those slaves who were dragged out. Someone responded that the vampires lined them up and told them to run toward Hukrin Hill Castle, but they had no choice but to die. But one of the slaves counters. He adds that the fourth human child who was dragged out is still alive. There were blue butterflies. The blue butterflies were hovering above the castle, and the door opened. The Lizardmen opened it, and that human boy entered the castle. No one in the tent can believe it. How could one child enter the castle? Why would the Lizardmen let them in? At that moment, one of the slaves stands up, ready to rebel. She declares that the story of the Lizardmen fighting the vampires and their god watching over them is true. She's tired of being pathetic. And at this rate, they're all going to die. So, even if the rumors are false, she refuses to die like this. Her words inspire the others, and they agree to follow her in rebellion. As some vampires enter to check on the commotion, the slaves suddenly latch onto them. A brutal clash takes place, with vampires and slaves fighting with each other. In the present, Shivan asks how many slaves are causing the commotion. The attendant replies that it's not just a commotion, but that all the slaves have descended into chaos. She asks if all 1,200 slaves are rebelling. The attendant confirms, explaining that all the soldiers guarding them have been killed, and the revolt is growing rapidly. He adds that they're doing their best, but there aren't enough soldiers to contain the slaves. Annoyed, Shivan snaps, asking how they can fail to contain a bunch of weaponless slaves. The attendant responds that there are far more slaves than soldiers, and the slaves are unusually hostile. Unlike usual, they don't seem to care about dying. They're diving for weapons, taking whatever they can find. All of the slaves are rushing toward the castle, since the castle gates are open. Shivan, on the other hand, has no idea when Rakrak opened the castle doors, or how he could have thought this far ahead. She admits to herself that she's severely underestimated him. Suddenly, her attendant requests a detachment of soldiers to apprehend the situation, but when we take a look at Shivan's face, her nosebleed has worsened significantly. She interprets it as a sign of disapproval from the gods, though she refuses to believe that the god who chose her would ever blame her for this. She dismisses the thought and declares that she needs to seize the castle by tomorrow morning at any cost, and she is ready to focus all soldiers on attacking the hill castle. The attendant, hesitant, asks if she plans to leave the slaves unchecked. Even if they take the hill castle, they'll still need slaves, for both feeding and labor, especially when the enemy closes in around them. The lady glares at him and responds coldly for speaking out of turn. Before he can utter another word, she grabs him by the neck. She sinks her fangs into him and drains every last drop of his blood. Now that she has drunk some fresh blood, her mind feels sharper and more focused. She turns to the soldiers standing nearby and asks if there is any general capable of suppressing the rebellion without additional reinforcements. The soldiers nervously promise to do their best with the station troops. She gives them the green light to proceed. She then appoints this goat soldier as her new aide, instructing him to fetch her armor. She declares that she plans to open the castle gates herself. The castle's front gates are littered with countless corpses. Despite this, the vampire lady is showing no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, parts of her camp are engulfed in flames due to the unexpected rebellion sparked by the slaves. Rakrak is in awe to witness this disorder. Commander Quezel, standing beside him, turns to him and asks when their reinforcements are expected to arrive. Rakrak calmly explains that it's far too early for reinforcements. Since the attackers are vampires, he is certain the rebellion is being caused by the slaves. Quezel questions why he believes this, so Rakrak merely smiles and responds that it would be wise to assemble the cockatoo warriors. But the commander does not think it's a good idea, because the vampires will stop their attack to gather their forces and apprehend the slaves. But Rakrak doesn't think that will happen. Quezel then asks how the vampires are going to conquer the castle gate if they are not going to use their armies. Rakrak turns Quezel's attention to the front, where Shaven herself is advancing in order to take down the castle gate. She calls out to Rakrak, daring him to come out and fight if he isn't afraid. Quezel curiously asks his leader if he's going to fight. Rakrak responds confidently, saying that if he doesn't face her now, she'll use her god's power to break the castle gates. She's so desperate that she's come out herself. Rakrak knows the slaves will soon appear behind the enemy lines, and when that happens, he orders Quezel to deploy the cockatoo warriors. His plan is to pin the enemies and eliminate them. While Rakrak's strategy is clear to us, let's take a look at what Shaven is thinking. She believes that the moment Rakrak opens the gate to fight her, she will send the big weasels toward it, and then the vampire soldiers will start biting the hell out of everyone with little to no regard. If she can break through the gates and take the high ground, she's confident she can target the hill castle and gain a strategic advantage. But suddenly, a massive silhouette casts a shadow over her face. Shaven looks up. It's Rakrak sitting atop his cockatoo. While she is standing in disbelief, my guy comes crashing down at her. Their weapons clash, and although she manages to save herself, the crushing weight of her opponent has left her in awe. She never had imagined that Rakrak is this powerful. After making some distance between each other, Rakrak comes at her, but once again, she manages to save herself from a direct hit. By now she can barely stand. Just 2 attacks were enough to make her knees buckle. But she hasn't given up and keeps fighting. Meanwhile, Nebula watches the battle happen in front of him, and he finds it funny how she underestimated Rakrak as just some regular cavalry soldier. This absolute gigachad of a man is actually a level 21 hero entity, and anaxi is a cockatrice most hunters couldn't catch even with a group of 10. The situation is already stacked in Lacrak's favor. On top of that, the slaves have managed to take down the vampire general, so it wouldn't be a stretch to say victory is almost within their grasp. But then, Nebula's eyes catch something unexpected. And that unexpected thing is Jielwubi, who has a whisper request. What Nebula finds odd is that this guy chose to whisper him of all people, and at this exact time. This player's very existence is suspicious. Their nickname, appearance, timing, and even their species, one that didn't exist until now, are all weird. Normally Nebula wouldn't have accepted such a thing, but well, my guy ends up accepting anyway. As soon as the accept button is pressed, we see this dude who looks like a beat-up piñata, apparently wearing a human mask. Even his unusual appearance leaves our boy bewildered, but he eventually asks the man for an introduction. Since everyone's been calling him Jielwubi, he asks if that name is okay. But this creepy sucker doesn't respond. So, my guy asks why he's not speaking, since he's the one who sent the whisper. That's when this bastard finally opens his filthy mouth and asks Nebula if he really thinks he can win. My guy responds confidently with a yes, and that prompts this creepy sucker to claim he's going to win. But Nebula makes it clear that he is not letting any creepy sucker take the victory, and even claims that he would have won, even if it wasn't a battle for the hill castle. The creepy sucker then says he wasn't talking about the dull, lowly ones with 2 feet. But Nebula clarifies that if he's talking about a battle between Rakrak and Shaven, he's even less concerned. Because if this filthy mug descends, so can he. However, Jielwubi's reply remains the same. He's not talking about that either, and states that Nebula can't change anything in this world. Nebula has no clue what this clown is talking about. He is sure that if this person is a human who came from Earth, he would have said he's going to win the game. But Nebula can't make sense of what this filthy mug meant when he said, "You can't change anything." So, he decides to provoke him to get some answers. Nebula boldly claims again that he's going to win, develop his civilization, connect all the continents, and set up shrines in every city. But this beat-up piñata once again tells him to just stop, once again critically speaking, and stating that this kind of power isn't his, because it originally belonged to them. Nebula is intrigued by the mention of them, and wonders if there are others like this masked guy. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about his identity, but the masked guy doesn't bother to answer. Instead, he confidently says he's here to take back the old debt. With that, the whisper call ends, leaving Nebula with a ton of unanswered questions. He doesn't dwell on it too much, though, since it's time to intervene in the battlefield. But right at that moment, something unexpected catches Nebula's attention. Some sort of red energy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Rakrak has severed Shivan's hand, but her anger is still clearly etched on her face. Rakrak, on the other hand, takes his stance in order to end this finally. His familiar charges at her with godlike speed, while Rakrak aims his spear directly at her. But just as he's about to blow her head off, his familiar suddenly slams the brakes out of nowhere. The red light Nebula saw earlier descends right in front of them, leaving Rakrak in complete awe. That red light wasn't some flashy stunt. It was a gigantic sword crashing down like a goddamn meteor. The one holding this colossal sword looks creepily similar to the masked guy, Jielwubi, but way bigger. So massive that Rakrak has to crane his neck just to look up at this bastard's face. This giant man has 4 arms and a body so enormous that Rakrak, for a moment, wonders if he's looking at a god. Not only does this guy wield a giant sword, but he's also carrying a bow, a hammer, and a spear in his other hands. It seems like Nebula knows exactly what's going on. He had hoped that Jielwubi wouldn't know how to use that skill, but it looks like he was wrong. You see, this guy is using a skill called manifestation, which is something you get at Divinity level 16. Unlike Descent, this skill allows the gods themselves to land on Earth. The god can then set up the appearance of their manifestation, which is based on the domain they control. Even Nebula is in awe of its sheer size. This guy is so massive that even Stratus, that giant mantis, would barely make a dent on this behemoth. Rakrak seems panicked as well and orders a retreat, especially since manifestation consumes way more faith than Descent. To maintain the manifestation at Jielwubi's current level, he'll need sacrifices. And since he can't perform a large-scale ceremony right now, he has no choice but to take sacrifices right there on the spot. That means he's going to have to kill his own people. And right away, the bastard grabs a handful of people and tosses them straight into his mouth. Shivan looks absolutely amazed to see the sight in front of her. She feels proud of her decision to make this her god. He doesn't care about friend or foe. He's just gorging on blood and flesh. All this madness makes her laugh out loud because, in her mind, this god isn't much different from her. Meanwhile, after taking in the situation, Nebula is sure he'll lose some Lizardmen. But if they escape through a side road where the siege is weaker, the damage won't be too great. Once this monster recovers his faith, the hill castle will be empty already, and Shaven's remaining forces will retake the castle. but it'll leave a huge mark on the vampire army and drain Jill Wooby's resources. They won't be able to use the hill castle, and only a few soldiers will remain, and they will have to travel across the continent to recover their forces. Once their power weakens, Nebula plans to deal with them personally. There will be quite a bit of damage done to the other players, but that's not his responsibility. Meanwhile, Rockrak is making sure everyone leaves the castle as fast as possible, because no one knows when the evil god will attack. Commander Quezzle requests that Rockrak go downhill with their people, and he'll personally take care of the castle. But Rockrak is not willing to abandon his warriors just to escape. Quezzle reminds him that he's not just a leader, but a king as well. But Rockrak sticks to his guns, and makes it clear that being a king doesn't grant him the right to act like a coward. Quezzle tries to remind him of the responsibilities of being a king. He's the one most revered, their role model, and he should be the one leading them. They keep arguing until an explosion catches both of their attention. Quezzle then reminds Rockrak that his death would bring huge disorder to their nation, but their heirs are still young, so he better make sure to stay safe. But for Rockrak, if abandoning his people is what it takes to be called a king, then he's not fit for the position. He looks at the monstrosity before him and can tell that it hasn't even filled half of its stomach yet. Not even half of the hill castle has been evacuated. Rockrak knows that the power of the gods does not last long, so if they leave them be, the Vampire King will stay alive, and after conquering the hill castle, he'll escape onto the continent. The battle will last several years, but not much longer than that, and the victory will be theirs win in the end. But Rockrak doesn't want a victory that costs countless sacrifices. With that in mind, Rockrak refuses to take any advice from Quezzle. Instead, he throws his comrade out of the way and charges straight at the monster. Even Nebula is shocked out of his mind after watching Rockrak make such an idiotic and reckless move. To stop him, Nebula decides to descend, but just as he activates the skill, he's hit with a notification that Rockrak is resisting the descent skill. Nebula has the option to force a descent, but surprisingly, he refuses to do it. If he forces the descent, Rockrak will freeze for a brief moment, and that moment is all it would take for the monster to kill him. Meanwhile, Rockrak finally comes face to face with the monstrosity. The giant quickly swings at him, but Rockrak dodges the blow effortlessly. Nebula, on the other hand, is growing impatient. He's wishing Rockrak would just retreat already. He even sends red butterflies as a clear warning to not engage in this fight. But Rockrak ignores the message entirely, which just annoys Nebula out of his mind. The arrow Rockrak shoots at the behemoth barely scratches it, like a tiny needle prick, and it falls off harmlessly. The monster retaliates immediately, descending its massive sword straight toward Rockrak. But Rockrak leaps into the air just in time and strikes the beast with his blue lightning. Unfortunately, that blue lightning is nothing more than a tiny tickle to this colossal monster. Since Nebula cannot descend right now, he opts for another option, which is to sponsor faith resources for the battle. Once he does, Rockrak manages to strike the giant monster with an equally massive bolt of light that cracks the hell out of the beast. All the while, Rockrak continues to resist the descent skill, and it's driving Nebula insane. Nebula knows some of the black-scaled tribe warriors would disobey their chief's orders if it meant saving him, which proves without a doubt that Rockrak is a true warrior. But Nebula isn't sure if Rockrak should be going against the god's will. He can see the flawed logic Rockrak is following, trying to save more lives by putting his own on the line. Rockrak seems to think that fighting this monster will reduce its manifestation time. To him, saving lives matters more than a shallow victory, so he's giving it everything he's got. As soon as Rockrak gets close enough to the monster's head, he calls out to Stingray for help. The blue lightning spirit complies, charging Rockrak's spear with electric power. Rockrak throws the spear with all his strength at the monster's head. In the aftermath, all that's visible is smoke. But within that smoke, the monster's red eyes begin to glow, which is a clear sign that shit is about to go down. The giant swings its enormous hammer, and with one devastating blow, Rockrak is knocked out for good. For Nebula, it's a crushing sight. The system honors Rockrak with a tribute. Rockrak, the warrior, the hand hunter, the Lizardmen of Thunder, the first chosen one, the chief of the black-scaled tribe, the founding king of Hukrin, the great Thunder Dragon King, the model for all Lizardmen, the one who opened the path, and a king greater than anyone else. Rockrak the High Priest has died. This loss causes Nebula to lose experience points, but the emotional blow is far heavier, not for Nebula, but for all of the Rockrak fans. Rockrak's lifeless body brutally slams into the ground, and that giant piece of shit swings his axe, making sure to crush what's left of Rockrak, ensuring there's nothing left of him. Nebula could only watch in shock. To him, this was the biggest strategic loss he could have faced. Sure, it's somewhat inconvenient to lose your most prized asset in such a critical moment, but Nebula had expected this much to happen. He will now appoint Hui Kyung for the Rockrak's role. And as for Rockrak, Nebula plans to send him to the afterlife, But before he could share his next plan, he gets a notification. It reminds him that Rockrak, a figure respected by all, has passed away, and many are mourning his death. Of course, Nebula finds it incredibly annoying to see this. It's as if the system is mocking him by pointing out the obvious. But then something catches his eye. The notification reads that Rockrak has been declared an apostle and has attained a divine status. This completely throws Nebula off guard, as he never expected something like this to happen. It feels almost unreal. You see, apostles are those who assist gods, and when a god's creation grows, or when a special being like a dragon becomes part of the faith, they can be made apostles. Sometimes even ordinary beings can rise to this status, which is known as ascension. Apostles can instantly obtain divinity levels and spread faith by taking the lead, rather than just following a god's orders. What's bothering Nebula, though, is that neither of the conditions for Rockrak's ascension seem to be met. Here are the conditions for apostle ascension. The entity's level must be at least hero rank, meaning level 21 or higher. The entity's story must be known by the majority. The entity must have internalized faith in the god. Lastly, Nebula must have 1 million in faith value. Although the first condition is met, the others are unclear. Nebula isn't sure what it truly means for an entity to be known by the majority, or what internalized faith in God means. Above all, the last condition does not meet the criteria at all. With his divinity level at 11 and a faith value of just 100,000, this doesn't seem to fit the apostle criteria. For Nebula to have a faith value of 1 million, his own divinity level would need to be at least 21, but his current divinity level is still at 11, making that impossible. Then, another notification takes him by surprise, telling him that he has surpassed the possible number of faiths, and the faith count is now skyrocketing. Nebula is left speechless to see this. While his faith is dropping down, it's also filling up at an incredible speed. He has no idea where all this faith is coming from. At that moment, the scene shifts to this massive behemoth, tearing through everything in its path. Watching the destruction, all the slaves begin praying for Rockrak. It's not just the slaves and lizardmen. Even the vampires are praying for him. But still, Nebula thinks, there just aren't enough people praying for Rockrak to generate this much faith value. It goes against the rules of the game. However, it seems Nebula might be wrong about all of this. He's absolutely shocked when he begins to consider the possibility that this world might not actually be a game after all. You see, the perished world was a game, but this world doesn't seem to follow the same rules. The system simply makes it appear like a game. If he is guessing it right, this means that the feelings, beliefs, and convictions of the people aren't something that can be easily quantified by the system. What Nebula is witnessing is something beyond the system's limits. It's a miracle, something that surpasses the numbers and constraints of the game. The collective beliefs and convictions of the people are so strong, they've triggered something extraordinary. The system then prompts Nebula, stating that Rockrak is requesting Advent. Nebula is quite fascinated to see this. Despite Rockrak just dying, he wants to fight as an apostle. At first, Nebula hesitates. He doesn't have the stats to support Rockrak in the battlefield. But then he remembers something important. Rockrak's fame and the titles he earned while alive will be reflected in Rockrak's abilities once he becomes a being of the story. With that in mind, Nebula presses yes and wishes Rockrak the best in his new journey. Meanwhile, on the ground, Commander Quazel is helping the other lizardmen evacuate. Everyone feels numb after witnessing the death of their king. Though Commander Quazel would love nothing more than to drown in sorrow, there's no time for that. He knows he has to make the most of Rockrak's sacrifice. Thanks to their king, everyone can safely escape, but Quazel isn't sure how Zale will react when he learns their king is dead. Up until now, many within the continent have fought for their own greed, trying to claim precious things for themselves. But Quazel feels like Lord Rockrak's actions will change something. He's certain that Rockrak's death will have a profound effect, though he's unsure if they can ever completely defeat that evil god. Just as Quazel contemplates this, something incredible happens. Everyone suddenly hears a crackling thunder, and a bolt of lightning descends from the sky like a meteor. The sheer brilliance of the light causes everyone to freeze. The light is so blinding that even the massive monster is temporarily blinded. In a panic, the creature swings its colossal hammer toward the source of the light. But as soon as the hammer gets close, the monster's weapon is tossed aside like it was nothing more than a stuffed toy. Then, the monster senses a familiar presence, and it quickly starts losing its mind. This isn't just any ordinary being, it's Rockrak, who's just ascended, and you can tell that he's no longer the same. He looks like an absolute powerhouse, an absolute beast of a lizard, and it's clear he's now on a whole new level. All the lizardmen burst into joyous celebration upon seeing their king on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the vampires look absolutely boggled that Rockrak is still alive, or rather, returned in a new divine form. The colossal monster, however, is furious. The thought of a mere mortal challenging him is beyond insulting. Out of frustration, he hefts his massive hammer and prepares to bring it crashing down once more. But Rakrak isn't here to take any of that. He takes his stance and starts channeling his thunder power. Just as the hammer begins to descend, Rakrak launches himself like a bolt of lightning and strikes the monster directly on its right shoulder, leaving it groaning in pain and momentarily staggered. As Rakrak readies himself for another attack, we get a glimpse of his newly revised stats displayed on screen. He's now a level 6 warrior and a king, but his ascension as an apostle has brought him to an impressive level 13. Alongside these, there's an array of other stats, showcasing his incredible transformation. One thing is clear though, being an apostle is no joke. Rakrak isn't just back, he's stronger than ever, and he's here to turn the tide. Nebula also observes Rakrak's new stat upgrades with fascination. He notices that the levels Rakrak had as a high priest have been seamlessly transferred to his new role as an apostle. Since apostles possess divinity, these levels now include something called the D state, which represents divinity. However, Nebula knows that this alone isn't enough to take on the level 16 manifestation of Jielwubi. That giant manifestation boasts a 16D divinity level, 3 ranks higher than Rakrak's. But Nebula realizes something important. The true power of an apostle doesn't lie in raw levels alone. It's all about their skills, fame, and titles, which are reflected in the form of unique abilities. Rakrak's first display of power, blocking the hammer, was thanks to a skill called Hand Hunter. This skill made it possible for him to deflect the weapon despite the overwhelming difference in raw power. Since Rakrak is no longer a one-trick pony, we are about to witness another skill, known as weapon creation. Rakrak activates weapon creation and conjures a giant bow, challenging the monstrous manifestation, which is now also wielding a bow to take down the flying hero. The monster unleashes a massive arrow, but Rakrak is ready. He channels all his electricity into his own arrow, charging it with the power of thunder. This ability, known as Lizardmen of Thunder, is one of Rakrak's most potent skills. It consumes faith to fuel thunder-based attacks, turning Rakrak into a storm-bringing force of destruction. Once that giant thunderstrike is unleashed, it devours the incoming arrow and heads straight for the giant bastard, who gets the biggest shock of his life. But still, as massive as that thunder attack might be, this behemoth isn't ready to give up. The thought of losing to this apostle, who has just obtained divinity, doesn't sit well with him. So, the big guy throws his massive weapon at our lizard hero once again, but Rakrak quickly surfs over the spear. And after soaring higher into the sky, he prepares his own divine spear, ready to throw it down. The people of the Lizardmen tribe cheer, offering all their support and best wishes. Because of their positive attitude toward their king, the system announces a 4-point divinity increase in camaraderie, and another 4-point increase due to the relationship with the citizens of Hukrin. There's also an additional 4-point divinity boost in camaraderie due to the slaves Rakrak has helped, who now know his name and follow him. Currently, Rakrak is earning an apostle's faith based on his camaraderie and charisma. And once you add this another skill, the first chosen one, it increases his stats proportionally to the faith resources he has just obtained. To put it simply, the more people pray for Rakrak, the stronger he gets. With all the power Rakrak has managed to gather, he comes crashing down toward the monster, channeling all his electric energy. Quetzal feels absolutely proud and confident seeing his king back in action. He tells his king to exterminate the evil once and for all. From the people's perspective, they see a star so bright heading directly toward the monster. The light emanating from it is so intense that everyone has to cover their eyes. But one of the slave boys watches everything with his eyes wide open and sees how the giant monster's equally giant head is obliterated by the light. The light is almost like a beacon of hope, taking down the monster and leaving everyone in absolute awe. All of the lizard men and slaves are having the time of their lives, seeing the monster finally put to an end. Quetzal runs towards his king, promptly falls to his knees, lowers his head, and waits for his king to respond. Rakrak states that he has to leave now, but Quetzal isn't sure what the hell he's talking about. Rakrak then points out that he definitely had died, and this is the way of the heavens. But Quetzal argues, asking at least to return to the palace and say his final goodbyes to his loved ones. Rakrak humbly reminds him that the heavens are not something they should go against. Quetzal, of course, is in tears, devastated by the thought that his most beloved leader is going to leave him behind. But that's when Rakrak offers him the spear he holds and tells him to take the weapon that killed the evil god in Hukrin. It's a divine object, so he better handle it carefully. Quetzal extends both of his hands with the utmost respect, while Rakrak flashes a pleasant smile at him. He tells him to not feel sad about anything, as he is going to protect Hukrin as an apostle of God. Quetzal promises to his king that he will ensure Rakrak's name is never forgotten from this land. But Rakrak surprisingly tells him that this isn't what he should focus on. Quetzal has no idea what his king means, but Rakrak is pretty sure that he will figure it out himself, and with that, he leaves the rest in Quetzal's capable hands. The commander cries, promising to carry out his duties to the best of his abilities. And just like that, his king disappears before him. After the defeat of the evil god, some of the vampires surrendered, while others scattered into smaller troops. High Priest Shaven, having lost her god, was killed by her subordinates and offered to Hukrin. Time passed, and 137 years went by just like that. In Hukrin's capital, Orazon, it was King Anpyong's 23rd year of governance. In one of the libraries of the palace, this old lady can be seen visibly displeased with the idea that they are skipping over the first prince and instead planning to accept the third prince as the crown prince. Her sharp tone makes it clear she strongly opposes the suggestion. Across from her, there is this white-scaled lizard who is seemingly unmoved by her objections. The white lizardman once again suggests skipping over the first prince and crowning the third prince instead. But once again, the old lady voices her opposition. After all, it's been a long-standing tradition that the first prince always inherits the imperial succession. This tradition has been around for more than 100 years now, so suddenly breaking it doesn't seem appropriate. Also, we don't have to keep calling him the White Lizardman anymore. His name is Dunan, and he holds the sacred position of hunting minister in the right cabinet. Moving on, Dunan reminds her that there have been exceptions in Hukrin's history, so he's not sure why she's against the idea this time. Sure, she acknowledges that the first prince is a lazy type who isn't exactly studious, more of a fun-seeking, laid-back guy. But that's not a good enough reason to make him give up his position as crown prince. This woman, by the way, is the leader of the left cabinet. Her name is Hui Moon. While she doesn't think the first prince's unserious behavior is anything to worry about, Dunan has the exact opposite opinion. Just look at the rumors that reveal how the first prince was out shooting with street thugs from Orazon right after learning how to hunt. If the kingdom's heirs are going to be that detached from their responsibilities, always partying and slacking off, then no minister would want to serve under such a ruler. But Hui Moon believes the first prince has been sick for a long time, and she doesn't want to put any pressure on him that might worsen his condition. She even suggests that Dunan be a little more sensitive with his words. The white lizard sincerely acknowledges the lack of empathy in how he's putting things. But that doesn't mean he wants to see the first prince on the throne. He suggests Hui Moon subtly hint his opinion to His Majesty ahead of time. He doesn't exactly want to shock the king the day he bluntly announces he's ousting the first prince. Of course, that makes the woman lose her bananas a bit, seeing how cold-blooded this reptile is. Did you see what I did there? Meanwhile, the lizard pushes her to propose the third prince as crown prince and to convince anyone who tries to make a fuss. Hui Moon is clearly not satisfied with how he's trying to handle this delicate issue, so she chases after him, insisting he reconsider. But it seems like her opinion means very little to him. He just straight up ignores her. All she can do is grumble behind Dunan, cursing the stubbornness this guy always shows. To understand what all this crown prince drama is about, here's the context. As we already know, it's been 100 years since Hukrin's great king, Rakrak, passed away. The royal family has continued through Rakrak's descendants. It goes without saying that every king since has been accomplished in their own ways, but none of them have come even close to matching the greatness Rakrak represented. And while there have been subpar kings, the current ruler, King Anpyong, is generally seen as someone who brought peace to the nation, even if he hasn't achieved much over the past 10 years. Now tension is rising within the royal family about who's going to succeed him. The scene now shifts to this old lizard hag who's supposedly the prince's teacher. Her name is Ravine Quez. In front of her sits third prince Kyle Lark Orazon, currently 12 years old. Since Kyle has basically finished reading every book in the library, across every field and subject, his teacher wants to know which branch of study he'd like to pursue. But Kyle is having a hard time picking just one field. He found a lot of them fascinating, so he asks if it's possible to choose more than one. Ravine suggests he briefly explain the books that fascinated him most, and what he liked about them. First up, he mentions Owen's travel diary. He claims to love it because of how it describes countless places and species he's never seen before. It's basically a travel diary written by Owen, a lizard man who lived during Rakrak's generation. Owen was a traveler who went to all sorts of places, leaving behind 9 travel journals before heading west later in life. Since there are no records after the 9th book, the 10th one is known as the Book of Illusions. Ravine is pleased to hear about Kyle's first pick, as it just shows that he's like many kids who love adventure stories. But then she's surprised when he mentions the next books on his list: Zael's Algebraic Theory and Orazon's Architectural Design. Zael's books, he says, make logic feel joyful, and you can really feel the warmth she had for people through her writing. Zael was a mathematician and architect of her time. She compiled the math of her era, making her a one-of-a-kind figure in history. She also supervised the construction of the 4 water wheels and designed the capital city of Orazon. Every achievement and invention she made is clearly recorded in the books. Given that Orazon's architectural design is packed with complex numbers and floor plans, it's kind of insane that a kid like Kyle can sense the feelings of the architect just by reading it. To be clear, Zale's books make most scholars look clueless, since they can barely understand them. Kyle also brings up a book known as Quesel's Ethics, written by his teacher's ancestor. Hearing that, Ravine feels proud that her family stood by Rockrak's side and supported him however they could. The Ethics of Quesel often quotes Rockrak's way of life, along with some original ideas added in by Quesel himself. By now, Ravine Quez is completely blown away by her student's intellect. It's admirable that such a young child even regards morality as an important topic, a crucial virtue for any king to have. As if that wasn't enough, Kyle further expresses his interest in Yur's Battle in the Plains, Saren Mule's Night Sky, and Rockrak's How to Read the Sky book. He goes on to reveal fascinating tidbits and what he likes about these books. The lizard lady is fascinated beyond words. She can't even put into words how shocked she is. To have read so much and understood it all at such a tender age shows just how extraordinary this kid truly is. What disappoints her, though, is that Kyle is only the third prince of the kingdom, making his chances of running the kingdom slim at best. The crazy part is that she even acknowledges that this kid is more knowledgeable than her in many areas. While she hopes he will use his knowledge to do good for society, she also fears he will be overshadowed because of his position as third prince. Kyle snaps her out of it by calling her out. He actually wants to ask something that's been on his mind for a long time, though it's not related to studying, or maybe it is. He isn't sure. Regardless, he's got a question he wants answered. He's just not confident about asking. Ravine gives him the green light to ask whatever his heart desires. Finally, he questions her. Can he qualify to become king? This catches the teacher completely off guard. She literally chokes on her tea as the gravity of the question sinks in. She instantly asks if he's brought this question up with anyone else. He replies no, much to her relief. She advises him not to say this in front of anyone else. Kyle understands the consequences of his words and knows he must be careful around others. She's the only person he's brought this up with and wants an honest answer, if he can actually qualify to be the next king. The woman hesitates to answer. See, the first prince, Basan Lak Orazon, has already been elected crown prince. The only way Kyle could become king is if Basan is ousted. Anyone who objects to the first prince is automatically deemed a traitor. In the worst case, that could cost you your life. So she's unsure if she can even answer this daunting question Kyle has posed. Instead, she throws a question back at him. Does he want to become king? Kyle isn't sure about that either. But one thing he is certain of is that if he were to become king, he could be a great asset to the kingdom. And that claim totally catches Ravine off guard. Let's take a quick bonus scene of Serene Mountains before we transition to Runda throwing a fit. She literally knocks over the chessboard Nebula and Eldar were using to play. When Runda notices Eldar with Nebula, she gets even angrier for some reason. What pushes her over the edge is the fact that Nebula never shares any crucial info with her, even though she always shares everything she knows. Nebula finally decides to share some juicy intel, but only after she wins. To find out what Nebula is holding back, the lady decides to play the board game, only to lose multiple rounds. By now, she feels like he's just toying with her, intentionally not giving up any information. After throwing yet another fit, she hangs up on him like she'll never contact him again. Meanwhile, Eldar is also curious about the information Nebula is holding. Since he isn't acting as a double agent for anyone, unlike Runda, he assures his fellow that the information won't be leaked. Nebula seems to trust him and decides to reveal an interesting tidbit. He points at the third prince of Hukrin on the screen. What makes this kid special are his unusual stats. While he may not have flashy or exciting skills up his sleeve, his intelligence stands at a whopping 107, making him super intelligent. Unsurprisingly, Eldar is startled to see Kyle at level 0 yet boasting the highest intelligence stat, which is extremely rare. Having an intelligence stat of 60 gets you called a genius in this generation, but surpassing 100? That's crazy. Nebula is confident it'll be difficult to find anyone with this level of intelligence for decades across the continent. Here's a little background on what's been going on over the past 100 years. After the battle between Hukrin and Beka ended, everything stagnated for the next century. No major events worth noting. Besides discovering ancient relics, killing abominations and abominable gods, and gaining small domains, the borders barely changed. With expanding borders, managing internal affairs also became a must, something Nebula should be taking care of. This is why he feels stagnation after a few decades is necessary in the game. Outside of the main species who led the early expansion, this was a period where appeasement policies were necessary to win over other species within the nation. Hukrin had its share of small and big issues due to the mixing of several species. While these problems aren't recorded in history, there were 6 revolts. The hardest issue was coexistence with vampires. See, after the evil god's defeat at Nebula's end, Beka's slaves and vampires wanted to be naturalized as Hukrin citizens. Of course, symbiosis with vampires was difficult, especially since vampires survive by drinking blood. The second and third generation high-rank vampires couldn't survive on animal blood alone, so the vampires made a surprising choice. They took refuge in mountain caves and prayed to Nebula, expressing their desire to follow the will of the blue insect god. As witnesses to Apostle Rakrak's holy death, they no longer wanted to live by hurting others. About 1,000 vampires decided to starve themselves to death. Though some escaped or couldn't resist temptation, 600 vampires endured the pain and faced death without moving an inch. They may have sinned, but since they reflected on their sins and wanted to be punished, even the Lizardmen believed the blue insect god would forgive them immediately. And so, they were forgiven. The area where the vampires repented later became known as Digging Buddha Valley, a sanctuary of the Night Sky Order. This place became a symbol of repentance and atonement, proving that even if you weren't a lizard man, with true faith, the blue insect god would embrace you. After this incident, the blue insect god was later bestowed with another title, Night Sky. That's how the Night Sky Order transformed into a faith followed by many species, not just lizardmen. Furthermore, this third prince who has Nebula's attention is also going to contribute further to these changes. For a civilization to develop, one needs suitable techniques and inventions, and those inventions must connect with each other. With the level of intelligence Kyle possesses, he's well suited to discover new things. If he becomes the next king, he would have the influence to bring important inventions all across Hukrin. The current governance structure of Hukrin isn't ideal. The left cabinet is open to several species and handles the internal affairs of the palace, doing the kind of work eunuchs did on Earth. However, the administrative officers with real power, the right cabinet, are monopolized by the Lizardmen. And everyone knows that power corrupts people, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So there gotta be some regime change. Kyle seriously needs to solve this issue of harmony between species, and the new king must be wise enough to handle and resolve these tensions. However, Eldar points out that Kyle is merely the third prince. The first son, Basun, who is supposed to inherit the throne, spends most of his time playing. Still, that's not a valid reason to oust him. Once the crown prince position is set, it would be nearly impossible for Kyle to become king. Nebula has the option to simply send down an oracle and intervene directly in internal affairs. But since this is an important period for sovereign power, divine intervention would be unwise. So he'll have to use a more indirect method. Eldar wants to know exactly what methods Nebula has in mind. In response, Nebula leans in and whispers every juicy detail into her ear, without letting any one of us know a single thing. The plan is so strange that Eldar has a hard time believing it will actually work. Perhaps he's just too overconfident in the third prince's unnatural intellect. Still, Nebula is so certain about his plan that he's willing to place a bet on it. In the palace garden, two ladies sneak around anxiously in the presence of a massive sleeping beast. This creature is actually Orizon's guardian dragon, known as Manhwa. Manhwa is a drake once handled by the great Thunder Dragon King, the founder of the nation. Like the stories say, drakes don't die of old age. Manhwa's growth period continued for decades, and he grew to gargantuan size. The beast is currently about 25 meters long and estimated to be 150 years old. With that hulking size, it goes without saying that his food consumption is equally stupendous. With a big diet comes a big dump too, which the palace must discard every day, making this high-maintenance animal quite a burden. People are also afraid the giant creature might go wild and destroy everything inside the palace. Some have suggested relocating Manhwa to a less populated town. Others even suggested offering him as a sacrificial animal. But since Manhwa's existence represents the sovereignty that has continued since the Thunder Dragon King, they have no choice but to keep him, even if it's just a burden to resources. Luckily, Manhwa has been eating and sleeping peacefully. However, that's about to change. Suddenly, the beast noticed familiar celestial blue butterflies. This causes it to perk up in happiness. After all, these butterflies represent his long-dead friend Rakrak coming to meet him. When your favorite comes down all the way from the heavens, leaving behind comfort just to meet you, it means you're the luckiest person alive. Apparently, Manhwa has recently been experiencing vague emotions and longing bubbling inside him, but the beast doesn't know what they were, or what to do about them. He often sees these blue butterflies that always remind him of his second owner, Rakrak. As much as he wants to chase those blue butterflies, Manhwa knows he's prohibited from going beyond the boundary wall. In a similar incident before, when he tried to go past the wall, the guards pushed him back in. But still, this fellow desperately wants to cross that wall and hug his friend. Rakrak also feels very grateful for the generous effort his god bestowed on him by giving him a chance to catch a glimpse of his old friend. The Lizard King was calling for his good old friend to come here, and that loyal fellow gives up on his urges and crashes right through the walls just to meet him. Somewhere in the palace, Dunan and his fellows catch the sudden sound of the crash Manhwa caused. By the time the guards went to inspect the place of the commotion, they realized Manhwa had escaped to the ancestral mountains, and that definitely got Dunan to perk up. though his reaction wasn't as shocked compared to his fellows. In fact, his fellows were annoyed because, as the hunting minister, Dunun was supposed to go out and make an effort to catch Manun before the morning meeting. Since this involves beasts, it goes without saying it's the hunting minister's responsibility to bring that beast back. But Dunun has his own reasons for not wanting to chase the beast. After all, the hunting minister's main job is to prepare hunts for the noble's entertainment, so he doesn't have time to track down Manun. But well, when duty calls, you don't have many options, or do you? A while later, after a little court meeting, Dunun can be seen storming out of the castle, totally exasperated. Even more annoying, the royal court didn't allow him to have a hunting expedition team, but were willing to lend him palace guards in this mission to capture Manun. The thing is, Manun could easily crush a bunch of royal guards to death with just a single body roll, so the only choice Dunun is banking on is to lure the beast with some food and trap him somehow. Even then, a lot of people will suffer. After all, civilian hunters usually travel those ancestral mountains too. If they get hurt by Manun, it's obvious public sentiment will turn against him. It's not every day a white guy like him gets chosen for a cabinet seat. But if this incident results in casualties, all the blame will fall on his shoulders. Damn, even these creepy crawling cold-blooded reptiles have racism among them. But thankfully, it's the white people here who have to fight it. Bro's sure his position as hunting minister is as good as gone. Back to the main task. The first thing he can do is gather clues about what triggered Manhwa to suddenly go rampant, even though he's been well behaved lately. For a moment, he thinks someone must be behind this. And this weak-ass boundary wall they built was part of the conspiracy. Suddenly, a few cockatrices zip past him, and one of the birds is occupied by the Prince Basan, Hukrin's crown prince, Basan Lak Orazon. Finally, here's a formal introduction of the notorious first crown prince, known for his mischief and carefree lifestyle. Dunun is rather surprised to see the first prince barging down unceremoniously toward the mountains and asks where he's going. Well, as expected, he's making his way to find Manhwa. Being the first prince, he doesn't feel the need to ask the hunting minister for permission. Under normal circumstances, of course, Basan wouldn't require anyone's permission. But it has already been decided that the hunting minister will be in charge of Manun's escape case, and this was settled a while ago in the imperial meeting. Seems like Prince Basan is indifferent to the imperial meeting's judgment. Since he believes this is for the better, no one can stop him. It's not an everyday occurrence when this creature goes out for a walk, so he wanted to see Manhwa on the move and came with his friends. But now he feels greedy as he desires to capture the creature himself. Of course, this causes an exaggerated concern from Dunun. After all, the first prince's drunken bozo friends are no good. In fact, they're still drunk down to their very last brain cell, so Dunun pretty much guesses these dudes won't listen to him under any circumstance. While the first prince may be good at hunting, he won't stand a chance against Manhwa, given the beast's size. Which I guess is a good thing. The cockatoo the first prince is riding won't be able to keep pace with Manhwa, and the beast will escape before Basan can reach him. So, the hunting minister suggests Basan inform the closest forest ranger as soon as he spots Manhwa in the wild. But the first prince makes it clear the beast is his to capture, so no reporting back. Then again, he does understand the hunting minister's obligations, and reluctantly agrees to report any sightings of the creature. With that, he's off on his hunt along with his drunken buddies. The wise white lizardmen can do nothing but fume in exasperation, but that fuming anger soon fades when he spots Prince Kyle in the distance, examining the breakout. They lock eyes at that moment before Kyle explains why he's here. He's actually here to find clues behind Manhwa's disappearance. He also noticed Basan is already on the prowl. He acknowledges that the first prince is good at hunting, but capturing a beast as massive as Manhwa requires more than just hunting skills. Regardless, Dunun is more interested in what bits Kyle has managed to gather regarding the case. The first thing Kyle notices is how strange the wooden bar is. Anyone can tell from its appearance that it's difficult to break cleanly. If force had been applied, it would have shattered into pieces. Given this, it likely means insects have eaten away at it, though it doesn't make sense. After all, these wooden boards are attached to stone columns. The insects likely crawled through the stone columns and reached the wooden part. But how come the insects only ate the specific part in the middle? If the insects had eaten all the wooden parts equally, the entire structure would have collapsed when Manhwa tried to escape. But only the middle part was weakened by the insects, convenient enough for Manhwa to break through and make a run for it. It's like a coincidental natural occurrence. Even if they coat the specific parts of the wooden fence with honey, it would take several days for the insects to eat through it. This is when the first prince connects the dots and points out the old name of the night sky god, which was used 100 years ago. It was called the blue insect god. If you go further back into history, there are records that the night sky god was even called the nameless beetle god. When the Hukrin tribe was starving and wandering the wild, the insects guided them and kept them fed. Basically, what Kyle is implying is that the blue insect god, aka the night sky, caused this to happen, though Dunun finds it unconvincing. Kyle also admits it's just a hypothesis he came up with. He's ready to confirm it by checking if the other wooden bars have been eaten by insects too. Even if the night sky is behind this, Dinan seriously wants to know the motivation. But right now, he's more worried about the consequences than who caused it. While there are hunters and rangers on the ancestral mountains, Manan is big enough to be seen from afar. So it will be easier for people to avoid direct confrontation with Manun, making it difficult for them or civilians to become casualties. However, some might get that hard boner to chase down this mighty beast and capture it. Now that Dunnan mentions it, Kyle points out that the person who chases down the beast might be the ultimate target for the night sky god. And speaking of which, that person just so happens to be Prince Basan. Looks like Dunnan finally cracked the code exactly what Kyle is intending to imply. Maybe the night sky really exists, and it wants the nation to succeed. For that to happen, it wants the third prince to become the next king. If that's the case, then the night sky god might try to claim Prince Basan's life. This shit is serious, so much so that Dunnan doesn't want Kyle telling anyone. While the young one promises to keep it secret, he has a favor to ask. Since Dinan is planning to go after Basan, Kyle wants to tag along too. This request catches the white lizard off guard. He can sense Kyle isn't just being stubborn about going, there's a purpose behind it. See, having Kyle around will likely increase Basan's chances of survival. After all, the night sky god only wants Basan's life, and if Kyle gets hurt, that won't do anyone any good. Cut to Basan and his drunkard bozo friends following Manan's trail. After a short journey, they spot the beast nearby, lying on the ground. It's pretty unusual they found the beast so easily. Conveniently enough, Manun even left a trail behind, making tracking easier. Since Basan isn't that sharp, he assumes the beast must have been suffocating and itching to roam after being stuck in a shitty garden for over 100 years. Basan even feels a little sympathy for the poor creature that spent all that time sleeping. While the beast sleeps soundly, Basan's drunk buddies suggest waking the dragon up and driving it back to the palace. But the terrifying grumbling noises the beast makes even while asleep scare the bozos into retracting their plan. They start throwing out random solutions to a problem they clearly don't understand. Eventually, they settle on luring the beast with some kind of deer as bait, something the beast can eat. Basan decides to put this plan into action, sending his buddies off to fetch bait while he stays behind to make sure Manun doesn't wake up and move. Seems like Basan used this ploy to shoo the idiots away. First, because their plan was ridiculous. Second, if they all stayed, Basan wouldn't get the credit for bringing Manan back. Speaking of credit, Basan takes us down memory lane where we learn a little about him, like how he used to be praised for everything he achieved. But he soon realized that wasn't enough. He once asked his teacher, Ravine, why, if the night sky god is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, there's still war, pain, sadness, and misfortune in the world. He was seriously curious and wanted answers, but Ravine didn't seem to have any. That day, she even tried racking her brain for a plausible explanation, but eventually she ended the lesson. That's when Basan realized the compliments he had been getting weren't true acknowledgement. True acknowledgement, he figured, only comes when you do something so outstanding it leaves everyone speechless. Just like the night sky god. Basan has never felt that kind of acknowledgement in his life. He knows many don't think he's worthy to be king, but he can't help it. He was born this way. After all, he's not naturally gifted like his younger brother Kyle. So he hopes to earn respect and sway public opinion by producing results. This is one of his few chances to prove if he's worthy of being king. Suddenly, his brother Kyle arrives on the scene. As Kyle jumps off his bird, he trips and sprains his ankle. His concerned brother and hunting minister look shocked. The first prince quickly tends to Kyle while scolding the hunting minister for bringing such a young kid into a dangerous place. He then orders Dunan to fetch some medicine from a nearby hut on the mountain ridge. With that, the white lizard heads off to grab ointment. But it turns out they don't need any ointment at all, especially since Kyle's perfectly fine, much to his older brother's surprise. Apparently, Kyle didn't really sprain his ankle. It was just a ploy to send Dunan away so he could have a private chat with his brother. Basan still doesn't understand why Kyle had to risk his life coming so dangerously close to Manun just for a talk. But we all know this creature is an extremely dangerous entity, but not for Kyle. He eventually fills his big brother in on every juicy detail he's managed to gather. A while later, the third prince's downcast face reveals his heavy burden upon learning that the night sky god might be trying to claim his life. Though Kyle admits this is only his interpretation, not to mention, Dunnan somehow agrees with the possibility. Even if it's true, Basan cannot understand why Kyle came all this way to save him. After all, Kyle could have simply stayed back and watched the crown prince die, making himself next in line to the throne. Their second brother has already become a priest of the Night Sky Order, so if Basan were to perish, Kyle would automatically inherit the crown prince position. Out of curiosity, Basan asks his younger brother if he really isn't interested in the crown. Well, We all know that Kyle has long desired the throne. This is exactly why he came. But rather than killing his own brother, he wants his big brother to hand over the crown prince title willingly. Basan is clueless and doesn't know how to react. Kyle, meanwhile, doubles down on his request, reminding him that history has proven the night sky god never fails. While other gods have failed to prove themselves, the night sky god always emerges victorious. This shows how meticulous the god is, paying attention to every subtle detail to ensure his plans succeed perfectly. So it goes without saying that Basan will eventually die unless he hands over his crown prince's title willingly. Kyle is further certain the night sky god will exploit similar opportunities in the future. Though he can't foresee every move the god has planned, he promises to keep Basan informed whenever he uncovers such signs. This will help protect the kingdom and everyone's safety. Hearing this, Basan warns that opposing a god's will means going against divine will itself. They must be cautious and fearful, not defiant. Kyle, however, claims he understands the god well and is not afraid. At the very least, he will ensure no harm comes to anyone. The current path the night sky god has laid out jeopardizes Basan's safety. To avoid disaster, Kyle wants to guide events down a different path, one that the god has willingly offered as an alternative, ensuring Basan's security. Finally steeling himself, Kyle boldly demands again that Basan give up the crown prince position, ensuring that they adhere to God's will without any losses. Kyle's straightforwardness and intense gaze cause the big brother to burst out laughing, as if hearing the joke of the century. Eventually he calms down and admits he feels strangely relieved. He acknowledges Kyle's words instead of dismissing them. He also reminds his brother that even if he willingly gives up his position, it doesn't guarantee the future will unfold smoothly as they hope. Kyle is ready to face whatever comes, so long as he gets the title. Basan then asks about Manhwa, how they will deal with the mighty beast. They're unsure how to explain Manhwa's escape to the ministers. Kyle, however, says he has already figured it all out, so there is nothing to worry about. Later, back at the palace, Kyle is seen making deals with the hunting minister, looking forward to working closely in the future. After shaking hands, he joins his elder brother, leaving Dunin standing there, deep in thought. Since Kyle says he'll be more involved going forward, this likely signals that he has finally acquired the throne. Nearby, we also meet Nebula and Eldar watching everything happen. Eldar isn't sure about how things are going. Sure, the third prince is smart, but it could get messy if he makes every move based on his own reading of divine messages. Even though his interpretation was basically right this time, it's uncertain whether it'll be the same next time. Plus, a king who's so independent is a bit unusual. As for Nebula, he's not worried at all. Back when he used to play this game in the real world, he'd always faced this kind of problem where NPCs just didn't seem to act. He was still a good player, of course, and always found a way around it. But now the people he's dealing with aren't just random NPCs anymore. They're real people with desires driving them toward a goal. They might even have different ideas, but as long as they help Nebula get what he wants, it's all doable. Eldar has a different opinion on this. He believes that this very awareness can make it harder to guess what the characters will do, and their unexpected actions might ruin the whole plan. But Nebula thinks this works in his favor too. Just take a look at Rakrak's sacrifice as an example. He went against Nebula's wishes and fought on his own, which actually turned out to be a perfect outcome. Similarly, this situation with Kyle also went smoothly, simply because he chose to make his own decision instead of following God's hints. Even if things go bad one day, Nebula will simply be extra careful, treading lightly. It's just good that he was able to save Basan, who can be a big help while the third prince still becomes the next king. The scene then shifts to the royal court, where it's clear the important people are present, discussing Manhwa's escape. Administration Minister Solution is pretty frustrated that the Minister of Hunting hasn't caught Manhwa yet. He worries that it might hurt the public if the capture takes too long. Dunin assures his senior that Manhwa's location has already been found, and luckily the beast is currently asleep, so there's nothing to worry about. The senior takes the good news well and calms down. Still, he can't help but point out how worried His Majesty has been about this, so much so that he couldn't even attend the meeting. The senior further wants him to speed up the capture now that they know exactly where he is. Well, Dunin wanted to do the same, but several things stopped him. Earlier today, when he went to the garden to chase Manhwa, he noticed that the wooden bars had been eaten by insects a long time ago. While you could argue that the insects eating the wood is just a coincidence, and Manhwa can definitely break through wooden bars himself, the third prince pointed out something interesting. He believed that the night sky god caused the insects to bite the wood to let the beast escape. The fact that only a certain part of the wood was weakened by the insects only proves the night sky god's involvement more. In the afternoon, Dunin went back to Manhwa's home with a few high priests, and after checking the area, they also came to the same conclusion. The man in question comes himself, the Night Sky Order's priest, second prince, Sean Lack Orazon. He's here to personally confirm that this is indeed a miracle caused by the night sky. With the confirmation coming straight from the high priest, Dunan couldn't possibly go against his will and bring Manhwa back. Everyone started discussing the matter disquietly. Eventually, they had no choice but to accept the truth, since the priest himself confirmed it. With that settled, Dunan fears that they can't leave Manhwa outside like this. Nor can they just leave him and wait for him to cause a serious accident one day. This is exactly why he'd like them to expand the hunting expedition team. Everyone in the court is surprised by this unusual request. Even the senior can't hide his annoyance as he asks how many people are actually needed. First, Denon wants a cow and a wagon to make sure they can move enough food for Manhwa. Second, they need more money for repairs because of the rough mountain paths. There's also a chance Manhwa might go wild, so Dunun also wants the right to control civilians, manpower, and to move the palace guards in an emergency. Well, at this point, looking at the senior's face, I can tell the hunting minister is asking for too much at this point. But then again, if all these things aren't given, they'll have no choice but to go against the night sky's miracle and bring Manhwa back. Dunnan is also happy to hand over this job to anyone who thinks they can handle their current tough situation better. That said, he also makes it very clear that he won't be held responsible for any damage Manhwa causes, even though he's the hunting minister. Later that night, we cut to Dinan standing alone in the palace corridor, lost in his thoughts. His mind is busy with the recent development about Kyle being the new chosen king. Kyle even suggested a detailed plan to Dunnan that could really bolster the hunting team's strength and power within the royal court. Dunnan actually wants to follow his plan to make himself strong in the royal court, making sure he has enough authority to push Kyle as the next king. This man doesn't care what it takes. In fact, he's even willing to face off against the other ministers if needed. And so, as time passed, Dunnan slowly garnered power for the hunting expedition team, and the power balance kept shifting towards the hunting team. 6 months went by like a gentle breeze, and King Anpyong removed Basan Lak Orazan as crown prince, replacing him with Kyle. Just 3 years later, King Anpyong passed away from a terminal illness, and Kyle Lak Orazan became Hukrin's 11th king. The funny thing is, he's only 15 years old, probably making him the youngest king in history. Not long after, Basan is seen greeting the new king with utmost respect, which causes Kyle a wave of embarrassment, seeing his older brother addressing him with such a formal title. He insists on dropping the formalities whenever it's just the two of them. But Basin believes that the supreme king of the greatest nation on the continent deserves at least this much respect. Anyway, tomorrow will be the first royal meeting under Kyle's reign, and Basan is sure everyone will suggest kicking him out of the palace. And that's exactly what's weighing Kyle down right now. You see, Hukrin is a nation where the ministers hold a lot of power. Since most of them are Lizardmen nobles, the scales tend to tip heavily in one direction. Those shady Lizardmen ministers will definitely try to boot Basan out of royal authority just so they can seize more control and overpower the new king's influence. But honestly, Basan isn't all that worried about being excluded from court. In fact, he's more afraid that he might end up holding Kyle back if he stayed in court. Not to mention, there really isn't any formal role in the court that a former crown prince like him can fill. He's actually planning to widen his horizons and go far this time, to catch some bigger prey. The mention of hunting sparks some ideas in Kyle's head as he gazes at the sky. He's got the perfect job in mind for Basan and is sure his big brother will be into it. Just like that, he fills Basan in on all the juicy details of the job. The next day rolls around, and Kyle officially begins the royal meeting. As the new king, he's hoping to win everyone's support. Since he doesn't have any major announcements, he opens the floor for the ministers to speak and raise any issues. As expected, one of the Lizardmen ministers steps forward and proposes ousting Prince Basan from the palace. He argues that since Basan used to be the crown prince and is close to Kyle, he holds more sway in the courtroom than any minister. Anyone with ill intentions toward the king could approach Basan and influence royal decisions behind the scenes. Surprisingly, Kyle agrees with the core of their argument. He understands their concern. Even ministers of other races are bewildered, especially since they expected Kyle to oppose the suggestion entirely. Emboldened by Kyle's response, the Lizardmen go further and suggest sending Prince Basan out of the capital, Orazan. But this time, Kyle flat out refuses. He's actually annoyed that a minister would even suggest something that's clearly the king's prerogative. Instead, Kyle points toward the untouched lands lying in the eastern mountains. Historically, many kings have sent expeditions that way, but the steep, jagged terrain has always made those efforts a disaster. Most people don't even think the eastern mountains are worth it, but with 5 nations threatening from the west, Kyle knows he can't afford to miss any chance to expand their territory. So yeah, what Kyle really wants is to send Prince Basan to the eastern mountains, much to the minister's shock. Without a doubt, Basan is an outstanding hunter and a damn good warrior. The fact that he hunted down Manhwa alone only proves that further. The ministers start murmuring among themselves. Some say the mountains have nothing of value. Others argue that the land beyond them isn't all that vast. But hey, Not like they have enough authority to override the Supreme King anyway. So they reluctantly agree it's a good idea. With that settled, the next step is building a sailing crew. Turns out Kyle's plan involves boats. Every past attempt to cultivate the East failed because they tried crossing by land. So yeah, this change in approach might actually give them a better shot, taking boats around to the far side of the mountains. One minister objects, saying there aren't any known sea routes, so land is safer. But Kyle has already considered that. That's exactly why they'll be building a sea route. It's been years already. Kyle doesn't want to waste any more time before exploring that untouched land. The lizard minister goes on highlighting more complications they might face while sailing. But don't worry, our guy Kyle has thought it all through. This lizard bastard seems to have run out of objections and still hasn't been able to make Kyle budge. Meanwhile, Kyle is clearly getting exasperated at how this dude keeps whining before things have even started. Since exploring uncharted territory involves threats like monsters and wild beasts, it makes sense to assign the hunting minister some responsibilities too. Dunnan has no objections to his new task. But then there's that one lizard. What was his name again? Oh yeah, Minister Salusin. This zesty-ass bastard just has to complain about everything. With all that settled, Kyle moves on to the next topic of the meeting. This one involves someone who's been waiting outside all this time, and they're finally granted entry. A dwarf, clearly down on his luck, walks in, and just his presence makes every minister lose their damn minds. They're practically fuming as if a clown just walked in to make diplomatic decisions. Salusin, as usual, has a problem and questions the king about it. Kyle introduces the man. His name is Lump, and he's from the technician team. The king understands if everyone's confused about seeing this random dwarf here, especially since he was a slave until recently. But since the technique minister position is currently vacant, Kyle brought him in to fill it. Of course, every bald-headed lizard bastard is shocked out of their scales. They're all reacting like Kyle just committed blasphemy by letting a short dude walk in. Honestly, these black lizards are seriously racist. First, they're bigoted toward their own kind just for being white, and now they've got a hate boner for a dwarf. Kyle expected this exact reaction. In fact, it's part of his plan. He used this whole scene as a distraction to draw attention away from Basan. Minister Salusin argues that the technique minister role has always been held by a lizardman, so it makes no sense to let a dwarf suddenly take it. Kyle claps back and calls him out for being blatantly racist. There's no law stating that only lizardmen can be the technique minister. The position is for someone skilled with their hands and knowledgeable in mechanics. Up until now, lizardmen happen to be the best at that stuff. But not this time. Kyle had personally witnessed Lump's skills. To prove his point, he asks every minister if they know the altitude of Orizon's Arctic region. The astronomy minister steps up and claims it's about 32.5 degrees. As a follow-up, Kyle asks if anyone knows the altitude of the northern tip, Jaren, and the southern tip, Maganin. Of course, silence follows. Then Lump speaks up. He claims that Jaren is 37.5 and Maganin is 30. He further explains that the altitude in the Arctic changes by 1 degree every 250 Ri. Jaren, being 1250 Ri further north, is 5 degrees higher. Maganin, on the other hand, lies 625 Ri further south, making it 2.5 degrees lower. Kyle is thoroughly satisfied with the answer, and more than a little proud that Lump gave the correct response where the lizardmen failed. But of course, that still isn't enough for Minister Salusin, the bastard. He gets so pressed that he starts ranting about why Kyle even became king in the first place. According to him, it's because Kyle possesses the blood of the great Thunder Dragon King, and all the ministers here are descendants of the warriors who once fought alongside the Dragon King. That, he claims, is why dwarves were enslaved. They were enemies of the Lizardmen until the end of Hukrin. Even after the nation was formed, they were still considered likely to revolt. Kyle shuts that down quickly. He reminds them that the legendary warrior Tatar once fought 10 trolls to save halflings, and the Dragon King himself once opened the castle gates to rescue slaves. If the Dragon King could show that kind of mercy, then what's so wrong with us making one exception? Well, turns out it's still a problem. Salusin is now fuming, yelling about how allowing even one non-lizardman in the council would upset the entire power dynamic. If they start endorsing this idea that anyone, regardless of race, can become a minister, the lizardmen might feel pushed out. They might even stop supporting Kyle as king. He kind of has a point, to be fair. The whole system was built on the foundation laid by lizardmen ancestors. So having someone from another race rise up the ranks is bound to shake things up. The ministers plead with Kyle to reconsider before finalizing his decision. Kyle decides to take a moment to think it over before making it official. But right now, he really wants to appoint Lump as the technique official, and expects the council to back him. Seeing Lump's undeniable talent, Salusin begrudgingly agrees, to make one exception. With that, Lump is officially designated as the technique official. Now comes the third topic, the upcoming solar eclipse. But before diving deep into it, let's talk about why it matters. The solar eclipse, when the sun disappears or gets covered, has long been considered a divine sign or revelation from the gods. Because of that, predicting it accurately has always been crucial for national safety and ceremony. The date of the eclipse is calculated by 3 sources: the high priest who reads the order of the night sky, the king, who makes his own estimate, and the astronomy ministry, who uses ancient calculation methods. This time, something weird happens. Minister Seleucin is stunned when he realizes that the 3 sets of predictions don't match up. The astronomy minister says he's double-checked his numbers using traditional methods, and he's confident. But Kyle's prediction is 4 hours ahead of what the calendar priests and astronomy ministry predicted. Seleucin demands a recheck. He hasn't forgotten how the dwarf made them look bad in front of everyone last time. Another blunder like that, and Kyle might grow even more favorable toward non-lizard races. For a second, the astronomy minister even entertains the possibility that maybe Kyle miscalculated. After all, their method has never failed in history, so they decide to wait for the eclipse. Minister Seleucin is convinced. No way is Kyle right. There's no chance that all the scholars could be wrong. If Kyle is wrong, Seleucin plans to use that moment to slam his decisions and publicly embarrass him. But when the predicted time by the scholars arrives, nothing happens. The solar eclipse does not occur. Lizardmen all around are sweating bullets in shock. Kyle then calmly explains that the priests and astronomy ministry were using outdated methods. It was Lump, the same dwarf they looked down on, who discovered the discrepancy and warned Kyle. That's why Kyle's calculation was different and correct. Seleucin and the astronomy minister are left dumbfounded, yelling about how the great Dragon King wrote in the historical records that the skies never change. But Kyle fires back. Those books are relics. It's time we accept that even our ancestors might have been wrong. Back then, the ancients had no books to study from. They discovered and recorded knowledge by themselves, and that knowledge still holds up. But today's ministers have made 0 new discoveries. They've just been parroting history for decades. Kyle then references a calendar book from the nation of Mangul. It clearly states that the movement of the skies changes over time, a clear hint that the current method is flawed. Kyle doesn't argue further. The priest in charge is told to prepare the solar eclipse ceremony again, which will certainly take place 4 hours later. Sure enough, the eclipse happens exactly when Kyle predicted. A few months later, Basan boards a ship for the first great journey of his life, a mission to explore the uncharted eastern territories. Beyond the eastern mountains lies a region that must be developed, and Basan leaving the palace is essential for Kyle's reign to expand. Basan has no complaints. In fact, he feels light, free, like the world is finally open to him. The ship he boards is called Pirate's Humiliation. 3 ships carry the 150 soldiers assigned to this expedition. Basan is the designated leader of the Eastern Exploration Team, but he's not allowed to board just any ship. Kyle made it clear that there will be select people tasked with watching over him at all times. The first potential candidate to keep an eye on Basan would be that woman from the merchant family who's traded with the royal family for a long time. Speaking of which, she comes running to him, and after he introduces her as Tiona Itimo, she greets him warmly. Basan returns the greeting and extends his hand for a handshake. By her looks, he can tell she's an elf. She reciprocates enthusiastically while pointing out that it's rare for people to actually recognize her race, since mostly lizardmen don't see much difference between humans, elves, and Nixon. To their eyes, they're all the same. Moving on, Basan decides to get along well since they'll be seeing each other for a while now. There's also something very important she wants to clear up before they continue with this relationship. No matter how noble Basan may be aboard her ship, he must follow her orders. If he doesn't like that, he's free to find another ship. Basan doesn't seem to have any problem with this rule, as long as her commands are reasonable. Honestly, Tion wasn't expecting him to agree so quickly. Anyhow, she promises to be considerate since he is her guest, as well as the leader of the exploration team. Looking around, Basan notices his belongings aren't here. Tioni assures him Mate will bring his stuff soon enough. It seems Basan doesn't know this Mate guy, though he finds the name rather adorable. Before the girl can explain more, the person in question stomps into the scene, towering over Basan and making him look like a puny punk. The guy seems annoyed to be summoned and wants to know who called him. Tion explains that Mate isn't exactly a name but a title, because he's the first mate on the ship. Since this big guy says matey after every sentence, everyone just calls him Mate. While Basan is a bit startled being in this massive presence, he isn't afraid at all. Turns out, this isn't the first time he's seen an ogre. He's seen many in the palace. Moving on, Basan greets the big guy and introduces himself. The big guy returns the greeting and gives his name as First Matey. When asked if he doesn't have a real name, Matey reveals he never liked his former name, so he got rid of it altogether. Truth be told, Basan has never seen an ogre among a ship's crew. After all, smaller crew members consume less supplies. Matey admits this but makes it clear he contributes as much as he eats, so it balances out. The fact that Meidi is from Jaren on the North Shore means he's one of the ogres with higher intelligence. These ogres from the North Shore are basically traces of the god who was defeated. But over time, their intelligence started to deteriorate with each generation, so nowadays, they aren't very smart. Even in Hukrin, sensible ogres who clothe themselves are very coveted and make good workers. So it's quite surprising for Basan to meet an intelligent ogre on a ship of all places. Meidi then roars at the top of his lungs to show his dominance and lack of fear. He abandoned the land because the people living there are weaklings compared to him. Now his next goal is to conquer the oceans and become the first ogre to achieve that. Basan wishes the big guy good luck, hoping he achieves his dreams soon. Afterwards, Meidi heads off to carry out his duties, making sure he earns the food he's going to eat. As far as Basan is concerned, he's pretty sure this guy isn't his overseer. Tion grabs his attention again by calling him Prince, which Basan doesn't like much, so he decides to drop the honorifics, and she simply calls him Basan, though Tion isn't sure if she feels comfortable enough calling him so casually. In this case, he suggests she just call him Captain, since he's the leader of the expedition team. So yeah, Captain should work. Moving on, they talk about their first destination. As much as Basan knows, they're passing Maganin heading south, then from there going east and up along the coastline. Tioni confirms this is their general path, but their first stop will be Bavrin. It's actually the biggest port city in Danium after Orizon. This sounds like news to Basan, since he believes they have no business going to a foreign city. Tion reminds him that this ship is a merchant ship, so they have to continue trading to keep their pockets warm. She promises to fill him in on all the details later, but for now, she wants to show him where they're going to stay. As the ship sails through the endless sea, Basan kills time zoning out. His attention is soon grabbed by Tione, who finds it surprising that Basan isn't whining like a baby because of seasickness. Anyhow, Basan asks something he's been wanting to know for a while. If she's a merchant, why would she take on something as annoying as an expedition team? Well, being the merchant she is, she believes it's a deal that's bang for the buck. When the Hukrin royal family gives work, they pay well. She even received a glass-crafted item as a deposit this time. It looks like Basan doesn't realize the value of such items. As far as he remembers, he broke a few glass items in childhood. I guess that's not surprising. Someone as high status as him wouldn't understand their value. She reminds him that in Hukrin, because the craftsmanship on the glass piece is so delicate, they sell for a lot abroad. They'll be selling these in Bavrin, and in return, she intends to buy some exclusive goods from Bavrin. There are also some items the palace requested her to buy. Basan, naturally curious, asks about the list of items the palace requested. The woman, in turn, gets all sweaty because she spoke too much. She's actually supposed to keep the items requested a secret. But since it's Prince Basan we're talking about, she realizes there's no point in keeping secrets. So, after getting close enough, she whispers niter, which is the stuff she's supposed to buy. She's heard there's a lot of it in Mangal, and she doesn't know much, but apparently it's good for farming. Speaking of farming, Basan recalls a little ceremony where the chosen ones make thunder descend to decide if a certain field has fertile soil or not. Tione has watched that kind of ceremony too, though she was too young to appreciate it back then. Basan tries to rack his brain, trying to figure out why Kyle asked her to purchase niter in secret. Back to Hukrin. After the solar eclipse incident, Kyle officially began managing internal affairs. Those who were a threat to his authority formally resigned. He called those who supported Basan and reassured them. In the king's chamber, we see this lizard minister bowing his head gratefully, relieved he wasn't fired. Initially, he thought Kyle intended to replace some existing ministers. Since this poor guy hails from a half-decent family without a last name, it would have been easy to fire him. But Kyle doesn't seem to mind the lack of a last name. In fact, he's curious why last names are so important. The minister reveals that not having a last name means his family didn't contribute to the establishment of Hukrin, so he believes he doesn't deserve the title of minister. Kyle gives the Lizardman a different perspective on the matter. Since this man doesn't come from an influential family, it clearly shows he rose to the position of minister through his own efforts. That alone makes him more than capable. So Kyle hopes he continues his service and helps make the kingdom even better. Hearing this, the minister wells up with tears, moved by how much his king believes in him. Overcome with emotion, he vows to devote his life to his majesty and do his absolute best. With that, he bows and leaves the chamber. After this heartwarming interaction, Kyle's mood suddenly drops. The reason is that Dunnan had previously warned him that the finance minister had ulterior motives, bad ones if he has to be specific. But after that exchange, Kyle didn't notice anything hostile or suspicious from the man. He's disappointed in Dunnan for making accusations based on personal grudges. This leaves the white lizard speechless, while Kyle continues to humble him with calm but stern words. Kyle tells him to let go of past resentment and start over with a clean slate. Dunnan acknowledges his mistake and misjudgment. He drops to his knees and regretfully apologizes to Kyle. Moving on, Kyle asks about the horned alchemist from the Hui family, Hui Ravina Muel. Dunnan reports that she's already arrived at the palace. Cut to Hui Moon, an elder from the family, walking out of the palace, lost in thought about Ravina Muel. She's trying to figure out why His Majesty would summon that woman to the castle. We shift focus to the Hui family. They're the ruling house of the Automation Castle and a noble family that inherits the Margrave title. Traditionally serving in left cabinet roles, the Hui family is also a major merchant house. They're considered the most powerful among non-Lizardmen families, but with their fame comes a deep, dark curse, known as the Cursed Horns. There's a legend about an old lord of the Automation Castle who had antlers. Now it's dismissed as folklore, but those within the family know it's not just a story. Every now and then, a child is born into the Hui family with horns. These children, without exception, grow up differently. They speak to the air or develop strange, unexplainable talents. Eventually, they all descend into madness. So, their horns are cut off early, in the hopes they can live normal lives. One legend says Hui Kyung became a great merchant thanks to the horn's power, but even her end was tragic. Her lover was a lizardman named Saren Mule, so rumors started that the horned children were of mixed blood. Because of this, children with horns had the name Mule attached to them. Although no one knows how such cross-species children are possible, the rumor stuck. But the story doesn't end there. Continuing the horned legacy is Hui Ravina Mule. Like most of her family, Ravina was born and raised in the Automation Castle. Treated as a cursed one due to her horns, she ran away at the age of 9. She hitched a ride on a luggage cart bound for the continent. By the time the family's mercenaries caught up, she had already entered the Alchemy Tower in Seokmyeon. The Alchemy Tower, a haven for those who study forbidden knowledge. It's also where many cursed individuals, like Ravina, end up. So in a way, it made sense for her to go there. Back in the present, as Moon stares at Ravina's horns, the girl calls her out. She's used to people staring. It doesn't bother her anymore. Moon tries to explain she wasn't staring because of judgment. It's just morbid curiosity. Moving on, we learn Ravina has been summoned because His Majesty needs an alchemist. A bit about alchemists. They deny the existence of gods and place their faith in knowledge alone. That's exactly why Moon is so tense. If Kyle is calling for an alchemist's help, it might mean his faith in the gods is wavering. And Kyle's rise to power was backed by the night sky god. She eventually asks Ravina why she even left the Alchemy Tower if she'd abandoned her family. Ravina reminds her that His Majesty summoned her, and Kyle is not someone you want to cross. Which, let's be honest, is true. But what really shocks Moon is, how the hell does this girl, living in faraway Seokmyeon, even know what Kyle is like? Even if she heard a bit of gossip, it's not like Kyle would travel all the way to the Alchemy Tower just to drag her out. Ravina responds plainly, he probably would have come if she refused. So to avoid that whole drama, she answered his call without a fuss. Moon isn't making it easy on the poor girl. But Ravina calmly reminds her that she's here because of her expertise in forbidden studies, knowledge very few people possess. Not even Moon. Moon insists it's better to be ignorant of such dangerous knowledge. But Ravina points out that King Kyle clearly doesn't agree. She pulls out a fat stack of letters she received last year. Each was filled with questions about ancient knowledge. The questions were extremely advanced, and the letters came from constantly changing addresses, so the tower assumed they were from rogue alchemists. But recently, they discovered the truth. All those letters were sent from Orizon, and in all of Hukrin, there's only one person who could send letters like that while tricking the correspondence system. Moon loses it, realizing Ravina is suggesting Kyle wrote them. But the Horn Lady doesn't flinch from the truth. His Majesty Kyle is an exceptional alchemist, and that's a fact, no matter how upsetting it might be. No one in Hukrin compares to him. Moon, on the brink of explosion, feels like Ravina's mocking Kyle, making him look like an atheist. Their argument is interrupted when the man himself enters the room. He silences Moon on the spot. The woman, meanwhile, wants Kyle to confirm whether what Ravina said is true. Kyle responds subtly, saying that just reading a few alchemy books doesn't mean his faith has wavered. Before she can press further, he orders them both to sit down. Moon reflects on the situation. Technically, being an atheist is illegal, and in other nations, you could even be beaten to death for it. But even if Kyle were a non-believer, no one could punish him. Still, it's obvious his political position would take a serious hit. Back to the main topic, Kyle apologizes to Moon for keeping this a secret from her. She can be too serious and inflexible sometimes, so he thought she would worry needlessly, which is why he didn't tell her. Though she has simmered down, she's still against the idea of him studying alchemy, which basically goes against the traditions of their ancestors. Alchemy's main fields of study are making gold and immortality pills, some of the most morbid and discouraged stuff anyone could do. But Kyle believes a person should always diversify their skills, even if it means going balls deep into some forbidden knowledge to learn. After all, it depends on the individual how they plan to use that knowledge. Moon reminds him about the law prohibiting the study of alchemy. She's not sure if the knowledge he's pursuing is worth breaking laws and traditions. To Kyle, this knowledge holds a lot of value. He gives Ravina the chance to explain everything. Apparently, there was an alchemist who lived alone deep in the northern mountains. The tower communicated with him and shared knowledge. However, one day, news from that alchemist suddenly stopped, so the tower sent someone to investigate. The tower's errand boy broke down the door of the alchemist's locked house and went inside. Sadly, the alchemist was already pushing up daisies. That death was caused by forbidden knowledge. Moon expected this much, since using forbidden knowledge is like selling one's soul to some ancient evil. But Ravina reveals the alchemist's death was a pure accident. Before he died, he thoroughly recorded what experiments and ingredients he used, which helped narrow down the cause. He had been trying to make gold, and when his experiment overheated, there was a massive explosion. That failure actually resulted in another discovery, one greater than any research the alchemist had done so far. Although the experiment was done on a minimal scale, the powder created caused an incredible explosion when ignited. He'd stored it in a lead box for safety, but the box didn't hold, it was ripped apart, and shards pierced his throat. If you think about it, what the alchemist made was basically a weapon. The unfortunate thing is, this knowledge isn't some great secret, and Kyle isn't the first to realize it. The alchemists in the tower are the cursed ones who fled from various places. Like Ravina, some are still under the influence of their nations, and those nations want them to bring the tower's knowledge back. Other nations want to prevent the spread of alchemy. In fact, Ravina has been ambushed more than 10 times on her way here. In Seokmyeon, where the alchemy tower is, she's sure their army has already conquered it completely. On paper, it seems like the current age is peaceful, but if you look closer, it's not. The prices of certain ingredients have soared, and each nation has secret facilities conducting experiments to produce a weapon called gunpowder. Kyle emphasizes the significance of such a weapon. It can destroy enemies with little to no effort. It can literally sink boats and destroy castle walls. Even a common soldier wielding it can turn the tide of war. If they succeed, there's no way they'd lose. The woman thinks for a moment, then responds. While still against the idea, she's willing to follow whatever Kyle intends, since his judgment seems to be heading in the right direction. If he needs help, she's more than willing to lend a hand. Kyle does indeed require help. The case has been financed through the hunting expedition team, but that's not enough. He also wants to use the king's personal funds. Being the finance manager, she controls those funds, but since they're his funds, she can make an exception and let him use them, especially since he asked nicely. Though she wants to know how and what he's planning to use the money for. A system notification flashes in front of Nebula. Black gunpowders. It lists all the ingredients required to make this black gunpowder. Seems like everything is going just as Nebula intended. You see, the process of alchemy and advancing skills in elixir making is tricky. The stronger the faith in society, the more scientific methods are looked down upon. The alchemy tower in Seokmyeon is the farthest known nation from Hukrin, so if you're unlucky, you might not be able to obtain this knowledge. Hui Ravina Mule, who possesses the demonic property of probability, may have a high survival rate, but there's no certainty she can properly learn the techniques. But Nebula was lucky this time. Eldar sneaks up on him to highlight an interesting tidbit. While they're talking about alchemy and gunpowder, they're not talking about another source of power. By that power, she means magic. Alchemy and elixir making are types of science. Alchemists are scientists, and their experiments are scientific. But there's a secret that alchemists work even harder to hide, and that's demonic property. About demonic property. It's based on the game, an ancient evil discovered in relics passed down through bloodlines. Demonic properties like thunder, flames, probability, or gravity relate to powers of different attributes. The power transferred through demonic spirits is basically superpowers. When such superpowers and the knowledge of ancient relics mix, a method of manufacturing that uses even higher dimensional power emerges, and that's called magic. Magic, unlike science, can only be used by a small fraction of people. People like Ravina, who possess demonic properties, has potential to become a mage. Since the alchemy tower is home to cursed individuals, it's likely that those alchemists also have demonic properties. Currently, there are no mages yet. Eldar agrees. Normally, they appear around 100 years after the game begins. The power of magic is definitely strong, but since players prefer stable gameplay, they likely keep their distance from demonic properties. Since the alchemy tower is in Seokmyeon, Eldar guesses Wisdom will get a mage. Nebula shares the same thoughts, given the probability of a mage appearing is highest there. But Nebula is sure Wisdom probably wouldn't want a mage to appear on his land. Cut to Basan and his expedition party. They've finally docked at Bavrin. The place is lively, with many boats already docked, much to Basan's amazement. But this much is expected since it's the closest port to Orazon. Ships leaving here continue westward, passing by Amgul to Danri. Some may even go further toward the western continent. Speaking of which, Basan remembers this is the same continent Owen is said to have gone to, but he's not sure if it even exists. Tion fills him in that many ships head that way and don't return, but the place definitely exists. Basan wonders why merchants don't cross to that continent and start trade there. There might be dangers, but it could also be profitable, though he isn't sure if merchants would risk it. Tioni believes merchants will go anywhere if the danger is worth facing. There are pirate-infested rocks, areas with no wind or high waves, not to mention the threat of sea monsters and storms too. So that definitely doesn't sound enticing to anyone at all. Since she's got some trades to do, she suggests Basan rest here while she's off on business. He also has the option to explore the place, but he must return by the promised time. Sounds like good news to Basan. After all, they had been cooped up on that boat forever. So a little walk to revitalize his spirit won't hurt, or will it? And so he sets off to stroll around. He sees different people doing various things and meets some peddlers trying to sell their goods. While doing this, he's also keeping an eye out for any surveillors. At one point, he finds a peddler selling goods from Hukrin. The merchant happily highlights how they receive a lot of items from there. Noticing Basan just arrived on the ship that docked at the port, the peddler warns that if they plan to return to Hukrin after trading, they should pray to their god they don't meet any pirates. There's a group controlling the Bavran area, usually targeting ships ready to leave. They're known as the Deep Night Pirates. Later, Basan asks Tion about this group, but she doesn't seem to have any clue. If anything, there might be new pirates who suddenly appeared, hyped up by port merchants for no reason. As she checks the list of items she intends to bring back, she realizes some won't be available until tomorrow. Contrary to what Basan thought, she decides to leave instead of staying. The rest of the warships will bring the rest of the supplies. If the warships stayed behind, Basan fears they wouldn't have their protection. But she reminds him there's a lot of cargo to unload and provisions to load at Sasin. Time spent on the boat is all money, especially for water, food, and crew salaries. At this point, Basan is praying they just don't run into pirates, which causes Tion to burst into hearty laughter seeing him so fearful. She assures him they've never once met pirates during their voyages. Or so it was until now. The moment they sail out, they spot pirates heading their way. Of course, she's exasperated. To outmaneuver the pirates, she orders the crew to lighten the ship. They start dumping sandbags, food, and water into the sea, while everyone arms themselves with any weapons they can find. Basan doubts they can outrun these guys. Pirates usually use merchant ships made with comparatively lighter wood and large sails for better wind. These pirate ships have similar builds, and worse, they usually travel with barely any cargo on board. In simpler terms, outrunning them won't be easy. The pirates are closing in every moment. Their only option is to throw away everything they can, starting with cornerstones. But Tion refuses to throw those away. Hell, she'd rather jump overboard herself than throw away the cornerstones. Now that they're about to be caught, Basan decides to buy time until their warships arrive. He's heard additional cornerstones will arrive in the morning, meaning the warships could catch up in half a day if they're lucky. To rub salt in the wound, there's literally no wind blowing. Tion clasps her hands, bends her knees, and starts praying. She also orders Basan to join her. The enemy is almost on their necks. The pirates are rejoicing that the targeted ship is moving slowly, meaning it's stacked with treasure to loot. They're about to snag a big haul, thanks to their prayers to the White Spider God. Our team is ready to unleash a barrage of arrows to keep the enemy from getting closer. Meanwhile, Basan realizes these guys follow the White Spider God, a name he's heard before. With one precise arrow, he takes down a foe right in front of him, then another. Basan notices their ship has a strategic advantage. It's quite a bit bigger than the enemy's ships. That makes it difficult for the pirates to aim and lock on targets. Not to mention, they still have one ace up their sleeve. The hobos don't realize the doom awaiting them and throw grappling hooks to board the ship. As soon as they advance, they're met by a towering presence ready to strike the first pirate and take down the others. This towering figure is Matey, of course, more than ready to strike the heck out of those guys. With no time wasted, he blows off all the jackasses. The presence of an ogre might alarm these robbers, but their leader assures them Matey isn't a combatant, he's just a crewman. So if they take down the ogre, there'll be no one to stop them. Everyone directs their barrage of arrows toward the big guy. As tough as Matey is, he starts crying like a scared little kid, even though he's sturdy enough to bounce off those arrows like he's made of steel. Even Basan has no clue what kind of nonsense this is. He turns to Tion, asking why this dude is acting like a whiny baby. She reminds him Matey just got hurt, so his reaction is expected. But of course, everyone saw those arrows bounce off. Ogres are just built different, so how come? Tion reminds him again that ogres are people too. While Matey might be whining more than necessary, with the size he's got, why would he be on this ship if he was truly free-spirited? He would have been a general somewhere instead. Guess there's no helping it. Basan equips himself with bow and arrows and decides to fight these bastards as much as he can. Meanwhile, he suggests Tion comfort Matey and buy some time. But Tion has problems with this plan for obvious reasons. If Basin gets injured, it'll be on her head. And she isn't interested in losing her head. Then again, they're not safe on the ship either if the pirates overwhelm them. Basin believes fighting is better than doing nothing. She then reminds him of his title. If he flaunts his title as a Prince of Hukrin, his life will be spared since the pirates aren't dumb enough to anger an entire nation. She might have a point, but he isn't willing to abandon everyone. Before the rest of the pirate ships catch up and overwhelm them by boarding from the other side, he has to think of something. Even if Matey is an ogre, he can't handle so many pirates, especially if he's a scaredy cat. They need to defeat one side before the others join. She continues to protest his plan, while he sticks to his guns. The only way they have a chance is if she pulls Matey out of his emotional funk. Out of frustration, she lashes out at Matey, reminding him of his dream to conquer the ocean. And now, he's chickening out over a few pirates. The poor guy seems too traumatized by those harmless arrows to even move. Meanwhile, our boy sneaks around, keeping a close eye on the enemy. Everyone's distracted by Matey. He has the perfect opportunity to surprise these bastards, but the thudding sound of his jumps is sure to grab attention. What is Matey even doing? Turns out, Matey has finally gotten his fighting spirit back and is ready to demolish the enemy by throwing barrels at ballistic speed. Just as Matey throws a barrel at full speed, Basin jumps off to match the impact. The barrel lands, quickly erupting and flooding the deck. The pirates scramble out of the way as if poison was thrown at them. The one encouraging his buddies to stand gets sneaked up on from behind like a ninja on a mission. Meanwhile, Matey doesn't hold back. He picks up the pace, throwing more barrels. Shrimp Pirate Boss suggests shooting arrows at Matey to scare him off. Like before, the barrels filled with water run over the enemy deck with hard impacts. With no choice, Shrimp decides to climb the ropes himself to get to the other side. But his plan fails as Basin is already upon him, having defeated all the other pirates. With all those bastards down, my guy suggests this sea dweller surrender. The crabby guy is surprised and blown away that a normal merchant ship has a warrior like Basin. But then again, Basin had the advantage of sneaking up from behind. Otherwise, in a 1v1 fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. He's pretty sure he can fight Basin, since Basin probably hasn't fought anyone of his species before. This bastard seems to forget the biggest variable of the equation. Of course, it's Matey throwing barrels without fear. In no time, Matey overwhelms the crabby pirate, crushing him under another barrel punch. Bro looks totally hyped after getting motivation from Tion. This time, he's ready to conquer the ocean for real. A little while later, the crabby pirate leader begins regaining consciousness. He hears Basin and Tion talking about how lizardmen often call Astasidians crawfish. This prompts Tion to ask what they call a real crawfish. Basin gives the most appropriate answer: edible crawfish. Tion is sure that this guy is going to hate the lizardmen if he finds out. The pirate wakes up yelling, demanding to know where his ship is. Tion breaks the bad news upon him that it's currently under her subordinate's command, following them closely behind. As for the other two ships, those losers ran away without even trying to fight. The pirate refuses to believe it. But well, this is the harsh truth he has to swallow. As soon as the other pirates saw they were losing, with the arrival of the naval ships, they scrambled to flee. The pirate is still in disbelief that his brothers abandoned him. Regardless, he gets all cute and chummy, begging to be spared. He even promises to drop all his shady business and live clean from now on. Tion doesn't have such noble intentions, given what this bastard did to them. If anything, he should be grateful he hasn't been thrown into the sea, as she intends to have him punished under Hukrin law. Basin steps forward to strike up some negotiations. The only thing Basin wants is a few answers to the daunting questions he's about to ask. It's fine if he doesn't get any answers. Since the pirate has no chance of survival other than this, he agrees to answer anything. Basin's first question: if Astasidians can travel through the sea on their own, why use a boat? Seriously, this isn't the kind of question anyone expected Basin to ask. Even the pirate is bewildered by what the hell this guy is asking, out of all the things he could have. Basin notices Tion glaring at him with a disgusted look, prompting him to admit he's always been curious. The pirate finally responds, reminding them that swimming takes a toll on the body, while traveling by ship is easier and less tiring. Not to mention, they can't carry cargo without a ship. With his curious mind satisfied, Basin proceeds to the next question, a serious one. He wants to know where the religion of the white spider god comes from and what kind of god the white spider is. The pirate reveals this religion is widely followed where he's from. There's an island where Astasidians live, south of Hukrin, accessible only by boat. The place has multiple islands, each with a different name. But in Hukrin, they generalize all the islands as the Southern Archipelago. After learning a bit about the geography, Basin insists on more details about the white spider god. Turns out, the white spider god appeared as a huge white spider 100 years ago. At that time, the white spider god saved the chief from a three-tailed snake and created shrimp on land when their tribe was starving. These miracles appeared throughout the islands, and some islands call the white spider god by different names. For example, at the northernmost island closest to Hukrin, some call him the blue insect god. This revelation makes Basan crack a big smile. After all, the blue insect god was the old name of their night sky god. This clearly means the shrimp also have faith in the same god as Hukrin. Since the place where these shrimp lives is far and secluded, Hukrin never had to interact with these guys on religious grounds. This is why this shrimp seems to be unknown of Hukrin's god. However, Basan doesn't like that pirates are working while calling the night sky god by another name. It's an offense Rakrak wouldn't forgive. He seriously wants to know if the entire tribe of this shrimp is acting as pirates. The scared shrimp quickly scrambles to say no. As far as he knows, the other Astacidians are living normally in the southern archipelago. He got captured by some pirates when he was young, and those pirates were abandoned by the Deep Night pirates. In short, the one named Deep Night from the Deep Night pirates isn't from the southern archipelago. They completely belong to some other continent. Basan guesses it's probably from the western continent, actually, the only other continent they're aware of. Shrimp responds with a no to that assumption. He's heard that the Deep Night pirates are from the southern continent. The mention of the southern continent perks our duo up for obvious reasons, and we promptly cut to the southern archipelago. There, in one of the tunnels, we see Nebula. He's actually holding a meeting with other gods. Wisdom is rather surprised to be contacted for the first time by Nebula. What's more, it's an emergency call from a southern island in Hukrin. Rather interesting choice of location. Nebula finally reveals the reason he made this call. A fourth continent has been discovered. Of course, this shocks the hell out of everyone. The only person who isn't very surprised is Krampus, which likely means this dude already had some sort of intel on the matter. Well, he doesn't hesitate before confirming it. As far as he knows, a group called Deep Night Pirates has been active in the south lately. The pirate named Deep Night is apparently not from the eastern or western continents, but from the southern continent. But since there was no solid evidence, Krampus isn't sure if there really is a new continent. So he questions Nebula why he thinks this continent exists. Well, Nebula isn't sure either. He just came down here after hearing that info. It's the area where the crawfish live, but he hadn't focused on them for a few years, and during that time, they were conquered by those Deep Night pirates. The damage isn't huge, but they're paying tribute to those bastards periodically. Wisdom then adds that Astacidians tend to exaggerate things, so it's possible they mistook a big island in the southern hemisphere for a continent. Nebula agrees to this, though the island in the southern archipelago can't be considered small. It's a fleet that can control the entire archipelago, so they have quite a size. If those pirates originated from an island, it would be difficult to build such a big fleet. There's a limit when it comes to tech development and population, so Nebula doesn't think that's likely. While Wisdom admits that the news Nebula brings is definitely a big deal, he isn't sure if it's alarming enough to warrant an emergency call. The last time they had a meeting, they promised they'd only use emergency calls when the situation involved unknown players with the glitchy nickname. Nebula knows this well too, and that's exactly why he used an emergency call. In a nutshell, there's a continent behind the Deep Night pirates, and a player with a glitchy nickname is there as well, and Nebula is absolutely certain of it. This means another evil god has appeared, just like the god of the vampires did. Let's add some context regarding the history every god present here shares with each other. After the battle with the vampires, new terms of agreement were formed among the gods of the third continent. The most important one was about players with glitchy nicknames. The previous vampire guy they defeated, who everyone dubbed Geol Wooby, is just an example of how catastrophic these glitchy nickname players can be. Currently, Hegemonia is prowling the western continent trying to gather related information. According to him, on the first continent, aka the western continent, there was a species called werewolves. There was also another player with a glitchy nickname, and the werewolf species, similar to vampires, spread through a contagious disease. But the difference was that only humans, elves, dwarves, and other vaguely human-type species could become werewolves. Other than that, there was the fact that they were weak to silver, and they later grew stronger by transforming and weren't affected by the sun. So in some ways, they were better than vampires. But thankfully, that vaguely human-type species wasn't the main species in the West, so they were defeated without much trouble. According to the game's setting, everyone had deduced that these evil gods might be connected to the ancient evil. There was also an important analysis everyone did back then. Other than those who gave up, when the game began, there were 27 players. But after sending inquiries to players on other continents, these were the results. The first continent, Ebon, has 10 active players. The second continent, Sharnaf, has 8 active players. As for the third continent, Grand Sidiac, there are 11 players. That makes a total of 29 players. The numbers just don't add up. For example, in Grand Sidiac, where Nebula and his fellow gods are located, there are only 11 confirmed players. The total 29 includes Geol Wooby and the werewolf guy. meaning players were added after the game began. This likely means the player behind the Deep Night Pirates has a glitchy nickname and was added after the game started. If that's the case, Krampus should have noticed it too. If he came into contact with another player, they pop up in the local player log after all. Krampus reveals that the person he met was part of an affiliated pirate group to the Deep Night Pirates, and the leaders were mostly Astasidians too. He didn't get the chance to meet those guys directly. Since Nebula is so confident about his claims, AR is sure he must have other evidence to validate the existence of another god's involvement. Nebula doesn't hesitate before confirming this. When he interacted with that new force back then, a message popped up before him. It read, "Clash of Civilizations. The opposing tribe possesses faith." This is evidence that the opponent is a player. Furthermore, Nebula shows the glitchy name that popped up in the local player log. Wisdom recognizes some of the symbols, and one of them is even pronounced Sha. In this case, Nebula decides to call this unknown player Sha-Cha. By now, Zhang is certain there's indeed an evil god among them, given this spooky name. Now they gotta figure out the species this god rules over. Seems like Nebula has already seen that species, and he's ready to show it. Runda is shocked when she sees the giant monster behind Nebula. Turns out this monster is just Nebula's pet, a giant white spider. Nebula calls it Hylov, and gives the crawler props for a job well done. The spider feels honored to work for Nebula, indicating it's very, very loyal to him. Well, that much is expected since it's Nebula's creation, known as Hylov. Finally, Nebula shows the species that unknown player Sha-Cha controls. Both Runda and Krampus have awe-induced reactions. The creature before them isn't a mermaid but a merman. The species name is Deep One. Hearing this, Eldar's mind perks up with another term, namely, dragon or Cthulhu. It's actually a reference from Lovecraft's work. While Nebula thinks referencing some random fiction isn't necessary in their current situation, Eldar firmly believes it's an important bit to take note of. You see, the traits of the vampires they faced are quite well known generally, just like how the first continent's werewolves are similar to legends on Earth. What Eldar is saying is that species names aren't just random, the names are hints about their traits. The reason behind this is likely because this world is heavily influenced by Earth's civilization. Or perhaps Earth has been influenced by this game world. But this is just a theory. Since Eldar seems to know a lot about the Deep Ones, Nebula insists he reveal all the juicy bits. Well, apparently, the Deep Ones first appeared in HP, Lovecraft's short story known as The Dragon. Their abilities were revealed in the shadow over Innsmouth. The crucial detail to note here is that these creatures live underwater, and if you interact with or get cursed by a Deep One, you can transform into one. I know it sounds crazy, just by interacting, you can turn into one. Krampus asks if they get infected like vampires or werewolves. Eldar responds with no. To be exact, one's blood needs to mix, so transformation happens through reproduction. They serve an ancient god like a dragon or Cthulhu, and they live in hiding to avoid being discovered. In the novel, the protagonist visits a village that appears normal, but it turns out to be a village of Deep Ones pretending to be humans. In other words, they might appear human, but resemble fish. According to Eldar, Deep Ones may invade villages and act like normal citizens, and nobody would even know. If a player doesn't realize it, the Clash of Civilizations event won't even pop up. Their specialty is living near the ocean, and they can't stray too far from it. After hearing all this, Nebula decides everyone should investigate their respective oceanside areas. Before dismissing the meeting, Wisdom expresses a desire to talk about something. It's about the limited number of players who can participate in this game. It's common knowledge that the capped number of players for the perished world is 32. The cap for this game is 32, and 27 came from Earth. 2 new players appeared and were eliminated, while a third has appeared. This means that other than Sha-Cha, 2 more are yet to appear. Or perhaps they've already appeared, and nobody is aware of it. There's a possibility they exist in the new 4th continent they just discovered. If it's truly a continent, it must be quite big. But right now they can't tell. The continent might already have gathered some power, or maybe an alliance has formed. If so, it would be good to have a temporary alliance among everyone present at the meeting. Well, Nebula clearly isn't vibing with this idea. Although no one knows the exact location of the southern continent, it's probably closest to Hukrin. Who knows what kind of chaotic and messy actions others might take in the name of alliance. This internal conflict could cause everyone's downfall. Krampus accuses Nebula of harboring intentions to defeat Sha-Cha alone and manipulate and develop the new continent, however he sees fit. While this isn't exactly Nebula's ulterior motive, he agrees that his decision against forming an alliance is biased. Since there's no changing Nebula's mind, Zhang decides to let Nebula stand on the front lines alone and deal with the mess. AR shares the same thought but is willing to help whenever Nebula needs it. Since Krampus is closer to Hukrin, and damage caused by pirates might reach his territory, he too requires help from others along the way. With that, the meeting concludes. Nebula will be fighting this unknown species alone, Since Hegemonia is in a full-scale battle on another continent, Nebula tasks Zhang with delivering the contents of this meeting, since Zhang lives closer to Hegemonia. With that, everyone disperses. Nebula then reflects on everyone's tone, how they were ready to let him fight alone, though no one explicitly said they wouldn't intervene. This clearly indicates everyone will try their best to claim this new continent for themselves. Nebula reveals this to Runda, who finds it hard to believe. From what she's heard, she thinks no one really cares about it. But our boy doesn't think that's the case. He highlights everyone's words. No one said they would refrain from intervening. Krampus even said he wants help from others, which clearly means he wants to collaborate to intervene. They're basically warning Nebula politely, and Nebula is sure the others are weighing the profitability and planning right now. Additionally, Krampus is probably already talking to those players. Eldar isn't sure how Nebula will handle this unknown enemy with unknown strength. It was brutal fighting those vampires as it was. Nebula claims the situation is different from back then with Jiel Wubi. The players are ready this time so they won't be tricked as easily. And the enemy forces are currently just at the level of pirates. It's an enemy he can likely handle, although no one knows how many there are. But then again, it's not like he had been fooling around for 100 years. In addition, Nebula points out the top 2 weapons they can now use. They'll be appearing soon enough in the game. Of course, it's mages and gunpowder. If he can acquire gunpowder and the enemy can't, victory is within grasp. This is exactly why Nebula intends to handle the enemy himself. From other players' perspectives, Hukrin's southern islands are bridgeheads to the 4th continent, and the same applies to Shacha and the Deep Night pirates. Other players will try to fight to ensure he can't monopolize it. Runda finds it absurd that other players would attack him without evidence. Nebula reminds her they can forge evidence. For example, they might attack under the excuse of needing to recover the southern archipelago from the Deep Night pirates. If that happens, it would lead to a result similar to an alliance. Basically, everyone will end up fighting each other, and Nebula is too well aware of it. The land has merely changed to sea, and there's the added variable named Shacha. Either way, fights will break out since gunpowder has been invented. The fight against this evil god will include Krampus, another player, Shacha, while Nebula, Runda, and Eldar are on one side. It will be a 3-way fight. With this formation, there will definitely be naval warfare. We then cut to Hukrin, where a minister rushes to meet Kyle. It's actually Priest Su-Hang. He's here to deliver a revelation from the Revelation Priest. The revelation was supposed to be delivered immediately, so this guy came rushing here. Since it's the Revelation Priest who sent the message, it clearly means their god has given his word. When Kyle reads it, he immediately wants to meet the administration minister. When the man arrives, Kyle expresses his desire to issue a royal command. He wants the minister to inform all government offices near the coast that if there are villages, groups, or people who communicate with pirates, as well as any species resembling fish, they should block or detain them. The priest knew a battle would occur in the distant future, but to think it would be like this. A new demonic king is on the horizon, even though this era was supposed to be one of peace. While Kyle is a little wary of the chaos, he believes they shouldn't worry excessively. Back to the main point. Currently, Hukrin's soldiers are no longer the same warriors from 100 years ago. Most believed Hukrin being a great nation was a given and looked down on other nations. A part of the long peace has now poisoned Hukrin. Just because there's poison doesn't mean everyone drank from the same cup. At least, that's what Kyle believes. Although the new demonic king who appeared in the south is definitely worrisome, there were already several signs pointing to a potential war. This might actually be good. If it weren't for the demonic king, Kyle wouldn't know where the war would break out or what to watch for. However, the focus is now clear. The problem is they've only made preparations to fight up north, and a battle in the Southern Ocean is something they haven't prepared for. While it's true that Hukrin's ships are still better than Danyam's or Amgul's, they aren't as good as Danry's. Luckily, Danry is on the way to the western continent, so Kyle doesn't think they'll intervene here. But other than Danry, if the other 5 nations all try to go to war with Hukrin, Hukrin will be at a numerical disadvantage. Kyle has already thought of a solution. By now, Ravina should have reached Sajan. The priest isn't sure if that alchemist's wicked knowledge can help save the world, though he makes one thing clear. He doesn't despise alchemists. After all, everything is according to the night sky's will. Even if an alchemist is part of it, he has no objections. This is when Kyle drops something very interesting, something only he knows. Turns out, Ravina is the closest person to a mage on this continent. The fact that she survived the journey here from the Alchemy Tower is living proof. There will definitely be an order regarding when each nation obtains gunpowder, but it will eventually reach everyone. However, as for mages, the results of this war will largely depend on which nation they belong to and what they do. In the thick woods of the Snowy Mountains, we meet an eagle-like humanoid creature. Tagging along with him is a weird, creepy monster who claims to be a spirit. It seems this eagle guy and the spirit aren't exactly on friendly terms. According to his studies, this spirit-like monster is a mere pawn who served an ancient evil. The spirit constantly brags about his own prowess, suggesting that this eagle is no good without his powers. He also mocks how the eagle dude got a pair of wings, which are practically useless. Turns out this eagle-like guy is a rare species known as Garudas. As far as the spirit is concerned, this is why Seokmien's god chose trolls as rulers and utilized this eagle-like species as mere pawns. After placing them as a meat shield at the front in war, the Garduas lost their numbers and the god heartlessly abandoned them. The spirit further rubs salt in the wound by reminding this eagle that if Garudas had been chosen by any god, their fate would have been completely different. But this eagle fella tells the spirit to shut the hell up. He doesn't need a god to begin with. According to stories about Garudas, in the distant past, they were called the species of emperors and could soar the skies. Even during the ancient evil, the Garudas were an honorable species and did their best to fight as was natural. However, when the battle became unfavorable, the gods ran away. After that, for some reason, Garudas could no longer fly. There was an ancient story like that. What this guy is sure about, both in reality and legends, is that gods cannot be trusted. Neither does he need gods nor their help. He will fly the skies using his own abilities, or at least that's how this guy thinks. Once he gets out of this forest, he'll reach a river, and he's almost there. Soon enough, he finds the frozen river. Since elk knights can cross this river and continue to chase him down, the eagle decides to melt the river so no one can follow him. Though that spirit thinks this eagle doesn't have enough power to pull off something like that. Suddenly, his path is blocked by big, tusked guys. Trolls, of course. They immediately notice his rotten left hand, a dead giveaway that this bastard is Mazdari. Mazdari, however, is surprised to see them here because the people chasing him were supposed to come from behind. Everyone seems to be after him because of the knowledge he's carrying. So Mazdari feigns ignorance and pretends to panic, acting like he has no clue who Mazdari even is. He introduces himself as Yehuran, someone who grew up in a Garuda clan village. He claims his left arm looks like that because he caught fire when he was younger, not because it's rotten. The trolls can clearly see there's no burn scar. The eagle guy argues that burn scars and rotten flesh look different, just like trolls and Garudas look different. He then tries to divert their attention by asking if they're looking for a Garuda named Mazdari. They respond yes. They're sure even a lowly runt like him must know about the alchemy tower. The eagle guy admits he knows every detail about the alchemy tower beyond the Sky Mountains. It's the place of those frauds called alchemists who live there. The troll claims that his knights have completely cornered the tower, but some alchemists have disappeared. Now, under His Majesty's orders, he's trying to track down those escaped alchemists to stop them from spreading their evil knowledge. The eagle guy assures them they'll be able to find that Garuda alchemist, especially since there aren't many Garudas around here. He even promises to inform them if he finds any Garuda alchemist nearby. But the Tusk guys tell him to come closer, as they won't let him go until they confirm he's not an alchemist. With no options, the guy raises his hand in surrender, ready to be searched. Next, they ask him to pass over his bag. That's the turning point. Mazdari snaps since his identity will be out anyway. The Tusk guys retaliate after sensing his hostility. Mazdari grabs one of the potions and throws it right into a bastard's eyes, causing his entire face to burn and melt like candle wax. Word quickly spreads that the guy with the rotten hand is here, and soon the trackers following him catch up. Mazdari has only 1 sulfuric acid, 1 smoke screen, and 2 gas bombs left. If he uses them now, there will be nothing left to melt the river, but there's no helping it. He throws the potions right at their faces. One Tusk guy blocks the liquid thrown at him, but it's liquefied gas, which Mazdari ignites with his fire, burning the bastard to a crisp. They scream in agony, getting cooked alive. Their leader turns on his heels and rides off on their beasts. Mazdari doesn't want these guys to escape like that. He has to kill them all no matter what. Unfortunately, his flames won't reach that far because he refuses to rely on the spirit following him. Soon enough, the big shot of those Tusk guys arrives, very glad to have found Mazdari. Mazdari is ordered to undo his waistband and put down his things. It goes without saying Mazdari can't fight them like this, and the spirit shares the same thought. So the eagle guy makes a wise decision and surrenders immediately. He's forced to strip his bag off, and the Tusks chain his hands behind his back. Mazdari makes it clear that even without his alchemy gear, he's still a dangerous guy. But the big guy isn't fazed. After all, he's Seokmien's king, Dermalin Busa, the one their god, Twisted Tai, has chosen. Dermalin has heard that alchemists always want to compete against gods. He's torn whether Mazdari should be burned to a crisp or punished by the god's will. If Mazdari wants to witness the troll god's might, Dermalin is ready to show him. The spirit is hyped up about challenging God's might and supports Dermalin's suggestion, but Mazdari knows their God is watching this place. If the God is watching, his judgment would be swift. If Mazdari receives the judgment of Twisted Tai, the tangled and entwined god, he'd be split into a dozen pieces instantly. Mazdari has no clue why, out of all the alchemists, he's being personally pursued by a king. After all, Dermalin had neglected the alchemy tower until now. Well, Dermalin has a clear idea of how the alchemists have been trying to hide their knowledge. The only reason they neglected the tower was because the god never wanted to interrupt their research until now. He was waiting for this knowledge to mature all along. Alchemists might be non-believers, but that doesn't change the fact that they make absolutely mind-boggling stuff. Cutting to the chase, Mazdari is willing to teach the king how to create gunpowder, if they let him go in return. However, it doesn't seem like gunpowder is the only thing the king wants from him. Mazdari might not be aware, but there was an alchemist inside the tower who was communicating with Dermalin. So Dermalin already knows the method to create gunpowder. By now, Mazdari has no clue what exactly these guys want from him. Finally, the king breaks it down. His god wants magic. The brave eagle tries to smack some sense into this overgrown animal. They can't just obtain magic because they want it. The bastard claims it's not about obtaining magic, nor is he curious about Mazdari's identity. He just needs power. According to his insider, magic is a power that can alter the order of this world, just like a god can. Mazdari argues it's nothing more than myth, ancient stories buried deep in history. But the big bastard remains persistent. It's then that the eagle finally recognizes these guys don't want magic, they want a mage. A mage who will submit to their orders. Dermalin is glad Mazdari is smart enough to understand this, which spares him the explanation. The other alchemist, meanwhile, wasn't so smart. That boy didn't reveal anything except that the best alchemist there is Mazdari. Finally, the eagle guy understands these bastards want him to become a mage. The king is willing to give Mazdari all the knowledge collected from mages so far. If Mazdari absorbs all that lore, he can become a mage with that power. With that indomitable power, the king wants Mazdari to spread the greatness of Seokmyon far and wide. Even if it weren't for their request, Mazdari had planned on completing his knowledge by finding alchemists throughout the continent to become a mage. He was almost there, just one piece away. But with the knowledge Seokmyon's kingdom has gathered, things will be much easier, though this knowledge was solely gathered after torturing alchemists. Dermalin promises to give Mazdari the highest treatment he deserves. After all, Garuda's helped the trolls a lot in founding this nation. Mazdari, though, isn't welcomed within his species because he is supposedly cursed, so it would be refreshing if Mazdari can recover the honor of his species. While the deal sounds enticing, Mazdari still wants time to think. Dermalin is willing to give him that time but fears he can't wait long, especially since a mage candidate, just like him, has just left their country. The mention of a mage candidate surprises Mazdari. To think an alchemist successfully escaped, he desperately wants to know who. Well, he may not know it, but we do. It's Ravina. Later, Mazdari can be seen in his cell, brainstorming who the lucky alchemist that broke through the siege might be. The spirit haunting him suggests he become a mage, and then ask all the daunting questions swirling in his mind, or find a way to escape. The window is quite narrow, but the spirit is sure it can melt that iron door easily. Mazdari believes it's futile because gods can watch whatever they want. The spirit keeps urging him to do something, it's damn boring. The eagle just puts his head down and begins thinking again. He has no clue why he's hesitating. He thought he could do anything to become a mage. If he becomes a mage, even if he's a slave to a god, his dream will be fulfilled. As he brainstorms, someone sneaks up to the cell's window bars. It's Grasshopper, who intends to have a little chit-chat with Mazdari. He infiltrates the cell like it's nothing. Mazdari quickly puts his guard up, but Grasshopper assures him he's a god's messenger, so there is nothing to worry. His name is Hongo, one of Night Sky's creations. Upon hearing this, the eagle realizes he's referring to the god that Hukrin's lizardmen serve. He quickly asks what business the Night Sky god has with him. Grasshopper claims he watches everything and knows all that has happened so far. Mazdari finds it ironic that the Twisted Tie god reached out to him using Dermalin, while the Night Sky god sent a protector, even though this isn't his territory. Grasshopper assures the eagle that Twisted Tie isn't currently watching. He's confident because his Night Sky god assured him and he wouldn't tell something false. Moving on, Mazdari asks why he's here. Grasshopper says he came to deliver a prophecy. He, Mazdari, will become Seokmyon's mage. Of course, Mazdari has a bewildered look for obvious reasons. For all he cares, if he tries to escape now, that prophecy would be shattered immediately, rendering it bogus. Grasshopper reveals he entered this cell by the power of the god, and Mazdari can't escape like this. Also, the prophecy doesn't end there. The rest of the prophecy, Mazdari, who will become a mage, will betray Seokmyon. The eagle chuckles, because that sounds more like Night Sky's order than a prophecy. But Grasshopper makes it clear this is indeed a simple prophecy. With all said, Mazdari is free to do as he pleases. Poor Mazdari clicks his tongue. To think a god's protector came just to deliver this message. If he becomes a mage with Seokmyon's resources, Seokmyon will have a great mage. Then Seokmyon will become strong enough that no one can ignore their power. Judging by their size alone, Seokmyeon is the biggest nation on the continent, and if they have a mage, there's a big chance they'll become stronger than Hukrin. So Night Sky must keep his guard up against Twisted Tie God at all costs. One thing Masdari doesn't understand. Why all this bullshit and formalities when they can just order him what to do, like gods always have? To which Grasshopper reveals that Night Sky God doesn't give out orders for petty reasons so easily. More than anything, he respects the free will of those underneath him. After all, he can still achieve whatever he wants without intruding directly. This doesn't make sense to Masdari at all. Like, if he happens to do something against the prophecy, what will happen then? He's sure Night Sky wouldn't like it. But Grasshopper reminds him they can't be sure. He believes Night Sky would neither be overjoyed nor depressed whether the prophecy comes true or not. Since Grasshopper's mission is over, he decides to leave. His sole task was delivering the prophecy. Before leaving, he suggests Masdari hide his thoughts deep inside, since the Twisted Tie God might hear them. If the Twisted Tie God hears his thoughts, his plan to betray would be impossible. With that, Grasshopper vanishes, leaving Masdari reflecting on his situation. The spirit recommends escaping since the Twisted Tie God isn't watching him, but Masdari has already changed plans. He may have hated gods before, but for now he's willing to act like the prophecy says. Masdari is looking at the bigger picture. He really wants to exact revenge and destroy those who locked him up and tortured him. He also wants to avenge all the alchemists, those bastards killed along the way. He's finally chosen the route of betrayal, and it'd be perfect if he betrays after becoming a mage. One thing to note, the Night Sky God seems to have already predicted Masdari would follow this path after hearing the prophecy. Even so, Masdari isn't sweating it. Eventually, he sharply stands up, declaring he's done thinking and that he, Masdari, will work for Seokmyeon. The scene transitions to a lone ship cruising the vast sea. The ship has finally reached Sashin, where Lump and Ravina are both on board. About Sashin, it's a small port located between Hukrin's Orizon and Maganon. Because of its large plains and high-quality soil, this port is known for good farming. Apart from that, it's an ordinary place no different from other port villages, which is precisely why no one has taken particular interest until now. This is where Hukrin's secret ordnance factory actually is, constructed beside the ocean to easily meet the supply and demand of materials from vessels. Lump reveals it's not just a weapon manufacturing site. It's basically a place where the knowledge of non-believers gathers. And that thing on the ship they're bringing along is also the result of the same knowledge. Lump suggests Ravina not mention that thing blatantly, but Ravina reminds him it was the Night Sky God who commanded it, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. Still, Lump warns that the base is an unholy object, so before checking if it activates well, he doesn't want to risk any bad luck. He hopes the Night Sky God looks after them. By the way, the thing they are talking about is actually a weapon, and they are here to test some of the newly produced ones. This is precisely why they are at this particular location. Ravina is rather astonished by how much faith Lump has in God, especially since he belongs to the species persecuted the most. Also, this dude is one heck of a crafter. She only told him the theory of gunpowder, and he already made a trial product from that alone. By now, she's sure that Lump is the next in line with the ability to pull off their next plan. Even if something goes wrong, she can simply use her powers of demonic property. The alchemy tower might be gone, but the knowledge remains, and it will change the entire scene of this world. While staring at the blue sky, she calls out to the Night Sky God, wanting to ask something. She actually wants to find out where this world is headed, and what he's really planning. The next day arrives. In the bustling marketplace, we find Basan drinking and having the time of his life. He's already had so much that he's thinking about stopping now before he gets completely wasted. The guys serving him all the booze are having the time of their lives, thrilled that a prince is visiting their humble village. They really want him to mention their hospitality to His Majesty Kyle. As the governor of this small place, they'd love to be recognized by the king. Moving on, Basan questions the man about the Astasidian. He wants to know if this governor can actually handle that shrimp. The governor assures Basan not to worry about that small fry, all the while pouring even more liquor as if Basan hasn't had enough already. Basan can clearly tell that this dude isn't being sincere with his assigned duty, and he really wants to punish this irresponsible government official. But as the king's older brother, no matter what he does, he'd be accused of abusing his power. Suddenly a guy comes running and whispers some juicy yet shocking details in the governor's ear. Seeing their worried faces, Basan asks about the situation. The governor is clearly sweating but acts like nothing serious is going on. This dude is definitely acting way too suspicious. Anyhow, Basan gets up from his seat and heads to the outhouse. As soon as he's off the house's premises, a lizardman swings down from the wall and pays his respects to Basan. He's here to deliver unpleasant news. The Astasidian pirate has escaped. What's worse, that shrimp has taken a hostage and is causing a fuss. Of course, this news only fuels Basan's hate boner toward the governor, whose lack of seriousness caused this mess. Cutting to that shrimp in question, the choice of hostage is rather interesting. The guards are surrounding the bastard, while his claw clamps around Ravina's head. Though he seems panicked, his entire body shaking like a leaf. One guard tells the sea creature to calm the fuck down before things get ugly. But the shrimp believes he has every right to cause a ruckus since Basan promised to let him go once he answered all their questions. He demands they bring Basan to him. He'll release the woman only if he gets to talk to Basan. The Lizardmen can't help but crack up hearing this pirate talk about morality and promises. The disoriented shrimp then turns to Ravina, threatening her not to move, or else she might lose her head. But the lady, rather disappointingly, reminds him she didn't even flinch. He's the one doing all the freaking shit. The shrimp is kind enough to apologize. Seeing how lousy his grip is, she could easily break free using her muscle spasm technique. Eventually, Basan finally arrives on the scene. It's then we learn the shrimp's name is Godan. Basan doesn't hesitate to claim that Godan went against his promise. But he also doesn't shy away from reminding him that he broke the law. This time, Basan is willing to make a promise he can keep. If Godan kills the hostage, he'll lose his life on the spot. If Godan gives up, he'll be granted a chance to talk. He's got to decide quickly. Well, it's no brainer what the shrimp is going to choose. And as expected, he lets go of the girl. With the hostage free, the other lizardmen charge toward the bastard to apprehend him. Ravina is rather surprised at how well Basan negotiated. After all, she had this perception that lizardmen are all brawn, no brains. Basin believes he did nothing other than follow the wisdom of his ancestor Rock. First, one should always try to achieve goals through talks. But if that doesn't work, then you can get your hands dirty. The woman is surprised to see such resolve in Basan's eyes. For someone who was once the crown prince, that response of his is quite clear. By now, Basan is left wondering who this woman even is. At that same time, the dwarf also arrives. Seeing the shorty, it doesn't take Basan long to recognize who he is. Ravina is curious if Basan and Lump already know each other. Well, it's a long story, so they take their time explaining everything, how they three ended up here. Judging from the situation, Basan recognizes that it was all part of the king's plan for each of them to come to Sashin. Similarly, it's no coincidence they all arrived around the same time. He then asks Lump about the thing he's holding. Turns out, it's a weapon Lump brought, thinking it might be helpful. It really is a weapon. The next scene takes us to Hukrin's ordnance factory. It's a secret area, unknown to the world. There are more of these similar weapons. These barrels are heavy and pretty big. Having no clue how these weapons operate, Basan thinks maybe the hole in the middle is to lighten the weight. With all his might, he grabs the weapon and throws it hard on the ground to see how effective it is. Lump tells this gullible lizard that's not how the weapon works. He takes the barrel back to show how it operates. He points at a wooden plank with a red circle. That's the target. He then pulls out a bag of gunpowder, explaining what this black stuff does. He pours the gunpowder into the barrel, stuffs it properly through a stick, and then it's time to put a projectile inside. Once the cannon is loaded, it's time to ignite the fuse. With fuse lit and cannon loaded, he fires the cannon, causing the projectile to obliterate everything in its path. It literally blew everything away, including Basan's mind and his ears. This shit is as destructive as the night sky god's thunder. What could be the use of such a weapon? Well, Ravina reveals it's for war. She seems to know the gist of why they're all here. She's heard Basan had a little squabble with the pirates, so he and his crew dropped by Sashin, which wasn't part of their original plan. Partly Basan and his crew had to stop there because they were supposed to load a certain item, and that item was a cannon. Basan is still in awe at the sheer power he has just witnessed. The destructive power is incredible, though there's an obvious catch from what he's noticed. The process of putting the gunpowder in, flattening it with a stick, then loading the projectile and lighting it on fire, it takes way too long to start an attack. It's also tough to change the direction of the cannon itself. He's sure one can kill a few enemy soldiers with this on a chaotic battlefield, but if they spread out, taking down many would be impossible. But then again, everything could change drastically if they get many cannons, not just one. It's quite useful by itself if it can hold cavalry troops in check. It'll also show incredible force in a siege where the target is fixed. It's basically enough to make up for the disadvantage of being hard to move once the cannons are boarded on boats. If there had been a cannon in the battle against the pirates last time, they'd be done for. A sea battle could fully show the power of these cannons. This is definitely going to change the landscape of war. Meanwhile, Nebula is hearing all the thoughts swirling in Basan's mind. Basan might be right, but Nebula believes there's still a long way to go. Since battleground cannons are impressive, but compared to the weapons that will appear in the future, they're nothing. The firing speed is slow, and after firing you need to wipe the inside. Because they're so heavy, several people are needed for each cannon, and you also need training on how to shoot them properly. And if it rains or it's humid, they get even harder to use. After all, black gunpowder solidifies quickly if it gets moist. But since Kyle is a genius, and that dwarf lump is also a talented fella, they might make the next stage gunpowder soon enough. Though for now, they'll rely on the current technology since perfecting a technique doesn't instantly produce the next one. Still, Nebula is positive it won't take that long. Once everyone starts using this gunpowder, it'll lead to an arms race. Nebula's pretty much convinced a war will happen, much to Eldar's surprise. Right now, wisdom is bothering Nebula the most. The fact that he's gathering resources at an alarming rate sounds concerning. Then again, it's not like Nebula is sitting around twiddling his thumbs. The power this world brings forth is getting bigger, and the scale of the war will be incomparable to before as a result. Nebula's positive he'll soon find out who is prepared more thoroughly. The scene then shifts to show Tion's sour face. She seems rather wary of Ravina. To her, this lady with horns sounds like trouble, but to Basan, she isn't really a threat. Being human, she's as much a threat as Tion herself. Tion, being an elf, feels offended that he's comparing her with a human, so she teases him that lizardmen and frogmen look similar to her too, even though they literally don't. She emphasizes that just like frogmen and lizardmen, humans and elves are poles apart. The two can't even have kids together. So in a nutshell, the two species don't share any similarities. Anyhow, Basan still believes Ravina is a perfectly fine person. Just because she's cursed doesn't mean she's some freak. Okay, she's willing to let Ravina's curse slide, but she can't help pointing out that Ravina's a non-believer who doesn't follow a god. Well, Basan doesn't have any problem with that either. As far as he's concerned, everyone has the right to be skeptical. Tioni points out that alchemists aren't just skeptical, they're dead certain that gods don't exist. As they argue back and forth, someone calls the captain and reports several unidentified boats approaching from behind. The speed these boats are moving is even more concerning. Basan quickly relays orders to figure out who's behind this, but it seems they don't have to wait long to find out. Gaiden screams at the top of his lungs that it's the Deep Night Pirates, though the shape of that ship doesn't really resemble the one his group had. They're actually the main ships from the southern continent. While Gaiden is squirming and panicking in the background, miserably clinging to his sorry life, Tion takes a closer look to confirm what Gaiden said. The only thing they can do is engage in battle. Well, Basan had been waiting for this exact opportunity, much to Tion's shock. He basically wants to use the cannons during the battle and put these babies to the test. Since she can't go against the captain's wishes, she reluctantly orders the crew to prepare the cannons. Basan doesn't seem fazed at all, as he plans to go head first even though he doesn't know much about the enemy they're facing. The Lizardmen begin aiming tiger cannons at certain angles toward the enemy. Our crew has only 4 ships, and they're currently positioning them horizontally. The enemy on the ship seems to be the deep ones, and they're laughing their asses off seeing just 4 ships. The pirate master is so confident about victory that he's sure he'll get recognition from the Deep Night God. Our boats are finally in horizontal position and have stopped moving, much to the enemy's bewilderment. For a moment, they think maybe the opponent is willing to surrender because they got scared. But we all know that's far from true. Once the enemy is within range, Basan orders his crew to attack, and thus, the Lizardmen begin bombing the hell out of the enemy with cannons. A cannon directly strikes one of those fish freaks, obliterating his face on the spot. The relentless barrage continues, hitting the freaks on the ship, causing them to scramble and dodge. But it seems all too futile. They're being ripped apart left and right as if they're nothing more than veggies. The enemy finally stops pushing forward, but that halt is just temporary. The pirate captain yells at the top of his lungs, ordering his men to march ahead. He's confident the enemy can't sustain firing a weapon like this repeatedly. Seeing this, Basan also orders his men to prepare for another round. By now, one thing is sure, these sea creatures aren't dumb animals. The fish leader, on the other hand, feels glad his hunch was right, given how the barrage of bullets has stopped. He commands his platoon to get even closer. But little does this bastard know, Basan is ready for the second round already. As soon as he lowers the flag, his companions start the barrage of cannons. Since the weakness is the long loading time, there's a gap between firing rounds one after another. So, of course, Basan already considered that and prepared the second platoon accordingly. He then instructs Tion to put some distance and buy them time to reload. Basan's main objective is the safe delivery of the cannons and gunpowder, and there's no need to purposely annihilate the pirates. However, Basan might just do so if they insist on following him. On the pirate ship, those guys scramble to get back up. The captain wants everyone alive to grab the sails and take control of the direction since he wants to chase his death a little longer. Even if the power of those weapons is great, they still can't destroy the boats. So if they get close enough, he's sure they have a shot. Basan expected this much. These creatures aren't completely thoughtless. It was definitely difficult to damage the boats with earlier cannon shots. In this case, he decides to use the big one. As soon as he orders, the Lizardmen take out the big cannon to obliterate their enemy. As the barrel of the cannon stares at those hobos, my guy pulls the trigger and lets the cannonball loose, making a giant fucking hole through the ship, rendering it utterly useless. The bastards sailing the ship have no choice but to jump off the sinking vessel. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Nebula is watching everything unfold. He seems thoroughly satisfied as well. It was a good thing he lured the pirates here, allowing them to test the force of the cannons. The pirates were driven out with almost no losses for them, and since they had Ravina, failing the test wouldn't have caused too big of an issue. He must say, though, Basan is better than he expected. To think he'd even learn a skill at all. His new skill apparently is all about being a great commander and leader. In Rockrak's generation, they used strategy and tactics. But back then, there were more situations relying on individual warriors' abilities to change things. However, after firearms appeared, fighting abilities standardized, so command systems became more important. Nebula can barely wait for the future when Basan becomes a natural force to be reckoned with. After that, Basan received secret orders to sweep out the pirates, and within a mere month, he conquers the southern archipelago. In the middle of the night, celebrations are in full swing. While Basan may have succeeded in pushing out the deep night pirates, he's unsure if he can leave here immediately. Although the southern archipelago may be pirate territory, they'll have a separate military headquarters somewhere. There are 2 islands close to the southern archipelago, from what Ravina has heard. Namely, one is Ormor, and the other is Dolton. Ormor is an island west of the southern archipelago and close to Danium, so it'll be used as a base for pirates traveling to and from Danium. Doltan is south of it and quite a distance apart. It's closer to the southern continent, so there's a high chance it's the Deep Night Pirates' headquarters. Basan already has enough soldiers well-versed with cannons, but because it's hard to divide their forces into 2, he plans to conquer one first. Then a familiar voice barges in, claiming to have already conquered Ormor Island. The man in question is Mazdari, much to Ravina's shock. Since they're fellow alchemists, they know each other well. Basan's eyes dart right in front of him, where he can see a fleet of trolls marching down here, the army of Seokmyeon. Seeing this army, Basan quickly orders General Ian to prepare his soldiers for battle. Mazdari assures him they're here on friendly terms. All he and this fleet of trolls want is to expel the pirates as quickly as possible. Since Mazdari and trolls came here riding Danium's merchant ships, it's no surprise the Astasidians weren't on guard against them. But that doesn't sound reassuring to Basan, as he has no reason to be at ease seeing Seokmyeon's soldiers coming on Danium's boats. Out of courtesy, the troll general humbly introduces himself as Seokmyeon's General Uldor Mayan. Since he's in charge of the boats docked there, he wants Basan to rest assured. The only reason he came on Danium's ships is that Seokmyeon doesn't have ships that go south. Besides, he has no intention of creating friction with Hukrin. He just wants to help because Danium, his allied nation, is suffering due to pirates. So it's in everyone's best interest if criminals like pirates are dealt with quickly. Basan understands the sentiment. Since the pirates recently extended their influence onto Hukrin's southern archipelago, Basan had to drive them out, so there's nothing left for General Uldor to do. Seems like Uldor has an entirely different piece of information. As far as he knows, Hukrin never took over the southern archipelago territory. Only uncivilized people live there. Basan reminds him that he simply respected the autonomy of the Asasideans, since he has continuously received tributes and respect from them. After all, the god the Asasideans believe in is also the night sky god. But if the general recalls correctly, the name of the god the Asasideans believed in was different from Hukrin's. Their god's name was something like White Spider God. Basan clears up the misunderstanding by confirming that the White Spider God is the same god as the night sky. Furthermore, a priest from the main temple is already on the way to confirm this fact as soon as possible. Internally, Basan can't help but highlight the main agenda this general is here for. If only Basan had been a little late, Uldor would have been planning to claim the southern archipelago as part of their territory, including Ormor. Another important thing to note is that Seokmyeon used Danium's ships to come here, which only corroborates the possibility that these 2 nations have partnered up. Seems like Wisdom and Krampus are cooking something behind the scenes. Not just that, as far as Basan can think, there's also a possibility that all 5 nations, including Jokwa, Mangul, and Guman, will get involved. Even if they don't fight head-on with Hukrin, they can't avoid competition. The goal in the end is a path toward the southern continent. And right now, a clash between the nations over this continent is inevitable. Basan then inquires if this dude is planning on going to Dolton Island. The big Tusk guy's response is affirmative. In fact, he's planning to go even further if necessary. Hearing this makes Basan chuckle a bit, like he saw that response coming. Anyhow, he decides to enjoy the festivity until the next day. The journey once again continues, with the Seokmyeon army tagging along. Turns out even ships from Mangul have joined. Basan is sure that both Seokmyeon and Mangul will assert their authority over Doltan once they've dealt with the pirates. The 2 nations have already talked things over. Well, Tion isn't really vibing with the current developments. Their only goal was to explore the external mountains, but she isn't sure how in the hell they got stuck in this mess. Besides, this shit is way over her pay grade. She never signed up for this to begin with. But then again, there's no helping it. And that's exactly what bothers her. Basan can feel that the night sky is watching them from above. But Tion feels like Basan is making some sharp pun since it's literally a clear day sky. Moving on, the crew notices pirates, but there's something even more concerning. The pirate ships heading their way are literally countless. So many that even Nebula is left speechless. He's got no freaking clue how these looters managed to gather those numbers. Also, what's with that divine restriction that isn't allowing him to reconnoiter the enemy? This is only possible if the enemy's level is at least 19. Furthermore, Nebula has noticed the pirates' movements are awkward too. Just take a look. This bird's eye view shows how the pirates are keeping a large distance between them and their enemy. This giant empty space between them seems like a trap, so Nebula quickly bestows Basan with a divine revelation, telling him to practice caution. Basan takes note of the urgency and orders his men to slow down the boats. Meanwhile, General Oldor is astonished to see this sudden decrease in pace. One of the soldiers reports that Hukrin's boats are slowing down. This fool of a troll general considers it an amateur move from Basan. As far as he can tell, Basan must have gotten scared of the number of enemies and is now trying to buy time to plan something else. So the general's greed takes the best of him, and he decides to deliver the first strike to the enemy. But it won't be long before he realizes how foolish that decision was. A massive tentacle rises through the waters, making the ships look like dwarf. It's a fucking kraken. One whip of its tentacle takes down a bunch of troll soldiers, along with devastating damage. Not long after, an entire ship is wrapped up by the tentacles and is being strangled and smashed with these massive whips. Nebula had anticipated this, which is why he sent the revelation abruptly. Looking deep into the waters, we see this giant tentacle beast. It's so massive that Nebula estimates it to be at least 500 meters long. The dude is half a fucking kilometer long. Thankfully, Nebula's quick thinking saved his crew from getting demolished unnecessarily. Krampus, of course, isn't thrilled with this development, since he's taking all the brunt with troll ships getting destroyed. He blames Nebula for not warning him earlier, but our guy clears the air by apologizing. He only found out on short notice himself, so couldn't warn in time. Krampus, however, isn't buying it. He's dead serious it was all part of Nebula's plan. Once again, our guy's response stays the same. Turns out, the Kraken is just an individual creature outside the control of any civilization, meaning the Kraken wouldn't spare the Deep Ones either if it came to that. It's likely tamed by the Deep Ones. Nebula has another theory. Since the Kraken is also part of this ancient evil or whatever, perhaps the Deep Ones have a sort of symbiotic relationship with it. While Nebula wasn't quick enough to warn Krampus about the first sneaky attack of the Deep Ones, this time he warns them in advance that the second attack is coming, with Deep Ones rising to the surface. The Deep Ones will attack from between the Kraken's tentacles. With this kind gesture, Krampus also decides to be generous enough to warn Nebula about the third attack these creatures are about to launch. Turns out the third pirate fleet is already on the move, and it seems they're trying to trap their ships so no one escapes the Kraken's wrath. Krampus seeks Nebula's advice to counter this attack. Our guy just teases his fellow back, wondering if Krampus even needs advice at all. After all, Krampus can simply use what he's been hiding. But before we find out what that is, we get a moment to witness a sinking ship, courtesy of the Kraken. While the Kraken is disintegrating the ship into pieces, Mazdari is also in action, trying his best. He's in the middle of drawing a circle when a giant boulder falls on him. After pushing the boulder away, he completes this weird enchantment-like circle, though he fears it won't be very helpful in his work. Just as he finishes drawing the circle, General Oldor also arrives, as if summoned by fate. He will be the one to witness the miracle of what Mazdari has been cooking up lately. Having no clue what Mazdari is up to, the clueless general asks for clarification about the glowing circle. Mazdari reveals that what he is about to do is the reason Sokmyun's king, Dermalin, hired him. It's also why the king sent him to the southern seas, and the reason General Oldor had been looking for him in the first place. And that reason, of course, is magic. Before doing something miraculous, Mazdari asks about the ships within 300 paces of their own. Well, that's around 10 ships. Most of them consist of trolls, but there are also elves, lenners, hobgoblins, and satyros. The slaves are a mixed bunch, so it's hard to quote exact numbers. Of course, among them is a Garuda too, Mazdari himself. From what I can tell, it seems Mazdari is about to pull some sort of teleportation jutsu. We'll find out soon enough. Right now, he needs some time to focus. He starts chanting these scribbles, and this weird mojo begins to take effect. Once he finishes reciting whatever it was, a miracle happens. The tentacle of the octopus has been frozen solid. When it cracks, chunks begin to rain down. Everyone on the ship is baffled as the reality of the situation sinks in. The ocean around them has been frozen solid. Even the enemies are frozen solid. The only ones still standing unfrozen are those the Garuda remembered before chanting the spell. The extra slave orcs the general didn't mention are frozen. The general is sweating down to his balls even though it's cold out there. He finally understands why His Majesty was so hell-bent on having this guy under their command. With the successful casting, the eagle feels very satisfied. He looks into the sky as if sensing that God is watching him from above. Well, his hunch isn't all off either. Our guy is also very fascinated watching this spell, Frozen Time, in action. Seems like this is the trump card Krampus was holding. Though Nebula is curious why the eagle chose this particular magic spell out of all the options. Seems we'll find out soon enough. A while later, we see our party starting their journey again. Basan is still glazing over the magic he just witnessed. The pirates, excluding the Kraken, were incredibly strong in their own regard. If it weren't for Garuda's magic, this would have been a tough fight to win. Thanks to the magic, the Kraken was dealt with easily, and Danium and Mangal's ships could join to push the bastards out. Without it, the fleets would have been disassembled, causing great damage. Since Seokmyun has revealed the power of the mage they'd been hiding, they'll try to maintain a dominant position with that power backing them as they enter the new continent. Though Basan is also sure the Deep Night pirates won't give up just after one defeat. And if the person behind them has forces on the scale of a nation, it goes without saying they still have a lot of manpower. The lookout then reports sightings of Dolton Island nearby. But there's also something quickly approaching from under the water. Basin wants a clear description of the kind of threat they're dealing with. What the lookout sees next leaves him speechless. His reaction is like he's seen something totally unexpected, like flying fish. Well, quite literally, what he's seeing is flying fish, with fishmen riding them. As soon as the fish come out of the water, the fishmen attack General Oldor's soldiers. In the first wave, every fishman manages to snag a kill using their pointy spears. Meanwhile, the general is freaking out, seeing fish flying in the sky. Literally ridiculous. What's next to see? Flying dicks? Poor trolls are being drowned while stabbed to death. Basin and his crew can only watch as the trolls get slaughtered like this. Those fish knights make enemies fall from the deck into the ocean, where the deep ones waiting below finish them off. Basin decides to empty the deck and hide below. But his fellow points out those creatures are climbing up the ships. If they empty the deck, it'll give the creatures a perfect chance to climb aboard. If the crew lets their guard down, the ship will be conquered too. In this case, Basan believes using the cannons will be difficult. He has an alternative plan. While they may be in the ocean, the enemy they're dealing with is basically cavalry troops. So the only thing they have to do is fight these bastards head-on like they would on land. The fishmen are closing in very fast. One of the fishmen, likely the platoon leader, is sure there isn't much time to prepare countermeasures. He's planning to execute the same technique he used on the trolls, then let infantry crawl up and take control of the ship. With spears in hand, the fishmen riding the fishes are ready to slaughter the enemy in front of them. But they find themselves stunned mid-air when they see shiny spears pointed directly at them. One fishman makes a sharp turn and gets right over the blind spot of the lizards. The douchebag is cocky, having outmaneuvered his enemies rather easily, but he didn't anticipate what awaited him. It's First Matey, ready to screw these guys up hard. With just one swing of his fist, he dusts the bastard riding that overgrown fish. More and more flying fishes appear, definitely an alarming situation. But the lizardmen pierce through these bastards like they're hunting some good grub. The fishmen riding those creatures start to topple off their rides, only to get slaughtered cold-blooded. Basan yells out orders to everyone. Avoid contact with their maws. Also, their true weapon is their spear, so don't chase and stab them recklessly. He encourages the soldiers to hold their spears firmly and protect their positions. The soldiers obey, and it's working in their favor. It might seem like a new strategy, but it's just a version of a pre-existing one. Good thing Basan learned how to fend off cavalry troops. It might actually be easier to face them here than on land. The cockatoo cavalry is nimble enough to pierce through spears, but the fish cavalry has a hard time making sharp turns once they jump off. General Oldor's army has also started using this strategy, and it seems to be working for them too, though it's not enough to fend off these monsters completely. The lookout in the crow's nest mentions more pirate boats, likely more than 120. Since the preceding ships haven't finished their battle yet, if the pirates enter, the ships might get tangled up. If so, it'll be difficult to use the cannons. So Basan strategically decides to proceed forward instead of retreating. Tion isn't sure if this decision won't get them killed. After all, they're the only ones moving forward. Basan assures her others will follow closely eventually. That certainly isn't very reassuring. The reason Basan wants to go ahead is to use his cannons without damaging his allies' ships. Then Mazdari comes flying off and lands right in front of Prince Basan. He's here to contest Basan's idea. You see, if Basan uses cannons while allied forces and those 100 pirate ships are close together, the pirates and allies would be obliterated simultaneously. Basin doesn't get why he would want to attack his own allies. As far as Mazdari knows, he thought Hukrin had a hostile relationship with other nations. And this is the God-gifted opportunity to decimate the allies under the pretense that open fire was the only choice to defeat the pirates. Mazdari was the last person Basan expected to hear this crazy plan from. But Basan lets him know that he would never try to attack his allies given the current circumstances. After all, the battle against the Deep Ones isn't over, and you can't be sure these 120 boats are the last line of defense. Losing sight of the grand scheme in chase of immediate gains is the thing of fools. Mazdari notes how Basan is strangely similar to his god and believers in this aspect. Basan overhears Mazdari a little, who immediately switches the topic, saying he just came to lend his magic power. It's good if they're ready with all their guns. After all, a dangerous one is heading right toward them. One particular pirate ship is heading straight toward them at crazy speeds, towed by a massive fish. It seems to be the captain's ship, a buffed-up pufferfish. Instead of air, this bad boy packs some muscle under his skin. His only order? Destroy the opposing ships in sight. As for his formal introduction, he's the Deep Night Pirates boss, the Black Order High Priest, Yahun. And the big fella pushing this giant-ass ship is Ancient Sparkling Tail, a sea serpent. Yahun is screaming his fat ass off on his ship, confident in his prowess. He envisions destroying everyone, taking control of the entire continent, and becoming the top person of the order. This crazy-ass serpent is actually an abominable god. It's likely the Deep Ones tamed the abominable god, and now they're cracking the whip. It's a mystery to Nebula how these guys even tame these sea creatures. A little about abominable gods. Abominable gods and abominations are enemies that players need to defeat. They are treated as monsters that players must defeat to receive domain trophies. The only reason abominable gods follow the evil god Shacha is likely because Shacha has a unique domain that allows him to control these abominations. You see, after defeating Geol Wubi, Nebula obtained a unique domain as well, namely, the Domain of Corpses. That was a completely new, unique domain, so maybe Shacha also has a unique domain as well. The pirate ships have already gotten dangerously close. Everyone will bump into each other at this rate. Eldar worries if he isn't going to do anything about it. Well, Nebula has a policy against butting in unnecessarily. There's still hope here, and that hope is Mazdari. Finally, the cannons are put into action. Sadly, the cannonball just bounces off after hitting the abominable god, as if the cannonball were made of plastic. Since regular cannons are ineffective against this behemoth, Basan orders the soldiers to prepare the king cannon. They're supposed to lower the arc and aim it right in front. The chance of success is low. There's no guarantee the monster will stand still and get hit by the cannon. Forget hitting. They can't even be sure if the cannon will do any real damage. Basan doesn't exactly applaud his fellow for such pessimism. According to Hukran military law, saying things that lower morale during war must be paid with one's life. Mazdari is ready to help, though he makes it clear he can't use magic whenever he pleases, as there are certain conditions involved. First, he needs to be able to touch the monster's body, then tie it down so it can't move. Furthermore, he needs enough time to drink a cup of tea. Well, these requirements don't sound that hard to fulfill, or at least that's how Basan thinks. Anyhow, Mazdari plans to go around the monster's surroundings and draw a magic circle atop the boat. Someone needs to stand guard and protect the magic circle so it doesn't get ruined. Furthermore, while casting magic, he needs to maintain focus during the enchantment, so he needs someone to protect him throughout. His terms may sound simple and easy on paper, but it's a long shot before they actually execute the plan and take the creature down. Though one thing's for sure, if all conditions are met seamlessly, killing that monster isn't far-fetched. In this case, Basan raises a red flag, signaling his fellows to get ready for the chaos ahead. Tioni catches on to the urgency, as Basan wasn't supposed to flutter that crimson flag lightly. Well, that red flag signals his fellows to ram the boats together, with the main ship in the middle. The plan is as crazy as it gets, and Tioni is losing her mind. Even Mazdari, who's been weathered through and through, admits Basan is one hell of a crazy guy. Then comes the next order by Basan, directed at Mady, who is supposed to announce to everyone to prepare for impact. The big fella takes a massive breath and lets his booming voice crack through the area. Lump is also told to prepare to execute the next part of the plan. The abominable god is right in their faces, ready to tear everyone apart. But so is their king cannon. The first cannonball is out, hitting the giant beast square on its chest. But the beast is still alive and about to make a snack out of everyone on deck. Basin quickly orders all gunners to retreat. The beast looks annoyed and traps one of the lizardmen in its maw. Basin then orders the others to raise their bows and trap the monster so it can't move freely. At the same time, Mazdari finishes drawing the magic circle on the boat. Only 3 more circles left to draw at different locations. Basin is ready to act as a meat shield and keep the enemy engaged while Mazdari works on his other circles. He further apologizes to Tion before jumping onto the enemy side of the ship. Well, right now, there's no point in complaining about anything given their situation, so Tion understands why it's necessary to risk it all. As long as Garuda doesn't whine, she's okay with him being a little reckless. As he jumps onto the enemy ship, Ravina suddenly pops out in the chaotic scene, much to Basan's shock. It's dangerous out here as it is, so she better go back to the pirates' humiliation. Well, she can't go back like this. She's been waiting for this moment to arrive. Suddenly, a massive axe swings down, landing smack dab in the middle where the duo was standing. The one behind this lousy throw is this fat fish guy, who's here to battle the captain of this platoon. Looks like Basan has also been waiting to fight this jackass, so it's a good thing he doesn't have to go through the trouble of finding him. As the two face off, Basan lunges at his opponent showing no fear. Their weapons clash, leaving blinding sparks filling the scene from the steel collision. It seems like this fat fuck already knows Basan's true intentions. He's basically buying time so that his fellow can use magic. However, as far as this fat fish is concerned, nothing can save them from his might. He swings so fast at Basan that he barely has time to dodge. If he'd been late even by a millisecond, he would have lost his head. There's no doubt this jackass is one tough nut to crack. What's more concerning is that his opponent also knows about magic. Not only does this fat fish know a lot about magic, he also knows how mages use others as sacrificial lambs just to buy enough time to draw some weird images on the floor. It's something this big fish strongly contests. Basan, however, refuses to empathize with this bastard, since he isn't on the same emotional level as this fish. Regardless, Yahun the fat fuck claims he won't let their mage succeed. And just as he says this, the abominable god is set free by the fishman, much to our boy's annoyance. If things keep going like this, the sea serpent will escape, and they'll be screwed for sure. But this is when Mazdari makes his comeback, having already done his part of the project. The entire area is now under the range of this giant enchantment circle. Literally no one can escape it, even if they want to. The radius of effect is so big that the fat ass who was once barking nonsense is left with his filthy mouth wide open. But surprisingly enough, nothing actually happens, giving this fat ass a moment to sneer at this failed attempt. If the magic circle is off even a little bit, or if the spell stutters, the magic always fails. So executing a successful magic spell in such chaos is next to impossible. Well, looks like this dude is about to get proven wrong. The entire place begins to shake as a snarling, loud roar fills the air. Everyone's head hurts, like they just got caught in friendly fire. Basan isn't happy with this development. He's mad that this magic is affecting his own fellows as well as the enemy. The confident eagle reveals that the magic hasn't even started yet. And just as he says this, magic portals form on the ground, and from them come massive hands. Before Mazdari even has a chance to explain what's going on, the massive hands instantly find their target and proceed to grab it. Mazdari meanwhile takes the opportunity to explain that it's actually summoning-type magic. The magic circle also serves as a door between worlds, and he opened that door to call a being from another world. The said being squashes that poor fish, causing blood to splatter like a crushed tomato. This massive hand monster was called Talajin in ancient times. There are already multiple hands all over, surrounding that giant, abominable god. The hands seem to be searching for something, and that something is Mazdari. Talajin never feels happy when someone uses Talajin's hand magic to summon his hands. Just imagine a scenario where you're having the time of your life, basking under a bright sky with a gentle breeze relaxing your muscles. But then some little critter ruins your mood by biting you. Your first instinct would be to squash this insignificant bug. Similarly, Talajin is currently squashing all these ants his hands are grasping, and these hands won't stop until the entire nest of ants is obliterated. Basan fears the implications of how dangerous this actually is. But then again, all magic is dangerous, and Mazdari has taken the risks into account with each spell. You see, magic follows rules. The first rule is that Talajin's hand can only sense deep ones as long as they're here. The second is that Talajin senses that big monster as Mazdari himself, an insignificant bug who ruined Talajin's sleep. Now, let's pan the scene over to this fatty sucker yelling at the abominable god to do something before they get their asses ripped apart. The tamed beast obeys what the master says and promptly attacks the hand by biting it. Looks like the abominable god has finally caught Talajin's attention, and that's clearly not a good sign. The giant hand grabs the poor bastard by the throat, gripping so hard it leaves him screeching at the top of his lungs. The giant hand continues to scramble the hell out of the abominable god, making it look more like a whiny bitch than a formidable foe. In no time, the bastard grabs the abominable god with his giant hands and rips it apart like it's nothing more than spaghetti. The brutality is on a whole other level, truly. Everyone is so traumatized and horrified by the sheer brutality. The battlefield clearly isn't for the faint of heart. It's now obvious why magic is such an OP thing in this world. Dangers are apparent too. That's why it's never a good idea to draw a big magic circle. If you draw it too big, things other than just the hands and arms can come through. Then handling it would be a Herculean task. They wouldn't have been able to handle the shit. Basan wants to keep watching that hand, but given the opportunity, he decides to take down that fat ass in the meantime. So Basan gives Mazdari the task to watch those hands. Mazdari is thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, with everything going according to plan. With the abominable god down for the count, that big fat ass has no option but to run and save his sorry ass. Nothing is going as he intended. Not only did the Pope's knights get defeated before they could properly use their power, but the sea serpent they received as a representative of the high priest was ripped to shreds. Once the rest of them join, it's simply a matter of time before they're defeated. As far as this fat ass is concerned, if he hadn't been pushed out to the open sea, he would have easily defeated them. This is all because he got weaker after being pushed out in the power struggle of the Order. Blaming others won't do him any good. My guy is already out here risking his neck, and I'm not sure how his fat ass is going to save himself from what's coming. The only thing he's good at is running his mouth relentlessly. Before charging recklessly at our boy, the fat ass utters his god's name once. Deep Light. Seems like it's the first time Basan has heard this name. With the name of his god, the fat ass charges at our boy, and brings that axe crashing down. That swing definitely packs a punch, so much so that Basan is forced to reckon with it. He can tell this king is a warrior who's been through countless battles. He's stronger and more experienced than anyone here. For a moment, Basan starts to regret coming alone into the fight. But he quickly resolves himself again. The bastard's coming from the other end, and my guy plants his feet ready too. The fish guy sneakily uses his tail to throw our boy off balance and onto the ground. Basin reacts just in time and jumps away. The bastard, meanwhile, is feeling smug again. But that confidence melts when he sees more than one Lizardman arriving on the scene to assist Basan. Instead of risking it, he makes the wise decision to retreat for now. Basan feels disappointed fighting against a coward, no matter how powerful the opponent is. He throws a dagger straight at the monster, and it lodges right in the bastard's back. Poor Fatty can do nothing except whine about the sneaky attack Basan just pulled. Though my guy doesn't feel ashamed at all. His ancestors always taught him to keep a spare weapon. So, a while later, poor Fatty has his head claimed by Basan, a clear message to the other fishmen that their time to surrender has come. They promptly decide to retreat. After a while, Basan inquires about the current status of the war. The outlook shows a few ongoing skirmishes with the last remaining fishmen. And as for Talajan, this fellow seems to be up to something. The hands are literally drawing a magic circle of their own, eerily similar to what Mazdari had drawn. This is totally out of syllabus, and the only person who can explain this oddity is Mazdari, but that dude is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the hands finish crafting the magic circle and activate it. Basin rushes toward the monster before something catastrophic can happen, but Ravina promptly stops him in his tracks. As we know, the hands are just casting magic. She assures him that nothing's going to happen. And just like she said, Talajan fails to activate the circle. To explain why, she reveals that magic follows fine rules. It requires extreme accuracy and very elaborate, detailed techniques. Even a slight mistake is enough to render the entire circle useless. Using her innate talent and magical knowledge, Ravina forced him to make a tiny mistake in his technique. Moving on, she recommends hopping to the other ships. Mazdari bound Talajan's free will using magic rules, which only allow it to sense the deep ones. But now, with no target in sight, Talajan will just flail his hands around, potentially hurting his own allies. That's a being with its own consciousness and desires from another world. It holds knowledge that people from the mortal world aren't even aware of. Speaking of which, Basan believes this is all the more reason to keep a close eye on this monster's movements. After all, this being actually poses a greater threat than the pirates ever did. Ravina has already decided to stay behind herself to keep watch over the beast's movements, while Basan is allowed to go. As for Mazdari, she advises not to trust him at all. She's got solid reasons behind her warning. To back it up, she recalls the time when the Knights of Seokmion attacked the alchemist's tower, and many alchemists either dispersed or died during the confrontation. Luckily, she managed to escape just in time, though most of the alchemists were detained before they could even flee Seokmion. Seokmion squeezed every drop of knowledge from those alchemists, but only Mazdari seized it all and became a mage. She believes he must have betrayed the other alchemists to get there. That's also why she's here. Her knowledge and abilities are among the few things that can resist magic. Summoning Talajan's hand wasn't the issue. It's the hands themselves that pose a threat to everyone around. Their attempt to draw a magic circle is just one example of how dangerous they are. If it hadn't been for her, everyone would have been in for a hell of a day. Basan quickly catches on to what she's actually implying. She suspects that having Talajan's hand harm the allies was part of Mazdari's plan. Looks like this bold claim is about to be addressed by none other than Mazdari himself. He's clearly hurt that his fellow alchemist would suspect him like this. He hadn't imagined she'd be so skeptical of their bond. Ravina, however, clears the air. They never had a friendship to begin with. For all her time in the tower, she always felt like their relationship was like a cow watching a chicken, a metaphor that perfectly sums up how she thought of them. Strangers from entirely different worlds. Well, it seems like to Mazdari, she was more than just a stranger. Just look at him. Bro's literally glazing over this remarkable metaphor she just used to describe their relationship. Her brilliant mind is the only reason he had always liked her. Though Basan isn't sure if that metaphor was really that intellectual or remarkable. Moving on, Mazdari decides to share his side of the story to dispel the doubts and misunderstandings. He begins with the magic of Talajin's hands. These hands were recorded in his master's book. The book warned that if left unchecked, they'd eventually cross over into this land. He had already anticipated that Ravina was capable enough to prevent that from happening, which is why he took the gamble of summoning the hands. And the gamble paid off in the end. But there's another reason he summoned them. Mazdari is certain there are multiple spies who've already infiltrated Hukrin's ships and are secretly working for other nations. Basan confirms it. In fact, he suspects there are likely more than 10. Continuing, Mazdari explains that those spies likely witnessed him defeat the water monster with magic. They also probably saw the moment when Talajin's hands attempted to cross over, and that's exactly what he wanted. Now those spies will report back that Mazdari tried to trick Hukrin and cause massive damage. It all fits now. Mazdari plotted everything to mislead the spies into believing he's still loyal to Sokmyon. Now those spies think Mazdari boarded Hukrin's ship to attack it, and he tried to achieve that by not deactivating Talajin's hand magic. When Talajin tried casting a spell of his own, it was Ravina who blocked it. If that's how the story gets reported back to the other nations, it will reinforce the idea that Mazdari is loyal to Sokmyon. Basan finally understands they gotta throw down a bit to make Mazdari's betrayal more convincing. So, the two of them start pretending to be enemies. They toss out some dramatic, cheesy, theatrical lines just to stall for effect. And with the cheesy monologues done, they both rush at each other, engaging in a final do-or-die battle. A while later, Sukmyon's and Hukrin's forces finally reach their designated island. On dry land, an intense round of negotiations is going on between General Oldor and Basan. Basan tries to negotiate further, but this big-tusked old coot is adamant about his final decision. He believes the current terms are fair enough for both sides. Since Basan can't gain more ground, he eventually hands Mazdari over to Sukmyon under the settled stipulations. Apparently, Hukrin receives a ceasefire for several days and dominion over Doltan Island. Basan had been trying to negotiate for a longer ceasefire, maybe months, but it didn't work out. Peeking into General Oldor's thoughts, the only reason he agreed to the ceasefire is because he got Mazdari. As long as he has a mage in his arsenal, he can reclaim Doltan Island anytime he wants. There's no battle he can't win. With that, the conquest of the Deep Night Pirates comes to a close. Sukmyon's armies return for the time being. That night, we shift back to Oldor. They'll be arriving in Bavrin tomorrow, where they plan to stockpile supplies during the ceasefire. Later, he meets Mazdari, who is drawing circles and whatnot, likely practicing some magic. General Oldor is tense seeing all these impromptu circles drawn everywhere. His first instinct leads him to believe that Mazdari is probably trying to pull some dangerous shit on the ship. Well, Mazdari has solid reasons behind each circle. First, the circle before them is meant to fool the god's eyes, though it only works for a short period. If he hadn't used this circle back when fighting Basan, the Twisted Tie god would have intervened and ruined the plan. Or maybe the Night Sky god would have interfered too. Regardless, since Mazdari's still alive, it means his magic worked wonders. He stopped the gods from interfering, making things easier for everyone. General Oldor, clueless as a lamb about to be sacrificed, asks for clarification. Looks like his time is up. The circle he's standing on is natural ignition magic. Mazdari activates it while sinisterly revealing the spell's name, burning the poor general to a crisp. Meanwhile, the anti-god's eye magic ensures the Twisted Tie god isn't interfering. As Oldor disintegrates into nothingness, Mazdari assures the dying troll that magic fire can't spread beyond the circle radius, so the ship won't catch fire. In no time, the once general is reduced to ashes. Really awe-inspiring, if you ask me. Now it's time to execute the next task. He activates another spell. Nearby lies a dead rat, which begins mutating as soon as it touches the crimson of the circle, turning the mouse into a literal zombie. The spell that resurrects the mouse is Magic Zombie Epidemic. The critter crawls toward the other troll soldiers, who are sleeping without a care. It starts biting them one by one, and we all know the outcome. A zombie apocalypse breaks out on the ship. By the next day, everyone aboard becomes walking dead corpses, with no purpose in life. The mastermind behind this masterpiece takes a rowboat and abandons the zombie-infested ship to wander the sea. Nebula is thoroughly watching everything unfold. It's just as my guy expected. The prophecy that Mage Mazdari will betray Sukmyon has been fulfilled. It's all fun and games to Nebula, an omnipotent god pulling strings from the background. Right now, Nebula and Wisdom are playing this board game to kill boredom. Nothing notable has happened lately since it's a ceasefire period. Though the ceasefire was never part of Wisdom's grand plan. Wisdom also decides to invite Eldar for a game. Nebula isn't interested in playing with anyone he thinks isn't a challenge. He's played against almost every player by now, and no one has come close to beating him, so playing Eldar would be boring. Bro is riding high after putting Wisdom's army out of the equation, though Wisdom himself doesn't seem fully aware of this fact. Anyhow, Nebula admires the exceptional skill Wisdom possesses. He isn't as mediocre as the rest. Feeling honored to get compliments from someone he considers the top player, Wisdom plays his final move and checkmates Nebula, declaring his win. Wisdom may have won the game, but he's already lost the battle. With the game over, Wisdom heads off, leaving Nebula basking in his victory. A while later, Nebula shows a status window to his fellows, confirming that the prophecy has been accomplished. Runda isn't sure how prophecy stuff even works. From what she understood from Nebula's antics, it was like saying, "I want to eat an apple." Then he ate an apple, ultimately fulfilling the prophecy. Runda is spot on, and Eldar further explains that when a prophecy is used as an element to fulfill another prophecy, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. Runda admits Nebula played it badly with poor Wisdom. It's rather commendable what Nebula achieved through sheer wits. When the stage was set, Nebula purposely asked for a game of Go to divert Wisdom's attention, so Wisdom didn't realize Mazdari's betrayal. Though by now, Wisdom might realize he got played. Runda again compliments Nebula for what he achieved, but it's not over yet. Mazdari isn't the only mage in existence right now. Sukmion might have been fastest to produce the first mage, but Guman and Danyam also caught alchemists and extracted info. Not to mention, they used some cursed alchemists to make mages, hinting at potential dangers Nebula must prepare for. Seems like we're underestimating Nebula here. He never said he was only going to make Mazdari betray his nation. Of course, the femboy and the girl both are in disbelief at what Nebula is trying to say. Just in time, everything becomes clear when two more notification panels pop up revealing the prophecy of Mage Taili betraying Juman, and Mage Yan betraying Juman as well. Bro has basically monopolized all the mages that exist on the third continent. Somewhere in the mountains, Wisdom's foreboding face greets us. Yes, he's been bested by Nebula. Now he understands how big a mistake it was trusting Nebula at any point. He feels ashamed that he was enjoying winning a lousy board game, all while getting played by Nebula behind the scenes. He never realized Nebula was playing real chess while he was busy winning checkers. Jang's lid seriously flips. They've lost all the mages they've been cultivating. Basically, they lost their only weapon that could have given them an edge against Hukrin. This is when Runda butts in with her 2 cents. As far as she knows, Nebula doesn't have authority over any mages either. This perhaps makes his and their situation pretty similar. He has Ravina, that human with horns, but she isn't a mage. And judging by her past, she doesn't plan on becoming one either. Above all, Nebula's strategy is anti-magic. About the anti-magic strategy, it rules magic out of play on perished worlds. Although one mage has the force of thousands of soldiers, the moment they can't be controlled, they may attack a player's species or drain a bunch of resources. Several cons come with them. Even Yan, Tale, and Mazdari, who belong to the 5-Nation Alliance, all inflicted great damage on their nations before escaping. Back in the meeting, with anti-magic, Hukrin can spread fear and distrust among everyone, which helps to discourage the production of mages. But Hukrin didn't do that. Not to mention, the king is pretty open-minded about magic in the first place. With all that said, even though Hukrin has means to gather magic info, they didn't create any mages. Even Ravina isn't looking for info from other alchemists. Jang shares the same thoughts as Krampus, while AR has something important to add. She asks if they've found the missing mages yet. The only response she gets is silence from all 4 of them. Speaking from experience, finding lost mages will be hard, especially the way everyone lost them. Since there's no search function in the game, they have to find them manually, one by one. But mages have deception magic, which makes the task even harder. However, deception magic only works on gods if gods try to look for them. So, she plans to use her creation for this task. It's a pig, much to Krampus's surprise. He expected her to use her dog like she always does. AR reveals that pigs have a better sense of smell than dogs. She originally used pigs to find truffles, if she has to be honest. His name is Dasamu. What makes this pig perfect for the job is his outstanding sense of smell. This finally gives Wisdom some hope he's been desperately craving. If they locate the mages who escaped, they can eliminate as many variables as possible. Even if they don't have to worry too much, like Runda said. Looking at the big picture, Nebula has a similar strategy and is playing against everyone, but he reminds them that they have got 5 times the power. Plus, the forces they can mobilize right now are 8 times greater. Zhang suggests being more cautious. If they only look at national power, there's no reason to form an alliance. Wisdom highlights that both sides lack magic, and in terms of firearms tech, they're similar to what Nebula has. So if they combine forces and manpower, a victory against Nebula is inevitable. Though that doesn't mean they should let their guard down. He just means they shouldn't feel apprehensive for no reason. Being united is their best weapon against Nebula. They can look at history, but Nebula always believed in divide and conquer. So the only way to beat him is consistent alliance. Wisdom would bet his life Nebula's still planning the same thing this time. Nebula wants division among everyone so his enemies fight each other, and he's actively trying to make it happen. So as long as the alliance stays firm, victory is within reach. Or at least that's what Wisdom believes. All the relevant parties start discussing among themselves, while a mole in the party just sits quietly, listening. The scene shifts to Sitting Buddha Valley. In one of the tunnels sit all three wizards. Since everyone relevant is already here, Masdari initiates the dialogue. The demon-eared woman Yan finds it depressing that only 3 alchemists managed to reunite. Carnivorous ENT, known as Tale, asks about Ravina's whereabouts since she escaped in time. Masdari reveals Ravina isn't interested in becoming a mage. There's no reason to want more pain after being born into a cursed life. So he hopes she finds her own path and something to live for. Now that they've gathered as mages, Yan suggests rebuilding the tower that collapsed because of the gods. She wants to build a magic tower instead of an alchemy tower to give the cursed a chance to learn magic. As they're planning, Tale's sharp senses pick up an alarming sound. Yan only hears rain, but Masdari hears something else, something growing louder and closer. Everyone tenses. Whoever it is, they're dragging a dead animal body. Eventually, the figure comes into view. The hue surrounding this mysterious figure indicates it's some celestial being. The person begins counting the mages in a familiar voice, seeming to know each by name. The figure seems to have business with Masdari. Since his figure has never seen a Garuda before, poor Masdari is mistaken for a chicken. When Masdari clarifies he's a Garuda, the familiar Lizardman apologizes for the racial misclassification. After all, he's never seen a Garuda in his lifetime. By now, Masdari is basically curious who this dude is. But the Lizardman says his introduction is unnecessary. All they should know is that he's the night sky's messenger. Yan questions how he found them, to which he claims he never tried to look for anything. He merely followed this pig. Of course, the pig seems to be AR's familiar, which the Lizardman has hunted down already. He reveals the pig is a god's creation, sent solely to find them. If it hadn't been for the messenger's interference, they would have been exposed already. Masdari finally realizes who this person is. The one with the power to easily kill God's creations, an apostle of the night sky with a Lizardman's appearance. If he's not mistaken, it's Rakrak. As far as Masdari can tell, Rakrak is here to claim every mage's life. Unsurprisingly, Rakrak denies having such motivations. Besides, everyone would have been dead long ago without his interference. Tali is grateful but highlights that the pig's death will likely lead to their location being exposed. Rakrak assures them the night sky himself is working to prevent that. After temporarily severing the connection between the creation and the god, Rakrak killed it, and Night Sky created a new one identical to this. Right now, the god of that creation is looking down at the wrong pig. If Rakrak isn't here with ill intentions, then why is he here at all? It's a question Masdari desperately wants answered. Well, Rakrak is willing to explain everything, only after they eat something to satisfy their appetite. Funnily enough, that creation eventually becomes the perfect snack for their late-night gossip. Though the 3 mages stare down that sizzling meat with apprehension, unsure if it's a good idea. Rakrak, however, looks totally chill, actually seems buoyant about eating it. The others are so scared they want this crazy guy out of their den, but they're not sure if they have what it takes to defeat a god's apostle. Even if they use their best abilities, it would be in vain. They're too cramped in this cave to move freely. And if legends are true, they'll be next on Rakrak's menu once he's done with that pork. Since the meat is cooked already, Rakrak insists they eat before it loses flavor. Eventually, the 3 reluctantly eat, despondency etched across their faces. Rakrak suddenly realizes Tale is actually a tree, wondering if he can consume meat without repercussions. Tale admits ENTs aren't usually carnivorous. Moisture and sunlight are mostly enough. But the cursed part inside him thrives on nutrition from meat. Rather assuring to hear this, Rakrak is glad for a fellow who can enjoy every kind of delight this world offers. Though he isn't sure if they'll live long enough to enjoy all the delicacies. The trio of cursed mages is lucky this time, but there's no guarantee their luck will hold every time. Masdari believes surviving itself is a gamble. Compared to immortal gods, mortals like them are vulnerable. To gods, mages are simply chess pieces on a board to manipulate for personal gain. The trio doesn't want to be pawns for the rest of their lives. If they die because of the gods, it'll be proof the gods are afraid of mages. Regardless, magic will continue endlessly. Rakrak understands the implications, but he has a different perspective. Everyone should embrace the fact that gods exist. And yes, gods are using them too. He reminds them that the only reason they're aware they're being manipulated is because the gods want them to be aware of it. Sounds fallacious, but Rakrak believes true freedom from gods is impossible. If a person's free will and the god's will are the same, then there's no point in proving anything. Masdari responds with confusion, thinking Rakrak has become a slave to flawed logic. Even if it's flawed, Rakrak is happy to be entitled to it. Moving on, Masdari suspects Rakrak wants to protect the mages from other gods on the condition they place their faith in the night sky god. But he makes it clear that they won't believe in any god, no matter what. Rakrak admits he can't protect them if they don't believe in the night sky. Besides, the night sky god doesn't even want them to believe in him. He has only one request, though it's highly unlikely they'll follow it. He just wants the mages to survive. And that's all he asks. Upon hearing this unusual request, the three mages go silent. From what Masdari has managed to gather, this Lizardman wants the mages to stay alive just so they can act as a threat, a deterrent for the other gods. Rakrak doesn't really elaborate on this, though he does admit that Masdari's assumption isn't far off. When Masdari pushes for clarification, Rakrak points toward the magic tower that's already been destroyed. It used to be a place where all the cursed had gathered, but now that everything is in flames, the three survivors are currently hiding in the caves, starving and soaking wet, while debating their dark futures. The night sky god is benevolent and wants to express his pity for the three, wishing for them to survive for their own sake. Masdari recognizes that his two fellows are almost willing to accept Rakrak's terms, leaving him as the only one who can tip the scale. But Masdari also can't seem to bring himself to refuse Rakrak. After all, that cunning lizard fed them properly, making them feel indebted under his kindness. With no choice, the hawk accepts Rakrak's terms. The night sky will assist in protecting the mages, while the mages must ensure their own survival. In unison, they promise to survive. The scene then cuts back to Runda, who's being quizzed with a million-dollar question: can they even win the war that's about to unfold? Also, did you notice that Runda is wearing glasses just to appear more intelligent than she already is? Even Eldar points that out. Anyway, back to the question. Eldar doesn't have a simple answer. The Alliance's forces have already crossed well beyond the 100,000 mark, while Hukrin stands with just 20,000 troops under its command. This massive gap isn't surprising, since the Alliance consists of 5 nations, and other than Danri, it's basically the scale of the entire continent. Not to mention, they still haven't gathered all their forces across the continent yet. But Eldar believes that numbers alone can't decide the outcome of a battle. After all, 2/5 of the Allied forces consist of species less than 150 centimeters tall. Kobold Amgul's average around 110 centimeters, while Lenar are about 150 centimeters. As for Troll Siokmians, they're the only taller species, boasting an average height of 230 centimeters. But when it comes to Hukrin, we have Lizardmen whose battle capabilities far exceed any of the mentioned species. Let's not forget that the Lizardmen are also chosen ones, giving them a major edge in defensive matches. Though their defensive advantage hits rock bottom when you consider that firearms will be involved in the upcoming battles. Still, Hukrin remains formidable due to Nebula's high divinity level. He currently stands at level 20, while Wisdom, the highest among the Alliance, is only level 19. The higher your divinity level, the more creations you can command, giving Nebula a strong advantage. Even with all the odds in Nebula's favor, Runda reminds her fellow that they're up against 5 gods. The mention of 5 gods surprises Eldar, who thought the Alliance only had 4 members. Plot twist time, the 5th member of the Alliance is Runda herself. Now Eldar doesn't object to this woman joining whatever side she wants, but what puzzles him is the fact that she was literally cooperating with Nebula up until this point. Runda throws a tantrum in response, reminding him that Nebula knows about her weaknesses and uses them as leverage against her. Then she pulls an Uno reverse card and starts patronizing Eldar instead, questioning for what purpose he's supporting Nebula. Runda only cooperated with Nebula because it benefited both sides. But now that it's no longer the case with a massive war approaching, she won't cooperate with him anymore. But let's be real here. The only reason she's cutting ties with Nebula is because she fears Nebula might end up losing, and the others would never accept her for acting as a double agent. That's when Eldar makes Runda aware of another cruel reality. If Nebula actually wins against the Alliance, it'll be just as devastating for her. Nebula would devour her for siding with the enemy. Well, Runda has already taken that into account. She's sure that Nebula will punish her for the betrayal, only to forgive her later on. Eldar thinks the same. The chances of Nebula forgiving her are very high. This makes him realize just how cunning Runda truly is. Runda further explains why she chose to side with the Alliance. Having 5 forces aligned to defeat a single opponent will likely bring desirable results. Similarly, if she shakes hands with Nebula, it would become 4 versus 2, and the outcome would be completely unpredictable, and she must choose the winning side. In the end, Eldar has no objections to whatever Runda does. Hell, he isn't even sure why she's telling him all this. That's when Runda reminds him of a crucial detail he's overlooking. If Eldar allies with the other 4 nations, the odds of winning against Nebula will rise exponentially, making her a key member of the Alliance. While Eldar understands the implications, he doesn't feel the desire to betray Nebula. After all, our boy's the kind of guy who's dedicated his entire life to playing this one game alone, even in the real world. Eldar can tell that there's more to Nebula's thought process than just the desire to win. Right now, Eldar can't exactly predict what Nebula's true endgame is. Anyway, Runda decides to end the meeting since she's got to rack her brain once again. Once she's gone, Eldar immediately contacts Nebula and begins explaining Runda's conflicted situation, how she's unable to make a final decision. In a nutshell, what Nebula understands is that she also wants Eldar to join the Alliance, making it 6 versus 1. Eldar admits this and isn't sure if they can convince Runda otherwise, but Nebula doesn't feel any need to convince her. Our boy isn't actually planning to fight his overwhelming opponents outright, he's merely going to defend against them. Though it goes without saying, he still plans to act up while defending, just so he can disrupt their cohesion. While the enemy continues to isolate Nebula, they'll eventually need land to farm and routes to trade in order to keep their armies alive. Before that happens, Nebula wants to advance first to prevent it. For that very reason, Nebula plans to move forward and stop it from happening. Still, that doesn't answer Eldar's original question. What are they going to do about Runda? Well, Nebula has already figured that out. It's true that she's busy weighing her options, but that means she won't be able to defend herself until the very end. Eldar fears that Nebula might end up facing defeat if Runda sides with the Alliance. But this is where Nebula proves his companion wrong. The nature of war isn't that simple, and calculations on paper can never determine the winner. The only side that fights the best until the end takes the crown, or at least, that's how Nebula likes to put it. With the video call ending, our boy begins contemplating his situation. He had already expected Runda to betray him, but he's still not sure why Eldar has decided to stick with him. A month passes, and the first battle between the Alliance and Hukrin has already begun. A modest force of 10,000 Hukrin soldiers ventured out into the wilderness to defend their territory, and returned after completely obliterating Danyum's 30,000 troops. We then cut back to 1 month earlier, inside Hukrin's Orizon Great Meeting Hall. As Kyle Lack Orizon enters the Grand Chamber, the prince cuts straight to the chase and dives into business. He inquires about the most recent, unexpected event that took place. Turns out, a mage from Sokmyon betrayed his nation and went as far as burning their ship before escaping. The strange thing about this news is that Sokmyon now holds Hukrin accountable for the incident. The council members further reveal that there were questions about why Prince Basan, who was supposed to have gone east, was found in the southern archipelago. However, the council addressed these questions by simply stating that it was His Majesty's will for Basan to be there. Now, the Sokmyon envoys are demanding solid compensation and an official apology for the arsenal incident. And if they don't receive their so-called reimbursement, there will be consequences. From what the council understands, this whole talk of compensation and apologies seems like a pretext to initiate war. First of all, the council wants to fact-check whether what Seokmyon is even claiming is true. Secondly, even if it is true, there's no reason for Hukrin to meet their demands. Well, it seems Kyle had already predicted that war was inevitable, and he grimly addresses his council members to start preparing for it. Of course, the council members aren't thrilled about the prospect of catastrophe, but Kyle believes they have no choice but to fight the Five-Nation Alliance. Kyle wants to uphold the ancestral belief that even Raycrack honored, if you fight, you must fight to win. One of the council members objects, insisting they avoid war at any cost to ensure Hukrin's prosperity. Once again, Kyle reminds them that war is inevitable. After all, if the gods overseeing them want these unpleasant scenarios to unfold, there's no way mere mortals can resist their will. We then cut to our boy, watching the live broadcast of Kyle declaring war. He reflects on his civilization's current power level, roughly equivalent to that of ancient Rome. Nobles identify themselves as soldiers, meaning they carry the duty to fight when war breaks out. The quality of training and equipment is ensured. They form the backbone protecting the capital and the borders as Hukrin's regular army. Their numbers stand at 10,000, but Nebula doesn't want to deploy all of them at once. He also wants to ensure the safety of the internal front. If the regular army gets exhausted, its quality drops, which would force the need for new recruitments. Our boy isn't fretting about what's about to happen at all. He's surprisingly chill about the war, because Kyle, being the smartest of the bunch, is handling things brilliantly. King Kyle divided the regular army into the Central Army and the Local Army. The Central Army consisted of elites who would attack external enemies, while the Local Army would protect individual regions. New recruits were also gathered and similarly divided between central and local units. The central forces were to face the enemy directly, while the local forces acted as reserves, helping with farming and maintaining resource production even during wartime. With this, the central forces consisted of 4,000 regulars and 8,000 recruits. Of course, the longer the war drags on, the more they gotta recruit. This can prove harmful in the long term. They just can't recruit all the manpower like that. Nebula can already tell that this war is going to be a long one. Back to Kyle. He selects 10,000 troops from the Central Army and dubs them the Land Army. This newly designated division of 10,000 troops is assigned to march north of Arizon for war. The scene then transitions to a land stretched far out in the west. a place nobody really knows about, where Wisdom and Zhang are having their personal meeting. Zhang is out here calling Wisdom out, exposing him for faking confidence during the alliance meeting, acting all sure about winning the upcoming war. The Crystal Head clearly knows that reality is far from that. The truth is, he can't determine the actual chances of victory. Even if the alliance has superior numbers, there are weaknesses they can't afford to overlook. Wisdom doesn't want to sound this pessimistic either. He's just as hungry for victory as the others. If they end up losing despite giving it everything, then so be it. There's no point wasting time feeling dejected over something inevitable. Zhang shares similar thoughts, though his massive hate boner for Nebula makes him even less willing to let him conquer this continent. Zhang also drops an interesting tidbit. There's a possible rat within the alliance, so he suggests they prepare some countermeasures just in case things go sideways. Lastly, there's something that sets Nebula apart from the rest of them, an apostle. No matter how well prepared the alliance is, victory or defeat will ultimately depend on the apostle's actions. Wisdom claims he already possesses an entity that he can turn into an apostle. He also knows the conditions required to create one. The entity must be above level 21, its legends must be widely known and revered among the population, and lastly, it must have internalized faith in its god. Since Wisdom already knows the requirements, Zhang feels relieved. He doesn't need to explain a thing. Wisdom then reveals the entity he plans to make his apostle, a mutated troll named Ledin Bial Osur, the son of current king of Seokmyeon, Dermaldin's 21st child. Here's a little about this king. In order to strengthen his royal authority, he once set his first and third sons on fire while they were alive, earning him the title of a man of pure cruelty. And Wisdom has no intention of stopping the king's cruelty. After all, he believes fear and cruelty are two factors that make manipulating others far easier. Being the god he is, Wisdom intends to make full use of this, turning it into a strategy that's both effective and efficient. At the end of the day, he admits that cruelty alone doesn't make a nation strong. Hukrin is living proof of that, the strongest nation on the continent without relying on such methods. But in Wisdom's eyes, the only thing he lacked before was cruelty, and this time, he won't hesitate to use it to his advantage. Since he doesn't fully understand what Nebula is planning, Wisdom wants his own strategies to be as sharp and efficient as possible. With the war approaching, Wisdom plans to create a war machine he can personally control, one that will eventually replace Seokmyeon's cruel king. The only difficult part about this game-perished world is that controlling individuals is tough due to their individuality and strong sense of identity. But now, Wisdom has found the means to control them, cruelty itself. The entity he currently wants to manipulate is Ledin Bial Osur, a mutant troll with red skin, the 21st child of the king. Born from a concubine, Ledin was cast out of the palace because of his red skin. But when it comes to raw attributes like strength, intelligence, and camaraderie, Ledin Bial Osur easily ranks among the top 1% of the population. However, since Ledin lives a fulfilling life in his humble circumstances, Wisdom wants to motivate him to take more drastic steps, and killing Ledin's mother will serve as the first step. One day, when Ledin returns home, he finds his mother dead, along with the weapon used to massacre her. In that moment, Ledin swears to avenge her death. The owner of that weapon turns out to be the 6th prince, and Wisdom ensures that man's death as well. Since Ledin was already searching for the weapon's owner, he ends up being discovered at the murder scene and arrested as the prime suspect. In an attempt to clear his name, Ledin reveals his abilities to the king, which earns him the king's trust. It's then that Ledin realizes something. The endless infighting among royal siblings isn't natural. It's being deliberately provoked. He comes to understand that the one who benefits the most from chaos among the royals is none other than the king himself, Dermaldin Bial Osur, his own father. And that's how Wisdom's plan falls perfectly into place, to have the current king executed at the hands of his own son, Ledin. After failing to uncover the real culprit behind his mother's murder, Ledin's desire for power only grows stronger. His determination to find the truth earns him even greater fame across the kingdom. Zhang seems quite satisfied hearing all these details about Ledin. Now that Zhang approves of the apostle candidate, Wisdom decides it's time to give their future apostle a final trial. The scene then transitions to Mangal's festival, where rats can be seen praying, all of them facing a massive subterranean passage. Meanwhile, Ledin Bial Osur is located directly beneath that cave, surrounded by total darkness, taking part in the sacred Mangal ceremony. He finds it strange that they invited a prince from another nation all the way here, and even stranger that they want him to participate in such a bizarre ritual. It's a strange ceremony, where the participant must eat a peculiar weed that dulls their sense of direction before entering a tunnel. After that, the participant must dig their way out to the surface, and that's exactly what Ledin is doing right now. He was reluctant to join this ritual, but since Seokmyeon's high priest personally requested it, there wasn't much room for refusal. Not that it's an impossible task for him. He keeps digging his way up, taking short breaks just to catch a moment of respite. Given how exhausted he is, it feels like he's been digging forever. That's when he realizes, not only has he lost his sense of direction, but he also can't figure out how much time has passed. He literally can't tell if it's been hours or even days since he started digging. The only thing he has with him is this weed that helps dull his sense of direction when consumed, though he has to take it if he wants to keep using this pickaxe. By raising his hand above his head and releasing some of the debris from his hands, the only thing he can measure is that he's standing upright, since the debris keeps falling downward. With that in mind, he continues digging relentlessly in the same direction. He stops again to check his direction, and sadly for him, the dirt falls straight onto his face this time, making him realize he isn't going upward at all. As he continues to dig, the direction of the falling dirt keeps changing. At one point, he can't even figure out where the dirt is falling anymore. It shifts every time. That's when he realizes that he can't trust his senses at all. Whether he's standing or lying down, he can't tell the difference anymore. Since all his efforts are being rendered useless, no matter what he does, he begins to wonder if having free will even matters, because every step seems to lead him toward death anyway. Suddenly a voice responds to his thoughts, prompting Ledin to ask for the stranger's name. The voice claims to have no name. It's merely a creation born from the collaboration of two gods, Twisted Tai and Blue Flow, namely Wisdom and Zhang. This creation says it received the power to weave from Twisted Tai, and the power to reveal lies from Blue Flow. The voice tells him it's here to guide him through his digging. If Ledin follows its instructions, he'll be free in no time. With no hope left, Ledin complies with the mysterious voice and begins digging again. He follows every direction given to him, and after a relentless digging session, he's told to kneel and press his hands against the ground. As soon as he does, the ground beneath him cracks, finally getting him out of that treacherous cave. Upon reaching the surface, Ledin begins to cry uncontrollably. That perilous experience in the cave gives him an epiphany. His revenge for his mother, his fury toward the king, and his fear of death, all of it was an illusion born from losing his sense of direction. His emotions and senses were all illusions. The only true path he must follow is the one told by the gods. The rat priest also cries out, seeing the ritual finally succeed. Meanwhile, the gods themselves hover in the air, watching everything unfold. Zhang seems quite satisfied with the choice of apostle. Ledin is a well-rounded individual. Wisdom is also pleased, now that they've acquired an easy-to-control pawn. Zhang then moves on to the next obstacle in their path. He knows he won't be of much help from here on out, after all. A player needs to be at least level 21 to acquire an apostle. They must do whatever it takes to make their plan succeed. With that in mind, both gods descend into their chosen vessels. Zhang orders his followers not to resist what's about to happen, while Wisdom commands Ledin to begin the massacre, and the mutated troll starts obliterating the rat people. Once he piles up all the corpses, Wisdom finally reaches divinity level 21, making Ledin officially his apostle. It looks like Zhang deliberately sacrificed a massive portion of his level since he descended into the High Priest, but it was worth it. Wisdom has finally reached level 21 and gained an apostle. However, Wisdom grows curious as to why Zhang hates Nebula so much that he's willing to sacrifice this much. Zhang hesitates at first, then slowly pulls off the mask he's been wearing, revealing that he knows Nebula in real life. Our boy's real name is Choi Sung-woon, a loser bastard who spent all day locked in his room playing games. Also, Nebula is Zhang's older cousin. At first, Zhang thought being summoned inside the game was just a coincidence, but seeing two top-ranked players end up in the same world made him think otherwise. Everything wasn't a coincidence or RNG, someone deliberately picked the players for this game. When it all began, someone named Aladdin gave everyone the choice to participate or return to reality. 4 out of 32 chose to leave during that process. Just imagine, who would willingly abandon reality for the sake of a mere game? That explains it. Those who chose to stay are the abnormal ones. The fact that 27 people stayed out of 32 clearly shows the ratio of abnormal people is quite high. Even Wisdom has figured that much out already. The ones who orchestrated all this had planned to select only people who'd willingly participate. And since Nebula is obsessed with this game and has always dominated the leaderboard, it goes without saying that he'd join too. If he joins, that means no one can take him down. It would be easy for him to claim the top spot. That's exactly why Zhang joined, to ruin Nebula's gameplay. Back to business, Zhang volunteers to spill everything he knows about Nebula. If they can exploit Nebula's weaknesses, they might finally gain an edge. The scene then transitions to the Alliance members gathered in discussion. Krampus has just learned that Seokmyeon's king has been replaced. What grabs his attention is the fact that the son murdered his own father to claim the throne. He seriously wants to know if that's supposed to be okay. Wisdom assures him that it was part of the plan. While they're about to explain the rest, Zhang quietly decides to keep one thing to himself. His divinity level dropped because of that very plan. It currently stands at level 8. If he reveals that in front of everyone, it wouldn't take long for the information to reach Nebula. Still, he doesn't regret the choice that caused his level to fall. Gaining an apostle is far more valuable than losing a few levels. After all, apostles are literally the core of Perished Worlds gameplay. Right now, Elden Biel Oswar isn't as renowned or revered as Rakrak, but they can build his fame with time. Rekrak is the first apostle capable of taking down several creations, assuming we're not counting manifested players. Until the war officially begins, they need to raise Ledin to a point where he can go head-to-head with Rekrak. Back at the meeting, Wisdom asks Krampus how things are going on the front lines since he's the first to face Nebula. Krampus claims to have superior numbers, and claims the preparations are on track. But even with a larger army, he's still unsure whether his 30,000 Danium soldiers can overcome Hukrin's 10,000. It doesn't take much awareness to see what he's implying. Defeat is a real possibility. Krampus admits it openly. It might sound pessimistic, but they simply can't ignore what Nebula has achieved so far. Still, even if he loses, he wants everyone else to be ready in the meantime. At the very least, they can drain Nebula's faith resources. Krampus checks the current situation and instantly freezes in shock. Without a word, he rushes off, which clearly shows that something has gone terribly wrong. We then cut to his civilization, the Danium capital, Demurit. Inside the royal chamber, King Obanim of Sataros is in full panic, completely paranoid after how fast everything fell apart. Moments later, Night Sky's apostle, Rekrak, crashes the palace with his overwhelming presence, slaughtering every soldier in his path as he charges toward the king of Sataros. Obanim is literally drenched in sweat, too terrified to even speak. Despite his desperate attempt to talk his way out, Rekrak doesn't hesitate. He splits the poor man's skull clean in half, giving him a swift and painless death. Meanwhile, Nebula is having the time of his life, racking up victory after victory with minimal effort. Eldar watches him in silence, puzzled as to why Nebula would risk placing his apostle inside the enemy's castle. After all, that apostle is his trump card, and using it recklessly could prove fatal. But Nebula sees no reason to hold back. It's not like apostles are fine wines meant to sit and ferment. Eldar reminds him of the danger involved. It's only because Krampus wasn't paying attention and joined today's meeting that things went smoothly. Nebula admits it was a huge gamble, but thanks to Runda's tip, he managed to snatch victory. There was always a chance that Krampus wouldn't attend the meeting, or that it would end early. But the gamble paid off big time. He gained something far more valuable. In fact, he gained several things from that move, but most importantly, he left an impression that he's capable of non-standard plays, which in itself is a huge win. In Perished World, there are generally two play styles. The first is high risk, high return. The second is low risk, low return. Normally, people would assume that the low risk, low return path is safer and therefore more advantageous. But that's actually not true. The high risk, high return playstyle is the better one. Why? Because safe plays are predictable and easy to counter. Still, Nebula prefers moderation in everything. However, the acceptable level of risk varies from person to person, so it can never really be measured. Right now, Nebula is steadily securing an advantageous position. Given how massive the risk was, it's safe to assume that his rewards will be equally huge. We then cut back to the Alliance meeting once again, and this time, everyone looks miserable for obvious reasons. Wisdom could have never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that Nebula would go this far. By general consensus, Nebula was supposed to use his apostle carefully. Krampus, on the other hand, is the most devastated, having lost his armies. What gives him a bit of hope is that the king's castle is still standing, and a new king can be chosen from the royal bloodline. There are still around 30,000 troops remaining. From what Krampus understands, Nebula is trying to apply psychological pressure. Even though there weren't many material losses, the internal unrest is severe. Even AR's king is terrified, which is why she's assigned a creation to guard the king. Krampus suggests avoiding regular meetings to prevent more disasters like this. They should only meet when something truly serious needs discussion. Wisdom agrees, though Runda clearly isn't happy about it. In her thoughts, she fears the worst, that fewer meetings will weaken the Alliance's unity. The entire reason for holding frequent meetings was to keep everyone close and the Alliance strong. But now, with meetings happening less often, there's a real risk of gradual drift and eventual division. Still, at the end of the day, Runda figures it might be for the best. Less interaction means less stress to worry about. We once again cut back to Danium gathering its forces. Danium's general, Ubium Dolan, inquires about the current enemy status. The underling reports that all 10,000 enemy troops are moving upstream along the river and will arrive in 2 days at the earliest, and 3 days at the latest. Since the enemy is clearly trying to defeat the Alliance one by one, they won't leave them alone. To defeat Danium, the enemy will have to enter the canyon. Danium's forces will block the Hukrin forces from inside the canyon and rain attacks on them from both the left and right sides. The question now is who the enemy commander actually is. The room falls silent, since nobody seems to have any clue. The general then dismisses the meeting, declaring that the only things that decide victory in battle are numbers and supplies. And since their god is also watching over them, victory is certain. Or at least that's what the general would like his subordinates to believe. Around 3 days later, when both forces are about to clash, We cut to Basan asking his underling if there's anything they should know about the enemy before diving balls deep into the battle. His underling doesn't think there's anything particular they need to take into account. With that assurance, Basan is ready to march forward once the resting period is over. The underling reminds the commander that their revelation priest hasn't contacted them yet. They should wait for the night sky's will to arrive before diving in. But Basan isn't ready to just sit idle and let the night sky do everything for them. He assures his worried underling that they'll only march once the odds are favorable. This is exactly what the night sky wants. He wants his people to judge the situation and act for themselves. Since the enemy will assume that Hukrin will rest after the march, they'll drop their guard too. And that will be the perfect moment for Hukrin to strike. Meanwhile, we hear a few Lizardmen chit-chatting about Basan's current standing as commander. They've learned that Basan also saved Dolten Island, which clearly means he must be pretty talented when it comes to commanding. For his recent exploits, General Ian Tata and His Majesty spoke highly of him and designated him as commander. Even Basan is surprised he was chosen to become commander. If he's being honest, that's a bold move His Majesty Kyle made. Of course, it's not like Basan has any intention of losing. It's also true that Hukrin is at a huge disadvantage due to the geography and the enemy's overwhelming numbers. But we all know that numbers don't necessarily decide the outcome of war. If Hukrin can prepare for an immediate battle in such a short time, Danyam's army will be shaken. The final nail in the coffin is Rak, who descends from the skies like a goddamn meteor, grabbing everyone's attention. The Chad of the lizard race makes such a dramatic entrance that even the enemy is startled. In retaliation against Rak, Krampus sends all his creations at once to deal with the one and only Rak. Krampus is certain his creations won't allow Nebula's apostle to interfere in the coming battle. Feeling confident, his creations lunge at Rak in unison. A clash erupts, one visible across the entire forest. Rak is currently running and jumping, trying to outpace those wild beasts. The enemy commander is over the moon seeing Rak getting pushed out of the front lines. The soldiers also burst into joyful celebration, thinking victory is practically guaranteed. But to their dismay, this is exactly what Commander Basan wanted. He's glad Rak is doing exactly what he expected him to do. Even though the enemy has more numbers and terrain advantage, Basan is confident he won't lose. After all, the enemy he's facing is still just a number of people, and Basan has never lost to an army of people before. Meanwhile, Krampus's creations are still chasing Rak, who has even sustained a nasty cut across his face. Without hesitation, he conjures his weapon, leaps into the sky, and swings his electrified spear. The creations dodge the strike and leap toward him in a counterattack. Of course, Rak isn't a slowpoke either. He sidesteps the attack with ease. We cut back to astonished Lizardmen watching Rak go toe-to-toe with those beasts. Meanwhile, Basan's lackey is still trying to wrap his head around Basan's eccentric way of thinking. It's obvious the commander is confident because he's achieved so much at sea, but the lackey hopes that confidence isn't misplaced. He reminds his commander they have no choice but to enter the pathway in front of them, since Hukrin can't let the enemy's first wave pass through. The enemy has blocked the canyon and they're already experts at climbing rocks. This is exactly why Hukrin is at a severe disadvantage if they enter that way. However, Basan is glad the formation is the same one he planned. Hukrin is currently moving in an encircling formation toward the canyon entrance, just as Basan desired. Of course, it's a stable formation, but proper offense will be difficult. If they need to enter, they'd normally have to form a wedge-shaped formation to funnel through the narrow canyon. But Basan doesn't think that's the appropriate formation for this scenario. Consider the canyon entrance as the mouth of a dog. Now imagine tickling its snout with a foxtail. It'll sneeze, obviously. Basan assures his henchmen to just watch everything fall into place. Even though the enemy has bodies specialized for mountain terrain and are equipped with new weapons, they're still stubbornly using traditional fighting techniques of the past, and their formation is likely the same. With all that in mind, Basan commands his troops to aim at the canyon walls and unleash fire. The soldiers promptly bombard the canyon walls with cannonballs, smashing everything left and right, causing debris to rain down on the enemy. Before they're buried entirely, the enemy commander orders his men to respond in kind. But the soldiers report that the foot soldiers are densely packed, which is delaying the carrying of cannons. In that case, the commander orders them to simply raise the cannons to the top of the canyon. Once again, the soldiers report the consequences. Either the cannons or the people will get damaged. Not to mention, it'll still take a lot of time. With no choice left, the commander orders a retreat for one of the squads on the west. But again, the henchmen report that unrest has already spread, and retreat orders will only worsen morale. On the other hand, Basan orders his army to move the cannons forward, as they must occupy the intersection. Finally, Basan's henchman understands why their current formation is the advantageous one. You see, a surrounding formation is always great for focusing firepower. In addition, it's difficult for those inside the narrow canyon entrance to shoot cannons outward. If they fire a cannon from within such a cramped space, their own forces will get hurt, and it's also hard to shoot downward from atop the canyon since the cannonballs will just roll down. so the enemy can't even use the weapon they invested in. Danium shouldn't have taken position there in the first place. The henchman fears what might happen if the enemy somehow manages to bring the cannons to the front, but Basan claims that if they do, it'll actually be even more beneficial for Hukrin. Cutting back to the enemy soldiers getting bombarded with cannon fire, the enemy somehow manages to scramble their cannon unit and push those bad boys to the front. As soon as the cannon team reaches the front lines, Basan orders the cavalry to charge. Right away, Hukrin soldiers trample over the enemy, throwing them into distress yet again. The enemy commander yells at his soldiers to protect the artillery team. Shield soldiers and spear soldiers are ordered to take formation, but Basan is pretty sure their efforts are useless now. Even if spear soldiers can block cavalry, that's only possible when their formation isn't already falling apart. The enemy grows more and more desperate, and the general suggests forcefully advancing even if it kills them. The henchmen, however, argue that they can't give up the advantage of their terrain, even if they lose most of their forces. Even though they have massive numbers, they can't really put them to good use at all. On the other hand, Hukrin forces have already completed their formation, and if the enemy goes all out, they'll just be marching straight into certain doom. Even if they try to retreat now, the path to the capital will be wide open for Hukrin. By now, the enemy commander has no fucking clue how this Uno reverse even happened. In the end, the enemy soldiers have no choice but to march forward. Even considering the huge losses, the commander believes their numbers can still make up for it. He strictly orders his troops to advance in wedge formation, convinced that superior numbers will overpower the enemy. Suddenly they notice Hukrin forces retreating for some reason. The commander assumes it's because of the enormous numbers on their side and decides to capitalize on it. But we already know it's far from the truth. Basan's sassy smile shows he isn't done yet. Basin commands his army to charge, riding on his bird and personally joining the attack. As expected, Hukrin's army overwhelms the enemy, stabbing and killing them left and right. Hukrin's cavalry tears into the enemy formation from the middle, splitting them into two. The enemy soon realizes the cavalry attacking them is a completely different one. With their front forces already isolated, maintaining the front line becomes impossible. Now all the soldiers can do is wait for orders from their commander, who has absolutely no clue what to say. He eventually orders his men to open a path so the allied cavalry can move forward, insisting that saving the front forces should be the priority. One henchman argues that sending cavalry forward is meaningless. The smartest option is retreating back into the canyon. Another white goat reminds his short-sighted comrade that the rear has already begun charging, so it's too late to go back. The captain decides to let the soldiers stay focused on the battle and continue charging while maintaining the tight foot soldier formation. As for the isolated front forces, there is no choice but to abandon them. One of the officers tries to argue, but the angry general shuts him up, reminding him they still have the advantage. We cut back to Basan, who orders the tired and injured soldiers to retreat, while the squad that hasn't fought yet should march forward. The henchman suggests using up the current soldiers and saving the fresh ones for the next confrontation. Having them retreat doesn't guarantee quick recovery. Basin then gives him a new perspective. If the soldiers realize they won't be sent into battle until the current squad is wiped out, the troops on standby will feel relaxed. He must maintain a sense of urgency. Also, the surviving soldiers who retreated will follow future commands more diligently. Anyway, since the enemy's front forces have been wiped out, Basan plans to create some space again and fire cannons. As he said, once the cavalry retreats and the enemy advances, the barrage of cannons begins. The enemy commander is in utter despair, not knowing what to do. If he pulls the foot soldiers aside to bring the cannons forward, the cavalry will rip them apart. But if he pushes the foot soldiers forward quickly, the cavalry will cut them at the waist, making them prey for the enemy's infantry. And if Danium maintains formation and keeps advancing, they'll get blasted by cannons again. The commander feels trapped with no answers. Meanwhile, Basan believes retreat is actually the best option for the enemy. Even he wouldn't have hesitated if he were in their place. Suddenly, Basan notices the enemy seems to have come up with something new. He immediately orders the Lizardmen to charge forward. The enemy commander sees Hukrin advancing their foot soldiers, which aligns perfectly with his plan. He orders the east side to endure while sending heavy infantry to push the other way. Satoru's heavy infantry is known for their strength in breaking foot soldier lines, giving the enemy a much-needed sliver of hope. Somehow their plan works, and the captain feels proud that the heavy infantry managed to push back Hukrin's foot soldiers. He then orders them to push forward and secure more space. As long as the allied forces exit the canyon, victory is within reach. But Basan has yet another surprise in store. Once the enemy soldiers march far enough, they suddenly find themselves staring directly at cannons. In just a moment, all those soldiers are flattened. We then cut to Nebula's perspective, explaining the strategy known as the hammer and anvil. Basically, this tactic became standard since the ancient times of Alexander the Great. The one Basan is using is the most basic form of it. Hold the enemy at the front with strong foot soldiers, then use artillery and cavalry to continuously strike from the top and sides. Because the enemy was trapped inside the canyon, Nebula didn't suffer any losses. However, it's too early to rest assured. We then cut to Krampus, getting grilled by Wisdom for taking a major L, despite getting every bit of support he asked for. Krampus sweats profusely as he admits he was too focused on defeating Rak. Even then, he couldn't do much against him. He then assures his ally that there's still some hope left. Since his army hasn't been completely annihilated yet, there's still a chance. Retreating would only cause more losses, so he requests a bit more backup to increase the odds. However, Wisdom refuses to lend any further help. He can't provide more assistance without proper preparations on Krampus's end. It would just be a waste again. He further tells him to at least be glad his capital, Demerit, still stands. Internally, the real reason Wisdom feels further help would be useless is because the Apostle Ledin isn't ready yet. As of now, Ledin is preparing for the final battle against the nation's rebel forces, and he must win those fights to earn the achievements necessary to walk the path of fame and feats. After all, an apostle's strength is based on those two factors only. Meanwhile, Krampus finally makes his decision to retreat. Since Ukraine won't be able to conquer Danium with just 10,000 forces, buying time for the capital makes more sense to him than losing his troops in a pointless battle. The High Priest promptly delivers Krampus's order of retreat to the general, and once the general announces the retreat, all the goatmen begin sprinting back toward the capital. Seems like these goat people aren't that goated after all. Basan notices the enemy retreating and immediately orders his army to eliminate them while fleeing. Only then can Hukrin secure the advantage for the next battle. The massacre consumes countless lives. Later that night, Basan and his henchmen go over the battle results. The enemy lost around half of their personnel, and deserters will push that number even higher. As for Hukrin, they suffered around 1,000 casualties, though the henchman is glad Hukrin managed to overpower the enemy despite being outnumbered 3-1. This automatically makes the Dipla Canyon War one of the greatest slaps in Danium's history. Speaking of history, Basan quizzes his henchmen on why he thinks Danium will have any left at all. Basan is implying that Hukrin will eventually crush Danium entirely, while the henchmen can't ignore the fact that Danium is a huge nation. Even if Hukrin conquers the capital, that alone won't be enough. Basan agrees. Since royals and nobles live all across the countryside, conquering the entirety of Danium is unlikely. However, he points out that Danium overexerted itself by deploying 30,000 soldiers this time, and the losses they suffered are massive. Kyle already predicted that Danium had internal issues simmering, and those issues would become obvious once they lost this war. And as for those issues, Basan is looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes. Around 7 days later, Hukrin's army arrives at Danium's capital, Demerit. General Ubaim Dolan's daughter steps out of the castle to greet Hukrin's commander. She introduces herself as Alanju Dolan. She is the master of Demerit and also the king of Danium, and she is here to surrender willingly. That's exactly what Basan mentioned to his henchmen earlier. We then cut to a devastated Krampus, who has no clue where everything went wrong. While the other alliance members were preparing, Krampus was supposed to buy time, but everything collapsed in the blink of an eye. He is currently in talks with Nebula, who wants to know Krampus's thoughts on whether he intends to surrender. Of course, the poor guy can't even bring himself to face his fellow god. He weakly asks Nebula if he's really that bad at this game. Nebula acknowledges that Krampus isn't a bad player at all. This prompts the red guy to ask a follow-up. If he isn't bad, then how did he end up losing? Nebula answers by pointing out that Krampus's main goal was to let the Chancellor gain power after the king died. Krampus admits this, explaining that he thought the Chancellor was the most talented one. Since that guy had a bottomless hunger for power, Krampus believed he could rally the chaotic nation and unify everyone. This is exactly why Krampus framed General Ubaim, who had returned after losing, and then had him charged with treason and executed. With Ubaim alive, the Chancellor wouldn't have gained absolute power. Krampus thought it was the obvious move, though he never imagined that Ubaim's daughter, Aranju, would revolt out of revenge. After all, she wasn't someone particularly capable. Krampus genuinely wants Nebula's insight into whether he made the right choices. First, Nebula points out that Krampus overlooked the fact that an individual can grow when given the right opportunity. But he also says the play wasn't bad. It was actually the best choice at that moment. However, what Nebula understands is this. You can't win with a choice made solely for one moment. You have to consider every possibility for a properly orchestrated plan. Since Nebula had considered all possibilities, he kind of knew something like this would happen. He just thought the conflict between the general and the chancellor would last longer, but it ended quickly, giving Nebula the opening he needed. If Krampus surrenders completely right now, Nebula promises good conditions for him. Even though Krampus is at a massive disadvantage, he refuses to surrender and ends the call. Eldar is also with Nebula, and wants to know why Krampus refused to give up. From what Nebula can tell, Krampus is trying to fight until the bitter end, which is actually a commendable attitude. Though Eldar admits he himself would have surrendered early to save the elves who believe in him. Surprisingly, Nebula approves of that attitude too. Looking at Danium's capital, situated behind tall walls, surrounded by rivers and farmland, conquering it would normally cause major casualties for Hukrin. Since Nebula managed to take it without spilling any blood, he can't help but feel pretty good about the situation. Now Nebula waits to see what Krampus plans to do next. We then cut back into the castle's chamber, where Basan and his henchmen are facing the king of the castle, Alanju Dolan. To gain a little ground in the negotiations, Alanju first points out the massive army under her command. If Hukrin had tried to take the capital by force, there would have been a lot of casualties for Hukrin. With that in mind, she wants a middle ground that serves her as well. But Basan counters, mentioning that it was Danyam who helped them get inside the castle, and if they start right here and now, Hukrin can easily take it down. Alanju Dolan makes it abundantly clear that excessive requests from Hukrin's side won't be tolerated. If rumors spread that Hukrin is cruel, very few nations will surrender in the future. This means way harder battles ahead for Hukrin. Cutting to Nebula, he finds her way of handling negotiations quite cunning and bold. He likes the approach she's taking. Eldar is surprised Nebula isn't simply interested in claiming the capital outright without restrictions. Nebula explains that Damaret is still a palace where the religion rules with heavy influence. If Hukrin directly acquires the capital, there will be repercussions. For now, he wants to figure out what Krampus is plotting, which option he plans to choose. A few days pass. With Hukrin's support, Alanju Dolan's coronation ceremony begins. This ceremony would officially crown the king of Danyam, who has an amicable relationship with Hukrin. However, things don't go as planned. The sacred mirror used for God-given royal authority suddenly shatters right over Alanju's face. Under these circumstances, the priest announces that the god does not acknowledge Alanju Dolan as king. He rallies the common people, preaching the will of their god. Even if Damiret surrenders to Hukrin, the people must not surrender their faith to the night sky. Slowly but surely, the people start agreeing with the priest. They're willing to surrender the nation, but not their faith. This is the moment Nebula had been waiting for, the separation of church and state. Normally, royal authority and religion support each other and form a united block of interests. But depending on societal progression, they can split. On Earth, separation of church and state usually happens when political forces weaken religion. But in the perished world, it's the opposite. Religion is far stronger here. Eldar points out that separation will make the situation even more complicated. Nebula, however, finally admits that Krampus isn't bad at this game at all. Currently, Alanju Dolan is the key piece in these circumstances. We transition to Alanju Dolan herself. Watching more and more people get riled up, she realizes she has no choice left but to rely on her final card, which is her faith. She prays, asking the Lord why he isn't responding, and why she was rejected. She insists the chancellor she killed had dark greed, that she had no choice but to act for the sake of the nation. Nebula notices her patience stat increasing after the mirror broke, meaning she's a strong individual. Eldar questions why Krampus is trying to kill her now. He could have just killed her before denying her royal authority. Nebula explains that Krampus wants him to intervene and help her in this perilous situation. If Nebula helps her, she will begin believing in the night sky god, officially making her a renegade, easy to expel later. Nebula can tell that Krampus has finally taken his advice, which was to always plan for multiple outcomes. Right now, Krampus has prepared 4 scenarios. Option A, Alanju retracts her surrender. Option B, Alanju dies. Option C, Alanju converts to the night sky religion. And lastly, Option D, Night Sky protects Alanju while she stays loyal to her god. Options A, B, and C all put Hukrin at a disadvantage. Option D is the most profitable scenario for Nebula, and exactly what Krampus wants. If Nebula protects her, he'll get dragged into Demiret's politics and waste resources in a place already conquered. Curious, Eldar asks if Nebula has any countermeasures. Judging by Nebula's smug smile, it's clear he already has everything figured out. There is another lesson he wants to teach Krampus, which is, always have more plans than your opponent. One cold night, as Alanju sleeps quietly, a mysterious figure slips into her room. It's Yan, one of the mages. Alanju recognizes her as an alchemist, prompting Yan to correct her. She's a mage now. To Alanju, the concept of a mage sounds like some fairy tale nonsense. Seeing her ignorance despite being the king, Yan can't help but point it out. She infiltrated a castle full of soldiers without being detected, and she has enough power to kill Alanju on the spot. Hopefully that alone should convince Alanju, but Alanju decides to test it. She draws a dagger and stabs it straight into Yan's neck. Yan bleeds but remains alive. Finally intimidated, Alanju asks why Yan came. Yan pulls the dagger lodged in her neck and calmly claims she's here to rescue her. When Alanju asks about the price for such help, Yan says she wants a nation where gods do not interfere. Alanju finds the idea ridiculous. A nation without a god is doomed to destruction, and history proves it. Without divine protection, no nation survives. Yan counters by telling her of a power that can rival the gods, and that's magic. The nation she envisions would rely solely on magic. If magic is that powerful, Alanju asks why they can't defeat Hukrin with it. Yan admits it without beating around the bush. Defeating Hukrin is impossible at the moment. Night Sky watches the mages closely and knows every move they make. The best they can do right now is protect the people. Those who don't believe in gods, like Yan's species, spend their lives persecuted. Now that another god is ruling the land, Yan doubts Alanju's descendants will ever live peacefully here. Under Hukran's rule, keeping the name Danyum will already be a struggle, and freedom of faith is not guaranteed. Yan wants to protect the people, not nations or divine interests. They don't need gods if they gain enough strength themselves. If Alanju accepts the offer, Yan promises to give her the power needed to ensure her people's safety. Time is short. Alanju has until sunrise to make her decision. A few moments later, dawn begins to crack, and it seems Alanju has finally made her decision. She is all in on creating a nation that exists without the name of a god. In the following days, we see the hunting minister of Hukran arriving at Danyum's capital to meet Basan. The two men shake hands in good faith, meeting after a long while. Since there were no banquets or hunts during the war, the hunting minister had plenty of time and decided to pay Basan a visit. He has drafted around 5,000 soldiers and brought them along. He hopes Basan is already aware of Hukran's current military situation, and it seems Basan is, so here's a moment to explain it to you guys as well. After Danyum's capital was overtaken by Hukran soldiers, every alliance nation began moving quickly. 20,000 troops from Jeokwa were sent to Danyum, 24,000 came from Mangul, and 18,000 marched in from Guman, even though those nations are far away. All in all, 62,000 alliance soldiers are marching toward Danyum's capital, Demurit. They're expected to arrive within a month. Meanwhile, Seokmyeon is still in a civil war. The depraved son who killed his own father will probably win. He's sweeping everything as if he's been blessed by a god. He even goes around calling himself Twisted Tie's disciple. The hunting minister has also brought weapons that might help, along with the extra 5,000 soldiers. To Basin's surprise, these aren't the usual cannons, they're new prototypes. One of them is an improved model with a larger barrel, making it heavier, but that extra weight adds 50 paces to the cannonball's range. Basin is impressed and eager to hear about the second cannon, except the second one is drastically different in size and shape. Turns out it's just a flintlock gun, but they don't call it that. They think it's a smaller cannon that a single soldier can operate. The technicians call it a hand cannon. Basin takes aim and fires at a target right in front of him, leaving him speechless at how useful this weapon is. He's certain that with enough of these bad boys, they can change the tide of war easily. About a month later, we find Runda sulking quietly in a corner, while the alliance meeting takes place. As you'd imagine, she's in a tough spot right now. Nebula's direct threats are weighing heavily on her. To understand what's eating her, we cut back to her previous conversation with Nebula. Nebula wanted her to betray the Alliance, an idea she found extremely unsettling. If she couldn't betray the Alliance, then Nebula wanted to believe she was actually betraying him. Runda tried to reason with him, saying she is in an alliance with him as well, but she can't just backstab the others so blatantly, she'd be labeled a traitor. But Nebula is willing to cooperate and arrange things so she can escape the situation safely. He warned her that if she didn't cooperate, he wouldn't hesitate to expose her to the Alliance, revealing all the secret intel she fed him. Even if she denied it, the Alliance isn't stupid. They'd figure it out eventually. Once suspicion isolates her, she would be left vulnerable, and Nebula would destroy her with ease. Naturally, Runda wasn't thrilled to hear such a direct threat. Her verbal jabs don't faze Nebula. He simply hopes she will make a rational decision and be smart enough to recognize what's in her best interest. Eventually, she caves in, agreeing to do whatever he asks. Before we hear the details of her first task, we return to the present, where Runda is still trying to understand her situation. Nebula only gave her some cryptic bullshit that went completely over her head. He told her she'd understand her task when the moment arrives. Suddenly, Zhang notices something unusual about Nebula's actions. Nebula has been steadily adding more forces while interrupting everyone else's plans. It's obvious he's acting cautiously since Hukran's forces are already small, but what bothers them is that Nebula is using basic strategy, something he never does. He's ranked first. He's supposed to make moves that no one can even comprehend. Zhang adds that the first fight with Hukran was just a miscalculation, but the next battle will be a siege or a turf war. Sieges have fixed strategies. Whoever has the bigger army holds the advantage. Following that logic, the Alliance has an 80–95% chance of winning. Their collective divinity level is also higher than Nebula's. Since this isn't a 1v1 fight, if everyone combines their faith resources, defeating Rakrak wouldn't be far-fetched. From these simple calculations, the Alliance believes they have a strong chance of winning, but they still can't understand why a player of Nebula's caliber is making predictable moves. He's probably up to something bigger that they're failing to see. Zhang agrees, something else is bothering him. It's the mages. Of the three mages, Yan's location is confirmed. They still have no idea where Tale or Mazdari are. Nebula has already used the mages to cause an incident. He planted a mage on the Danyum's king's right-hand side, resulting in Danyum declaring religious neutrality. There are still 2 more mages left, meaning Nebula can use them later to pull off similar situations. Keeping that in mind, the simple-minded Krampus thinks that just staying cautious of the mages in the future will be enough to avoid trouble. But Zhang doesn't feel it's that simple. The reason Nebula is making such a standard play must be because he judged that even while playing normally, he can still win. There has to be something the Alliance is overlooking. This is just a hunch on Zhang's part. His best guess is that there might be a traitor among them. While Runda feels the full awkwardness of a thief caught red-handed for obvious reasons, Krampus doesn't want to form an opinion based on mere speculation. Even though the chances of a traitor being among them are next to none, Zhang can't ignore the fact that Nebula would definitely use this card if he could. If there is a traitor in the alliance, they need to guess the closest suspect. Of course, Runda starts sweating like crazy, being the mole in the hole she is. It's a nightmare situation for her. If they point at her, she's finished. But surprisingly enough, Zhang declares AR the real culprit, completely flipping our expectations. Naturally, AR is in disbelief at the sudden accusation, and so is Runda. The situation has gotten way too complicated for her to process. She tries to reason with Zhang, wondering if he has any actual evidence to make such a bold accusation. But Zhang casually admits it's just his guess. When AR keeps pushing him to explain the logic behind his hunch, Zhang shifts everyone's attention to the screen window. He shows a Nyx visiting Guman and Hukrin several times. Though this Nyx doesn't hold any noteworthy title, he's just a merchant. Zhang even tried sending a priest to grab him, but Nebula intervened and killed that Nyx on the spot. AR thinks for a moment, then clearly states she had no ties with that Nyx whatsoever. This prompts Zhang to ask why that particular Nyx was meeting up with the Lizardman, and why Nebula went out of his way to kill him. Krampus also wants an answer. The fact that Nebula had been watching so closely the entire time only makes things worse. Runda tries to defend AR, suggesting that Nebula might just be messing with everyone. For all they know, this could be part of his plan, to make the alliance turn against each other. Krampus admits the suspicion might be trivial, but it's still worth thinking about. They want answers from AR, and only a detailed explanation will suffice. AR in turn accuses Zhang of trying to frame her. For all she knows, he might be the real traitor, diverting attention to her by using flimsy suspicions. The situation is getting messy, way messier than what Runda anticipated. And now she finally understands what Nebula meant when he said she would know when the time comes. It seems the time has come, and she has to make her move. She is supposed to take the traitor's side. He had warned her that if she keeps siding with whoever is being suspected, it'll slow down the confirmation process. All she has to do is talk about trusting comrades and downplay the accusations. The complainant won't be able to let go of his initial suspicion, while the others will start thinking the complainant is being excessive. In that case, the one who gets attacked won't be the accused traitor, it'll be the complainant. If that happens, the alliance gets shaken, and nobody will be able to suspect Runda. A while later, we cut to Zhang having a private conversation with Wisdom. There had been enough evidence against AR, just enough to make at least Krampus or Runda agree with Zhang. Still, those guys aren't really believing that AR could be the traitor. Now he feels he might have gone too far with the accusation. But Wisdom gives him another angle to consider. What if Nebula wanted the alliance to suspect each other, and purposely fabricated this whole scenario to distract everyone? The only reason he would create such a distraction is to make the alliance ignore the real traitor. This automatically implies that there is indeed a traitor, but it's not AR. Zhang lists himself, Krampus, and Wisdom as possible suspects, but he knows it's unlikely. This only leaves Runda, who doesn't look suspicious at all. In this case, Wisdom decides to run an arithmetic hypothesis to deduce the real culprit. What problems would appear if Runda were the traitor? Instantly, Zhang's mind catches something, and everything clicks in that moment. As the realization dawns on him, he starts losing his mind because they are in deep trouble. Unfortunately for them, the alliance had already placed Runda and AR's camps close together because Runda was supposed to keep an eye on AR. Krampus is with them too, but he only has 2,000 forces. Long story short, if Runda decides to ambush them, she can take them down easily. However, Wisdom assures him it won't be smooth sailing. In the perished world, common people have their own will, and everyone will spiral into chaos if she suddenly tries to betray the alliance. Even if it's according to the Oracle, her troops won't be able to digest such a massive shift in situation that easily. We then cut to Runda, reflecting on everything she's done so far. Back when she used to play Perished World on Earth, there was a post that caught her attention, an investigative guide about how to increase one's chances of successfully betraying others in the game. It explored the do's and don'ts, and how to pull off an effective betrayal. In short, it was a full strategy guide on betrayal that someone had written for fun. This post later became known as the Traitor Build. It never became a popular strategy, and eventually faded into obscurity. Most people didn't even give it a single glance. But for Runda, that post completely changed her playstyle. It helped her bag victories left and right, boosting her win rate far above average, even though her actual skill was mid. Just like now, she made sure to use all the key points from that build. The Lenars are a species that take a long time to make decisions. They're timid and inefficient, often trying to pick both choices when choosing between A or B. Even when they're losing, they still make indecisive decisions. Because of this, players rarely pick this species. But for Runda, the Lenars perfectly complement her playstyle. That's why they're the perfect patience build for someone like her who doesn't have a ton of raw talent. Runda chose a flower to represent Jokwa's religion, the all-changing flower. The important part of this flower is the fruit with a shell. You can't tell whether it's ripe until the shell is removed. Since it's extremely difficult to know when the all-changing flower ripens, it's used as the main tool to foresee fortune. The process is called a decisive statement. Now, one of the Linars, Jokwa's general-to-be, Bulko, notices that the fruit of the all-changing flower has ripened. This is alarming because according to today's decisive statement, if the fruit is not ripe, they must protect the allied forces. If it is ripe, Jokwa must betray them. For Lenners, right and wrong don't matter. All decisions are predetermined by their god. They believe the reason they are slow and indecisive is so they don't stray from their god's will. With full faith in their hearts, they begin the massacre, fulfilling their god's command. Krampus is too late to realize Jokwa's forces have betrayed them. They've already killed Guman's great general and are marching to ambush their captain. Runda has stopped responding. No one even knows where she is. They try to contact Wisdom immediately while Lenners tear through the Alliance forces. AR is devastated that they realize the true traitor's identity so late. The situation is absolutely dire. Guman's officer in command has already been assassinated. Jang suggests sending their creations immediately, but Wisdom strongly opposes it. Dimmerit's castle gates have opened, and Hukran's forces are pouring out, meaning the match is fully set. Zhang decides to have his forces march at full speed. However, Wisdom predicts they're going to lose anyway. If they intervene as gods, Nebula and Runda will do the same, putting the Alliance in an even tougher spot. The best move for now is to retract their forces and retreat. Wisdom adds that even if the Alliance loses their frontline forces, they still have their second expeditionary forces. But AR refuses to let her soldiers get slaughtered. She feels she must intervene to save them. Krampus is thinking the same. Those 2,000 soldiers are all he has. He'd rather fight tooth and nail than lose everything. If he loses Damerit like this, he'll have to give up managing his main species, the Satiros. Even if losses are inevitable, he won't go down without struggling. Now everything depends on what Zhang intends to do. Unfortunately, Zhang declines to join them. His divinity level is actually very low, something he hasn't told anyone. He can't explain why he can't help right now, because then he'd have to admit he suspected a traitor in the Alliance. He sacrificed his divinity level to create an apostle. If he joins the front line, he'll have to reveal the truth, that his level has dropped to 8. He already created a misunderstanding by claiming AR was the traitor, and if he's going to hide his divinity issue, he might as well hide it till the end so no one exploits his weakness. Jang orders his army to retreat, leaving Hukran's cavalry to chase them. It's the best he can do for now. As for AR, it would be best if she abandoned her army and withdrew. Even if she uses her faith right now, it won't help her in future battles. But AR isn't in a position to abandon her soldiers. Guman's internal affairs are a mess. Some nobles have started believing in the night sky, likely due to Nebula's behind-the-scenes meddling. Since Guman is a nation where the king's power is weak, if she loses now, she won't be able to guarantee a second expeditionary force. Jang is bewildered hearing such a worrying reveal. The woman apologizes for hiding such crucial details. She never intended to cause trouble. Now she realizes she wasn't the only one struggling because of Nebula's schemes. She held back the information partly because she didn't want to look like the only one suffering, and also because if Juman's internal chaos was exposed, she could have been suspected as a traitor. Everyone would have assumed she'd side with Nebula since she had the most to lose. With full sincerity, she removes the veil from her face, a full face reveal, asking Zhang to reconsider one more time. Despite her desperate plea, Zhang has no choice but to refuse. She doesn't insist any further. That's when Zhang realizes something profound. The foundation of the Alliance is extremely shallow. Even though they look fine on the surface, everyone has their own hidden problems they can't openly share. This hidden instability is what has been plaguing the Alliance and causing its downfall. AR bids them farewell on a good note and wishes them luck, before doing the unthinkable. The others don't understand why she's acting like it's her final moment, until she manifests. They are shocked at her suicidal decision. She has manifested herself. If she dies during manifestation while Guman's army is annihilated, she might become a vassal. This is her final desperate option after being pushed into a corner. Instead of making similar desperate moves, Krampus chooses to clear their minds before acting. He promptly orders Zhang to retreat his forces. Before Krampus can elaborate on his plan, that familiar crackling sound of thunder catches their attention, making them shudder. We all know it's Rak about to descend. While Krampus doesn't plan on manifesting, he still wants to support AR with the best of his abilities. He has to pull some crazy shit to screw over Nebula. We then cut to Runda absolutely losing her bananas after seeing AR manifest. Nebula tells this crazy, frantic chick to calm the heck down, since they're still on the winning side. Of course, it's difficult to fight someone in manifestation form, but her current level is only 18. It's not that big of a difference from Jill Wooby. Still, this drama queen continues to overreact, insisting that Jill Wooby wasn't even that good of a player compared to AR. Internally, Nebula knows she's right. AR is way ahead in terms of gameplay. But that's not the point he was trying to make. Just judging from the size of AR's manifestation form, she's way more effective compared to Jill Wooby. After all, at the end of the day, It's the player's faith and domain that determine the extent of the manifestation skill. The type of ability that manifests with form, however, mostly depends on one's playstyle. Joel Wooby's manifestation form was an extreme build focused on physical abilities, and that's not a build players usually prefer. The reason? It consumes way too many faith resources. As a result, most players minimize physical force and use the remaining cost to invest in other stats. Once AR starts wreaking havoc, Runda's people find themselves in a tough position and decide to retreat. But it's already too late. They're getting shredded, causing Jukwa to lose 300 soldiers in an instant. Unsurprisingly, the drama queen nearly passes out seeing such a massive hit she just took. The silly bean starts clinging to Nebula, begging him to do something before her forces are wiped off the face of the earth. Nebula assures her to calm down. Shit hasn't taken a sharp turn yet. Meanwhile, Rakrak has already descended onto the battlefield. AR and Nebula's apostle lock eyes with each other. With just a simple gesture of her hand, she makes dark energy erupt from the ground and launch a surprise attack toward Rakrak, which the Lizardman dodges immediately. He keeps dodging left and right with his godlike speed. Nebula and the drama queen are watching the fight unfold. Runda is certain Rakrak can't possibly handle AR alone. Nebula agrees, admitting Rakrak does need some assistance. And by assistance, he means Runda's involvement. He bluntly orders her to get into any of the priests and divert AR's attention. Once again, Miss Toddler Supreme refuses to take such a risky role. Why does she have to go down and risk herself? Well, the problem is that Nebula is far more wanted by the Alliance than Runda. If he risks himself, everything could fall apart. Back to AR, she continues to wreak havoc over Lenar's forces, while giving Rakrak a tough time. The Great Lizardman notes that the thorns AR is using aren't just ordinary pointy projectiles, they actually absorb the vitality of the target on contact. From this alone, he can tell she's planning to turn the entire ground into a thorn field. Realizing this, Rakrak changes tactics and summons Anicap. As soon as the afterlife summoning happens, Rakrak's cockatrice arrives to give him the piggyback ride he needs. The two of them immediately take flight toward AR in an attempt to strike her down. But the woman disappears the moment Rakrak's weapon comes dangerously close. Before he can even process what's happening, a thorn comes flying toward him at full speed, which he barely dodges. At this point, this woman is seriously getting under Rakrak's skin. To make it worse, she's no longer alone. The creations of allied forces, including hers, has also arrived to support her. Krampus and her creations have arrived to support her. We then cut to Krampus. Bro is itching to take down this annoying Rakrak for good this time. The creations roar as they launch counterattacks against our apostle. The fearless Lizardman dodges the first strike, only to then face a massive reptile about to devour him. Luckily, that reptile gets knocked aside by the one and only Great Mantis, giving Rakrak a clear signal to advance as the path is cleared for him. While Mantis fights the creations, the apostle of the Sky Knight god charges forward at full speed. But unfortunately, the Lizardman gets knocked out along with his bird by a massive claw. As soon as they hit the ground, Rakrak begins to dread the worst. Those thorns could erupt from anywhere. However, he soon realizes the thorn attacks have stopped. Seems like AR's attention has been drawn to something else. Turns out it's Runda in the forest, who has descended into one of the priests. She has definitely caught AR's attention, and the way this furious woman is staring at the traitor does not look good for Runda. Of course, this gives Rakrak a golden opportunity to strike. As AR chases Runda, Rakrak also begins his pursuit. Seeing this mere apostle following her, AR's anger flares even more, and she conjures a massive blob of vitality-draining substance, trapping Rakrak inside it. Nebula instantly recognizes what kind of play she's going for. See, Nebula's greatest merit in manifesting isn't size, it's the skillification of his domains. If an apostle obtains skills through notoriety, the player or the god can form their possessed territory into the manifestation form's skills. These skills can be set by the players themselves, and the form, range, and power can all be adjusted to maximize efficiency and resource consumption. The thorns from earlier were probably made by combining the small domains of metal roots. She set teleportation as her movement skill, but this kind of play is too standard. AR is forgetting one crucial thing. Rakrak killed an evil god. And you know what kind of title an apostle earns with such a massive feat? A god killer. When the attack target is a god, any negative effects that occur while fighting them are resisted. Apostles gain skills according to their fame. There is no way a mental control technique meant to shake his psyche would work on Rakrak. As Rakrak launches another attack, it squarely connects and injures her deeply. The woman vanishes from sight again. That's when he notices she has abandoned her assault, likely buying time to recover from her injuries. By the way, AR is pronounced Dark Book as her god title, while Runda is called All Decisions by mortals. Rakrak has a hunch that Dark Book is furious at all decisions for the betrayal, so she must be trying to attack the apostle Runda has descended into. However, if she uses her black thorns to attack all decisions, then he will also be able to locate Dark Book's position. As he tries to focus to sense AR's location, Nebula calls him out, telling his apostle to forget about Dark Book for now. But Rakrak fears that all decisions will be in danger if he lets AR do her thing. Nebula assures him that it doesn't particularly matter what happens to all decisions. I mean, he's not saying they're abandoning her, they simply need to figure out another way for her. We then cut to AR, who has sustained some pretty nasty injuries and is trying to heal. Just as she decides to change her course of action, she spots Runda in the woods. Her anger flares once again, ready to make Nebula and Runda both regret whatever they've been plotting against the Alliance. As Runda is running as fast as she can, she gets knocked out by AR's thorns. One of the thorns even lodges directly into her shoulder. Poor Runda lies there like an injured lamb in front of a roaring lion with limitless fury. The lion, AR, grabs her prey by the neck and begins choking her. With no choice, Runda suggests joining forces together, a suggestion that only enrages AR even more. Runda is the last person she would ever trust, and she makes that abundantly clear by smashing her head right into the ground. The poor Lennar screams in utter pain after getting slammed down. AR further humiliates the traitor by stepping on her and making her scream even louder. Instead of inflicting more pain over a defenseless Lennar, Runda suggests she go take care of Rakrak first. In fact, she claims that AR is making a mistake by neglecting the Nebula's apostle. She points out how Rakrak isn't chasing AR at all. Hearing this, Darkbook suspects the reason Rakrak isn't chasing is because he must be occupied by Krampus's and her creations blocking his path. Or at least that's what she thought. But she is proven wrong when thunder strikes, its majestic light blinding everyone in the vicinity for a split second. It's Rakrak, bruised and injured, and these injuries came at the cost of Krampus and AR losing all of their creations at once. Did you know how big AR has messed up? Just listen to this. For a player to use a skill, they need a certain divinity level, and to maintain that level, they must not lose their creations. If the creations are killed, the very summons they relied on end up becoming their weakness. Promptly, AR receives a notification that she's lost all her creations and lost XP, causing her level to drop from 19 to 13. With her level dropped, her manifestation skill becomes useless, leaving her completely exposed for Rakrak to strike. As he dashes toward her with his weapon, she tries to cast her last bit of mojo, but since she doesn't have enough faith resources, she can't initiate any offensive attacks. That moment of vulnerability proves fatal. She gets struck right in the belly. Rakrak then stomps over the woman and drives his spear straight into her chest, electrocuting her on the spot. After taking down the immediate threat, Rakrak helps all decisions get up. The players are quickly notified that player AR has been vassalized, and the leading contributor to her defeat was Nebula, with approximately 64% contribution. Seeing this notification, Runda is sure that since Nebula's contribution is less than 70%, the system must have also counted her contribution as well. Right then, Nebula connects with Runda and orders her to get moving because she's losing faith as they speak. There's no point in her staying descended since AR is dead, but the war isn't finished. With clear orders given, Runda decides to leave. After that battle, a month and a half passes. With AR's death and Runda's sudden betrayal, the war took another shape. Jang worked extremely hard to revive Mangul and Guman's soldiers. The main battlefront moved into Runda's Jukwa, and Wisdom brought Seokmian's soldiers, who hadn't participated due to internal conflict. They conquered and destroyed Jukwa's farmland areas, mines, and business routes. It makes sense why they destroyed Runda's farmland and all that, since she betrayed them. But Nebula feels there's more to it than just mere hatred toward Runda. Perhaps Wisdom is trying to make this war a long-term one. Just as he is piecing things together, he gets a video call from Zhang. It goes without saying that Nebula picks up immediately. Turns out, Zhang is here with an offer to surrender. He is willing to give up Danium, and Krampus has already agreed, though he makes it clear they will definitely try to reclaim it later. Furthermore, they are offering Nebula AR's territory and 1/3 of Juman. Along with that, the Alliance will return the territories they occupied in Jukwa. There's more Zhang is willing to add, but Nebula is more interested in hearing the conditions he's supposed to accept. In this case, Zhang lays out his needs. First, Nebula must stop the war with no retaliation. Second, it's about AR's vassal status. Before Zhang even finishes speaking, Nebula rejects the offer outright, even without hearing the remaining conditions. He simply doesn't care. Everyone knows who's on the losing end. Without wasting another second, Nebula ends the call. After the call, Runda meekly questions his reason for rejecting the conditions. Accepting the surrender is in their best interest since the opposition is offering everything they've got. Nebula agrees the offer was alluring, enough that he can already tell he would have had major advantages in future wars if he accepted. Runda doesn't understand what he means by future wars. If he accepts their surrender, he will emerge victorious, leaving no wars left to fight. She insists there's no need to be obsessed with unifying the continent. Nebula claims he isn't obsessed with a perfect victory or total unification. If a ceasefire comes with benefits heavily in his favor, he'd normally take it. But Zhang specifically said he wanted AR's vassal status. He's trying to revive her if Nebula is interpreting their intentions correctly. After all, if vassalization is lifted, they'd regain numerical advantage, and once she's revived, that wouldn't be good. Of course, the ceremony to lift vassalization is expensive and time-consuming, but one thing is certain, they plan to continue the war, and Nebula doesn't want to add unnecessary difficulties to his future. We then cut to Guman's castle. Inside the castle, we meet Guman's prime minister, Kaloa Lata. The woman is staring at a strange candle, deeply upset that her god hasn't responded to her for a long time. This likely indicates that Darkbook has indeed died, and the one who killed her is the same person who killed the evil god. It's Rakrak, of course. Many are devastated by this news. Even the king hasn't left his bed in months, but such collateral damage was predictable. After all, a nation without divine protection is bound to collapse. Hukrin's forces are pushing internally, trying to persuade Guman's citizens to side with Hukrin. Mongul, who was allied with Guman, is now requesting Guman to merge with them instead. This unprecedented situation has put the Guman people in a dilemma over which side to choose. At the moment, they just want to side with whoever is less bad. As the Prime Minister is struggling with her thoughts, with no god's guidance, she is startled when ENT walks straight into her room. He is here to assist, and perhaps give her a solution to her worries. As darkness gradually descended, the surroundings grew noticeably calmer. Inside the mansion, discussions were still lively. Some voiced their frustration, remarking that it was not the time to act recklessly given the current state of the nation, and even questioned whether the Prime Minister had lost his senses just like His Majesty. Helen spoke in a harsh tone, asserting that, considering Guman's present condition, they had no choice but to rely on other powers such as Mangul, Hoikrin, or Seokmian. He then added pointedly that it seemed Dinan would also have a difficult time, since he had traveled all the way from Hoikrin only to return without gaining anything of value. Dinan responded calmly, stating that this was simply how things went and that he was not particularly disappointed. After finishing his words, he turned his back, waved casually in farewell, and left. He walked outside at an unhurried pace, his demeanor composed and untroubled. Suddenly, from behind a wall, a voice called out to him, asking whether he was Dinan of Hukrin. A mage then stepped forward and informed him that everything had gone as promised, asking whether he had confirmed it. Hearing this, Dinan smiled faintly in apparent satisfaction and nodded, replying that it was correct. He then added in a serious tone that everything had proceeded smoothly according to their plan. Afterward, he gazed distantly out the window, lost in thought, reflecting that conquest was not necessarily the only answer. Since Guman was far removed from Hukrin, he believed that it was enough for it not to belong to anyone else. Turning back, Dinan firmly declared that they would no longer oppose Guman from that point onward, and that Guman's Hukrin faction would not cause any disturbances either. Hearing this, the mage was visibly swayed and responded positively, saying that it was great and that he would trust Dinan's word. He then asked whether Dinan was satisfied, noting that events were unfolding exactly as the night sky had planned. The sudden question caused Dinan to hesitate slightly. He reflected aloud that satisfaction was perhaps the right word. He admitted that there had been a time when he hated being born different from others, which had led him to resent everyone and everything. However, he now felt a great sense of relief in simply being a member of Hukrin, and in that regard, he believed he was indeed very satisfied. Meanwhile, Seokmion sat solemnly with his hands clasped together before speaking. In a firm voice, he announced that they should now review the current situation. He explained that Danyum's main nation and its capital had declared independence through the power of the mage Yan. Other territories had followed suit, with minority species forming the core of the rebel forces and separating completely. Within that chaos, Krampus had gathered loyal believers and established a separate independent nation. As for Guman, just like Danyum, they had joined forces with the mage Tale, and as a result, Guman's national power could no longer be utilized. He added that he was certain Nebula had been involved to ensure that no one could obtain Guman's power, though he found something about the situation suspicious. Aniel calmly expressed his agreement, stating that they had taken countermeasures as well. He explained that Krampus could demonstrate his strength using Danyum's creations, and that they were far closer to Guman than Hoikrin was. In order to sever commerce with Hoikrin, they had applied pressure to both Danyum and Guman, effectively isolating Hoikrin as a result. Seokmion continued, adding that since niter, the main ingredient for gunpowder, was not found in Hoikrin, they must have encountered a major problem with gunpowder production. Someone immediately responded in agreement, affirming his conclusion. Seokmion then raised another question, wondering why, despite all this, Hukrin was not making any requests. However, the room suddenly fell completely silent, with no one offering an answer. Seokmion continued his explanation, questioning whether Nebula had already surpassed the current level of technology and somehow found a way to create niter. Krampus offered his judgment, saying that he did not think so, and warned that overcomplicating things would only lead wisdom to fall for Nebula's plans. As the circumstances were logically pieced together, it was noted that before the war, Hoikrin had purchased a large amount of niter from Mangul, and if that fact was taken into account, Seokmyeon seemed to realize that Huikrin must still have remaining supplies of niter, and that Nebula was therefore aiming for a short-term battle. Krampus agreed, stating that this must have been Nebula's plan all along, which was why he remained calm even after the supply of niter was cut off. Seokmyeon lightly placed his hand on the table and remarked that the reasoning made sense. However, he added that a short-term battle would not occur simply because Nebula desired it, since the alliance would not agree to such terms. Still, he said that this information made him think of something. When Krampus asked whether he was referring to Mangul's coastal area, Seokmyeon pointed and confirmed that the place was called Alchem. He firmly asserted that Alchem contained Mangul's niter mines, and that Nebula's next target must be Alchem. He reasoned that Nebula would likely attack by ship to steal niter, and emphasized that they needed to prepare for this by strengthening their seaside defenses. 2 months later, just as the alliance had expected, Huikrin's 150 ships headed toward Alchem's coast, launching an incredible attack. The scene aboard the ships was chaotic, yet what awaited Huikrin was the 260 ships that the alliance had already prepared. In the end, the alliance emerged victorious. Resting his chin on his hand, Anil commented that although they had won, considering how forcefully they had increased their battleships for this fight, their opponents' losses were actually fewer than their own, making it a wasteful victory. Krampus responded that regardless of the circumstances, a win was still a win. He stated that Huikrin must have consumed a large amount of high-quality gunpowder during the battle, and that in the future they would struggle to use weapons that required such resources. He concluded that although the victory was shameful in terms of tactics, it was a huge strategic success. Anil then asked whether Huikrin would attack Alchem again to obtain gunpowder. Seokmyeon disagreed, saying that he did not think so, and suggested that Nebula might instead focus on defense, as he only had low-quality gunpowder left. He added that the alliance would have the advantage if the conflict turned into a long-term fight. However, Seokmyeon continued by explaining that this was precisely why Nebula would attack somewhere else, either by merging with Donyum, which had declared neutrality, or by targeting another place. When he pointed directly at Krampus, causing him to freeze in surprise, Krampus questioned whether Seokmyeon meant him. Seokmyeon stood up, placed his hand on the table, and affirmed that geographically speaking, there was a high possibility that Nebula would strike one of Danyum's newly founded independent nations under Krampus's control. He stated that if they intercepted this move, they would win. Once again, Wisdom's predictions proved accurate. New Danyum, an independent nation of Krampus, was located within a part of Seokmyeon's territory that Wisdom had previously abandoned, and it lay close to the land of Huikrin's allied state, Jokwa. As predicted, Huikrin passed through Jokwa's territory with 20,000 soldiers and launched an attack on Ashian Castle, where the independent nation was stationed. However, this time the alliance failed to achieve the results they desired, as Ashian Castle remained standing 5 days into the battle. The atmosphere on the battlefield was fiercer than ever. Massive cannons roared continuously, firing relentlessly toward the castle ahead. From above, Nebula stood watching everything unfold. Suddenly, a screen appeared from below. Krampus shouted angrily, demanding to know where Nebula had obtained it. Nebula calmly asked what he meant, which prompted Krampus to impatiently clarify that he was referring to the gunpowder. Nebula smiled slyly and replied that he had anticipated this reaction, explaining that it seemed Krampus had miscalculated and assumed he had no gunpowder left, though that assumption was incorrect. Grinding his teeth in rage, Krampus questioned what Nebula meant. Nebula then raised his hand, created a beam of light, and told him to look at the map, saying the answer would become clear. Krampus initially scoffed, stating that it was merely a map of the third continent and accusing Nebula of spouting nonsense, but he suddenly stopped and glanced to the side. Utterly confused, Krampus muttered for him to wait. As the surroundings fell into an eerie silence once more, Krampus pointed with a shocked expression and asked whether Nebula was trading with the fourth continent. Nebula responded cheerfully that it was not as if they were the only ones in the game. Krampus then elaborated on the situation, explaining that because everyone had been so far apart before, no one had considered trading, but the fourth continent was different. It was closer than the others, with islands in between which made trade possible. However, he voiced his suspicion, noting that the player they had analyzed on the fourth continent was Sha-Cha, who used the Deep Ones as his main species. Nebula narrowed his eyes slightly and questioned whether Krampus was implying that Sha-Cha was an evil god, just like Jolwubi had been. Krampus shouted in frustration, insisting that this was exactly the case and questioning how it could be possible to trade with such a being. Nebula, however, remained calm and said that he was more curious about why Krampus had thought trading was impossible in the first place. He reasoned that the Deep Ones could communicate and were intelligent, and that the Deep Night pirates had only engaged in piracy because they had been driven out of their homeland. There had been a high possibility that they were originally a proper civilization on the continent. As for Jolwubi, although his actions had been cruel, Nebula believed that, when examined carefully, Jolwubi had simply made the best strategic choices for his vampire species. Even if the true identities of the evil gods were unknown, as long as their actions were reasonable, Nebula had judged that there was a high chance they would not refuse trade. Meanwhile, at the harbor, Sungwoon's prediction proved correct. Hukrin's ship encountered the ship of the Deep Ones, and the two sides successfully carried out a legitimate trade. A notification appeared before Nebula, confirming his expectations. Shortly afterward, the system displayed a message stating that an unknown player had requested a whisper and asking whether he would accept it. Nebula did not hesitate and chose to accept. On Kai's screen, a small figure appeared. Seeing the other party, Nebula silently wondered whether the person was just a child. The two stared at each other in silence for a while, until a voice finally came from the other side, asking why this had happened. Nebula immediately understood the question and clarified that the other party must be asking why he had offered the trade. He answered his own question by explaining that trade could benefit both sides. The other party murmured softly that he would accept. At the same time, a strong killing intent could be felt from the opposite side, accompanied by a whispered threat that they would kill all of them. Nebula showed no fear and calmly observed that this individual was not much different from Jolwubi. He casually asked whether that confrontation was not meant for now, pointing out that there was still considerable distance between the continents and that the other side's technological level was likely still lacking. He admitted that he did not know who would be prepared to fight first, but until that time came, they might as well trade, since there must be something the other party wanted as well. Seeing that Nebula was completely unafraid, the person on the other end fell silent for a moment, then the screen disconnected and the other party disappeared without saying another word. At the same time, the Hukrin army's ships advanced close to the shore. Nebula had observed everything and concluded that the lack of an attack must have meant that the other party had given them the green light. He reasoned that it was not that Shacha's actions were unreasonable, but rather that he harbored a great deal of hatred toward them. After the first trade ended successfully, Sungwoon began actively trading Niter. Although the distance was considerable, the price was quite cheap since the fourth continent had not yet developed gunpowder technology. Nebula continued speaking to the screen, stating that after they had built a few warships, they had reinforced their defenses in the Alchem area. He went on without noticing Krampus's visibly strained expression, remarking that their intentions at that time had been painfully obvious. Nebula then concluded by asking if there were any more questions. Hearing this, Krampus hesitated slightly and asked what he had done wrong this time. Nebula explained that Krampus had done nothing wrong and had simply failed to fully understand the game. Internally, Nebula summed it up by thinking that, in other words, Krampus had lacked imagination. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. Seokmyeon appeared behind the screen and warned Nebula not to think that he had already won, declaring that the fight was not over yet. Nebula narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly replied that he already knew. Elsewhere, an overwhelming surge of power slammed into the ground as the leader of Night Sky appeared in a commanding display. He roared, demanding to know who dared oppose Night Sky's power. Seokmyeon stood high above, witnessing everything unfold, and silently thought that things would not go the same way as before for Nebula. Below him stood a massive gorilla-like monster, as Seokmyeon inwardly declared that he had prepared for every possible scenario, including the creator Ostro. The monster let out a thunderous roar and pounded its chest to display its strength. Through the screen, Nebula quickly gathered the information, realizing that the creature was around 45 meters tall and classified as a monstrosity-type destroyer that possessed skills similar to Shradis, even using the exact same basic abilities. As further data about the monster was displayed, Nebula noted that its level was not very different from Shradis's, concluding that this was likely not its true trump card. The scene then shifted as a small cricket leaped through the grass, while a massive army marched steadily into the city. Nebula recognized them as Twisted Tie's Holy Knights and assessed that although they were an extremely strong squad, they themselves were not the real danger. Fixing his gaze on the advancing forces, he identified the true threat as the man leading them, their commander. Olaf roared with overwhelming confidence, challenging whether they were afraid, and proceeded to provoke the morale of his soldiers by questioning if they feared Night Sky's army. The troops responded in unison that they did not. He then pressed further, asking whether they feared Night Sky's apostle, and the soldiers replied even more fiercely that they did not. Overflowing with confidence, Olaf declared that he was Twisted Tie's apostle and asserted that he feared no one. On the opposing side, Rio immediately issued the order to open fire. Waves of artillery shells were launched in succession, shattering the ground and sending dust and debris into the air. Olaf burst out from within the exploding rubble. growling as he identified himself as Twisted Tie. All the soldiers surged forward, launching a full-scale assault. Watching from the other side of the screen, Nebula questioned the situation, wondering how an apostle was involved at all and how wisdom could possibly possess an apostle. The screen of Nebula displayed Ledin and his legion advancing forward. Nebula silently observed the situation on the battlefield. He thought that he had known Ledin had been hiding something, since even when Ledin had the chance to act more proactively, he could tell that Ledin had been holding back. Although Ledin being an apostle was beyond his expectations, he considered it not impossible. He believed that facing an apostle with another apostle was normal. However, he suspected that Ledin must have sacrificed something to obtain such power, and it bothered him that he did not know what it was. Nebula then wondered why they were not being damaged by the cannons at all. Meanwhile, Ledin sat upon his throne. It was known that Ledin Bial Osur had murdered the previous king and risen to the throne by defeating various rebellion groups and gaining fame. This process had been made possible through his use of Twisted Tie's holy knights as his hands and feet. As a result, Ledin's fame became inseparable from the fame of the Holy Knights, and they gradually came to be regarded as a single entity. Nebula concluded that he had gained a rough understanding of the situation. He believed that, compared to Lecrac, Ledin was a second mover who had used a trick to quickly gain strength. Nebula was certain that Ledin possessed a skill that increased his level of faith when he was together with the Holy Knights, and he also believed that there was another skill that strengthened both the Holy Knights and Ledin. Nebula analyzed that, in terms of versatility, it was a mid-tier skill, but he assumed it only needed to be effective when fighting Lecrac. He then called out to Sardis. Nebula decisively issued an order for destruction and annihilation. A monster was about to be deployed onto the battlefield. Murder asked what Nebula wanted from them, and Nebula's voice echoed as he emphasized once again that he wanted murder. Sardis acknowledged the order and declared that it would destroy everything as the Great One wished. Ostro suddenly halted and gazed toward the enormous entity slowly approaching from afar. Sensing danger, Ostro took a defensive stance. The two gigantic monsters faced each other directly. Ostro beat its chest with its four massive arms to display its strength. Sardis showed no hesitation and charged forward, challenging Ostro while declaring that the lowly creature should come and become joy for their god. The two monsters clashed violently, and their battle generated immense power with massive impact. Basin could not believe the horrifying sight before him and stammered in shock. He stood frozen as he watched the two gigantic entities fighting. Lecrac rushed forward and loudly called out to Basin. Basin snapped out of his daze and responded in acknowledgement of Apostle Lecrac. Lecrac ordered him, stating that judging from the sky, the new Danium forces were joining the Seekmian forces from behind and appeared to be attempting to strike their main force. Basin immediately asked whether it was from the southwest or northeast, and Lecrac replied that it was from the southwest. Basin quickly acknowledged the order and immediately relayed the mission to the other soldiers. Lecrac expressed satisfaction, remarking that having a smart descendant brought him great joy, and he asked Anoxi if he agreed. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Ledin's army continued advancing. Lecrac immediately moved forward, ready for a fierce battle. Ledin advanced with overwhelming momentum without hesitation. Lecrac showed no fear either and thought that if they left Ledin alone, their retreating allies would be destroyed, and he anticipated that it would be a very busy day. The two confronted each other directly, and a head-on battle began. Lecrac quickly adjusted the weapon in his hand and prepared to strike. He launched a powerful thrust aimed directly at Ledin's head, but Ledin narrowly avoided it. Not only did Ledin dodge the attack, but his soldiers also scattered to both sides. Lecrac looked back in contempt and declared that dodging such an attack meant Ledin must be a coward. He quickly spun around and delivered a kick that sent one of Ledin's soldiers flying. One after another, the soldiers fell before Lecrac's strength. He effortlessly eliminated several enemies before landing on the ground. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, Lecrac thought that they were moving like a single body, yet they had not communicated with each other at all. Another soldier attempted to swing his sword at Lecrac while he was distracted. However, Lecrac casually swung his weapon and easily pierced through the man's body. Lecrac tensed his strength, and his muscles bulged beneath his clothes. He spun around while still impaling the soldier on his weapon. Seeing this, the other soldiers panicked and screamed as they attempted to flee. Lecrac then kicked the impaled soldier in the stomach, sending him flying away. As the soldier was launched into the air, Lecrac calmly indicated that the next opponent should come. Suddenly, something shot straight toward him from above. Fortunately, Lecrac swiftly dodged it. Looking down at the ground, he observed that it was an arrow and concluded that it was not an ordinary one. He mounted his beast again and reasoned that if it was an arrow, then he could respond in kind. A brilliant golden light appeared in Lecrac's hand, and he smirked as a bow materialized. He remarked that he was quite talented with it as well. Lecrac then fired the bow, aiming directly at Ledin. Ledin barely managed to duck and avoid a fatal strike from Lecrac. As an arrow flew into the enemy formation behind him, it triggered a massive explosion. Horrified, Ledin acknowledged that the Apostle Lecrac did not possess a false reputation. He looked at the enemy before him and admitted that he had never doubted his own strength, but he recognized that Lacrac was a monster capable of killing even a god and that he himself was not on the same level. He reminded himself that he had only walked an easy path under his god's protection, yet he resolved that he still had to win the fight. Without making a sound, Ledin issued an order to the vice-captain, instructing him to take half of the squad and keep Lacrac occupied, asking for confirmation of understanding. Lacrac, surprised by the movement, questioned whether Ledin was retreating and insisted that it was impossible. Charging forward, Ledin declared that Lacrac's weakness lay with the Hukrin soldiers. Confident in his strategy, he stated that half of his forces would engage Lacrac while the other half would attack the retreating Hukrin forces. Meanwhile, Lacrac's weapon pierced through a soldier's helmet. The soldier screamed in agony before collapsing, trembling. Lacrac praised him for still being alive and admitted that the soldier was stronger than he had expected. Advancing further, Lacrac kicked the soldier's severed head away from the body. He then looked toward Ledin's legion and concluded that they were trying to ensure he remained tied up there. As he wiped the blood from his face, Lacrac remarked that he might not have enough hands to handle the situation. The twisted legion led by Ledin was growing in number by the day. Lai hurried over to report to Basin, informing him that the situation was not good. He explained that behind the Allied forces, the number of Seokmion forces had originally been estimated at 10,000, but the more reconnaissance they conducted, the more that number seemed to increase. Basin calmly replied that this was very different from what they had known about the enemy camp, including the state of their fortifications. Lai wondered whether their reconnaissance had been lacking, but Basin denied this, stating that they had always been thorough, and that this must mean Twisted Tai had been meticulous. Lai grew worried and asked whether that was not a problem. Basin acknowledged that it was, but he added that it was also something to celebrate. He confidently asserted that since the enemy was putting their all into this battle, they could be assured that the war would end soon. While they were still discussing the situation, another soldier approached and reported that there was trouble. He announced that the legion led by Ledin was advancing rapidly and that knights who had suddenly appeared at their rear had caught up. The twisted soldiers immediately began using archery tactics, releasing a barrage of arrows that threw Lacrac's legion into chaos. Once the soldiers were struck by the arrows, their muscles began to mutate, causing them to panic and wonder what was happening. The moment they lost focus, Ledin would ambush them from behind and eliminate them. Ledin proudly declared that this was the power of order. As he watched Lacrac's legion gradually being destroyed, he proclaimed that order was what tangled up all living beings, and that Twisted Tai ruled order, granting them the power to untangle those who were entangled. The arrows continuously altered the bodies of those who were struck, and Ledin slaughtered them mercilessly, explaining that life was tangled in an extremely complicated way, and that once everything was untangled, death would follow. His eyes filled with excitement as he proclaimed that this was his God's truth. Suddenly, he froze when a whirlwind appeared before him. Staring at the creatures within it, he questioned whether they were bugs. He found himself excitedly wondering whether this was an interruption from the sky. As more and more insects flew toward him, he thought that it would be difficult to untangle so many of them one by one. At that moment, a surge of power descended from the sky behind Ledin. Lacrac, who had not been restrained at all, appeared in a majestic manner. Without wasting any words, Lacrac charged forward, believing that too much time had passed. Ledin hastily changed his strategy, realizing that Lacrac had not completely defeated the knights and thinking that this was an opportunity to attack from both sides. He ordered the knights to turn around and head toward Lacrac. Lacrac charged alone into the center of the enemy encirclement. Ledin commanded his soldiers to fire their arrows and punish him, urging them to defeat the enemy of their god. One arrow struck Lacrac's left arm, and Ledin smirked, believing that it had hit and that the power of order would now be injected into him. However, Lacrac simply pulled the arrow out of his arm. His muscles began to contract violently as if they were about to burst out. Yet Lacrac clenched his arm and focused his strength into the contracting muscles. Unaffected by Ledin's trick, he continued advancing with overwhelming momentum. Ledin collapsed in shock, wondering what had happened and questioning whether Lacrac had suppressed the power of order through sheer vigor alone. Lacrac, however, only felt more excited, finding it interesting and urging the troll to keep trying. Seeing his opponent's excitement, Ledin panicked and cursed internally, wondering what he should do next. Nevertheless, he tried to reassure himself by thinking that Lacrac was still surrounded and that he could not afford to miss this opportunity. At that moment, a snake whispered into Ledin's ear, telling him that he had made the correct choice as an apostle. It explained that it was not that the power of order had failed to work on Lacrac. The snake described it as a creation formed from Twisted Tai and Blue Flow's creation, explaining that Lacrac had merely forcefully suppressed the miracle with his own divinity. It added that the miracle was an amalgamation of Twisted Tai and Blue Flow's divinity, and that after a few more attempts, Lacrac would no longer be able to contain it. Hearing this, Ledin gestured with his hand and declared that it was good news. He announced that it was time to use the Knight's Formation, a formation trained and practiced solely to kill this apostle, as ordered by Twisted Tie. He explained that within this formation, they would be strengthened with divine power. Ledin's soldiers tightly surrounded Lakrak, believing that although he could escape if he used a great deal of power, they would not allow him to do so. They believed that in the end, he would be trapped within the formation and forced to endlessly expend his divinity, and that eventually he would be unable to suppress the boiling miracle. Ledin then shouted for the strongest apostle to die. Meanwhile, Jangwon and Seokmyeon were monitoring a control panel when Krampus suddenly appeared behind them. He grimaced and explained that he had come to share information about the situation, but that the news was not good. Krampus reported that it had been their side that set up the formation in anticipation of the enemy, but Hoikrin's spirit had been too strong for them to block. As a result, he informed them that their first defensive line had been pierced. Seokmyeon asked about Ashian's castle walls. Krampus replied that it did not seem like they were trying to reclaim the castle and explained that although the southern walls had been destroyed, the creations were fighting in that region. Seokmyeon praised the effort and remarked that it was good work, adding that, as had been said to Nebula, the fight was not over yet. He reflected that the fact Nebula's gunpowder had remained unminimized had been a significant shock to the alliance. As a result, the plan for Seokmyeon and the new Danyum forces to wait at Ashian Castle and intercept the Hukrin forces had fallen through, forcing Ashian Castle to helplessly endure bombardment from Hukrin. However, he thought it was acceptable because by using the collapse of the castle as an opportunity, the soldiers could be sent to the rear and gain a chance to attack Hukrin from behind. Seokmyeon then thought that the formation they had set up to hunt the enemy stragglers could be strengthened, noting that although it would be close, there was still a chance to win as long as the enemy had no more hidden cards. He then explained the situation aloud, stating that the Hukrin forces were currently moving westward and appeared to be heading toward the highlands, which would be better for defense, but he added that their second line of defense was waiting there. Seokmyeon asked Krampus whether he could block them. Krampus anxiously replied that he honestly did not know, explaining that Nebula's interference was too strong and that Nebula was using all sorts of miracles to interrupt military actions, which would consume all of his divinity resources just trying to resolve the interference. Krampus grumbled that this was why he had thought the situation would be better there and questioned whether that was not the case. Seokmyeon remained calm and said that it was good in part. He pointed to the battle displayed on the screen and explained that he had thought it would be sufficient if Ledin could keep Nebula busy, but he added that they might actually be able to capture him if his calculations were correct. Krampus asked why he had said in part. At that moment, Jangwon spoke up, explaining that they were not the only ones who had prepared thoroughly for the battle. He stated that the Jokwa forces had just appeared and that while they had been distracted by Nebula, those forces had entered using a divinity blocking skill. Referring to the large number of soldiers visible on the screen, he reported that there were 40,000 of them, adding that they had circled behind the castle and were heading toward the breach created by Hukrin, likely planning to seize the castle. Krampus expressed concern that losing the castle would be too dangerous and said that he should send back the soldiers who had joined Seokmyeon. However, Seokmyeon disagreed, stating that he did not know whether it would be that easy. He reasoned that since the situation in front of the castle was already as it was, they would have to find a way to block the enemy from outside. He further stated that, in the end, their only choice was to use the fewest forces possible to block Hukrin, while using the remaining forces to block the Jokwa forces. Krampus doubted whether that would work and argued that if it were to succeed, they would need to eliminate Nebula's interruptions, which he believed was impossible. Hearing this, both Seokmyeon and Jangwon fell silent for a moment until Jangwon suddenly spoke up, first denying Krampus's claim and then firmly asserting that there was one method. Krampus, his face full of worry, expressed that if that was the case, they needed to get rid of Nebula's interruptions, but that there was no way that was possible. The room suddenly fell completely silent, and no one spoke. Jangwon slowly broke the silence and said that there was one method. In a firm voice, he explained that he only needed to meet Nebula. He added that if, through that meeting, Hukrin's movements could pause or become dull for even a moment, they could gain a chance to win. He continued that without Nebula's support, Hukrin would not be what it was now, and that if they managed to win even one of the fights between the creations or the apostles, it could turn the tide. Krampus hesitantly responded that such a thing seemed impossible. Seokmyeon also added that he was not sure whether that would be possible. He mentioned that he had heard Jangwon was Nebula's younger cousin, and questioned how he intended to make Nebula stop fighting through that. However, Jangwon shook his head and dismissed their concerns, saying that he did not need to stop the fighting and that Nebula would never stop anyway. He clarified that he only wanted to shock him enough to make him briefly halt operations. He explained that he would do so by using a story about Nebula's sister, whom both Nebula and he had known very well. Both Krampus and Seomyeon asked in confusion about Nebula's sister. Jang Won then explained that Nebula had been a professional gamer even before starting Perished World. He said that Nebula had had a younger sister who was frail due to illness, and that she had eventually passed away. The problem, he explained, was that Nebula had been away competing and had not been able to witness her final moments. Jang Won recounted that at the end, she had told him that she wanted to see her brother. He added that after her death, Nebula had completely retired from professional gaming and had become an ordinary gamer. Krampus, still bewildered, remarked that it must certainly have been Nebula's trauma, but questioned how it was related to Jang Won, since he was only a relative. Jang Won closed his eyes sincerely and replied that he had known her very well. They had not just been cousins, but had been close. He said he knew what she looked like, her preferences, and the way she spoke. He concluded with determination that this was what he would do. At that very moment, Nebula was busy with numerous small screens, operating them continuously with a serious expression. All the screens were lit as if displaying various data. Suddenly, a white light appeared behind him. Nebula turned and called out Jang Won, asking what had brought him there and whether he had come to talk about surrender again. Yang Won calmly apologized and said that his name was not Jang Won. Nebula stared at him in confusion. The mask bearing Yang Won's face was removed, and a voice revealed that it was Sung Woon. Jiwoo, with a gentle expression, introduced herself as his sister, Jiwoo. Nebula stood frozen in shock and repeated her name, asking how she was there. Jiwoo suggested that they talk. Nebula glanced back at the screens and asked her to wait a little, explaining that he was a bit busy at the moment and that they could talk after he finished. Jiwoo had no choice but to stand behind him and watch. Inwardly, she was extremely irritated and wondered what kind of bastard would refuse to stop gaming even when his dead sister was there. She thought that although she had known he was not normal, this was too much. She told herself to calm down, reminding herself that the conversation had not even started yet and that he was not ignoring her. He was simply trying to ignore her. Suddenly, Nebula stopped moving and stood silently for a while before resuming his operations. Memories from the past resurfaced, of him sitting beside Jiwoo as she lay in a hospital bed, calling her name. She had gripped his hand weakly and addressed him as Sung Woon. With sorrowful eyes, she had once said that she was cursing him. Sometime later, Jiwoo had seemed to recover somewhat, and Nebula had felt relieved. He had entered her room looking radiant, surprising her. She had smiled brighter than usual, but when she noticed his outfit, she had suddenly stiffened and stared at him in shock. Returning to the present, Jiwoo, wearing the same expression, asked whether he was gaming again. Nebula's hands paused at her words. He turned and apologized, explaining that he had merely been taken aback and had needed time to think because he had been so surprised. He then addressed her formally and asked how this had happened. Jiwoo's eyes grew serious as she thought that it had worked. He had stopped supporting his army. She hoped the other two would now do their best. Aloud, she replied that she did not know either. She said that she had thought she had died, but when she opened her eyes, she had been there. She explained that the closest player to her had been AR, who had told her it was a game, so she had tried her best to adjust. Nebula asked about the lion mask. Jiwoo replied that she had been looking for something to hide her face. He then asked whether she had not known he was Nebula, mentioning that it was the nickname he had used. Jiwoo said that she had suspected it, but had not been certain. When Nebula began to question her further, she interrupted him and said that if he interrogated her like that, it was a bit scary. Nebula slightly lifted his mask, revealing his sharp nose, and said that he would ask just one thing. Jiwoo looked up at him, prompting him to continue. He then seriously asked why she had only appeared now. Although extremely irritated, Jiwoo remained calm. She reminded herself to be careful with her answer, knowing that he had been obsessed with gaming even at the moment of his sister's death. She frowned and asked whether gaming was that important. Nebula stood stunned. Jiwoo continued that she had come because she had been happy at the thought of meeting him. She said she had only just found out that he was her brother and that there had been no other meaning. She had simply wanted to meet him and talk. Nebula indifferently turned his face away. Jiwoo thought that it had worked and that she just needed to buy more time. Soon, the allies would gain the upper hand, and she would guide him toward his loss. She remembered seeing his sister cry because of her illness and because she missed him, yet even when he had not been busy, he had never called her once. She thought angrily that he had to pay this price and that it was a rather cheap one. Nebula calmly stated that they would talk later. Jiwoo called out to Sungwoon in surprise. Nebula turned his back and said that it would not take long. He admitted that there was barely anything he had to do at that point, but, just in case, Jiwoo stood frozen in astonishment, thinking that he truly was a lunatic and wondering how such a bastard could exist. Jiwoo shouted for Sung-woon to wait and told him to talk to her first, but Nebula refused, saying that he had something more important to attend to at that moment. She questioned what could possibly be more important, and he turned back to ask whether she truly did not know. Jiwoo honestly replied that of course she knew, yet insisted that there was no way it could be more important than the situation in which he had just met her again. Nebula frowned and looked down at her, and Jiwoo began to worry internally, wondering whether he was suspecting her, whether she had misspoken, and what exactly she might have said wrong, admitting to herself that she had no idea. Nebula then explained that in Perished World, one could change their avatar however they wished, so if someone had appeared there using Jiwoo's appearance, someone who knew him, had seen Jiwoo, and knew her well enough to mimic the way she spoke, that person would have to be someone who knew his past. He reasoned that his friends did not know Jiwoo, and Jiwoo's friends did not know him, so they were excluded, as were the adults who had shown no interest in them. If someone had appeared before him and gone that far, it meant they must harbor resentment against him, and there was only one person who fit that category. Jiwoo, sweating nervously, asked if he meant brother. Nebula confirmed that he did, adding that it was also a name she would call him since he was her elder, and he addressed her as Choi Seoyun. Upon hearing that name, she froze in shock and stared at him. She clenched her teeth and demanded to know how he had figured it out, asking whether there had been something between the two of them that she had not been aware of. A memory resurfaced of Jiwoo sitting on a hospital bed, looking at Nebula and calling him brother. She had said that she was sad that he could not properly do what he wanted because of her. Nebula had reached out his hand to her, and the two had talked cheerfully. Jiwoo had blushed and laughed, asking how much he was worrying about her to say such things so easily, teasing that he could not even focus properly when he played games. At that time, he had said something in response. She had then held his hand and whispered that he should not worry, that she was going to curse him. While he played, he was not to think of her, but to focus only on the game. She told him he was good and could win as long as he did not think about trivial things. However, he had protested that it was not trivial, Jiwoo. She had stubbornly insisted that regardless, he should listen to her, because it made her sad to think of him losing because of her. And that hurt her more than her illness or the pain of her treatment. She told him that when he played, he had to forget about her completely and think as if she did not even exist in this world. If he lost using her as an excuse, she said she would hate him even in the afterworld. She smiled confidently and firmly told him to make sure he won, that he absolutely could not lose. On the day Jiwoo died, Sung-woon lost his game. Because he could not focus, he failed to keep his promise to his sister and also lost the opportunity to have a final conversation with her. Her curse seemed to trap him. After experiencing loss after loss, he was demoted multiple ranks and eventually left the game association. After retiring, he began playing a completely different genre of game called Perished World. Once he immersed himself in it, he remembered Jiwoo's words telling him not to think of her while gaming, but to focus only on the game. Sung-woon muttered that he understood Jiwoo. Choi Sung-woon then began to rise quickly in rank, which became both a recovery and a fight against his past, as well as a belated act of keeping his promise to his sister. Returning to the present in the game, he thought that if it were truly Jiwoo, she would never ask whether this was important. He then stated bluntly that he had no reason to explain anything to her. Jiwoo trembled in anger and began to retort that he might think he had won. But they were still not finished when suddenly a voice called out for Jangwon to stop. Seokmyeon appeared and said that everyone had worked hard, but it was truly over now. Jiwoo turned in confusion and asked what he meant by it being over. He replied that they had lost and that the alliance had been defeated. Soldiers everywhere fell silent. Lai excitedly announced that they had conquered the highlands. Lecrac also expressed joy, saying they had done well and that although it had been extremely difficult, they had somehow secured the defensive stronghold. He added that if they had failed, they would have lost, and although they must be tired, they needed to set up formation and prepare. After looking around at the battlefield, he reflected that it had been a vicious fight. There had been Night Sky's miracle, but it would not have been possible without His Highness, who had explained the geography and which areas would serve as strongholds. Now they simply had to endure and wait for reinforcements. A soldier approached to report that General Jukwa's army was approaching from the east. He responded that it was good news and ordered them to prepare a special operations group composed of those who still had energy, stating that they would attack from both sides of the castle. The subordinate immediately acknowledged the order. Elsewhere, Sardis had attacked Ostro. As the blade was withdrawn, blood poured out like a waterfall, causing Ostro to fall backward. Victorious, Sardis stood tall over him. His fury had not subsided, and he demanded how Ostro had dared to injure the body he had received from his god. He continued stabbing repeatedly, angrily repeating how Ostro had dared to do such a thing. Eventually, Ostro's hand lay motionless on the ground, and Sardis dragged the corpse away. Meanwhile, Lecrac heard a snake crying out to be released and to remove dirty hands from it. He looked at it in confusion and asked what it was. The creature introduced itself as Twisted Tie and Mangul's creation, and claimed that no being could handle it lightly. It suddenly seemed to realize something and tried to protest, but Lecrac bit it, causing it to scream in pain. After eating it, Lecrac spat and remarked that it was not tasty, adding that he had not had such a close fight in a long time and that Twisted Tie's apostle, Ledin, had been an incredible warrior. He turned to leave, expressing his respect, then gently stroked Anoxi and praised the companion for good work, saying they should go home now and that the rest would be dealt with by the gods. Nebula lifted his gaze toward the system, his expression contemplative. After a long pause, he declared that it was over. Remaining calm, he told them that they were finished. Jiang Wan, visibly anxious, asked how that could be possible. Nebula replied evenly that they had definitely stopped operating. Seokmyeon then spoke up, saying that he was curious as well. He acknowledged their loss, but admitted that he could not understand the process and asked how they had lost. Standing firmly, Nebula asked whether Seokmyeon wanted to review it as if they had been playing a game of Go. Seokmyeon promptly answered that he did. Tilting his head slightly, Nebula said that the explanation was simple, but that Seokmyeon would not be able to understand it. Seokmyeon responded that it did not matter. He argued that, technically speaking, there was not a significant difference between their knowledge of strategy. He added that the game did not require a strong physique, and that his style of play allowed him to move his pieces exactly as he intended. Placing great emphasis on that point, Nebula responded by asking whether Seokmyeon was implying that he himself could not move his beings as intended, whereas Seokmyeon could, and that therefore Seokmyeon should have been the one to win. Seokmyeon answered simply that yes, that was what he meant. Nebula continued by stating that although Perished World did contain a physical aspect, that was not the focus of the current discussion, so he would set that aside. Seokmyeon urged him to continue. Standing authoritatively before everyone, Nebula declared that the idea of moving pieces exactly as one intended was an outdated meta among the upper ranks. Seokmyeon questioned whether that was truly the case. Raising a finger, Nebula firmly explained that such a playstyle had a fatal weakness. It only allowed for intended plays. To simplify, he elaborated that Jangwon, Krampus, and Runda all shared a similar religious system, a system in which everything unfolded strictly according to the player's intentions. This kind of manual operating meta, he admitted, was certainly effective for powerful plays. However, he cautioned that when it came to achieving high scores, it was not the optimal approach. Seokmyeon, puzzled, asked why not. Nebula calmly explained that a player's decisions were not always correct. At times, the choices made by the beings who were directly facing a situation could be more accurate. Moreover, in complex circumstances, it was difficult to issue precise commands, and attempting to control what lay beyond one's control inevitably created problems. He then described the newest meta as something simple. Instead of trying to control every being, one allowed them the possibility to follow while also permitting them to make their own decisions. In doing so, even if the player's attention shifted elsewhere, defeat would not come so easily. Though the difference seemed minor at first, once such factors accumulated, they produced a significant impact. He pointed out that this had been proven by the fact that even after he had paused his operations, he had still managed to win. Folding his arms, Seokmyeon said that he had learned his lesson and understood. He then formally declared that he would give up. Nebula accepted his surrender with a simple acknowledgement. Krampus then raised his hand and said that although they had already asked many questions, he wished to ask one more. Nebula gently granted him permission. Scratching his head, Krampus asked whether they had barely lost or whether Nebula had been holding additional hidden cards. Nebula let out a sigh before revealing that there were 3 more things he had not shown them, regardless of the battle's outcome. Confidently, he disclosed that the first was the Mage Mazdari. Curious, Krampus asked about the remaining 2. Nebula responded that he would reveal them gradually once Krampus surrendered. After a brief hesitation, Krampus agreed and declared that he gave up. Everyone was astonished by his decision. Jangwon also reacted in disbelief, asking what that meant. He then conceded that he had lost as well, though he questioned whether Nebula expected him to beg for forgiveness. Nebula coldly replied that he did not want Jangwon to remain in his current form. Calmly, he added that he would fix his appearance later. He then asked whether Jangwon had acted earlier in the hope of hurting him. Quickly putting on his mask, Jangwon admitted that he had. He confessed that he had believed Nebula would never figure out who he was, as he had assumed Nebula was someone who did not care at all about his sick younger sister. Choking back emotion, Jangwon finally admitted that he no longer believed Nebula was as bad a person as he had once thought. He confessed that he had misjudged him and sincerely apologized. Nebula nodded slightly and thought to herself that the woman had not been completely wrong. Jiang Wan also took a moment to reflect, remarking that if that had been the plan all along, it should have been used more aggressively from the beginning, adding that the man was unexpectedly soft in certain areas. Nebula then suggested that if he was going to apologize, he should do it to Jiwoo rather than to her. Irritated, Jiang Wan refused, saying that he knew Jiwoo and that she would forgive him. Hearing that, he fell silent for quite a while. Seokmyeon slowly spoke up, observing that it seemed everyone had already given up. Nebula firmly signaled that it was time to make a decision. Slightly hesitant, Seokmyeon said they now had to decide whether Nebula would destroy them and turn them into figurines since they had lost the battle, or whether they would form a true alliance instead. Nebula narrowed her eyes and thought that had been his aim all along. Given his tendency to favor calculations, she realized he had already worked out a scenario for the possibility of defeat. She reflected that unifying a nation or a continent required enormous time and resources, both in reality and in the perished world. However, if forces of similar strength rose within the continent, it would be possible to establish a true alliance in the perished world. She understood that this was not merely a promise between players, but a system officially supported by the game itself, and that the proper format of such an alliance could be determined by the player who held leadership. Nebula finally voiced her agreement. At that moment, a system window appeared, announcing that she had conquered over 80% of the continent and fulfilled the conditions for a true alliance. As the leader of the alliance, she was instructed to choose her preferred format. Staring at the screen, Nebula declared that she had fulfilled the conditions and, as the victor, had no intention of ruling the continent alone, then stated the format she desired. Slowly, she raised her hand and pressed the key displayed on the screen. Calmly, she confirmed that the format she chose was Pantheon. Soon after, a clear sky suddenly spread overhead. A pair of sharp eyes stared intently at something unseen. Everyone was lying on lush green grass, enjoying the scenery. Shanlak Orazon, the second brother of King Kyle and the younger sibling of Basin, lifted his face toward the sky and wondered if this was the primordial prairie. He questioned whether he was dead, then abruptly wondered why he had died. He speculated that perhaps he had drunk too much at the celebratory feast and lamented that while everyone else had been enjoying the festival, he alone had died from excessive drinking. He reflected bitterly that he had been born a royal, suffered as a probationary priest, finally become an official priest, and thought he could finally enjoy himself, only to die so pointlessly. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, remarking that such behavior was uncharacteristic of a priest. Lekrak appeared, leaving Orazon stunned as he recognized Apostle Lekrak. Overcome with emotion, Orazon began to say that since Lekrak was there, he himself must be as well. However, Lekrak coldly interrupted, telling him that he was not dead and that he had come there to receive a special mission instead. Anaxe ran swiftly across the ground, its footsteps echoing sharply through the space as Lekrak guided it while Orazon sat in front of him. Suddenly, Orazon noticed something ahead and shouted in surprise that it was that. As a house and a massive wall appeared before them, he exclaimed that it was the gate of Inception Castle and realized that it must be where those who believed in Night Sky eventually ended up. He then asked Lekrak whether they were going inside those walls. Lekrak replied that they were, explaining that since their destination was far away, they had to make a detour there. After saying that, he directed Anaxe to leap into the air. The creature soared upward and cleared the wall ahead in a single bound. Lekrak praised it, saying that its flying was excellent. Watching the leap, Orazon wondered to himself whether Lekrak had just made it jump using only its leg strength. Below them, countless people moved about in crowds, which surprised Orazon. He exclaimed in amazement that this must be where they lived, but then questioned why they seemed alive even though they were dead. He also wondered whether there was no need to eat or drink there. Lekrak then thoughtfully asked him what he thought composed a person. Startled by the sudden philosophical question, Orazon asked why Lekrak had suddenly brought up such a spiritual topic. Lekrak explained that, in simple terms, a person could be said to be made up of a body and a soul. Orazon then asked what Lekrak believed a soul actually was. Lekrak hesitated and admitted that he was not entirely sure. However, he said that he believed a soul was not merely memories. Rather, it also included a person's relationships and even the habits they had maintained throughout their life. He continued by saying that many people had different ideas about what happened after death, but no one truly knew for certain. Because of that, some tried to live exactly as they had before they died. Orazon looked up and suggested that perhaps they did that because they did not want to lose themselves. Lekrak replied that perhaps they simply did not even know how to lose themselves. However, he added that if someone never lost themselves, they would practically live there eternally, which was not necessarily a good thing either. Soon afterward, Anaxe landed gently on a grassy field. Looking into the distance, Orizon pointed out that there were incredibly tall mountains on the left side. He remarked that they seemed different from the primordial prairies he had heard about and wondered whether what they had been taught was wrong. Lecrac turned his head and told him to look to the right instead. He explained that the left side belonged to those who believed in what was untrue, while the right side was for those who believed in all decisions. Confused, Orizon asked for clarification and then widened his eyes in realization, asking whether that meant the afterlife worlds of different religions were connected to each other. Lecrac replied that it was not exactly like that. He explained that just before Lecrac met Orizon, Night Sky had made a decision, and the result of that decision had caused things to become that way. Shocked, Orizon cried out that even Night Sky should not possess such authority. Lecrac smirked and responded that Night Sky now did, because he had taken all the gods of the continent beneath him. Hearing that, Orizon struggled to understand and asked if that meant Night Sky had become the king of gods. At that moment, Nebula rested his chin on his hand and mused about the title King of Gods. Around him, people were discussing the matter animatedly. Nebula remarked that one could say he occupied such a position. Butterfly immediately shouted that she had not done it because she wanted to and insisted that Nebula had threatened her. Eldar hurriedly tried to calm everyone, saying awkwardly that everyone should remember that it was all in the past. However, Jiangwan shouted angrily that it was ridiculous and accused Butterfly of having intended to betray Krampus from the very beginning, even beginning to criticize her appearance. Flustered, Butterfly stammered and told him to stop. Seokmyeon crossed his arms and commented that it was an interesting theory, encouraging Jiangwan to continue. Butterfly then pleaded in a high-pitched voice for them to stop, before finally cursing angrily at him. Meanwhile, Nebula glanced at the system panel and reflected that he felt more like a group leader of the gods than their king. He then explained that the Pantheon was one of the religious systems supported by the perished world, in which several players participated. However, he noted that the Pantheon format was not easy. Players' interests often conflicted, and since several religions were being mixed together, it became necessary to explain the relationships between the gods to the believers. He added that they had to teach the believers why the alliance was necessary and what relationships the gods had with one another. Furthermore, he pointed out that they also had to carefully narrow the differences in interests among the players. After a moment of reflection, he realized with some dismay that he had to handle all of that himself. At that moment, Krampus pointed at him and asked how Nebula could be lost in thought when everything was so hectic. Nebula sighed and asked how far the discussion had progressed. Seokmyeon replied that they had been discussing the creation of a hell. He explained that since they had 6 afterlife worlds among them, turning a few of them into hells would make believers more faithful. Nebula then asked whether, if they were establishing a pantheon, it would not be better to unify their other worlds. Seokmyeon responded that it would also make things easier for players if they created a reward and punishment system like heaven and hell. Nebula admitted that creating a hell was not necessarily a bad idea because it could effectively force believers to follow doctrine. However, he warned that forcing something would also bring side effects. He then explained that Sungwoon had preferred a different approach rather than a traditional religious afterlife. As an example, he described how the place where Stargazer and his descendants resided had turned into something like a scientific research facility. In other words, Sungwoon had mainly used the afterlife as a research center and spread influence by delivering the results through the dreams of descendants. Nebula added that such a method consumed a large amount of faith resources, so it could not be used frequently. Therefore, he believed flexibility was more important than forcing a rigid system. Everyone reacted in unison, questioning what he meant by flexibility. Nebula explained that while it was beneficial in the original game to unify everything and pursue a clear goal, their situation was no longer a game, but the real world. He pointed out that evil gods also existed, which meant they needed the ability to respond flexibly to changing circumstances. He further admitted that he was not even certain that the victory conditions from the game remained the same in this reality. He reminded them that in the original perished world, there had been 2 victory conditions. The first was sealing every other player except those allied with you, and the second was having all players united in a single alliance. However, he noted that the latter would obviously be impossible due to the existence of evil gods. Leaning forward slightly, Nebula suggested that it was even possible that the game might not end at all, even if they fulfilled those victory conditions. He then asked whether anyone could truly be confident that it would. After that, he decided to move on to the urgent matter and asked Eldar whether it was acceptable to proceed. When Eldar heard her name, she replied politely that he should speak. Nebula then stated that since there were no objections, they should continue with what they had discussed earlier, especially now that the apostles had almost all gathered. Eldar's cheeks flushed red and her ears drooped slightly as she placed a hand on her chest and acknowledged that she understood. Soon afterward, the scene shifted, and 7 people were kneeling on the ground while murmuring among themselves in wonder, asking if that place was where the gods lived. At that moment, a brilliant light appeared in the space. Eldar slowly emerged from within the dazzling glow. Witnessing her beauty, Orazon widened his eyes in astonishment, while others murmured in admiration that she was incredibly beautiful and that she was the Shadowless One. Eldar then extended her hand and called upon the apostles of the various gods. She declared that she was the god of Jaren and the elves, known as Shadowless, and that as the messenger and storyteller of the gods, she had come to tell them about the gods. Finally, she instructed them to descend to the lower world and spread this message among the believers. Eldar raised his hand and told the apostles of several gods to come, explaining that he was the god of Jaren and the elves, Shadowless, and that as the messenger and storyteller of the gods he had come to tell them about the gods and asked them to descend to the lower world to inform the believers of this. Everyone looked confused, and someone remarked that he was the dancing shadow god, Shadowless. Orazon blushed and thought to himself that it was an honor to see him in person, and he found Eldar's beauty so captivating that he stared in fascination. Oranzo suddenly came to his senses and scolded himself internally, thinking that it was irreverent to stare like that. Eldar smiled and told them that the 7 of them were all chosen apostles of the gods, as the Pantheon had declared. Nebula responded seriously that such an approach would not do and said they should forget about starting the story with "in the beginning" and similar phrases. Butterfly slammed the table and protested, asking why that would not work since that was the basis of a legend, then explained that in the beginning there had been chaos and that a great god named Night Sky, a hermaphrodite, had given birth to several gods, while the other gods had not been as great as Night Sky. Nebula questioned her and asked whether she was making fun of him, adding that such a story might work for a normal myth but not for this one. Butterfly stuck out her tongue in response. Eldar then spoke and said that what Butterfly was trying to say was that because many beings in that world had existed for a very long time, suddenly claiming that everything began in the beginning would create contradictions with the realities they had personally experienced. Butterfly puffed out her cheeks and admitted that this was probably true, but she pointed out that Eldar was a writer. Eldar looked surprised and asked her to pardon the remark. Butterfly explained that Eldar seemed unusually sensitive about the setting and consistency of the story. Seokmyeon nodded and said that Eldar had previously mentioned the works of Lovecraft, and he added that people who read those works were usually either bookworms or individuals who did it as part of their profession. Embarrassed, Eldar admitted that she was indeed a writer, although she said it was not exactly what they were imagining and promised that she would explain later if they were curious. Nebula then suggested that since the discussion had reached that point, it would be good to make use of that fact. Eldar looked surprised and asked whether he meant her. Nebula replied that rather than having all the gods speak together or appointing a creation as their representative, it would be better for one of them to speak on behalf of everyone. Eldar looked confused and repeated that she should be the one to do that. Nebula nodded and confirmed that she should indeed do it. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Eldar's ears perked up, and she said that if that was the case, they should at least decide on the first sentence of the speech, wondering what she should say. She then suggested that she would first speak about herself as Shadowless, explaining that she came from a place the listeners could not comprehend. She continued by saying that from that incomprehensible place, the gods had looked upon the world in an indescribable way. They had watched as people forgot the gods, wandered aimlessly, and lost their knowledge and culture, and the gods had pitied them for that. She explained that as a god she had tried to guide them, but it had not been easy because other gods had similar plans. Nebula watched her speak through the screen while she continued, explaining that they did not need an extraordinary myth merely to inspire everyone, but she also did not want to create a careless, new myth. She added that many gods besides herself had entered the land for their own motives, and since each of them hid their true intentions, they had antagonized one another, causing tragic events to occur without end. Eldar continued by saying that every time a great failure occurred that could not be undone, the gods returned to the beginning of that land and simply adapted what had actually happened. At that moment, the computer screen displayed the word restart. The idea sounded natural from the perspective of a player beginning a new game after finishing one, but it sounded entirely different to the apostles. Orazon stared with his mouth open and exclaimed in amazement that the gods had actually turned back time. Eldar went on to explain that they had returned to the very beginning again and started planning everything once more. They chose followers, managed their creations, developed civilizations, and fought against other gods, but that world had failed again. She said they believed they would eventually find a path that everyone could agree on, and therefore repeated the process tens, hundreds, and even thousands of times. Everyone looked at each other in confusion as Eldar continued, explaining that the cycle could not continue forever because each rewind had a cost for the world. She said that one of the gods eventually realized this and discovered that they had only one chance remaining. As a result, in the hope of finally understanding one another, the gods carefully tried one last time, and the people present were now living in that final world, the most precious of all worlds. At this revelation, everyone simultaneously bowed their heads and cried out in astonishment, wondering how such a thing could be possible and expressing gratitude to their god. Eldar extended her hand again and explained that because of this, the gods began fighting once more in that final world. She said that the greatest among them was Night Sky, who could see through everything in the world, even things that went against his own desires, and that he guided people beyond his own intentions until he reached an answer he himself had not originally known. Nebula wondered whether that was not too excessive. Butterfly expressed great satisfaction and told them not to stop and to keep going. Eldar smiled and said that in order to ornament her as the main god, he should at least do that much, since she was essentially the Zeus of Greek mythology. He then continued speaking about the misunderstandings between the gods in all the incidents that had occurred, as well as the process through which they eventually made up and reconciled. He explained that the flow of the story was that Night Sky had been unable to trust the other gods and therefore could not reveal his will, which caused the other gods to misunderstand Night Sky's attempts. As a result, several gods had formed alliances while Night Sky had fought alone. With tears flowing, Eldar admitted that he too had once been hostile toward Night Sky, but that it had truly been foolish of him. He said that they had eventually realized that when it came to saving the lives of the land, they had all shared the same will and desire. Afterwards, he continued, Night Sky, who had eventually won the War of Gods, had attempted to converse with the gods of the continent, and they had all reconciled. He added that the evil gods had been mentioned during this process, and that there had been none among them who disagreed that they needed to work together to resist them. Eldar also explained that the artillery techniques were merely a fragment of the knowledge possessed by the gods, noting the alchemists in particular, which was something Sungwoon especially wished to emphasize. Eldar then spread his arms wide and said that he would now explain how the mages who had escaped from the alchemy tower had come to seek help from Night Sky. He explained that according to the origin of mages, alchemists had not turned their backs on the gods from the beginning. Rather, because of their appearance, they had been scorned as if they were cursed and had been cast out from their groups, and they had sought ways to overcome such dangers. However, he added that this was obviously not a truth that could easily be accepted. Eldar then asked whether the apostle had something he wished to say. A goblin bowed his head and nervously addressed the great dancing shadow god, saying that even if, as Eldar claimed, they were inherently good, their knowledge came from ancient evil, and he asked how they could deal with that fact. Nebula, confused, asked whether that meant they needed to abandon the mages. Seokmyeon nodded and replied that they did. He clarified that he was not trying to find fault with how they had used mages until now. However, he argued that it was too much to attempt to control those who could not be controlled, and that there was also a danger when it came to religion. Nebula disagreed and remarked that she was somewhat against that idea. Seokmyeon then asked curiously that although she was the main god, he wondered why she thought so. Nebula explained that the third continent, where they currently were, had comparatively fewer resource reserves, so they would need some sort of card that could give them an advantage somehow. Seokmyeon still did not quite understand and asked whether magic was supposed to be that advantage. He then added that he was not suggesting they should pursue a magic build, since that would lower their chances of winning. Instead, he explained that this was a somewhat different method, but it was one that had worked once before, so he wanted to try it again and asked them to leave this matter to him. Eldar then raised his pale hand high and told the apostles not to be surprised but to listen, saying that what he was about to reveal was the greatest secret among the gods. He explained that normally, before the new gods had come there, Night Sky had already been a god who had existed in that land for a very long time. Upon hearing this, everyone became restless and exclaimed in shock, asking how such a thing could be possible and realizing what it implied. Oranzo widened his eyes in disbelief and thought to himself that there was no way. He then realized that Night Sky was as old as the ancient evil, meaning that his origin was different from that of the other gods. Eldar explained that they should not mention why Night Sky had left the land in the past and why he had returned once more, adding that it was one of the most profound secrets of the gods and not something they could understand. She then gently continued that they should know Night Sky was one who had existed before, existed now, and at the same time was an arriver who was continuously arriving. Hearing this, someone asked whether that meant Night Sky was an ancient being and therefore the same as the wicked evil. Eldar immediately denied it, saying that even among the beings they called the ancient evils, there were those who had fought against the wicked evils alongside Night Sky. She went on to recount everything she knew about Sungwoon, explaining that even within the magic of mages, there were things Night Sky had invented, and that although they were wary of magic, this was precisely why they did not need to hate it. Those present listened as if gaining new knowledge. Fearing that no one would believe her, Eldar said she knew it would not be easy to accept and that she would call a witness. As soon as she finished speaking, a spirit appeared, and she asked it before everyone to answer according to God's will whether everything she had said was true. The spirit replied immediately that it was correct. It then revealed a secret few people knew, stating that with all its demonic magic on the line, the reason it shared power with Night Sky's priests was because, in truth, Night Sky had been its master since long ago. Orizon then realized the truth, exclaiming that he understood and organizing all the information he had just heard, concluding that Night Sky was an ancient being, a master of some of the ancient spirits and of magic, and that those chosen among them possessed demonic properties as part of magic. However, no one realized that the spirit was being remotely controlled by Sungwoon. Butterfly, who had been observing, asked whether he had made the demonic spirit lie. Sungwoon replied calmly that he had, adding that it had been far more willing than he had expected. Eldar then continued by asking if they understood now, explaining that until now, Night Sky had hidden this to prevent the world from falling into chaos, but that he no longer wanted those fighting to defend his knowledge and secrets to continue suffering. She urged them not to regard mages as ancient evils or scorn them. Meanwhile, Sungwoon continued observing their actions and thought to himself that fundamentally, having the believers accept Buzz was the same kind of method, and that it was about merging demonic properties into the existing faith system. He reflected that the probability of success was not high, but if they succeeded, they could use demonic magic without any penalties to faith. However, he also wondered why a similar approach would not work for mages, thinking that if it did, something even greater than what had happened so far might be possible. Suddenly, he noticed something and reacted in surprise as a card appeared on his interface labeled Unique Domain Magic. The system informed him that he had obtained a new domain, explaining that unique domains belonged to the player who obtained them, and that he had acquired the unique domain, Magic. Curious, Sungwoon checked it and questioned whether it truly was a unique domain. Upon touching it, a series of explanations and useful cards appeared, describing that players obtained various domains while playing the game, such as small domains, large domains, and species domains, which differentiated a player's style and individuality. It also noted that these domains were not exclusive to a single player, and that even strong, large domains like the sky or sea were difficult to obtain and could be possessed by multiple players. However, it emphasized that unique domains were different, as only one player could possess them, completely changing that player's playstyle. It gave the example that the unique domain War had been the most famous among players, although the conditions to obtain such domains were largely unknown. Sungwoon began to reflect on this, thinking that upon obtaining War, one's win rate would become 70 to 80%, which explained why people coveted it, and that other unique domains had also been seen. Yet he realized that this was the first time he had encountered the magic unique domain, noting that he had never seen or even heard rumors about it before. Sungwoon carefully compared it with the card he had previously received and wondered whether it was a domain that had never existed in the original game, just like the domain of corpses he had obtained before, adding that it was a unique domain related to corpses and that he did not know what condition had been fulfilled to obtain it, though he trailed off in uncertainty. While he was still lost in thought, the system suddenly notified him that he had acquired a unique domain, Magic Level 1, explaining that through magic manipulation, he could use all existing magic, but that the resources consumed when using magic would be proportional to faith. It also displayed an additional button indicating one extra skill, prompting Sungwoon to remark to himself that the important thing was that he had obtained this, and that it even came with a skill. Without hesitation, he pressed continue, admitting that he felt somewhat excited about it. As soon as he did so, the system displayed another message asking about access privilege. Sungwoon was left confused, questioning what kind of access privilege it was referring to, and noting that the garbled letters resembled those associated with the evil gods, leading him to suspect that it might also be related to the ancient evils. He then glanced back at the still open screen and reasoned that it was only a level 1 unique domain for now, so once he leveled it up further, more skills might appear and he would learn more. Watching Eldar play with the demon spirit, he decided that he would investigate the domain more later and observe how Eldar would conclude the situation. Meanwhile, Eldar continued her passionate speech, explaining that because the gods could not understand each other's wills, the conflict between them had been an unfortunate event. But since they all shared the same motivation of acting for the sake of mortals, the conflict had eventually been resolved, and they hoped to move toward reconciliation. Orazan was so moved by this that he shed tears. Lotta, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up, remarking that the story was very touching, but she had more to say. Before she could finish, Eldar interrupted, stating that she understood it was not satisfying for her. Lotta admitted that she was indeed not satisfied and began explaining her circumstances, saying that if she had to explain that thousands of soldiers had died in a war caused by a misunderstanding, and that she would have to tell Anak, who had lost her husband and survived by doing odd jobs, that it had all been a mistake, she would still do so because it was the duty of apostles. However, she added that while the other gods were still present, her own god, Darkbook, no longer existed, which was something they simply could not understand, and she had gradually lost faith because of it. After Lotta finished speaking, Eldar slowly floated closer and gently acknowledged that her anger was justified, encouraging her to continue feeling that anger if she believed it to be unjust. Eldar further explained that they too felt the weight of the absence left behind, and that the reason they had summoned them was not merely to tell this story. Realizing the implication behind Eldar's words, Lotta was shocked and hesitantly suggested that perhaps they intended something more, to which Eldar responded with a gentle smile that they would indeed bring Darkbook back, but that for this to happen, there was something the mortals must do. The scene then shifted to another location, where 3 individuals were approaching an entrance, led by Duke Patian. As he stopped before the gate, he called out in a stern voice, asking if anyone was there and declaring that he had come from afar to attend the emperor's coronation. A servant from the residence hurried out to receive him, acknowledging that he must be Duke Pasian of Donri and saying they had been expecting him, but apologizing that he could not enter with a weapon. Hearing this, Pasian laughed loudly and mockingly remarked that if that were the case, he would remove it, but questioned how it could be that the so-called emperor was afraid of an old gnoll like him. At that moment, a voice from behind responded that, of course he was afraid, and the speaker turned out to be Huikrin. Pasian looked at Huikrin seriously and evaluated him, noting that he was young, that the scales above his eyes were still glossy, and the bumps on his tail not yet hardened, estimating that he was at most 15 to 20 years old. He found it hard to believe that such a young lizardman could be the ruler who would unify the entire continent and be called emperor. Huikrin approached Pasian with a smile and remarked that, from what he had heard, Duke Pasian was a general who had been invincible across the seas, and that someone like himself, who made his people risk their lives and left command to his brother, would naturally be afraid. Sensing the respectful tone in Huikrin's words, Pasian changed his attitude and admitted that seeing him speak so carefully to a dull gnoll who had spent his entire life wielding a sword made him realize he had misspoken, and he asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. Huikrin, however, dismissed it lightly, saying that there was no need for forgiveness and that he would see him at the banquet before walking past them. Pasian sensed that this was not Huikrin's true nature and concluded that he was not as simple as he had initially thought. Nevertheless, Pasian did not dwell on it, as he had more important matters to attend to. He thought that attending the emperor's coronation banquet was important in order to observe Huikrin's moves, but that there was something even more important, namely information about the new continent, where the future battlefield would take place. It was stated that Donri currently possessed the end territory of the third continent, which in itself was comparable to that of another country. However, it was admitted that he had already advanced past the Western Ocean, with his true forces stationed in the new continent. It was further explained that the reason he had not intervened in the War of the Third Continent was not only due to the great distance, but also because he had been using all of his forces to expand in the southern continent. Denri was described as thinking that, so far, due to the large distance, there had been no need to fight, but that in order to obtain more rights in the newly discovered southern continent, collisions with other nations would be inevitable, meaning that the information obtained this time would be very important. Butterfly was said to have curiously asked whether the fourth continent was empty land, to which Nebula was described as nodding and replying that it was. She was then said to have expressed confusion, remarking that it was strange there were no players there, and recalling that he had traded with Shacha on the fourth continent. Nebula was described as explaining that Shacha's main species were the deep ones, who were fish, and that because they were oceanic fish, it was difficult for them to live in fresh water and they could not last long outside of water. As a result, most of their nation was near the coast, and while they had underwater cities, in the inland continent, they only had slave species and no nation of the deep ones. Krampus was said to have tilted his head and concluded that this was why Nebula wanted to go to the fourth continent, adding that it was also a chance to revive AR. Nebula was described as placing his hand on a puppet and confirming that this was correct, adding that he would not explain how strategically advantageous it was to revive AR-1026, since in pantheons, the more gods there were, the more advantageous it became. He was further said to have stated that he needed to confirm exactly how the vassalization process worked, questioning whether the systems of vassalization and revival functioned the same as in the game, as the current situation was quite different. Eldar was described as wondering whether they were only reviving AR, to which Nebula replied that they would also revive the other two puppets he held, explaining that although they had died early on, he did not believe they were untalented. Butterfly was said to have nudged Eldar and questioned whether they might harbor malice toward Nebula, causing her to pale and admit that she did not know. Nebula continued by explaining that to release a vassalization, mortals needed to undergo trials, and that by adventuring through the new continent, they would be able to collect trial points. He added that trials could be considered quests given from players to their entities, and that the harder the trial, the more points could be obtained. He further stated that releasing a vassalization required a large number of trial points, and that the Pantheon's current task was to collect these points in order to revive the vassalized players. Jiangwan was described as asking whether this effort was not only for AR, suggesting that it was also meant to conquer the fourth continent before other players, and that obtaining trial points was merely a bonus. Nebula was said to have nodded in agreement, sighing as if confirming his thoughts. He then stated that AR would likely be happy to discover that they were already in an advantageous position upon her return, emphasizing that it was a time when they needed as many resources and as much territory as possible. He added that they would soon be fighting players from other continents surrounding the southern continent. It was then noted that Baron approached slowly and asked whether Nebula was busy. Tione was described as recognizing the voice and calling out that it was Captain Basin. Basin was said to have greeted her after a long time, addressing her as Captain Tione Itamo. She was described as smiling and explaining that thanks to him, she had become the captain of a small fleet, adding playfully that now that she was a captain, he should simply call her captain. She then invited him to have lunch with her, and Basin agreed, stating that as a form of congratulations, he would pay. Tione was described as recounting that while he had been fighting, she had been diligently transporting goods, and that after the war she had received a large backlog of payments, which had made her rich instantly. It was then said that they went together to a restaurant, where she continued enthusiastically, adding that her achievements had been recognized and that she had even joined the fifth wheel. Basin was described as asking what the fifth wheel was, prompting Tione to become flustered and quickly cover her mouth, saying that she had assumed he already knew and asking him to pretend he had not heard it. Basin was said to have tilted his head and asked whether it was something he was not allowed to know, assuring her that although he might be unaware, she could tell him freely, and that her secret would be safe with him. Tione was then described as whispering that it was nothing impressive, but rather a secret merchant association, an organization created long ago by Hui Kyung in the Automation Castle by gathering famous merchants across the continent. Basin was said to have nodded, remarking that it sounded like a legend among merchants, to which Tione replied that she had thought so too until she received the offer. She then asked whether he had volunteered for the Southern Continent expedition. Basin was described as smiling and explaining that, although he had originally planned to go to the Eastern Mountains, he had heard that His Majesty and the Pantheon intended to travel south, so he had decided to go as well. Tione was said to have frowned slightly at the unfamiliar concept of a pantheon, remarking that it was surprising that the gods of the continent had become one family, but concluding that since apostles across the continent shared the same testimony, it must be true. She then asked whether the trial mentioned at the end was what they had to do now. Basin confirmed that it was, explaining that in order to revive Darkbook, they would embark on a mysterious adventure with countless others to the southern continent. Basin was described as thinking privately that he had not truly had a choice, as after his victory, he had gained supporters, which complicated matters, though he believed Kyle would handle it well. He also felt that to avoid unnecessary divisions, it was best to go as far from the center as possible. It was then narrated that a few days later, ships carrying apostles from each dominion and chosen adventurers departed from Maganin. A total of 5 ships traveled together toward their first destination, Doltan Island, and in consideration of various factors, they chose different routes to increase their chances of arrival. Tione remarked that it would have been nice to travel together, while Basin, gazing at the sea, pointed out that they were traversing an unknown route and that they could not predict what might happen. She responded cheerfully that there was no way such large ships would overturn. Basin was said to have laughed lightly, though inwardly he felt her words were ominous and strangely familiar. Soon after, the clear sky darkened suddenly as heavy rain began to fall. Violent waves surged, throwing the ship off balance, and Tione was described as struggling to maintain control while shouting for others to scoop out the water. Chaos erupted as people were told to grab the railing. Basin, gripping a rope tightly, exclaimed that he had known he felt uneasy for a reason. He was then described as staring in shock at the sight before him as a massive wave rose high into the air. A cold sweat ran down his cheek as he cursed internally, thinking that such words should be forbidden. Finally, the enormous wave crashed violently against the ship. Basin was swept by the waves onto a deserted island, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he groaned in confusion, wondering where he was. Before him stretched a dense green forest, which made him briefly question whether it might be the primordial prairie that Sean had once mentioned. However, after looking around more carefully, he concluded that the ship must have been wrecked and that he had been washed ashore on a nearby island. Although he felt relieved to be alive, he also noted that his throat was extremely dry, likely from swallowing seawater, and decided that finding fresh water was his first priority. After venturing deeper inland, he came across a river and exclaimed internally with relief that it was water, realizing fortunately that it was fresh. He then thought that it would have been convenient if he had a bottle to store it. Shortly after, he noticed a strange figure in the distance, a species entirely unfamiliar to him. When Mago saw Basin, he reacted with shock and fear, his face filled with panic, while Basin also froze for a moment. Attempting to break the silence, Basin began to speak, but before he could finish, Mago let out a frightened cry and fled immediately. Basin quickly picked up the water flask that Mago had dropped and called out for him to wait and stop, then chased after him while thinking that the creature was a species he had never seen before. Although it looked somewhat strange, he reasoned that since it was small, he should be able to catch up soon. However, to his astonishment, Mago suddenly leapt off a cliff. Basin was stunned by this action, and he watched in disbelief as Mago curled his body into a ball and rolled down the slope at incredible speed without looking back. Basin, utterly shocked, wondered in disbelief whether it had really rolled and questioned what kind of species it could be. Mago continued fleeing until he suddenly crashed into something solid, crying out in pain as he hurt his nose. It turned out that he had collided with Rakshasa, who immediately confronted him. Rakshasa angrily questioned why Mago had run away instead of working again, lifting him up as he shouted his name. Terrified, Mago apologized and explained that the sick Chacha had asked for water. Rakshasa, however, responded harshly, saying that Mago should have just left Chacha alone. Mago, his voice trembling, insisted that if he did that, Chacha would die. Rakshasa then declared coldly that this was exactly what he wanted, arguing that taking care of a sick individual would only delay the construction of the temple. Mago protested, claiming that Chacha was not truly sick but had been beaten, which caused Rakshasa to erupt in anger and shout at him. Watching everything unfold from a distance, Basin clenched his teeth and deduced that these species were in conflict with each other. As Rakshasa continued berating Mago and threatened that he might end up like his friend, Basin decided to act. He quickly grabbed a large rock and struck Rakshasa on the head. Startled, Rakshasa turned around in confusion, demanding to know who had attacked him. Basin struck again, noting to himself that the creature's head was as sturdy as a troll's. Blood splattered everywhere, and after finishing the attack, Basin threw the bloodied rock aside and asked Mago if he was okay. Still trembling, Mago covered his mouth in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Basin, confused by his reaction, asked if there was a problem. Mago, stammering, explained that although he did not know who Basin was and was grateful for being saved, the situation was troublesome. He revealed that his master was an overseer and that if others found out about this incident, he would be killed, urging Basin, whom he called a wanderer, to flee immediately. Basin responded that since his actions had caused trouble, he should take responsibility and asked Mago to explain everything in detail. Mago then began recounting their situation, explaining that the pangolins had lived peacefully in the area for a long time until one day a Rakshasa tribe called Asura invaded from the deep forest. After that, the Asura tribe unified all Rakshasas and enslaved nearby species. He added that the Asura chief intended to build a temple for their guardian. Basin questioned what he meant by guardian and asked whether they also believed in a god. Mago, confused, asked whether Basin was referring to the ancient evil. Basin clarified that he meant the new gods. Mago admitted that he did not know about such gods, explaining that although they had a guardian, he was unfamiliar with any new god. Basin then confirmed whether Asura was the Rakshasas' guardian, and whether the pangolins had a different one. Mago affirmed this and explained that their guardian was Katyuru, describing him as having stiff fur, a long snout, and large claws. He revealed that Katyuru was currently trapped in the temple they were building and was awaiting sacrifice to Asura, adding sadly that Katyuru had once been a good friend, but there was nothing they could do. Hearing this, Basin reflected that the so-called guardian sounded more like a monster or mystical creature. He then told Mago that he was not alone, explaining that he and his companions had come from a distant continent on a large ship and that if they could locate the others, they might be able to help. Mago asked how many companions Basin had, to which Basin responded by asking how many Rakshasas there were instead. Mago replied that there were more than 300 in their village alone, and too many to count in total. Basin stroked his chin and remarked that it was more than he had expected, but he remained confident that with his comrades and the gods of the Pantheon watching over them, it would not be a problem. Mago, puzzled, asked what the Pantheon was. Basin suggested that they continue talking while disposing of the corpse and fetching water for Mago's sick friend. As Basin dragged Rakshasa's body across the ground, Mago suddenly realized in dismay that his water flask was missing. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Nebula stood in an observation room and reported that 2 ships had been swept away and destroyed by a typhoon, while 3 had arrived safely, though their crews had no information about the others. Krampus commented that in the worst-case scenario, they had assumed even 1 ship arriving would suffice, so the situation was not disastrous. Nebula agreed, stating that they had anticipated such an outcome. Seokmyeon then questioned whether the typhoon might have been caused intentionally by someone. Nebula acknowledged that it was a possibility, but explained that such an act would require a large domain, and no players had yet challenged one. He added that he had asked Cha-Cha, who denied involvement and had not made any overt moves against them. However, Nebula noted that while they currently held the advantage and an outright declaration of war would be difficult, it could not be said that Cha-Cha had made no moves at all, as the ships of the Black Order had begun to move slowly. He further explained that due to internal conflicts, the Black Order would be slow to respond to external threats, but preparations were still necessary before sending their second group of adventurers. Krampus then asked how many survivors there were from the wrecked ships. Nebula responded that, based on his observations, Basin was alive and had encountered the pangolin natives. Butterfly reacted with delight, remarking that the pangolins were very cute. Nebula then pointed at the monitoring screen and stated that Basin had killed a Rakshasa that had been harassing one of them, adding that the Rakshasas appeared to be a powerful species ruling the northern part of the continent. Butterfly then raised a concern, asking whether the existence of such a species was bad news. Upon hearing this, Nebula fell silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully that it might actually turn out to be acceptable. In the forest, the bushes suddenly rustled, revealing that Basin and Mago were scouting the surroundings. Basin asked whether that was the temple Mago had mentioned, and Mago confirmed that it was the temple where Katyuru was locked up, adding that his village was nearby. Basin then instructed Mago to go ahead and give water to his friend, while he himself would go to save Katyuru. Hearing this, Mago reacted in confusion, and Basin told him that he had to hide first and wait for his friends. At that moment, a shout was heard from afar, ordering someone to walk quickly. Tione and several crew members were being led with their hands tied, protesting as they were being pulled along. Kial, looking dejected, remarked that their matey was angry, but that they should not fight because the captain would die if they did. Mago wondered if those people were his friends, and Basin, slightly exasperated, muttered that the situation was annoying. He concluded that Mago likely could not fight, but then immediately corrected himself, saying that was not what he meant. When Mago asked what he meant, Basin smiled and explained that he no longer needed to wait for his comrades and could act right away. Mago was shocked and questioned what kind of nonsense that was. The two then approached a prison camp guarded by 2 Rakshasas. Basin used his sharp nails to climb the wall with ease. Mago, though impressed, worried inwardly about how Basin planned to deal with so many Rakshasas inside. Basin called out to Mago and, after getting his attention, told him that although he was not forcing them, if they were willing, they should call their comrades to fight alongside them, assuring him that they would know when it began. He added that if they were too afraid of the Rakshasas, it would be enough if they simply did not stand against them. Mago agreed that he could at least do that much. Reassured, Basin climbed to the top of the wall and told Mago to return to his friend, saying they would meet again later. Mago bid him farewell, and Basin soon disappeared from sight. Clenching his fists nervously, Mago hurried back home with a water jug. Bursting into the room, he called out to Cha-Cha and asked how he was feeling and whether he was all right. Cha-Cha weakly sat up and said that he felt a bit better after resting for a day, but asked where Mago had been all day, mentioning that the overseers had been looking for him. Mago, slightly flustered, hesitated and thought to himself that it involved dangerous matters he could not talk about, fearing that if a failed conspiracy were discovered, they would all be tortured and killed. He vaguely replied that something had happened and assumed he would be whipped again the next day. Cha-Cha, surprised, asked what exactly had happened, and Mago struggled to answer. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside. Mago rushed out to check and, confused, asked what was going on. A Rakshasa came running in panic, shouting that they were under attack and ordering everyone to evacuate, but before he could finish, a bullet pierced his head and he collapsed in front of Mago, leaving him trembling in shock and confusion. Basin then appeared, holding a gun, and greeted Mago again, saying he was curious whether Mago had changed his mind. Slowly approaching, he called out to him. Mago immediately ran back inside and called for Cha-Cha, declaring that today was the day. When Cha-Cha asked what day he meant, Mago excitedly explained that it was the day they would fight back against the Rakshasas. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the village as the Rakshasas armed themselves and tried to defend. Basin carefully aimed and shot them down one by one, each bullet claiming a life. Tione gave the order to aim and fire, and a barrage of bullets followed. A Rakshasa shouted for others to kill the attackers, warning that they had strange weapons. Basin then drew his sword, remarking that it had been a while since he had engaged in hand-to-hand combat and that he needed to buy time while the others reloaded, expressing confidence in his swordsmanship. The Rakshasas cried out in fear and pain. Kial, now furious, declared that he would go first, saying he was free now and would destroy them. With a single punch, he overwhelmed multiple Rakshasas, causing the others to panic and shout that they had to run and dodge him. Watching this, Mago marveled at Kial's strength, commenting that he must eat a lot to be so strong. Basin then asked whether Mago had informed the other Pangolians. Mago confirmed that he had and said that, seeing the Rakshasas in disarray, they had agreed to help, though he was unsure if it would be enough to drive them back and asked what they should do next. Basin responded that regardless of the current situation, they had to plan for the future. Mago then insisted that they needed to hurry and save Katyuru, arguing that having the Guardian on their side would be a great advantage. Basin looked toward the temple and reflected that the Guardian was locked inside, noting that since no warriors had emerged from there yet, it must be dangerous within. He reasoned that the Rakshasas had surely heard the chaos outside and were likely planning something. Despite the danger, he concluded that if it meant bringing the Guardian to their side, it was a risk worth taking. Basin and Mago's companions entered the temple, where the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, a scream echoed from deep within. Basin wondered whose scream that was, noting that no one else should have entered the temple yet, and concluded that since it came from inside, he needed to check it out. As they moved further in, they found Katyuru bound and covered in wounds. The Rakshasas were attacking him, shouting for each other to hurry because the enemies would be upon them any second, insisting they should forget the sacrifice and kill it before it became a problem, and urging one another to kill it quickly. They thrust their spears into Katyuru's body, causing blood to gush out, and Katyuru, filled with rage, cursed them as bastards. Basin hid in a corner observing the situation, cursing under his breath, while Mago anxiously wondered what they should do, fearing that the Rakshasas were going to kill Katyuru and not knowing what to do next. Basin thought that there were more Rakshasas than he had expected and realized he could not fight them all off while also breaking the creature's shackles at the same time, leaving him unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Nebula watched through a monitoring screen and suggested that it would be good to intervene. Seokmyeon agreed, stating that Basin was essential for their investigation of the new continent, but questioned whether they would be fine without the spiritual creature, Katyuru. Nebula acknowledged that this was true but pointed out that it was the perfect situation for a god to appear, then instructed Hylov that he had a task for him. Hylov agreed to do whatever Nebula wanted. Hylov then appeared near Basin, crawling along the wall and staring at him. He addressed Basin as a mortal, saying that he had come under Night Sky's calling and told him to state his will. Basin knelt and requested that he kill those Rakshasas while they would handle the rest. Hylov, his eyes glowing red, remarked that it was easy. A Rakshasa heard a sound and questioned what it was, but another dismissed it, saying there was nothing. Suddenly, Hylov attacked, driving his leg straight into one of their heads and killing him instantly. The others panicked, screaming that it was a monster and telling everyone to run, questioning where it had come from. However, they could not escape death's grasp, as Hylov swiftly eliminated them one by one. Those who avoided the initial attack were stopped by the spiderwebs he had set, realizing that the entrance was blocked, and they too were quickly dealt with. Standing amidst the blood, Hylov declared that he had killed them all. Basin thanked him, calling him the flail of Night Sky. Hylov replied that there was no need for thanks, as he had merely carried out Night Sky's will. Basin smiled and said that he understood, but regardless, Hylov had been a great help to him, his friends, and the spiritual creature. Mago's companions immediately bowed in gratitude. Hylov silently looked at them and stated that if they faced danger again, he would assist them. After being freed, Katyuru asked whether that was so and whether the reason Hylov had killed those Rakshasa bastards was to help them. Hylov answered that it was Night Sky's wish. Katyuru said that he did not know this Night Sky and questioned what Hylov would have done if Night Sky had changed his mind and said there was no need for that. Hylov fell silent at the question. As Katyuru's blood dripped onto the ground, Hylov eventually responded that as long as Night Sky did not tell him not to do it, he would help them. Katyuru acknowledged this and then asked him to take care of his little friends until he woke up. Mago worried that Katyuru must have been in great pain and noted that he had lost consciousness. Basin then addressed Hylov, respectfully calling him Holy Spider and asking for another favor. When Hilov asked what it was, Basin explained that other Rakshasas were approaching the next village and asked if he could help repel them. Hilov agreed. Tioni ran over and exclaimed that the captain was safe, reporting that around 200 Rakshasas had come to the village. Hilov remarked that even he could not kill 200 in one go. Basin sat down and explained that they could not let any escape or word would spread, but they did not need to kill them all at once. He proposed that if Hilov diverted the enemies, he could drive them to the center of the village, where they would surround them with soldiers, attack, and then chase down those who tried to escape. Hilov expressed approval, praising Basin's cleverness and asking if there was anything else. When Basin asked for clarification, Hilov told him that if there was something he desired, he should speak it, as he would grant anything he could. Basin reflected on the priest's teachings that it was rare for a god to intervene with such force and concluded that this was a revelation, that Night Sky wanted them to survive. He thanked Hilov and resolved that he must survive. On the monitoring screen, Hilov was shown creating a cocoon. Seokmyeon observed that normally such intervention would consume faith resources, but they were actually seeing a slight increase, which he found incredible, and he wondered how it worked. Nebula explained that it was simple. Increasing closeness with others created a de facto alliance, and when helping an alliance, the use of faith resources decreased. He further explained that the indigenous religion of the Pangolians was the worship of the spiritual creature Katyuru, that Katyuru had acknowledged Hilov, and since Hilov was his creation, Nebula indirectly received the Pangolians' faith. Seokmyeon understood and remarked that this was why Nebula had sent Hilov, adding that of course he would not stop there. Nebula responded that there was no chance he would stop. After the night of liberation had passed, Basin confirmed with the pangolins in the neighboring village that they were finally free, adding that he had also explained that the Great Night Sky's guardian had helped them. Tioni, however, felt uncertain and remarked that she was not sure whether that explanation had meant much to them. Basin then asked whether they had checked the state of the pirates' humiliation and if it could be fixed. She replied that it would be great if they could repair it, but she was unsure whether the timber from those trees was suitable for ship repairs, and since they did not have an expert shipbuilder on hand, she cautioned that it was best not to have overly high expectations. Placing a hand on his chin, Basin concluded that they would need the help of the pangolins and that they would continue to owe them. Mago, smiling brightly, responded that they could ask for anything, as they had helped them obtain their freedom and thus they would assist to the best of their abilities. However, Basin objected that they could not simply accept such help without a plan and insisted that they would properly compensate them for whatever they needed. Mago hurriedly waved his hands and refused, saying that they could not accept money from the savior who had rescued Katyuru, and added that there was something even more important. Basin questioned what he meant by more important, and Mago, now serious, asked him to follow him. The two then went together into a dark basement, where the only light came from the torches they carried. Mago explained that it was an ancient relic that had existed even before they had settled there. Basin looked around and remarked that it did not seem very large. Mago continued by explaining that they had not originally thought the place was important, but the Rakshasas had built a small temple over it and had intended to destroy and conceal it. He stated that this was the place in question, and that although they had not understood at first why the Rakshasas wanted to hide it, they now did. He explained that the murals depicted events of the past as well as those yet to come in the future, describing how, after the gods left, mortals declined and lost all their knowledge, which led to the Rakshasas and Asura gaining control over them. Basin felt somewhat doubtful and wondered internally whether it really looked that way or if Mago was simply interpreting it as he wished. Mago then pointed to the wall and said that the next part was what truly mattered. He explained that Basin and his group had come from across the ocean and that the great being depicted there must be the night sky they claimed to believe in, from whose hand a white spider emerged. Basin was surprised and admitted that it really did look that way, then asked if Mago was implying that they were the army of the gods from the prophecy. Mago nodded and confirmed that they were. Basin, still curious, asked whether Hilov helping them had also been prearranged. Mago's eyes lit up with excitement as he affirmed that it had, explaining that, although he had seen it long ago and forgotten, he had immediately realized it upon seeing Hilov, declaring that they were the promised ones who would surely defeat their enemies and save them. Basin, confused, stared at the wall and questioned whether this was truly the night sky's arrangement from ancient times, admitting that he did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, on Krampus's side, he asked Nebula whether he had known about that. Nebula nodded and replied that savior-type epic legends of that sort were actually quite common. Krampus then asked what about the part concerning the white spider. Nebula sighed and explained that he had discovered it while investigating the interior of that place and realized he could make use of it, so he had sent Hilov to match the images. He added that it would likely have produced a similar result even if he had sent someone else, as long as they bore a white spider crest, reasoning that if there was a tool that fit the situation perfectly, it was only natural to use it. Krampus was left stunned and visibly confused, while Nebula reflected inwardly that even if Basin had not known about the prophecy, there was a high likelihood that Helov would have been sent anyway, as the Annihilator type was the most effective choice against mortals among all creations. Still, he found it troubling that a white spider had just happened to be drawn on those stone walls, especially since the fourth continent had not originally been part of the game. Afterward, Basin confirmed that the pangolins were spread across the northeastern coastal areas. Looking at the map, he stated that news about them should have already been reported to the Rakshasas, and that they needed to take action before a response came. He then actively spread information about the white spider, focusing on the liberated pangolins, and as a result, a rumor began to circulate among the other slaves persecuted by the Rakshasas. The story claimed that the figure from the relic's prophecy, the legendary white spider, had come to save the pangolins. As murmurs spread among the pangolin slaves, the Rakshasas began to panic, leading one of the governors who controlled the area to grow concerned about whether they should report the matter to their superiors. Akulda thought that, honestly, a revolt in 1 or 2 villages was no big deal, reasoning that since one Rakshasa warrior could face 10 pangolins, he would send out an investigation team first to ensure an accurate assessment of the situation. This, however, turned out to be their fatal miscalculation, as the adventure group attacked the Rakshasa investigation team and succeeded in annihilating them. Basin stood looking at the pile of Rakshasa corpses and remarked that the enemy would lose time waiting for an investigation team that would never return, adding that even once they realized something was wrong, their focus would be divided by the slaves, making it difficult for them to mobilize a large number of soldiers. He then moved boldly, reclaiming seaside villages one by one, and as a result, they were able to save the remaining survivors of the wrecked ship. Tione hurried in and called out to the captain, prompting Basin to ask what it was. She excitedly reported that there was good news, explaining that the ferry had arrived earlier than expected. Basin smiled with satisfaction and said that this was good, as they could finally dispatch the ferry to Dolton Island and secure their supply of guns and gunpowder. Tione questioned why, pointing out that they did not have the numbers for such an operation. While cleaning a gun, Basin replied that this was true, but then called out to Mago and tossed the weapon to him. Mago, confused, caught the gun and responded hesitantly, asking what it was, to which Basin simply told him to show her. Mago immediately took aim and affirmed his readiness. Basin then explained that he had trained them, and that now the pangolins also knew how to use guns. Meanwhile, outside, sunlight shone upon the temple as the Rakshasa engaged in heated discussion, noting that the movements in the east were suspicious. Their leader, Akulda, remained silent as he listened, being the Asura North governor. Others insisted that they needed to move the army, but another argued that the pangolins had been whipped into a frenzy by rumors of a savior, and that if they withdrew their warriors now, they would lose all control over them. Akulda frowned in irritation and muttered that he had to meet with Sir Koprik. The Rakshasa were startled and questioned this decision, pointing out that even though Sir Koprik was Lord Asurada's subordinate, he would not listen to them if they woke him from his sleep now. Akulda stood up and turned to leave, stating that although Koprik would get angry, they had to prepare a sacrifice, adding that if the situation was as serious as it seemed, they could not resolve it without his help regardless. He then ordered his subordinates to move quickly as they drove the pangolins forward, commanding the first group to go inside the temple. The pangolins protested fearfully, saying that sacrifices had already been made recently and questioning why it was happening again, but Akulda silenced them, telling them not to go against the guardian's will. After half of the pangolins were led inside, agonized screams echoed from within the temple. Akulda expressed satisfaction, stating that once Sir Koprik's rage had been appeased by this sacrifice, and with a second offering, he would make his request. However, he was suddenly interrupted as Koprik slowly emerged, complaining that the pangolin skins were too tough. Sweating nervously, Akulda addressed him as Sir Koprik and asked what had happened to the priests who had gone in with them. Koprik, chewing on a Rakshasa with fresh blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, asked if he meant the ones beside them who had been tastier. He then remarked that this was what Rakshasa tasted like and ordered that more Rakshasa be prepared as offerings moving forward. Koprik demanded to know why he had been disturbed from his slumber and warned that if the matter was not significant, the one responsible would have to pay the price. Akulda bowed and pleaded that the Rakshasas were facing great difficulty, explaining that a group wielding strange sticks that spat fire and smoke had appeared, that they were an unseen species, and that they were wreaking havoc across their god's territory. Koprik asked if he simply needed to eliminate them, But Akulda shook his head and explained that, in a way, it would be a blessing if Koprik were to die. Yet if he were merely injured, the Rakshasas would have to bear his anger. Instead, he requested that Koprik circulate through the village to prevent the Pangolians from making further foolish decisions. With a killing intent flashing in his eyes, Koprik asked if that meant he could eat as many pangolins as he wanted, and Akulda replied that he could do as he wished. Delighted, Koprik agreed enthusiastically and said they should proceed with that plan. Meanwhile, on Nebula's side, everyone watched the surveillance screen intently. Butterfly remarked in awe that the Black Panther looked extremely intimidating, while Eldar, resting his chin on his hand, observed that it resembled a Nahual from Aztec mythology and noted that such beings were typically classified as spiritual creatures. Butterfly found this hard to believe and commented that, judging by its behavior, it seemed more like an abominable god. Eldar admitted that he was also confused by that distinction. Nebula thought to himself that the situation was indeed strange and began analyzing the biotic community of the perished world, explaining that it consisted first of various sapient species, mortals who worshipped the players, such as humans, elves, lizardmen, and trolls, divided into countless subspecies. He continued that there were also ordinary animals, followed by wondrous monsters like drakes, cockatrices, and gargoyles, then unique field boss-type abominations. Beyond those were spiritual creatures, which, while similar to abominations, could be neutral or benevolent. And finally, beings with high intelligence and influence comparable to gods, abominable gods. He speculated that Koprik might originally have been a spiritual creature that gradually fell from grace, possibly due to differences between this place and the game, or perhaps because of the Asura being. Butterfly then asked whether the Asura who ruled the place was a player, noting that his name did not appear on the list and that if he were a player, he would be referred to as a god rather than a guardian. Nebula continued that the being might hold a position even higher than an abominable god. Eldar raised his hand and suggested that, regardless, the creature seemed quite strong and asked whether they should send in Lakrak. Nebula considered it briefly and replied that it was too early to deploy an apostle and that fighting on enemy territory would bring consequences. Butterfly then asked if he had a better plan, and Nebula answered that he intended to create something new but required a small, high-level domain to embed a skill, so he asked for Eldar's help. Eldar, flustered, pointed to herself and questioned whether he really meant her. Outside, near a towering mountain where a waterfall flowed gently and the evening sunlight shimmered across the lake, a parasitic worm crawled along the ground, declaring that it would survive. It introduced itself as Creation Gordius, the child of the observer night sky and the messenger of the god Shadowless, stating that it had been born as a special being under the blessing of two almighty and beautiful entities and that its goal lay ahead. As it approached a group of pangolins, it fixed its target on one of them and identified its entry point before quickly burrowing inside. The pangolin cried out in shock, while the Rakshasas nearby wondered what was happening but dismissed it, saying the creatures would soon be sacrificed anyway and should be left alone. At that moment inside the temple, Koprik bared his sharp fangs and lunged toward the pangolins. The terrified creatures could do nothing against the powerful beast and could only cling to each other and weep. Koprik roared that he was starving and needed to satisfy his hunger before devouring the entire group. The pangolins screamed in terror, crying out for help as they were consumed. At that moment, Gordius emerged from within the pangolin's body, remarking that he had come to the right place. He then moved through the creature's mouth and burrowed straight up into Koprik's brain. Koprik suddenly froze, sensing that something within his body felt abnormal. From inside his mind, Gordius declared that he was the deceiver Gordius and that he would soon become him as he crept through every corner of Koprik's brain, sending sensations like electric currents through his body, repeating that he would soon take over. Meanwhile, Mago, confused and alarmed, exclaimed that something was wrong and that trouble had arrived, explaining that the northern governor, Akulda, was bringing 1,000 warriors. Basin questioned whether that number was all Akulda could gather. In response, Mago said he did not think so, but noted that one Rakshasa was worth 10 pangolins and worried whether they would truly be enough, adding that all the brave ones had already died and only the cowards remained. Basin reflected honestly that pangolins were not suited for war, as they had an instinct to curl into a ball the moment they encountered an enemy. He observed that those gathered there only possessed the slightest ability to resist that instinct, and even so, their total number was only around 800. He admitted that their numbers were thin and that they were at a disadvantage in blade combat, but pointed out that they now had guns and questioned what there was to worry about. However, Mago hesitantly explained that although they could use the guns fairly well and that the weapons were powerful and had long range, they were inaccurate, took a long time to reload, and most importantly, there were not enough of them. Basin nodded in agreement, stating that this was true, and clarified that they only had around 200 units, including those from the ferry and the ones airlifted from Doltan Island. He added that this was why they also relied on spearmen and crossbowmen, and emphasized that most importantly, they had his group. Still anxious, Mago pointed out that there were only 50 of them and doubted whether 800 pangolins would be of much help, admitting that he could not shake his unease. In response, Basin reassured him that if he was that worried, he should simply place his trust in Hilov. Mago nodded, deciding to trust Basin's group, and said that he felt somewhat better knowing the savior was present and that he was relieved. As sunlight filtered through the forest leaves, Akulda hid within the bushes, observing that he could see the pangolins on the hilltop and mocking them as fools for taking such an exposed position that revealed their location. One of the Rakshasas sneered, saying that those slaves knew nothing about fighting and noting that they did not seem to have noticed them yet, suggesting that they ambushed them all at once. Akulda, clearly pleased, agreed that it sounded like a good plan. Akulda narrowed his eyes as he observed the situation and stared fixedly at the gun in Mago's hand, telling the warriors to run. The Rakshasa was startled and exclaimed that it was an honor to have the opportunity to take the lead. Meanwhile, Akulda thought to himself that those were probably just objects made to look intimidating, but since he did not know what they really were, he could not personally take the lead, so he decided to send a group ahead to confirm their nature. The Rakshasas gathered together and charged straight toward the pangolins who were training. Seeing them approach, Mago alerted his comrades that the enemies were there and ordered everyone to aim just as they had practiced, reminding them to control the recoil with their tails before commanding them to fire. At his signal, countless bullets were unleashed. The pangolins aimed directly for the Rakshasas' heads, causing them to fall one after another like harvested wheat. The horrifying scene filled the surviving Rakshasas with fear as they wondered what kind of weapon their enemies were using. Mago skillfully managed the battlefield, ordering the front line to fall back while commanding the rear line to prepare to fire. The number of Rakshasa soldiers rapidly dwindled and agonized screams echoed throughout the forest. Amid the chaos, Akulda seized the opportunity to flee, realizing in terror that the weapons were not merely for show. He questioned how the pangolins had obtained such objects and wondered whether this was a different kind of magic from the one used by the fish-like outsiders. Convinced that there had definitely been an outsider among the Pangolians, he concluded that the situation was dangerous and that he needed to report everything to the great Asura, fearing that it could threaten the survival of the entire Rakshasa race. At that moment, Koprik suddenly appeared before him. Akulda panicked and addressed him respectfully as Sir Koprik. Koprik stared at him coldly and remarked that he seemed quite tired. Trembling, Akulda fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness, admitting that they had lost against the Pangolians once again. He explained that the Pangolians had apparently received incredible weapons from the outsiders and that there had been no way to resist them, insisting that he needed to see Lord Asura immediately. Koprik's eyes glimmered with anger as he asked whether Akulda truly believed that reporting such a humiliating defeat would earn forgiveness. Akulda, overwhelmed with fear, was unable to respond properly. After a brief pause, Koprik suggested that Akulda rally his remaining warriors and attempt another battle, promising that if he personally helped this time, they might win. Akulda stared blankly in disbelief and asked if he truly meant it. Koprik responded with a sinister smile, saying that he wished to taste Akulda's determination before Asura arrived and swallowed them all whole. Filled with renewed hope, Akulda loudly thanked him and declared that with Koprik's assistance, victory would certainly be theirs before quickly departing. After Akulda left, Koprik gazed toward the sky and declared to Father Night Sky that everything had proceeded according to his will. He vowed that by using the monster's body, he would continue to carry out that will. A few days later, the Pangolian delegation traveled toward the northern central city of Seoul. The Rakshasas, humbled by their recent defeat, treated the Pangolians very differently from before. Mago read aloud the conditions written on the document in his hands, stating that all Pangolians living as slaves were to be freed, that the Rakshasas were to vacate the city of Seoul, which rightfully belonged to the Pangolians from the beginning, and that they were never to return. In exchange for complying with these demands, the Pangolians would cease all further hostilities. Akulda remained silent for a moment before agreeing to the conditions. However, he added that he wished for the two races to maintain a positive relationship in the future, and that the Rakshasas wanted to demonstrate their sincerity, asking whether the Pangolians would give them that opportunity. His proposal was actually an invitation for the Pangolians and the outsider who had aided them to attend a festival. Nebula observed the situation through a screen and commented that the invitation was obviously a trap, but since Gordius had already taken control of Koprik, it would not become a problem. The Pangolians ultimately accepted the invitation, and on the day of the festival, chaos erupted. Koprik brutally crushed Rakshasas beneath his feet as they screamed in agony. Akulda panicked and demanded to know what was happening. One subordinate hurriedly informed him that Sir Koprik had gone mad and was attacking the Rakshasas themselves. Shocked, Akulda immediately ordered the hidden warriors lying in ambush to retreat at once, saying that he would attempt to speak with Koprik. Before he could finish, another subordinate rushed over in terror and warned him that a giant spider had broken through the front lines and was heading toward the temple. Elsewhere, Hylov slaughtered Rakshasas mercilessly, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. The pangolins brandished their blades and charged forward, shouting for everyone to attack while accusing the Rakshasas of planning an ambush all along. They urged each other to storm the village without hesitation. Terrified, Akulda attempted to flee, shouting that they could not stop the enemy and had no choice but to run. Basin smiled calmly and reminded Tioni that the temple was located in the highlands, warning her to be careful. Tioni nodded in understanding and acknowledged him respectfully as captain. Meanwhile, Koprik had already climbed onto the temple roof while the entire area descended into chaos. Basin and the pangolins slowly ascended the stone steps. As he walked, Basin reflected that it was important for the pangolians themselves, rather than the outsiders, to be the ones who killed Akulda. Only then, he believed, would no one ever dare to look down on the pangolians again. As Basin entered the temple, he spotted Akulda desperately fleeing and thought mockingly that the coward was certainly running frantically. He realized that at such a distance, it would be difficult for the pangolians to catch him with their natural speed and briefly considered asking Sir Hylov for assistance. However, the pangolins suddenly spotted Akulda and shouted that he was over there. At that moment, Mago leapt down from above and ordered everyone to roll. His comrades followed immediately, throwing themselves downward as well. Basin stared at them in shock as they curled their bodies into balls and rolled forward at incredible speed. Amazed by how fast they were moving, he could only watch as Mago sped directly toward Akulda. Reaching his target, Mago sprang back out of his rolling form and declared that Akulda was the enemy of the pangolians. Pointing his gun straight at him, Mago proclaimed that this was revenge for Katuru. The battle had ended, and the result had been an overwhelming victory. Mago, who had killed Akulda, became the hero of the pangolians. As the festival-like night of victory passed, the information obtained from interrogating the prisoners shocked everyone. Basin stared blankly and asked whether that was really the truth, then asked Mago if he had known about it. Mago replied awkwardly that there had been rumors, but he had never imagined they would be true. Basin nodded and remarked that he would not have believed such words either, especially the existence of a walking castle. On the surveillance screen, the image of a moving castle appeared, causing everyone to gape in shock. Butterfly stood stunned and wondered if Asurada's fortress was truly a moving castle. She recalled that a moving castle was an ancient relic from the game and excitedly questioned whether, after obtaining the automation castle, the moving castle would also become theirs. Krampus, left speechless, pointed out that they had not even obtained it yet. Nebula thought to himself that there were 10 ancient relics in the perished world: the 4 towers, the 3 castles, the 2 walls, and the 1 path. Among them, the moving castle was considered one of the most useful ancient relics. Although the automation castle was impressive, the ability to maneuver the moving castle in any direction made it especially valuable. He then stated that they needed to quickly determine the identity of the Asurada ruling that place and asked whether anyone knew anything about him. At that moment, Jangwan slowly entered the room and announced that he had arrived at the perfect time because he had just discovered the identity of the great Asurada. Everyone immediately urged him to hurry and explain. Jangwan then revealed that Asurada was actually a dragon. Nebula immediately raised his head in realization and explained that dragons were beings on a completely different level compared to abominations, spiritual creatures, or even abominable gods. Even young dragons were at least level 70 to 80, and they were notoriously difficult to kill due to their high level. He continued by explaining that most dragons were the secluded type, sleeping within their nests. But once awakened and set into motion, they became ostentatious types, living calamities driven by burning rage for being disturbed and possessing deep contempt for mortals. Furthermore, their hostility toward the gods made negotiation or reasoning impossible. Nebula concluded that this must be an ostentatious type dragon, one that took abominations and spiritual creatures as subordinates while posing as a god. Krampus found it difficult to believe and remarked that it seemed to be true, though he had never seen a dragon exert influence on such a massive scale before. He reasoned that, since there had been no players on the 4th continent, a dragon had likely begun expanding its domain like a player. Its goal was probably to resist the gods or players like themselves. However, he questioned whether they could actually defeat a dragon. Nebula shook his head and admitted that it would not be easy because dragons were beings of causality. If they, who were supposed to be gods, interfered directly, It would create tremendous effects upon the laws of causality and consume enormous amounts of faith resources. Jiang Wan curiously asked whether that meant the dragon ultimately had to be defeated without player intervention, though dragons also used magic. Nebula nodded and explained that this was typically the case. He admitted that defeating such a creature with only sacred beasts and mortals would not be easy, but fortunately, they had Gordius this time. He then suggested that they begin preparing for various scenarios. The defeated Rakshasas agreed to free Pangolians from other regions. Thus, the Rakshasas who had sent the captured prisoners appeared to be preparing for their next battle. Meanwhile, Mago, now firmly established as the king of the Pangolians, began expanding his influence using the city of Seoul as his capital. Once Katyuru recovered, he bestowed his power upon his people and recognized the white spider, Hilov, as a guardian equal to himself. As a result, the Pangolians who had believed in Katyuru also began believing in the Pantheon, demonstrating the expansion of the Pantheon's forces. On the other hand, Basin and the expedition returned to their original objective and worked to investigate the surrounding geography while tracing the moving castle's route. During this effort, Basin suddenly heard a noise in the sky and curiously looked upward. Countless helicopters were flying overhead. Both Basin and the Pangolians stared at them in complete shock, wondering what those things were and marveling that they were actually flying. A notification suddenly appeared on the screen announcing a clash of civilizations. It declared that two divided nations had come into contact and that both nations would receive tremendous increases in experience points. A warning also stated that the opposing nation possessed faith. Eldar reacted in surprise, while Butterfly stared in amazement and questioned what was happening. Krampus immediately declared that the newcomers were definitely players and added that they were not responding to whisper requests. Nebula then asked where they had been discovered, and Butterfly answered that they had come from the east. Nebula observed the screen carefully and remarked that, considering the massive mountains and the river, he had never thought anything could cross from that direction, making the situation quite surprising. Butterfly added that it was even more astonishing that they had arrived flying through the sky. Krampus could not understand how they already possessed helicopters and wondered whether their technology was more advanced than theirs. Seokmyeon explained that it was not conventional technology, but rubberpunk technology, which used rubber energy generated by winding high-tension rubber to power machinery. He further explained that the perished world contained a special rubber tree called the Duduba tree, whose elasticity far surpassed anything found on Earth. Meanwhile, Basin thought to himself that any army capable of flying through the sky must possess extremely advanced technology. Considering them an unknown enemy, he immediately ordered everyone to prepare their shields. The Pangolians obeyed and acknowledged his command. Standing atop a helicopter, Golt smiled arrogantly and mocked the Pangolians as pitiful, uncivilized creatures crawling across the earth before ordering his forces to attack. Golt, identified as an Oguri general, watched as Bazin immediately ordered everyone to raise their shields and remain still because the enemy's movements were strange. The Oguri then launched their assault from above by dropping countless rocks onto the battlefield. Thanks to Basin's command, everyone remained unharmed. Basin stared blankly at the objects and realized in disbelief that they were merely rocks. The stones clattered harmlessly against the ground as he silently observed them before looking back up with an utterly speechless expression. The Oguri forces panicked upon seeing that no one had been injured and exclaimed in confusion that the Pangolians' shields were unbelievably durable. Golt himself became bewildered and demanded to know how people who knew nothing about rubber power could possess such shields. Realizing the attack had failed, he ordered an immediate retreat and told everyone to flee for the time being. Basin then calmly gave the order to aim. A Pangolian soldier raised a gun, and moments later bullets were fired into the air. The helicopters were violently struck by gunfire, causing the Oguri to cry out in shock. Everyone witnessing the scene stared in astonishment. Seokmyeon then remarked that their technology must have advanced rapidly and concluded that this was the very path they themselves had chosen not to take. The battlefield scene was so chaotic that it felt suffocating. Thousands of improvised helicopters swarmed through the sky, while, below them, Basin's subordinates followed his orders and raised their weapons toward the enemy forces. In the next instant, countless explosions erupted, blood sprayed across the battlefield, and cries of shock rang out as people wondered what the hell was happening. On the other side of the screen, Seokmyeon could not hide his surprise and remarked that their technology must have advanced rapidly. Both Eldar and Butterfly were left speechless in astonishment. Seokmyeon let out a breath before continuing that it was the path they themselves had chosen not to take. Butterfly, still unable to recover from the shock, turned pale and stammered that she had never imagined she would witness something so absurd. Seokmyeon looked at her in confusion and replied that it was not actually that surprising. He went on to explain that the ancient Aztec Empire had never invented the spoke, yet their medical science had been advanced enough to perform surgery using obsidian blades. He further explained that if a civilization focused all of its resources on rubber-powered technology like that, it could even create flying machines before the advent of the steam engine. Folding his arms, Seokmyeon calmly added that, theoretically, rubber power could even be used to make cars, calculators, and computers. Butterfly then raised her hand hesitantly and pointed out that there was not much reason to do all of that using only rubber bands. Nebula swiftly manipulated the system screen and coldly explained that the civilization in question was extremely foreign to the continent, to the point that even the Pangolians had never heard of them. Because of that, he believed there was a very high possibility that the player leading the Oguris was not from that continent at all. He continued by reasoning that, judging from the direction they had come from, they must have originated from the eastern continent, the one they had not yet reached, in other words, the first continent. Sitting below them, Krampus asked whether that meant every civilization on that continent was like this. Nebula calmly answered that he would have liked that to be true, but it probably was not. Recalling the way the Oguris operated, he carefully explained that a rubber-punk civilization required an enormous amount of manpower simply to wind the rubber bands, while their overall technical execution remained lacking. He sternly added that the system naturally leaned toward slavery, and that its limitations were obvious. Nebula further elaborated that the uneven development of their technology suggested they had never exchanged knowledge with other nations, which convinced him that they had likely been losing a power struggle on their home continent and had fled there instead. Looking back at the screen and seeing the Oguri army quickly fall before their forces, Nebula loudly declared that they could now confirm it. Under the calm sky, the helicopters had all been destroyed, and every member of the Oguri army had been captured and tightly bound together. Basin lazily brushed a hand along the knife he held and sighed in boredom. Holding up the blade he had bent earlier in front of the Oguri soldiers, he mockingly remarked that it was a pathetic knife and that his people had stopped using weapons like that over 100 years ago. The Oguris could only growl bitterly in frustration. Basin continued mocking them by asking how they could conquer the skies while producing such pitiful weaponry. Hearing that, the Oguri leader's expression darkened as he ground his teeth in fury and thought bitterly that the Lizardman had humiliated him so thoroughly, even though he could have killed him. Golt recalled the moment he had attacked Basin with his weapon, only to realize that Basin's armor had been far too strong. Furious, Golt shouted that their alliance had never had the opportunity to establish a proper smithy after arriving on the new continent, which was why things had turned out this way. He insisted that otherwise Basin would already have been dead. Basin merely sighed inwardly and thought that he had not even needed to interrogate the man because he was already revealing everything himself, making the interrogation likely to be easy. He then coldly ordered his subordinates to drag them away. Basin and his companions quickly escorted the prisoners to the jail. Once inside the prison, Basin's eyes filled with killing intent as he demanded to know about the alliance Golt had mentioned earlier. Trembling in fear, Golt confessed that it was the alliance of Pabi. Basin frowned and asked where they had come from. Golt did not attempt to hide anything and answered irritably that they had crossed the mountains and, before that, crossed the ocean as well. Hearing that, Basin quietly reasoned that crossing the Eastern Ocean meant they truly were from the Eastern continent, a distant nation whose technology was naturally very different from theirs. Remembering the flying craft they had used, Basin asked whether everyone there used technology like theirs. Golt shook his head and explained that rubberpunk technology belonged exclusively to the alliance of Pabi, whose people had suffered persecution for ages. Surprised, Basin asked whether they had truly been persecuted. Lowering his head, Golt confirmed that they had. He explained that their alliance had once been attacked by the surrounding nations in a remote corner of the continent, but thanks to their outstanding technology, they had managed to repel those attacks and remain independent. Hearing that, Basin quietly concluded to himself that they had not merely lacked contact with other nations, they had been completely isolated. Recalling the events of the past, Golt aggressively continued that around 10 years earlier, they had used the sap of the duduba tree to create a resilient material called rubber, all thanks to Lord Folded Wing Golden Bird. Basin stared at him in astonishment and asked whether they had then unified the continent. Golt was immediately shocked by the suggestion and denied it, insisting that no matter how strong they were, they could never possibly unify the continent. At that moment, Basin turned his face away and secretly let out a sinister laugh. Returning to the main topic, Basin resumed the interrogation and concluded that the alliance of Pabi must have fled to the new continent. Golt nodded at first, but immediately afterward became furious, his hair bristling as he angrily corrected Basin. He shouted that they had not run away at all. Instead, they had come there to recover from their defeat because the new continent possessed an abundance of slaves capable of winding their rubber bands. Basin then stared directly at Golt and questioned whether that meant they could not simply launch an attack against them because there were still remaining forces back on their homeland. Leader Golt responded in a flustered and worried manner, stammering that they could not attack them there, or else their mainland would send an army with overwhelming numbers. Hearing that, Basin grinned with great amusement and remarked that they must be careful then, telling Sir Golt to rest for a moment while they prepared shortly afterward. Gradually realizing something, Leader Golt let out a sigh and sneered as he asked whether they were thinking of interrogating him, insisting that it was pointless because he would not spill a single word. Internally, Golt grumbled that he had actually intended to say they were going to feed them since the man had been cooperative during the interrogation, though he thought Basin might be offended if he said that aloud. Basin, radiating killing intent, coldly walked toward the door and replied that if that was the case, they could only hope Golt's resolve would hold up. The door then slammed shut before the leader's resentful expression. At the Hukrin royal palace, an old man stared thoughtfully at the blueprint before him and murmured in contemplation. Orazon excitedly commented that the device was interesting and asked Lump what he thought about it. Standing below, Lump stroked his beard in agreement and answered that he also found it to be a fascinating object. Looking at the machine before him, Lump calmly continued by explaining that the rubber-powered mechanism itself was unstable and inefficient, making its value ambiguous, but what interested him more was the serrated wheel. He added that he had seen a similar toy in his hometown and that such things were usually crafted by masters. Orazon glanced down at the design with intrigue and remarked that he had seen something similar in ancient ruins. Lump looked up in surprise and asked whether he meant the automation castle, noting that there was a similar device there as well. Suddenly, the voice of a subordinate echoed from afar, saying that this was where His Majesty had been and reporting that he had new information. The man who appeared was Dinan, and he respectfully reported that the second expedition team, or rather, the second adventurer team, had just landed on the southern continent. Prince Orazon was visibly shocked and repeated the word just in disbelief before declaring that, if that was true, then their plan had succeeded excellently. He quickly ordered his subordinate to have the second team rendezvous with the advance party as planned and to grant Basin command authority. Dinan acknowledged the order respectfully, affirming that he understood. Once again, on the new continent, the blazing sunlight covered the land as Basin practiced shooting while gasping heavily for breath. Sitting beneath a tree with the gun in hand, he cursed tiredly, saying that the last bullet had just been used. Looking at the creature being attacked before him, Basin carefully calculated that there was still a lot of time before reinforcements would arrive. At that moment, the wounded man cried out in agony, begging to be saved, screaming that his arm was injured and that he did not want to die. Basin nervously calculated in his head, admitting to himself that the creature was faster than he had anticipated and wondering if that was how he would die. The desperate cries for help rang out again as someone screamed to be saved while shouting that a monster had appeared. After thinking intensely for a moment longer, Basin decided to stand up and fight, telling himself that in a place like that, he could not simply give up. The ferocious beast noticed Basin charging toward it and growled fiercely as it advanced to confront him. However, before it could attack its prey, a beam of light suddenly tore through the creature and shredded it into countless pieces. The beast collapsed before Basin's astonished eyes, leaving him speechless in shock. A cold voice then echoed nearby, remarking that this was unexpected because the speaker had not thought they would meet there. Soon after, a proud eagle descended from above, and the newcomer greeted Basin, saying that it had been a long time and expressing relief that he had not arrived too late. The man was revealed to be the mage Mazdari. Upon seeing him, Basin widened his eyes in delight and exclaimed in surprise, asking what had brought the mage there. Holding an official directive in his hand, Mage Mazdari sternly explained that the matter had originated from an order sent by His Majesty of the Hukrin Empire and summarized that he had been dispatched to assist Basin. Mazdari then coldly added that, whether Basin realized it or not, he had become Hukrin's court mage, meaning that he was now on the same side as him, and asked whether Basin understood that clearly. Basin wondered whether Mazdari was referring to a court mage, asking if that meant a mage who served under the palace. Mazdari nodded and explained that it was exactly that. He said that His Majesty had approached him first with the offer, and he had accepted because, ever since Night Sky had declared protection for mages, there had been no reason for refusal. He went on to explain that after the establishment of the Pantheon, religion across the continent had undergone many changes. Although Night Sky had appeared as the angel of the main god alongside the other gods, not everyone had chosen to believe in Night Sky. Those who worshipped Shadowless continued to follow Shadowless, while those devoted to all decisions remained faithful to that belief. Masdari continued by explaining that the Order of Night Sky on the continent had eventually split into 3 factions. The first and largest faction was the Order of the Lightning God, a denomination that revered heroes who had sacrificed themselves or displayed great courage throughout Hukrin's history. They admired individuals who had left legendary marks on history, such as the gods Apostle Lakrak and Siren Muel. The second denomination was the Serrated Wheel Order, which consisted mainly of engineers, technicians, and astronomers. Rather than being driven by religious devotion, they had turned to faith because they valued night sky's techniques. They looked up to figures like Zaol, the first astronomer, stargazer, and Hui Kyung. The final denomination was the newest rising faction, one that believed in night sky as the Advent, the being who had existed in the past and returned to the present. Masdari explained that this group was made up of mages who believed in night sky, currently consisting of the 3 mages and their disciples, and that they were known as the Advent's Order. Nebula reflected inwardly that the whole thing had originally begun as a lie, but now that he had acquired the unique domain of magic, it was no longer false. He thought that the Order had merely changed slightly, since he had at least become a god associated with magic. Although not every mage worshipped night sky, the mages still taught their disciples in a particular way. Holding a book in her hands, Minnie instructed her listeners to pay close attention. She explained that it was still uncertain whether night sky was truly an ancient being or the Advent, since current knowledge had not confirmed it yet. However, she emphasized that this was not what truly mattered. At the very least, Night Sky had aided persecuted mages, acknowledged them, and supported their magical research. Therefore, if mages who studied the power of gods were ever to believe in a deity, then that deity could only be Night Sky. After hearing the explanation, Basin admitted that he understood that much, though he still could not understand why Masdari had been sent there, questioning what a mage could even accomplish on the battlefield. Masdari responded by asking whether Basin was dissatisfied, remarking that having a mage during wartime should have been beneficial. Basin honestly admitted that he did not really know. He acknowledged that Masdari was undoubtedly powerful, but pointed out that the loss incurred if a mage died was also enormous. From the perspective of a commander, if the cost of maintaining a single mage equaled the cost of maintaining a gun squad, he would rather choose the gun squad. He reasoned that while losing a mage to a bullet would be a devastating blow, losing one soldier from an entire squad would merely mean the loss of a single member. Masdari smiled and commented that Basin's reasoning was very practical. As he drew a circle on the ground, he remarked that mages possessed many other talents. He then released a group of worms onto the magic circle he had created. Basin stared blankly at the scene and questioned whether those were worms, even asking in confusion whether Masdari intended to eat them. Masdari simply told him to watch carefully. As soon as the worms were placed onto the glowing magic circle, they began wriggling continuously. Before long, they connected together and formed a sentence stating that contact had been made with Basin. Basin still failed to understand what was happening and voiced his confusion. Masdari explained that the sentence had been one he himself created and told Basin to observe what would happen next. The worms shifted again and rearranged themselves into another sentence, asking whether there was any problem with Basin and whether Masdari was present too. Masdari explained that His Majesty was asking if anything was wrong with Basin and asked what response he should send back. Basin reacted in astonishment, asking whether this really was His Majesty. Masdari replied with some exasperation that the worms themselves were obviously not His Majesty. He explained that it was communication magic, and by connecting 2 magic circles together, he could make living beings on both ends perform the same movements. Masdari quickly sent a reply stating that everything was fine and that he would make contact again if anything happened. He also explained that he used worms because they were particularly useful for forming letters. Basin finally understood and exclaimed in amazement that such magic was incredibly valuable because it overcame the time difference between continents, which made rapid transmission of commands possible. Masdari smiled and said he was glad that it was useful. He then remarked that he doubted Basin had only come out because he knew they were leaving and asked where he had actually been headed. Basin answered that he had been investigating ancient ruins. He explained that a tablet had recently been discovered nearby and he had suspected there might be more hidden in the area, which was why he had been searching. He then presented the tablet. Masdari stared intently at it and identified it as a Kalanba golden tablet. Unfortunately, he explained, such tablets were extremely common in Orazon Palace as well. Basin curiously asked whether they were truly that common. Masdari explained that the Kalanba tablets had been left behind before the ancient gods departed, and that they contained records of the Kalanba Empire, a civilization renowned for its brilliance. Because Kalanba possessed large quantities of gold, many of their records had been engraved onto golden tablets, which was why they could be found throughout the continent. Basin then wondered whether the existence of the tablets on that continent meant that it had once belonged to the Kalamba Empire as well, and asked whether Mazdari could read the text. Mazdari confidently answered that he could, although it was written in an ancient language. He explained that most of the tablets simply boasted endlessly about how magnificent the Kalamba Empire had been. However, he noted that this particular tablet was different. When Basin asked what made it different, Mazdari carefully traced the engraved letters and revealed that the tablet described the fall of the Kalamba Empire. The monitoring screen then began explaining the meaning of the golden tablet to Nebula and the others. It stated that the text recorded the rise and collapse of the ancient Kalamba civilization and served as an important historical account describing how the glorious empire had fallen in the distant past. Seokmyeon observed the screen carefully and remarked that the relic was not in the database and that he had never seen it before. Nebula responded with visible interest, commenting that it was definitely fascinating, before turning to Eldar and asking for her thoughts. Eldar startled slightly and nervously asked whether she should go down and speak. She quickly stepped onto the platform and cleared her throat anxiously before beginning her explanation. Eldar stated that there had long been missing links in the setting of perished world that had never been uncovered. In the past, the world had merely been described as an abandoned land forsaken by the gods, yet the reason behind that abandonment had never been explained. She admitted that, when she had only experienced the story as a gamer, she had overlooked those gaps, but now they could no longer afford to ignore them. She explained that they still knew nothing about the circumstances surrounding the appearance of evil gods like Jolwubi and Sha-Cha, and that many details had been hidden ambiguously as though some conspiracy existed beneath the surface. Krampus raised his hand and questioned what kind of conspiracy she meant. Eldar admitted that she did not know the specifics, but she believed that the man called Aladdin, who had brought them there, must have had another hidden intention. Because of that, she thought it was extremely important to uncover the missing links in the setting, since doing so might reveal the concealed truth behind everything. Continuing her analysis, Eldar explained that judging from the timeline recorded on the tablet, the Kalamba Empire had continued to exist for some time, even after the gods departed. In fact, the text implied that the people had actually been pleased by the gods' disappearance, and it suggested that this attitude may have been influenced by some ancient evil force. Afterward, however, the empire was said to have fallen because of a catastrophic explosion so immense that it was beyond imagination. Nebula spoke up and remarked that, based on that description, the weapon in question had to have been a nuclear explosive. Eldar nodded in agreement and stated that this was almost certainly the case. She further explained that it did not appear to have been only one or two explosions either. Judging from the way the fallout was described, there must have been numerous detonations. According to the tablet, this was how the ancient civilization ultimately collapsed. She then revealed that the tablet even recorded the name of the individual who had manipulated the empire into launching nuclear weapons against itself and plunging the nation into chaos. According to the inscription, that individual's name was Asura, the name of the dragon. Eldar adopted a serious expression and explained that right there was the name of the individual who had thrown the empire into turmoil, causing people to annihilate one another. Under the anxious gazes of everyone present, he revealed that it was Asura, the name of that dragon. Butterfly voiced her doubt and asked whether it was the same Asura they already knew. Eldar replied that they could not be certain, but since dragons were theoretically immortal, it was entirely possible. Jiangwan looked confused and questioned why, if Asura possessed knowledge from that era, the Rakshasa civilization was still in such a miserable state. She rested her chin on her hand and speculated that, technically speaking, the ancient empire had possessed a civilization similar to modern Earth. Since dragons did not concern themselves with human affairs, they could easily have shared their knowledge if they had wished. Nebula then remarked that they could find out later once they killed that dragon. Seokmyeon suddenly pointed at the screen and announced that he had new information. He reported that the Faviran alliance was making its move and advancing with a large number of spiral wings. In addition, he had spotted a peculiar infantry unit among them, making it appear to be an all-out assault. He further added that their player was still blocking all direct messages. Nebula leaned against the table and calmly stated that this sounded like good news to him. A few days later, at a location 2 days' march away from the city of Pangolians, 500 soldiers of Huikran and 2,000 Pangolians waited hidden within the forest, preparing an ambush. Basin grew impatient and commented that the spiral wings were slower than he had expected, though the ability to ignore terrain was still a tremendous advantage. Even if their stone-throwing attacks were not especially effective, civilians would not see it that way. For that reason, he had stationed gunmen on the hill where anti-air attacks could be carried out more easily. One of his subordinates quickly reported that they had visual confirmation of the spiral wings. Through the binoculars, the position of the spiral aircraft became visible. Basin estimated the enemy's numbers at roughly 100. Referring to information he had received from Gold, he explained that those machines were primarily designed to sow chaos among enemy lines, while the infantry following behind served as the main force. He admitted that facing such flying machines together with ground troops would indeed be intimidating. He then raised his hand and signaled the soldiers to lift their weapons, declaring that such tactics would not work if the enemy was prepared. He immediately gave the order to fire. At once, bullets shot into the sky. The aircraft shook violently as the Oguri tribe panicked and screamed in terror, wondering what was happening. They realized they had walked into an ambush and shouted that something had damaged the wings, urging each other to gain altitude first. Jared immediately ordered everyone not to panic. He reasoned that even if they did not know what had struck them, there was no way the enemy could reload and repeat such an attack so quickly. He instructed them to rise above the enemy as originally planned and drop the stones. Basin observed the situation and remarked that the enemy was not stopping, which he considered the correct choice. He admitted he would have made the same decision himself if he had not already known that the enemy had prepared countermeasures. He then called for the crossbow squad. Arrows instantly flew toward the cockpits, plunging the Oguri forces into chaos. The soldiers screamed that it was a completely different attack from before and reported that half the squad had already been lost. Desperately asking what they should do, Jared quickly redirected the aircraft, shouting in shock as he ordered a retreat for the time being. Basin then declared that they had successfully taken down the enemy in the sky and ordered everyone to prepare for ground combat. One of his subordinates pointed ahead and reported that the enemy troops were now visible. He estimated their number at around 2,000 soldiers accompanied by something bizarre. Basin stared in confusion and remarked that something strange was happening below. Drill-shaped vehicles were charging forward across the battlefield. He admitted that although he had heard about them from Gold, seeing them in person made him realize how massive they truly were. He observed that even such enormous machines moved using rubber. To him, a chariot that did not require animals to pull it would have completely changed the course of the war had it appeared a few years earlier. However, now it was already too late and the terrain was unfavorable for them. He explained that although such immense size was normally an advantage, it was also their greatest weakness. As the vehicles reached the muddy swamp, they immediately began to tilt dangerously. The Oguri tribe panicked and shouted that they were tipping over. Others cursed as they realized the ground was mud and frantically yelled for everyone to stabilize the machines and push harder. Basin unsheathed his sword and proclaimed that no matter what kind of troops the enemy sent, victory was impossible to lose as long as they fought on terrain of their own choosing. He immediately ordered everyone to fire at once before charging forward. The Pangolan forces rushed ahead enthusiastically, shouting that they had been ordered to charge. Armed with spears, they assaulted the Oguri tribe. The Oguri soldiers descended into panic and screamed for retreat. Basin then ordered his men to recover the spiral wings in the forest, while the remaining troops continued pursuing the enemy. His subordinates nodded and acknowledged the command immediately. Meanwhile, the monitoring screen clearly displayed the chaotic battlefield. Seokmyeon spoke up and informed Nebula that he had received a direct message. Nebula curiously asked who it was from. Seokmyeon frowned slightly and answered that he believed it was from the player they were currently fighting, the Oguri player whose username was RD. Nebula nodded and instructed him to bring the caller through. The screen quickly connected to RD, who immediately declared that it had indeed been them and demanded to know which person among them was the leader. Butterfly pressed her lips together, struggling not to laugh, while everyone else trembled as they desperately held back their laughter. They could barely contain themselves at the sight of Ard's avatar. Nebula coughed lightly and remarked that the one who had requested the conversation should introduce himself first. Ard's eyes lit up and he grinned proudly. His avatar resembled a shiny yellow rubber duck. He introduced himself as Player RD, the leader of the Faveron Alliance, and asked whether that was sufficient. He then demanded to know who they really were, why there were so many of them, and who among them was the leader. Nebula responded by pointing out that RD's race was a platypus, his avatar was a rubber duck, and he had built an entire rubber punk civilization around that concept. Nebula admitted that having a theme was amusing, but questioned whether RD had taken it far too seriously. RD immediately protested and asked whether Nebula realized how rude it was to speak that way to someone he had only just met. Nebula shook his head apologetically and clarified that he had not intended to say that out loud. RD frowned and angrily accused him of mocking him. He also demanded that they do something about the people giggling behind them because it was impossible to have a proper conversation under those circumstances. After calming himself, RD finally explained that the reason he had contacted them was to propose a conditional surrender. He warned them not to continue attacking any further, or else he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter. Nebula crossed his arms and asked what a conditional surrender meant. Seokmyeon gave a thumbs up and said it was a good strategy, suggesting that the speaker was trying to catch them off guard with appearances. RD, still confused, asked what nonsense he was talking about. The speaker then stated that if they attacked any further, he would punish them, and that this was the condition. Butterfly could not hold back her laughter and joked that the rubber duck was speaking. Nebula then asked where that confidence came from, saying he thought all cards had already been revealed. The speaker, flapping his wings in anger, responded indignantly that it was absurd to say such a thing after witnessing his brilliant rubber civilization. He claimed that the potential of rubber was infinite, and that in the distant future they might even build space propellers or rubber androids. He added that even sooner, they could develop affection for an entire species, and insisted that if they continued attacking, they should remember he possessed a civilization with greater scarcity value than any other, promising to demonstrate the destructive power of his advanced civilization. Nebula internally questioned whether he was bluffing or being serious, but concluded that it did not matter since there was no reason to attack for the moment. He then agreed to stand down. RD excitedly said that was exactly what he was talking about, and warned them all to prepare themselves if they ever planned to invade his territory again. Nebula calmly said, "Okay, bye," while the call was still connected. The room fell silent, and he only then sighed in relief, thinking they had survived. Ard suddenly realized the call had not been disconnected, panicked, and hurriedly ended it, exclaiming that it had not hung up and asking what was going on. His clumsy reaction caused everyone to burst into laughter again. Nebula then turned to the others and suggested that they should prepare a plan to attack the moving castle. Seokmyeon agreed. A few days later, in the region south of Seoul, the expedition team began executing the attack on the moving castle. The plan was simple. The 60 spiral wings obtained from the battle against the alliance with Pabi were at its core. First, using the spiral wings, a small advance party would infiltrate inside the moving castle's walls. Based on interrogation of prisoners of war, they had learned that inside the castle there was an area where the Rakshasas chosen by Asura lived, which functioned as the control room. The objective of the 70-member advance team was to seize this control room. By taking control of it and stopping the moving castle, the main force would then be able to scale the structure. Basin, thinking through the plan, intended to command the main force and defeat the great Asura himself. He acknowledged that although the spiral wings would allow them to approach the castle, it would take considerable time for the main force to arrive. Mazdari then suddenly spoke up, asking whether the plan seemed somewhat lacking. Basin turned in surprise and addressed him, and Mazdari explained with a smile that he had switched places with a pangolin because he thought it would be best if he came instead. Basin expressed concern about whether he would be okay given the weight limit, but Mazdari dismissed it, saying that their species had once soared through the skies and were lighter than they looked, adding that he wanted to take this opportunity to fly again. Reassured, Basin told him to keep up and ordered the preparation of rubber power for the spiral wings, announcing that they would take off soon. He then pulled the lever and initiated the launch. The engine started, gears rotated, and the aircraft gradually lifted into the air. One by one, the machines rose, generating powerful gusts of wind that scattered fallen leaves. While flying, Basin reflected that although he had done this many times before, it still felt difficult to get used to, and that flying like this made him feel as if he had joined a flock of birds, giving him a sense of freedom. Observing Mazdari's wings, he recalled rumors that an ancient god had cursed their species so they could no longer fly, and he began to understand why Mazdari had wanted to ride the machine. He concluded that it seemed fine now that Mazdari was flying again. As night began to fall, the aircraft continued circling in the sky above the forest where the moving castle stood. A massive mechanical foot pressed into the ground as the castle loomed within the trees. Basin observed through binoculars and identified the dome where the dragon lived, noting that the control room was located in a separate tower away from it. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that something was emerging from the right side of the moving castle. Basin was shocked and initially thought of dragons, but realized they were too small and too numerous, identifying them instead as wyverns. Mazdari panicked, saying he had never heard of such a thing. Basin admitted he had hoped they would not encounter something like that, but insisted they had prepared for unexpected developments. He ordered everyone to raise their bows, with one group distracting the enemy and another heading toward the castle walls. As the wyverns closed in, Rakshasa forces fired arrows from the castle while aerial combat erupted between both sides. Basin noted that such random firing would hardly hit anything given the movement on both sides, but acknowledged that part of their group had successfully entered the castle's airspace. The wyverns roared as they approached. Basin drew his bow and announced that it was their turn, then fired directly into one wyvern's throat, killing it as it crashed to the ground. Amid the chaos, he ordered his team not to waste time reloading guns and to continue firing arrows, noting the enemies were too fast. Suddenly, his aircraft shook violently as another wyvern appeared behind him. Basin drew another arrow, asking whether it was the partner of the one that had just died, but before he could fire, the wyvern lunged forward. The aircraft, overloaded, began to lose stability. Basin quickly pulled out a dagger and slashed at the wyvern's foot, spilling blood everywhere. He then stepped on it, drove the dagger into its head to finish it, causing it to lose consciousness and fall. The aircraft, along with Basin, also began to plummet toward the ground. The wyvern's blood had splattered across the sharp blade after it was struck in a fatal blow to the head, and both it and the aircraft began plunging straight down toward the sea. Basin and the wyvern were already close to the ocean surface when he quickly threw the creature into the cold water below. After dealing with one of them, Basin let out a tired sigh, remarking that they had barely defeated the enemy, but that the condition of their spiral wings was not good, and that they were still too far from the castle walls, wondering what they should do next. At that moment, Mazdari suddenly shouted for him to jump. Basin saw that Mazdari had brought the aircraft down beneath him and called out to him as a mage, warning that it might not be able to handle his weight. Mazdari insisted that it did not matter and told him to trust him and jump. With no other option left, Basin agreed internally that there was no alternative and jumped. Mazdari immediately reached out and grabbed his hand, pulling him aboard as their hands locked together. Mazdari then cast magic on the aircraft and activated a surge. The engine gradually restarted, and the propellers spun powerfully, generating strong winds. After some maneuvering through the air, they gradually approached the castle wall. When they finally reached it, Mazdari signaled that it was time to jump. Without the wind cushioning his fall, Basin hit the ground with significant force and groaned in pain. Basin then expressed relief that it had been close, but asked what had just happened and whether Mazdari had done something to the spiral wings. Mazdari explained with a smile that he had indeed set something up using magic, adding that he had learned magic to fulfill the regrets of his people, and that ever since he had seen a flying machine, he had been experimenting with various possibilities. Basin acknowledged that he understood. Meanwhile, Akulda urgently ordered the Rakshasa forces to search for them, shouting angrily and demanding to know where they were hiding. From a dark alley, Basin observed them searching the area thoroughly. The Pangolin units also gathered in the alleys and asked whether everyone had assembled. Basin then discussed the situation with them, assessing that the enemy had anticipated their arrival and that a new plan was necessary. He proposed dividing into 3 groups, one to move toward the control room, and 2 others to create disturbances and divert attention. He added that combat was allowed but should be conducted carefully, suggesting fire setting or taking high-ranking Rakshasas hostage to buy time. When his subordinates pointed out that their current numbers only formed 2 groups and they would need to be reorganized, Basin coldly rejected the concern and stated that there was no need to divide further because the first group would consist of him alone. His subordinates immediately protested that it was too dangerous, but Basin insisted that the control room would likely have countermeasures and that a single infiltrator would be more effective. He ended the discussion and ordered them to move. As smoke from burning torches spread across the area, Basin climbed the wall and entered the fortress. Standing atop the towering structure, he looked down as Mazdari stood below and admitted that he did not fully understand Basin's intentions, but that he would accompany him anyway and that his subordinates would not be helpless simply because he was not present. They then observed that the entire fortress was moving as one massive structure, its heavy steps leaving deep imprints in the ground, while the upper part remained remarkably stable. Mazdari found this fascinating and concluded that the legs supporting the castle must be more advanced than expected. Basin wondered whether it was not simply magic, and Mazdari responded that he believed it involved more complex technology than that. Soon after, Rakshasa soldiers rushed toward the area reporting the fire and intruders, calling for reinforcements. Mazdari observed that they had come far, but that this might be where their advance ended. Basin estimated there were about 20 enemies and noted that the area was too open to hide or approach safely. Mazdari suggested using powerful magic, but Basin refused, saying it would take too long to prepare and that he felt uneasy using magic so close to the dragon, referencing old tales that associated magic with evil gods and dragons. Mazdari questioned whether the dragon could even sense magic, but admitted that without it they had no clear method to deal with the enemies. Basin then smiled and suggested they keep things simple, asking whether Mazdari was a good actor. As Rakshasa forces continued guarding the castle entrance, Mazdari suddenly stepped forward and announced that he could no longer continue, declaring that he wished to surrender. A Rakshasa named Shin mocked him, stating he had never seen their species before, and asking whether they were the intruders who had flown in through the sky and questioned why he was surrendering. Mazdari replied that, as they could see, he had injured his ankle while escaping with his group. Shin reacted in shock, asking what he meant by escaping. At that moment, Basin quietly slipped behind the formation and began eliminating enemies one by one, while Mazdari continued distracting them. Mazdari continued speaking loudly, claiming that they were losing, that their plan had failed from the beginning, that their commander was dead, and that they had no way down, so he was surrendering. Shin sighed and insulted their species, implying they were large but inferior, and asked whether they were not ashamed. Mazdari countered sharply, arguing that judging an entire species based on appearance reflected corrupted perception, and remarked that Shin looked to him like an insect on the verge of death. Enraged, Shin cursed him. One of the Rakshasa soldiers then noticed the bodies of their fallen comrades and alerted Shin, but Shin refused to listen and ordered them to let him handle the situation, insisting he would tear apart the intruders. However, his subordinate screamed for him again just as Basin struck and killed him, driving a blade into his chest, while Mazdari seized the opportunity to stab Shin from behind. As the remaining enemies were quickly eliminated, Basin questioned whether calling them insects meant they were blaspheming divinity, stating that the night sky had originally been the insect god. Mazdari, slightly exasperated, asked if he could let that go and not be so strict with a new believer. Surrounded by remaining Rakshasa forces, Mazdari pressed his back against Basin's and noted that there were still about 10 enemies left, suggesting Basin could have handled things better. Basin responded with a stern expression, while the Rakshasa forces remained wary of them. Basin then smiled and stated that they should say such things only after they had survived. After dealing with his Rakshasa, with no remaining obstacles in their path, the two of them quickly ventured deeper into the tower. Inside, it was pitch black. Basin stepped forward up the stairs with blood still on his feet. Because the tower was extremely tall, both of them were exhausted and breathing heavily. Basin noticed a light ahead and said that he could see light over there, then leaned his head further inside, remarking that the control device was there but seemed more complicated than he had expected. Looking at the tangled machinery in front of him, he became flustered and admitted that he had no idea what was going on. Mazdari stared at the engine and assured him that there would be a way, explaining that he had seen ruins with similar markings before and that, since the castle was also a ruin, the symbols should carry the same meaning. If so, he could operate it. He then asked what Basin would have done without him. Basin looked up and said that he would have used this, after which Mazdari activated a lever while commenting that it smelled like gunpowder and that he should not have even asked. He then began pulling multiple levers. As a result, the island's engine suddenly halted, stiffening completely as the entire castle stood motionless in the middle of the vast forest. Mazdari then asked Basin whether he could apologize for something, explaining that earlier he had thought magic alone would be enough and had wondered why Basin went to such lengths, but now realized Basin had been right and that saving his magic had been the correct decision. At that moment, Asura appeared in front of the tower, his eyes glowing in the darkness as he wrapped himself around the structure. He questioned whether they were the mortals who had come spreading the scent of a disgusting civilization and challenged him, the great Asura. Meanwhile, Mazdari drew a magic circle and drove a branch into its center, with the Rakshasa corpses also enclosed within the formation. As Asura looked at the twitching bodies and asked what was happening, Mazdari's magic caused them to harden and twist into spear-like forms, turning into spikes that erupted upward and pierced toward Asura's body, sending blood spraying all the way to the top of the tower. Basin had to cover his face to avoid being drenched. Asura muttered about a dragon as his blood stained the window, but then he disappeared from sight. Mazdari quickly pulled Basin aside to take cover away from the windows, pressing his eye close to the opening to observe inside. He questioned whether Mazdari was a mage, noting that although his abilities seemed weak, he wondered why a mage would follow the will of the gods, and whether he was being manipulated by divine schemes. He told Basin he would try to buy time, and Basin nodded in understanding. Mazdari then spoke to Asura, claiming he did not know what he was talking about and insisted he was not being controlled by any schemes. Asura laughed and suggested that, given his arrogance, he was indeed a mage, then asked whether the gods had promised him power, wealth, or something valuable as collateral. Mazdari denied that the gods held anything of his. Asura then asked why, in that case, he served them. Mazdari instead questioned Asura, asking why he settled for such a lowly civilization, suggesting that a dragon of his age should possess greater intelligence and that, based on the Rakshasa, he seemed content merely to be worshipped instead of developing their lives. Asura responded that it was because that was what was right. Mazdari asked, "Right?" in doubt. Asura then moved away from the window and declared that survival of the fittest was the only truth that had existed since ancient times, long before false concepts like ethics and justice, which he claimed the gods used to deceive others. He said he respected unchanging beauty. Mazdari criticized him, calling his view pathetic and primitive, accusing him of shirking the responsibilities of a ruler and suggesting that he was simply indulging in cruelty at the expense of the weak. Asura moved to another part of the tower and responded dismissively, saying Mazdari was ignorant and that he protected countless beings, including the Rakshasa. When Mazdari asked whether leaving them to live in such a state could be considered protection, Asura affirmed that it was, claiming that mortals, and especially mages, believed they understood everything but knew nothing, including the gods who were allegedly listening to their conversation. Krampus became agitated, asking whether that creature was speaking to them, while Nebula told him to keep listening. Asura continued, stating that the gods would eventually be destroyed, and that destruction was predetermined for those who followed them. Mazdari demanded clarification. After a brief silence, Asura explained that he had once believed in the gods of heaven, as had all dragons. He acknowledged that the civilization supported by mortals and gods was indeed brilliant and beautiful, describing towering spires, colorful, dawn-lit streets, floodless rivers, and earthquake-resistant buildings where mortals could go anywhere and possess anything. However, he said destruction was always looming behind such brilliance, that without darkness there could be no light, and that the evil god was merely a catalyst. He added that even dragons' wings were byproducts of past destruction, recalling the fall of the Garuda tribe that once served the gods, and concluded that everything would inevitably repeat. Mazdari asked if that was the case, and Asura confirmed it, saying he had chosen not to build a civilization in order to prevent the inevitable destruction of mortals. Mazdari then understood, and replied that although he did not know whether the future was fixed, things might be different this time. This caused Asura's expression to darken. His gaze became threatening as he concluded that he now understood why, despite being a mage, Mazdari followed the god's will. He said it was due to foolishness, repeatedly calling it foolish, and declared that he would finish both Mazdari and his cruel, disgusting foolishness. Shortly before Dainsleif's departure, in Pantheon Conference Room 2, Seokmyeon remarked that it seemed Ajdaha had been sealed once again. He explained that an ancient dragon was a being that existed beyond mere stats, so at their current level there was no guarantee of victory even if they used manifestation. Nebula replied that he agreed with that assessment. He continued by saying that it was a time when they needed to conserve their resources, but if they lost now, it would lead to even greater losses. He suggested sending someone to prepare a report on Dainsleif's recent victory, proposing that multiple gods could manifest, an apostle could be dispatched, or all of the Pantheon's creations could be deployed. He asked whether they should change their strategy before it was too late. Another man nodded and said that he agreed. He admitted that he feared what might happen next, but if they only pursued safe battles, a gap between them and the other players would inevitably form. He believed it was time to bet on the cards they had already placed. Seokmyeon looked at him suspiciously and asked whether he was saying he was willing to gamble. The man placed both hands on the table and answered that he would not call it gambling. Instead, he believed they should rely on the potential of their current lineup because he believed those people could accomplish it. He pointed out that those individuals had placed their faith in them, so there was no reason for them not to trust them in return. Seokmyeon found the statement difficult to believe and admitted that he had never expected to hear something like that from him. He questioned whether he was really relying on something as vague as trust as a condition for victory. Nebula asked whether Seokmyeon thought he was being naive. Seokmyeon answered that he did not think Nebula was naive. He simply found the idea incomprehensible and rather baffling. Whether or not Nebula's method would ultimately be accepted, he said he would judge everything by the results. At that moment, Draco appeared. Golden light radiated from him in every direction, making him resemble a divine being. Mazdari stared in astonishment and exclaimed that it was magic. He had expected a user capable of using magic. Basin's voice suddenly rang out, ordering Mazdari to get down. A sack landed on Draco's head. It was packed with bombs, and a tremendous explosion erupted. As the smoke spread, Basin called out, asking whether it had worked. A pair of glowing eyes suddenly emerged from within the smoke, prompting Basin to shout that the explosion should at least have bought them enough time to escape. The instant he saw those eyes, Basin felt an overwhelming pressure. The flames from the explosion began spiraling into a magic circle. Draco looked at the fire gathered in his hand and scoffed, asking whether they had truly believed he would fear something that emitted such a repulsive stench. Mazdari rushed forward in panic and shouted in alarm, telling Basin to dodge. Draco's hand reached toward Basin as he roared his name. Suddenly, another voice thundered across the battlefield, commanding everyone to halt. The newcomer declared that they had not realized the gods had been listening and proclaimed himself as Hecap, announcing that he had come to face Draco. Hecap, the creation of the night sky, had been born as one of Nebula's creations within the Pantheon and normally served as the Pantheon's gatekeeper. Hecap struck Draco with tremendous force, sending the dragon tumbling forward while his tail lashed wildly through the air. Standing atop the fortress wall, Mazdari shouted that the dragon was using magic. Hecap answered that he already knew. As the Mage of the Night Sky pressed his assault, Draco struggled back to his feet and demanded to know how Hecap dared to attack him. Hecap continued charging forward and declared that Draco should take the attack. Both sides rushed directly at one another. Draco curled his lips into a sneer and mocked Hecap, asking whether a mere domesticated beast truly dared to challenge him. Hecap merely gritted his teeth and snorted in response. Meanwhile, Mason ran toward Mazdari and shouted that he would gather the exploration team because they needed firearms capable of dealing a decisive blow to the dragon. Mazdari questioned whether guns would actually work against a dragon that could withstand explosions. Mason lifted his head and reasoned that if the dragon had felt the need to block the explosion, then it could obviously be hurt if it were struck directly. Since it was still a living creature, firearms would certainly be effective. He confidently declared that they could win and urged Mazdari to trust him. Mazdari nodded and agreed, saying he would buy as much time as possible. Mason acknowledged the plan and promised that he would return as quickly as he could before running off. Mazdari watched him leave in silence, unable to find any words. Outside the fortress, Draco and Hecap continued their fierce battle. Draco inhaled deeply and remarked that Hecap was remarkably stubborn. Nevertheless, he insisted that physical strength was nothing more than brute savagery. Hecap immediately realized that the brilliant light gathering before Draco was flame. He recognized it as the breath spell that the night sky had warned them about. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Draco unleashed a torrent of blazing fire from his mouth. However, the flames failed to burn through Hecap's armor. Draco quietly reflected that a mere beast was nothing more than a sacrifice. Without warning, Hecap violently knocked him backward and declared that it was useless. Draco retreated several steps before commenting that Hecap was surprisingly sturdy despite being such an irritating pest. Hecap replied that Draco would never be able to shake him off because he intended to cling to him like a shadow. At that moment, Mazdari landed in front of Hecap. Hecap shouted at the mage, demanding to know what he was doing. Mazdari calmly asked Hecap to wait a moment. Narrowing his eyes, Mazdari addressed Draco as Asura. He explained that according to the spirit residing within his body, Draco had shown no signs of lying. Because of that, he wished to ask whether everything Draco had told him at the tower had truly been the truth. Draco answered by addressing him as Garuda. He remarked that Mazdari finally seemed to be doubting the gods and swore upon everything that every word he had spoken was true. Mazdari then asked whether that meant the entirety of their current civilization was ultimately meaningless. Draco's interest was visibly piqued as he confirmed that everything was merely a sandcastle built by the gods. Eventually it was destined to collapse, leaving behind only a handful of relics. He advised Mazdari not to agonize over the decision for too long. If Mazdari changed his mind and found the courage to oppose the gods, Draco promised to teach him several examples of true magic. He also vowed to reveal how to break the curse of downfall upon Mazdari's wings so that his entire race could finally obtain freedom. Mazdari lowered his head and quietly asked how he could possibly trust those words. He questioned whether Draco might ultimately prove to be no different from the gods themselves. Hecap immediately shouted at the mage, warning him not to listen to the dragon. Draco responded that, as proof of his sincerity, he was willing to reveal one of the deepest secrets of the world and of magic itself. Mazdari's gaze became resolute as he repeated the phrase, asking about the secrets of the world and magic. Draco leaned close to Mazdari's face and confirmed that it was exactly as he had said. He instructed Mazdari to listen carefully, adding that they would soon discover whether he was capable of bearing such a secret. The eyes of both men glowed intensely as they stared at one another. Draco looked down at Mazdari from above with an arrogant gaze before coldly telling him to listen carefully, adding that they would see whether he was capable of handling that secret. He stared at him as though he were a complete fool. Mazdari merely frowned, showing no sign of fear as he returned the gaze. Draco then extended his razor-sharp claws and summoned a surge of power. Shielding one eye with one hand while desperately maintaining his magic formation with the other, Mazdari launched a counterattack. The retaliation struck Draco, causing him to wince in pain as he shut his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth, angrily exclaiming that it had been a trick and accusing Mazdari of being a traitor. Mazdari remained steadfast and replied that it seemed Draco had not trusted him either. Hecap suddenly appeared, followed immediately by a panicked voice shouting for the mage to move. Draco narrowed his eyes in alarm, while Mazdari instantly realized that it was a spell. Draco spread both arms wide and summoned multiple magic formations at once. Sensing that something terrible was about to happen, Hecap inwardly warned himself that it was dangerous. Draco pressed both hands against the magic formation, releasing an overwhelming wave of energy. The force left Mazdari dizzy and sent him stumbling backward. Both he and Hecap began floating helplessly through the air as gravity completely disappeared. Mazdari immediately recognized the phenomenon, realizing that it was a horizon reversal spell and thinking that if the magic were to end at that height, they would be in grave danger. Before he could finish the thought, he began plummeting headfirst toward the ground. Just when it seemed everything was over, an enormous web suddenly spread across the sky, weaving itself into a massive net. Mazdari landed safely upon it without suffering any injuries. Hylov hurriedly asked whether the mage was all right. Mazdari assured him that he was fine, but expressed concern about Sir Hekap. Hylov calmly reassured him that there was no need to worry because Hekap was sturdy enough to survive. Meanwhile, Hekap had crashed headfirst into the ground. He frantically struggled while shouting that he could not see anything before panicking as someone seemed to be touching his stomach. Basin then arrived carrying a firearm and announced that they had reached the battlefield, though he remarked that the situation was a complete mess. On one side stood Draco alone with his enormous body and imposing presence, while on the other stood a much smaller yet resolute army. Draco's expression remained utterly emotionless as both sides prepared themselves for battle. Watching the overwhelming difference in strength, Mazdari reflected that their side possessed the guardians created by Night Sky, yet the disparity in size was simply too great. He admitted that he had no idea how much power Draco was still concealing. Although they had the exploration team, they were ultimately still just an army of ordinary people. He feared that a single spell could annihilate them all. He questioned whether Night Sky truly believed that such a small force could oppose Draco and wondered if, in the end, they were nothing more than expendable pieces destined to be sacrificed by the gods. At that moment, an extraordinary sight appeared in the heavens. A brilliantly colored butterfly drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Everyone looked up in astonishment. The butterfly slowly flew toward Mazdari, who instinctively extended his hand. Basin seemed to understand its meaning and remarked that it was telling them to have faith. Accepting the message, he declared that he would trust Night Sky. Gazing at the glowing butterfly resting upon his hand, Mazdari silently resolved that he too would believe. The following morning at Pantheon, Nebula addressed everyone by saying that they were about to face a dragon before asking whether anyone knew the first rule of fighting one. Butterfly excitedly raised her hand and answered that it was numbers. Krampus looked at her helplessly and remarked that such an answer was obvious before saying they needed something more strategic. Nebula nevertheless confirmed that her answer was correct. Butterfly cheered excitedly, while Krampus looked utterly bewildered and questioned whether she had really been right. Nebula explained that there was not always some hidden trick. Since dragons were the strongest among living beings, the first rule was to avoid fighting them with only a handful of people. Butterfly then cautiously asked whether there was a second rule. Nebula calmly replied that there certainly was. Back on the battlefield, the atmosphere had become unbearably tense. Draco summoned another magic formation as his expression darkened. With both hands, he seemed to split the formation apart. The soldiers immediately cried out that it was magic and shouted for everyone to take cover. The others immediately acknowledged the order. At that instant, Koprik lunged straight toward Draco's neck, intending to bite him. Draco reacted instantly, spinning around and grabbing Koprik by the throat. Roaring furiously, he demanded to know why Koprik had sided with the enemy. Koprik answered with a contemptuous snort, remarking that Draco had never realized he would betray him. He declared that he had waited for that day for a very long time before addressing him as Asura. Koprik then opened his mouth wide as though preparing to swallow Draco whole. Despite the danger, he remained completely fearless, thinking that Draco still believed he was merely the Koprik who had betrayed him. He silently urged Draco to kill him and tear off his head, believing that doing so would allow him to seize control of Draco's body. Instead, Draco closed his mouth, tightened his grip around Koprik's throat, and violently hurled him forward. A deafening crash echoed across the battlefield as fragments of rock flew into the air. Shocked, Koprik wondered why Draco had suddenly stopped. Every soldier in the allied army held a firearm. Basin steadily advanced while calculating that only a little more distance remained before they entered effective flintlock range. Meanwhile, Draco continued frantically summoning magic formations as though he intended to erase the entire battlefield. Helov finally released his enormous web. Draco froze the instant he saw it before screaming furiously at him and calling him a bastard. Before anyone noticed, Draco's arms had already been tightly bound. Hekap had somehow appeared beside him. The moment Draco realized it, he immediately turned his attack toward Hekap. Meeting him with an icy stare, Hekap warned that such a tactic would never work on him. Draco calmly replied that he already knew that. By then, Draco appeared to have descended into complete madness. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Basin was left utterly stunned. Elsewhere, Nebula slowly raised a hand and began speaking about the second rule. Krampus interrupted, saying that he believed he knew the answer. Nebula asked him what it was. Krampus answered that it was to interrupt a dragon's spells. Nebula enthusiastically confirmed that he was correct before explaining that a dragon's breath spell was engraved into its body over countless years. Because of that, it required neither a magic circle nor an incantation. However, he emphasized that one crucial step could never be omitted. Back on the battlefield, another voice completed the explanation by stating that the unavoidable step was inhaling. Draco suddenly sensed something unusual, hatred flashing across his eyes. As an unfamiliar magic emerged, he cried out in shock before realizing that it was a magic seal. He admitted that their god was unlike the old gods and acknowledged with grudging admiration that the god had prepared everything with remarkable thoroughness. Grabbing a nearby tree trunk, Draco swung it violently at Hekap before turning it against Hylov. The tremendous blow injured both Hylov and Koprik simultaneously. Hylov weakly groaned in pain. Without hesitation, Draco ripped another tree from the ground and declared that although he was now a dragon, he had not been born as one. He proclaimed that had he relied solely upon magic, he never would have become a dragon. Finally, he challenged everyone to come at him, promising to show them the true meaning of his barbarian strength.